At the very moment when our main character Mike was already on the verge of ascension, he suddenly decided to return to the past. To do this, he used a skill that changes fate. At that moment, a ray of light illuminated the altar. Time and space are distorted, sending our protagonist into the distant past 5,000 years ago. Then lightning struck from the sky and hit the roof of the school building. So the main character returned to May 2017, to a time when he was still an ordinary university student. Finally coming to his senses, Mike realized that he had managed to travel back in time. He found himself right on the doorstep of Longshan Technical University. Life was in full swing all around. Students were going about their business and simply enjoying a carefree life. And at that moment, Mike suddenly burst into tears, remembering what happened to his mother and sister in his past life. However, now he has finally returned to atone for his sin. Then the young man thought that in this life he would never again allow that man, Josh, to harm his family. Mike immediately pulled himself together and hurried back to the dorm, to room 1103. There he found himself completely alone. Mike already had a clear goal: to make money as quickly as possible. In this case, he will be able to change the difficult situation of his family, but to do this he will need to earn every possible yuan. So the young man opened his laptop and started typing something quickly. After a while, there was a noise outside the door. His roommates returned. They were getting ready to go try the new restaurant. However, when they opened the door and saw Mike sitting at the table, their attitude immediately changed and the guys started making fun of him. One of the students mockingly stated that young Mr. Mike was skipping classes again. He added that his friends were hungry and it would be nice if he treated them to dinner again. The hero heard everything, but pretended not to pay attention, continuing to concentrate on typing on the keyboard. Seeing that he was not reacting in any way, one of the neighbors spoke again, this time much louder and more angrily. The guy asked Mike if he was afraid that they would tell the whole group his secret, but the hero still did not answer. Seeing that the guy was stubbornly pretending to be deaf, the same neighbor began to get even angrier, and his friends tried to calm him down. One of them remarked that they had kept his secret all this time, but had never received any gratitude from him. Still, Mike didn't pay any attention to them. He calmly put the laptop in his backpack and slung it over his shoulder. The hero then coldly stated that if someone liked to talk so much, then he could go outside and talk as much as he wanted. Although he was indeed reborn thanks to the blessing of the heavens, his magical power was almost completely depleted. So, in addition to making money, Mike needed to find a way to restore his abilities. The protagonist then went to a computer repair shop, but they only got 800 yuan for his laptop. The hero thought that his mother had once saved for months on literally everything, just to buy this computer for his studies at university. Moreover, in his past life, during his studies, it was vanity that pushed Mike to pretend to be rich. Back then, he spent his days in bars, generously treating his classmates and living ostentatiously. When the money ran out, the young man shamelessly wrote messages to his mother, demanding that she send more. It was because of this that his mother's health gradually deteriorated, which ultimately led to a tragic ending that no one wanted to see. At that moment, the young man suddenly heard someone loudly call his name. He turned around and saw that it was his little sister, Molly. Seeing his sister alive and unharmed in front of him, the hero once again felt his heart fill with emotion. In his past life, it was he who got his sister into trouble. This ultimately led to the girl committing suicide by jumping from a tall building. It was all because of the pressure from that man, Josh, which Molly couldn't withstand. Noticing her brother's confused expression, the girl asked what had happened to him. Then Mike hastened to assure her that everything was fine, and he himself thought about the fact that in this life he would definitely protect his mother and sister. After this, the hero watched as the girl rummaged through her bag for a while, then took out a paper bag and handed it to her brother. She explained that inside was 5,000 yuan that she had earned, and he should take the money and stop asking his mother for it. Mike was a little surprised. He didn't understand how his sister had so much money. However, Molly quickly thrust the package into his hands and began to angrily scold her brother because she knew perfectly well that he was pretending. She had already heard that he had threatened to quit his mother's studies if she did not give him money, and that he had also spent his days drinking with questionable friends. So the girl said that he should take the money and become a better person. However, the hero told his sister to keep the money for her studies. But as soon as the conversation turned to school, the girl's face became even gloomier. After much hesitation, she finally dared to tell the truth. It turned out that she had already dropped out of school. The family found themselves deeply in debt, and creditors began coming to their home demanding repayment. Her mother couldn't earn enough on her own, so Molly decided to leave school to work and help her. Hearing this, the young man felt as if a knife had been pierced into his heart. Then the hero quickly approached and hugged his sister tightly from behind. His sudden action greatly surprised the girl, and she asked in confusion what he was doing. Then Mike admitted that he was sorry and asked only for a little time. He added that she should trust him because he would definitely make their family's life better. Molly had become accustomed to his empty promises, but for some reason this time she felt something had changed. After breaking up with his sister, Mike went to a traditional Chinese medicine shop. There, using the money he had recently received from selling his computer, he purchased several medicinal herbs. The hero then headed to the forest located on the outskirts of the city. These herbs, as it turned out, were necessary for him to prepare a special elixir. Since spiritual energy on Earth was scarce, such elixirs became a necessary means for rapid development and cultivation. After some time, the herbs in the cauldron began to gradually merge with each other and then turned into a transparent liquid. Thus, the protagonist was convinced that the process was successful. After this, the young man drank the resulting medicine. Then Mike sat down to meditate and began to regulate his breathing. The path of immortal cultivation was divided into 5 levels. Even reaching just the first level of the chi refining realm would already allow Mike to possess strength that far exceeds that of a human. After about an hour of intense practice, the protagonist successfully broke through to the first level of the chi refining realm. Then he decided to test his new strength. He struck a tree with his fist, and then the powerful blow passed through the thick trunk without difficulty. Having seen the result, the hero was very pleased. Such strength was enough to deal with the masters of Chinese martial arts. But now the hero was faced with another, no less important question: how to make money as quickly as possible. And then an idea immediately popped into Mike's head. The place where the hero went turned out to be an internet cafe, but he came there to take advantage of the legendary retail chain. The site was known as a black market, where people could trade anything from information to posting all sorts of tasks. As soon as Mike opened the site, he immediately noticed a task posted on the main page by an anonymous user. Its content stated that it was necessary to kill the daughter of Axel, a rich man from Longshan, for a reward of 10 million. Below was a notice that an assassin named Johnny had already accepted the job. However, Mike did not believe that someone would spend 10 million just to take a girl's life. And then the hero saw a message from Axel that he was looking for a master who would agree to protect his daughter for a month for 20 million. No one had accepted this task yet, and without a second's hesitation, the protagonist immediately pressed the button to accept the task. On this site, his identifier was the name Wu Ji, a nickname that hadn't meant anything to anyone yet. As soon as the hero took off his headphones, he received a phone call. After giving his location, Mike sat back in his chair and slowly waited for the Su family's people to come pick him up. However, on the other end of the line, Axel's secretary, upon learning that the man was in an internet cafe, was rather skeptical. She decided to check with her master whether this man was reliable. Axel said they should be grateful that anyone had agreed to take the task at all and offered to bring him first. About half an hour later, the young man stood in front of the Su family's villa. The moment Mike got out of the car, Axel was stunned. He never expected that the person who accepted the task of confronting Johnny would be so young. The owner of the house personally came out to greet the guest and asked if he was Mr. Wuji. He offered to go inside, but Mike asked Axel to show him around the villa so he could get acquainted with the area. The owner immediately agreed and told him that he had a sworn enemy in the business world and that they had been fighting for many years. Not long ago, Axel obtained evidence of his rival's illegal activities and handed it over to the police. On the way, Mike also took a close look at the Su family's villa and then noticed that the villa might seem quiet. However, in his opinion, there are probably quite a lot of people hiding here. Axel was amazed because at that moment there were indeed many bodyguards in the villa, hidden in different places. However, Mike still seriously warned him that against a killer of Johnny's caliber, these people were completely useless. At that moment, Axel's secretary ran up to them again and announced that Master Theodore had arrived. It turned out that Axel had also invited Theodore, a mid-level martial artist, and his student Jack had come with him. Theodore complained that he wanted to find another assistant, but everyone refused as soon as they heard that the opponent would be Johnny. Hearing this, Axel immediately became gloomy. Then Theodore hastened to assure him that there was no need to lose hope, since Axel's father had been his old friend for many years. Only then did Theodore notice that there was another person standing nearby. Then Axel quickly introduced him. He explained that this young man was the one who accepted the black market mission under the alias Wuji. Hearing this, Theodore and Jack literally opened their mouths in surprise, because in front of them stood a very young guy. Then Jack approached the young man with a question, saying that the reward of 20 million yuan was very great for him. Theodore sharply pulled Jack up short, demanding respect. But despite what he said, both Theodore and Axel had doubts deep down. The main character looked too young, and it was hard to imagine how strong he really was. Then Axel cautiously asked if the young man had a plan to protect his daughter. Mike nodded calmly, and first asked that all the surveillance cameras in the villa be dismantled and that the hidden bodyguards be removed. Hearing this, Theodore assumed that Mike was trying to lure Johnny out, but he didn't think such a ploy would work. The hero, however, explained that his decision was dictated by the fact that all these people were too weak and would only get in the way in the event of a collision. These words stunned Axel, Theodore, and Jack, because they had no idea about Mike's true strength. However, his confidence and even some audacity made a strong impression. The hero then looked at Theodore and Jack and noted that even the two of them were hardly worth staying here. Hearing this, Jack flared up with anger, indignant that he imagined himself to be the great Gerard and demanded to fight him. Mike just chuckled and noted that if someone wanted to test his capabilities, then Jack alone was clearly not enough for this. Such words only angered the enemy even more. And then the hero suggested that Axel call all the villa's fighters and attack simultaneously, assuring him that he could handle even 100 people. Axel, however, did not expect such self-confidence from Mike and suggested first testing the young man's strength in a duel with Jack. But the protagonist was clearly not interested in such low-level tests. Seeing the guards, Jack mockingly suggested they see how many seconds Mike could last. At the same moment, the bodyguards surrounding the hero simultaneously rushed forward. Mike, however, remained standing, showing no intention of either attacking or retreating. Axel and Theodore began to doubt his calmness and even suggested that the young man was simply paralyzed with fear. As the first of the bodyguards approached and struck, something incredible happened. His fist seemed to collide with an invisible wall. At that very moment, a powerful blast wave arose around Mike, the center of which turned out to be the hero himself. The bodyguards were instantly thrown in different directions, and not one of them was able to stay on their feet. While the main character continued to stand calmly in place, he did not receive the slightest damage. Axel, Theodore, and Jack were shocked by what they saw. They couldn't understand what had just happened, because the hero hadn't even made a single move. At this moment, Theodore began to suspect something. After this, Mike turned his head towards Jack again and gestured for him to come over too. Even though he had just witnessed the hero's incredible strength, his arrogant behavior still irritated him. So Jack rushed forward with all his might. He jumped high and performed a spinning kick. However, he didn't even have time to touch the hero's body, as the next moment he was thrown back by a powerful counterattack. Judging by how far he was thrown, one could understand how destructive this force was. Jack flew far to the side and crashed hard into a tree, breaking it with the force of the flight. Everyone present was shocked by how great the hero's strength was. Having dealt with Jack, Mike calmly turned to Theodore. He quickly folded his hands in a respectful bow and admitted that he had been foolish for not having recognized his true strength immediately. At this time, Jack struggled to his feet, not understanding whether even the master was incapable of resisting Mike. Theodore explained that even Mr. Liu, who had recently reached the martial sovereign level, would not be able to compete with this Mike. After these words, Axel's jaw dropped, as he could not believe that he had accidentally met such a powerful person. Theodore confidently confirmed that the hero is indeed a martial lord-level master. Theodore's words always inspired confidence, but this time Axel found it difficult to accept what he heard. And it was at that moment that Axel's daughter, Abby, finally woke up. She heard loud sounds outside, which caused her to wake up. Convinced of Mike's strength, the man invited him into the house to discuss in detail the plan to protect his precious daughter. Before starting the conversation, the hero put forward two conditions. First, he asked for an advance, specifically 2 million. Secondly, during the entire operation, his instructions must be followed without question. Axel saw no reason to refuse and immediately ordered the money to be prepared. After this, Mike added that having received the advance, the next day he would need to leave for 24 hours to take care of a personal matter. This news visibly alarmed Axel because Johnny was famous for his speed and, most likely, could attack his daughter today or tomorrow. Then the main character offered to take the girl out of the house with him. Axel found himself in a difficult situation because he was sure that there was no place safer than the Sue family villa. While the man was thinking, he suddenly heard his name being called, and looking up, he saw Abby on the stairs, dressed in a nightgown. Seeing his daughter in this state, Axel immediately demanded that she come back and change. However, the girl objected that she had been living like in prison for several days, and therefore did not see anything strange in the fact that she went out in her pajamas. Theodore hastened to intervene and tried to smooth things over, noticing that the girl had been locked up for too long and was therefore irritated. Abby looked around at the people present and quickly noticed that Mike's face was the only one she didn't recognize. Axel immediately warned his daughter that in front of her was Mr. Wuji, their honored guest, invited especially for her protection. Hearing that Mike had been invited to defend her, Abby merely looked at the young man with disdain. At this point, the hero introduced himself to the girl, after which he explained that he did not intend to restrict her freedom or keep her locked up at home. Upon hearing these words, the girl immediately asked whether this meant that she would actually be allowed to leave the house. Then the hero glanced briefly at Axel. The man, although filled with anxiety, still understood that he had no other choice, so he sighed heavily and reluctantly nodded. Having received what she wanted, Abby noticeably perked up because she had been terribly tired of sitting locked up for the last few days. However, the man then strictly added a condition. If she went somewhere with Mike tomorrow, she had to be with him at all times. The girl agreed, but deep down she decided that she would not obey just any bodyguard. The next day, Abby dressed up carefully and got into a luxury car with Mike. At the same time, 20 million yuan were credited to the protagonist's bank account. Abby immediately ordered the driver, Uncle Juan, to go straight to the mall since she hadn't been shopping for a long time. However, the hero sitting next to him instead told the driver to head to Longshan University. Hearing this, the girl instantly flared up with anger and sharply demanded that the driver explain whose orders he was going to carry out. The day before, Axel had specifically warned all the staff at the house that for a month everyone was required to obey Mike's orders. Realizing that the driver was ignoring her, Abby became completely angry, demanding that the car be stopped immediately and that she be let out. Uncle Juan looked helplessly at Mike through the rearview mirror. To his surprise, the hero allowed him to stop. The car immediately stopped. The girl triumphantly opened the door and got out, demonstratively declaring that she was leaving. However, the place where the car stopped turned out to be deserted, and seeing this, Abby was momentarily confused. It took her only a few seconds to assess the situation, after which she hurried back into the car. Mike offered a compromise. First, let her go with him quietly on his business, and after that, he promised to take her wherever she wanted. Abby snorted in displeasure, but didn't argue further. Soon, the car pulled up to the dormitory of Longshan University. Abby looked at the old building in front of her with disbelief, surprised to see that this was apparently where Mike lived. The main character did not answer anything and simply silently got out of the car. However, the appearance of an expensive car near the dormitory, and especially the appearance of a beautiful girl from it, immediately attracted the attention of the students. Mike asked her to follow him, but the girl categorically refused. Abby didn't understand how she could even enter such a place. Uncle Huang tried to gently remind her that her father had told her to stay within Mr. Wuji's sight, but his words had no effect. Then Mike said that if she wanted to go shopping later, she'd better hurry up and follow him. The urge to go shopping was stronger, so Abby, pouting with displeasure, nevertheless followed the hero to his room. At that moment, she suddenly stopped, seeing something disgusting. She saw the hero's 3 roommates sitting shirtless and playing a game. Seeing that Mike had returned and brought a beautiful girl with him, they immediately began to make crude jokes. After his rebirth, Mike had long felt disgust for these former acquaintances. Now, seeing them openly harassing Abby right in front of him, the hero instantly became angry. He stepped forward, shielding the girl with his body, and sharply demanded that she stay away from her. However, the 3 guys just grinned mockingly, deciding that this was just a harmless joke between friends. Then Mike remarked that if they enjoyed picking on girls so much, he would show them some real fun. After these words, the hero quietly used a small part of his magic to scare them. Under the spell's influence, the 3 students suddenly saw countless skeletons around them. They surrounded the villains on all sides and emitted terrible screams. The scene was so horrifying that all 3 instantly fell to their knees. The boys trembled and begged for mercy. Abby watched in amazement and wondered what had happened to them. Then Mike explained that it was just an illusion. Then the hero asked the girl to wait a little while he collected a few things. After some time, they were sitting in the car again. Abby still couldn't forget the strange reaction of his neighbors and wondered what kind of magic he used. Mike jokingly said that she had already seen his strength and therefore she should not continue to contradict him. The girl instinctively cowered, covering her face with her hands. However, the next moment the hero calmly sat down and indifferently noted that it was just a joke. Realizing she had been played again, Abby became furious and was ready to attack him right there in the car. At that moment, Uncle Juan, who was driving, turned around and asked where they should go next. Then Mike called his sister to find out where she was. The girl replied that she was currently at work and gave her address. After this, the car headed to Lunta Street, building 107. Only when he arrived there did Mike realize it was a restaurant, but all the waitresses were young girls dressed as maids. Abby, not knowing that Mike's sister worked there, decided that the young man simply had rather strange tastes. Meanwhile, they went inside the restaurant, chose a free table, and ordered several dishes. Mike then asked the waitress if there was a girl named Molly working there. She immediately nodded and explained that the girl was currently in the kitchen and would soon come out with the order. After some time, the hero actually saw his sister, who came out of the kitchen with a plate in her hands. However, the heavy makeup and the maid's uniform she wore looked extremely unpleasant to him, and Mike immediately rose from his seat. However, at that very moment, he noticed how some man brazenly slapped the girl on the buttocks and loudly called her. He stated that Molly had already made him wait too long. Seeing this, the hero immediately frowned. That man turned out to be Sam, the 23-year-old sole heir of Sun Properties Group. Molly tried to politely decline to serve him, citing her busy schedule. However, the young master was not going to let her go so easily. Then Sam suddenly pulled out a ring box from his pocket and publicly asked Molly to be his girlfriend. This gesture immediately attracted the attention of the other visitors, who began to gather around, wanting to see what was happening. Even Abby, who was sitting at a distance, immediately recognized the young man by his last name, Song. Sam began to talk about what he knew about her poor family and promised that if she became his girlfriend, she would not need for anything. However, Molly refused and calmly returned to work, an answer Sam clearly did not expect. Being rejected by the poor girl in front of everyone, he felt humiliated and immediately became furious. Then he grabbed a glass of water from the table, poured it down his trousers, and then loudly called out to the restaurant owner. The owner, having learned that young Master Song had problems, hurried over. Sam claimed that Molly had allegedly spilled water on him and now had to clean it up herself. Hearing this, the restaurant owner, without any investigation, immediately accused the girl and even tried to hit her. But just as his hand was raised to slap, it was intercepted by another person, and that person turned out to be Mike. The next second, Mike threw the man back, and with a loud crack, the restaurant owner's body fell onto the table, which immediately shattered. The restaurant staff and patrons watched the scene with wide eyes. Molly was also shocked, because she did not expect to see her brother here at all. Abby, in turn, saw Mike's strength in action for the first time, and was also involuntarily surprised, because the plump man was thrown aside so easily. Meanwhile, Sam came closer and pointed threateningly at Mike, demanding that he not interfere in other people's affairs. After a short punch from Mike, Sam instantly found himself on the floor. A sharp pain pierced his entire body, as if several ribs had been broken. However, he continued to threaten, reminding that he was the heir to Sun Properties Group. However, at that moment, another voice suddenly rang out, the words sounding so unexpected that Sam's face instantly turned pale. It turned out that Abby had already come closer and openly sided with Mike. Upon seeing the girl from the Sioux family, Sam immediately realized that his family company could not compare to their influence. So, before she had time to call her father, the young man hurriedly left the restaurant. Watching his pathetic escape, Abby nudged Mike playfully and remarked that he was now in her debt. At that moment, Molly grabbed her brother's hand and insistently asked him to leave there as quickly as possible. Mike wanted to ask a lot of questions, but first of all, he wanted to know why she was working in such a place at all. The girl briefly replied that they pay well here, and then the hero realized that because of his past irresponsibility, his sister had to endure such humiliation. Molly then quietly reminded him that she still hadn't changed, and only then did the hero realize that she was still wearing her maid's uniform. He immediately turned to Abby and asked if she knew of a clothing store nearby. The girl immediately perked up and confidently declared that he had come to the right place. After that, they went around several stores together. Abby quickly picked out several outfits for Molly. All the items looked very nice, and Abby and Mike immediately appreciated how well they fit Molly. However, upon seeing the prices on the tags, the girl turned pale and hastily said that she could not afford such purchases. Then Abby noted with a smile that her brother was now a rich man and could afford not only a few outfits, but even an entire store. Molly asked in surprise how this was possible. The girl explained that Mike now works as a bodyguard for her family and receives a very high salary. Although Molly still didn't fully understand the situation, she eventually allowed her brother to pay for the clothes. Once the purchases were completed, Mike transferred $200,000 to his sister and asked her to keep part of it for personal expenses and give the rest to her mother. Molly, of course, wanted to know much more, but Mike knew that he couldn't tell her about his transformation. So the hero came up with another story about a meeting with a mysterious master who taught him martial arts. However, Molly was not so naive. The girl said outright that she was not going to believe such fairy tales. For a few seconds, the brother and sister looked at each other in silence. And then Molly suddenly laughed and said that she was not going to pry into the truth. Then the girl added that she would definitely tell their mother about everything. After these words, she was about to leave. Mike followed her and asked her to convey his apologies to his mother, but his sister noted that he should say such words in person. As soon as he got into the car, Abby started teasing him about how such a strong martial artist was afraid of his own little sister. Mike didn't answer, but his slightly flushed cheeks betrayed his embarrassment. As the car pulled away, Abby began to list in detail how many times she had helped him that day. Mike understood the hint perfectly and immediately told Uncle Juan to follow the girl's instructions and take them wherever she wanted. Hearing this, Abby exclaimed happily and ordered to go straight to the shopping center. Her favorite pastime in life was shopping, and now she could enjoy it to the fullest. Since she was in a great mood, the girl went shopping almost until the evening. As a result, Mike, while acting as a bodyguard, simultaneously became a bag carrier. It wasn't until the back seat of the car was completely covered with bags that Abby finally decided she'd had enough for today. However, before Uncle Juan could start the car, Mike suddenly felt something was wrong. However, the hero calmly noted that nothing serious was happening and they should just go back. In fact, his feeling turned out to be correct, because at that moment they were already being watched. The road to the Sioux family's villa passed through the suburbs, and everything was quiet on the way there. However, on the way back, the car had to brake sharply, the cause being a tree trunk that was lying right in the middle of the road. Juan got out of the car with concern to inspect the obstacle. Mike followed him. While they were trying to figure out how to remove the tree, suddenly there was a sharp whistle, and Juan saw a bullet flying towards him. However, the protagonist instantly used his power and stopped the flying object right in the air. When it became clear that it was a bullet, Juan's legs gave way and he fell to the ground in horror. For Mike, such attacks looked like just a cheap trick, but since the enemy decided to play such a game, the hero was ready to respond in kind. With that thought in mind, Mike increased the flow of energy and sent the bullet back towards the shooters. Two killers hiding in the forest were instantly struck in the head without even having time to understand what had happened. Meanwhile, Abby, who had been dozing in the car, heard a noise and opened the door to see what was going on. Upon seeing her, Juan immediately became worried and hastened to warn her that it was an ambush and that she needed to return to the car immediately. At first, Abby didn't understand what he was talking about. However, as soon as he finished speaking, she smelled a strange smell, and when she realized it was sleeping gas, it was already too late. Her body instantly weakened and she lost consciousness, and almost simultaneously, Juan also passed out under the influence of the gas. The only person left conscious was Mike. After some time, when the gas began to dissipate, unknown men came out to the car. Abby, coming to her senses, saw several strangers. They were holding guns in their hands and heading straight towards her. In a semi-conscious state, she began calling for Mike, but he was not there. The group's leader, noticing the girl's condition, did not waste time looking for a bodyguard and ordered his men to take Abby away first. But it was at this moment that the hero calmly asked whose people they were and where they came from. Hearing Mike's voice, the attackers turned around sharply and realized that they had fallen for a diversionary tactic. However, noticing that he was alone, they quickly calmed down. The leader immediately ordered his men to attack him all at once. However, in Mike's eyes, these people were just small enemies, and he calmly plucked a few leaves from a nearby tree. The leaves in his hands instantly turned into blades, and with their help, the hero easily broke through the defenses of his opponents and dealt with them instantly. The leader, watching this, was shocked. He could not believe that someone was capable of injuring people with just leaves. In Longshan City, he had never heard of a master of such caliber. Meanwhile, Mike again asked the question of who sent them. He deliberately left this person alive, hoping to get information. However, his opponent chose death rather than reveal his plans. Realizing that he couldn't win, he bit into the poison capsule hidden in his tooth. A few seconds later, the man began coughing up blood. The next moment, he fell dead to the ground. The trail ended there, and Mike felt a slight disappointment. Since the enemy was already dead, all that remained was to return home. The hero used a small portion of his strength to break the tree that was blocking the road. Immediately after that, he returned to the unconscious Abby. He then directed some of his internal energy into her body to counteract the effects of the sleeping gas. At that moment, Abby suddenly opened her eyes. When Abby opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Mike standing next to her, his hand on her chest. The girl instantly jumped up in surprise. She crossed her arms over her chest and screamed in panic, accusing him of indecent behavior. Then he calmly explained that he was actually saving her, and Abby, looking around, noticed several masked people nearby. The sight made her face turn pale, and when she learned that they were murderers who had come for her, her fear only increased. Uncle Juan soon came to his senses. Seeing what was happening, he reacted with extreme surprise. Mike then told him to take everyone back to the Sioux family villa first, adding that he had already removed the tree blocking the road. Returning to the mansion, the hero told Axel and Theodore in detail about what had happened. This news greatly alarmed Mr. Sioux. The hero also noted that each of them had a leaf-shaped mark on their wrist. Mike noted that such a group would hardly use such primitive methods. Hearing this, Theodore frowned slightly, as he had a vague feeling that he had seen a similar sign somewhere before. The very fact of the attack made Axel worry about his daughter's safety, so he decided not to allow Abby to leave the house anymore. Mike agreed that extra caution was needed now. Then, as if remembering something important, he asked Axel to help him find some bracelets made of high-quality jade. Although the owner of the house did not quite understand what they were needed for, he immediately instructed his secretary to deal with this issue. Soon she brought a whole box of jade bracelets. At first glance, it was clear that these were high-quality decorations. Mike was very pleased and took the box. Axel suggested that the hero was going to bless the jewelry to protect against evil spirits. However, Theodore noted that such things are usually said only by charlatans, since real masters do not believe in such superstitions. These words made Axel feel a little embarrassed, and he hastened to apologize for his ignorance. That same evening, Mike took the box to his room. Having selected several of the best jade items, the hero invested some of his power into them. After that, he took one of the bracelets and went to Abby's room. The girl opened the door with obvious irritation and asked why he had come so late. Then Mike simply handed her the bracelet and asked her to always wear it on her naked body from tomorrow onwards. Hearing this, Abby crossed her arms awkwardly over her chest and suspected him of having strange intentions. After that, Mike returned to the living room with a box of jewelry where Theodore and Axel were still there. Mike decided to show them what these items were really for, so he asked one of the bodyguards for a gun. After that, he threw the jade pendant into the air. The next second, the hero shot at him. The bullet instantly left the barrel, but it seemed to collide with an invisible barrier and bounced off to the side. Theodore, seeing this, could not hide his amazement. The pendant, meanwhile, fell back into Mike's palm, but immediately broke into several pieces. Axel realized that such protection could only withstand one attack, but even one such protection meant saving a life. Mike then explained that it was just a trial run, meant for one use. Real bracelets can withstand 4 or 5 attacks. He gave the highest quality bracelet to Abby in advance, since she was the main target of the enemies. The hero distributed the remaining jewelry between Theodore and Axel, and also asked that one each be given to his mother and sister. Axel immediately ordered that this request be carried out. Soon the next morning arrived. Abby looked at the bracelet Mike had given her for a long time, but she still couldn't figure out how it could be useful. She eventually decided that the piece simply didn't suit her style and so didn't wear it. Moreover, she didn't like the fact that Mike was forcing her to wear it, so she decided not to do it on principle. When the girl went downstairs, she ran into her father, who was sitting in the living room drinking tea. The man immediately asked where she was going. Abby stubbornly replied that she wanted to go out and have some fun. Mike wasn't going to interfere at first, but he noticed that the girl hadn't even put on the bracelet he'd given her, so he had to accompany her personally. However, the girl only became more irritated by the fact that Mike was following her relentlessly. Soon they arrived at her favorite shopping center. On the way, the girl constantly tried to think of a way to get rid of the intrusive bodyguard. Abby asked the hero to give her at least a day so she could be alone, but Mike refused. The girl was incredibly irritated by all this. Abby didn't understand what kind of fun there could be if this guy was constantly following her. Finally, an idea occurred to her. She said that she was going to the toilet, expecting that the man naturally would not go there after her. Mike remained waiting outside, knowing full well that she was up to something. Abby herself was sure that the hero would not be able to compete with her, so she decided to get out into the street through the window. She started to climb down the windowsill, after which she decided to lean against the fan. And right at that moment, her shoe suddenly flew off her foot, and Abby was close to hitting her bare foot into the fan. However, at that moment, the girl suddenly heard strange sounds below. As soon as Abby climbed through the bathroom window and was outside, she found Mike standing calmly below. The surprised girl asked him when he managed to get there, while standing on the external unit of the air conditioner. Mike noted that it didn't matter when he arrived now, since she had another problem. He said in surprise that he could see everything she had on under her dress. Hearing Mike's words, Abby instantly blushed all the way to her ears. With a piercing scream, she hurried back into the toilet. The plan to get rid of Mike failed completely. Mike, meanwhile, waited calmly outside, waiting for Abby to come out of the restroom. The girl couldn't help but notice how tired she was of this disgusting guy. While he was standing at the door, he suddenly heard a voice calling his name. Turning around, Mike saw a girl. It was Alice. She studied in the same class with him at school and was considered a real goddess of the school. Beautiful, with a wonderful figure, a gentle character, and a friendly smile, she was liked by almost everyone. In his past life, Mike was also one of those who secretly admired her. Moreover, when he was wandering the streets, Alice once helped him. A curious Abby, noticing the stranger's appearance, stuck her head out of the toilet door to see what was going on. Alice noticed her too, and smiling, asked Mike if this beauty was his girlfriend. She noted that the hero made a good choice. Before he could answer, Abby screamed out that she would never be his girlfriend, and then immediately hid behind the door again. Then Mike asked Alice how she was doing, and she replied that she was doing well. In turn, she was surprised at how much Mike had changed. His current behavior was not at all like his previous one. He only briefly noted that time changes people. These words made the girl laugh. She teased him, saying that he spoke like an old man. They talked a little more, after which Alice suddenly remembered an important event. In a few days, it would be her birthday. She said she was going to have a party at her house, and since they had met by chance, she invited Mike to come. Then Alice said with a smile that she would not interfere with their date any longer, after which she said goodbye and left. As he watched her go, Mike felt a strange feeling. He didn't think he would meet again the people he considered long lost in the past. At that moment, his phone rang, and when he answered it, he heard Juan's worried voice. He reported that Abby had stolen the car keys and driven away, even though she didn't have a driver's license, but Mike calmly replied that he would deal with it. Meanwhile, Abby herself was already driving down the road. The feeling of freedom delighted her. However, shortly after she left the mall, a police siren sounded behind her. Abby immediately panicked as her run ended too quickly. A police car stopped her car. The officer got out of the car and reported that he had received a report of an unlicensed driver, after which he asked to see his documents. The girl found herself in a difficult situation. She had no rights. The police officer realized that she was not going to provide documents, so he asked her to get out of the car. And it was at that moment that she heard Mike's satisfied voice. He noted that if a person doesn't know how to drive, then they shouldn't get behind the wheel and ruin the reputation of all other female drivers. Abby immediately realized that he was the one who told the police, and she screamed in rage that she would kill him someday. As a result, she had to go to the police station and pay a fine. After this, the girl was incredibly angry at Mike for 3 days in a row. For all 3 days, she sat locked in her room and did not even come out. And at some point, Mike knocked on her door. Abby's face still remained gloomy. Then the main character asked her if she was still angry with him. The girl angrily told him to leave and slammed the door. But the hero continued knocking and said that he needed her help. Only after hearing that Mike was asking for a favor did the girl reluctantly open the door and ask what was the matter. At first, she didn't show much interest. However, when Mike promised to fulfill one of her conditions if she agreed to help, Abby immediately became interested. At the time Alice had appointed, they both arrived at the luxurious mansion. Abby wore a beautiful green dress to the event. Her condition was simple. From that moment on, Mike no longer had to follow her around all the time. He agreed without hesitation. However, He chuckled to himself. Even if he didn't officially accompany her, he could still secretly observe. When Alice saw Mike at the party, she was genuinely happy, with her father, Liam, standing next to her. The hero immediately congratulated the girl on her birthday. Alice was the first to greet Abby and introduced herself as Mike's classmate. Abby responded with a haughty look, declaring that she was Mike's owner. This word made Alice confused. She cast a strange look at Mike, deciding that he had some unusual preferences. At that moment, Mike himself was mentally scolding the capricious girl. Soon, a young man's voice was heard in the hall, addressed to Mike. Although several years had already passed, he immediately recognized this voice. It was Robert. In his past life, Mike suffered greatly from this man and could not forget those humiliations. As soon as he saw him, Robert began to mockingly tease his former classmate. He asked why the great young master Mike was dressed so simply today and whether he was tired of pretending to be rich. Abby, standing nearby, found it disgusting that these people were openly mocking their former classmate. She noticed that there were too many annoying flies here and suggested that Mike go out for a walk. These words struck a chord with Robert, and he instantly became furious. Only now he looked closely at the girl next to Mike. Seeing her beauty, he felt a strong envy. He couldn't understand how poor Mike could be next to such a beauty. Sam and his father, Santiago, soon arrived at the banquet. As soon as he appeared in the hall, Sam immediately went to Alice, congratulating her on her birthday. On the outside, the girl appeared polite and friendly, but inside she remained cautious. She had long heard about his bad reputation. As Sam raised his glass, his gaze accidentally fell on Mike in the crowd of guests. He immediately realized that this was the guy he had met the other day. He still hadn't forgotten how he had humiliated him in the cafe with the maids, and vowed to take revenge the next time they met. While he was thinking about how exactly to do this, Robert came out of the crowd and approached him with a glass, trying to start a conversation. He introduced himself and hinted that he would be glad to befriend such a person. Seeing this, Sam immediately came up with a cunning idea. He said that he was ready to accept friendship, but first Robert had to do him one small favor. He will need to publicly embarrass Mike in front of all the guests. Hearing this proposal, Robert felt as if he had found a treasure, and a plan instantly appeared in his head. Meanwhile, Mike and Abby were sitting at the banquet table. The girl had already managed to eat several pieces of cake, not caring at all about how she looked. At that moment, Mike heard Robert calling him, and he even waved his hand vigorously. The hero understood perfectly well that nothing good could be expected from this man. But curiosity still got the better of him, and he decided to see what kind of intrigue he had planned. Coming closer, he noticed Sam nearby. Before Mike could say anything, he suddenly started shouting loudly, accusing him of stealing. Sam pretended to be pushed and fell dramatically to the floor. Robert hurried to pick him up and also started shouting, accusing Mike of first stealing the thing and then hitting the man. Mike was simply surprised, not expecting that adults were capable of coming up with such a primitive setup. Abby immediately looked up from her food and wondered why there was so much noise around her. Robert started screaming loudly and attracting the attention of everyone around. A crowd of guests quickly gathered at the shouts. This was exactly the effect the two schemers were aiming for. Mike just said with a smile that normal adults wouldn't do something like that. Robert began to accuse Mike even more loudly, claiming that he had had a bad character since his school days and, it seemed, had not changed at all. The noise caught Alice's attention, and she quickly pushed through the crowd and stood in front of Mike, trying to protect him. The girl said that there was clearly a misunderstanding here and that Mike was not capable of such a thing. However, Robert immediately objected, saying that she was too naive and did not know the true character of this man. He loudly accused Mike of daring to steal right at Alice's birthday party, despite his official invitation. While everyone's attention was focused on the accusations, Martin quietly approached Mike from behind, a gold watch in his hand. He pretended to have just taken them out of Mike's pocket and immediately announced loudly that they were his, and that they had ended up in Mike's possession. After this, he triumphantly announced that they were looking at a real thief. Mike just chuckled coldly, saying that they were doing a very ugly job. Then, with a slight movement of his hand, he pushed Sam away, and he found himself on the ground again. Seeing this, Santiago immediately rushed forward and began to loudly complain, demanding an explanation. He started asking Sam if he was okay. The father and son were guests of honor at the celebration, so the situation immediately became tense. The man rushed to help Sam up and declared that if Mike did not kneel and ask for forgiveness, he would be immediately sued. Mike continued to provoke the impudent man. Sam joined the conversation. once again calling the hero an impudent thief who even dared to turn up his nose. At this point, Abby, who had been watching what was happening until then, finally couldn't take it anymore and intervened. She noticed with irritation that the regular clock was making too much noise. When Martin saw her, his face instantly turned pale. He never expected to meet the daughter of the Sue family here. Abby pointed out sharply that the watch was still in Sam's hand and threatened that he could easily be accused of slander. She then turned to Mike and complained that he shouldn't waste his time on people like that. The girl was also unhappy that this forced her to interrupt her cake tasting. Her arrogant tone irritated those around her, and one of the elders of the G family coldly asked who she thought she was. Abby calmly replied that it was not surprising if they did not know her, since not everyone was worthy of meeting her. Then Santiago ordered the security to take the impudent girl out of the hall. Abby had been treated with respect all her life, so being treated like this was something new and even a little funny. She said with a grin that she had never been forcibly taken away from an event. The G family's guards quickly surrounded her, but the protagonist came to her aid. Mike immediately pulled the girl back and stood in front of her. He was clearly going to see who would dare touch her while he was here. Sam, seeing that the others did not recognize her, pretended that he also did not know anything, and ordered the guards to teach Mike and the girl a lesson. Mike immediately asked the girl to hide somewhere. However, as the guards approached, they suddenly felt a strong current of air around Mike. The atmosphere changed dramatically. Sam was surprised to think that this man might be a martial arts master. As the energy flow intensified, many illusions of Mike appeared in front of the guards. It was impossible to tell which of them was real. While everyone else was trying to comprehend what was happening, the hero immediately rushed into the attack. As a result, the guards were quickly defeated one after another. Everyone present stood frozen in shock, unable to believe that an entire crowd couldn't handle just Mike. Watching this from afar, Abby was delighted and loudly called on Mike to teach a lesson to the old man's impudent son and himself. Santiago tried to maintain a semblance of confidence, claiming to be the chairman of Sunji Corporation. Before the old man could finish speaking, Mike sent Santiago flying with one blow, causing him to lose consciousness. Meanwhile, Sam watched as his father was hit, but he could do nothing. Then the young man simply began shouting threats at Mike, which of course did not make any impression on the hero. In response, the protagonist calmly said that his silence did not at all mean cowardice, and certainly did not give anyone the right to insult him. However, the guy tried to object, saying that Mike was just a martial arts master and should not act so arrogantly. Nevertheless, the hero suddenly rushed forward, grabbing Sam by the head with one hand and Robert with the other. The next second, he forcefully slammed their foreheads together. The blow was so powerful that both of them instantly experienced blackouts and lost consciousness. Meanwhile, the host of the party, seeing how his daughter's birthday was turning into complete chaos, was completely at a loss. Alice, who was standing nearby, tried several times to explain to him what was happening, but each time the man only brushed her off. It was at this noisy moment that Axel entered the banquet hall with his men. Upon entering the hall, the man immediately walked towards Mike and with obvious respect folded his hands in a welcoming gesture. He apologized for his late arrival and asked what exactly had happened. Seeing Axel's attitude towards Mike, Sam couldn't hide his surprise. Meanwhile, Santiago came to his senses. However, upon opening his eyes, he immediately shuddered, seeing Axel in front of him. His shock became even greater when the other turned to him and asked him, for his own sake, not to escalate the current conflict. Hearing this, Santiago was struck by lightning because the girl he had ordered his men to drive out turned out to be Axel's daughter. Realizing what had happened, the man immediately fell to his knees in front of Mike, begging him to forgive him for his own ignorance. However, the hero had no intention of dealing with such people and ordered him to simply disappear. Now the truth has finally come out. Mike was not a thief at all. On the contrary, it all turned out to be just a scheme to frame him. Moreover, when the guests learned that he was so respected by the Sue family, many girls immediately began to look at him with admiration. Soon they surrounded the hero, trying to get to know him better. Seeing this, Abby truly hated the main character. However, it was at that moment, when Mike found himself in the center of this attention, that he heard Santiago call his name again. Axel said that someone from the Martial Arts Alliance wanted to meet with him. Mike took this opportunity to escape from unwanted female attention. When they walked away, he admitted that this was the first time he had heard of an organization called the Martial Arts Alliance. Theodore explained to him that they were talking about the Chinese Martial Arts Alliance, a structure directly subordinate to the country's top leadership. This time, their visit was connected with the people who attacked Abby a few days ago. After this, Linu led Mike to a separate room. When the man opened the door, there were about 5 people inside. The person sitting on the sofa was Ben, the head of the second branch of the Longshan City Martial Arts Alliance. Next to him was a slightly younger man, and it was obvious that he didn't take Mike seriously at all. However, Ben calmly explained that they had received information that Axel's daughter was being hunted. They also learned that Mike was now responsible for Abby's protection. That's why they decided to come and meet in person. After hearing this, the hero only briefly noted that he understood what was said, after which he immediately headed for the exit. In the eyes of those around him, this behavior looked like a clear disrespect for Ben, so the man standing next to him immediately became furious. However, Ben still told Mike some important news. He said that the people who were chasing Abby belonged to the He Huang gang. In addition, the man warned that this organization possessed great power, so the hero should not fight them alone. After listening to all this, Mike still said that he could handle it and immediately left the room. After he left, the man became indignant again and said that this guy was too arrogant and therefore needed to be taught a lesson. However, Ben only chuckled calmly and noted that a person with such a character would sooner or later find trouble for himself. He also added that Mike would still not be able to become a rival. Meanwhile, the hero returned to the banquet hall to find Alice. There had been such chaos around him before that he hadn't even had time to give the girl a birthday present. When the girl took the box from Mike's hands and opened it, there was a jade pendant inside. Alice immediately noticed that the gift was too expensive and she could not accept it. But the hero explained that value did not matter. He only asked the girl to always carry the pendant with her, since in a dangerous moment it could protect her. Meanwhile, Abby was watching the scene from the sidelines, and seeing them talking, she pouted her lips in displeasure. After the birthday party ended, a masquerade ball was held, and for Alice's sake, Mike agreed to stay. Soon it was time for the ball, and the main character, as expected, came wearing a mask. Around the corner, he was immediately met by Abby in a bunny costume, and yet Mike was still able to recognize her. Although the girl was not visible under the suit, the hero felt that it was her. After some time, Alice herself finally appeared in the hall. She was wearing a beautiful dress with wings attached to her back, making her look like a fairy. Looking at her, Mike couldn't help but admire her. Soon, Alice invited the hero to dance together. At first, Mike wanted to refuse because he didn't know how to dance, but the girl enthusiastically said that she could teach him. In the end, they held hands with a smile and walked into the dance hall together. Abby clearly didn't like this. Now she started to think that all guys were real pigs. While they were both completely immersed in the music, the lights in the hall suddenly went out. At first, the guests thought it was part of some kind of festive surprise. Suddenly, in the darkness, a piercing scream from young Mrs. Abby was heard. The girl was frightened and demanding to be let go and calling Mike for help. Hearing this, the hero immediately pulled away and left Alice alone. However, as soon as he took a few steps, 2 unknown men approached the girl. They tried to grab her and take her away with them, which made her very scared. But just as the men reached out their hands to her, the jade pendant Mike had given her suddenly burst into a bright light. It seemed as if an invisible barrier had instantly formed around the girl. Realizing that the kidnapping would not be easy, the perpetrators immediately abandoned the idea and quickly disappeared. Although they failed to take Alice away, they did manage to capture Abby, and it turned out that the leader of the He Huan gang, Elijah, was behind this. Meanwhile, the kidnappers were about to leave the scene when Ben suddenly discovered them. Tension immediately arose between the 2 sides, and as the opponents stood facing each other, the atmosphere became increasingly tense. It was at that moment that Mike slowly approached them, and the hero calmly said that he was not at all interested in their old grievances. However, now they have only 2 options. Either they immediately release Abby, or he himself will teach them good manners. However, Ben had a personal feud with Elijah, so he stated that he wanted to deal with him himself and asked the hero not to interfere. In response, Mike said that he would give him exactly 1 minute, after which the young man stepped aside. As soon as the time had passed, Ben gathered energy in his palms and rushed towards Elijah, hoping to be the first to deliver the decisive blow. However, his attack was unexpectedly easily repelled by the enemy. After this, a tense fight ensued between them. The opponents exchanged blows, each man using his own unique techniques. However, in the end, neither of them was able to gain a clear advantage. The situation only changed when Elijah suddenly pulled a dagger from behind his back. He swung it sharply into Ben's left chest, The head of the department, accustomed to observing the rules of martial arts, did not expect such a vile reception at all. Just as Elijah was about to deliver another blow and finish off his opponent, he was suddenly thrown aside by a powerful kick. The hero had no intention of watching their squabbles any longer. Seeing Elijah beaten and barely able to stand after just one punch from Mike, Ben couldn't hide his shock. Just recently, he looked down on the hero and even thought that he would die sooner or later. Now the man realized that Mike's strength far exceeded his own. Meanwhile, Elijah struggled to his feet and, gritting his teeth, glared at the hero. Then he quickly took out some kind of pill and swallowed it. At that very second, his body began to change rapidly. In a matter of moments, he grew several times in size and became significantly stronger. Feeling the power, the man declared that after taking the pill given to him by his ancestor, everyone here was nothing more than flies to him. However, he didn't have time to finish speaking. The next moment, Mike literally disappeared before his eyes. When the hero appeared again, he was already standing right in front of the enemy. Elijah didn't even have time to react. One powerful blow from Mike drove him into the ground. Watching this scene, Ben involuntarily got goosebumps. Mike's strength seemed simply monstrous. The man could not understand why he had never heard of such a master before. However, while Mike was fighting, Abby had already been tied up and pushed into the car. When the girl came to, she had difficulty realizing that she was in an extremely dangerous situation. Soon the car stopped in some secluded place. One of the kidnappers looked greedily at the helpless girl next to him and began to say that he could no longer restrain himself. However, another man stopped Old Man Zhu. Hearing this, Abby was in despair and mentally cursed Mike, thinking that she was in trouble again because of him. Suddenly, a strange energy rushed past the car. One of the men asked in surprise what it was. However, his partner only mockingly stated that it seemed that he was completely clouded in the head and could not see any light. Only Abby recognized the green glow. It seemed to her that she had seen it before. And indeed, it was Mike. Using his power, the hero instantly lifted the car into the air and then sharply lowered it back down. The people inside almost lost consciousness from fear. The driver immediately lost his temper. He threw open the car door, pulled out his gun, and decided to deal with the intruder. At this point, the man began shooting, confident that he would quickly deal with the enemy. However, Mike's speed turned out to be much higher than the speed of the bullets, and not a single shot even touched him. Then the bandit decided to threaten differently and reminded the hero that the girl was still in their hands. After that, he opened the car door. The bandit pulled out a half-fainting Abby and held her close, threatening to throw her into the sea if Mike came near. The hero calmly asked if he would really dare to do this, but the man immediately declared that of course he would dare. After these words, the man threw the girl into the sea. Seeing this, Mike immediately went on the attack. With one blow, he brought down a powerful blow on the bandit's neck, causing him to stagger and almost lose consciousness. Then the hero, without hesitation, jumped down after the falling girl. Luckily, he managed to catch her just a moment before she touched the water. Mike pulled Abby close to him. Activating his aura, he began to climb back up the cliff with her. In a semi-conscious state, the girl only felt that this man's embrace was surprisingly warm and reliable. Abby was soon safely returned to the Sue family residence. There, Mike asked Axel if there was any news. He reported that all the attackers, including Elijah, took poison and committed suicide. Unfortunately, all threads of the investigation have been broken again. Sometime later, Abby came to her senses and asked Mike to come over. The hero immediately came to check her condition and asked if she was feeling better. However, the girl clenched her fists, attacked him, and with tears began to accuse him of breaking his promise to protect her. Axel immediately reprimanded his daughter and reminded her that without Mike's help, she could have found herself in a much worse situation. However, contrary to expectations, Mike himself did not make excuses. Instead, he calmly admitted his guilt and gently apologized, promising that next time he would be sure to protect her properly. Hearing this, Abby was momentarily at a loss. She even found it strange that this stubborn man had suddenly become so polite. Then Mike calmly asked her to get off him. The girl instantly blushed with embarrassment, jumped up, and immediately sat down next to him. At that moment, Axel cleared his throat and announced that the old master wanted to see Mike. Soon, Sam and Santiago appeared in the living room. Both men bowed and began to apologize, admitting that they had made a serious mistake. After this, Santiago carefully placed a bank check for $10 million on the table and offered to accept it as a token of apology. Mike warned them that if any of them dared to approach his sister again, he would not be so lenient. Hearing this, Sam immediately began to bow respectfully and assure that they would never dare to do such a thing again. As they left, Mike thought for a moment and came to the conclusion that Johnny seemed to have started to act as well. A little later, Mike decided to go to an internet cafe to look for information. And indeed, he soon saw a message that Johnny had officially announced his return from abroad. Then Mike immediately bet 10 million on himself and asked the users who they would be willing to bet on. This news quickly reached the Sue family. When Theodore reported it to Axel, he confirmed that it was indeed true. Moreover, it became known that Johnny also responded to the challenge and bet 10 million on himself. Meanwhile, Abby's disgruntled voice could be heard nearby, continuing to complain and demand to be let out for a walk. It was at that moment that Mike's phone suddenly rang, and notifications about new bets began to appear on the screen. There was a message that Axel had bet 20 million on Wuji's victory, and after reading this, Mike couldn't help but laugh. Abby noticed that he was completely ignoring her and immediately became angry that he dared not pay attention to her. Just as she was about to give him another dressing down, Mike quickly pretended to listen attentively. However, he was clearly expecting something and was quietly muttering to himself, asking if that person had already appeared. When they returned to the mansion, Abby again asked him what he was doing and if he was going to go with her. The girl continued to run around the garden and happily told her that she wanted to find the very hero who once saved her. And then Mike suddenly pulled the girl into the house. He felt a murderous aura and understood that Johnny was somewhere nearby. However, Abby continued to chatter non-stop and stated that if that hero were nearby now, he would send Mike flying with one blow. At that moment, Mike put a jade bracelet on her wrist, and the girl immediately began to complain that the jewelry looked ugly. However, the hero calmly asked the girl not to throw any more tantrums and promised that this bracelet was only needed for her protection. Abby instantly blushed at such closeness and, embarrassedly agreeing, still left the jewelry on her hand. About 4 hours passed. Abby lay on the couch and loudly hummed a love song, while Mike became increasingly impatient. He couldn't understand why Johnny hadn't made his move yet, so Mike decided to push the situation a little. He suddenly called Abby and said that he saw a rabbit. The naive girl immediately jumped up and asked with interest where it was. Mike replied that the rabbit had just been near the flower bed and was probably still there. Unable to contain her curiosity, the girl immediately ran outside. Quickly throwing off her slippers, she ran to the desired flower bed. Soon she was running around the yard calling the rabbit, promising to treat him to a carrot. However, Johnny still did not show up. But then suddenly a strange gust of wind blew past. Abby also felt that something was wrong and looked away in surprise. Meanwhile, Mike had already realized that his prey had finally begun to act. He easily repelled the assassin's first attack. When Johnny made a second attempt and rushed forward with a scream, Mike suddenly realized that he was the target of the attack. Johnny used the cold sting technique, delivering a swift, straight strike. However, before he could complete the move, one punch from Mike sent his face flying to the side. The killer rolled on the ground several times and realized with horror that his ambush had completely failed. Mike calmly noted that the attack was not bad, but the enemy was still too weak for him. Realizing that he couldn't win in the usual way, Johnny pulled a grenade out of his pocket and decided to use a smokescreen. After the explosion, everything around was covered in thick smoke, and the killer decided that he could now escape safely. However, to his surprise, Mike continued to follow him literally on his heels, which completely confused Johnny. He couldn't understand how an ordinary martial artist could move at such speed. Moreover, with just a few simple movements, Mike almost managed to capture him alive. Having no other choice, Johnny decided to try his last trick. The moment Mike landed after another jump, the enemy suddenly disappeared. The hero looked at the nearby lake and calmly noted that his opponent was quite fast. About 30 minutes passed. Johnny was almost suffocating at the bottom of the lake, confident that he had managed to escape. He understood that if he had stayed there for a few more minutes, he would have simply suffocated. However, the moment he finally surfaced, he was unexpectedly greeted by Mike's calm voice. The hero noted with a grin that holding his breath for so long was quite a skill, and it seemed like the enemy had really trained a lot. The next day, the entire internet cafe was buzzing with the news. One man, who had bet his entire fortune on Johnny's victory, cried out in despair that it was impossible and that he had lost everything. People passing by just glanced at each other and quietly whispered that they were looking at yet another person who had gone crazy because of gambling. Soon, a message appeared on the forum, stating that Johnny had died in a fight with Wuji and his body was found in the river. However, the events of the previous night developed quite differently. Johnny was stunned when he saw that Mike was able to stand on the water. The killer thought feverishly, trying to understand how he could defeat such an opponent. Mike calmly noted that the enemy was quite good at hiding the aura of his techniques. Hearing this, Johnny changed his tone and offered to pull him to the shore first, because the water in the river was too cold. Mike agreed to help without much hesitation and began to pull him to the shore. But at that moment, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, he pulled out a dagger hidden in his sleeve. Johnny rushed at Mike with a furious cry, hoping to kill him with a surprise attack. But he didn't expect at all that his blow would be stopped by just 2 fingers. At the same time, Mike noted that such an opponent was not worthy of even trying to kill him. Realizing that it was impossible to cope with this man, Johnny pushed off the ground sharply and jumped high into the air. Now he was desperately trying to find a way to escape. However, Mike simply threw the dagger that ended up in his hand. With one precise movement, he struck the enemy. Johnny's body immediately fell into the water with a loud splash, after which Mike turned around and was about to leave. And then suddenly his phone vibrated. Opening the message, he saw a text from Molly. The girl asked when he was going to come home because his mother missed him very much. After reading this, Mike only quietly promised himself that this time he would definitely come back and would not allow his loved ones to suffer anymore. That same morning, the hero was riding the subway. In his hand lay the black card that Abby had handed him. It contained money won at the forum, a whole 500 million. Handing over the map, the girl said that he should return home as soon as possible and then help her find the very hero who saved her again. Remembering this, Mike laughed and thought that if Abby suddenly found out that he was that hero, she would probably be furious. After some time, an announcement was made over the loudspeaker that the train had arrived at the final station. Mike noticed that the girl sitting next to him was still fast asleep. Then he gently woke her up and told her that they had already arrived and it was time to go. Meanwhile, a group of suspicious people were already standing at the station exit, discussing whether the woman from the Yu family had been found. Soon they approached Mike and the girl. The leader noted in a cold voice that they had met again. He then demanded that the elixir of rebirth created by the master alchemist be handed over to him. In return, he promised to spare their lives. A girl named Sydney quietly told Mike that he had better leave because it was too dangerous here. However, the gang's leader, Hank, was immediately outraged that they dared to whisper right under his nose. Realizing that the situation was becoming critical, Sydney quickly grabbed Mike's hand and tried to run away. Hank immediately ordered his men to capture them, adding that no one would leave here today and that the elixir might be with that guy. Meanwhile, Sydney told Mike that she would try to delay the enemy and he should take the chance and escape. The girl didn't want an innocent person to suffer because of her. However, Hank had already caught up with them and released a skill in the form of claws, warning her that she better think about her own life first. Sydney instinctively pushed Mike aside. She then activated a protective shield and declared that she would not allow the enemy to achieve their goal. But then Hank's blow shattered the shield, after which he declared that the genius of the Yu family lived up to his reputation. But she was unlucky enough to meet him. Without showing an ounce of nobility, he kicked the girl in the stomach. Mike watched the proceedings in silence. Hank snatched the vial of elixir from Sydney and declared that according to legend, this potion could even bring the dead back to life. However, he added that the girl's grandfather would not live long enough to see it in action. Sydney was still trying to warn Mike and asked him to run, explaining that Hank's eagle claw technique was too dangerous. However, Mike's path was already blocked by several bandits, who were confident that they could easily deal with him. But the next moment, the hero easily scattered them to the sides, contemptuously noting that in front of him were only annoying flies. Seeing how the guy single-handedly dealt with several people at once, Hank was very surprised. Then he decided to intervene personally and rushed at the enemy. However, Mike only remarked contemptuously that he had asked for it. Then he delivered one powerful blow with all his might. The impact literally threw Hank from the front of the car to the very back, with shards of broken glass flying all around. The heavily wounded bandit spat out blood and muttered in horror that the person in front of him was probably an immortal-level master. He even began to wonder if this young man was the legendary Master Fu Yun. Mike simply replied that he didn't know any of these people. After that, he turned to Sydney and calmly asked if everything was okay with her. The girl confirmed that everything was okay with her. Realizing that he was facing an incredibly powerful master, Hank quickly returned the elixir and began to apologize, admitting his mistake. When it was all over, Sydney carefully asked for the elixir to be returned to her, explaining that it was of great importance to her. Mike handed her the bottle, noting that such a valuable item should not be kept in such a fragile glass container. However, as soon as he said this, something unexpected happened. Their hands slipped, and the bottle fell to the ground, breaking. They both stared in horror at the broken glass. The next second, Sydney suddenly grabbed Mike's leg and began demanding compensation for the destroyed elixir. At the same time, the girl thought that now all she could do was use her main weapon, her appearance, hoping to achieve what she wanted. Having put her plan into action, Sydney asked what they should do now, as the elixir was the only hope to save her grandfather. Hearing this, Mike immediately agreed to help and assured the girl that he would try to fix everything and help save the old man. Then Sydney took his arm and thanked him, at the same time mentally noting that her brother's advice had actually worked. Mike also looked at her carefully and noticed an overly confident expression on her face. Meanwhile, when they left the station, someone was already waiting for them. It turned out to be Noah, Sydney's older brother, and he immediately became interested in the person standing next to his sister. Sydney was a little embarrassed and explained to her brother that she would tell him everything on the way. During the trip, Noah couldn't resist asking if they had managed to get the elixir of revival. Realizing that it was no longer possible to hide the truth, Sydney admitted that something unpleasant had happened. The car jerked suddenly in surprise, and Sydney fearfully asked her brother to drive more carefully. After some time, they arrived at the Yu family's house. Just at that moment, the two doctors who were examining Mr. Yu shook their heads and reported that the old man's condition was hopeless. Hearing this, Sydney couldn't hold back her tears. The girl immediately rushed into the house. Meanwhile, Noah grabbed his head and began to blame himself. He was worried that the broken elixir would destroy not only his grandfather, but also all the hope of the family. Meanwhile, Sydney rushed into the room and called her grandfather. Seeing his granddaughter, the old man was delighted and noted that she had returned just in time. However, one of the men said that Noah had already called them and told them that the elixir was no longer available. Then the girl guiltily admitted that everything went wrong. At this point, the old man's son, Finn, abruptly intervened in the conversation and reminded him that he had warned him not to send Sydney on this dangerous mission. Now the medicine was lost, and he didn't understand how they were going to save his father. Despite these words, Sydney calmly stated that she had in fact found a master who might be able to help her grandfather. Then the girl pointed to the door and introduced Mike. He looked at the guests with an indifferent expression on his face. However, seeing the guy in front of him, Finn laughed loudly and declared that she was crazy for bringing some boy from the street. He also asked if she was ready to bear the consequences if something happened to the old man. The others also had doubts, because the young man looked too young to inspire confidence. Nevertheless, Mike silently approached the bed and, using a special technique, began to examine the master. A moment later, he reported that the old man's energy channels were blocked due to internal injuries, so the blood was circulating poorly. As soon as he finished, Finn flared up with rage and demanded to know who had allowed him to touch his father. However, at that very moment, he felt as if he was struck by an invisible force. The man flew against the wall and lost consciousness. Everyone present was shocked, because Finn was considered the strongest fighter in the family. Now it has become clear that this young man is not so simple. Realizing this, his brother, Carlos, folded his palms in respect and asked if his father's illness could be cured. However, the doctor spoke out against it, saying that what was happening was absurd and that he had never seen such a way of checking the pulse. As he left, the doctor added that the old master's illness had already reached its final stage and that now even the elixir of rebirth could not save him. These words again made Carlos wonder whether he should trust the unfamiliar young man. Sydney also asked worriedly if her grandfather was really beyond saving, but Mike calmly replied that it was only a minor internal injury. Hearing this, the girl visibly sighed with relief. Then the young man added that the cure would only require a small fight, and upon hearing this, everyone around was at a loss. Carlos asked in surprise what exactly he meant and whether the Yu family had offended this master. Sydney also didn't understand why this guy was saying such things. Then Mike explained that this was the easiest way to treat it. At that moment, Finn came to his senses and, running up, began to loudly complain. He accused the young man of daring to hit him without permission. However, he didn't have time to finish speaking. Mike sent him aside again with one blow. The force of the blow was so enormous that even Finn himself was amazed, trying to understand where this guy got such power from. Meanwhile, Mike silently lifted the blanket and began the treatment. and soon dull thumping sounds could be heard throughout the room. As Sydney watched her grandfather being treated, she felt a great deal of anxiety and wondered if she had misjudged this man. Meanwhile, Mike continued to strike, directing the energy of his palms into the old man's body and gradually opening one meridian after another. Although this method seemed extremely unusual to everyone, no one else dared to interfere. Soon after a series of blows, the old man fell back onto the bed, the procedure finally coming to an end. However, Finn again began to speak sarcastically that Noah had killed the head of the family and now hoped to get the post of head of the clan. However, at that moment, Sydney suddenly noticed that her grandfather had come to his senses. Indeed, the old man opened his eyes, sat up and coughed several times. Then Finn quickly asked how he felt. The old master replied that he felt fine, and then happily reported that his internal injuries had completely disappeared. After this, Mike got ready to leave and explained that the master's channels were now completely cleared, and his cultivation level had even increased. Upon hearing this, Carlos stated that if Mike ever needed help, their family would do everything possible. After thinking for a moment, Mike asked if they had any old medicinal herbs, preferably over 100 years old. Then, citing personal matters, Mike soon said goodbye and headed for the exit, and Carlos ordered that he be escorted out. After this incident, Sydney began to have special feelings for Mike. Meanwhile, the hero himself was finally able to return home. Sitting in the car on the road, he remembered how in his past life his mother worked hard all her life for him, and in old age she was killed. Then he firmly decided that in this life he would definitely do everything so that his mother would live in a big house, calmly and happily, without needing anything. At this time, his sister Molly was taking out the trash and suddenly heard someone call her name. Turning around, the girl saw her brother. Then she cried out joyfully that he had finally returned. When they arrived home, their mother, Clarissa, carefully placed food on her son's plate and asked him to eat more, reminding him that he was still growing. She then added that if he ever ran out of money, he should be sure to tell his mother. Mike didn't answer, just quietly looked at the burns on his mother's hands. These scars appeared more than 10 years ago, when the 8-year-old boy was helping his mother prepare dinner. When the fragrant soup in the pot was finally ready, he decided to take it to the table himself. However, the child was too small to hold the heavy pot. Clarissa was in bed with a high temperature and upon waking up, immediately began to blame herself for having fallen asleep instead of cooking dinner. With difficulty, she rose to her feet and hurried into the kitchen to see her son struggling to hold a heavy pot of boiling soup. Frightened, the woman screamed and rushed towards the boy. Seeing that her son could get burned, she hastened to support the pan. However, it was too late. A scream was heard and the saucepan fell to the floor, spilling hot soup. Despite what had happened, Clarissa did not scold her son at all. Instead, she immediately asked with concern if he had been hurt. Mike, with tears in his eyes, replied that he was fine, but noticed that his mother's hand was badly burned. Only then did the woman notice that blisters had appeared on her hand, but she calmly said that it was nothing. Returning his thoughts to the present, Mike blamed himself, remembering how often his mother suffered because of him. So this time, the young man plucked up his courage and decided to apologize to his mother. However, Clarissa only smiled softly and asked in surprise what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Then Mike explained that he had recently managed to earn some money and that he was going to pay off their debts tomorrow and then buy a new house. Hearing this, the mother immediately objected that it was already difficult for him to earn money, but the hero looked at her and said that he wanted her to live better. These words touched Clarissa, and she thought of her late husband, noticing that their son had really grown up and become very intelligent. Seeing Mike's sincerity and his changed attitude, the woman no longer argued and agreed. The next day, Mike went to the sales office early in the morning to look at houses. Looking around the area, he thought that the environment here was good and the prices were not too high, so his mother would not refuse to live here. At that moment, a luxury car pulled up to the building, and passers-by immediately began to talk about it. It turned out to be a Ferrari F12 TDF, and people were surprised to notice that the rich live completely differently. Then a girl named Christy got out of the car and coquettishly told her companion that she liked the building. The man's name was Sean. He was the director of a department at Honghai Corporation, and he told her that she could choose whatever she wanted. When they entered, the people around them began to whisper, wondering how such an unattractive man could get such a beauty. Hearing such talk, Christy only looked at the people with disdain and called them trash. Meanwhile, inside the sales office, a consultant was telling Mike about a new residential complex. The area boasted beautiful natural surroundings, convenient transportation, and amenities comparable to a four-star residential complex. In addition, most of the apartments were already booked before the official opening, so now there are only a few available. After listening to her, Mike immediately clarified that he wanted to buy an apartment with windows facing south, preferably with a view of the Longjiang River. At that moment, Christy noticed a familiar face. She took off her sunglasses and called out to Mike, who didn't recognize her at first and asked who she was. Then the girl reminded him that her name was Christy and that they had studied together in high school, where he had always followed her around. Then she asked him if he was planning to buy an apartment here, since his family, as far as she remembered, had always been very poor. Only after these words did Mike finally remember her. Once upon a time, this girl cunningly lured money out of him, convincing him to give her the family savings for sweets and trips to the cinema. At the same time, behind his back, she told others that this guy does everything she says, like an obedient dog. Now, looking at her, Mike was surprised to notice how much her appearance had changed, as if she had undergone plastic surgery. Meanwhile, Christy told the seller that they would take the apartment. However, Mike was faster. He took out a black bank card and calmly said that he was buying this apartment himself. Therefore, the employee had to explain to the girl that this was the last apartment in the building and that this gentleman had already decided to buy it. She offered to show them other options, which were also very good. Having failed to achieve her goal, Christy began to mock Mike again, declaring that she knew him well and remembered how poor his family was. The girl then added that she and Sean were different from him, because they could contribute half the amount at once. Mike then asked to make the payment by card right in front of them, but when the card was inserted into the terminal, it showed that the transaction was declined. The consultant awkwardly informed me that the card was not going through, possibly due to an incorrect PIN code. Seeing this, Christy became even more proud that he was just trying to impress, because he never had that kind of money. Mike calmly assumed that this could be a banking system error and decided to transfer the money via mobile transfer. A moment later, the transfer of 5 million yuan was successful. The saleswoman immediately announced that the payment had been received and congratulated him on the purchase of his new home. Hearing this, Christy became very angry and wondered in bewilderment when this loser managed to get rich. Then she turned to her boyfriend. The girl began to complain capriciously that she still wanted this particular apartment. Sean, completely captivated by the girl, only calmly replied that he would fulfill any of her wishes. After this, Sean called the sales manager by name and ordered him to come over. He explained that he wanted to buy an apartment, but one of the employees was not understanding enough, so he had to intervene. Realizing that he was dealing with an important client, the manager immediately assured him that he would definitely find a solution. Approaching Mike, he tried to resolve everything peacefully and suggested that the young man give up the apartment. In return, he promised to find another option and even give a 20% discount. However, the hero shook his head and refused. After this, the manager abruptly changed his tone and irritably stated that there was no point in letting things get into trouble. He reminded him that the residential complex belonged to the Yu family's company and asked if the boy was willing to insult such an influential family. Just then, Noah walked past with several of his assistants discussing work matters. While discussing the fact that sales of the Flower Garden residential complex on the riverbank were going very well, he suddenly noticed an argument. Taking a closer look, the young man immediately recognized Mike. He also heard the manager threatening him, demanding that he give up the apartment for the sake of the Yu family's interests. Then Noah immediately came up and greeted Mike with a smile, saying that he was very glad to meet him there. Seeing this scene, Sean was stunned and didn't understand why the young master of the Yu family showed such respect to this man. Meanwhile, Mike, having met an acquaintance, calmly asked for help in sorting out the situation. He explained that he wanted to buy an apartment with a river view, but encountered some difficulties. After listening to him, Noah immediately became gloomy and angrily asked who dared to disrespect the benefactor of the Yu family. Then Sean had to come forward and admit his mistake. He apologized to Mike and admitted that he had failed to understand who he was dealing with. However, Noah had already made his decision and announced that from that day on, Sean was banned from all Yu family properties. Then Sean turned around sharply and angrily hit Christy in the face. He called her a stupid woman and blamed her for all the problems. He then clutched his head in despair and complained that it was all over, because he had insulted the Yu family and now his life was ruined. Meanwhile, Noah was still apologizing to Micah, because the Yu family considered him their savior. He didn't expect that something like this would happen. The very next day, Mike's family moved into a new house, and Clarissa couldn't hide her surprise when she looked at the luxurious home. At that moment, their neighbor suddenly appeared at the door and immediately introduced himself. He said he lived next door and his name was Luke. The man then looked at Molly and asked if they had met before because her face seemed very familiar to him. This attention immediately irritated Mike, and he called his neighbor aside to talk. Luke approached, but immediately heard a warning that if he came close to his sister again, the consequences would be serious. Then Mike noticed the black eye and asked if he got it from trying to pick up a girl. After this, Luke smiled mysteriously and said that since they were now neighbors, he had to tell them something important about this place. He leaned closer and whispered that he thought the house might be cursed. According to him, on the very first day after moving, he felt a strange atmosphere. At night, he was constantly overcome by a cold, as if a wind was blowing nearby. One day, during a severe thunderstorm, he was lying in bed and suddenly felt a woman hug him. She was trembling and muttering something incoherently, which made him very scared. Since he lives alone, he screamed in panic, pushed her off the bed, grabbed the table lamp and started fighting back. He said he no longer remembered what happened next. Mike immediately realized that his neighbor was trying to avoid details, so he deliberately clarified whether he really didn't remember anything. Luke then admitted that the next day the woman returned with reinforcements and demanded double payment and compensation. Hearing this, Mike couldn't stand it and lightly hit him on the head, calling him an idiot, but the neighbor hastened to explain that that was not all. He said that that same night he was awakened by a knock on the window, and when he approached it, he saw a woman with long black hair and in a white dress. She cried pitifully and asked to be let inside. After this, strange things started to happen. The lamp by the bed would go out by itself, the tap would turn on unexpectedly, and the smell of garlic would sometimes appear in the room. Realizing that such stories could frighten his mother and sister, Mike decided to deal with the problem. So he offered Luke to stay at a hotel for one night and leave him the keys to the house. The hero confidently promised that he would sort everything out by the morning. That same night, Mike went to Luke's house. Using his skills, he tried not to fall asleep and carefully watched what was happening. After a while, he felt a familiar ghostly aura and realized that the spirit had indeed appeared. Soon, the entire room was filled with cold energy. Then Mike was the first to speak to the ghost and calmly asked how he could help in the middle of the night. A female figure appeared in front of him and quietly said that she had no legs, and with these words, an icy wind burst into the room. Then the spirit asked if he could give her his legs. However, Mike remained completely calm and in response only asked why she needed legs if she didn't even have shoes. It was the first time the ghostly girl encountered a person who wasn't afraid of her, so the girl froze in place for a moment. Meanwhile, Mike calmly lay back on the bed and declared that if nothing else happened, he was going to go back to sleep. However, the girl immediately went on the attack. She decided that if the hero did not give her the things voluntarily, she would simply take them by force. However, it all ended with Shelley covered in bumps and lying on the floor, throwing a tantrum. The girl thought indignantly that this man was beating even ghosts, and doing it so painfully that she wanted to bite him to death. Meanwhile, Mike simply grabbed her hand. He then directed a stream of spiritual energy straight at her forehead. Then an instant change occurred. The girl returned to her real appearance. In front of him stood a beautiful girl with neatly tied hair, who now looked much less frightening. Then she asked, a little embarrassed, why he wasn't afraid of her. Mike replied that there was nothing to be afraid of here. Moreover, she didn't look like an evil spirit at all, so he didn't understand why the girl was scaring people. The hero then asked her name, but Shelley demonstratively turned away, asking why she should tell him anything at all. But when she noticed that Mike raised his hand as if he was going to hit her again, the girl immediately decided to tell everything. Then she admitted that her name was Shelley. She was a freshman, and at that time the site of this building was just an abandoned vacant lot. She remembered that one day she decided to take a shortcut and accidentally fell into a hole, breaking both her legs. There was no one nearby. After this, Mike thought for a moment and asked what she had been thinking about before she died and whether she had any unfulfilled wishes left. Shelley then explained that since childhood her parents had been constantly arguing, they later divorced, and she remained to live with her father. However, her father was addicted to gambling and alcohol, so he often scolded and even beat her. Later, when the girl was already in high school, a tragedy occurred. Her father, while drunk, fell into the lake and drowned. At that time, the mother could not afford to raise another child, so it was the older sister who dropped out of school and started working. According to Shelley, her sister was the best sister in the world, and it was her that she thought about just before she died. After turning into a ghost, the girl immediately wanted to go to her sister to find out how she was living, but this turned out to be impossible. After hearing this story, Mike felt sorry for the unfortunate girl, so he told Shelley that he knew a way to help her leave this place. Hearing this, the girl was surprised and hopefully asked if he could really get her out of here. A strong hope appeared in her eyes, as if she had been waiting for this for a very long time. Mike then explained that there are different paths in the cultivation world. For example, fallen cultivators sometimes continue to practice. They can take over other people's bodies or use rare treasures to recreate a physical shell. However, there is another way, to completely renounce the body and cultivate only the soul. In this case, they leave their mortal body forever. Such practitioners are called ghost cultivators. Therefore, he declared that he was able not only to help her leave this place, but even to give her a chance for a new birth. Hearing this, Shelley promised that if he saved her, she would be ready to do anything for him. Mike then explained that her soul was currently extremely unstable and could dissipate at any moment. If this happened, her consciousness would disappear. However, he has a special cultivation technique. If a girl begins to practice it, her soul will become stronger and gain enormous power. When the soul becomes strong enough, it will be able to form its own body and be reborn. However, Mike immediately voiced a condition. He said that he was ready to help, but only if the girl obeyed his orders. In response, the girl asked in confusion if he wanted her to call him master and become his servant. However, the hero only said that she could simply address him by his name. After this, Shelley promised that when she became human again, she would dedicate her entire life to him. She said shyly that she would become his property. Then Mike asked her to stand up straight and look down at her feet. After that, he asked her what she saw. The girl replied that she only saw her own feet. She thought there was nothing special about it. Then she suddenly understood the hint, and her face immediately darkened. She felt like Mike was just making fun of her figure. However, the hero calmly confirmed this and noted that she had no forms at all, so he did not understand what she could offer him. Shelley became furious at these words and screamed so loudly that the entire building shook. People around started asking each other in fear if an earthquake was happening. The next morning, Luke, who had been waiting outside all this time, saw Mike open the door. Then he joyfully ran up to him and immediately asked if everything was okay and if he had seen that entity last night. Mike calmly replied that he had already dealt with this problem and, as promised, that female ghost would never appear before him again. After this, Luke looked inside the room and was surprised to notice that the atmosphere had actually changed. However, the hero himself only sighed quietly because he had not slept at all night. The reason being Shelley, who did not give him peace. The thing is, Mike spent the whole time teaching her cultivation techniques last night. As a strange light enveloped Shelley, the hero sealed this power inside her body. Then he asked how she was feeling. In response, the girl joyfully shouted that she had succeeded. After that, Mike reminded her that he had promised the man who lived there to take her away from here. However, Shelley asked for help in seeing her sister first. Then the hero explained that she couldn't go far now, so it would be better to write down everything she wanted to say, and he would convey it himself. After this, Mike decided to contact Noah. Soon he received a reply that the girl had been found. Her name was Mary, and she worked at Xian Ming Xuan's establishment. Then Mike remembered that he had heard about Xian Ming Xuan back in middle school. It was the most elite tea house in the entire city. In his past life, a single cup of tea there could cost tens of thousands, and he only dreamed of one day getting to such a place. When the hero entered, the employee asked what kind of tea he would like to buy and whether he would brew it himself. Mike immediately responded by asking if there was a girl named Mary working there. The employee explained that Mary was the best tea master and asked if he would like her to make tea for him. After this, the girl immediately called out loudly to Mary, saying that a visitor had come to see her, and a moment later she came out from behind the screen. She looked at the stranger curiously and asked who he was, but Mike did not answer directly. Instead, he handed her a note and explained that he had been asked to deliver this message. When the girl read what was written, she was greatly shocked. Mary excitedly asked where he got this note from. Mike had to lie. He explained that a girl in an ambulance once asked him to pass on this message. Hearing this, Mary could no longer hold back her tears. She immediately recognized the handwriting and realized that it was indeed her younger sister who wrote it. Then the girl fell to her knees and began to sob inconsolably, thinking with pain that she had not been able to take care of her poor sister. Mike watched this and understood her feelings better than anyone else. At that moment, the manager of the tea house, Marcus, approached them and immediately hurried Mary, informing her that two masters had already arrived. However, the girl apologized and said that she was not feeling well today, so she asked to send someone else. But the manager said that she shouldn't pretend. Even if she felt bad, she would still have to endure it and go up to the guests. However, Mary refused again. She apologized again and explained that she really was not in a condition to make tea right now. Hearing this, Marcus became completely angry and loudly asked if she was planning to lose her job this way. At this point, Mike decided to intervene. He calmly offered to let the girl rest and brew tea for the guests instead of her. The manager looked at the stranger and asked if he really knew how to brew tea because it was not as easy as it seemed. In response, Mike confidently stated that he could handle it, since he had previously learned this from Mary. After that, he took the girl by the hand. This gesture made her blush slightly. Mike then turned to the manager again and pointed out that in her current state, Mary would not be able to provide proper service to the guests anyway. Marcus was hesitant, not knowing if he could trust this man, but eventually he agreed and told him to follow him. So Mike was brought to VIP room number 1, where two people were already sitting, animatedly arguing. One of them was a master of internal martial arts, Elder Zhang, and the other was a master of external techniques, Elder Li. Meanwhile, Mike calmly sat down at the table. Then he skillfully took the tea out of the box with both hands and began to prepare the drink, while listening to their argument. Elder Li argued that internal energy cannot exist indefinitely. In his opinion, true strength lies in tempering the body. Elder Zhang couldn't take it anymore and jumped up, continuing to argue. He declared that Elder Li didn't understand the essence of martial arts at all. However, in the midst of the tension, Elder Zhang noticed that the aroma of today's tea seemed particularly unusual. He turned to Mike and looked at the young man with interest. Soon he was completely captivated by the subtle aroma of the drink. The scent was calm and graceful, as if a person were immersed in an endless soft sea of clouds. Elder Zhang took the cup and took a sip. At that very moment, an electric shock of pleasure seemed to run through his body. The feeling was so strong as if he had entered heaven. The old man felt as if he could leave the mortal world right now, jump into the waterfall and become immortal. Elder Li also tasted the tea and immediately admitted that the young man's skill was truly impressive. Moreover, he assumed that he probably had some understanding of the martial path. Therefore, the elder asked him to express his opinion and answer the question of whether the external school was really stronger than the internal one. These words immediately touched Elder Zhang, and he again stated that at his age, the depth of understanding of martial arts could not be great. In his opinion, putting such a young man at the center of such a dispute is completely pointless. After this, the argument flared up again. Mike watched this and gradually began to get irritated. He even thought that it was no wonder why the tea house staff had such a hard time serving these guests, since they were constantly arguing. Finally, he decided to intervene and stated that, to put it bluntly, both elders were wrong. Meanwhile, Marcus, who had been eavesdropping behind the door, suddenly noticed that there was silence inside. Mary, meanwhile, was also quietly praying that Mike would be able to cope with the situation. Both elders stopped arguing and simultaneously turned to the young man. They were surprised to notice that their argument had been refuted by just one sentence, and so they asked him to explain his point of view in more detail. Mike then calmly explained that both internal and external techniques have their advantages and disadvantages. All martial arts in the world are based on principles. It is like hundreds of rivers that eventually flow into one sea and come to one path. Hearing this, both elders widened their eyes in surprise and immediately asked which path exactly they were talking about. Then Mike showed a little of his power and calmly said that it was about the path of eternity. These words immediately stunned his interlocutors. However, Elder Zhang expressed doubt and incredulously noted that by eternity he probably meant immortality. Mike explained that in martial arts there is no absolute strength. There is always only a stronger level. The elder objected again, saying that young people tend to have unrealistic ideas. In response, Mike noted with a touch of mockery that those who consider themselves strong are often the most conservative. After he directed a stream of his true energy towards the willow branch outside the window, Elder Li asked in surprise what he was going to do. However, Mike didn't answer. He just thought that he would have to demonstrate his strength to make them believe. Mike then calmly used his internal energy and easily plucked a willow leaf from a distance. Then he snapped his fingers sharply, sending the sheet of paper whistling through the air before slamming into the table like a dagger. Both men were so shocked that for a moment they were speechless. Mike then explained that the willow leaf was an example of inner strength. After that, he took a spoon and sharply thrust it into the table, instantly splitting it in half. Then he calmly added that this was already an example of external force. This completely stunned the two elders, and they immediately exclaimed that only a true martial arts master could do such a thing. Mike just smiled, but chuckled to himself, thinking that these people were clearly underestimating him greatly. Elder Zhang had already realized that the person in front of him was a true master, so he immediately apologized for his earlier rudeness. However, Mike calmly replied that he just wanted to prove to them that it was entirely possible to combine internal and external techniques. After this, Elder Zhang asked the young master's name. Mike politely replied what his name was. The elder then declared that a person of such status had no need to visit his humble tea house. However, Mike calmly explained that he knew one of the tea masters of this house. He was simply replacing her. Elder Zhang immediately understood who he was talking about and assumed he was talking about Mary. At that moment, the old man was already quickly calculating everything in his head. He realized that this connection absolutely had to be preserved. When Mike confirmed his guess, the elder thought that the relationship between Mary and Master Mike seemed to be truly unusual. Meanwhile, Marcus, who had not heard any sounds from the room for a long time, began to become very worried. He thought that such a long silence might mean that something bad had happened, and the two distinguished guests were about to explode with anger. When he saw Mike coming down, he immediately ran up to him. The man excitedly began asking how it all ended. Mike briefly replied that everything had already been settled. He had only argued with them a little and managed to convince them. However, Marcus still didn't believe him. In his heart, he was sure that this guy simply didn't understand who he was dealing with. Soon, Mike calmly said goodbye and said that if nothing else was required, he was leaving. The manager had no choice but to go upstairs himself. As he stood up, he muttered that it was all over and that he would lose his job today. Upon entering the room, he immediately began to apologize to the masters, explaining that the guy was a newbie and did not yet know all the rules. However, Elder Lee stated that if Master Mike heard such words, the consequences could be unpleasant. Marcus still didn't understand which Master Mike was talking about. And then suddenly the cup on the table flew into the air. At that very moment, the tea table itself split in half. Elder Zhang's face changed dramatically, and he even wondered if Master Mike had accidentally overheard what was said. To avoid taking any risks, the old man immediately jumped up and sharply ordered the manager to shut his mouth. Elder Lee also explained that Master Mike was the very young man he had just spoken of. Elder Zhang then declared that every time Master Mike came to the tea house, he must be greeted with respect. Moreover, the old man added that Mary had shown herself to be very good. Therefore, from now on, she will become the manager of this tea house. Meanwhile, in another corner of the tea shop, Mary confessed to Mike that every time she thought about her sister, she became unbearably sad. Then Mike tried to console her and said that Shelley considered the happiest thing in her life to be that she could be her sister. He also suggested that perhaps they might meet again one day. However, the girl replied that there was no point in comforting her. She saw with her own eyes how her sister's body was cremated, so returning from the dead is impossible. Mary wanted to add something, but ended up stopping mid-sentence. When she looked up to continue the conversation, Mike was no longer there. Nevertheless, the girl still quietly finished the sentence, thanking him. Meanwhile, in Mike's room, Shelley was circling curiously around the strange object he had just purchased. She kept asking what it was. Then Mike explained that he had bought a jade vase at the jade market and that it would now become her home. However, Shelley began to persistently question who he really was. She was curious why he had such power and where he learned all these things. However, Mike only asked in an irritated tone why she had so many questions. But the girl continued asking questions and added that she had heard that men often hide various shameful things in their rooms. Hearing this, Mike sighed helplessly, opened the jade bottle, and declared that the conversation was over. However, no matter how much he tried to persuade Shelley, she stubbornly refused to go inside. At that moment, his sister Molly's voice suddenly came from outside, asking if he was home, and they both jumped in surprise. So Shelley had to obey and reluctantly slip inside the jade bottle. Meanwhile, his sister outside the door warned that she had heard some noise. She added that if she found out that he was bringing suspicious women home, she would immediately kick him out of the house. These words made Mike break out in a cold sweat, but he tried to pretend that nothing was happening and asked why she was looking for him. Then the sister explained that a man named Noah was looking for him, and according to him, the herbs that Mike asked to find had finally been delivered. Hearing this, Mike decided to go out to him right away. At the same time, he quietly warned Shelley that she couldn't go outside yet. However, inside the bottle, the girl began to complain, declaring that she did not want to sit there and that this place was terribly uncomfortable. Meanwhile, his sister called him again and asked why he was taking so long. In the end, Mike was forced to simply leave the ghostly girl in the room and go outside. Noah handed him the box and explained that inside was a 100-year-old wild ginseng that the Yu family had helped him find. He then asked to check the product carefully, and Mike examined the root and immediately praised its quality. He noted that this old ginseng could already be considered a half-real, low-level spiritual plant. Noah politely replied that Mike had saved his grandfather, so he was a true benefactor to the Yu family. Mike thanked them for their efforts and said he was willing to buy the ginseng at a high price. However, Noah immediately objected that he was being too polite and that they could not under any circumstances allow him to pay for this. While they were talking, Noah pulled out an invitation and announced that in 3 days his grandfather would be turning 65. He then added that the family would be glad if Mike found time to come to the party, and the hero promised to come. That same evening, Mike released his true energy and began to reflect on how spiritual energy on Earth was extremely scarce. Therefore, in order to speed up cultivation, he needs rare treasures. At that moment, he felt like he was just one step away from a breakthrough. Then Mike, without hesitation, took the 100-year-old ginseng and began eating it raw. It was at that moment that Shelley poked her head out of the jade bottle. Seeing what was happening, the girl was shocked and thought that in front of her was actually ginseng. She couldn't believe Mike was eating it so calmly, like he was eating a regular carrot. However, soon the hero ate the entire root, and his strength increased significantly. An ordinary person would not be able to withstand the power of a 100-year-old ginseng. But Mike reminded himself that he was a cultivator who practiced the highest techniques, so he was able to instantly absorb its power. After some time, he slowly exhaled and calmly said that the breakthrough was complete. Mike then looked at Shelley and asked what she had said earlier. The girl, a little surprised, came closer and touched his forehead. She asked doubtfully if he really hadn't heard her and remarked that eating ginseng was like eating iron. At this point, Mike warned her not to disturb him during his cultivation in the future. However, Shelley hugged him and began to complain that she did not want to sit in a bottle all the time. She also wanted to go outside and walk. But Mike picked up the bottle and sternly ordered her to go back inside, adding that otherwise he would have to use her real name. Hearing this, the ghostly girl immediately became resigned. She reluctantly agreed and obediently returned to the bottle. After that, Mike went out to call his sister. Molly asked in surprise what happened. Then Mike patted her on the head and said that he wanted to tell her some news. He announced that this evening he was going to invite her and her mother to dinner at the most famous restaurant in the city. When the hero said this, the girl's cheeks turned slightly red. Later, the brother and sister arrived at the restaurant. It was the most famous establishment in the whole city. At the same time, the restaurant's security service received a notification that representatives of martial arts schools would be gathering there that day. The staff immediately confirmed receipt of the order via radio. Meanwhile, Molly remembered that the restaurant had been around for over 200 years and was considered one of the city's landmarks. Moreover, this place is famous not only for its history, but also for its incredibly delicious cuisine. That's why dinner here usually costs at least 30,000 yuan. Mike calmly pointed to the menu and ordered the most expensive set. The waitress confirmed the order. The total cost was 66,666 yuan. Molly thanked the waiter and, as she returned the menu, thought that her brother really was very rich. Mike himself also sighed mentally and thought that it was good that their mother had not arrived yet. At that moment, he accidentally overheard a conversation at the next table, one of the visitors asking another if he knew Master Zhou. The interlocutor confidently replied that he was clearly underestimating him. Some time ago, he had specifically visited young Master Zhou. Hearing this name, Mike immediately remembered that it was Josh. At this point, the waiter approached Molly and explained that the staff had accidentally seated them at a table that was already reserved. However, it was at this moment that one guy, David, noticed them. He immediately thought that Molly looked cute and decided to take advantage of the situation. So he deliberately pretended that he had bumped into her by accident. Molly was startled by the surprise, and her ears immediately turned red, and David took advantage of this and started a conversation. He stated that the girl looked unfamiliar and asked what family she was from, adding that he would definitely remember such a beautiful girl. Upon hearing this, Mike immediately realized that this man was looking for trouble. So he stood in front of his sister and replied that they were simply at the wrong table. He added that they did not belong to any family. However, at that moment, another young man in expensive clothes approached them. His name was Oliver. He was the young master of the Wu family and had already reached the middle stage of a martial artist. David immediately folded his hands in greeting and praised him for recently breaking through to the middle stage of a martial artist. Meanwhile, Molly quietly told her brother that they had better leave, but Mike calmly assured her that she did not need to be afraid. Meanwhile, David took out a business card and handed it to Molly, trying to continue the acquaintance. He politely asked her name and suggested that they become friends and meet up sometime later. However, Mike was faster. He intercepted the card, examined it carefully, and declared that he would accept it on behalf of his sister. This behavior made David very angry. He asked why Mike was interfering in the conversation, since he was not addressing him at all. But before he could do anything, Mike sent him flying with one punch. David slammed into the wall, spitting out a clot of blood. Hearing the loud bang, Oliver and the other guy immediately turned around and saw David lying on the floor. After this, Mike calmly explained that since they were so interested in knowing who he was, he could answer. He said that he was the girl's older brother and that his surname was Mu. Molly was completely confused at this moment, because she did not understand when her brother managed to become so strong. Meanwhile, David, having experienced humiliation, began to swear loudly, indignant that Mike dared to hit him. Mike calmly replied that he hit him precisely because he wanted to. After this, another man, Carl, said that Mu's surname was unfamiliar to him and suggested that he simply lived in a hotel. Mike looked at his interlocutor and asked who had told him that he was living in a hotel. Hearing this question, Oliver even briefly wondered if this man was connected to the influential Mu family from the capital. It was at this moment that two girls came out of the elevator, and seeing David in this state, they asked in surprise what had happened. David, experiencing extreme anger and humiliation, shouted that he had never been subjected to such shame in his life. He then grabbed a nearby chair and rushed at Mike, declaring that no matter who he really was, he would still beat him up. However, before he could even get close, Mike sent him flying again with one kick. David's pitiful position now contrasted with his former arrogance. Oliver realized that the situation could get out of control, so he decided to intervene. He stepped forward and suggested that everyone stop the fight. Oliver added that Mike's sister was not a fragile princess at all and that what happened was just a joke. He then suggested a simple solution. The brother and sister should come up and apologize to David, after which the incident would be resolved. But Mike just grinned and replied that he didn't care at all about Oliver's reputation. Hearing this, the two girls were stunned. It was unthinkable to them that someone could talk about the Wu family's young master like that. Meanwhile, Oliver himself mockingly asked if his reputation really meant nothing to Mike. However, Mike's answer remained the same. Then Oliver finally stopped holding back and began to release his true energy and offered to have a duel. He stated that if Mike wins, he will be able to leave peacefully, but if he wins, the hero will destroy his own channels with his own hands. In response, Mike also voiced a condition. He stated that if Oliver could withstand at least one of his blows, then he would admit defeat. Seeing how tense the situation had become, Molly quietly tugged at her brother's sleeve and asked if he could win. Mike confidently replied that he had no rivals in this city and she should just believe in him. The girl immediately began to encourage him and asked him to be careful. Meanwhile, David and Carl loudly supported Oliver from the sidelines, urging him to deal with Mike quickly. Oliver decided to act first. He gathered energy in his palms and contemptuously called Mike trash, then rushed forward. However, just as he was about to reach his destination, the order to stop was suddenly given. At the same time, an unknown person hit him with his fist. Oliver barely managed to stay on his feet, and gritting his teeth, recognized his attacker. It was Sydney. The girl removed her hand and asked who he had just called trash. David was stunned by what was happening and did not understand why Sydney was protecting this unknown young man. Oliver stood up slowly and asked her with a grin why she was here. He reminded her that, as far as he knew, her grandfather was dying, so she should be with him. However, the girl immediately objected sharply and asked who had said such nonsense. According to her, her grandfather was feeling fine. At that moment, Noah emerged from the crowd and added that the elder was not only completely healthy, but would also be celebrating his 65th birthday in 2 days. Oliver became nervous when he saw it, because his father had been involved in the attack that destroyed the medicine. Therefore, he began to suspect that the Yu family was deliberately spreading false rumors. Trying to remain calm, he congratulated Elder Yu on his good luck and asked why they were interfering in his duel. Sydney only stated that she was actually saving him. She reminded him how recently his father had been beaten so brutally that he had fled in panic. Many began to wonder who this young man was if he was capable of standing up to Hank, the famous hawk. Deeply humiliated, Oliver screamed loudly, demanding that these fabrications stop. Noah added that Sydney was exaggerating a bit, but Oliver's father was indeed defeated by young Master Mu. Therefore, he should not act so presumptuously. He also advised him to stop in time. After this, Sydney took a step forward and loudly declared that from now on, anyone who dared to touch Master Mu would become an enemy of the Yu family. Watching the girl, Mike realized that he no longer had to interfere. Oliver thought to himself, his family was in rivalry with the Yu family, but open conflict could destroy the balance between them. And all this was because of some unknown young man. At this moment, Carl and David stated that even if Mike was a guest of the Yu family, he had shown arrogance by challenging all the families. Oliver's head was literally boiling from what was happening. Deep down, he wanted to scream at these two idiots. He just wanted to have a meeting, but they were just creating new problems. Just then, Molly's phone rang. She answered and told her mother that they were at table number 68, after which the girl said that she and her brother would be coming down now. Then she pulled Mike by the hand and suggested that they leave. Molly didn't want to make any unnecessary noise or keep her mother waiting downstairs for too long. Sydney noticed a girl next to Mike and wondered if she was his sister. However, David, still unwilling to give in, again tried to block their path and declared that he would not let them leave. Mike just looked at him irritably and sent him flying again with one punch. After that, he entered the elevator. When the doors closed, Molly admitted to her brother that she now realized how incredible he really was. Seeing the expression on his sister's face, Mike remarked that when she said things like that, she should at least add a little emotion. Molly answered honestly that she didn't know how to do it. She tried to feign emotion and said with a forced expression that she was surprised at how amazing her brother turned out to be. The hero only thought to himself that his sister had absolutely no talent for expressing emotions. Meanwhile, 5 minutes earlier, a young man dressed in elegant clothes approached the reception desk. He greeted her politely and said he was there for Oliver's banquet, after which he asked what floor the event was taking place on. Seeing such an attractive man, the girl behind the counter involuntarily blushed and replied that he needed to go up to the 5th floor. He thanked the girl politely and nodded slightly. After that, he and his partner went to the elevator. The elevator slowly began to ascend to the 5th floor. Peter's companion May asked curiously why the young master was wasting his time in such a small place. Peter replied that the strength of any country lies in its youth. According to him, it is young people who represent the future of the era. When the elevator doors opened, he suddenly came face to face with Mike and his sister. Peter's gaze lingered on Mike for a moment. Suddenly, an interested smile appeared on his lips. Noticing this, May asked what happened. However, Peter only replied that nothing special. Coming out to the crowd, he greeted everyone warmly and said that it was a great honor for him to be present at this meeting. Oliver, seeing an unfamiliar face, politely asked what business he had come for. At the same time, he had already managed to notice the stranger's unusual aura and realized that he clearly did not belong to any of the city's families. He even thought to himself that he had barely gotten rid of one problematic person when a new one immediately appeared. Peter opened his fan again and introduced himself, saying that his surname was Lu and that he came from Jiangnan. Hearing this, Oliver calmed down a little and even thought that this man was much more polite than that strange young Master Mu. So he decided to carefully inquire about his origins and invited the guest to come inside and talk. Meanwhile, several girls couldn't help but sigh in admiration as they looked at Peter. Sydney, watching this, only thought with disdain how stupid it was to lose one's head so easily. Hearing her words, Noah teased her with a smile, reminding her that she herself looked exactly the same when she looked at young Master Mu. Sydney immediately turned away in embarrassment and quietly stated that it was not true and that he was making it all up. Peter explained that he had recently passed through the city and heard that the Wu family master was gathering all the youth of the city's martial families today. He had heard of the city's fame as a place where many talented people are born, so he decided to see their abilities for himself. Oliver liked these words very much, and he even thought smugly that this young man really knew how to speak beautifully. Therefore, he invited him to express his opinion about the abilities of those present. However, Peter suddenly said in a contemptuous tone that, in his opinion, everyone present here was trash. This phrase instantly infuriated everyone at the banquet. Meanwhile, Clarissa remarked with displeasure that if she had known how expensive the food they had ordered was, she would not have agreed to go to the restaurant with them. She sternly told them not to spend money so recklessly anymore. Then she started lecturing them again, reminding them that they spent too much time on their phones and that it was bad for their eyes. It was at that moment that someone quickly called out to Mike. It was Noah. Mike immediately asked what happened, and he, breathing heavily, reported that there had been trouble upstairs. Meanwhile, Oliver demanded an explanation from Peter, asking who he was and why he had come here to cause trouble. Peter repeated that he had already introduced himself. His surname was Liu, and he came from Jiangnan. He added that he wanted to see their skills in person. However, the rumors turned out to be greatly exaggerated, and their reputation was completely untrue. David immediately flared up and shouted that this insolent fellow should learn a lesson. Together with his men, he rushed at the guest, wanting to teach him proper behavior in society. But for Peter, this did not present any difficulty. He easily dealt with it with one hand. Then he noted with a sneer that the servant had already been defeated and asked if the real master was finally about to appear. Oliver replied that he was ready to test his skill himself. He gathered all his strength into his palms again and prepared to strike. Peter, remaining calm, asked if he was using the hawk's claw technique. After that, he struck with his palm and remarked with disdain that it was still not enough. One blow was enough for Oliver to realize with horror that he could not withstand even one blow. Peter turned to the others and declared that they must now admit the truth. The city's martial artists were nothing but trash. Sydney couldn't take it anymore and jumped forward, challenging him. She asked if he was Peter from the Liu family, who had decided to use the youth of their town as a stepping stone to his own fame. Peter replied that on his way west he passed through many cities of Jiangnan, then came to Jinhu, and from there arrived in this city. However, he said he was greatly disappointed with the city. One of the girls next to Sydney asked curiously who this man really was. Sydney explained that in every generation there are people whose talent far exceeds that of the average artist. The cultivation level of such candidates is always extremely high, and even the weakest of them is already a high-ranking master. After Sydney's words, the entire room fell into a stunned silence. She asked if he was afraid that if he lost, someone would get him removed from the list of candidates for the title of ruler. A young man standing nearby supported her, saying that Peter was too arrogant and should not look down on the masters. However, Peter only grinned and replied that he had been misunderstood. He said that for now he considered the youth of this city to be the weakest. This arrogance finally drove Sydney crazy, and she decided to challenge him personally. Peter folded his fan again and asked mockingly if she was really going to fight him. Sydney was the first to attack, admitting that she couldn't just stand by and listen to him insult the young masters of her city. Behind her, the crowd simultaneously shouted, asking her to be careful. The next moment, a bright flash lit up the air. When everything was quiet, Peter ran his hand over his face, wiping away a thin streak of blood, and said with disdain that it was too weak. The force of the impact was so great that the pressure of the energy even cracked the stone surface of the floor. Seeing this, the crowd was about to pounce on the arrogant stranger, but Sydney stopped them. She warned Peter that there was a genius in their city too, but they were just afraid that he would be too strong an opponent for him. Peter just chuckled and asked if there really was such a person in the city. People in the hall began to look at each other and ask each other if there really was such a master in their city. It was at this moment that the one they were waiting for appeared. Seeing his sister beaten and covered in bruises, Noah immediately rushed to her, helped her up, and worriedly asked if she was okay. He took out a small bottle and hurriedly handed it over, offering to take the 8 flavors of heaven pill. According to him, if her energy channels are damaged, the consequences will be very serious. Meanwhile, Peter looked closely at Mike again and asked if this was the man who had been called as reinforcements. Mike replied that he had heard Peter call the entire younger generation of city craftsmen trash and express his disappointment. Peter confirmed this and added that he now wondered if Mike would be able to make him retract those words. Mike declared that he would stand his ground, and if Peter could force him to take even one step back, then victory would be his. Peter was clearly interested in the enemy and warned in advance that he would fight at full strength. He even said that he wouldn't just make Mike retreat, but would send him flying. The energy he released resembled a giant white snake. The audience in the hall exclaimed in amazement, noting the incredible force of his blow and assuming that the protagonist was doomed. Mike, however, noted that this technique was reminiscent of the legendary Secret movie. It seemed to him that it was a multiple horizontal throw. But Peter sharply objected, saying that it was not a dragon at all, but the shadow palm snake technique. Mike just laughed confidently and said that the name didn't matter. He stated that the result would still be the same. After that, he released his own power and met the enemy's blow. At that moment, a roar went through the hall. To Peter's surprise, his shadow snake palm technique began to gradually dissipate. He couldn't understand how this was possible. When the energy completely disappeared, he himself was thrown back. Luckily, May managed to catch him. The old man immediately shouted angrily, demanding the name of the man who dared to wound his young master. However, Peter stopped him. Then he told him that he once met a man who could destroy heaven and earth with one blow. He noted that the force of Mike's blow was very similar and asked if he knew the man. Mike replied that he didn't know him and added that what had happened had already proven one thing: the city was much stronger than Peter had imagined. At this point, Noah called him for help again while he tried to force his sister to take the medicine. However, Sydney stubbornly refused. She complained that all the medicines he created were too strange. Despite his explanation that it was a great demon power pill that strengthens the body, the girl did not agree. She shook her head stubbornly and declared that she did not want to turn into a female King Kong. Noah tried to persuade her again, explaining that this time it was a normal healing remedy and that her energy channels were damaged. At that moment, Mike came up and patted him on the shoulder, saying that everything was fine and he would take care of it himself. As Mike approached, Sydney softened a little. She sat down tiredly on a chair and complained that her whole body ached terribly. Mike examined her and said that the injuries were indeed serious, but she shouldn't be afraid. Everything would soon pass. He then used his internal energy to heal her. Sydney felt a warm energy spread through her body and soon realized that her wounds had disappeared. She thanked Mike sincerely. Noticing that everyone around him was looking at him, Mike froze. He asked in surprise what was going on and why everyone was staring at him. Then Oliver gave him a thumbs up and thanked him, saying that Mike had proven to everyone that the students in this town weren't trash. David immediately supported him, saying that if news of this spread, it would shock the whole world, and the reputation of the city's craftsmen would grow. At this point, Peter coughed several times and turned to Mike. He admitted that he was incredibly strong and was surprised why his name was not on the list of candidates for the title of martial arts master. In Peter's opinion, with such strength, Mike is quite capable of competing for first place with the master from the capital. But Sydney said that Mike's talent even surpassed that of this master from the capital. Peter admitted that Mike's strength was impressive, but still warned that there were many outstanding masters hiding in the capital. Mike asked him how many martial arts masters there were in China. Peter replied that the exact number was unknown, but such masters were extremely rare, and he assumed there were no more than 20 of them. At the same time, there are many powerful families concentrated in the capital, and most of the masters of martial arts come from there. Masters of the overlord level are already considered the strongest. However, there are rumors that there are 2 in the capital who have reached a higher level. Mike recalled an ancient legend according to which, in the history of Chinese martial arts, there were people who reached the level of saints. Peter said that they shouldn't worry about such distant heights for now, since they were both still at the level of high-ranking masters. In his opinion, what is much more important now is which of the younger generation will be the first to reach the level of a master of martial arts. However, Mike listened to these conversations without much interest. This surprised Peter. By this point, his own body was already starting to give in. He felt that Mike's blow was incredibly powerful. If he does not return and take up meditation, his energy channels may be seriously damaged. So he folded his hands in a respectful greeting and said that after their meeting, he was finally convinced of Mike's extraordinary nature. He then invited Mike to visit Jiangnan province someday and be a guest of the Liu family. Even as he was leaving, he continued to fan himself, which only caused bewilderment among those around him. Meanwhile, Mike leaned toward Sydney's ear and quietly said that he was going to go downstairs since his mother was still waiting for him. Then Sydney turned to her brother and said that she would see young Master Mu off. Noah watched his sister leave and felt like his heart was about to break, because his little sister was already grown up. Several young members of the Wu family also said goodbye to Mike and wished him to take care of himself. As he pressed the elevator button, Mike thought that these people didn't know one thing. He was not a martial artist at all, but a cultivator. And the goal he is pursuing is much higher than some position as head of the martial arts union. Returning home, He immediately went to his room. Mike immediately opened the jade bottle and called Shelley. However, there was no response. Then he turned the bottle upside down and wondered where it had disappeared to. At that moment, a voice came from right behind him. Shelley said that she had already gotten outside a long time ago. Mike was surprised and asked how she did it. She explained that he himself had given her the basic cultivation technique of the Phantom Immortal. Since some heartless person locked her in a dark and cramped place, she had no choice but to practice constantly. After hundreds of repetitions of the technique, she suddenly felt inspired. It seemed to her that she could pass through the object that was holding her. She decided to give it a try and it worked. Hearing this, Mike was amazed by the speed of her cultivation. He realized that she had already reached the state of materiality. It took her just one night to do this, and she repeated the technique several hundred times simply out of boredom, and eventually mastered the first level. Mike wondered if he had accidentally become the owner of a true genius of ghost cultivation. Shelley approached him and asked him, in a suggestive tone, if he thought she was amazing and wanted to compliment her. But Mike only replied that everything turned out well. Shelley immediately turned away, offended, and muttered that it was so difficult for him to give a simple compliment, and that his pride was to blame for everything. Mike then said that since she had already reached the state of materiality, he could teach her several ways to use the spiritual body. Shelley wondered what specific methods he had in mind. Mike patted the bed and invited her to sit down so they could discuss everything. However, she immediately misunderstood his words and cried out in embarrassment, asking what he was going to do. Mike replied that he was going to do exactly what she had just imagined. After these words, her imagination was instantly filled with indecent images, and she was momentarily confused. Noticing this, Mike asked what she was thinking about, and Shelley guiltily muttered that she was thinking about nothing. When she calmed down a little, Mike began to explain a new technique, the soul transfer technique. After about an hour of explanation, he suggested she try it. Shelley agreed and decided to first imagine herself as a tree. At that moment, her body was transformed. She turned into a lush tree. Then she decided to check if she could become an animal. Seeing the little piglet in front of him, Mike noted with obvious displeasure that Shelley clearly had problems with her sense of aesthetics. The girl immediately objected and declared that if she wanted, she could take on the appearance of a real beauty. After a few tries, she actually managed to transform herself, and, a little embarrassed, she turned to Mike, waiting for his assessment. However, Mike awkwardly looked away, noticing that her clothes were too revealing. Hearing this, Shelley immediately covered her face with her hands, feeling extremely embarrassed. At that moment, she felt a strange weakness throughout her body. Her legs buckled and she staggered, falling straight into Mike's arms, a feeling of fatigue and unusual heaviness in her body. Mike explained that the cause was the excessive expenditure of spiritual energy during the transformation. Shelley was still concerned about the possible side effects of her reckless use of power. But Mike reassured her, explaining that it was only a temporary drain on energy and that full recovery should take about 10 days. Shelley became visibly embarrassed by their closeness. She complained angrily that Mike had not warned her in advance about such a huge energy consumption. In response, he assured her that there were no serious problems, but for some time she would not be able to use the state of illusion and reality. Shelley asked what the point of the technique was, and Mike pointed out that it had little practical use. Hearing this, the girl completely lost her temper and angrily attacked him with reproaches. 3 days passed from that moment, and soon the day of the Yu family's old master's 65th birthday celebration arrived. Mike drove up to the banquet venue and asked the security guard if there was a festive event taking place there. The security guard confirmed this, but was surprised. In 10 years of work, he had never seen anyone arrive at such an important banquet on a bicycle. He was already beginning to suspect something was wrong, but before he could do anything, Elder Yu and Sydney came out to meet Mike. Following tradition, Mike presented the birthday boy with a gift and expressed his wishes for longevity and prosperity. Soon, Sydney took Mike by the hand and invited him to take a walk in the back garden, the elder watching this scene with a kind smile. The thought involuntarily arose in his mind that it would be wonderful to have a man like Mike as a future son-in-law. At this moment, the master's attention was drawn to the situation at the entrance. A guard stopped the representative of the Wu family, Hank, along with his son. Not wanting to spoil the atmosphere, the elder ordered the guests to enter, although he wondered what intentions might be hidden behind this visit. Meanwhile, in the living room, Sydney was chatting with Mike, slowly sipping red wine. She wondered how he had managed to achieve such a frighteningly high level of strength at such a young age. Mike replied that he simply continued to train hard and over time naturally achieved this result. These words left Sydney puzzled, and in her heart she could not help but admit her own sense of failure. She suggested that they call each other by their first names, since they were about the same age, and Mike didn't object. For Sydney, this seemed like another step towards rapprochement. Romantic fantasies about the future were already beginning to appear in her head. Her dreamy thoughts were interrupted when Elder Jong and Elder Lee approached them to greet Mike. Meanwhile, Hank finally found the man he was looking for. He took a glass of wine and, in the presence of all the guests, approached Mike. He apologized for the previous rudeness that occurred on the subway and expressed hope for forgiveness, offering a drink as a sign of reconciliation. Mike accepted the toast without further ado. Immediately after this, he drank the glass in one gulp. Afterwards, Hank headed towards Master Yu, conveying his father's greetings and care. The guests noticed that the Wu family members were drinking especially heavily today, raising toasts one after another. Hank soon declared that today was a rare event when representatives of influential families gathered in one place. He then touched on a sensitive topic: the weakness of the city's martial arts world, as their region wasn't even among the strongest in the province. He recalled the recent visit of Peter, who is 10th in line to the title of Lord of Martial Arts. Even more humiliating, he said, was the fact that the younger generation was unable to respond adequately to this insult. As he said all this, he glanced furtively at Mike, who was still sitting in his place. Hank was sure that by this point the wine had already taken effect. After this, he handed the floor over to his son Oliver. He wanted him to explain why the city's craftsmen found themselves in such a situation, and why people from outside were laughing at them. Oliver stated with a serious expression that the main reason for the city's weakness was the lack of a single leader. Hank immediately echoed this idea, noting that for many years the town's families had acted in disarray. Sydney couldn't listen to it anymore. She noticed that their duet looked so well coordinated that even the actors couldn't have played it better. Mike also realized that today's performance was getting more and more interesting. Judging by the current situation, the Wu family decided to take advantage of this opportunity to take a dominant position in the city. And indeed, father and son quickly managed to stir up the crowd. Carlos quietly leaned towards the master and whispered that several families that had been on the Yu family's side were now openly supporting Hank. It seems they were simply bribed. In recent years, the Yu family and the Wu family had only been secretly competing and had never entered into open conflict. The elder asked with indignation in his voice what exactly his family had done to deserve such betrayal. Seeing that most of those present were already on his side, Hank declared that, as the saying goes, a wise bird chooses a suitable tree. These words finally angered the master. He slapped Hank in the face, asking if the Wu family was going to take the place of the head of this union. Hank immediately began to play the victim. He stated that the appointment of the head of the Wu family as the leader of the union was the choice of the majority. The old master was already tired of listening to such nonsense. He shouted at someone hiding in the shadows and demanded that they come out, declaring that Hank was completely unfit to be the leader. At that moment, everyone started looking around, hearing someone's voice, and suddenly the head of the Wu family, Bachi, appeared in front of them. He chuckled and reminded the old master that his name should be pronounced correctly. Seeing the man he was expecting, the elder asked what benefits he had offered these people to make them betray the Yu family. Bachi answered directly, "The Wu family only wants to destroy the Yu family, nothing more." Father and son immediately realized that if the Yu family fell, its property would be divided among those clans that supported Wu. The elder, as the head of the Yu family, decided to confront them to the end. He stated that Bachi was greatly underestimating their family. But suddenly he felt that he could not direct his inner energy. By the time he realized what had happened, it was already too late. Hank laughed and proudly announced that this was the action of a poison called madness in 7 steps. They bought it in the capital for $1 million. The elder couldn't understand how they managed to poison everyone with such strict security, and suddenly someone confessed that it was he who added the poison. Finn entered the hall with a smug smile on his face and declared that he would be the next head of the Yu family. The elder was enraged by such betrayal. He called his son a fool and asked if he really thought that the Wu family would allow him to live on. Meanwhile, Oliver approached Mike with a knife. Although deep down he hesitated. For the sake of the Wu family, he had to die. Mike just looked at him and asked if he was confident in his abilities. Just one phrase made Oliver tremble even more. The situation was becoming more and more dangerous. The elder was already weakening, but before losing consciousness, he still said something. He shouted at Bocce that he could touch the Yu family, but he had no right to even touch young Master Mu, otherwise the consequences would be dire. However, Bocce only waved his hand dismissively, declaring that he did not believe that this young man could be a high-level master. Meanwhile, Oliver was still trying to get closer to Mike with the knife. The elder was outraged by the behavior of his opponent. According to Bocce, there are no such people even in the city, let alone the country. Even the famous master could not take the final step to this level. He insisted that the elder was simply trying to scare them. After all, if Mike really was such a master, the Wu family would never dare to come to the Yu family's territory. After this, Bocce turned to Finn, pushing him to confirm his words. He recalled the event at the restaurant and asked everyone to tell him whether Mike was really a master of that level. Finn cautiously replied that Mike was not the Overlord's master, but in terms of strength he could easily compare to the great Julius. Bocce expected support, but instead, in a rage, he grabbed him by the neck and ordered him to shut up. The elder then turned to the Martial Arts Alliance representative and asked if the organization would really allow the Wu family to do such a thing. Minister Wang, the head of the Alliance branch, responded with just 2 words. He needed more money. Now the elder understood the true face of all these people. He then apologized to Mike for the Yu family dragging him into this trouble. Meanwhile, noticing Oliver's hesitation, Hank began to egg him on, reminding his son how he lost face in the restaurant because of Mike. At first, the young man coldly listed Mike's crimes, reminding him that the hero had kicked him 3 times that day. He then stated that he was going to first cut the tendons on Mike's legs and then on his arms, so that he would crawl on the ground like a worm. Hearing this, Hank remarked with approval that such cruelty was quite worthy of the eldest son of the W family. Oliver picked up the knife and declared that Mike had chosen the wrong side and therefore had no one to blame but himself. Then the main character finally lost his patience. His anger flared up, and he first crushed the glass in his hand. Then he quickly grabbed Oliver's wrist with his bare hand. As a result, the dagger instantly flew out of the enemy's fingers. However, the hero immediately took advantage of the moment, intercepted the weapon, and, abruptly changing the course of the fight, plunged the dagger straight into the attacker's palm. Oliver screamed in pain and began to call his father for help in panic, trying to understand how this was possible because Mike had to be poisoned. Meanwhile, Hank, mad with rage, rushed forward, wanting to avenge his son. However, the hero remained absolutely calm. As his opponent approached, Mike slammed his palm down on the table. He then used the push and a powerful kick to throw Hank away. Then the young man removed his foot and sat back down. It all happened in a split second, so those present were shocked by what they saw. Meanwhile, Hank stubbornly continued to convince those around him that Mike was still poisoned and now was the best time to attack. However, representatives of other families began to express dissatisfaction and claimed that the Wu family had deceived them into the conflict. Meanwhile, Bocce watched as the situation changed instantly. He clenched his fists in rage and knocked over the chair. He then confidently stated that Mike had indeed been poisoned and that he could personally prove it. According to him, as a master at the peak of the advanced level, he is able to determine with one test whether an opponent is poisoned. In addition, he expressed his desire to personally test the strength of the so-called top-level master. However, just as Bocce was about to move forward, he was suddenly stopped by the hero's powerful aura. At first, the man didn't even understand what it was. Mike's power collided with his energy, and there was a loud explosion. As a result, a huge hole appeared in the wall of the Yu family's estate. Wang watched the scene in complete shock as Mike sent Bocce flying with one punch. He flew outside, where he hung unconscious from a tree. Members of other families, seeing such terrifying power for the first time, could not hide their amazement. They were shocked that a top-level master was thrown back several meters with just one palm strike. Elder Yu and Noah approached Mike, wanting to make sure he was okay and also wondering if he had really been poisoned. Then the hero explained that he had indeed drunk poisoned wine, but had long since expelled the poison from his body. Noah, noticing his sister's unusual silence, began to tease her, noting that the old Sydney would have been eager to fight long ago. The girl, embarrassed, sharply pushed her brother away, who ironically noted that the result of his observations was 100% confirmed. Elder Yu also noted that it seemed that before his death, he had managed to see a person who could cope with this girl's character. Meanwhile, Carlos approached the elder with a bottle of antidote and reported that people had already captured the members of the W family. Elder Yu then addressed the assembled people, declaring that he had the antidote and that everyone still had the opportunity to repent. He warned that those who continued to be stubborn would end up like the Wu family. After these words, everyone immediately declared their willingness to follow Elder Yu and vowed to support the Yu family to the end. Then his son started distributing the antidote to everyone. The elder then turned to Mike, bowed respectfully, and thanked the hero for his help in saving the Yu family from destruction. After this, he announced that the family had one more request, to allow them to follow Mike and serve him. The hero hesitated for a moment, explaining that he could not guarantee them any advantages and that his life would be full of difficulties. However, the Yu family continued to insist on their decision. In the end, the young man agreed to accept their offer. After this, the elder announced to those present that from that day on, Mike would become the patron of the Yu family and his word would be law for them. He also ordered that this news be disseminated. Meanwhile, Wang's men remained dissatisfied with what was happening. They quietly discussed among themselves that the Yu family had simply decided to become attached to an unusually strong person. Taking advantage of the moment, Elder Yu proposed creating a union of the city's major families. Unlike the Wu family, which sought a monopoly on power, the Yu family intends to cooperate with everyone to develop the city's economy. According to his plan, after the creation of the union, an alliance leader will appear, as well as a council of elders, whose members will be elected by vote. In addition, it was proposed to pay special attention to the education of the younger generation, since the city's military strength remains its weak point. After hearing the proposal, Elder Zhang and Elder Li simultaneously declared their families' willingness to join the alliance. Then the head of the Hong family noted that since such influential families had already made a decision, his family was also ready to join. The elder then announced that the first question would be the election of the head of the alliance, which all those present would have to determine. Soon, one of the participants noted that there was no need for discussion here. The leader of the alliance should be the strongest of those present. He then emphasized that in the entire city, there was hardly anyone who could compare to young Master Mu. Sydney couldn't hide her admiration as she thought about how someone as outstanding as Mike could exist in this world. Her brother, noticing how captivated his sister was by the hero, began jokingly throwing out ideas to her. He said that if she really liked Mike, she might even decide on a clever way to get closer to him. According to him, such a responsible person as a hero would certainly take responsibility if the situation became irreversible. These words instantly made Sydney blush, and embarrassing thoughts about being intimate with Mike began to appear in her head. The more the girl thought about it, the more embarrassed she became, trying to drive away such fantasies. However, Noah continued to tease her, hinting that it would be better to take advantage of the opportunity today. Despite some internal hesitation, Sydney convinced herself that she would never resort to such base methods. Meanwhile, the elder addressed Mike, explaining that everyone present unanimously supported his candidacy. The hero explained that he was used to acting alone and did not have management skills, so he did not consider himself a suitable candidate. However, the elder continued to convince him, noting that the union needed a person who could truly unite everyone. Sydney also joined the conversation, asking the hero to accept the offer for the sake of the entire city's martial arts world. Meanwhile, her brother quietly joked again, noting that such a sincere request seemed very convincing. The girl, upon hearing this, immediately scolded him for his inappropriate jokes. Mike thought about what was said for a while. Eventually, he finally agreed to accept the position of head of the alliance. First, one person raised his hand and declared him the new leader, then several more participants joined him. Soon, all those present began to unanimously welcome the new head of the union. 3 more days passed from that moment. At this time, the hero was riding on a bus and accidentally overheard a conversation between 2 people sitting behind him. They discussed rumors that 2 top-level masters had appeared in the city in one day. One of them had been at the top of the level for a long time, but the alliance leader allegedly helped him break through with a few blows. In addition, this same man wrote a treatise which is considered extremely useful for the practice of martial arts. People were discussing that the leader of the Mu Alliance was an extremely mysterious figure whom almost no one had seen. Some even speculated that he might be a secretive master living in the mountains. At that moment, Molly woke up and, yawning, asked where they were. Then the hero pulled the girl towards him and said that there was about half an hour left before their stop. This gesture touched 2 women nearby, and they began to talk with affection about how beautiful the lovers looked. Hearing this, Mike just smiled. After some time, Molly got off at her stop. She waved to her brother, informing him that she would go to school first, and the hero, in turn, reminded her to be careful. It was at that moment that a message caught his attention. It said that an attempt had been made on Abby's life the previous night. After reading the news, Mike immediately took a rental bicycle and hurried to the Sue family residence. On the way, one elderly man even reminded him that he shouldn't look at his phone while driving. Then Mike entered the house where Axel was already waiting for him. He respectfully greeted the hero and expressed joy at his return. It soon became clear that the urgent call was just a pretext to get Mike back, which made Axel feel a little uneasy. However, the hero did not focus on this, especially since his vacation was coming to an end anyway. Suddenly, Abby's voice came from deep inside the house, calling for Mike. The girl immediately ran out and happily threw herself on his neck. She was very glad that her bodyguard had finally returned. Her father immediately demanded that his daughter get off, but she stubbornly refused. Meanwhile, Ben, noticing the return of the hero. However, the hero himself was unhappy that the man was here, and then he asked why he came here. He then reminded them that it was Mike who had previously instructed them to take good care of Abby and Alice. Ben then explained that after the hero left, the Huang sect began to operate again, and young girls began to disappear one after another. During the investigation, it was discovered that the cult's targets were girls with strong life energy, like Miss Sue. Therefore, it was decided to set up an ambush right at the Sue family's house to ensure Abby's protection and wait for the enemies to fall into the trap themselves. Ben also said that Alice was attacked, but Miss Lee had an artifact that allowed her to escape from the cult's clutches. Having sorted out the overall situation, Mike decided to take control of everything and thank those present for the work they had done. Hearing this, Ben ran his hand through his gray hair with relief and admitted that they had hardly slept for several nights in a row. He also mentioned rumors that there was a new alliance leader in town named Moo and asked if Mike had managed to see him. The hero answered evasively, noting only that he had seen this man and could confirm his strength, worthy of the level of a master of the highest level. Ben, catching the hidden hint, smiled knowingly and noted with slight envy that he himself would like to reach a similar level one day. Abby clearly didn't believe what she heard. The girl stated outright that he didn't look like a top-level master at all. According to her, she had previously heard many stories about such masters being almost invincible creatures. However, in the end, one of them turned out to be her family's bodyguard, and fate in this sense seems quite ironic. Hearing such words, Axel immediately made a sharp remark to his daughter, demanding that she show more respect. However, Abby complained that Mike had gone on vacation to have fun, while she had to sit at home all this time. Hearing this, Mike just chuckled to himself, deciding that the girl had finally learned her lesson. At this point, Axel explained that due to the disturbances caused by the Huang sect, it was impossible to keep Abby out of the educational process indefinitely. Therefore, he is going to transfer his daughter to the best university in Longshan, and then he suggested that the hero also transfer there. This proposal took the hero by surprise. He thought that with the right resources, almost any issue could be resolved. Axel reported that the head of the Liu family, Lucas, had emerged from seclusion, and many members of high society were already preparing to congratulate him. He invited Mike to join him, and Abby was instantly delighted to hear that they could leave the house. In the end, the hero reluctantly agreed to accompany them, and the next day, a luxury car was already parked at the Liu family residence. Abby walked into the estate on her father's arm and immediately noticed the huge number of guests. Meanwhile, Theodore believed that this same Julius was just a talented craftsman whom people exalted too much. No matter how much of a genius he was, he still couldn't compare to Mike, because the hero had long since reached the level of a top-level master. By this time, the father and daughter had already passed through the main gate of the Liu family, where servants were greeting the honored guests and escorting them to the main hall. One of the servants invited Axel inside, and Abby, remaining next to Mike, noticed that the hero was only trying to avoid unnecessary trouble. Soon, Axel and Theodore took their places. However, the latter felt extremely awkward, as if he were sitting on pins and needles. He invited Mike to sit down as well. However, the hero refused, explaining that he did not want to attract unnecessary attention and would rather remain standing. Soon, the Liu family's servant loudly announced the arrival of the venerable Lucas. A man entered the hall. Despite his age, his aura remained just as powerful. Behind him followed two attendants, Shen and Loris, and the look from one of them made Abby afraid. The girl immediately hid behind Mike and complained that this man was looking at her extremely unpleasantly, like a predator assessing its prey. In fact, Loris really did look at the girl carefully, noting her beauty to himself. However, Noticing that Mike was nearby, he realized that this prey might be too difficult. Meanwhile, Lucas stepped forward. He delivered a welcoming speech, thanked all the guests for their visit, and invited those present to take their seats. At that moment, a man entered the hall, respectfully introduced himself as Chris, and said that he had come on behalf of the Hong family from Zhongjing. As a gift, he presented a pair of ancient jade Buddha statues, each more than 20 centimeters tall. Meanwhile, Theodore quietly explained to Axel that Chris was 7th on the list of successors to the highest-level masters. Lucas noted with a smile that he remembered this young man as a 10-year-old boy, after which he inquired about his grandfather's health. Chris reported that his grandfather was in excellent health and had predicted many years ago that Lucas would become a master of the highest level. Unwilling to give in, Axel also stood up and declared that the venerable Lucas was the true treasure of Longshan. Lucas replied that although he had reached the level of a top-level master, the future still belonged to the younger generation. However, Axel countered, stating that the young masters of Longshan were unfortunately not living up to expectations. Abby leaned close to Mike's ear and asked if what the venerable Lucas had said was true. Suddenly, Chris overheard their conversation. The young man became loudly indignant, asking who they were to speak ill of the venerable Lucas. The guests present began to exchange glances, surprised that someone dared to speak ill of a master of such a level. Chris, however, claimed that they were whispering and spreading offensive words, claiming that Lucas had already exhausted his potential. Axel immediately realized that his daughter was in trouble again and rushed to take responsibility. Abby couldn't stand that tone and said that none of them had claimed that the venerable Lu had exhausted his strength. However, Chris stepped forward and mockingly asked if she was angry only because he had exposed her petty behavior. At that moment, Mike was forced to intervene to protect her. The hero explained that he never said that Lucas had exhausted his powers and asked Chris to take back her words. Seeing that no one was stopping the conflict, Chris contemptuously declared that he saw no reason to go back on what he had said. He added that even Axel did not have enough influence to make him change his words, much less some servant. With these words, Chris decided to use force. However, Mike only replied that there was a reason, and the next second, with one kick, he easily blocked the enemy's attack. Chris was frightened and stepped back, amazed by the incredible speed of his opponent. Seeing that someone had stood up for her, Abby immediately sarcastically remarked that the opponent got what he deserved. Meanwhile, Lucas had been silently watching the whole time and wondering who this man was who had managed to resist Chris. However, a moment later, he noticed that Mike's powerful internal energy had already damaged Chris's energy channels. Therefore, Lucas came to the conclusion that this young man was clearly not as simple as he might seem. Meanwhile, Chris, humiliated and angry, cursed harshly and accused Mike of a vile surprise attack. However, he suddenly felt very unwell and spat out a mouthful of blood. Despite this, the young man stubbornly decided not to admit defeat. He rushed forward again, declaring that he would show the true strength of a top-level master. Chris raised his palm about to hit Mike. However, the hero cleverly dodged. Moreover, by the time Chris realized that he was already being counterattacked, it was too late. Mike struck with his palm filled with deep inner energy. As a result, Chris's energy channels were seriously damaged. The young man was thrown back several meters again. Lucas continued to watch the hero's every move closely, not missing a single detail. What happened was a real shock for everyone present. Abby, feeling a distinct sense of satisfaction, remarked with self-satisfaction that this was what a true master looked like. Meanwhile, Chris struggled to his feet. Despite his serious injuries, he still tried to threaten, demanding the hero to give his name. Realizing that the conflict could drag on, Lucas finally stood up and stopped what was happening. He then asked the hero's name, and in order not to cause unnecessary noise, Mike only gave his nickname, Wuji. Hearing this name, Chris instantly froze. He remembered the rumors about a man named Wuji, who allegedly killed Johnny. Then Mike confirmed that it was he who destroyed Johnny. These words aroused great interest in Lucas. He knew that Johnny was once considered the strongest master below the level of a venerable. Meanwhile, Chris pointed out that even if he was Wuji, speaking so disrespectfully about the venerable Liu was still too impudent. Mike again reminded that he had already explained his position and did not insult anyone. He only noted Lucas's current level. Chris was outraged again, declaring that no one was allowed to discuss Lucas's level. However, Lucas stopped him again and asked him not to act rashly. He then turned to Mike and asked him why he had come to that conclusion. Mike began by reminding them that when he tried to break through to the level of the Venerable, Lucas still lacked a little strength. These words struck Lucas because the young man described everything absolutely accurately. Mike continued that the violent breakthrough had damaged Lucas's health, leading to blocked canals and bone deformities. Moreover, given his age, his body's full potential had already been completely exhausted. Chris tried to object again, claiming that this was complete nonsense. According to him, masters of the Venerable level are the strongest. Chris was sure that Mike had finally crossed the line. However, Lucas unexpectedly bowed deeply to the hero and respectfully asked how he was able to see all this. Everyone present was shocked, but Mike did not explain anything in words. He just took a step forward and grabbed Lucas's hand. As soon as the master felt his energy, he immediately exclaimed in great shock. Mike then asked if he now understood how he had managed to reach such conclusions. After this, Lucas's attitude changed. He began to address him with obvious respect and invited him to go somewhere else to talk. Abby, noticing such a sudden change, asked her father in bewilderment what was going on. Axel guessed that the venerable Lucas had probably already figured out Lord Wuji's true identity. Meanwhile, Lucas gestured for Mike to follow him into the office. When they were alone, the master suddenly dropped to his knees and apologized. He admitted that he did not recognize the arrival of a great master of the highest level and turned out to be a bad host. The man even asked Mr. Wuji to assign him any punishment. However, Mike helped Lucas up and then asked him how he had managed to identify him as a master of the great level. Lucas admitted that he doesn't understand which legendary figure the hero belongs to. He only knows about the 4 great warriors of Wuzun. He knows about the head of the martial arts alliance, the old patriarch of the Huangfu family, as well as the great elder of one of the hidden sects of Taishan. If even the head of the martial arts alliance is only at the great level, then it means there really are very few masters left in the world. However, the hero remembered that civilization was several thousand years old, and the wisdom of ancient ancestors was quite significant. After a brief moment of reflection, Mike warned Lucas that he did not want his affairs to become known to outsiders. Lucas then asked if there was any hope of improving his current condition. Mike explained frankly that the situation was indeed quite serious, but then he added that he knew of a cultivation method. After this, Mike suggested bringing paper and a brush to write down the technique and recipe for the medicinal decoction. Realizing that he was dealing with a true master, Lucas instantly became overjoyed and began thanking him repeatedly. Meanwhile, outside, Abby noticed that Loris continued to follow her, even though she was just going to the bathroom. As she walked past the room, she suddenly saw Lucas kneeling in front of Mike. Surprised and at the same time delighted, the girl immediately ran up to the hero. At this moment, Loris was at a loss, as he could no longer follow the girl. Abby wondered why Lucas was kneeling before the hero, but Mike reminded her not to make a fuss. Abby, however, stated that it was none of her business anyway, and then asked the hero to help deal with Loris, who was pursuing her. Mike didn't even have to do anything. His cold gaze alone was enough for Loris to retreat in fear. After this, the hero noticed that he had already left, and added that if he appeared again, then it would be possible to teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, Lucas invited the hero to stay for dinner. Mike replied that he had arrived with Axel, so it was better to leave the decision to him. Soon, the Liu family held a small banquet, and the patriarch raised a toast and thanked all the guests for coming to congratulate him. Only Chris sat with a gloomy expression on his face, irritated by the fact that the Su family and even Mike were at the same table with Lucas. Jack, who was sitting next to them, also looked shocked. He never expected the famous Lucas to personally raise a glass in their honor. However, Chris was clearly not happy about all this. Noticing his extremely displeased face, Abby giggled softly and whispered to Mike that his facial expression was constantly changing, like a traffic light. However, the hero only remarked to her that it was better to discuss such things in a quieter manner. The girl stubbornly objected that if she didn't like someone, she saw no reason to hide it. Axel, having heard their conversation, reminded her not to create problems, because if it weren't for the hero's help, he would hardly have been able to send her to study. Abby was surprised, saying that it was just a university and she didn't understand how there could be any danger there. Then the girl took Mike by the arm and announced with a smile that from tomorrow he would become her classmate at the university. The next day, the guys were already at Yinkai University. There, the teacher introduced the students to 3 new students who had transferred to their department. The new students were Mike, Abby, and Jack. Abby was the first to introduce herself to the audience. Her cute appearance immediately attracted the attention of several guys. Then Mike gave his name. This time, several girls began to quietly discuss him among themselves, noting that he looked very attractive. When it was Jack's turn, the audience paid almost no attention to him, which greatly hurt his pride. After the performance was over, the teacher invited new students to take their seats. At that moment, Mike suddenly noticed Alice, who gestured for him to sit down next to her. The hero was a little surprised, because previously he only knew that the girl was studying at this university. However, he never expected to find himself in the same faculty or even in the same group with her. Abby felt a pang of jealousy as she saw Mike heading towards her. She muttered to herself discontentedly that he was an idiot. Then she pulled Jack by the hand and sat him down next to her. Meanwhile, Alice and Mike started talking, and the girl asked where he had been lately. The hero explained that he had gone to the cities to visit relatives. Then he asked if it was true that the Lee family home had recently been attacked by bandits. In another corner of the room, several students watched the scene. One of them noticed that this guy was talking too boldly to the most beautiful girl on campus and didn't seem to be afraid of problems. Alice explained to Mike that the martial arts alliance was protecting her, and the jade bracelet he gave her confidence. Suddenly, the girl quietly said that he had once said that he treated her well only because he felt a duty to her. However, he doesn't need to take it so seriously because she never blamed him. These words made Mike think for a moment and remember his past life. At that time, he was completely alone. Those around him treated him with respect, but no one dared to get really close to him. Only Alice once extended her hand to him and gave him a little human warmth. For Mike, who had already become a street hooligan at the time, this was the first time someone had genuinely shown concern for him. However, because of this, a tragedy happened to Alice. The villains cruelly abused her, and the girl, not wanting to live with such shame, chose death. Still wanting to make amends with Alice, Mike said that in this life, if anything upset her, he would definitely fix it. The girl only agreed with him. Meanwhile, Abby grabbed Jack by the hair in irritation and whispered that this blind Mike was really annoying her. When the bell rang, signaling the end of classes, the students decided to take a short walk around campus. Then Alice offered to show everyone around. However, Abby immediately refused, stating that she preferred to look around on her own. With these words, the girl turned around and left. Seeing this reaction, Alice noticed that Mike's owner didn't seem to be very friendly towards her. Mike explained that she sometimes acts childish, but she's actually a good person, so don't take her words to heart. Then Alice suggested that we look into the gym, which was nearby. At that moment, a young man from the Shu family Milo approached them. He turned to Alice and asked if Mike was her friend. His companion immediately added fuel to the fire by noticing that this guy was the same new handsome guy who had recently transferred to their class. In response, Alice only named his classmates, an address that clearly upset the young man. Milo complained that he was sad to hear such a thing, because he had already managed to visit her uncle, who was very pleased with their acquaintance. Alice felt extremely uncomfortable with this overly intrusive behavior, so she explained that she was used to addressing people that way. She then added that it would be better to call her by her full name, and upon hearing this, Milo said that he would then call her Alice. He noticed, however, that her embarrassed expression looked very cute. Just as he was about to take the girl by the hand, he unexpectedly ran into Mike. He quickly got ahead of him and grabbed Alice's hand. The hero, under the pretext that they might be late for class, took Alice aside, thereby getting rid of the persistent interlocutor. The girl blushed embarrassedly at this gesture. And then Milo, who had long considered himself her admirer, felt a flash of irritation. He asked if she really wanted to show the new student around campus and offered to take on the responsibility. But before Alice could answer, Mike said that he was quite content with her company and that they did not need to bother others. Upon hearing the refusal, Milo's friend warned the boy not to act ungratefully, as the young Master Shu had done him a great honor. However, Milo immediately stopped him and noted that he shouldn't say that, because if Mike is Alice's friend, then he is also his friend. His friend quickly began to apologize for his abruptness. Watching this ostentatious nobility, Mike only chuckled and thought that modern guys were too fond of creating drama. At that moment, a message from Abby suddenly appeared on his phone, asking him to come to the stadium immediately. Mike immediately invited Alice to go there with him. Seeing them simply turn around and walk away, Milo was clearly displeased. Then he told his companion that they should also see what was happening. When they reached the stadium, a small crowd of students had already gathered there, loudly cheering on the fighters. Mike immediately noticed that one of the participants was proficient in martial arts, and his level was even higher than Jack's. Just at that moment, the enemy was about to strike again. And then Mike intervened in time and directed the flow of true energy. It all happened so quickly that Jack only saw a flash of light. Immediately after this, a blast of energy threw the attacker to the ground. Only after this did Mike ask Jack what exactly had happened, and he quickly explained that he and Abby had simply been walking around campus. And then suddenly some guy started following them and started pestering the girl and saying obscene things, so Jack couldn't stand it. The man who had just been knocked down turned out to be Leroy, a mid-level martial artist. Mike then asked Abby if the man had really been harassing her. The girl immediately declared that this shameless bully had bullied her. She had been offended, and Mike had to do something about it. This sudden complaint stunned not only Mike, but also many people around him. As he took a step forward, Leroy felt a cold gaze and immediately became nervous. He stuttered, asking what he wanted. The guy quickly warned them not to touch him, otherwise the consequences would be serious. He then stated that if anyone wants to fight, they should first find out who they are dealing with, otherwise they will regret it later. He was clearly hinting that he had powerful backers with whom Mike would not want to deal. At that moment, Milo suddenly stepped forward and ordered Leroy to immediately apologize to the girl. Upon seeing him, he immediately realized that he would have to show respect and noticed that young Master Shu was also there. Then Milo said that since this girl is Alice's friend, then she is his friend too, so he demands an apology. Leroy was outraged in his heart, realizing that he was actually just trying to impress the new girl. However, he bowed his head out loud and apologized. Abby just snorted coldly in response. At the same time, the people around them began to whisper among themselves, admiring how influential young Master Shu seemed to be. Wanting to further win Abby's favor, Milo even bowed personally and apologized for what happened. However, the girl completely ignored his efforts and only noted that everything was fine, because Mike was next to her. Milo said that he had long heard that Chairman Su's daughter was beautiful, but after seeing her in person today, he realized that people were greatly exaggerating. Before Abby could even figure out what he meant, the guy burst out laughing. He ran his hand through her hair, declaring that she was actually even more beautiful than the goddess. Hearing this, Jack almost choked with disgust and noted that this line was so banal that it made him want to vomit rainbows. However, as one would expect from Abby, she reacted to such a compliment completely calmly. She merely thanked him dryly, after which she immediately turned to Mike, demanding to know why they had arrived so late. Hearing this, Mike thought that this young lady changed her mood faster than turning the page of a book. Meanwhile, Milo did not miss the opportunity to continue flirting with Alice. He noticed that she also had her own special beauty. Jack felt sick again at this kind of talk, and he wondered if Milo imagined himself as the main character in a manga. After this, Milo announced that he would like to invite everyone to dinner that evening and thus make amends for the guilt of that rude Leroy. Hearing this, those around him were filled with respect for him, because he was ready to take responsibility to protect the university's reputation. However, Abby asked him point blank if he considered himself a saint for trying to take responsibility for other people's actions. Milo explained that she had just arrived and didn't know the university very well, but there were many interesting secrets there. He spoke of a mysterious little room in the library and a famous caped hero, and promised to tell about it at the evening banquet. Upon hearing the mention of a cloaked hero, Abby immediately became interested and asked if such a person really existed. Milo confirmed that it was a figure wearing a mask that covered half of its face and a mysterious cloak. To everyone's surprise, Abby herself asked what time the dinner would be. Milo was momentarily confused, so she repeated the question, asking what time and where exactly they were going to meet. At that moment, the girl mentally decided that perhaps she had finally found the very hero who had once saved her. Milo quickly set a time to meet, 8 o'clock in the evening at a restaurant. Abby agreed and promised to arrive on time. Milo turned to Alice and reminded her that she wanted to talk to her former classmate, offering to join them that evening. The girl was surprised for a moment. However, then she smiled and agreed. Milo decided his plan had worked, confirmed the meeting time, and left soon after. After he left, Alice warned Abby. She said that such young men rarely had simple intentions and that their sweet words should not be trusted. In response, Abby laid her head on Mike's shoulder and noted that she understood everything perfectly. But with Mike by her side, she had nothing to fear. These words made the atmosphere a little awkward. Then Mike jokingly asked if she really thought so highly of him. Meanwhile, Alice looked down at the jade pendant that Mike had given her earlier, and a shadow of sadness flickered in her eyes. At 8 o'clock in the evening, guests had already gathered in the restaurant. Milo asked his partner if he had prepared everything that was asked of him, and he assured him that everything was arranged perfectly. He had hardly spoken these words when the door opened. Abby and Mike entered the room. Milo immediately pulled out a chair for her and invited her to sit down. However, Abby thanked him politely and said that she preferred to sit a little further away. Then she pulled up a chair and sat down next to Mike, pointedly ignoring Milo. He was clearly unhappy, but decided not to show it. Alice arrived soon after, apologizing for being late. Milo immediately took advantage of the opportunity and invited her to take a seat next to him, declaring that he knew how to take good care of girls. However, she also tactfully declined, saying that she also preferred to sit a little further away, after which she settled down next to Mike. When Jack was the last one to appear, he assumed Milo had pulled out the chair especially for him. The atmosphere became even more awkward. But Abby broke the silence and reminded Milo that he had promised to tell interesting stories. Milo also told that there is supposedly an abandoned library in the eastern part of the university. However, Abby quickly became bored and impatiently asked him to get to the point, reminding him that he had mentioned a caped hero. Hearing this, Milo cursed. The girl did not want to listen to the ghost story that he had so carefully prepared. However, he said that once upon a time there was a guy at university who constantly imagined himself as a superhero saving the world. He loved to wear a long cloak and a mask, and sometimes even climbed onto the roof of the academic building, claiming that he could fly. Abby asked curiously what happened next. Milo continued and said that one day, while trying to prove his ability to fly, the guy fell off the roof and died. After this story, both girls became so bored that they almost began to fall asleep. Meanwhile, Milo himself seemed to be waiting for something. He thought that according to the plan, everything should happen very soon. And indeed, outside, several men acting on his orders began to approach the room called the Bamboo Melody. Soon, 3 gangster-looking guys stood in front of the door of Bamboo Melody's private room. One of them, sniffing the air, declared that he could smell the scent of beautiful women. With these words, he raised his leg and kicked the door open. However, when the door opened, he suddenly came face to face with several guys. One of them immediately asked who they were. Only then did the guy with the mushroom haircut realize he was in the wrong room. Just at that moment, someone told them that the room they needed was on the other side. But 3 strong men had already come closer and again demanded to know who they were. The guy just spat contemptuously, landing on the clothes of one of them. He began to snap back in an insolent manner, declaring that knocking down doors was his specialty. He also added that they should return to their food and not look at him. Otherwise, even their own mother would not recognize them. At that moment, one of the men, Cole, couldn't take it anymore. He punched him, instantly teaching him a lesson for his insolence. Meanwhile, in the Bamboo Melody room where Mike was, Abby suddenly stood up and announced that they had to leave. Since the people Milo was expecting still hadn't shown up, he tried his best to persuade them to stay a little longer. He wondered why his people hadn't come yet. It was at that moment that a cry for help came from the corridor. The guy with the mushroom hairdo was kicked by Cole straight into the next room where Milo was. Then Cole himself walked in after him and said with a grin that he was curious about who had dared to knock down his door. And in the end, it turned out that all this was done on Milo's orders. When Milo saw him, he turned pale as if he had seen a ghost and asked if he hadn't joined the special forces and why he had returned. Cole smugly replied that he came back whenever he wanted and it was no one's business. Milo knew Cole was dangerous. He used to cause a lot of trouble, which is why Lou's family sent him to the army to discipline him. At that moment, the boy started screaming again, begging Milo to save him and justifying himself by saying that he was only following orders. Fearing that his plan would be revealed, the student abruptly cut him off and ordered him to shut up, calling him useless trash. Cole grabbed the bully and demanded to know what exactly Milo had ordered them to do. He confessed that Mr. Shu had ordered them to break down the door and start pestering the girls so that he could stage the scene of rescuing the beauty. However, by mistake, they kicked down the door of the wrong room and stumbled upon Cole. Hearing this, the 2 girls in the room were stunned. Abby turned to Mike, reminding him that they were talking about the scene where the hero saves the beauty. Mike was just surprised at what new trick she had planned. Meanwhile, Cole began to mock Milo in front of everyone, asking if he really still used such cheap tricks. Fearing that he would lose face completely, Milo rushed to justify himself to Abby and Alice, assuring them that he would never have resorted to such methods. Cole again noted that he had gone to so much trouble for the sake of just 2 girls. Although with his power, he could have acted much more harshly. He also added sarcastically that he had done similar things before, and these words completely drove Milo crazy. Then he suddenly asked what would happen if he started hitting on the girl he liked right in front of him. After this, Cole stared at Abby, causing her to back away in fear and ask what he was going to do. He began to brazenly admire her delicate face and declared that he wanted to touch it, reassuring her and calling her beautiful. However, Abby screamed at him to stay away. At this point, Mike decided to intervene and grabbed Cole by the arm, who was indignant that he had the audacity to stop him. Mike mockingly repeated that it was just a light touch and there was no need to be afraid. Cole began threatening, demanding that he let go of his hand immediately, otherwise he would not be able to guarantee that Mike's hand would stay in place. But Mike only tightened his grip on his wrist and said that he would let him go if he stopped behaving inappropriately. Cole became angry and declared that he had only been absent from Longshan City for a few years, and such impudent people had already appeared here. Then he broke free and took a fighting stance. He immediately recognized the hero as a martial arts master. Cole noticed that Mike was also working out and decided to take the opportunity to stretch a bit. He had just raised his leg to attack when Mike scornfully remarked that he shouldn't even try. The hero realized that this guy could only shake the air. The next moment, he used deep internal energy and struck Cole's right leg. He immediately cried out in pain. His companions immediately became worried about their master. Cole fell to the floor, horrified to think that the man's defense was as hard as steel. He had used all his strength, but in the end, he had only hurt himself. Suddenly, Mike asked him what his relationship was to the Liu family. Cole's face immediately turned pale, and he responded irritably that some brat had no right to simply say the elder's name. He added that even if his leg was injured, he still had some moves left. After this, he used military fighting techniques and rushed forward, delivering many quick blows. However, Mike easily dodged them. He then channeled true energy into his hand, moved closer, and pinned Cole's head down with one hand. With just a slight effort, he completely suppressed the arrogant opponent. After this, he even began to lecture him, noting that young people should not be so impulsive. Then he said that when a child behaves badly, you need to call an adult. With these words, Mike took the phone out of Cole's pocket and called his grandfather. After talking for a while, he handed the phone to Cole and said that his grandfather wanted to talk to him. As soon as Cole picked up the phone, he heard his grandfather's angry voice, the old man reminding him of how much trouble he had caused the Liu family in the past. However, he returned without having learned anything, and of all people, he managed to contact young Master Wuji. Realizing his grandfather had sided with a stranger, Cole felt like his heart had shattered into a million pieces. He tried to justify himself, but his grandfather cut him off abruptly, the old man sternly declaring that Cole was obliged to immediately apologize to this man. Mr. Wuji is magnanimous and will most likely forgive him this time, but if something like this happens again, grandfather will personally punish him. Cole stated that his grandfather was a master, and even he had to show respect to a hero, so he asked if Mike was stronger than him. However, Mike indifferently asked if Cole was still going to fight him to the end. Cole had no choice but to admit defeat. He said that if even his grandfather said so, then he had nothing to say in response. After that, Mike helped heal his injury without further ado. In response, Cole warned him that Milo was an unreliable person. To this, the hero replied that none of them had anything to do with Milo. Hearing this, Cole was astonished and asked why they had attacked him when he was trying to hit on Milo's girlfriend. Abby immediately explained that they were not his girlfriends at all. Alice also confirmed that a common mistake had occurred. Then Cole finally realized what had happened. He remembered that when he entered the room, Milo kept stealing glances at the girls. After this, Mike told the girls that there was nothing more for them to do here and it was time to leave. Abby said loudly enough for the bastard to hear that they should stay away from people like that in the future. Then Milo, in desperation, began to beg them not to leave and called out to Mike several times. However, Cole menacingly stated that what he hated most in Longshan were the hypocrites who hid behind their family's power. Milo tried to justify himself, claiming that it was all a misunderstanding and that he would definitely explain everything later. With these words, he tried to slip away, but two of Cole's subordinates had already blocked the door and asked where he was going. Cole, meanwhile, stood up, noting that he had to acknowledge Mike's skill. He even said that he instantly healed his injury. In the future, he will definitely try to get to know such a person better, but first he needs to sort out his own affairs. Realizing that resistance was futile, Milo tried to intimidate him with his family's influence and reminded him that the entire Shu clan stood behind him. But before he could finish speaking, Cole had already slapped him and asked him to say hello to his seventh-grade uncle. 3 days later, the girls were discussing the upcoming basketball match between the Faculty of Finance and the Faculty of Chinese Literature. One of them admitted that she would definitely come because Milo, who looks incredibly handsome, would be playing there again. Another girl reminded her that they were studying Chinese literature, so it would be logical to root for their team. At that moment, a guy named Carter, the captain of the basketball team of the Faculty of Arts, approached Mike. He announced that they would have a match against the Faculty of Finance and invited Mike to join the team as a reserve player. Mike cautiously asked again if they really wanted to take him as a reserve, and honestly admitted that he didn't know how to play basketball at all. Carter replied that it was no problem, as they just needed someone to fill out the roster. Besides, according to him, Mike's physique is much better than the others. Upon hearing the conversation, several girls from their class immediately looked at him with interest and asked if he was really going to play. Then Mike admitted again that he didn't know how to play basketball at all. However, Carter reminded that as a student of Chinese literature, he should have at least some sense of collective honor. The girls also began to encourage Mike, promising to come and watch the game, but he still insisted that he didn't know how to play. At that moment, Abby called out loudly to him and declared that he had to go. She added that she and Alice would definitely come to cheer for him, after which she asked her friend for confirmation with a smile. Alice also agreed to come to the match. Seeing this, Mike realized that he couldn't refuse. Milo overheard this whole conversation and swore that whoever this man was, he would definitely make him find out what he was capable of. On the day of the match, Milo's appearance caused quite a stir, with several girls screaming non-stop, encouraging him. To loud applause, Milo walked onto the court like the star of the match. Seeing this, Abby was surprised and asked why the girls from their department were rooting for the other team and acting so spineless. After that, she fiddled around a bit and took out a banner she had prepared in advance. It had messages supporting Mike and the Chinese literature department, and Abby herself was shouting that Mike was the king of basketball. Mike, hearing this, was speechless and only thought, "Is this girl really not afraid of being disgraced?" But her screams grew louder, causing Mike to even cover his face with his hand, wishing he could sink through the ground from embarrassment. Meanwhile, Milo watched him and swore that if Mike dared to go out on the court today, he would definitely regret it. The first quarter of the match between the Faculty of Finance and the Faculty of Chinese Literature soon began. At the same moment, the referee threw the ball up. Milo deftly intercepted him and quickly led him across the court, trying to maintain his appearance. This literally sent the female spectators into a frenzy, enthusiastically shouting that he was incredibly handsome and that they had already thought of names for their future children. In just 20 minutes, the finance faculty players repeatedly threw balls into the opponent's basket. Finally, the referee announced the end of the first quarter and the break, by which time the score was crushing, 65.8 in favor of the finance faculty. Milo looked at his rivals with disdain and declared that the Chinese literature department was complete trash. The spectators in the stands also began to jeer, saying that the Chinese faculty team was demonstrating amazing stability. It was Abby's first time watching their match, and she wondered if their team was really that weak. Alice explained that the finance team had always been strong, and most of the girls only came to the match for Milo. Meanwhile, the Chinese faculty team was losing by a disastrous score and was completely demoralized. At that moment, Carter suddenly gave the order for Mike to go out onto the court next. He immediately felt awkward and indignant, because they had agreed that he would simply be listed for the sake of numbers. However, Carter explained that there was no choice. The Chinese department team only had 6 players, and 2 were already injured. Meanwhile, the 2 players were complaining to each other, one of them claiming that he had scratched his index finger while catching the ball. Realizing he had no choice, Mike agreed and said he would go out with them. Seeing that Mike had finally come out onto the court, Milo silently vowed to humiliate him today so much that he would cry. Soon the next quarter began. The referee blew the whistle and threw the ball up. The players immediately prepared for a new round. Milo, thanks to his dexterity, was the first to take possession of it again. Then he looked at Mike with a clear ill intent. He threw the ball sharply towards him, shouting loudly for him to catch it. Mike caught the ball automatically, but had no idea what to do next. Then he just looked at the basket. Mike, relying on his outstanding reflexes, quickly sent the ball towards her. To the great surprise of 2 girls in the stands, the ball whistled through the hoop and bounced off the floor. At that moment, Abby and Alice froze in shock. The opposing players asked each other in confusion if it was really a throw from the baseline. Abby tried her best to encourage her friend and shouted from the stands about how cool he was. Carter was speechless and asked Mike what he was doing. It turned out that Mike had thrown the ball into his own team's basket, thereby giving the opponents 3 points to the loud laughter of the spectators. Mike, perplexed, asked if he hadn't scored the ball, and why then did the other team get the points? Carter was completely at a loss and explained that Mike didn't seem to even know which half of the court belonged to which team. Having learned this, the hero understood how everything worked. Milo couldn't help but grin and noticed that the guy managed to hit them with a three-pointer right after he stepped onto the court. He was perplexed as to how such stupidity could still dare to compete with him. After this, the finance team would throw the ball in and Milo would take the throw. Noticing Mike trying to block him, Milo chuckled. He said with irritation that he would now show what true professionalism and skill are. Milo started performing all sorts of feints. He then turned deftly and literally spun Mike around, causing the spectators in the stands to gasp in admiration. Many have noted that his turn is in no way inferior to the techniques of professional players. Milo had already decided that everything was going too easy and was about to jump up for a spectacular dunk. And then suddenly Mike intercepted the ball right out of the air. Milo stood there in complete shock. He could only watch as Mike sent the ball into the basket. He thought irritably in his heart that he didn't know how he had managed it, but it had probably all happened by pure chance. Then the guy decided to definitely defeat him with real skill. Milo pretended to run forward, although he was actually going to throw the ball from right at the middle of the court. But as soon as the ball left his hands, Mike jumped again. Having taken possession of the ball, he soon started running again. Then the hero sent it right into the opponent's ring. Several players from the finance department, observing his playing style, couldn't help but exclaim that this guy was a real monster. Milo became enraged and started yelling at his teammates, asking why no one could cover for him. This time, 3 players tried to stop Mike, but even that didn't help. He threw the ball again. Mike almost single-handedly changed the audience's attitude towards the Chinese department team. With just 3 seconds left in the game, the score was tied, 68-68. Having no other choice, Milo looked meaningfully at Carter. Taking the hint, they rushed forward together, intending to teach Mike a lesson. Only then did Mike understand their intention. He realized why Carter had been so persistent in urging him to come out and why a sudden injury had forced a reserve player to take his place in the lineup. However, Mike did not retreat. He also made a false move, suddenly rushed forward and then instantly retreated back. Milo and Carter ended up colliding with each other and falling on their backs. After this, Mike exposed Carter, realizing that he was actually Milo's man. Since no one else could stop him, he sent the ball into the basket. The score reached 70 points by the end of the second quarter, and the victory went to the Chinese faculty team. The stands immediately erupted in cheers, with people raving about Mike and saying the Chinese team was incredible. Even Carter had to admit that Mike was truly a terrific player. However, Mike himself stated that he actually doesn't know how to play basketball at all. These words completely confused several of the team's players, who could not believe their ears. At that moment, Abby and Alice ran out onto the court. Abby immediately hugged Mike and enthusiastically told him that he had just played absolutely incredible. However, contrary to her expectations, Mike admitted that he knew this himself. Her delight instantly evaporated from this answer, and she let him go, noticing that he did not know how to be modest at all. Alice also praised him, admitting that she had no idea he was hiding such talent. The crowd around Mike was buzzing with excitement, and the longer Milo watched, the more anger boiled inside him. In his heart, he swore that he would not rest until one of them was destroyed. At this time, Mike unexpectedly received a message from his sister. She asked if he was free and could meet her tomorrow at the mall because she needed to talk. Mike agreed. The next day, they met in the square near the shopping center. Molly waved to her brother and called him over. Mike came over, gently patted her on the head, and noted with a smile that she rarely invited him to go shopping. He asked if she had time to miss him after just a few days of separation. But Molly immediately denied it and said that nothing of the sort happened. Then she sighed and explained that usually when she goes shopping, she tries to buy everything at once so that she doesn't have to go out for a long time. She assumed that there would be quite a lot of things and she wouldn't be able to carry them all alone, so she called her brother to help. When the girl went to the men's clothing store, Mike immediately began to refuse. He said that he already had enough clothes. In his heart, he even thought that his sister looked completely calm, but for some reason she was still dragging him to the men's clothing store. Molly replied that he had no taste at all, so she decided to work on his appearance a little. 10 minutes later, she finally picked out a more or less decent set of clothes for Mike. However, he didn't like it at all. He said that in such an outfit he looked like one of those rich sons, too pretentious and flashy. Then Molly took 2 more sets and made her brother try them on. But Mike was already tired of trying on clothes and went straight to the checkout to pay for his purchases. He firmly decided that the main principle of shopping with a girl is to act quickly, otherwise the process could drag on forever. After that, the brother and sister walked around the shopping center. At some point, Molly unexpectedly turned into a nearby store, but Mike felt very embarrassed and didn't want to go in there. Seeing him stop at the entrance, the sister called him inside and asked him not to stand outside. Mike asked in surprise if she was really going to try on underwear and show it to him. Molly rolled her eyes and explained that she just saw him carrying a bunch of bags and there was nowhere to sit outside, so she invited him inside. Despite this, Mike still refused and said that it was safer for him to stay outside. He suggested that his sister choose everything she needed herself and buy it without him. After a while, Molly found something she liked and went out to her brother. She called him to go further and handed him another package. Mike glanced at it and noticed that the purchase was pink. At that moment, Chris was watching Molly from the far corner and noticed that the girl was really very beautiful. Meanwhile, Mike curiously asked his sister why she hadn't bought herself any clothes. She replied that everything was fine and that she already had enough things. But suddenly Mike felt something strange. He stopped abruptly, put all the bags right on the floor and asked his sister to wait for him there, after which he headed off to the side. Chris didn't expect that Mike had already noticed him. He pretended to be polite and asked how he could help Master Wuji. Mike came closer and coldly warned that he didn't care what dirty thoughts were going through the man's head. But if he dares to lay a finger on his sister, the consequences will be dire. However, Chris stated that there were 2 powerful clans behind him, and if even a hair fell from his head, Mike would not live. Mike just patted him lightly on the shoulder and offered to test it out in practice if he didn't believe it. After this, he said goodbye and left, advising them to watch themselves carefully. At that moment, Chris's face suddenly turned pale. When Mike returned to his sister, she asked what had happened. He replied that it was nothing serious and suggested moving on. Meanwhile, Chris suddenly felt that something strange was happening to his body. He soon collapsed to the ground, horrified to think how Mike could release such a powerful force. After some time, the brother and sister had to part ways, and before leaving, Mike gave Molly a small gift box. He asked her to always carry this thing with her, and the girl accepted the gift and promised to do as he said. As Molly was leaving, another car pulled up to Mike. Someone called out to him from within, addressing him as Mr. Wuji, and the voice seemed familiar to Mike. It turned out to be Ben, who looked quite worried and said that they had finally found Mike. Then Mike asked what happened. Ben explained that there was an emergency in the martial arts world and suggested they get in the car first. On the way, Ben said that the Martial Arts Alliance had discovered the supposed base of the Heihuang sect. The enemy was extremely cunning, so to ensure a successful operation they needed the help of an expert like Mike. He then pointed to the man in the front seat and introduced him as a squad leader named Clancy. Clancy admitted that he had heard of his name for a long time. Having seen Mike in person, he noted that he was truly incredibly talented. To have such strength at such a young age is rare, which is why people on the black market are so afraid of him. Mike just smiled modestly and said that the department head was praising him too much. The car soon stopped in a deserted area on the outskirts of the city. Mike got out of the car and discreetly looked around the area. The place was deserted, remote, and open. A perfect hiding place that would be difficult to spot, and suddenly he felt someone's presence. At this moment, Cole appeared and said that as soon as he returned to Longshan City, he immediately heard news about the Heihuang sect. Since he was not used to acting alone, he requested support, and his men had been secretly observing the place for several days. According to their data, there are several victims inside, so the operation must be extremely careful. Ben then asked Mike if he should eliminate the patrolman first so as not to disturb those inside. Cole noted that this would not be easy to do, since even a pistol with a silencer still makes a sound. However, for Mike, this was not a problem at all. As they approached the thatched huts of the Heihuang sect, Mike carefully watched the movements of the guards. He then channeled his internal energy and used a technique known as flying petals, which allowed him to kill silently. He picked up some leaves and turned them into sharp projectiles. These leaves pierced the bodies of the enemies, and they fell to the ground without a sound. Seeing Mike doing this, Cole couldn't help but think that Wuji's technique was truly amazing. Not only did it allow one to silently destroy an enemy with one blow, but it also didn't leave a single drop of blood in the air. After the guards were eliminated, Clancy waved his hand, signaling everyone to attack. Cole reported that 3 tents housed members of the Heihuang sect, and the one furthest away held prisoners. Then Clancy suggested that Mike take care of rescuing victims and protecting people while they deal with the bandits. However, 2 of the Heihuang sect's henchmen had already noticed the uninvited guests. One of them shouted furiously that they dared to destroy the sect's affairs and would not leave here alive today. Mike was also soon discovered. Cole then quickly dealt with the 2 opponents, but Mike got a more serious opponent. He drew his blade and rushed forward, intending to teach him a lesson. At that moment, Mike noticed that the weapon was coated with poison. Meanwhile, Cole reached the last tent where the kidnapped girls were being held. Even such a straightforward person as he could not contain his anger and cursed, saying that these people were worse than animals. There were many very young girls inside. They cried in fear and began to beg not to harm them. When Mike's opponent looked away for a moment and looked towards Cole, Mike immediately took advantage of this. He grabbed his arm and broke it. The hero instantly finished off the enemy, sending him after the rest of his henchmen. After a short time, the Heihuang sect's stronghold was completely cleared out. Ben reported that all the victims had already been moved to a safe place, and his men took them back to the city to report what had happened. However, he hesitated a little, and noticing this, Mike said to speak directly. Ben then reported that the lair leader was under control, but Clancy appeared to be seriously injured and could not continue the fight. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Mike ordered that he be taken immediately to the battlefield. When they arrived, Ben pointed to the man who had fought Clancy and explained that he was the most brutal of all the cult members. Cole couldn't take it anymore and cursed, declaring that he had to deal with this monster first. After that, he immediately entered the fight. However, the enemy, noticing that another person was approaching him, the bandit chuckled loudly. Then he released his true power with a loud cry. A powerful wave of force threw Cole back several meters. Even Ben said with concern that it was bad because it was the protective aura of the Heihuang sect. Cole was injured but still cursed his enemy, saying that if he were stronger, he would have cut the bastard into 100 pieces long ago. Then Mike told him to calm down and rest. Ben warned him that this opponent was extremely dangerous and repeated several times that the Heihuang sect's protective aura contained poison. But Mike merely noted that it was only a little poisonous gas and one blow with his palm would be enough to deal with it. After this, he rushed towards his opponent and declared that he had committed evil for his own benefit and therefore deserved death. The enemy didn't even realize when exactly Mike appeared nearby. He didn't have time to react before he received a powerful blow from the palm of his hand. The blow hit the bandit right in the chest. A thought flashed through his mind that Mike was a master from the capital, because he appeared too quickly. Then Mike sat down next to him and began interrogating him, demanding to know where the sect's main headquarters was. However, he still remained stubbornly silent and only grinned, stating that Mike could not even dream of it. Even if the capital sent people, it wouldn't change anything. The Great Elder and others would soon make a breakthrough. Realizing that he couldn't get any more information from him, Mike said that in that case, his only option was to personally send him out of this world. The man began to stutter in fear, not believing that Mike would dare to do this. However, the hero, without hesitation, delivered a palm strike that passed straight through the opponent's body. Thus, the bandit met his death instantly. Clancy admitted that the situation was more serious than they thought, as it turned out that one of the remaining members of the Heihuang sect had managed to escape. But Mike only said to be notified immediately if any new information came to light. Everyone present expressed their gratitude to him and said that his help today was invaluable. Meanwhile, at the city hospital, Milo angrily slammed his fist on the table. The boy shouted Mike's name angrily. Carter informed the young gentleman that the entire university forum was now filled with discussions about Mike. Moreover, he already had his own fan club. He added that Mike used Milo as a stepping stone to become famous. Upon hearing this, Milo ordered an immediate plan to completely destroy Mike's reputation. Carter thought about it and said that Mike seemed like a gentle and calm person, but in reality, he was very difficult to handle. However, now that his popularity is growing and he is attracting attention at the university, any scandal will have a much stronger effect. Milo praised him for his intelligence and said that it seemed like he already had a bold idea, and Carter whispered the plan in his ear. After listening to him, Milo smiled, looked down at his leg and thought that Mike enjoyed using him for his own glory. But this time, he will make sure that Mike is cursed with no way to justify himself. The next day at university, Abby walked past several girls whispering quietly among themselves. They discussed how you can't judge a person by their appearance. They said that the one who looks decent is in fact corrupted. Hearing this, Abby stopped one of them and pinned her against the wall. At first, the girls didn't understand what was happening. And then Abby asked if they were talking about Mike. Then the girls showed her a video in which Mike allegedly forced the girl to do something against her will. In the recording, he was next to some frightened girl. After that, he grabbed her and threw her on the bed. He completely ignored her frightened pleas not to come closer. He then tore her clothes off despite her pleas to let her go. He could be heard on the video mockingly saying that she could scream as much as she wanted. However, he stated that it was still useless. The recording looked very convincing, but Abby still didn't believe it. She thought that even such a beautiful girl like her could not interest him, but this stranger was able to attract his attention. Without wasting any time, she immediately took out her phone and called Mike to warn him that someone was spreading a fake video. By that time, Mike had already returned to university. However, instead of the usual atmosphere, he was met with contemptuous glances and a wave of furious accusations. The students around him began to loudly condemn him, calling him a scumbag and demanding that he leave the university. Insults were heard in the crowd, with many claiming that such a person was unworthy of studying at the university. Some even shouted that he had no place among people. Watching this scene from the sidelines, Milo smiled smugly. He was sure that Mike had brought this fate upon himself. Carter asked him what steps should be taken next, and Milo decided that the moment had come to make his presence known. He wanted to show that he was the young master of the Shu family and prove that someone like Mike had no right to insult him. Among the noisy and aggressive crowd, only Alice still remained close to Mike. However, the situation was rapidly getting out of control. Some students began collecting dirty trash and encouraging others to throw it at Mike. When the situation became particularly dangerous, Alice tried to stand in front of Mike to protect him. But Mike pulled her towards him, and, channeling a barely noticeable portion of true energy, he ended up stopping the flying debris right in the air. The girl was shocked by what she saw. Mike snorted coldly and with one effort of thought sent all the trash back. As a result, those who tried to attack were themselves hit by their own shells. At that moment, Milo's voice was heard. He loudly began to accuse Mike, declaring that he was just a monster in human form. He also stated that it was a great shame for him when his name was mentioned in connection with such a person. Milo then began to incite the crowd even more, calling on students to expel Mike from the university. The hero quickly realized that everything that was happening was Milo's doing. Without the slightest fear, he admitted that he considered him a non-entity and asked what he was going to do about it. He declared that if he moved his hand, he would already condemn the hero to eternal shame, so he should leave here and repent. And then suddenly Mike felt that his sister Molly's Jade pendant had activated, which meant that something bad had happened. Milo continued his taunts and provocations. He was confident that Mike couldn't do anything to him. But the very next moment Mike struck. The slap was so powerful that Milo suffered serious injuries. He collapsed to the ground and began to twitch convulsively. All the other students ran up to him and immediately started asking if he was okay. Mike himself disappeared almost instantly. He couldn't afford to waste a second. His speed was increasing and he continued to accelerate. A promise he had made to himself to not let the tragedy of his past life repeat itself floated through his mind. He was determined to protect his sister at any cost. At the same time, Molly was surrounded by a group of bandits. Thanks to the pendant she wore, the attackers could not get close to her. One of them, irritated, tried to understand what exactly was stopping them from grabbing the girl and ordered the protection to be removed. The bandit raised his knife, preparing to strike, and Molly had almost resigned herself to her fate. It was at this moment that Mike, having sensed the source of the protective energy, then without hesitation, he smashed through the wall next to them with a powerful blow. The frightened criminals turned towards the sound. When the dust settled, Mike's figure appeared in front of them. His gaze was cold and full of fury. He made it clear that anyone who dared to touch his sister would die. With one movement of his hand, he destroyed the entire group of attackers. Mike paid special attention to the gang leader. He took the headset off his ear and heard the voice of the man on the other end of the line asking if they had managed to capture the girl. Mike named the customer, Chris, and said that he must die, but Chris only offered to come for him if he had the courage. Mike crushed the device in his hand, removing the protective barrier around Molly. Then he gently stroked his sister's head. He calmed her down and promised that no one would ever be able to harm her again. The hero said that as long as he lived, something like this would never happen again. Molly looked at her brother with trust and faith. After he had safely brought her back to the university, Mike thought for a long time. The sister was very frightened by what happened. Then the hero realized that he had to completely destroy those who were behind this. Soon, he took out his phone and contacted his subordinates. Mike ordered an immediate gathering of all available experts from the military alliance. Hearing this, the interlocutor clarified whether it was really necessary to gather everyone. And then the hero announced that he was going to destroy He Huang. The next day, at the Liu family estate, Lucas discussed what happened with Axel, and it turned out that the fake video was created by Milo. Upon learning this, Axel could not hide his anger. He was outraged that Milo dared to arrange such an intrigue. At this moment, the head of the Shu family, Alex, requested an audience. Upon entering, he noticed that a representative of the Su family was sitting next to Lucas on equal terms. This made him wary and wondered why a person from the Su family was present here. Lucas didn't waste time on formalities and got straight to the point. Just the faintest hint of his aura was enough to make Alex's heart tremble. He was quick to show respect and declared that he was ready to immediately punish any member of the Shu family if they insulted the Liu family. And then Axel intervened in the conversation, declaring that the Su family was ready to attack the Shu family's businesses, even if they themselves had to suffer losses. Alex understood very well that the Su family really had the power to destroy the Shu family's economy. But the threats didn't end there. Lucas added that the disappearance of one of the large families could cause a very serious chain reaction. Lucas's words made Alex turn pale, and he immediately realized that the Liu family was also involved in what was happening. Shocked, he tried to find out what exactly the Shu family had done. He stated that even if he had to pay with his life, he would agree. Axel then explained that an edited video had appeared on the Yingkai University website, causing a strong reaction among students. After analysis, it was discovered that the video was faked and created by a criminal with the aim of slandering a student from the Chinese department. Alex asked who they were talking about when Axel coldly said Wu Ji's name. But he was even more shocked by the news that the slander had been organized on the orders of his own son. Meanwhile, at the Central City Hospital, Milo lay on a bed, almost completely covered in bandages like a mummy. He continued to curse Mike with hatred. Carter tried to calm him down, assuring him that Mike's actions could be regarded as an escape, and this time he would not be able to clear his name. At that moment, the door of the room suddenly swung open with a strong blow. A frightened Milo screamed, not understanding who had burst inside. But when he saw Alex enter, his expression immediately changed. Milo began to justify himself to his father, assuring him that his injuries were not too serious and that he would soon be able to leave the hospital. However, instead of care, he received a strong slap in the face from his father. Milo screamed in pain and surprise, not understanding the reason. Alex grabbed his son and angrily declared that because of his actions, the entire Shu family was almost destroyed. He immediately ordered him to go with him to ask for forgiveness, threatening that otherwise he would regret being born into the Shu family. Meanwhile, the story moves to the Su family's villa. Abby hurried down the stairs and walked over to Mike. She reported that the matter had already been cleared up and Milo had been detained by the authorities. She promised that as long as she was around, no one would be able to accuse him unfairly. She then asked about his intentions for the next day. She was worried that Mike was going to go to the He Huang sect's lair. Mike believed that the remnants of the He Huang sect had committed many terrible crimes, and anyone had the right to punish them. Therefore, he could not leave them unpunished. After some time, more than 10 experts arrived to greet their alliance leader. Mike made sure that everyone was ready for the operation. After confirmation, he gave the signal to begin. He wanted to completely destroy the He Huang sect. The group split into several squads and simultaneously attacked one of the sect's fortifications. The attack was sudden, and the defenders did not have time to organize resistance. One after another, the leaders of the stronghold were eliminated. When it was all over, one of his subordinates reported that this was already the 5th He Huang sect base destroyed during the operation. To completely destroy the base, it was decided to burn it to the ground. One of the people reported that information had been received about the next point, which turned out to be an underground casino club. After the destroyed base had completely burned down, the squad headed to a new location. When the cult leader Tyler learned that the 5th base had also been destroyed, he slammed his palm on the table in rage. He couldn't believe that 5 of his strongholds had been destroyed in one day. He cursed his opponent and claimed that if it weren't for his crisis, no one in Longshan would have dared to act so boldly. At that moment, Chris entered the room, and Tyler asked if they had managed to find out who was behind the attacks. Chris stated that there was no definitive evidence yet, but one name had already popped into his head: Wuji. Meanwhile, Clancy and his men were not far from the underground casino, where they saw a group of people in black clothes entering inside. Clancy thought that this was the same Wuji, and began to suspect that the mysterious man destroying the Heihuang sect bases was indeed him. At that moment, screams and panic were heard from the casino, and people inside began to run outside, fleeing. Hearing the noise, Tyler also became interested in what was happening. One of his subordinates tried to find out the identity of the attackers. However, Mike didn't even deign to look at them. He dealt with them with lightning speed, destroying each one with just one blow. Soon, a large group of Heihuang sect fighters were completely defeated. Even a whole crowd of opponents could not resist Mike's power. Only when there was no one left to resist did Tyler finally appear in person. He even began to applaud, mockingly praising the strength of his young opponent. However, he stated that he still came here only to meet death. Mike immediately demanded confirmation that he was the true leader of the Heihuang sect. The old man did not deny it, and admitted it. At this moment, Clancy appeared and remarked that he had seen a photo of the Heihuang sect's great elder, but this person was clearly not him. Tyler indifferently stated that the previous elder had died long ago, and before his death he had passed on his legacy to him. He reported that in just 10 years he had reached his current level of strength, preparing to soon break through to the Wuzun level. Clancy was shocked and couldn't believe what he heard, but the old man only mockingly replied that he was looking at the world too narrowly. He added that not only did he himself have talent, his disciple was also ideally suited for the Heihuang sect's techniques. Chris arrogantly stated that although Mike had managed to surprise him with his actions, he would not be able to leave this place alive today. Then Mike pointed at Chris, saying that he would definitely die today. Tyler took this as insolence and ordered his men to attack. However, Chris decided to fight Mike personally to find out which of them would die in this fight. At this time, Mike's fighters also took up their positions. They surrounded the protagonist, waiting for orders. After the command, a fierce battle began. The sounds of weapons and shouts echoed in the air. Gradually, Chris began to notice that the situation was not going in his favor, and the anxiety in his heart grew stronger. After the battle ended, one of his subordinates reported to Mike that the Heihuang sect disciples had been completely eliminated. Tyler was shocked. He didn't expect that such a young man could gather 15 high-level masters around him. However, the old man decided to personally show what he was capable of. With these thoughts in mind, he rushed headlong into the battle. Several martial artists didn't even have time to react. They ended up becoming the first victims of his attack. The rest tried to surround him and attack him simultaneously, hoping to overwhelm him with numbers. But Tyler just smiled confidently. For him, this was a convenient opportunity to test his strength. He rushed forward and began to strike each other one by one. His terrifying power scattered his opponents like leaves in the wind. Soon, about 80% of Mike's men were already defeated. The most experienced fighters immediately understood who they were dealing with. They realized that the enemy had reached the level of half a step closer to Wuzong. Tyler admitted that if his plans had not been destroyed, he would soon have been able to condense the energy and become a true master of Wuzun. Warrior Mike explained to the others that such a master was practically equal to Wuzong. Hearing this, Mike ordered his men to retreat. Clancy believed that in close combat against a master of such level there was almost no chance. He suggested wearing down the enemy gradually. Tyler, on the other hand, mockingly considered him a self-confident boy. The next second, he rushed forward with the speed of lightning. Mike picked up a nearby chair and prepared to strike. He was confident that his opponent was not capable of harming him. With one gentle swing of the chair, he threw Tyler far back. A loud roar was heard from the powerful blow. Clancy was shocked by what he saw. The master's body was protected by internal energy so much that even bullets would not harm him. And yet, an ordinary chair managed to throw him away. But such an opponent could not die so easily. Climbing up a tall building, Tyler screamed furiously and once again released even more powerful energy. However, the hero was ready for a new attack. Realizing that the old man would not stop until he died, Mike picked up the chair again and moved forward. Tyler descended from the sky, preparing to deliver the killing blow to the hero. But as soon as he got close, he was hit again with a chair. He was thrown into the air again, like a shuttlecock. Immediately after this, a powerful explosion was heard in the building. Even on the brink of death, the old man refused to give in. His rage only grew stronger. Mike found this insolence irritating and hit him. The hero attacked him so hard that Tyler's face became distorted beyond recognition. As Mike picked up the chair again, about to end the fight, Tyler suddenly grabbed it. In desperation, he called his student for help, but Chris showed complete indifference. Moreover, he ordered the teacher to be silent, threatening to kill him first if he continued to scream. Tyler was shocked. He couldn't believe that his own student dared to speak to him like that. Chris then openly declared that he had already mastered all the techniques of the Heihuang sect and no longer needed his mentor. Tyler's face turned purple with rage and he tried to attack the traitor. But before he could do anything, Chris hit him again, further humiliating his former teacher. The guy called him a complete loser. Clancy couldn't understand what was happening. He reminded that Chris came from a famous and influential family from Zhongjing. He asked why he would want to get involved with a shameful demonic sect and risk tarnishing his family's honor. But Chris said that he doesn't see the difference between the righteous path and demonic techniques. Only strength is important to him. Previously, he was only ranked 7th on the list of candidates for Wuzhen Master, and there were 6 people in front of him. He was especially irritated by Tyler, whose name made everyone else bow their heads. Now Chris was sure that even the number 1 on the list would have to bow down before him, and he himself was ready to challenge this genius. Clancy asked the question again, recalling the innocent girls whose lives were ruined by demonic practices. But Chris felt they were honored to have his attention. He then mentioned a girl named Sue and Mike's sister, calling them fine prey. He stated that he intends to pay attention in the future. After these words, Mike gripped the chair tighter in his hands. Chris continued to provoke him, demonstrating his strength. At that moment, a powerful energy burst out of his body. And then Clancy realized with horror that another master of the half-step level of Wuzong had appeared in front of them. Meanwhile, Chris approached Mike, confident in his superiority. But Mike's face remained absolutely calm. Since the opponent himself issued a challenge, he decided to accept it. So he attacked him with all his might. Chris didn't expect the chair to actually fall on him, the blow landing right in the face. His body slammed into the wall with force. But despite the blow, Chris still couldn't believe that Mike had managed to hit him. Then he prepared to attack the main character in response, but it was not to be. The next blow from the chair landed on the other side of the face, and then it hit Chris hard right in the chin. He ended up being thrown back into the wall. Clancy watched the scene with a glassy gaze and a stupid smile, as if an ordinary chair had been transformed into a divine weapon. But Chris still didn't want to admit defeat. He rose with difficulty and tried to strike again. However, Mike used the chair again, hitting his opponent like a ball. Chris's body slammed into the wall again. This time, the blow was much more serious. His internal organs were damaged and he began coughing up blood. In just 3 strikes, Mike completely suppressed the arrogant opponent. Clancy stood there stunned. Before his eyes, Mike was playing with 2 half-step Wuzong masters at once, as if they were toys. Mike didn't say anything. He just walked silently towards Chris. His internal injuries were so severe that his life was already hanging by a thread. As Mike was about to deliver the killing blow, Clancy rushed to stop him. He reminded that Chris was, after all, a member of an influential family, and the murder of such a person could have had serious consequences. Chris himself still couldn't accept defeat. He was convinced that his level had not yet stabilized, so he was unable to use his full strength. But Mike just chuckled and asked if he was sure that, having reached the level of a true master, he could kill him. Chris was convinced that if he could fully utilize his internal energy, the massacre would only take 1 second. Then Mike suddenly announced that he would help him reach a true master level. Before Chris could even process what was happening, Mike had already made his move. He placed his hand on his body and began to direct the energy. After about 15 minutes, there was a noticeable change in Chris's strength. New energy began to merge with his body. Clancy, who was watching what was happening, was amazed. He saw with his own eyes how Mike helped Chris break through to the level of a true martial arts master. After the process was completed, Mike informed Chris that he was now truly a master. Chris felt strength in his own body and was convinced that his condition had completely stabilized. Realizing this, he laughed out loud. However, instead of gratitude, his words again sounded like a threat. He had no intention of showing mercy and was confident that Mike's life was now entirely in his hands. However, Mike himself did not pay attention to these words. He simply released a new wave of power. This time, Chris didn't even attack first. hoping that he could withstand the blow thanks to his new strength. But in the end, the result was the same. His body was thrown back into the wall with great force. The impact was so powerful that the entire building shook. It was only then that Chris finally realized the truth, that Mike had been a martial artist himself all along. Clancy, watching what was happening, wondered what was happening to the world if two masters of such a level appeared at the same time. He recalled how Tyler, at 20 years old, was considered the youngest martial artist in the country, shaking up the entire martial arts world. Now, two new masters appeared before his eyes at once, which made him think about the approaching heyday of martial arts. Even though he was seriously wounded, Chris was forced to acknowledge his opponent's strength, but continued to claim that he would one day surpass him. Mike just asked if he really thought he had a future. Chris recalled the 3,000-year history of the Zhang family with complete confidence. He spoke of the two generations of martial artists it had produced, and how their lineage was among the strongest in the country. In his opinion, Mike was just a newly emerged master who was incapable of harming him. He even suggested that those around him ask themselves whether they would dare to kill him. Clancy explained that due to his background, the only solution would be to bring him to the capital and hand him over to the martial arts court. That's why Chris allowed himself to behave so boldly. He openly mocked those around him, confident that no one would dare take his life. The Jiang family from Jiangnan province was considered one of the richest and most influential in the country. The current head of the family was Chris's father, and his grandfather was a famous martial artist with an extremely deep level of cultivation. Chris was a third-generation heir, so the warriors really couldn't afford for anything to happen to him. One of the hero's subordinates confirmed that there really were people among them who would not dare to kill him. Mike thought for a moment and noted that if the Jiang family wanted to clear their heir's name, it would be easy for him to avoid punishment. A subordinate confirmed that even if the family did nothing, officials, fearing their influence, would not sentence Chris to death. Feeling even more confident, Chris began to provoke the hero again. He stated that even the status of a martial arts master does not give the right to touch him. After this, he called his grandfather, and when the connection was established, the old man began to question his grandson, worrying about his safety. Then Chris announced that he had already reached the level of a martial arts master, and this news delighted the old man. However, he then added that he was now in mortal danger, as a certain man named Wuji intended to kill him. Hearing this, the grandfather became furious and demanded to know who dared to threaten his grandson. Chris looked at the hero with contempt, confident that after this he would no longer dare to do anything. Meanwhile, Clancy again tried to convince the hero to exercise caution. He reminded him of the Zhang family's strength and that Mike had a limitless future ahead of him, so he shouldn't turn them into enemies. But Mike wasn't going to listen anymore. He walked up to Chris and snatched the phone. The hero addressed his grandfather directly, wondering how such a family could raise such an insignificant person. For Chris, such an insult was unbearable. He demanded the phone back, but Mike responded with another slap. Then he grabbed him by the head and lifted him up. It became obvious to the hero that such a person should not continue to live. Right in front of everyone, he took Chris's life. Only after making sure that he had stopped breathing did Mike throw the body to the ground. His grandfather's furious voice could still be heard coming from the phone. The man promised revenge and vowed that the Jiang family would not rest until the culprit was eliminated. Not wanting to listen to any more threats, Mike crushed the phone with his foot. Meanwhile, Tyler, who was not yet dead, struggled out of the resulting crater and tried to escape. However, it was impossible to hide from the hero. With one swift movement, he struck. The hero's powers flashed before the eyes of those present like lightning. Tyler couldn't withstand even one blow and soon followed Chris into the next world. A terrifying shockwave rolled around, accompanied by a deafening explosion. When it was all over, Mike silently left the scene of the battle, leaving behind Clancy and a few others, still shocked by what had happened. The thought of Wuji killing a martial artist with a single blow of his palm seemed unbelievable to them. Such power was terrifying. Clancy hurried to catch up with the hero. He warned him that despite his incredible strength, he should be careful. The Jiang family will try to take revenge, so it's best to take care of your family's safety in advance and hide them in a safe place for the time being. Clancy noted that it was Mike who destroyed the He Huang sect's lair and promised to report this to the Martial Arts Alliance. Furthermore, he planned to report his status as a martial artist, hoping that it would make the Jiang family act more cautiously. But to his surprise, Mike refused. He preferred a quiet and peaceful life and did not want to attract unnecessary attention to himself. Unable to dissuade him, Clancy said goodbye and headed back to report what had happened. Old Masters Zhang and Li also expressed their support, saying that they were not afraid of the Zhang family and were willing to stand by Mike's side. Mike then thanked them for their loyalty and told them to return to the cities to await further instructions. He assured them that he was always ready to help if necessary, and with that, they parted. The next morning, there was unrest in the Su family residence. Axel couldn't calm down all night and walked around the yard. And then suddenly he finally saw the returning hero. Only then did his heart calm down a little. He hurried to meet the guest at the gate and asked if everything had gone well. Mike confirmed that everything had been successful and thanked him for his help with Milo's case. He noted that without the support of the Su family, it would have been more difficult to cope, but Axel modestly replied that they only did what they had to. At that moment, the servant announced Lucas's arrival, and Axel ordered that he be invited inside immediately. Lucas walked in with a serious expression and brought disturbing news. The Jiang family had already issued an order to kill the hero for 100 million. Theodore explained that now countless martial artists would hunt for the hero's life day and night. Then Jack asked if the reward was really that attractive. Lucas explained that 100 million was only a part of the reward. Much more valuable is the opportunity to study the Jiang family's techniques. Many of the strongest masters are stuck at the top of their level. So he again suggested that Mike think about safety and hide the family for a while and change his identity and disappear. Lucas, seeing the hero's calm, suggested a more daring solution. He proposed the idea of going straight to the Jiang family and challenging their eldest master. However, Mike reminded him that his own level was still unstable and asked if he was still practicing the Chuai cultivation technique. Lucas looked uncomfortable, so Mike said he already had his own plan. Now it's better for Lucas to come back and improve his level so that he can really help in the future. Axel also offered support from the Su family, acknowledging that their capabilities were limited, but the family's financial resources were vast. However, Mike politely declined the financial support, but asked to obtain some pieces of jade. He thought to himself that his spiritual strength had now increased even more. Having received the jade pendants, he began to fill them with his power. It didn't even take Mike that long. His development had advanced again, and he could now create even more powerful defensive artifacts. With their help, he will be able to protect his mother and sister without fear of attack. When the work was finished, Mike looked out the window and noted that the day was surprisingly clear. But as soon as he had time to stretch, he felt an ominous aura. The hero realized that someone had climbed over the wall of the Su family residence. When Mike came out into the yard, the stranger was already ready to attack, with a long saber in his hands. However, every blow he threw was stopped by Mike. Then the scoundrel swung again. However, Mike simply raised his hand and grabbed the blade with 2 fingers, the metal making a loud clang as it hit his hand. The attacker immediately realized that he was facing an extremely strong opponent. He quickly retreated and acknowledged his opponent's skill. It was a famous saber master named Dao who came here to seek a reward from the Zhang family. He hoped that their techniques would help him achieve the level of a martial artist himself. Mike didn't expect the bounty hunters to show up the very next day after the order was announced. He also noted that Dao did indeed have considerable speed and skill, but that alone was not enough. Dao was confident in his techniques and intended to prove it in battle, but he didn't know that the hero's true strength was still unknown. Therefore, against such a technique, Mike needed only 2 fingers to stop the saber. Seeing the enemy's strength, Dao was greatly shocked. His twice-tempered steel blade was stopped by just 2 fingers. The first time he could still write it off as a coincidence, but now it became clear that the hero's strength far exceeded everything he expected. The pressure of the force continued to increase, and he realized that the information about Wuji's capabilities was completely wrong. Mike pushed the enemy away and made it clear that he should leave and pass on a warning to the others that there would be no mercy. With these words, he slightly increased the pressure of his fingers, and the long blade cracked, crumbling into pieces. Then Mike quietly added that this warning from Dao would have to be spread in the afterlife. The next moment, he released a powerful wave of energy. The blow proved fatal. Dao let out a piercing scream and spat out a large amount of blood. He then rolled on the ground several times and died on the spot. When Theodore arrived, everything was already over. He just sighed heavily, surprised at how quickly the hunters began to appear. Mike realized that the Su family residence was no longer a safe place, so he would spend the night elsewhere. Theodore regretted that their strength was too weak to help, and felt guilty for dragging the Su family into a dangerous situation. That night, Mike went to Lucas's house. He promised that while Mike was with him, no one would dare to disturb him. Mike thanked him for his hospitality and then began cultivating. The next morning, the hero went out into the yard. But what he saw there truly amazed him. Mike was surprised to see many bodies in front of the house. In one night, Lucas destroyed a large number of masters who came for the reward. Then Mike praised him for the work he had done. He said that if he diligently practiced the technique, in the future he would be able to reach a level superior to even a martial arts master. Lucas was amazed by this assumption. However, Mike put forward one condition. He must ensure his sister's safety at any cost. Then Lucas solemnly promised to carry out this order. After that, Mike went to the school where his sister Molly studied. He was holding a jade amulet in his hands, and his sister noticed the decoration and curiously asked what it was. Mike explained that he would soon be going on a long trip, so she needed to take care of herself. He also said that he had already asked a reliable person to look after her. However, Molly was a little upset, fearing a long separation. But Mike gently reassured her, assuring her that he would return much sooner than she thought. That same day, Mike went to the city of Beijing. He took his seat and calmly enjoyed the ride. During the bus ride, several bounty hunters entered the vehicle. They intended to attack him by surprise, but unfortunately for them, Mike had already sensed their intentions. He instantly rose into the air and with a powerful blow threw both of them out of the bus. A powerful force carried them out and they collapsed on the road. The bus skidded sharply and the driver stopped the car at the side of the road. However, Mike ordered to continue on. In the end, the frightened driver did not dare to disobey. By the time they arrived in the city, the driver was already dead, which caused quite a stir among the people around. The crowd began shouting about the incident and demanding that the police be called. When Mike returned home, he was met by Shelley. She complained that he had been absent for too long, although he had promised to take her out for fun, and during his absence, she had been bored. It turned out that while the hero was away, Shelley was tasked with guarding the house and protecting his family. Mike saw his mother busy in the kitchen and quietly asked Shelley to keep a close eye on her safety. He promised that upon his return, he would definitely take her with him for a walk. This prospect instantly lifted her spirits. After that, Mike sat down in a chair and thought, now all that remained was to solve the last issue, to deal with the Northern Alliance. A few hours later, he was already at the Northern Alliance headquarters, where he was met by Ronald, the head of the Yu family and a martial arts master. He stated that the Northern Alliance was not afraid of the Zhang family and was ready to fight to the end if they dared to send their people. However, Mike told everyone to focus on training and improving their strength. If he needs their help, he will contact them himself. The rest of the time, their main task should be to protect his mother. All those present unanimously promised to carry out this order. Ronald guessed that Mike was going to go on a long trip and asked about his plans. And then the hero announced that he was heading south. Many were shocked to hear this. Some suggested that he stay in the Northern Alliance and oppose the Zhang family together. However, Mike had already made his decision. He intended to travel by land, perceiving the road as a kind of journey. He also warned that he would reach Jiangnan in about a month and give a signal. By that time, their level of development should have improved significantly. Ronald watched the hero and thought that the assassination order issued by the Zhang family did not seem to bother him at all. Deep down, he felt that the southern lands would soon be drawn into great changes. But now all they could do was obey Master Mike. 2 days later, Mike reached the border of Jinhu province in the south, and he walked leisurely along the road, assessing the surrounding area. The concentration of spiritual energy here was noticeably higher than in ordinary places, and became even stronger as one ascended the mountains. Mike realized that if he spent some time training in this place, his development could advance significantly. About half an hour later, Mike was sitting on a rock cultivating. At some point, he suddenly felt an unusual fluctuation in energy and opened his eyes to figure out what was happening. He immediately recognized pure spiritual energy. Parting the grass, Mike looked towards the lake and noticed something strange. On a leaf floating on the water lay a tiny creature. It was a mountain spirit. Mountain spirits were rare spiritual beings born where mountains and rivers were filled with vast amounts of spiritual energy. If a spirit reached a certain level of development, it could shed its mortal shell and transform into a higher being. Therefore, such creatures were considered priceless treasures by cultivators. However, there was too little spiritual energy on Earth, so the development of such creatures was extremely slow. Mike realized that if he could obtain this mountain spirit, he would be able to break through to the immortal stage in a short time. But it was impossible to act hastily. The mountain spirits were incredibly cautious and quick. At that moment, something unexpected happened. The little spirit raised a pointed stick and sharply struck the water with it. A red carp jumped out of the lake, writhing in pain. The creature caught a fish that was many times larger than itself. After this, the spirit joyfully embraced the prey and ran away. Then Mike followed him. When he saw the spirit enter the house, he realized that if this creature belonged to someone, the situation could become complicated. At that moment, the door of the house opened. Thanks to his abilities, Mike immediately felt the strength of the old man who appeared on the threshold. His internal energy had greatly surpassed the level of the middle stage of chi refining. Moreover, it was even several levels higher than that of the hero himself. The hero did not expect to meet such a powerful expert in this country. It became clear that the mountain spirit had a master, and a very powerful one. So Mike decided it was better to leave to avoid misunderstandings. However, the old man had already noticed the presence of alien energy, and curiosity made him follow the trail of residual energy. He soon found the hero sitting on a rock and continuing his cultivation. The masters are able to sense each other's energy, so there was no point in hiding. Mike was the first to speak, demanding to know who was watching him during practice. In the world of cultivators, such interference was considered a violation, and realizing that he had been noticed, the old man decided not to hide any longer. He introduced himself as Mateo and politely inquired about the young cultivator's origins. Mike then said that he had arrived from the city of Beizhou. The old man muttered the name of the place as if remembering it, and at that moment something strange happened. Mike suddenly felt his own power begin to move on its own, gathering in his palms. When Mateo saw this, he immediately grabbed the hero's hand and enthusiastically began repeating how outstanding his talent was. The old man even began to examine him from all sides, and Mike demanded to explain what exactly he was trying to do. Mateo replied evasively that he was simply excited to unexpectedly meet a man with extraordinary abilities. However, his explanation sounded extremely vague. To the hero, the old man seemed like a truly strange person. He decided that he couldn't allow someone to constantly watch him, so he went to look for another place to practice. Deep in the mountains, Mike found a cave. He collected firewood, made a fire, and prepared a simple sleeping surface. This shelter seemed quite sufficient to him. Soon he noticed something strange. The hero suddenly saw some liquid dripping from the ceiling of the cave. Mike caught a few drops and looked at them carefully. It turned out that it was stalactite liquid. For ordinary people, it could strengthen the body and prolong life, and cultivators used it to temper the physical body. Mike remembered that since he started cultivating, he had not yet mastered a single divine ability. However, now he had the right opportunity. He tried several techniques and settled on one. This technique used spiritual energy to temper the flesh. At the highest levels, it allowed one to easily destroy any technique. Having reached the limit, the practitioner became virtually invincible. However, developing this ability required a huge amount of heavenly treasures. On Earth, where spiritual energy was extremely scarce, reaching its highest level was almost impossible. Despite this, even at the initial stage, the technology proved incredibly powerful. So he concentrated and began cultivating. It took the protagonist some time to do this, but since he was alone in the cave, he could afford it. After 3 hours of intense practice, Mike managed to reach the first level of the flawless sacred body. But at that moment, something unexpected happened. Mateo appeared nearby again and secretly observed his cultivation. Mike couldn't understand why this old man was here again. He accused him of peeping. However, Mateo himself, standing to the side and stroking his beard, only noted approvingly that the results were truly impressive. Then Mike decided not to beat around the bush any longer and demanded that the old man directly explain the purpose of the pursuit. Mateo finally asked if Mike would be willing to sacrifice himself to protect its people if the country were in danger. The protagonist thought for a while, looking into the distance. He honestly admitted that he does not consider himself either a bad or a good person. He respects those who selflessly help the world, but he himself is not capable of becoming such a person. In his view, in today's era, good people too often face injustice and receive too little in return. His only desire is to protect his own family. After hearing this answer, Mateo fell silent. He was looking for a successor to the post of district chief, but finding such a person turned out to be very difficult. After that, Mike thought, the liquid was used up, and the flawless sacred body had only reached the level of minor mastery. To continue developing this technique, much more spiritual energy was required. With this thought, He climbed a tree and began to look for food sources for further cultivation. Soon he noticed branches laden with fruit. Mike began to vigorously collect them and try them immediately. However, while he was eating, he felt people approaching. Several people in red clothes appeared nearby. They carried the heavy coffin, and it seemed to be a great deal of difficulty for them. Mike immediately sensed a dark and ominous aura from these people. But eventually, curiosity made him approach them and watch the strangers closely. Three strangely dressed people stopped at the entrance to the cave and placed the coffin on the ground. One of them, apparently the leader, ordered the lid to be opened. Meanwhile, Mike was closely watching their every move. Everything that was happening seemed suspicious to him. The aura of the place and the cave itself suggested that something extremely sinister was being grown here. With great effort, the men lifted the coffin and began to pour its contents into the cave. Only then did Mike realize what was inside. The coffin was filled with human blood. When a significant amount of blood entered the cave, terrifying roars began to come from the depths. All the animals nearby ran away in panic. Even the people in red clothes were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. Mike was still trying to figure out what was going on and was about to move closer to get a better look. But at that moment, Mateo grabbed him by the shoulder. Strick gestured for silence. When the people from the mysterious sect left the place, Mike asked who they were. Mateo explained that they were representatives of the sect of the deceased demon. The old man said that more than 100 years ago, the world of martial arts was in a state of chaos. During those times, many different sects emerged, among which the sect of the deceased demon was considered one of the most powerful. Her followers practiced dark arts, their bodies imbued with yin energy so strongly that they were considered neither human nor spirit. Their very existence was considered a disaster for the world. Then Mike guessed what exactly was hidden inside the cave, and Mateo confirmed his suspicion, saying that there was a Jiangshi there. The old man explained that he had lived in solitude on this mountain for many years and had never noticed anything suspicious there. Only the appearance of the members of the deceased demon sect allowed him to realize that a huge threat lurked in this place. According to Mateo, a powerful master had once sealed this Jiangshi here, which is why the old man had previously hesitated to go inside. Mike deduced that the deceased demon sect was trying to feed the sealed Jiangshi human blood to awaken it. But judging by the state of the seal, it was already almost destroyed. At that moment, Mike suddenly broke the coffin with the remaining blood. Mateo was amazed by this act. Mike looked into the dark depths of the cave. Then he suggested going down to see everything with his own eyes. Along the way, the old man explained that Jiangshi come in different levels: white, black, green, hairy, and flying. As he moved deeper, Mateo noticed that the hero's protective flame continued to burn despite the dense yin energy. The walls were covered with many talismans, but once a creature's power reached a certain level, these talismans would lose their effectiveness. Mateo assumed that the creature had already reached the penultimate level, a creature invulnerable to water and fire and not afraid of sunlight. The hero, however, was most irritated by the disgusting smell of blood and rotting flesh. And then he suddenly heard strange sounds, as if something was dripping. As they moved further, they noticed iron chains scattered on the ground. Mateo immediately realized that the worst had happened. The creature had already broken its shackles. At this moment, right behind the old man, a Jiangshi hung motionless on the wall. Sensing the presence of people, he prepared to attack. However, Mike noticed the danger first. The creature suddenly swooped down, trying to attack Mateo. The old man managed to dodge and saw his face. Mike also noticed a dagger, half of a talisman sword, in the Jiangshi's body, meaning that the seal had not yet been completely destroyed. Meanwhile, Jiangshi attacked the man with his long claws. But despite his age, Mateo moved surprisingly quickly and managed to avoid the blows. However, it soon became clear that the creature's power was incredible. Even the blow of one of his fingers left dents in the stone wall of the cave. Mike assessed his power and realized that it surpassed even the level of a venerable martial artist. Even such a master would be powerless before this monster. One blow from his fist could shatter the hardest stone. Then Mateo warned the hero to be careful. In the end, they decided to join forces. The monster even froze for a moment, as it did not expect both opponents to attack it at the same time. When their attacks collided with the Jiangshi's body, a powerful explosion was heard. The creature was thrown back, but not a single scratch appeared on its body. At that moment, Mateo realized the terrible truth. Before them stood a much more terrifying creature, a flying Jiangshi. Such creatures had practically indestructible bodies. Even cannonballs could not harm them. If such a creature were to be released, it would be a real disaster. So Mateo asked the hero to lend him his power so that they could destroy this evil together. When everything was ready, the old man directed his attack at the monster. However, the Jiangshi himself had no intention of giving up and rushed back into battle with renewed vigor. The old man desperately tried to hold him back, but the collision ended in a crushing blow. The enormous force of the Jiangshi threw Mateo against the wall. The blow was so strong that the old man was taken out of the fight for some time. Then Mike entered the fray. Using the power of the flawless sacred body, he rushed forward. The hero delivered a powerful blow, cutting the monster's body into two parts. The flying Jiangshi rose into the air and, experiencing pain, decided to retreat, hiding deep in the cave. However, Mateo tried to stop the hero from pursuing him. He explained that this cave was a yin lair. The deeper they go, the stronger the yin energy will become, meaning the advantage will be on the side of the Jiangshi. In the old man's opinion, it would have been wiser to return, prepare a trap, and wait for the return of the sect members to destroy them all at once. It was only the next morning that they returned to Mateo's house. On the way, Mateo sighed heavily and admitted that he had made a serious mistake. The old man never expected that the Jiangshi sealed in the cave had already reached the level of flying. At that moment, a mountain spirit ran up to them, holding a grass in his hands from which pure spiritual energy emanated. Mike immediately recognized this source of power. Mateo explained that mountain spirits are born from nature itself, and their ability to sense treasures is unmatched. He said that he had raised this spirit for many years and treated it like his own grandson, so he would never allow anyone to harm it. However, Mike assured the old man that he had no intention of encroaching on this creature and adhered to his own principles. At that moment, the mountain spirit took a fruit out of his pocket and joyfully handed it to Mike. However, the hero hesitated for a moment. At that moment, the little creature's face instantly darkened. Mike had no choice but to accept the gift and thank the baby. This immediately cheered the spirit, although Mike himself was unable to share the joy. The fruit turned out to be so sour that its taste was almost unbearable. Seeing that the mountain spirit had clearly taken a liking to Mike, Mateo watched the proceedings with satisfaction. 3 days later, they returned to the cave entrance to continue their observation, this time with many more people from the sect there. Mateo speculated that since the Jiangshi feared sunlight, they had deliberately chosen this time of day to suppress the creature. One of the subordinates approached the man, the great Qin, asking whether they should go down into the cave and capture the Jiangshi. Qing replied that the energy density made it clear that the creature inside was extremely dangerous. So going there voluntarily meant death. He stated that for such matters one must use one's head, and the subordinate hastened to flatter him, recognizing the master's exceptional intelligence. After this, Qing gave the order to blow up the entrance to the cave. If sunlight entered inside, the power of the Jiangshi would weaken by about 70%. Deep down, Qing was already making plans. If he managed to obtain such a terrifying weapon, his position in the sect would rise sharply. Watching from above, Mateo quietly remarked to Mike that the sect of the deceased demon's plans could work to their advantage. Soon there was a powerful explosion, and the shock wave rolled across the entire area. After this, Qing ordered his men to go down to check what was going on inside. The people slid down the slope and entered the cave. They poured out blood, but for a long time nothing happened. One of them was about to report upstairs that it was still quiet inside. And then suddenly he was attacked. Outside, Mike watched closely what was happening. Inside the cave, the unfortunate man found himself pierced by the sharp claws of a flying Jiangshi. The creature began to devour its prey. Within a couple of seconds, the life force of 2 people was completely sucked out. Having had its fill, the monster seemed to gain new energy and let out a wild roar. With a powerful push of its legs, it burst out of the cave and soared outside. Seeing this, Qing was delighted and ordered his men to act immediately. Mike and Mateo also prepared to carry out their plan. They expected that after coming out into the light, the power of the Jiangshi would noticeably weaken. However, his rage turned out to be much more terrible than they expected, and Qin almost ended up in his claws. Then Mateo realized it was time to intervene. It became obvious that the strength of this flying Jiangshi had already surpassed the level of a venerable martial artist. Then Mike and Mateo jumped down at the same time to join the fight. At that moment, the monster himself sensed something was wrong. Upon seeing his former opponents, the Jiangshi let out a furious roar. Mateo warned that the creature had just drunk an entire coffin of human blood and absorbed the life force of several people. Therefore, his power has probably become even greater. Then they decided to act according to a pre-planned plan. When the Jiangshi tried to attack the hero, he turned his attention to Mateo. And then the old man took advantage of this moment and activated the spiritual circle. Eventually, the creature was overcome by the power of the enchanted circle and writhed on the ground. Right at that moment, Mateo threw a long spear. By the time the Jiangshi noticed the threat, it was already too late. The spear pierced his chest and a piercing scream was heard. Mike took advantage of the moment and delivered a powerful blow. After the collision, he realized that his body remained intact. The flawless sacred body really possessed tremendous power. Mateo, meanwhile, realized how difficult an opponent this creature was. But then suddenly something happened that no one expected. Suddenly, the Jiangshi returned to the battlefield and rushed at the old man with lightning speed. Tom had to urgently activate the protective aura. The monster's powerful blow collided with the protective barrier, producing a metallic ringing sound. Seeing how much effort it took for Mateo to defend himself, Mike internally wondered about the incredible strength of the creature's body. He became curious about whose physical strength would be superior, that of the flying Jiangshi or his own body, enhanced by the technique. With this thought, he rushed forward, and the monster immediately noticed the approaching hero. Mike was approaching the battlefield at great speed. Soon, his body collided with the body of the Jiangshi. As a result of this attack, the monster was thrown far into the forest. Soon, there were loud cracks and explosions of breaking trees. Mike remained completely unharmed, but Mateo was incredibly shocked. The young man abandoned his defense and engaged in a direct clash with the flying Jiangshi, without receiving the slightest injury. The old man could not understand how the human body could be so strong. Meanwhile, the Jiangshi roared again. His body suddenly rose into the air, as if transforming and becoming even more furious. To their surprise, the creature raised its hand and began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Mike immediately realized that this was no ordinary monster. If he were allowed to roam the world, he would turn into a terrifying evil spirit. He remembered the legends of the Purple Star, where a similar spirit destroyed hundreds of thousands of living beings with one breath, sucking their blood. The talisman that the flying Jiangshi had just pushed out of the seal instantly turned to ashes. This meant that the creature was finally freed from the forces that were holding it back. With lightning speed, the monster rushed at the hero. The impact was like thunder, and the young man's body was thrown several meters away. Mateo clearly saw that after absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the flying Jiangshi's strength had increased by more than just one level. When the situation became hopeless, the old man slowly pulled out a yellow token from the folds of his clothes. The power contained in this object was so great that it immediately attracted the attention of both the hero and the monster. Mateo summoned the power of the dragon energy of the 9 islands. The dragon's energy began to condense and take shape, and in an instant, an ancient golden dragon burst forth from the token. As soon as he appeared, the flying Jiangshi instantly lost all its ferocity. He became helpless before this force, and for the first time a clear expression of horror appeared on his face. The golden dragon attacked swiftly and tore the monster in two. Jiangshi only managed to let out a scream before his body crumbled into dust. When it was all over, the dragon drew its power back into the token and disappeared. This was a real shock for the hero. He could not even imagine that forces of such a terrifying scale still existed in the world. However, at that very moment, Mateo suddenly fell to his knees. Mike rushed to support the old man, but Mateo already understood what had happened. Using the dragon's power had exhausted him to the limit. Then Mike checked the old man's pulse and immediately understood the true state of affairs. His life energy was completely depleted, and it was no longer possible to save him. Then the old man admitted that he could not have acted otherwise. If he allowed the flying Jiangshi to leave the mountain, the village at the foot would be destroyed. The country would face disaster and countless people would die. According to him, using the remaining month of his life to destroy such a disaster was a completely worthy price. Watching the old man suffer the consequences, Mike thought. If he had a spiritual life herb that was over 500 years old, he could make life extension pills and give Mateo another 10 years. Then Mike suggested a more practical way. To absorb a mountain spirit, the power of such a creature could extend life by about 20 years. But Mateo admitted that when he first found this little spirit, such a thought had indeed crossed his mind. But after so many years of caring, he could no longer even allow this. It was better to die than to harm the creature he had raised. He also admitted that he should have actually died many years ago. Being over 120 years old was already sufficient. However, he still had a mission for which he continued to live, using the power of dragon energy to prolong his life. Now he understood that this mission would have to be passed on to others. But looking at the hero, the old man regretfully noted that their paths were different. Otherwise, Mike would have been the ideal successor. Mike replied that every person has his own path. If a person is able to go his own way to the end, the difference in roads does not matter. After a long journey, they returned to Mateo's small hut. The old man held the mountain spirit in his arms and quietly consoled him. The little creature felt the end approaching and could not hide its sadness. Slowly sipping his tea, Mateo reflected on the changes in the world. Many were already talking about the arrival of a golden age of martial arts. With the awakening of heaven and earth, there are probably already many wusheng masters in the world, but most of them are still in hiding. When the forces of this era are no longer suppressed, the advent of a new golden era will become inevitable. Listening to this, Mike also thought about what changes still await this world. Soon, the old man offered to entrust the mountain spirit to him. Then Mike directly reminded him that he could just eat the creature for its power. However, Mateo only laughed. Despite the hero's words that he was not a good person, the old man saw his true nature. There was kindness in his heart. It was just subject to strict principles, which is why Mateo trusted him. The mountain spirit, realizing that he would soon have a new master, began to cry quietly. In the end, Mike stayed by the old man's side for 2 more days, and just before his death, Mateo admitted that he realized how selfish he had been. He did not want Jingzhou province to be left without a protector. If there were any upheavals in the future, the people would be left without support. Therefore, he wished to hand over the position of guardian of Jingzhou to Mike. Mike initially refused, saying that he was not a selfless person, but Mateo stopped him. In his opinion, a person with principles is much better than hypocrites who only pretend to be noble. Before the old man died, Mike asked one last question about the old man's current cultivation level. Mateo no longer hid the truth. He turned out to be a master of the level of Ushen, one of the few existing in the world. Mike also asked what kind of power this title actually held. Having learned that she was capable of shaking the very foundation of China's power, he involuntarily began to think. If you have such strength, you can protect your mother and sister, and also go to the imperial capital without fear. Then Mike finally made a decision. He took the Jingzhou commandery token and agreed to become its heir. Mateo explained the origin of this artifact. In ancient times, Emperor Yu pacified the world, exterminated demons, and cast sacred tripods. He then divided the land into 9 provinces and created 9 tokens. Only the keeper of a province had the right to use such a token. Over time, the era fell into decline and no one could unlock the power of these artifacts. But Mateo felt that Mike could do it. Looking at the Jingzhou token in his hand, Mike thought about it. He could not have imagined that it was an ancient artifact passed down since ancient times. Mateo explained that he had already removed his seal from the tablet, so now he needed to sprinkle a drop of blood on the token to establish the connection. Mike did as he was told. A drop of blood fell onto the surface of the token, and at that moment the transfer of power was complete. Mateo announced that from now on, Mike would become the guardian of Jingzhou, and the fate of the entire province would be placed in his hands. After this, the old man suddenly asked for water, and the mountain spirit, as usual, went to get herbs for the old man. However, this time his steps were noticeably faster, as if he sensed impending disaster. When the little creature returned to the hut, then the room was filled with desperate cries. Mateo died before he could even take a sip of water. At that moment, Mike made a vow that as long as there was breath and strength left in his body, he would protect Jingzhou and fulfill the promise he made to the old man. This was a promise from Wuji to the great master. Mike silently bowed his head in deep respect and wished the old man a peaceful passing. That same day, together with the mountain spirit, he buried Mateo. However, the silence was soon broken by the sound of numerous footsteps. Turning around, Mike saw a group of people, their leader introducing himself as the chief manager of the residence of the viceroy of Jingzhou. They came to see Mateo off on his final journey, as he had dedicated his entire life to the people and died without leaving any heirs. One of the attendants gave him contact information, explaining that it was not fitting for Mateo's heir to be left without support. At that moment, a talisman flew towards the hero. It hit his body as if it were a steel wall and instantly shattered into several pieces. Everyone present was shocked. A young man stood before them, but his strength already matched the level of the ruler of Jingzhou. After studying the information on the cards, Mike noted that 5 of the 8 who arrived had reached the level of venerable. But one of them replied that none of them would dare to call themselves masters. Then he asked about the new governor's future plans. Mike said that he was going to go south on some business, and after receiving the answer, the man decided not to stay. Mike decided to change tactics. Instead of hiding from the killers who were hunting him, he decided to go out and meet them himself. Exactly 3 days later, many people gathered in the city of Utun. Among them were several beautiful young girls who were waiting for the main character to appear. Meanwhile, Mike had already arrived at one of the city's taverns. Once the target was in place, the girls went into action. They pretended to be good-natured workers ready to serve him, while hatching a cunning plan. They approached him with a fake smile, trying to start a conversation. The girls were quietly feeling his body, trying to distract his attention. They tried in every possible way to seduce the protagonist with their actions and words. But he did not give in. However, Mike quickly realized that he was facing a typical trap. And then one of the girls threw hidden darts straight at the main character. But to her surprise, the weapon simply bounced off his body. This greatly shocked the attackers. In response, Mike took control of their own darts and instantly sent them back. A second later, both women became living targets. Thus, the trap set by his ill-wishers was destroyed. After this, Mike suggested that the others come out of hiding. A moment later, a group of about 15 people ran out from different directions. They simultaneously rushed to attack the main character, hoping to win with numbers. But the fight ended almost instantly. Mike simply threw a cup at the forehead of one of his opponents, and he immediately fell dead. Soon the others followed him, and terrifying screams began to come from the tavern. The force of the collisions was so great that the entire building shook, and witnesses to what was happening were horrified. At that time, a young man was broadcasting live, and he was saying that famous masters from all over the country had gathered in the city. Many have attempted to kill Wu Ji through sneak attacks, ambushes, or group assaults. Spectators began to speculate that Wu Ji had reached the level of a martial venerable. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain such a massacre. After some time, the hero himself came out of the tavern. At the same time, the mountain spirit was carefully disguised as an ordinary dog. Only after the hero left did people dare to go inside. A terrible picture opened up before them. The entire room was covered in blood. Among the dead were the Ma brothers, known for their combined fighting technique, their strength allowing them to withstand the best masters. Next up was a famous master of the praying mantis style. His technique was known throughout the world, but he died from a simple chopstick. After these events, the list of candidates for the martial venerable level was updated, and Wu Ji took second place. Meanwhile, Mike, along with the mountain spirit, reached Mount Fumo. Following his memories, he found the way to the lake. According to rumors, there was a temple on this mountain, and behind it was the immortal lake, where the rarest 7-colored lotus in this world grew. According to the descriptions, this plant was remarkably reminiscent of one of the divine objects mentioned in the legends of Purple Star Cultivation. In the very center of the lake, a solitary lotus was blooming. Mike recognized it at first sight. It was the lotus of 100 generations. At that moment, his attention was drawn to movement in the distance. On the road, a man approached him, driving a horse-drawn carriage with a small carriage behind it. Suddenly, a graceful hand appeared in her window and slightly lifted the curtain. At that moment, their eyes met. There was a young girl in the carriage, and watching her, Mike involuntarily plunged into memories. Once upon a time, on the Purple Star, he heard that supreme cultivation could reverse time and space and return to the past. That is why he trained with desperate persistence, driven by a single goal: revenge. When he left Earth, he didn't even understand what cultivation was. But on the cruel Purple Star, he gradually learned this path. However, it was too late to regret now. The most important thing was that his mother and sister were alive and safe. Looking again at the girl in the carriage, Mike felt that there was something unusual about her. At this moment, a girl named Lily asked to stop the carriage. The middle-aged man driving the horse stopped it immediately. The girl got out of the carriage and approached Mike. She asked if he was heading to the old temple on the mountain. As it turned out, Lily was an 18-year-old representative of a clan of martial artists. Her unusually friendly behavior made a man named Vance a little wary. Lily herself offered to take the young man with her, explaining that the road to the temple was very difficult and took about 2 hours on foot. Since they were heading there themselves, she decided it would be easier to give him a ride. Old Man Vance reminded her that he had already warned her not to invite strangers into the carriage. But the girl only wanted to help. She was sure that this young man did not look like a bad person, and the path up the mountain was really difficult. In the end, Old Man Vance couldn't convince her otherwise. Then the girl invited Mike to sit next to her in the carriage. He only warned the hero that since Lily had shown kindness and invited him to go with her, he should not betray her trust. Mike himself thought that this old man was quite a contradictory person. At this time, the mountain spirit sat between them and shivered from the cold. Noticing this, Lily started a conversation. She apologized and explained that she was suffering from a cold illness. Then she introduced herself and asked the hero's name. In response, the main character gave his name. After this, the girl stroked the little creature again and asked what its name was. Mike replied that his name was just Baby. The little creature was so cold that its nose even started to run, and it pressed itself against the hero's knees. But soon it seemed to him that this was not enough. The creature tried to get even deeper and even dived under the hero's clothes. Lily felt guilty seeing how much he was shaking. Like the little creature, Mike also felt cold whenever he was near her. And then the girl thought that in this way he was trying to keep her at a distance, and she felt a little awkward. Lily explained that she wanted to take the baby to Vance because he was too cold, which was caused by her strange illness. However, Mike understood perfectly well that this was not a disease at all. Her body had an innate special nature, an excess of deep yin. He asked if she had come to the mountain in search of healing, and Lily confirmed this. She said that she had heard about a miraculous phenomenon taking place in the temple on this mountain. It was said that it could cure any disease, so she decided to test it. Lily admitted that she didn't really believe in such miracles, but Grandpa Vance wanted to bring her here, and she didn't want to break his heart. Lily admitted that she herself does not understand the nature of her illness. She had been examined by doctors since childhood, but no one could determine the cause. Everyone just said that she was born with a cold constitution, different from ordinary people. Her own family even considered her something of a monster. Her parents were helpless. Before his death, her grandfather handed over her care to Old Man Vance. Since then, he took her all over the country, visiting various masters and doctors, but no one was able to cure her. In fact, she had long since lost hope of recovery, but Vance was never able to give up. He kept looking for ways to help her, and that's why she didn't want to disappoint him. After finishing her story, the girl apologized for unwittingly sharing such personal things. Then Mike put his hand on her shoulder, trying to comfort her. He was sure that her condition could be corrected. Lily wiped away her tears and quietly expressed hope that this was indeed possible. Meanwhile, Mike was thinking, he didn't expect that on Earth, where spiritual energy is so scarce, there could be a person with an excess of yin. On the Purple Star, this was considered extremely valuable, and many large sects sought to obtain such people. During cultivation, such a person automatically attracts cold energy and combines it with the absorbed spiritual energy. Thinking about this, Mike quietly released a thin stream of true energy and directed it towards the mountain spirit. This amount of spiritual power was enough to temporarily protect the small creature from the cold. The mountain spirit immediately felt a warm flow of energy and joyfully jumped up and hugged Lily, which greatly surprised her. The creature couldn't speak, so it only squeaked happily a few times, its cute appearance making Lily smile again. The group then continued up the mountain road. About an hour later, Vance called out from behind the wagon to say they had arrived. Their destination turned out to be a majestic hall on the top of a mountain, reached by a long staircase. Lily quickly got out of the carriage, but as she was descending, her foot unexpectedly slipped and she almost fell. Luckily, Mike caught her in time and held her. Finding herself so close to his face, the girl suddenly felt very embarrassed, and her face instantly turned bright red. Vance was surprised to see that she had already come down on her own. Usually, due to her innate weakness, Lily always waited for him to help her out of the carriage and never jumped off on her own. Having climbed just a few steps, the girl already began to breathe heavily. Noticing her condition, Mike offered to carry her upstairs, but Lily politely declined, not wanting to cause any inconvenience. At that moment, the mountain spirit hiding in her clothes suddenly stuck its head out and sneezed unexpectedly. No one expected that the little creature was capable of such a powerful sneeze. At that very moment, Lily's body, which was usually icy, suddenly felt a wave of warmth. Her condition immediately improved and she felt much better. Hearing the noise, Vance turned around. Behind him, the grandfather saw a hero holding his granddaughter by the body. His face immediately became stern and his voice became furious as he decided that the young man had done something inappropriate. But Mike showed him the mountain spirit, making it clear that he had done nothing and that this cunning man was the cause of what had happened. Vance looked closely at Lily and noticed that her face had indeed become more rosy and her skin tone had noticeably improved. Therefore, he decided not to continue the investigation and focus on the main purpose of their visit, the girl's treatment. Mike sternly scolded the spirit for mindlessly sharing his own spiritual energy with others and constantly trying to cling to Lily. And then the hero's thoughts involuntarily flew into the past. In his past life, he and his comrades earned money through illegal means. Then a man named Joe openly stole one of their people. At that time, Mike knew nothing about martial arts and did not understand that everything in this world depends on the power of the masters of the martial way. Because he insulted the young master, who came from an influential family of craftsmen, he suffered cruel revenge. That man killed his mother right in front of him and later drove his sister to her death. But now everything was different. Having received the bronze token of the ancient governors, Mike felt responsible for their legacy. Anyone who invades here will be destroyed, and anyone who dares to harm his family will surely pay with their life. In this new life, he intended to change everything with his own hands. While he was in the clouds, Lily announced that they had already arrived. In front of them was a place known as the Mount Fumo Temple. Seeing the guests, an elderly monk, Elias, came out to greet them. Vance explained the purpose of their visit and said that his granddaughter had suffered from a strange illness since childhood. Having heard about a miraculous phenomenon capable of healing any disease, he brought her here in the hope of salvation. The monk looked closely at Lily and decided to check her pulse. However, as soon as his fingers touched her wrist, he abruptly pulled his hand away, clearly shocked. At that moment, Elias froze in place. Even more frightening was the fact that the fingers he used to check his pulse were covered with a thin layer of frost. Mike immediately understood the reason for his reaction. The old man recognized Lily's rare bodily trait. The monk's gaze then moved to the mountain spirit who was hiding behind the girl. Although he still didn't say anything, Mike understood everything. The monk was able to determine not only Lily's special nature, but also the true essence of the little creature. Vance, noticing the prolonged silence, asked about the girl's condition and the possibility of treatment. Elias replied that there was indeed a miraculous phenomenon, but the power in Lily's body was dangerous and resembled a rare form of poison. People affected by it constantly feel icy cold and are unable to feel warmth even on the hottest summer day. Hearing this, Vance was overjoyed, deciding that there was finally hope for a cure. Then Elias invited them to follow him. They went deeper into the monastery, where he explained that there was an ancient immortal source here that had existed since time immemorial. At the bottom of the lake grows a lotus that rises to the surface and blooms only on the night of the full moon on the 15th day. When this happens, people with various illnesses can come to the lake, and the miraculous power of the flower can eliminate all suffering. Vance quickly realized that the 15th day was just 2 days away, and Elias confirmed this and offered to let them stay in the guest rooms. Lily was extremely happy and sincerely thanked the monk, who only replied that helping people was in line with the heavenly path. As Mike continued to silently look at the calm surface of the lake, a strange feeling appeared in his heart. 2 days later, on the night of the full moon of the 15th day, Lily, along with other people, came to the shore of the lake. She dreamed that after being healed, she would be able to live like an ordinary person, that her family would stop treating her like a monster. When the moon reached its full strength, the very flower the monk had spoken of began to rise from the depths of the lake. When he fully emerged to the surface, people around him began to kneel and worship the miracle. At that moment, the flower slowly opened, and a soft fragrance that could soothe the soul spread from it. Soon, the entire shore of the lake was filled with this unusual, almost magical smell, and people were plunged into a state of blissful trance. Only Elias remained fully conscious, his face becoming focused and his lips spreading into a smile. He carefully observed the people who were sitting in the cultivation posture around the blossoming lotus. Mike immediately realized what was happening, that there was no divine healing. It was a method of absorbing people's life force. Their illnesses were suppressed for a short time, and then, along with their life energy, were quietly drawn out of the victims' bodies. Elias said that this time their saint was extremely lucky. Among these foolish mortals, there was a girl with a pure yin body. As soon as he finished speaking, a murderous aura suddenly erupted from behind him. She rushed past him and headed straight for the lotus on which the saint was sitting. An invisible attack struck the horn on his forehead, leaving a crack in it. The saint's breathing began to falter. Elias screamed in horror, not understanding who dared to interfere and how this person was able to remain conscious under the influence of the lotus scent. Enraged, he immediately struck with his palm. However, Mike easily blocked his attack. The old man tried again, striking with his second fist, but it missed again. The next moment, Mike went on the counterattack. Elias was thrown back into the forest by a powerful blow. Immediately after this, a series of rapid kicks followed in his direction, depriving him of the ability to resist. He was shocked that such a powerful representative of the human race appeared on Earth. The hero's next blow landed straight into the enemy's stomach. The blow sent him crashing into the ground with enormous force. Meanwhile, the saint continued to sit on the lotus and absorb energy. The rest of the people ran away in panic. Someone screamed about the appearance of a monster and rushed away. Having emerged from the resulting crater, Elias demanded to know who was in front of him and why he was stronger than the representatives of their race. Mike stated that his name didn't matter, but because these creatures had harmed so many people, he had to put an end to them. The old man angrily jumped out of the crater, declaring that an insignificant person had no right to threaten him. The representatives of another race resembled humans, but some had wings, others had 3 eyes, and some had horns. Despite their outward similarities, they were completely different species. They always looked down on people and even considered them food. Elias warned that if he used all his power, the man would not have the slightest chance. Mike merely watched, hiding some of his true power. In response, the old man's body began to change rapidly. His muscles bulged, his body became huge, sharp spikes grew from his arms, and a long horn appeared on his head. He swore to tear the man to pieces for wounding their saint and ruining their plan. He also mockingly stated that Mike had merely developed a lower form of the divine body, while their saint possessed a sacred body. Then Mike asked directly what race they belonged to and why they were hiding in China. Elias merely launched into a contemptuous attack, declaring that the man was unworthy of knowing the answers. As a result, a fierce battle began between the warriors. Both Mike and Elias charged at each other furiously. Their fists clashed, each resisting the other's force. As a result, powerful energy spread throughout the entire area. The shockwave even reached the clearing where Lily was lying, and the lotus petals scattered in the wind. Vance anxiously tried to bring the girl back to consciousness. Meanwhile, the saint continued to absorb energy, and Mike assessed the enemy's strength and realized that his holy physique was still far from complete. Despite this, his own development was still insufficient. But Mike remained calm. He is in territory where Elias cannot act with impunity. If Mike is wounded, the enemy will pay with his life. Elias continued to look at him with disdain, confident that after the transformation he was only using a third of his power. The monster thought that he was already suppressing the enemy, and the hero himself was simply bluffing. In the distance, Mike noticed Lily and her grandfather, and he was surprised that they hadn't left this place yet. Mike understood that he was bound to these people by fate, and therefore he could not let them die. Elias also noticed them and mockingly stated that 2 more dishes had appeared there. Grandpa Vance then rushed forward and, pushing Lily away, shouted at her to run. However, the vines instantly enveloped the girl, depriving her of the ability to move. Then they lifted the girl into the air. They began to tighten, tearing her clothes. Elias controlled the vines, while also trying to entangle Old Man Vance. At this moment, Mike finally took a step forward. Lightning roared in his hands, and the spiritual energy of the 9 islands began to gather in his body. His gaze became cold and sharp. Elias didn't pay any attention to it at first, but when he took the blow, he was in a terrible shock. Even half of his strength was not enough to suppress the enemy. He began to suspect that this man might have a connection with an ancient divine power. Mike declared that it was here, on the land permeated with dragon energy, that he would execute this enemy. Anyone who encroaches on his people would die. Observing the hero's technique, Elias realized that he was facing an attack that had reached the limits of Earth's capabilities. Lightning struck his body with a crackling sound. However, he still resisted fiercely and continued to claim that people were born to be slaves to their race. Elias stated that they would always be an endless source of food for their race. The monster was convinced that whoever this youth was, he would not be able to block his most powerful blow. However, at that moment, Mike concentrated all his spiritual energy into one point. After that, he attacked the monster from above. Elias realized that the enemy was preparing a decisive blow, but retreat was no longer possible. Their fists clashed again, and Elias was already preparing to counterattack. However, the hero's powerful blow instantly destroyed the enemy's palm. Immediately after that, Mike landed carefully right next to the monster. The second blow followed. It was even heavier and more merciless. It pierced the monster's body, leaving a huge hole in its stomach. However, Mike himself remained absolutely calm. Coming closer, he tore off Old Man Elias's head with his bare hands. At that very moment, the vines that had entangled Lily lost their strength, weakened, and retreated completely. After that, she immediately fell back to the ground. The girl slowly came to her senses. Before her eyes stood a man whose body was enveloped in bright light. In this cold world, he suddenly appeared before her like a ray of warmth. However, her strength finally left her, and Lily fell powerlessly to the ground. Mike was already standing in front of the saint, watching him and realizing that he had finally come to his senses. The saint himself also immediately noticed him and was mentally surprised that someone dared to come to this earth and seek death here. At that moment, Mike couldn't help but recall the events of the previous night when he first arrived at Mount Fumo. Then, while absorbing spiritual energy, he suddenly felt the command token begin to merge with his own energy. At that moment, it even seemed to him that he had almost returned to his previous peak of strength, to the top of Wuji. It was a power left by ancient and mysterious forces to protect the planet from invasions from other worlds. Mike understood that if he could freely control this power, his capabilities would become completely different. The saint meanwhile declared that the man had dared to disturb his solitude and kill his servant, and for such insolence he must pay with his life. With these words, the saint left the lotus platform. His feet barely touched the surface of the water, but with each step ripples spread across the lake. Mike understood that the attack power of these two creatures from another world far exceeded his own. He only managed to kill him thanks to the dragon's energy, and the token couldn't be activated right away, so he could only stall for time. The saint did not hesitate. He took advantage of the moment and immediately rushed into the attack, already accumulating energy in his fist. Mike entered the fray again and their blows collided. The saint arrogantly noted that the man had managed to withstand the blow, but he was still not using his full strength. Mike blocked the attack again, and for a while they remained roughly evenly matched in the fight. Then the hero quickly assessed the situation. He understood that thanks to the divine body technique and defensive methods, he was only able to maintain balance and protect himself. The saint noticed the body hardening technique that Mike used. At that moment, Mike's gaze slid towards Old Man Vance, who was trying to lead Lily away from the battlefield. He instantly realized that they were moving too slowly. The next second, the saint was already standing in front of them, blocking the road. Vance, despite his fear, resolutely shielded Lily with his body. He was ready to protect her at any cost. The saint was unpleasantly surprised that such a non-entity dared to oppose him. Grandfather declared that even if it was a god or a demon standing in front of him, he was not going to allow harm to come to this girl. At that moment, Mike also rushed forward, his heel kick landing right in the saint's face. Vance also tried to attack, striking with his fist, but it turned out to be completely harmless for his opponent. Mike immediately realized that the saint's power and divine techniques far surpassed his own. Soon, both of them were thrown back by the blow. A powerful stream of energy rushed through the forest. Vance was most worried about Lily. At the same time, Mike continued to feverishly search for a way to get rid of the enemy. He was already ready to sacrifice his life if necessary. The saint attacked again, wanting to check what was so special about this man. Their palms collided with enormous force, and the pressure of energy filled the entire space around. They exchanged several powerful blows. The saint quickly concluded that this man was indeed much stronger than ordinary people, but his level of development was still too low. In his opinion, such an enemy could not destroy his servant by his own efforts alone. The thought entered his head that this man must have some hidden means. To avoid any possible problems in the future, he decided to end it immediately and declared the game over. Streams of spiritual energy began to descend upon the saint, like a heavenly lightning test. Mike then turned to the bronze token and called upon its power to help destroy the enemy, his aura gradually enveloping his entire body. The saint suddenly noticed this token and immediately understood its origin. The 9 tokens of the 9 provinces were created by ancient forces. He began to suspect that this man might be connected to the ancient protectors and instantly jumped away from the lake, dodging the attack. Mike stood on the shore and channeled spiritual energy, turning it into lightning. A thunderous radiance erupted in the sky, turning into roaring dragon energy. A powerful attack rushed straight towards the target from the palm of the protagonist. The saint realized that the situation was becoming dangerous, but it was too late. A stream of light cut through his hand and it flew away. His cry of pain echoed throughout the area. Having lost his arm, the saint swore revenge and then disappeared, leaving the battlefield. After that, Mike quickly rushed to Old Man Vance, who was lying to the side, and suddenly Lily's weak voice was heard calling for her grandfather. Mike tried to help the wounded old man with the last of his strength, and Vance was immensely grateful for his help. He began to console his granddaughter, saying that a person's life inevitably goes through birth and death. He asked her to live her life with dignity. Realizing that time was running out, Vance made one last request of Mike, asking him to take Lily back to her family. Mike agreed and asked where her relatives lived. The old man replied that her family was in the city of Zhongjing, Jiangnan province. It turned out that Mike was just heading there, and he promised to take her home on the way. Finally, Vance asked his granddaughter to thank him for his help and said that with such a person she would be safe. Then Mike said that he could not only protect Lily, but also cure her illness. Moreover, he is able to make her become as strong as he is and never be bullied again. Hearing this, Vance finally closed his eyes, the realization that his granddaughter now had a future bringing him relief. Lily continued to call for her grandfather in despair, but her strength soon left her and she lost consciousness. Mike only managed to heal her condition a little, after which he took the girl in his arms. The next day, she came to her senses. Waking up on a soft mattress, the first thing Lily did was call her grandfather. As soon as she got up, the girl immediately began asking where she was and what had happened to her grandfather. However, Mike suggested that they eat first and postpone the conversation until she came to her senses a little. After Mike helped complete the final details of his grandfather's funeral, he suggested they prepare to leave. Lily held the urn with her grandfather's ashes and was silent for a long time. She understood that she had to continue living. Gathering her courage, the girl asked the hero to teach her a way to cure her condition. She no longer wanted to remain weak. Mike explained that her cold state was not actually a disease, but a rare condition of the body known as yin essence. If she chooses the right technique, she will be able to not only control her body, but also use cold energy for her own benefit. The girl then sat down to the side and began to meditate. Mike watched her and quickly noticed how easily she took to cultivation. At that moment, his gaze fell on the small mountain spirit, and he realized with surprise that this creature was also capable of cultivation. After some time, Lily enthusiastically asked to continue her studies. But Mike just patted her on the head and explained that such spiritual techniques take time and cannot be mastered overnight. Meanwhile, in the Jiang family mansion in Zhongjing City, Jiangnan province, a knock was heard behind the closed door. The owner, a man named Bernard, allowed him in, and then one of his subordinates told him important news. According to him, the man they were looking for had fought his way through many opponents, starting with Jingling, and no one could stop him. According to the latest information, he had already entered the territory of the Elias province. His strength was estimated to be approximately on par with Master Julius. Hearing this, Bernard grabbed the glass of wine standing on the table and drank it down in one gulp. His face contorted with anger. He swore that he would avenge the death of his son and make sure that the killer would not even have a whole body left. Then he remembered that the girl from the Shui family would soon return home, so he decided to personally go to the family estate. The subordinate was ordered to closely monitor all news, and if that person appeared in Zhongjing, to eliminate him immediately. After some time, Mike and Lily had already entered the city of Zhongjing. The girl looked around happily, enjoying the lively atmosphere of the city. She recognized familiar streets that had once been part of her life, and along the way she pointed to her school and remembered how much she missed it. Nearby, there was also a store that she had once been particularly fond of. However, at some point Mike felt someone's presence. An elderly man with a cane appeared in front of them and blocked the way. The man turned to the young people and asked them to stay for a while. He introduced himself as Harvey, a state protector from the Martial Arts Union headquarters. He said that he had been expecting the meeting for a long time and wanted to warn the hero. The old man advised him not to go to the Jiang family and to leave the city and province altogether. He explained that Mike had a rare talent comparable to Julius's, and the Martial Arts Union would not want to see him die. The head of the Jiang family was a long-renowned Wuzun-level master, and his fire poison technique carried a deadly toxin. In the old man's opinion, The hero's current strength was still inferior to that of the head of the family. But Mike replied that he still intended to go to the Jiang family. The old man tried to persuade him not to act so self-confidently. Finally, Mike suggested testing this out in practice. Harvey decided to teach the stubborn young man a lesson and struck first. His foot shot forward, but Mike stopped the blow with one hand. The second attack followed immediately and was aimed straight at the face, but it was also easily blocked. Despite this, the old man continued his offensive. Their palms eventually collided with a loud bang, and the force of the collision sent a gust of wind through the street. After exchanging blows, Harvey realized the true level of his opponent. He admitted that even the famous Julius would probably have lost to him. Mike asked if he could continue on his way. The old man did not stop him, but reminded him that the head of the Jiang family remained a dangerous opponent. He only expressed hope that Mike would show mercy. Mike replied that everything would depend on the behavior of the head of the family himself. As the old man was about to leave, Mike noticed that he might have been deliberately hiding his true strength. Harvey denied this and explained that the people from the martial arts union had to maintain cover. As he was leaving, he advised that if necessary, his name should be mentioned in the imperial capital. This could save them from many problems. After the old man left, Mike turned to Lily and asked where her family was. The girl looked visibly agitated. He immediately noticed her condition and asked what had happened. And then Lily suddenly asked not to send her back home. Mike was surprised. He reminded her that this was her grandfather's last wish, and he promised to take her home. However, Lily firmly repeated that she did not want to return and asked to be allowed to stay with him. Mike tried to explain that he lived alone and could barely cope with his life, but that she would have support and a normal environment in her family. The girl, however, continued to insist, and in desperation she promised to do whatever was required of her if it would allow her to stay close. Mike just shook his head and said that such words were stupid because she was only 17 years old and had her whole life ahead of her. However, Lily still didn't want to go home, so Mike suggested a kind of test. He said that he wanted to test whether her body could keep up with him. If she managed to catch up with him, he would fulfill her wish. With these words, he ran forward, and Lily immediately rushed after him. While running, she suddenly felt that her body had become light and strong, and the usual cold had disappeared. She was surprised that she could run so fast and not get tired at all. Mike gradually moved forward, and the girl, without giving up, continued to run after him, calling him. Soon, their car stopped at the gate of the Shui family's house. Mike reminded Lily that they had already arrived and it was time to go in. However, the girl suddenly took out her phone and said that she would first call her mother so that she would come out to meet her. Mike was surprised. It seemed strange to him that a person would have to call to be met at his own home. Lily responded awkwardly and asked to wait a little, explaining that it would be better if her mother came out herself. After a while, a woman hurriedly came out of the house. It was Lily's mother, Amanda. As soon as she saw Lily, she called out her name with excitement, joy, and relief in her voice. The mother and daughter hugged each other tightly, unable to hold back their tears. The woman looked closely at Lily and suddenly noticed a change in her condition. She asked in surprise about her illness, and then Lily proudly told her that she had completely recovered. Hearing this, the mother was relieved and said that this happened because Vance had taken the girl to doctors for so many years in search of treatment. Only after this did Amanda notice the object in her daughter's hands. Seeing the urn, the woman asked in confusion what it meant. Lily quietly told her about the tragedy and that Vance had died, and her mother was shocked to hear the news. She found it hard to believe that such a strong man could die. Then she tried to console her daughter, saying that the past could no longer be changed. At that moment, Amanda's gaze fell on the hero, and she asked who this young man was. Lily explained that it was Mike, the man Grandpa Vance had entrusted her to before he died, who had brought her home and helped cure her illness. The woman then quickly gave Lily a bank card and said that there were 10 million on it, enough money to live a normal life. She then insistently asked her daughter to leave immediately with Mike, leave Jiang province and never return again. All this strange haste of her mother alarmed Lily. She felt that something bad was happening and asked what had happened. But her mother only hurried her, repeating that she needed to leave as quickly as possible. At that moment, a man, Lily's father, Fernand, came out of the house and coldly remarked that it was too late to go anywhere now. According to him, the whole family had been waiting for their daughter's return for a long time, so there was no need to rush into leaving. He wanted to take a close look at how his dear daughter had grown up. Behind him stood several family servants armed with clubs. Lily's mother screamed in horror as they approached her. She reminded her husband that she was the mistress of the house and the mother of this girl, and asked if he really had no paternal feelings left. Fernand pretended to say that everything he did was aimed only at preserving the Shui family line and for the sake of their daughter's future. At that moment, one of the servants tried to hit the hero with a club, but he easily pushed it aside. Fernand looked at him suspiciously and thought that this man might be her lover, and then the girl anxiously called the hero. But he stood before her like a shield and told her that she should not be afraid. He suggested that she enter the house and see what kind of intrigue her father had planned. As they walked inside, the father began to explain the situation. Because of a strange illness, people were avoiding Lily, and this greatly upset him as a father. He said he had been trying to secure her future all this time, and recently luck had smiled on them. He had met a master from the Jiang family. He was planning to marry again to have an heir, and today his son came in person to discuss this marriage. But in reality, he had other goals. The head of the Jiang family practiced a cruel technique, and ordinary women could not withstand it. Lily was born with a cold constitution, which is why people always avoided her and never considered her as a bride. Upon entering the house, the father pointed to the man sitting in front and introduced him as the young master of the Jiang family. He then pointed to those present and said that they were the elders of the Shu family who had already approved of this marriage. Lily's mother couldn't take it anymore and furiously hit her husband on the back, calling him a monster without a conscience. According to her, the eldest in the Jiang family is already about 60 years old. Fernand snapped at her, saying that it was a good deal. If Lily became his wife, she would never be in need again. Amanda looked accusingly at all the relatives. She said that everyone understood perfectly well the real reason for this marriage. Since childhood, they had called Lily a monster, and now that the Jiang family had shown interest, they all suddenly decided to marry her off for profit. She accused them of hypocrisy and inhumanity, and then Fernand flared up with rage and accused her of disrespect for her elders. At this point, Mike noticed that Lily was shaking with anger, while Amanda continued to blame the guests from the Jiang family. She recalled that their only heir, known for his cruelty, died because of his own crimes. Now their almost 70-year-old man dared to come and ruin the life of her 17-year-old daughter. At this moment, Mike thought that these people with the surname Jiang wanted to kill the people here. They immediately started shouting, asking Amanda how she dared to insult the great Jiang family. Fernand immediately slapped his wife in the face and ordered her to shut up. Then he quickly began to justify himself to the guest, assuring him that the woman had lost her mind and her words had no meaning. He promised to lock her up later and never let her out again. The rest of the family also supported him, stating that her words were the ravings of a madwoman and had no relation to the family's position. Watching everything that was happening, Mike finally understood the situation fully. Now it became clear why Lily was so reluctant to return to this house. Here she had been considered a monster and rejected all her life. But as soon as she became useful, all the relatives immediately showed their true colors. Now they had no hesitation in throwing a 17-year-old girl into the fire for the family's benefit. Meanwhile, Lily anxiously asked her mother if everything was okay with her. At this point, Bernard declared that he was not a petty person at all. As soon as this marriage was concluded, their families would become relatives. Second Uncle Shui immediately supported him, saying that young Master Jiang was truly magnanimous and that this marriage would be successful. However, Lily abruptly declared that she would not marry him, and then Fernand ordered the servants to immediately drag this crazy woman away. Amanda screamed, accusing them of inhumanity and demanding that they let her go. At this point, Lily's cousin Camilla entered the conversation, accusing her of ingratitude and saying that not everyone is so lucky. She added that if she were in her place, she would gladly seize such an opportunity. Then she walked up to Lily and noticed that she was becoming more and more beautiful. Frightened, Lily asked what she was going to do. She, looking at the urn, said that she had heard that Grandfather Vance had even given his life trying to cure her. After that, she grinned evilly. The girl raised the urn high above her head, and Lily, in despair, began to beg for the return of the urn with her grandfather's ashes. But Camilla coldly threatened to break her if Lily did not agree to marry. In the end, Lily gave in and, barely holding back her tears, agreed to this marriage, if only the urn would not be touched. In response, Camilla smiled with satisfaction, but at the same moment she unclenched her fingers. The urn slipped out of her hands and smashed on the floor with a loud crash. Lily immediately burst into tears and began asking why she did that. Camilla was seething with envy in her soul, thinking that this fox still remained beautiful even in such a painful state. At this point, Mike stepped forward, trying to calm the situation. He apologized to Lily for his earlier thoughtless words and ordered her to quickly bring something to collect Elder Hua's ashes. Lily took out a handkerchief to receive the ashes Mike was collecting with his spiritual energy and quietly agreed to help. When Camilla saw the hero, she asked who he was, adding that he was probably another stray that Lily had picked up somewhere. Then Mike coldly asked what would change if she found out. She immediately began to threaten, indignant that he dared to argue with her in front of his elders, and declared that he himself was seeking death. She said that if he found out who they were, he would die of fear. But Mike took out his gun and replied that he didn't need to know at all. He swung his whip, thinking in rage that there were such terrible families and such disgusting relatives in the world. Camilla, shocked by his words, asked what he had just said. However, Mike, without any mercy, struck her with the whip, declaring that he was returning everything to her for her sins. Then came a second blow, tearing her dress to pieces. In a rage, Camilla screamed, demanding to know where he got that whip from and how he dared to hit her. She reminded him that this was the Jue family, a family of martial artists from Zongjing, and that he would have to pay for this. However, Mike swung the whip again, wrapping it around her body. The girl screamed in horror, demanding to be let go and insulting him. However, Mike showed no mercy. He jerked her up sharply and then threw her hard to the ground. After this, he mockingly asked if he was such a worthless person. Then who was she? Camilla's clothes were already torn, and she herself screamed desperately, demanding that it stop. The second uncle, watching this scene, was dumbfounded with shock. The others were also shocked, because the weapon seemed to appear out of thin air. Someone realized that this weapon was materialized from Kui, a divine skill that was almost unheard of in the martial arts world. The second uncle shouted in rage, demanding to know what this boy had done to his daughter. Meanwhile, Mike swung the whip again, wrapping it around her ankle and lifting her into the air. He mockingly asked if she could no longer bear it, and Camilla was again subjected to cruel torture. She screamed desperately, begging her father to save her. When she was about to be thrown to the ground again, she screamed in horror that she didn't want it. Suddenly, there was a loud bang and her body fell heavily to the ground. The second uncle screamed in horror upon seeing this and rushed forward. The place where Camilla fell pierced the wall, leaving a hole in it. In revenge, the man tried to attack the hero, demanding that his daughter be returned to him. However, the protagonist's counterattack was not long in coming. The next moment, he himself was thrown into the air. He hit the wall and fell back, bent at an unnatural angle. Fernand panicked and thought that his second brother had just been killed by an outsider, and this had become the greatest shame of the Shui family. Meanwhile, Mike pointed at him and declared that he was not worthy of being Lily's father and Amanda's husband, and not even worthy of being called a man. Fernand asked sarcastically if he was going to castrate him, and boastfully remarked that there were so many of them here that he had nothing to fear. However, it soon turned out that many had simply run away, and Fernand himself hid behind the backs of others and continued to snap. Mike just dismissively said that it was just a pile of trash in front of him. Then Fernand leaned towards young Master Jiang's ear and whispered that if he were in his place, he would not have tolerated such a thing. The people behind him began to loudly curse and insult the hero, calling him impudent and even worse than a pig or a dog. However, the hero's face remained gloomy and impassive. Then Fernand suddenly rushed forward, trying to attack, and shouted that he would kill him. He declared that he did not believe that he was so strong. But in response, Mike kneed him in the stomach. With one kick, he knocked Fernand off his feet. He clutched his stomach and hissed angrily that by doing so, Mike was declaring war on the Jiang and Shui families. Mike wasn't scared at all and replied that even if it was a declaration of war, their family still couldn't do anything to him. After these words, all the family members present rushed forward, shouting for this shameless scoundrel to release the head of the family. Mike, still holding Fernand, decided to fulfill their wish. Then he threw it straight into the crowd, and the whole group of people flew backwards with a roar. They flew past young Master Jiang as if they had been blown away by a powerful gust of air. The force of the impact was so great that several imprints of human bodies remained on the wall. Mike himself remained standing in the middle of the room without a single bruise. Amanda looked at the hero's impressive figure in amazement. He kicked Fernand to the side without any expression on his face, as if giving him a chance to think about his actions. The blow was so strong that Fernand literally fell to his knees in front of her. Amanda felt a sense of satisfaction and thought coldly that he deserved it. Then Bernard declared that Mike had outstanding skill, but reminded him that their family would soon become related to the Jiang family. He said such actions showed great disrespect for the Jiang family. Mike found this funny and mockingly asked if he looked like he was going to show respect to the Jiang family. He briefly ordered everyone to get out. With these words, an invisible wave of power seemed to burst out of him. Bernard and his men were thrown back and crashed into the wall with a loud thud. Bernard and Fernand literally crashed into her. Bernard cried out in amazement, asking what this power was and who he really was. However, Mike replied that they didn't need to know his name, but they could know his nickname, which everyone knows, Wu Ji. Bernard did not immediately understand the meaning of what he heard and continued to mutter this name. It finally dawned on him, and he remembered with horror that it was this man who had killed his son. Mike looked at him coldly and asked what he would do about it, and Bernard, in a rage, swore that his father would definitely kill the hero. Mike then ordered him to return immediately and tell his father that Wu Ji would be coming to the Jiang family residence tomorrow night. Mike added that he should prepare himself properly, and immediately after these words, his sword cut off Bernard's hand with one swift movement. The pain was so intense that he screamed at the top of his voice. Then Mike turned to the rest of the servants and coldly asked what to do with them. With this trash. They immediately began to put all the blame on the head of the family, but Mike interrupted them, saying that this was the wrong answer. At that moment, desperate screams were heard all around, while Fernand was desperately trying to get out of the house. Soon, Mike announced that they were leaving, and his name echoed throughout the huge mansion. Soon, Elder Norman of the Jiang family learned of what was happening and said that this man had decided to teach him a lesson. Therefore, the old man decided to wait for him. He explained that since Wu Ji was going to come, the people from the martial arts union would not be able to stay away. It would make for a great show, and he also hoped that it would calm their dissatisfaction with the Jiang family. The man ordered that the heads of influential families in Jiangdan be contacted and informed that Wu Ji would die at his hand tomorrow night. With their help, he will be able to kill Wu Ji without hindrance and use his life to avenge his grandson. He also wanted everyone to see that no matter how brilliant a person was, if he offended the Jiang family, only death awaited him. The force of his rage was so powerful that the birds outside the window fell to the ground, unable to withstand the pressure. Bernard understood the order and obediently replied that he would do everything. The next day, Amanda still couldn't believe what she heard and asked the hero if he really was that same Wu Ji. She said that Norman from the Jiang family has been considered a formidable figure in Jiangong for more than 20 years and enjoys a huge reputation. So she asked him if he was confident in himself, and Mike himself answered with complete confidence that there would be no problems. Meanwhile, Lily asked to be allowed to go too, and Mike asked in response if she really wanted to marry Norman. In response, Lily pouted and complained that he was too angry and knew perfectly well that this man was just an old pervert. Then Mike allowed her to go, but on the condition that she take Amanda with her, because she couldn't leave her mother alone at such a moment. However, Amanda said that she had already completely severed all ties with the Jouet family. She had no attachments left, only regret. The woman, feeling guilty, said that it was all her fault because she was too weak and could not give her daughter real warmth. Lily quickly cheered her up and said that now that Mike had taught her the cultivation technique, no one would dare to bully them anymore. At that moment, a group of people approached them from afar and respectfully addressed Mike as the leader of the union. One of them reported that, according to his orders, all their people had already gathered and were ready for the upcoming battle. Hearing this, Lily finally realized that Mike was actually the leader of the Northern Military Alliance. Mike then announced that their forces were to make their presence known in Jiangong today. Meanwhile, outside the Jiang family residence, it was announced that a live broadcast of what was happening in the courtyard would be broadcast tonight. People said that the Jiang family were martial artists, and no matter how damaged their reputation was, they still had to support their own. Others said that now the old man, having lost his only grandson, had turned his attention to the sickly daughter of the Shui family. At that moment, a notification appeared on their phones. News appeared on the internet. A certain Wu Ji challenged the master of the Jiang family. Molly also saw this news. Lucas respectfully offered her tea, but she replied that she had no time for it now. The girl watched what was happening and was sure that her brother would definitely win. Meanwhile, many wrote that although Wu Ji was strong, he was still no match for the old master of the Jiang family. Abby admitted that it would be difficult for Wu Ji to win, and she noted that almost no one on the internet believes in his victory. Noah honestly said that the chances of winning were indeed slim, but at the same time, Wuji didn't seem like a reckless person. Abby, however, decided that she would not worry anymore and stated that she trusted him completely. At that moment, the chair she was leaning on suddenly broke with a crash, and she fell straight onto her back. She screamed in pain and indignantly asked what this collapsing chair was. Noah explained that it was because her family was too greedy and wouldn't let her buy a new one, and that made her so angry that she wanted to hit him. At that moment, Mike was giving orders to his people. They needed help getting Lily and the others inside, and he himself promised to come later. He then turned to Lily and Amanda, telling them to enter first, along with 3 escorts who would protect them. Lily asked with concern what Mike himself would do. He replied that he needed to prepare properly for such an event. At this time, a quiet rustling sound was heard in the night forest. Norman felt someone's presence and became wary, preparing for battle. He realized that the enemy was already here. One of his men looked wearily in that direction and asked if it was Wuji. These words surprised those around him. People began to look around and ask where he was. 2 bald men pointed to the sky, and everyone looked up to see the hero's clothes fluttering in the night wind. The crowd was stunned and began to buzz. People couldn't believe their eyes and even whispered that it looked like special effects from a movie. Then Mike began to descend slowly and gracefully from the sky. The stripes of light in the air intertwined with each other, and the spectators looked at it as if enchanted. Norman sneered and declared that these were just pretty tricks. Another person added that young people love to show off and don't know their limits, but underestimating the enemy will lead to defeat. However, Mike paid no attention to this ridicule. He landed on the ground and slowly walked towards Norman. He then solemnly announced that he, Wuji, had come to destroy the Zhang family residence. People immediately began to ask why. Since he dared to come, he still hid his face under a mask. Fernand stepped forward and accused him of kidnapping his wife and daughter, but the elder of the Jiang family agreed to intercede for him. However, Amanda responded by saying that Fernand was a real brute, since it was he who pushed his daughter into the fiery pit with his own hands. Someone in the crowd thought that these people were clearly not ordinary people, and that today, there would certainly be a real spectacle here. At that moment, a new man appeared on the battlefield. Norman immediately bowed respectfully and greeted him as Master Harvey. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. It turned out that he was a representative of the headquarters of the Martial Arts Union. Since the union always pays special attention to talented martial artists, their appearance here seemed quite natural. Mike asked him why he was still there and didn't leave. Harvey replied that he was about to leave, but halfway there he changed his mind and decided to go back because he was worried about what was happening. Norman approached him and said that he did not want to disrespect the alliance, but there was a blood feud between him and Wuji. Harvey replied that the Union government should not act unfairly, and privately thought that Norman would be lucky if his life was spared. Hearing this, Norman prepared for battle. He declared that since the Union did not interfere, today Wuji would pay for the murder of his grandson. With these words, he rushed towards the hero. But when he saw Mike stop his attack with just one hand, he was shocked. He couldn't believe that someone could so easily block a blow that took all his strength. Norman remembered the rumors that Wuji had previously won 100 victories in a row without a single defeat, and decided to test him first. He jumped back some distance and took a few steps. After this, Norman shouted loudly, summoning his fire dragon. With these words, he struck the ground with his fist, and the figure of a huge dragon immediately formed from the flames. Blazing with a furious fire, he opened his huge mouth, as if he was going to swallow the hero. Fernand, watching this, joyfully shouted that now everything was about to begin. The hero's ally was worried that Mike wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack and shouted loudly. Lily and her mother simultaneously screamed in horror, warning the hero to be careful. The place where he stood was illuminated by a blinding light, and it became impossible to see what was happening inside. Someone in the crowd thought that it was all over and Wuji had probably already turned to ashes. However, soon the hero's figure appeared again, completely unharmed. Norman couldn't believe his eyes and asked why the dragon's fire didn't scare him. However, Mike replied contemptuously that his dragon was too pathetic. He then stepped forward and summoned his golden dragon, showing what the power of a true master looked like. His dragon turned out to be much more majestic. His roar echoed throughout the space, causing people to clutch their heads in dizziness and fear. Norman could not bear such humiliation and declared that he had more than one dragon. This time, he summoned the dragon key of the 9 heavens. However, as he watched this call, the old man suddenly became numb, staring in shock at the creatures in front of him. Instead of dragons, there were snakes there, and all the dragon heads turned into snake heads. It looked like a battle between a real dragon and a 9-headed hydra. Harvey noted that Wu Ji was still hiding some of his power. He realized that he was a true genius and decided to report this to headquarters. Meanwhile, Norman had already realized that his summoned beasts were no match for the power of the golden dragon. Mike was starting to get bored. It seemed to him that hiding his strength for the sake of a fight with a mid-level master made the fight completely uninteresting. So he decided it was time to end it all with one decisive blow. The golden dragon rushed forward with this stream of power and in an instant bit off the head of the weakest of the enemy snakes. The golden dragon's cold gaze turned to the master of these creatures. The old man responded with a powerful blow from his palm, and the golden dragon crashed into the wall with a loud roar. The wall shattered into pieces, and the crowd screamed in horror. Part of the wall completely collapsed. Harvey noticed that Norman was holding on with only his last strength, and realized that he would be left with serious consequences after this battle. The old man, meanwhile, rushed towards his opponent. Norman screamed furiously, calling him to go to hell. Meanwhile, Mike recalled his golden dragon, which instantly returned, and the sign of the dragon clan appeared on the hero's palm. At that moment, Norman's fist flew towards him. Mike stepped to the side and easily dodged the blow. A look of shock flashed in Norman's eyes, as if he suddenly realized something important. But it was too late. The hero's fist struck him right in the face with great force. The impact was so powerful that the ground beneath them sank. As a result, a powerful spiritual energy covered the entire courtyard, and the place where Norman stood collapsed and became covered with cracks. Fernand quickly stopped Bernard and asked him to calm down, but he stubbornly struggled, demanding to be let go. Bernard screamed in panic, calling for his father. Lily and her mother hugged, unable to hold back their tears, relieved to know that Mike had indeed made it. Meanwhile, the audience was animatedly discussing what was happening, many saying that whoever called Wu Ji a braggart was very wrong. Mike scratched the back of his head and muttered that he had actually been holding back a lot and didn't understand how his opponent had been able to notice. People were delighted to hear that it was incredible and admitted that they were now completely convinced of its power. At that moment, a furious roar came from under the rubble. Norman shouted in anger, calling for someone to finally come out. The crowd stared in amazement at the figure that appeared. It was Chandler, a famous master from the New Continent during the heyday of martial arts. People couldn't understand why he was here. He loudly announced his name and declared that Wu Ji had destroyed the blood of his family, and therefore this debt must be repaid. Mike just sneered and gave him the middle finger, mockingly telling him that he was just an idiot. Chandler was stunned by this answer and asked if this meant that Mike was so arrogant. Then he gritted his teeth and began to gather strength, intending to kill him. Norman quickly stopped him and warned him not to act rashly. He said that this guy was too strong, so first they needed to give him time to recover, and then they would attack together. Half an hour later, Norman was still recovering. Finally, Chandler asked if he had recovered, and then the old man confirmed that he was ready. Norman remarked that he couldn't tell if Mike was confident in himself or just too ignorant to dare to ignore them. After that, they attacked him simultaneously. However, Mike faced their combined attack without fear and unleashed his own power. A powerful spiritual energy burst out from his body, soaring into the sky like a giant whirlwind, causing the crowd to scream in horror. People could not understand what was happening, but they felt a terrifying force filling the entire space. The sky rumbled like an approaching storm. Mike watched what was happening very calmly, and then suddenly a huge round disc fell from above right on top of his two opponents. A torrent of spiritual energy, like a hurricane, swept away their defenses along with the stone walls. Amanda noticed the protective barrier that covered her and her daughter. She said in surprise that the falling rocks could not harm them. Meanwhile, in front of Mike, both old men were already pressed into the ground by a huge boulder, with only their heads sticking out. At this point, Harvey said that he was being too reckless in using such deadly tactics. But Mike replied indifferently that there was no need to worry, but added that he didn't need people who only got in the way. After these words, Harvey suddenly found himself completely under his control and could not even speak. He thought in horror how this was possible. Meanwhile, Norman, continuously spitting out blood, screamed desperately. Then he directly asked the hero who he really was. Realizing that the situation was getting out of control, Norman decided to use his last reserve. He ordered people from Jiangnan and Jinzhou to leave. And then, from a dark corner of the courtyard, hidden masters immediately appeared. They answered his call. Norman angrily stated that the Jiang family was a powerful clan with many allies and martial artists behind it. He challenged Mike to try and kill him, but Mike responded by calling out loudly for Elder Bei. He immediately appeared and respectfully greeted him as the leader of the Union. He was followed by 3 more fighting venerables. Suddenly, the door on the roof swung open and a group of people confidently walked inside, all of them greeting their leader at the same time. Fernand was stunned by their strength. He didn't expect that so many masters would appear on Wu Ji's side, including 3 venerable ones. Mike then coldly declared that anyone who dared to hurt Lily would not live, and anyone who insulted his sister would certainly die. With these words, he summoned his sword. By this time, the people around Norman had already turned into lifeless shells, while the old man himself rushed at the enemy with fury. However, the flash from the attack threw the others aside, and the hero immediately launched a counterattack. Harvey, confused, asked what kind of technique it was. It was impossible to see. But the 3 opponents were instantly cut in half. He then realized that Wu Ji's cultivation level was truly unfathomable, and that the fate of the Jiang family had already been decided. It turned out that Wu Ji was actually the leader of the Baizhou Masters Union, so Harvey decided that the union could quickly rise and become a powerful force in the martial arts world. Lily came forward and joyfully called out to Mike. The hero asked the girl if she felt any changes in her body. Lily replied that she had not felt anything because she and her mother were hiding far away and could hardly see anything. After this, Harvey suddenly asked the hero to tell the truth and admit what level of cultivation he was at. Mike replied that he would first like to know what level people around him consider him to be. Harvey suggested that the hero's strength was at the highest level and could be even higher when fully released. However, the hero did not give a precise answer and only noted that if Harvey from the military alliance thought so, then so be it. Watching him go, Harvey reflected on how the golden age of martial arts was already upon us, with talent emerging everywhere. The next day, from early morning, everyone was already gathered at the negotiating table. Elder Ron recalled yesterday's battle with enthusiasm and stated that the formless sword technique was a real shock to everyone. Lily exclaimed that Mike was incredibly strong. In response, the hero advised her to train hard, and then she too could achieve the same. The girl asked in surprise if this was really possible, and Mike confirmed that there was nothing complicated about it. He silently called her naive and thought that she would be surprised to learn that those who reached the level of the source core were able to fly. The hero then explained that the cultivation technique he had passed on was not at all ordinary, and with her physique, the development would proceed especially quickly. Ron was speechless with amazement when he heard this and asked again if it was really only a few years. The hero noted that if everyone began to practice the true scripture, then strength could not be judged by the standards of the ordinary martial arts world. He also emphasized that the level of a venerable master is not the limit at all, since in his writing this level is only the beginning of the path. Ron decided that the methods of the true scripture were different from the techniques of the martial arts world and had endless possibilities. He then stated that if in 3 to 5 years the Alliance did not have at least 10 venerable masters, it would mean that they would disappoint their leader. In response, the hall was filled with loud voices insisting that this would never happen. After this, Mike concluded the meeting and said that that was all for today and that everyone should return to Beizhou for now. When only he, Lily, and her mother were left in the room, the hero anxiously inquired about their future plans. Amanda explained that they had already completely severed ties with the Zhu family and there was no way to go back. Then the girl herself quietly admitted that she only wanted to follow Brother Mike and asked him to teach her cultivation. After thinking for a while, the hero decided that in that case it would be better for them to go with him to Jinling. He explained that the manager of the Jingzhou family governor's residence had already informed him that this mansion now belonged to him. Hearing this, Lily could not hide her joy and exclaimed that this was wonderful news. Then the girl suggested going to the airport immediately so as not to miss the flight. Amanda supported her and stated that in that case they needed to fly out that evening. The hero agreed and said that then they should move out right now. On the way, Lily cautiously asked if he could teach her mother cultivation in Jinling. However, the hero shook his head and explained that the path of cultivation was full of dangers and was extremely difficult for an ordinary person to endure. At that moment, Harvey waved his hand and called out to the hero. Meanwhile, Mike made a mental note that the old man had appeared again. However, he decided not to rush and first told Lily and her mother that he would be there soon. Then the girl suggested to her mother that they sit in the coffee shop for a while. Meanwhile, someone was already closely monitoring their every move and reported over the radio that Harvey was now separated from them. Meanwhile, Harvey noticed that he had heard about the hero's imminent departure, so he came today to voluntarily give him some advice. He asked if he had heard of the golden age of martial arts, and the hero remembered that Mateo had mentioned it before his death. Harvey explained that there is no exact information, since this is an ancient prophecy passed down from generation to generation. According to him, in the future the world will undergo great changes. The power of heaven and earth will be restored, and the mysterious veil will be destroyed. Hearing this, Mike thought that if the power of heaven and earth was returning, then it might be much easier for him to become a celestial again. However, Harvey noted that for martial artists, this may not be all good. He explained that many masters are looking forward to a golden age, but any such era also becomes a time of chaos. The hero replied that everything would remain as before. If he had the opportunity to help, he would help. But if not, empty promises were meaningless. He added that he was used to improving himself, and noted to himself that ordinary worldly techniques meant little to him. Hearing this, Harvey reprimanded him again and warned him not to be too self-confident. There are many secrets hidden within a combat alliance that can bring incredible benefits, so it is not worth underestimating the alliance. Hearing this, Mike thought about it and decided that if everything was really like this, then one day he would be able to look in and see for himself. After this, Harvey warned that now that the hero had become famous, there would certainly be many people who wanted to take his life. The hero was surprised and asked if other countries also had their own martial arts systems. Harvey then sternly warned him not to underestimate foreigners, noting that they all have their own development systems. However, Mike just chuckled to himself, deciding that the old man was worrying in vain. Meanwhile, at the coffee shop, Amanda asked her daughter point-blank if she liked Mike. Lily was taken aback and tried to laugh it off, but she thought to herself that her mother was very perceptive. However, at that moment, a man approached her and suddenly put his hand on her shoulder, causing the girl to flinch and ask what he wanted. The next second, mother and daughter were dragged away by force. Amanda immediately recognized one of the attackers and, in horror, demanded that they be released. Another man grabbed Lily and loudly declared that this was an internal matter of the Zhu family, and outsiders had better not interfere. Meanwhile, Amanda was thrown mercilessly to the ground. Immediately after this, Lily was also thrown hard on the floor. Then the order was given to tie them up immediately. Soon they were tied to chairs. Amanda immediately recognized Fernand, calling him a scoundrel and demanding to know what he was going to do. He responded with reproach that even people who had lived together for so long were grateful to each other. But she was too heartless. The woman coldly replied that their marriage had long since ended and that she had already shown mercy by not killing him. She also warned that Wu Ji was nearby, so he should behave decently. After this, Fernand turned to Lily and stated that no matter what, he was still her father and asked if she could forgive him. However, Amanda immediately warned her daughter not to listen to this lie and reminded her that she knew this man's character better than anyone. She said that all the humiliation and suffering were caused by her father's actions, and Lily herself was confused and did not know what to say. Then Fernand gently offered to help her family and asked her to talk to Wu Ji so that he would spare them. Fernand then even knelt down in front of his daughter and asked for forgiveness, promising that from now on they would treat her differently. However, Amanda again intervened sharply and warned Lily not to believe a word they said, calling them all hypocrites. They are simply afraid for their own lives, which is why they staged this performance, because they had never considered Lily part of the family before. Hearing this, Fernand angrily ordered her to be silent. Then he ordered his men to act. One of the men immediately came up and grabbed her throat tightly, putting tape over her mouth. Fernand threatened Lily that if she did not convince Wu Ji to spare the family and return home with her father, her mother would not survive the day. At the same time, he strictly warned her that in the future she should under no circumstances tell him about what happened today. He was sure that even if Wu Ji found out about everything, nothing terrible would happen, because Lily was his daughter, which meant he would not harm the family. However, the next moment there was a loud bang and a sharp beam of light rushed straight towards his neck. Fernand froze instantly and drops of blood began to flow from his neck. Seeing Mike behind him, he felt real horror. Wu Ji appeared so quickly that everyone, looking at the hole in the door in the shape of a human body, only looked at each other in shock. Lily immediately pushed Fernand away and rushed towards the hero, desperately shouting his name. Seeing how shocked she was, the young man himself broke out in a cold sweat. The girl jumped up and hugged him tightly. However, while holding her back, the hero reminded her that her mother was not yet saved. At that moment, he made a move, and all the henchmen were thrown out of the window. The hero then coldly asked whose life they were about to take. The frightened people fell to their knees and began to beg for mercy. Fernand explained that they had only come to apologize to Lily. Mike just chuckled, finding such an attempt to distort the facts ridiculous. Threatening her mother's life and calling it an apology was absurd. Meanwhile, Amanda, gritting her teeth, angrily cursed Fernand and called him a scoundrel. The same one, trembling with fear, hastened to ask for mercy and admitted that they were mistaken. He promised that such a thing would not happen again. Then he turned to Lily and reminded her that he was, after all, her father, and he asked if she was really ready to watch the whole family die. Hearing this, the girl hesitated for a moment. The hero noticed her doubt and said that the final decision was hers. Mike understood that Lily was too kind and that excessive naivety could become a serious obstacle on the path to cultivation. With these thoughts in mind, the hero suddenly grabbed one of the men by the throat and coldly asked what their real plan was. He replied that they really just wanted to apologize. Then Mike warned him that he had to tell the truth or he would die. The frightened man immediately confessed. He said that initially they intended to evoke sympathy from Lily. If she did not agree, they planned to threaten her mother, and if that did not work, to kidnap them and use them as hostages. A chill ran down Fernanda's spine, but he still hoped to be saved and turned to his daughter, urging her to remember that he was her father. However, Lily, sobbing, firmly declared that from that day on, she no longer had any connection with the Shui family. Hearing this, Amanda spat contemptuously in Fernand's direction and called her daughter to follow her. The man himself could not believe what was happening, and only thought in confusion that it seemed he had been completely mistaken about Lily's character. Meanwhile, Mike fired several blades towards the man. Fernand instantly found himself pinned to the wall. The next moment, his face was covered in blood from the injuries he had received. After this, the hero opened the door and went outside. There were no more survivors left inside. People around were talking. Some suggested calling the police. Others responded that the affairs of the martial arts world were none of their concern. Mike realized that Lily had long ago seen the true face of the Shui family, but despite the cruelty of the world, she retained kindness in her heart. Then the hero lightly patted her on the shoulder and informed her that they had arrived at the Jinling residence. Soon the three stopped at the gates of the mansion. As Mike approached, a wary voice came from inside, asking who had come. The hero asked if the manager was there. Then the man inside, Miller, carefully opened the door and asked who he was to him and why he was looking for him. Mike replied that they hardly knew each other, but he was the new owner of Jinzhou and had come today to inspect it. Hearing this, the man inside shouted angrily that the residence already had owners, his lord and mistress. He ordered the stranger to get out before he got into trouble. He tried to slam the door, but Mike's hand stopped it. Then the hero used spiritual energy to open the gates. The hero ordered the servant to call the manager, as he needed to ask him some questions. However, the man only looked at him with disdain and stated that people from the governor's residence could not be seen simply at will. He treated Mike with obvious contempt, as if he were an annoying beggar. This attitude immediately angered the hero. Without thinking, he threw the insolent servant back with one kick. Seeing this, Lily worriedly asked if they were in the wrong place, but Mike confidently replied that everything was correct. Meanwhile, Miller, sitting on the ground, watched in stunned silence as the hero entered the yard. He could not believe such audacity and began to gather spiritual strength, intending to deal with the uninvited guest right there on the spot. Then he stated that if he was not going to leave, he would stay here forever. The man used the earth-cutting palm attack. Streams of spiritual energy, intertwined, rushed straight towards the target. However, Mike only coldly called him an impudent person. The next second, the hero was already in front of the enemy, warning that anyone who dared to attack him would not survive. A powerful blow came down from above, and Miller's shoulder was cut in two. The shockwave spread out from the building in all directions. Having finished with the enemy, the hero took out his phone and called. The manager Lewis answered, and Mike briefly said that it was him. Hearing his voice, Lewis immediately perked up and asked if this meant that the governor had already arrived in Jinling, after which he offered to meet him. However, Mike coldly replied that there was no need for that, and if Lewis was in the residence, then he should come out to the gate immediately. Hearing this, Lewis felt a bad premonition and ran as fast as he could, fearing that something serious would happen. When he arrived, he immediately fell to his knees and addressed the hero as the leader. Mike said that he had come a long way, but the man at the gate said that the residence already had an owner and refused to let him in. According to him, the man's methods were cruel, so it was impossible to leave him alive. Lewis quickly grasped the situation and remarked that perhaps it was even better this way, after which he invited the hero to come inside. Lewis explained that the former county governor, Charles, dedicated his entire life to the country and its people and never had a wife or children. However, 30 years ago, he found a foundling baby at the gate, and taking pity on the child, he took him in. Over time, a strong bond developed between them, and he eventually acknowledged him as his adopted son, giving him the name Dingo. Dingo's talent was truly astonishing. By the age of 15, he had already reached a high level in martial arts. But unfortunately, over time, he began to indulge in wine and women and abandoned his martial arts training for 2 years. Later, he decided to go south to try to find out his origins. After some time, he returned from there with a woman. Dingo declared that if they drove her away, he would break off relations with his adoptive father, and Charles found himself in a hopeless situation. In the end, he became very disappointed and left the estate in anger, and Mike already knew everything that happened next. Mike asked in surprise if Dingo didn't know about Charles's death, but Lewis replied that he couldn't have not known. He himself hastened to tell him this news, but neither Dingo nor his wife showed any regret. On the contrary, they only laughed. Lewis explained that according to the will, they were supposed to leave here, and he had already notified them of this, but they continued to remain there. Out of respect for Lord Charles's memory, he did not use force, and then Mike said that he understood the situation and ordered them to be brought in. After some time, Lewis returned with the message that they refused to come, so Mike decided to go to them personally. At the same time, Dingo's wife, Valerie, lay on a rock while her husband gave her a massage. The woman ordered him to do it more gently, and Dingo obediently relaxed his movements. When she noticed people approaching, she sighed in irritation. Lewis reminded Dingo again that he had already told him to report to the new ruler, but he had simply ignored the order. Dingo only replied impatiently that this was a protected area and screaming could attract unnecessary attention. But Mike, standing behind, ordered an end to the idle talk and announced that Dingo and his wife must leave the estate immediately. Dingo explained that he had lived here since childhood and considered the estate his home, and Charles tacitly acknowledged the estate as his property. At that moment, one of the maids quietly whispered in Valerie's ear that the old gatekeeper Miller had been killed by this very man. Meanwhile, Dingo proposed a compromise. He and his wife were willing to make a concession if they were given $8 million to buy a house in Jinling. Hearing this, Lewis could no longer contain himself and he lashed out at him in anger, intending to teach him a lesson in the name of the ruler. But at that moment, a wave of ominous energy rushed forward. Valerie preemptively attacked the old man. They exchanged palm strikes, and it immediately became clear that her strength was superior to Lewis's. One blow of the palm sent him flying backwards. Only then did he realize that his opponent had used poison. Valerie coldly stated that no one had yet been able to find an antidote for her poison. However, something unexpected suddenly happened. When she saw Mike easily neutralize the poison on Lewis's hand, she was shocked. Mike noted with obvious disgust that she didn't seem to be able to do anything other than poison. His ability to instantly destroy poison alarmed the woman. Then she called upon her pets, a poisonous scorpion, a spider, and a snake. A small snake wrapped itself around her ankle as she watched her opponent. Valerie asked the hero with a smile if he liked her little boys. However, Mike didn't react in any way. Instead, he just raised his leg slightly. At that moment, a loud bang rang out, and a wave of spiritual energy spread around like a storm. All the poisonous creatures that Valerie was so proud of instantly turned to ashes. Shocked and finally losing her composure, she rushed into the attack. However, this time, Mike was faster too. With one kick, he sent her flying. Then the woman tried to respond with a palm strike. However, the main character was able to block this attack as well. The next moment, the spiritual energy that burst out from Mike's palm again sent her flying far back. Valerie flew helplessly somewhere very far into the forest. Dingo, seeing this, rushed forward in rage, trying to avenge his wife. However, the next kick from the protagonist also turned out to be incredibly powerful. Thus, Mike sent him into the air as well, and both spouses eventually fell with a dull sound onto the dense crown of a tree. Mike came closer, looked at the two people stuck among the branches, and coldly ordered them to leave the estate immediately. Valerie was so furious that she couldn't utter a word. After some time, Lewis reported that the couple had indeed left the estate and asked about further orders. Mike then ordered 2 maids to be selected for him, and then turned to Lily and offered to choose the rooms. When they entered the first room, the girl's eyes immediately lit up. She looked around the spacious room in amazement, and her face turned red with joy. Lily happily declared that she really liked the place. Amanda also noted gratefully that they had already caused him a lot of trouble. At that moment, Lewis appeared outside again, saying that he had already brought people. 2 maids entered the room, and the man explained that they would be responsible for all the ruler's daily needs. However, Mike replied that he personally did not particularly need servants. From now on, they only needed to take care of Aunt Amanda and Lily. One of the maids looked clearly unhappy with this order. However, both of them reluctantly agreed. Meanwhile, Mike leaned towards Lily's ear and quietly asked her to rest in the room with Amanda, adding that he wanted to look around the estate. For some time now, the hero had been having a strange feeling that something unusual was hiding in this place. To test his hypothesis, he released spiritual energy and began to carefully examine the surrounding space. Soon his attention focused on the area near the stones. Mike pressed on one of them and the hidden mechanism began to move. The stone slab slid silently to the side, revealing a secret entrance. Behind the door was an underground cellar filled with creatures. The hero immediately realized that Valerie was secretly breeding poisonous pets here. As the creatures began to slowly approach him, Mike merely waved his hand casually. A stream of spiritual energy instantly fell upon them, and the entire swarming mass of poisonous creatures turned to ashes. And suddenly, in the depths of the cave, a strange sound was heard, reminiscent of a horse croaking. Mike became wary and looked towards the source of the sound. A strange greenish light was flickering at the far end of the dungeon. There was an unusual green toad there. It opened its mouth wide and spat out a thick stream of poisonous gas. But Mike deftly dodged and, on the contrary, showed a keen interest in the creature. This poison turned out to be even stronger than the previous ones. Meanwhile, the green toad jumped out of the small pond and landed heavily on the ground. She slammed her front paw down on the stone floor, and at that moment Mike realized what he was dealing with. In front of him stood a sacred beast, the so-called green toad. It was a real demonic beast. The toad opened its mouth threateningly, and its long tongue darted forward, intending to strike the enemy. However, Mike remained completely unperturbed. In an instant, a blade flashed, and a plaintive croaking sound was heard in the cave. The toad's tongue was cut off and it fell heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, a piercing scream was heard from one of the villas nearby, and the dingo anxiously asked what had happened. Valerie, clutching her head, explained that someone had wounded the sacred beast with which she had established a spiritual connection. She admitted that he would have found this place sooner or later anyway, but she didn't expect that he would be able to kill the sacred beast. Meanwhile, in the cave, the green toad was making furious and desperate cries. Something bright began to form inside her body, and Mike immediately realized that in front of him was a beast capable of creating a demonic core. Such creatures could possess power even greater than that of cultivators who had formed their own energy core. However, Mike quickly noticed that the way he was using the power seemed strange, as if the demon core didn't actually belong to him. The toad opened its mouth again, releasing a powerful stream of poison. It swirled in the air like a tornado and rushed towards Mike. However, the hero concentrated his spiritual energy and responded with a powerful blow. The stream of power collided with the poisonous vortex and completely dispersed it. The next moment, the green toad's body burst into electric discharges and then crumbled into pieces. Then Mike gripped the sword tighter. In the end, he cut her body in half with one decisive blow. Inside the toad's body was a palm-sized demonic core. Mike immediately took it for himself. He didn't even hide his joy. With such a powerful core, he could at least reach the middle stage of the energy core realm. However, the discoveries did not end there. A little further, he noticed another stone door with an unusual mechanism. It seemed that the door repelled anyone who approached. In the center, there was a depression, the shape of which was exactly the same as the Jingzhou token. Then Mike called for the token. It slowly floated into the air in front of his palm. When the hero inserted it into the recess, a click was heard, and the heavy door began to slowly open. The hero immediately rushed to look through the crack and see what was there. Behind it lay a secret room of the estate of the ruler of Jingzhou. Inside, large stones were fixed to the columns, and when Mike saw them, he was truly surprised. These turned out to be spiritual stones of the highest quality, the rarest treasures of the cultivation world. There were 4 of these stones here at once. Although their energy had almost completely dissipated, they were obviously once used by a powerful cultivator of ancient times. The walls of the room were covered with ancient frescoes, and looking at them, Mike quickly understood the origin of the Jinzhou estate. Everything turned out exactly as Charles said. The great ruler once stabilized the world and divided it into 9 provinces. There was also a sword on one of the pedestals. Mike walked up to one of them and took it off, securing it to his belt, which was a real stroke of luck for him. But suddenly there was a quiet crack. The hero immediately stopped, and at that very moment the sword began to crumble into dust. Mike quickly realized the reason. Over the years, the spiritual energy of the artifact had completely dried up. He just sighed, deciding that he had already gotten enough. The demonic core itself was a huge prize. At that moment his phone rang. It was Abby. Mike answered the call and remarked that it was an honor to receive a call from the young lady. There was silence on the other end of the line for a while, and Mike was surprised and asked why she wasn't saying anything. Abby finally admitted that she watched the recording of his fight with a family representative. Jiang, she had previously thought of him as just a fairly strong martial artist. But now she realized that things were different. Mike then asked her what exactly she meant, and she explained that she should have guessed earlier. Her father treated him with great respect, and all problems were always solved surprisingly easily around him. Listening to her, Mike suddenly felt that her manner of speaking today was unusually quiet, not at all like Abby's usual manner. Finally, she carefully asked if he was really the same person. Mike did not immediately understand who she was talking about. The embarrassed girl still uttered one word: mine. Immediately after this, she was overcome with great embarrassment, and in her thoughts, she even began to scold herself for such frankness. However, she then plucked up the courage to ask if he was still the same Mike she knew before. The hero gently assured her that he was still the same person. She just knew him a little better now. These words finally dispelled her anxiety. Deep down, Abby still believed that strength would not change him. For her, he would forever remain the same person who once saved her from danger and gave her a sense of security. Plucking up her courage, she asked when he would return. Now it seemed to her that studying at university no longer had much meaning for him. Abby asked him to come back quickly and admitted that she still wanted him to remain her bodyguard. Mike jokingly asked her if she understood who he was now and what price she was willing to offer. The girl immediately picked up the joke and declared that old friends deserve a friendly price, because the most important thing is a good relationship. In response, Mike laughed and said that in that case he would give her a good discount. Hearing his light and familiar tone, Abby finally calmed down. It became clear to her that Mike really hadn't changed. In her heart, he still remained that same incomparable hero who once saved her and became a source of warmth for her. For Abby, Mike was the unrivaled hero of her heart. Soon night fell on the Jinzhou residence. The silence of the estate was barely disturbed by the only faint ripple of spiritual aura that had seeped in unnoticed. Shelley, full of mischief as always, slipped into the hero's room without any difficulty. She hovered in the air and just watched Mike sleeping for a while, a satisfied smile appearing on her face. The girl stuck out her tongue and made a mocking face, confident that the man in front of her was completely incapable of noticing anything. A mischievous idea popped into her head almost immediately. Shelley decided to play a little joke on him. Inspired, she picked up a pen from the table and carefully flew closer, intending to leave something ridiculous on his face. But as soon as the tip of the pen approached his forehead, the hero's eyes suddenly opened wide. He instantly sat up in bed, and such a sudden movement frightened the ghost. Shelley screamed and jumped back in panic. She tried to look innocent and asked with surprise how he managed to wake up. Mike replied that he felt her presence when she first appeared at the estate, after which he demanded to know why she came. Shelley admitted that she initially looked after his mother, but after the woman was taken away by the Wu family's people, she became bored. Mike then asked curiously if she was still scaring the poor man she had previously bullied. Shelley thought it was harmless fun, but the man turned out to be so cowardly that he even shit himself in terror. However, Mike didn't want to listen to such details anymore and simply flicked her on the forehead. The blow was noticeable even for the spirit. Shelley admitted, a little offended, that perhaps she had gone a little overboard. Mike immediately guessed that the man probably even moved because of her. But Shelley was quick to deny this, claiming that she had stopped frightening him not out of pity. It turned out that one day the man began sleeping with someone else's underwear pulled over his face, believing that this would protect him from ghosts. Seeing such a disgusting picture, Shelley felt disgusted and lost all desire to continue her pranks. Eventually, she had no choice but to cultivate, and one day she discovered that she was able to leave the room. After that, she watched her sister for a long time. She seemed to sometimes sense her presence and often talk to herself. Not wanting to cause her any more sadness, Shelley eventually decided to go in search of the hero. Mike was surprised that in such a short time she had managed not only to free herself from her previous limitations, but also to reach the early stage of ki purification. He wondered how she had managed to find him at all, since the distance between the city and Jingling was enormous. Shelley initially proudly declared that it was due to a special telepathic connection, but under the hero's stern gaze she was forced to confess. In the writings of the ghostly immortal, there was a way to leave a special mark that would allow the desired person to be found later. And then Mike became wary. He knew very well that some types of marks were even capable of absorbing the power of the soul. Shelley quickly assured him that her mark was perfectly normal. However, when Mike asked for more details, she suddenly became embarrassed and looked away, not daring to speak. Then he simply touched her forehead using spiritual power. Thus, the hero decided to look through her memories. A scene from one night came back to Shelley's mind. Mike was sleeping, and she, pouting her lips and smiling slyly, slowly approached him. This happened on the eve of his trip to the south. At that moment, a barely noticeable trace of a kiss appeared on his forehead, and that was how she left that very mark. When the memory ended, Shelley looked at his hand in horror, realizing that her secret was completely out. Thoughts were already forming in her head that she would now have to take on responsibility, think about a wedding, and even about future children. But instead of all that, Mike simply flicked her forehead again. There was a loud noise and a light puff of smoke rose from her ghostly forehead as Shelley herself complained indignantly about being treated this way. Then Mike reminded her that, in essence, she was her mentor and was obliged to show respect and not throw around such antics. Meanwhile, in the next room, Amanda was still awake. Hearing voices, she wondered why the conversation was continuing in the hero's room in the middle of the night. She had already reached for the curtain, but at that moment Lily woke up and asked what was happening. Amanda quickly convinced herself that she had probably just misheard, since Mike wasn't the type of person to do anything suspicious. After that, she returned to the room and went to bed again. Meanwhile, Shelley sighed boredly, sitting in her cramped vase. The morning at the estate began with loud screams. The maids ran out of the restroom in panic, accusing some man of indecent behavior. He, in turn, indignantly declared that it was they who broke into the men's restroom and still dared to call him a pervert. Only a moment later, it became clear that the signs on the doors had somehow been switched. Inside the room, there was complete chaos. The taps suddenly started rotating on their own, and objects were flying through the air. Scratches appeared on people's faces, as if they were left by invisible claws. Lewis watched in amazement as pots and pans flew around him, seemingly of their own accord. Even the maids did not escape the attack. Manager Lewis's expression turned gloomy. He immediately realized that something unclean had entered the estate. Having gathered spiritual energy, he spread it throughout the palace and loudly demanded that the hiding creature immediately appear. Then Mike came closer, a little interested in what was happening. Lewis quickly asked the leader to stay away while he dealt with the invisible enemy. After this, the man again commanded the evil spirit to reveal itself. Shelley, meanwhile, plaintively asked for the pressure of the spiritual force to stop, admitting that she could not bear it any longer. Her figure became visible and Lewis finally saw her. Then he immediately struck with his palm, releasing a stream of spiritual energy straight towards her. As a result, one of the walls was destroyed. Mike also intervened, sending another stream of power nearby with a soft pinkish glow. 2 blows hit Shelley at once. She was unable to dodge and was struck by the attack, barely keeping herself from disintegrating completely. Suddenly, the girl was whirled in the air by some invisible force. Shelley knew that her spirit was about to fade. However, the hero's spiritual energy immediately supported her, not allowing the soul to dissipate. After this, he announced to the servants that the problem had already been solved and everyone could return to their work. After the crowd had left, Mike asked coldly if she intended to continue causing such disturbances. Shelley pitifully promised that she wouldn't do it again. But Mike continued to scold her, pointing out that she was actually stronger than even Manager Lewis, but still lost to him. After several hours of meditative practice, he reported that she had expended too much soul power and would need rest. It was at that moment that the door suddenly opened and Lily looked inside to call the hero to breakfast. But seeing what was happening in the room, she froze in place. Before her eyes, there was a girl hovering in the air. Shelley was amazed to realize that Lily could see her. Mike was also surprised, and Lily noticed that the girl in front of them was very beautiful. Upon receiving the praise, Shelley immediately perked up and joyfully flew over to Lily, hugging her. She delightedly noted that she looked very cute. Pressing herself against the girl, the ghost even felt the softness of her body, which is why Lily shyly asked her to behave a little more carefully. Watching how quickly they found a common language, Mike couldn't help but wonder if this is what friendship between girls looks like. Shelley, meanwhile, had already begun to lecture Lily, warning her not to be deceived by the hero's thin appearance. At one point, she was even going to tell an embarrassing story about how she once saw him in the restroom. There was an instant silence in the room. Mike was truly angry, his face darkened with anger, and he sharply pulled Shelley up, saying that such talk was unacceptable. Frightened by such a reaction, the ghost hastily promised not to tell anything else. However, his outburst of irritation was so strong that the spiritual energy accidentally touched the bed, causing it to catch fire. Mike had to quickly put out the flames, after which he once again sternly warned Shelley to keep her mouth shut in the future. At that moment, Shelley suddenly noticed something unusual. Her attention was drawn to the mountain spirit, who was looking at her with curiosity, and to her surprise, it turned out that he was also able to see her. Shelley, delighted, immediately picked up the baby and noted with a satisfied look that everything was getting much more interesting in this place. The next day, representatives of the 4 great families of Jingling arrived at the estate to pay their respects to the new governor. The first to introduce himself was the head of the Liu family, Silas, a warrior of the initial stage of Wuzun, followed by the head of the Shu family, Rick, a warrior of the same stage. After them, 2 assistants from the Jingzhou estate stepped forward, both of whom had also reached the early stage of the same level. All 4 bowed respectfully to the esteemed head of the district. Lewis, meanwhile, explained that the estate is supported by 5 great families, but one of them was unable to attend today. He then asked Silas if he had met the head of the Liu family on the way, but Silas reported that Arthur never showed up. Lewis immediately expressed dissatisfaction with this behavior, and an official notice was sent to Liu's family, but they ignored it. Lewis explained that the Liu family was a small clan and had achieved the status of assistants thanks to the support of the late Lord Charles. But after his death, they didn't even show up for the funeral, and now, apparently, they were planning to completely withdraw from the estate's jurisdiction. At that moment, a man walked confidently into the hall and asked with a clear challenge whether it was really the new governor in front of him. No one recognized his face. One of those present asked if he was from the Liu family and why he had never been seen there before. Another suggested that it was probably just a minor student. When he was asked where the head of the family, Arthur, was, the man unceremoniously sat down on a chair. He explained that the head of the family was currently busy mastering a profound technique and could not be distracted. This blatant disrespect immediately sparked outrage among the other family heads, many of whom considered the Liu family's actions to be downright brazen. Mike noted that although he did not strive to become governor, he always fulfills his promises. He ordered that Arthur be told to come in person and apologize. However, the Liu family's envoy was not at all afraid, as if the very thought of apologizing seemed ridiculous to him. The hero's patience instantly ran out. His gaze turned icy, and a murderous aura flared up in the room. In a word, he ordered the uninvited guest to get out. The next moment, strange rings of ominous energy appeared in the room. At this moment, the arrogant young man became truly frightened. In 1 second, his body was pierced with numerous holes from the blows of spiritual power. Mike decided to give them a final warning. He said that if the head of the Liu family did not come in person, he would personally pay a visit, and the consequences would be much more severe. Immediately after this, a stream of energy threw the stranger out. At that very moment, the heavy doors of the hall slammed shut with a bang. People in the hall were shocked by what happened. Silas noted that the new governor was indeed as powerful as the rumors said, and it seemed that the fate of the Liu family had already been sealed. A little later at the Jingzhou estate, Shelley and Lily came to see Mike again. At that moment, he just went outside to stretch his legs a little. Shelley asked cheerfully if he was finished talking. Having received an affirmative answer, she immediately suggested going for a walk. Taking Lily's hand, she twirled her around, admiring at the same time how beautiful she looked and what a wonderful figure she had. After this, Shelley announced that they absolutely had to go shopping. Lily also invited the hero to go with them. He agreed, jokingly remarking that it would be better to keep an eye on them, otherwise someone might cause trouble again. Soon, the three of them were strolling through the busy streets of the city. Lily looked around with admiration, admitting that she had never been in such a noisy and beautiful place before. Then Mike offered to buy them anything she liked, and Lily immediately noticed one of the items. The hero agreed to buy it without hesitation, saying that she could choose whatever she wanted. Shelley watched this with a displeased grimace and thought sarcastically that the main character liked younger girls. Meanwhile, Lily noticed something else and happily asked to treat her to something sweet. Then Mike bought her ice cream. The girl immediately took the first bite. The taste was so pleasant that she literally jumped for joy. Shelley was staring at the ice cream at this point with a gloomy expression on her face. But in reality, her attention quickly shifted to Lily's figure, and then a new idea suddenly appeared in the ghost's head. To the hero's surprise, Shelley suddenly turned upside down. She began to cuddle up to Lily, complaining that she would also like to try ice cream, but could not do so due to the lack of a physical body. Lily was surprised by such a confession, and Shelley began to dramatically complain about her fate, about how she had died too early and had almost forgotten what it was like to be human. Lily immediately turned to Mike and asked hopefully if there was anything she could do. Mike himself looked at Shelley warningly, realizing that she was clearly up to another trick. However, the ghost honestly admitted that there is actually one way to taste food. She explained with a sly smile that if she could penetrate a person's body, she would be able to feel everything that he did. Naive Lily easily believed Shelley's words, and since she could taste the food this way, the girl allowed her to try it. Shelley's plan worked exactly as she hoped. Overjoyed, she smiled broadly and mentally thanked Lily for her trust. The spirit was about to approach, but Mike asked what exactly she was going to do, but Shelley did not pay attention to him. Lily suddenly touched her breasts, and Shelley noted with surprise that she finally understood what it was like to have such a body. This scene looked so unexpected and awkward that the surrounding passers-by were literally dumbfounded. Lily watched what was happening in horror, and only after a moment realized that she had been deceived. Realizing that Shelley had taken advantage of her body, the girl quickly demanded that she take back control. Thus, Shelley's soul was pushed out, and Lily regained control of her own body. Mike, who was watching this, asked with displeasure what all this was about. He reminded that they actually came to shop. At that moment, a camera clicked, and it turned out that several men were trying to secretly take a photo of Lily. Mike immediately noticed this and abruptly sent them away, but Shelley, on the contrary, perked up and suggested that they continue their shopping spree. Meanwhile, at the Liu family's home, in their courtyard, Dingo was helping his wife Valerie out into the garden. The woman admitted that she still felt very weak, because the sacred beast she had been raising was connected to her aura. The man who killed this creature not only seriously wounded her, but also stole the sacred pills she had created. However, she hinted that even a strong person is vulnerable if you hit those around him, and the dingo immediately realized that she was talking about that girl. Then Valerie ordered to grab Lily as soon as she was alone. With her help, she was going to make the hero pay for everything. Meanwhile, Mike and Lily were walking along the streets of Jingling. The hero walked behind, carrying a whole mountain of shopping bags, and suddenly caught himself thinking that this scene seemed surprisingly familiar to him. At that moment, his phone rang. Since his hands were full, Mike used spiritual power, and the smartphone flew out of his pocket and hovered in the air in front of him. Lewis came on the line and said that several local families wanted to host a welcome banquet for the new governor that evening. Then Mike agreed and ordered everything necessary to be organized. After this, the manager cautiously asked if he would need the girls to accompany him. Lily, overhearing the conversation, curiously asked what kind of banquet it was and whether she could attend. Shelley immediately supported the idea. Mike didn't object, and in the end, they decided to take the shopping home first and then go to the banquet together in the evening. Later, a car came to pick them up and took them to a luxurious 5-star restaurant. Getting out of the car, Mike noted with a slight grin that this is probably what the lives of rich people look like. Lewis, meanwhile, announced that he would go park the car, and the banquet was taking place on the second floor, so the guests had better go up there. They were already heading inside when Lily suddenly asked for ice cream again. Mike was surprised by her appetite, but the girl assured him with a smile that the delicacy was indeed very tasty. Hearing her enthusiastic voice, He finally gave in and promised to buy another portion. Shelley immediately tried to persuade Lily to lend her body again so that she could try the sweetness too. But this time, the girl resolutely refused, remembering her previous experience. At the same time, two suspicious men were watching Lily nearby. One of them noticed that the girl looked very attractive. His partner even called her a real beauty. A little further away stood their leader, Fred. He quickly gave orders to proceed according to the usual plan. Then three henchmen approached the girl with obvious ill intentions. One of them spoke first, trying to start a conversation and asking if she was alone. Lily turned around, pointing at herself in surprise, as if to check whether they were really talking to her. The men said that they really approached her because she was the only beauty there. Shelley immediately noticed something was wrong and warned that it was easy to tell from the look of these people that they were clearly up to no good. Lily tried to pass by, but the men blocked her path and persistently began to offer to get acquainted. They assured her that they were not bad people at all. Meanwhile, Fred was planning to make a dramatic entrance and stage a scene of rescuing the beauty in order to make an impression. But his plan was not destined to come true. The hero's voice sounded first. He asked who these people were and what they wanted, and the men immediately turned around at the sound of his voice. Lily immediately called him joyfully. Meanwhile, a strong aura of pressure emanated from the hero, and his mere appearance made Fred wary. The cigarette fell from his hand, and he instinctively stepped aside. Meanwhile, one of the men rudely asked who he was and why he was interfering. The other one, losing patience, immediately tried to hit him. However, Mike easily intercepted the attacker's hand. Then he threw it aside in one motion. The bully ended up landing hard next to Fred. Shelley clapped her hands joyfully, loudly encouraging the hero, while Lily watched what was happening with sincere admiration. The remaining two men rushed forward, wanting to avenge their comrade. However, Mike stepped on one's foot. He punched the second villain in the chest, instantly neutralizing both of them. Now Fred could no longer watch from the sidelines. He screamed for them to stop and jumped down from above, delivering a powerful kick. However, Mike blocked the attack with his forearm. The recoil force was so powerful that Fred himself flew back, amazed at what was happening. In his opinion, such power could only belong to a master, but he had never seen this person before in Jingling. Shelley scornfully noted that the enemy was too weak, while Lily looked at the hero with sincere admiration. Shelley just sighed and noted that if he had shown up a little later, she could have dealt with those people herself. Lily blushed slightly as she suddenly used her body again, reminding her of the agreement not to cause trouble. She only muttered discontentedly that she understood everything and reluctantly agreed to calm down. Fred quickly assessed the situation and concluded that a man with such power almost certainly had a powerful family behind him. Therefore, contacting him without clarifying the circumstances was too risky. He decided to first try to find out more. After this, the trio headed inside the banquet hall. Shelley immediately perked up at the sight of the vast array of exquisite dishes and regretfully noted that she could only stare at them. At that moment, Ron noticed the hero and greeted him joyfully, surprised that he was also there. Ron explained that Jinzhou has a great history. Even after a great upheaval, its ruler remains the master of the entire territory. Moreover, it is rumored that his strength surpasses the level of a venerable martial artist and is in an even higher realm. Lily was shocked by what she heard and began to think that Mike might be the man everyone was talking about. Another old man remarked that today the representatives of the Northern Alliance would be able to see with their own eyes the power of the ruler of Jinzhou. Mike, not wanting to listen to further praise, suggested that they first go inside, and he himself promised to join later. At the same time, he did not forget to remind everyone that for now, no one should reveal his true identity. Lily asked why he was hiding his identity, and Shelley also noticed that this behavior seemed strange. Mike then explained that he was doing it more for their own sake, because suddenly revealing it might scare people. Meanwhile, one of Fred's men reported that the guy had already taken a seat in the hall and that he didn't look like a representative of an influential family. Another suggested simply eliminating him by making a characteristic hand gesture. However, Fred stopped them. First, he decided to approach the people of the Shu family and carefully find out everything through them. Approaching their table, he politely greeted Uncle Leo and thanked him for the opportunity to attend such an event. It was a great honor to be able to meet so many important people, and Leo praised him for having the right attitude. Then Fred pointed to the hero and asked if the old man knew this man, and the man immediately asked why Fred was interested in him. He quickly lied, saying that several of his acquaintances had recently quarreled with this guy in a tavern, and he just wanted to understand who he was. However, Leo called such questions stupid. Fred immediately felt guilty and asked if he had said anything wrong. Leo scolded him, noting that everyone here was an outstanding person, and it was dangerous to act recklessly in such a place. He added that Fred and his men could consider themselves very lucky if they had not managed to do anything irreparable. Leo also threatened that if Fred's father did not take care of his son, he would personally bring him to him and force him to apologize. After these words, Fred sighed with great relief and thought that he was incredibly lucky to have stopped in time. Meanwhile, the banquet host loudly announced the appearance of the evening's main guest. A lively discussion immediately began in the hall. People assumed that the ruler of the Jinzhou district himself would appear now. Shelley, watching what was happening, cheerfully teased the hero, noticing that someone present clearly dreamed of marrying him. One of the guests suggested that such a powerful man must surely be an elderly master. At this point, Lewis stepped forward and thanked all the guests for attending the banquet hosted by the county. He recalled that the main purpose of the meeting was to welcome the new ruler of Jinzhou. As the spotlight shifted to the evening's hero, Shelley noticed with embarrassment that too many people were looking at her. However, the next second, everyone present froze in surprise. It turned out that the ruler was Mike. He looked too young for such a position, and many simply could not believe their eyes. At that moment, Fred felt a chill run through him, and he realized that he had almost come into conflict with a man of incredible status. A wave of admiring whispers swept through the hall. People were amazed that such a young man possessed such terrifying power. Lewis, meanwhile, approached Mike and reported that the head of the Liu family, Arthur, had still not shown up despite the notification sent. He suggested taking tougher measures, since the Liu family was supposed to help the county so they could be held accountable. He suggested going with representatives of the Liu and Shu families to interrogate Arthur, and Mike approved of the plan. At this moment, Rick rushed to report new news. The head of the Liu family had finally appeared and was now at the entrance to the second floor. Lewis immediately expressed dissatisfaction with the fact that he had arrived so late, as if deliberately demonstrating arrogance. And then suddenly a man appeared in the hall. The guests looked at each other in surprise, and soon someone recognized him. It was Arthur, the head of the Liu family. Lewis immediately blocked his path. Arthur stopped, and at that moment Silas felt a strange aura emanating from him. Lewis then ordered him to stop completely, warning him that otherwise he would not show any politeness. The old man and several people exchanged glances. Then they rushed forward at the same time, trying to stop him. But Arthur single-handedly repelled their attack, and almost immediately they were forced to retreat, feeling weakness and heaviness in their bodies. A poisonous mist appeared on their hands, and they realized with alarm that they were faced with a powerful poison. Arthur's eyes turned blood red. He pointed at the hero and declared that he was not worthy of being the leader, after which he demanded to fight him. His words caused a real shock among the guests. No one expected that the head of the Liu family would dare to challenge the county ruler himself. Lewis flared up with rage. He declared that Arthur had no right to issue such a challenge and that he would have to step over his body first. Mike stopped him, asking him not to get excited. Then he turned to Lily and told her to wait here. Approaching the wounded, Mike cleansed them of the poison. Almost immediately, the poisonous mist on their hands disappeared. Both men folded their palms in gratitude and thanked him. Lewis asked if they should get the guests out of the room first, and Mike told him to do that. Lewis then announced to everyone present that due to a sudden incident, the banquet was ending for the day. Some guests expressed a desire to stay and help, but Lewis thanked them and assured them that the county's forces could handle the situation themselves. After this, the guests began to leave the hall, leaving only Rick and 3 of his comrades in the room. Rick was surprised that they didn't leave with everyone else. However, Mike explained that it was he who asked them to stay. Lewis, meanwhile, worriedly asked if Arthur was alive, and Mike replied that his heart was still beating. He touched his forehead, and those around him immediately warned that the poison was extremely dangerous. But Mike remained completely calm. Thanks to his sacred body and the power of the immaculate body technique, he was virtually immune to poison. Then he pointed his finger at Arthur's chest. The man's body immediately went limp and collapsed to the ground. At that moment, a small insect crawled out of his body. Silas and Rick simultaneously released spiritual power in an attempt to destroy it, and Lewis ordered the creature to be captured. The insect wriggled desperately and tried to escape. However, the hero's strength completely restricted his movements. Lewis looked at the beetle and suddenly felt a strange sense of déjà vu. Silas asked where he could have seen such a creature. Lewis, turning pale, finally said the name. It was the five poisons parasite. Silas immediately darkened upon hearing this. Lewis said that such a creature can live unnoticed inside the human body, without causing pain, feeding on blood and flesh. When it is fully mature, it begins to control the host's mind. He added that this sect was destroyed by the forces of the Martial Arts Alliance leaders, so its appearance now came as a surprise. Mike thought about it. He had already encountered representatives of other sinister sects. Now I increasingly suspected that Valerie from Miaojiang was behind what was happening. If it really was her, then everything that was happening would be explained. At that moment, Arthur suddenly came to his senses. He looked around in confusion, not understanding what had happened and why he was here. Lewis reported that he was infected with a parasite from the Five Poison sect. Arthur did not remember this. He only complained of an unbearable itch all over his body. And then his face suddenly became distorted, and ulcers and rashes appeared all over his body, and he panicked, not understanding what was happening to him. At this point, Mike noticed that the insect was gradually beginning to disintegrate, and he realized that the situation was much worse than it seemed. The next moment, Arthur's body suddenly exploded right before everyone's eyes. Lily, frightened by the terrible scene, covered her eyes with her hands, unable to look. Then Mike realized that the Five Poison sect had crossed all boundaries. He was not going to tolerate it anymore. He immediately ordered a full investigation, the destruction of the Five Poison sect, and the bringing of Dingo and his wife to him. Lewis immediately reported that the sect had used the body of the head of the Liu family to create poison, and that a search had to be carried out by order of the ruler. He then guessed that the priestess of the Five Poison sect was probably at the Liu family residence, and Mike ordered to go there immediately. Soon the gates of the residence were broken down, and the warrior, Joseph, rushed inside with fury, vowing to tear the enemies to pieces. However, a terrible scene awaited them inside. Bodies lay everywhere. Mike immediately warned no one to touch the corpses, but for some it was too late. Joseph raised his hand in horror, on which poison had already appeared, and the people nearby also realized with horror that the bodies had been poisoned. Without a moment's hesitation, Joseph decisively cut off his own infected hand. However, Mike immediately healed his wound, and Joseph was incredibly grateful to him. At the hero's request, he introduced himself, saying that he was from the Shu family. Mike then told him to come to the county seat after he had fully recovered. Hearing this, Joseph could hardly contain his joy, and those around him also congratulated him, considering it a great success to receive such an invitation. After this, Mike ordered no one to touch the bodies and ordered them to be burned. Lewis immediately gave the order to light a large fire. Soon, people brought torches to carry out the order. But suddenly one of the servants screamed in horror. Snakes began to appear everywhere. Lewis looked around in confusion, trying to understand what was happening. One of the servants suddenly found himself surrounded by a flock of snakes, and frightened, he began waving a burning torch, trying to drive them away. But Mike immediately realized that panic could only make the situation worse, so he loudly ordered everyone to remain calm and gather in one place. He then released spiritual power, and a glowing circle appeared around the people. When the snakes crawled to this border, they encountered an invisible barrier and were unable to penetrate inside. Joseph looked at what was happening in amazement. He could not understand what kind of fire and power Mike was using. Purple flames erupted around his body, the energy looking truly terrifying. Within about 10 minutes, the serpentine swarm was destroyed, purple flames consuming them, and soon only ashes remained. When it was all over, Lewis asked what they should do next, and Mike announced that the residence's territory had already become contaminated. He ordered the entire mansion to be burned down to destroy the remaining poisons, while at the same time he ordered the search to continue for the Liu family members. Soon, a huge fire engulfed the Liu family residence, and the building was gradually consumed by flames. Later, when the situation had calmed down a bit, Mike noticed that Shelley seemed unusually quiet and depressed. Then the girl admitted that in the morning she and Lily went out for a walk. The streets were very crowded, and she lost sight of the girl. Lily mentioned that her mother's birthday was coming up, so Shelley dragged her to pick out a gift to surprise her. Mike then suggested that Lily simply couldn't keep up with her because Shelley was flying too fast. He tried to call the girl, but the phone only beeped briefly and the number was unavailable. Shelley then admitted that she had already searched almost everywhere, but still had not found her. And then Mike immediately called Lewis. He appeared almost instantly, and the hero said that he had to notify all the people in Jinling and begin searching for Lily. Half an hour later, Mike was still waiting for news. Finally, Lewis returned and reported that he had found a trail. When Mike saw the name on the phone screen, his face darkened. CCTV footage showed Dingo kidnapping Lily and dragging her into a car. An angry Mike ordered the search to continue. However, by nightfall, the situation had hardly changed. Despite all efforts, the girl could not be found. At this point, Lewis returned and reported that there were no new leads. He suggested that Mike rest a bit and wait for news. He promised to continue the search and to report immediately if any information emerged. Mike had a feeling that people from Miaojiang would show up in the area sooner or later, and then Shelley suggested that he go and look for Lily himself. However, Mike refused and told her to stay close. Suddenly, a strange sound was heard in the silence. Shelley asked in surprise what it was. Without further ado, Mike abruptly opened the door to the room, and then they saw that Lily was lying on the bed. She was unconscious and completely naked. Both Mike and Shelley froze for a moment, not understanding what was happening. The girl shyly covered her eyes with her palms and quickly declared that Mike was not allowed to look, and he replied that he was not looking. Shelley, blushing, couldn't help but notice how beautiful Lily was, and again complained that she didn't have a figure like that herself. Soon, Mike noticed a note on the table. It said that the girl was poisoned by a parasite that causes a deadly desire. If the poison is not neutralized by intercourse within half a day, she will die from bleeding. Meanwhile, Shelley quickly covered Lily with a blanket. Mike, having read the message, gritted his teeth and realized that the saint of the Five Poisons sect was behind this. Shelley leaned over the note with interest and was surprised that such poisons even existed. She had only seen this kind of thing on TV shows before, and now she wondered how cruel the person who used this method was. Mike realized the enemy's intention. Apparently, the saint of the Five Poisons sect was trying to ruin his reputation. But now Lily's life was more important than any rumors, so for her sake, he was ready to stoop to this level. Shelley, however, suddenly told him not to even think about using Lily. The ghost girl said that the solution was simpler than it seemed. She reminded that she had already begun practicing the basics of immortality. As a spirit, she is able to enter Lily's body and expel the poison with her spiritual power. Mike was surprised and immediately asked why she hadn't helped yet, and Shelley muttered discontentedly that he was too rude. She still agreed to try, but when she tried to enter Lily's body, she failed. Soon, Lily began to spew a mass of poisonous substances from her mouth. And then Shelley realized that there were strong poisons in her body. If she had actually tried to act on the original plan, her own soul could have been destroyed. Mike tiredly ran his hand across his forehead, realizing that the enemies had clearly prepared a much more complex trap. Shelley became quiet and didn't dare argue anymore. The enemy's plan was very sophisticated. Kidnap Lily, poison her, use her beauty as bait, and poison Mike. But luckily for them, the girl met him. He concentrated his spiritual power and directed a flow of energy into the girl's body, gradually cleansing her of poisons. It took some time before the remnants of various toxins began to come out of Lily's mouth. Parasites and other dangerous poisons soon completely left the girl's body. When the cleansing process was complete, Mike stood up and headed for the door, asking Shelley to cover Lily with a blanket before leaving. After a while, a quiet cough was heard from the room. Shelley immediately flew closer and excitedly began calling the girl. Lily slowly opened her eyes, still feeling very confused. She looked around in confusion and suddenly realized that she was lying on the bed without clothes. In a panic, she quickly pulled the blanket over herself. Lily's first thought was that it was all Shelley's fault, as she had decided to play a joke on her again. And then the girl looked around and only then realized that she was lying on a bed in the hero's room, and this made her even more embarrassed. Her loud shouting began to get on Shelley's nerves, and she demanded that she stop shouting because she was starting to get a headache. Lily, still blushing with embarrassment, asked anxiously if Mike had seen her in such a state. However, Shelley replied nonchalantly that it didn't really matter whether he saw it or not. Lily admitted that her mother always said that if a woman's body was seen by a man, she would lose her purity and could only marry him. Shelley immediately began to scold the naive girl, wondering why her family still held such outdated views. However, Lily tried to explain that in families of martial artists, traditions remain very strict and conservative. Shelley, noticing her anxiety, remarked that if he really saw everything, then the girl would have to marry him. Lily responded by saying that she would then have to marry him, because if he didn't want to marry her, the only thing she could do was commit suicide. And then Shelley finally explained that nothing of the sort had happened. Lily had been poisoned, so she had had to take off her clothes. Hearing this, the girl became noticeably sad, realizing that nothing had happened. Shelley immediately noticed that the girl even looked disappointed, as if she herself wanted to marry the hero. Meanwhile, Mike, who was standing outside, suddenly felt an unfamiliar aura and immediately realized that those people had really come. From the room, he heard Lily's displeased voice, reproaching Shelley for her constant jokes. As soon as the ghost was outside, she immediately asked the hero if he heard the conversation. However, she added that she had deliberately deceived Lily so he would not get any wife. Mike simply thought that she had too much free time, after which he explained that he felt an unfamiliar aura nearby. In his opinion, the people who kidnapped Lily and tried to frame him with poison never left this place. Mike explained that the estate's territory was too large and he only felt the general direction. He then reminded her that Shelley was a spirit and no one could see her, so he suggested that she check the place out for herself. Hearing this, she immediately set out to carry out the assignment. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Dingo had been waiting for a long time and was starting to get nervous, wondering why nothing had happened yet. Valerie remained calm and advised him to be patient, reminding him that the governor of Jinzhou County was no easy opponent. Dingo still remained doubtful and asked if she was sure that her plan would really be able to lure the hero into a trap. However, the woman reminded him that she was a saint of the Five Poison sect, and therefore did not consider it difficult to deal with the young fighter. In her opinion, no matter how strong a man is, he is still a man, and he will not be able to resist a beautiful girl. Then Dingo admitted that he himself wanted to become the ruler of the district, and if it were not for that old man, this position would have belonged to him long ago. Valerie assured him that after eliminating the hero, he would be able to get everything he wanted. At this time, Shelley had already discovered their hiding place, and upon seeing these two, she immediately realized that these were the people they were looking for. Meanwhile, Dingo sensed something was wrong. He raised his head and asked Valerie if she thought something strange was happening around her. The woman was surprised at first, but then stated that everything looked normal now, but Dingo was still wary. Only then did Valerie also begin to get nervous, because too much time had passed and there were still no results. In the end, she decided to check the situation herself and suggested going and taking a look. As they were about to leave, Valerie suddenly felt uneasy and said she had a bad feeling about this. She decided that it was better to leave this place as quickly as possible. At that moment, a loud noise was heard behind them. Suddenly, Mike appeared in front of them and coldly asked if they were going to leave without asking permission from the owner of the estate. He turned to Valerie and noticed that she had the audacity to show up right on their doorstep and declared that today she would have to die. Lewis then pointed to Dingo and accused him of ingratitude, reminding him that Mr. Charles had always treated him very well. Now he found himself bewitched by an evil woman, mired in drunkenness and pleasure, and even conspired with the vile sect of the Five Poisons. These words finally infuriated Dingo, who declared that Jinzhou County should have belonged to him. However, Charles chose to give everything to a stranger, so he believes that he himself is to blame for what happened. As he screamed, a beam of light suddenly shot towards him. Mike remarked with disdain that trash is still trash, and even after sorting it only turns into hazardous waste. Then he suggested that he try to take the place of ruler himself, if he really had enough strength. Valerie just chuckled and stated that words wouldn't get her far, making it clear that she hadn't fallen into their trap at all. As soon as she said this, poisonous toads and snakes began to appear from all sides. Before the guards could even figure out what was happening, one of them suddenly noticed that his hand was starting to gradually turn black. Lewis felt the same thing and looked up at his blackened hand in shock. He then looked at his opponents, trying to figure out when exactly it happened. Valerie explained that as a member of the Five Venom sect, she was able to control poisonous creatures and use them for reconnaissance. That's why she discovered them long ago and knew where they were hiding. They were all poisoned before they realized it themselves. The hero's expression darkened, and he admitted that he seemed to have underestimated his opponent. Valerie noted that even if he didn't touch that girl, it didn't mean he was safe, because Lily's body was saturated with poison. She also reminded him that Mike had destroyed their cult's sacred beast and taken the sacred elixir, but was now willing to turn a blind eye to it. She said that if he gave her the sacred elixir and the Jinzhou token, she would promise to spare him and give him the antidote. Mike immediately realized that the true goal all along had been the Jinzhou token, and he asked if that was what they wanted. Seeing the object in his hand, both Dingo and Valerie's expressions changed dramatically. Dingo immediately stepped forward and demanded to hand over the token. At the same time, he was already gloating in his soul, thinking that even if Mike was a genius, he would still be forced to give everything that was required of him. However, the moment he reached out, Mike suddenly grabbed him. Dingo froze in amazement, not understanding how this was possible, because he was sure that he had already been poisoned. The next moment, Mike struck him straight in the stomach and remarked that if he wanted something, he could get it this way. Dingo, clutching his stomach, realized with horror that with just one blow, Mike had destroyed all of his energy channels. Valerie, too, opened her eyes wide in shock and wondered why the poison hadn't worked. Mike replied that such an insignificant poison was simply not capable of harming his body. The woman screamed in despair, declaring that this was impossible, as her poison was considered one of the strongest even within the 5-poison sect. She decided that Mike was just pretending that everything was okay. In a rage, she released a whole stream of pear blossom rain needles filled with poison, aiming them straight at the hero. However, he merely waved his hand carelessly and instantly destroyed the entire stream of needles. Watching his power, Valerie was horrified. Then she swore to herself that this young man must not be left alive. Mike, meanwhile, took advantage of the moment and began to treat his subordinates. Lewis soon spat out a mouthful of black blood, after which his condition stabilized. He thanked the hero with gratitude, and he told him to step aside and wait. Valerie watched this, feeling deeply humiliated and outraged that he dared to save people right before her eyes. She then stated that even if he wasn't poisoned, it didn't mean anything, because she had a whole army of poisonous creatures. While Mike continued to treat the second person, at her command, the poisonous creatures immediately rushed forward. But at that very moment, Mike turned them into dust with one blow of his palm. Then he disappeared from his place with lightning speed, as if he had teleported. A chill ran down Valerie's spine as she realized that her opponent was already standing behind her. Realizing the danger, she reacted instantly and managed to dodge the blow at the last moment. Gathering her strength, she declared that no matter how strong he was bound to have a weakness. Mike was well aware that although his sacred body was protected from all poisons, his eyes still remained a vulnerable spot. He struck again with his palm, but Valerie deftly dodged it. At that moment, Mike noticed that she was using a special movement technique. The woman proudly explained that this was the spirit snake writhing body technique that the 5-poison sect was famous for. Valerie stated that he could not harm her because she was protected by a cloud of poisonous fog, making it impossible to approach her. Even if he managed to hit her, she would still be able to escape, and Mike coldly asked if she really thought so. The woman suddenly tried to negotiate. If Mike let her go, she would leave this place immediately. However, Mike was already gathering a powerful stream of spiritual energy and asked if she really thought he couldn't do anything to her. Valerie suddenly noticed in a panic that she had completely lost sight of him. The figure of the hero in front of her disappeared. The next second, his voice was heard behind her. He said that he was behind her. A strong blow with his palm hit her in the back. Mike looked at her fallen body with disdain and asked if she still thought she could escape. Meanwhile, Dingo, no longer able to move, cried out in alarm, accusing the hero of daring to wound his wife. Valerie suddenly pulled out some object and declared in despair that he himself had forced her to resort to this. Then she suddenly tried to run away. Of course, Mike had no intention of letting her go. But instead of hiding, the woman suddenly appeared next to Dingo, who was surprised and asked why she wasn't running. She quickly tore his clothes and bit his finger, but Dingo declared that he was no longer of use and that she should just run. However, Valerie began to draw a strange rotating symbol on his stomach with blood. Mike, seeing this, immediately realized that in front of him was indeed a saint of the 5-poison sect. When the sign was complete, she raised the flute and played just one note. At that very moment, Dingo's belly began to swell rapidly, and the woman ordered the creature to come out. Dingo was overcome with panic. He felt a strong heat in his stomach and screamed, not understanding what was happening to him and what she had done to him. Mike watched the scene and realized that this technique was similar to the methods of a certain sect in the Purple Star Cultivator world. The next second, Dingo's stomach exploded. He couldn't believe until the very end that his wife would be so cruel. Valerie explained that it was the 5-poison sect's supreme being, the so-called broken heart, which could only be summoned by a saint. It can only be created once in a lifetime, and requires feeding it with the life essence of a loved one until it is depleted. Initially, the process would take another 10 years to complete, but now she has had to forcefully accelerate her growth. Dingo, having heard the truth, finally fell into despair. He understood why, in all the years of their marriage, she had never allowed him to touch her. But Valerie coldly replied that it was his own fault, because he had turned out to be too sentimental. Dingo's hands fell limply at his sides, and all his previous ambitions and plans crumbled to dust. Mike looked closely at the red creature and thought that it was somewhat reminiscent of the demons that were once created from blood. Valerie, meanwhile, ordered the creature to kill him. The monster instantly took off and rushed forward with astonishing speed. The very next moment he was right in front of Mike. Such speed was truly astonishing. Mike took the brunt of the monster's blow and raised his hand to block the attack. When he looked at his palms, he was overcome with surprise. Even his sacred body could not withstand the impact of this power. Valerie furiously ordered the creature to continue its attack, but less than 5 minutes later, the monster was thrown aside by Mike. The creature crashed into the tree and let out an even more furious screech. Mike observed his opponent and quickly came to the conclusion that although he was capable of causing him harm, his abilities were still limited. It wasn't as powerful as the demonic beasts that were raised in the Violet Star cultivation world. Deciding to end the fight, Mike delivered a palm strike. However, Broken Heart realized that he was no match for the man in front of him and tried to escape. At that moment, a strange aura suddenly appeared around the creature. It fell to the ground and a light flashed in the center of its forehead. Mike was amazed at what was happening and realized that the creature was beginning to evolve. When the third eye lit up on the monster's forehead, even Valerie was shocked. She didn't expect the secret technique to be so powerful. She immediately decided to take advantage of this opportunity and kill the hero to get back the sacred elixir and the Jinju token. A beam of light from the creature's third eye shot forward, but Mike dodged it. Then, looking at the cracked ground next to him, he realized that this attack was indeed capable of damaging even his sacred body. He quickly concluded that if allowed to escape, it could eventually cause a huge disaster. So he made the final decision to destroy the monster as well, and eventually Broken Heart was hit and let out a painful roar. Mike immediately realized that he had to take advantage of the moment. The creature was noticeably weaker, meaning its body had not yet formed. Without hesitation, he plunged his sword into the monster's shoulder. Seeing this, Valerie became very nervous. She immediately realized that the creature's underdeveloped body was still too weak. She quickly began to call him back, the sound of her flute becoming a signal for the monster to obey. But when Broken Heart tried to retreat, Mike didn't give him a chance. He swung his sword sharply and struck him in the back. Valerie caught the creature and hugged it to her chest, simultaneously releasing a thick cloud of smoke. Taking advantage of the cover, she quickly tried to hide. In its current state, the monster could no longer fight. However, when the smoke cleared, it turned out that a sharp sword had already pierced both of them through. Valerie didn't understand how Mike managed to find her in the smoke, but he reminded her that her toxic smoke had no effect on him. Realizing there was no other way out, Valerie placed her hand on the monster's head and began casting a soul sacrifice spell. Her face began to age rapidly as she transferred her life force to it. Mike instantly realized that she was about to use another dangerous technique. He immediately withdrew his sword and attacked again. But at that moment, he realized that the enemy in front of him was no longer there. As it turned out, Broken Heart suddenly grew wings, and the creature soared into the sky, carrying Valerie with it. Lewis immediately asked if they should send people in pursuit, but Mike stopped him and stated that they wouldn't be able to catch them anyway. He ordered a thorough search of the entire city of Jinling and an immediate report if any trace of Valerie appeared. After that, Mike passed on to Lewis a cultivation technique called the Endless True Scripture. As the technique began to transfer into his body, Lewis was shocked by its power. Mike confirmed that this technique could help him reach the level of a respected martial artist in the future. He emphasized that the district should attract talented people, but the main criterion should be character, and only then ability. Lewis thought that this was in accordance with the last wishes of his former master, and vowed to do everything possible to live up to the hero's expectations. Meanwhile, Mike himself was thinking about the future. When things here were finally settled, it would be time to go to the capital. He remembered his mother and sister and vowed that for all the humiliations they had endured, the enemies would pay double. Sometime later, already at the estate, Mike continued to teach Lily martial arts. He pointed out to her that her blows were too soft and needed to be more decisive and powerful. The girl continued to swing her sword, breathing heavily from fatigue, and soon admitted that she was already very tired and had done all she could. However, Mike reminded her that one cannot be lazy in cultivation. Even the most talented person must constantly work. Lily possessed a rare body, thanks to which her cultivation level grew very quickly, but at the same time she was catastrophically lacking in combat power. If she doesn't get stronger, the next time she finds herself in danger, it will end the same way as before. Mike added that he couldn't protect her forever. The path of cultivation was very long and lonely, and it never went smoothly. Lily nodded, showing that she understood his words. At that moment, Mike noticed Shelley standing nearby and smiling. Surprised, he asked what she was laughing at. She replied that she was simply laughing at his stupidity, because he completely did not understand a woman's heart. Mike responded by reproaching her that she should also be engaged in cultivation, and not fly all day and teach Lily all sorts of nonsense. Shelley immediately objected that she did nothing of the sort, and that everything she taught Lily was actually useful. After some time, Lily cautiously asked the hero if he was going to go somewhere. Shelley also suspected this, and noticed that his advice to train hard sounded like he was preparing to go somewhere. Mike confirmed their guess and named the place, the Imperial Capital, where he had business to complete. Lily asked to be taken with him, but Mike refused, explaining that what he was about to do would be too dangerous for her. He said that it was better for her to stay in Jinzhou County with her mother and focus on cultivation. The girl immediately pouted in an offended manner, and Shelley, noticing this, teased her, saying that she simply could not part with him. Lily then asked the hero if Shelley would really go with him. Mike confirmed this and explained that this girl had already left a spiritual mark on him, and besides, she was too restless. Tears came to her eyes, especially because Mike didn't say a word of objection. His silence seemed to be an unspoken confirmation that preference was indeed given to the other. Shelley, standing next to him, looked extremely pleased with herself. However, her behavior only fueled Lily's anger further. She then decided to strike back and declared that she would never allow Shelley to touch her body again. Shelley instantly flared up in anger in response, calling her friend a villain. A hectic fight immediately began between them. They pushed and tried to hurt each other with words. Mike thought that if they showed even half the same energy during training, their progress would be impressive. 3 days passed since then, and the journey finally began, the road running through thick clouds of fog. Shelley had heard that the Imperial Capital was currently experiencing particularly thick fog, making visibility extremely poor even during the day. They could have reached the capital in just a few hours by plane, but Mike insisted on making the journey on foot. Despite her complaints, deep down, Shelley hoped that they had spent these days together on the road, away from the hustle and bustle and prying eyes. But a light flick on the head instantly brought her back from her dreams to reality. Shelley quickly shook off her sentimental mood and, with a businesslike air, went ahead to scout the road. However, the peace of the journey was soon disturbed by a loud noise and a fight broke out ahead. A young man named Caleb received a heavy blow from the palm of his hand right in the chest. One of the attackers stepped on his chest with an arrogant look. They were confident in their strength and that the outcome was already predetermined. Shelley noticed what was happening first and called out to the hero. Caleb screamed furiously at the attackers, calling them rats because they were afraid to show their faces. However, the bandit only stated that he should stop acting like a child, because only the strongest survive in the world. They laughed, declaring that they had no intention of living by his stupid notions. Caleb immediately stated that he was no longer surprised that this guy was in his uncle's gang. They were both worth each other. Shelley was outraged that 5 were attacking one, but Mike stopped her, suggesting that she not interfere in other people's affairs. She cautiously asked if he was going to help, since it would not be difficult for him to deal with these people. In response, he calmly explained that he didn't know either the person or the situation, and therefore rushing to save someone without understanding the situation would be reckless. Shelley then admitted that she just wanted to see him fight because he looks impressive in those moments. However, their conversation had already attracted the attention of the attackers, and Mike noted with annoyance that she was speaking too loudly. In response, Shelley admitted with surprise that she had simply gotten used to communicating with him and had forgotten that they were supposed to hide. When Mike stepped forward, the leader of the group asked who he was. The hero calmly replied that he was just passing by. However, one of the people immediately doubted his words, noting that in such a deserted place it was difficult to believe in a random passerby. The others also found him suspicious. Eventually, their leader decided that no one could be allowed to find out what had happened and ordered him to be eliminated. Shelley, on the other hand, was delighted, expecting to see what was about to happen to these people, and she noted with excitement that they had asked for it. The leader was about to give the order to attack, and then suddenly Caleb intervened and declared that he knew the owner of the Longqian villa, hinting that the consequences could be serious. Mike froze for a moment upon hearing the name, and Shelley asked curiously if he knew anyone from there. However, the leader did not attach any importance to this. One of his subordinates added that the owner of this villa was no better than ordinary people. After this, the hero approached Caleb and asked if he really knew this man. He replied that he had once helped him when he was in a miserable state. But privately, he was worried that he was giving Mike a chance to leave, but he was not taking advantage of it. Eventually, Mike decided to intervene and calmly stated that he would save him. One of the attackers just laughed, not believing that he was capable of saving someone if he himself was in danger. Then their leader, losing patience, ordered an attack on the uninvited guest. At that moment, Mike emitted a cold and oppressive aura. He declared that they were not worthy of even trying to kill him. Then, with a light wave of his hand, he released a powerful spiritual force. This energy threw the attackers in different directions. They fell heavily to the ground, completely losing the ability to resist. Caleb was shocked to realize how strong this man was. He even guessed that the person in front of him was the real venerable Master Wuzun. Meanwhile, Shelley asked the hero to tell her in detail about the owner of the Longqian villa. He explained that this villa belonged to the powerful Mu family and was located on the outskirts of the capital, not far from their Yuan clan. Caleb added that 10 years ago, a key member of the Mu family moved there after losing his leg in an accident. Hearing this, Mike realized that they were talking about his third uncle. He remembered that in the past, when the entire clan considered him guilty of killing the Empress, it was his uncle who helped him and his mother. The realization of how he had been treated sent a powerful rage through Mike, and even Shelley could feel the aura emanating from him. Meanwhile, Mike asked Caleb directly if he wanted revenge for the betrayal of his family and what they led him to. He clenched his fists and determination flashed in his eyes. Although inside he was trying to understand why Mike had decided to help him. He guessed that he might be related to the Mu family and really intended to support him in the struggle for power in the Yuan clan. When he asked the question out loud, Mike calmly replied that he did it because he also had a sister. After the incident, Caleb led them back, and along the way he explained the layout of the houses inside the city. Soon the family estate appeared before them, spacious and truly majestic. Caleb pushed past them and entered the courtyard, his voice ringing out as he called for the butler. The elderly servant, seeing him, froze for a moment, as if a man had appeared before him whom he had never expected to see alive. Caleb immediately noticed this reaction and frowned. It was obvious to him that his return had come as a surprise to many. The butler quickly began to justify himself, but Caleb did not continue the conversation. He offered to first take the guest inside. Meanwhile, the servant was seething with anger deep down at those who had been tasked with eliminating Caleb and who had failed to complete the task. About 5 minutes later, Caleb stopped, and ahead was the house where his parents and younger sister lived. Then he called her, and a girl named Emily heard a familiar voice. At first, she thought it was just a figment of her imagination, but her heart immediately began to beat faster. The realization that her brother had actually returned washed over her with a wave of emotion. Her eyes filled with tears, and she ran outside. Seeing him, Emily rushed to her brother's side, her body shaking with the sobs that had accumulated during his absence. When she had come to her senses a little, Caleb introduced his companion to her. He explained that this was the man he had invited to help him. Emily then politely greeted the guest as Mr. Mu. However, Mike introduced himself by name and offered to treat him without unnecessary formality, as if he were a peer. However, Caleb soon noticed that his sister was alone, and he immediately began asking her about her parents and how they treated her. The girl quickly replied that her parents treated her well, but her words sounded a little uncertain. At that moment, a man, Bennett, came out of the house and greeted his son without much warmth, only dryly noting his return. Almost immediately, he emphasized that Caleb was obliged to win and take the post of head of the family. Bennett then turned to Emily, asking her to change her clothes and go for a walk with the young master of the High family. His words clearly hinted at a future marriage, and Caleb was stunned by what he heard. He immediately demanded an explanation. As it turned out, young Mr. High visited their house and immediately noticed Emily, and the elders of both families considered the union beneficial. This news caused Caleb to burst into anger, and he reminded his parents of the previous agreement. If he manages to win the tournament and become the head of the family, Emily's fate will no longer be used for the clan's benefit. However, Bennett sharply rejected these arguments, insisting that everything was being done for the sake of the family's future. In his opinion, Caleb should become the head, and Emily should marry a member of the prestigious high family. These arguments finally angered Caleb. It became obvious to him that their parents' decisions were only motivated by profit. Insulted by the disobedience, Bennett became enraged and gathered spiritual strength, intending to teach his son a lesson by force. His attack was aimed directly at his own child. Caleb realized that the blow was delivered at full force, and he did not have time to dodge. At that moment, Mike stepped forward, his hand grabbing Bennett's wrist, instantly stopping the attack. At this moment, Bennett trembled with anger and demanded an explanation as to why an outsider dared to interfere in the affairs of the Yuan family. Caleb explained that Mike was his invited assistant, but Bennett just chuckled, dismissing him as an ordinary youth. He hastened to introduce another ally, a master named Haifu from the Hai family, who had been sent to help them win the tournament. But Caleb immediately declared that he did not need other assistants and recognized only Mike. These words clearly hurt Haifa. He turned to Bennett, but he began to justify himself to the guest, calling his son an unreasonable boy. However, Mike suddenly intervened in the conversation and clarified several things. First of all, he came here of his own free will, and no one has the right to kick him out. In addition, he intends to protect Emily until she agrees herself. No one can force her to marry. These words instantly made Haifa lose her temper. He rushed forward, intending to teach the impudent stranger a lesson. At that moment, a cold gleam flashed in the hero's eyes, and his power fell upon the enemy. An invisible pressure instantly pressed Haifa to the ground, forcing him to his knees. He was shocked that the enemy was able to strike with the power of his voice alone. Mike then reminded him to pass on what he had said to his young master, after which he ordered Caleb and his sister to follow him. Haifu was seething with rage, already deciding to report everything to his master and seek revenge. On the way, Caleb couldn't contain his curiosity and cautiously inquired about the hero's true level of power. He responded evasively, stating only that victory in the upcoming battle was guaranteed. Emily, walking next to him, looked at him with admiration. To her, he seemed incredibly confident and strong. When she asked where they were heading next, Mike named their new destination, the Longqian Mansion. On the way, Emily remembered that she hadn't seen Uncle Mu for a long time. She used to visit him often, and he always treated her and her brother very warmly. When they reached the villa, Caleb knocked on the gate several times, but there was no answer. Then Mike suggested not to wait and go inside to see with his own eyes the situation his third uncle was in. Emily tried to remember the villa owner's usual daily routine. Usually at this time he would relax near the pond, enjoying the sun and feeding the fish. Following her memories, all three headed in the indicated direction, and a moment later they found themselves near a pond with fish. Emily called out loudly and happily ran into the pavilion where the man was sitting, immediately addressing him as Uncle Mu. He was surprised to see her and asked if it was really her. Emily explained with a feeling of guilt that there were problems in the family that prevented her from coming earlier. The man asked worriedly if she had been made to suffer again, and bitterly noted that these people were too obsessed with power. Meanwhile, Mike quietly turned to Caleb and asked him and his sister to step away for a moment to talk privately. Taking the hint, the brother and sister walked away, leaving them alone. Thus, the hero was left alone with his uncle. After this, Mike suddenly knelt down in front of the man, who was confused and asked who he was. In response, Mike called him the third uncle and introduced himself. After that, he handed him a jade pendant, explaining that he had once exchanged it with his grandfather. Seeing the pendant, the man excitedly picked it up and, looking at it, realized that 10 years had already passed. Mike admitted with a feeling of guilt that he was only now able to return. But his uncle did not reproach him, because the main thing was that he returned. He then asked him why he had come alone, and Mike sadly replied that his father had died of illness when he was a child. These words struck my uncle like a bolt of lightning, and he could not believe what he heard. Seeing his condition, Mike tried to calm him down. Then the uncle, still shocked, asked about the mother, suggesting that it was incredibly difficult for her to raise her son alone. Mike clenched his fist and admitted that he had caused his mother a lot of suffering, because in the past he had been useless and only a burden to the family. However, he then firmly declared that from now on he would do everything to ensure that she lived happily and never suffered again. Mike then revealed that he had a younger sister, Molly, whom his father had taken into custody at the request of a close friend before his death. The uncle immediately guessed whose daughter they were talking about and asked if the person's surname was Jiang. Upon hearing this, the man expressed hope that the girl had grown up well-behaved and said that he would like to meet her if the opportunity arose. However, his face then became serious, and he advised Mike to leave the capital as soon as possible and stay out of the Mu family's sight. Mike was surprised and asked why he had to hide from his own family, and inquired why his uncle had been exiled to Longqian Villa. After this, the uncle began to explain that it all started in the year of his birth, when Mike and the son of his second uncle were born with a difference of only a month. The oracle predicted that the second uncle's son would become the chosen one of heaven, while Mike himself was supposedly a star of calamity and would bring misfortune. Soon after, accidents began to happen to the people who cared for him, and disasters began to occur throughout the country. The uncle then left the capital to find the master and prove Mike's innocence, but soon after leaving, he got into an accident and lost his leg. He later discovered that this was all part of a conspiracy orchestrated by a woman named Yan, who had connections to that very oracle. According to him, it was she who manipulated public opinion in the capital and staged all the accidents. The uncle explained that he didn't know all the details, but he was sure that everything was connected to a power struggle, since the Mu family was now under her control. So he again asked Mike to think first and foremost about his own safety. In response, Mike calmly assured him that since he dared to return, it meant he had the power to make his enemies pay for everything. Fearing that he might act rashly, his uncle tried to stop him, but Mike only suggested that he look at something. At that very moment, the surface of the lake next to them began to move. The water began to swirl as if a whirlpool had formed right in the pond. Suddenly, the fish began to jump out, as if obeying an invisible force. Seeing this, the uncle was shocked and realized that in front of him was a top-level master. Emily, who was watching this, could not hide her amazement, realizing that Mike had reached the highest level of martial skill. Mike himself calmly confirmed this, but his uncle still couldn't believe that his nephew had become so powerful at such a young age. After this, Mike called Caleb and Emily, asking them to come over. As they approached, he suddenly asked them an important question. The hero asked if they were ready to accept his third uncle as an adoptive father. The uncle tried to object, considering himself unworthy. However, Caleb interrupted him, stating that they had long considered him a member of the family and were ready to officially acknowledge it. Emily supported her brother, and eventually they both knelt down and bowed. The touched uncle received them and ordered them to stand up, and the brother and sister happily thanked him. Caleb, a little sheepishly, noted that with Mike's strength, they were the ones who benefited from being a family. The hero said directly that they did not need to address him formally, and since they accepted his uncle as a father, they could call him brother. At this moment, an angry voice came from outside the pavilion, demanding to know who dared to enter the Longqian Villa. The uncle irritably replied that they were his guests and he had let them in himself, after which he ordered them not to make any noise. However, the man on the outside, although he apologized, internally suspected something was wrong. The old man noted to himself that there were too many strange things going on. Having received the order to leave, he obediently retreated, but decided to immediately report everything to the lady. Mike asked his uncle, puzzled, why he continued to keep this man with him if he knew that he was a spy for the Yan family. In response, the uncle calmly explained that if they got rid of him, they would send someone else in his place. In their current situation, they still won't be able to uncover the enemy's true intentions, so it's wiser to leave everything as is for now. Meanwhile, Joshua, the second son of the Yuan family, asked again whether it was true that the assistant brought by Caleb was able to defeat the people of the High family. Joshua's son Albert remarked that if the man was truly that strong, it meant Caleb would win the tournament. However, Joshua added that since the enemy is strong, he needs to be more cunning. 3 days in advance, he can discreetly mix something into his food. 3 days later, the Yuan family tournament began. Joshua personally helped the head of the family, Roger, take the place of honor, after which he respectfully reminded him that it was time to begin the drawing of lots. At the elder's command, the servant brought the lots, and Joshua announced the beginning. The first participant was Mike. Caleb immediately realized that this was not an accident, and noticed that everything was prearranged. However, Mike himself calmly replied that, most likely, the second uncle had indeed thought everything through in advance. Joshua was confident in his plan. The poison was already working, and as soon as Mike started circulating energy today, his power would be destroyed. However, Mike walked into the arena without the slightest hesitation. Roger noted with interest that his surname, Mu, was quite rare, but as soon as he got on stage, Mike suddenly declared that fighting in turns was a waste of time. Then he suggested that all his opponents come out against him at the same time. These words caused an immediate uproar and outrage among those present, many considering him arrogant and reckless. Joshua immediately took advantage of the situation and turned to his father, hinting that this man himself was breaking the rules and, in fact, was seeking death. Mike's eldest son, Andrew, supported his position, noting that although he acted proudly, he clearly had reasons for such confidence. Then Roger tried to reason with Mike, but the hero declared that since he had entered the arena, he was ready to accept the consequences. Joshua again began to persuade the elder, saying that since this man was so insistent, it was better to let him act. After this, Roger turned to Caleb, who without hesitation stated that he completely trusted Mike. As a result, a decision was made to start the fight. Joshua then turned to the rest of the tournament participants and asked them to come into the arena. Meanwhile, the three opponents, talking among themselves, at first experienced strange feelings. They were unhappy that they would have to go out against one person altogether, considering it humiliating. However, they then decided to determine who would go out first. None of them wanted to go out first, and then a decision was made. The fighters played a game of rock, paper, scissors. As a result, one of them lost and, grumbling with discontent, entered the arena, deciding to deal with Mike as quickly as possible. Even before the fight began, he arrogantly declared that Mike was simply unlucky to have encountered him. However, Mike's reaction was extremely calm. He didn't even engage in a full-fledged fight and only lightly touched his opponent's fist. As a result, he instantly flew back, as if he had been thrown back by an invisible force, and fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this, the remaining two were in real shock, because they were sure that the poison should have weakened him by now. Roger noted with obvious approval that Mike had used a technique that allowed him to turn his opponent's strength against him. The second opponent, in turn, could not believe that he remained completely unharmed. Mike calmly declared that victory was his. However, the defeated warrior refused to admit this, claiming that he had used some kind of trick and demanded a second battle. The crowd began to support him, heating up the atmosphere. Mike then suggested that they all attack at the same time if they really disagreed with the outcome. The two remaining warriors looked at each other. Then, gathering their strength, they rushed forward at the same time. But the next moment, Mike seemed to disappear from their sight. He then appeared right in front of them. Using a swift movement technique, he dealt each of them one blow. As a result, both opponents were instantly thrown aside, crashing hard into the far corner of the arena. Joshua jumped up from his seat, shocked by what was happening, and in a panic tried to understand what level this man had reached. Mike calmly remained standing in the center of the arena and asked if there were anyone else who wanted to continue the fight. Not hearing the fight proposal, Mike asked again if anyone had any objections. Roger solemnly announced that the winner of the tournament was Caleb's assistant, Mike. Caleb himself understood perfectly well that those around him saw only a small part of his power. However, Joshua opposed this because 3 days ago, Mike beat up the people of the High family and even demanded that Emily's engagement be broken off. Moreover, he accused him of using a prohibited drug today to temporarily enhance his strength. At this point, people began to ask why the name of such a strong man was not on the list of candidates for the highest level of masters. Taking advantage of this mood, Joshua immediately gave the order to seize Mike and punish him according to the laws of the family. The UN family's servants quickly surrounded the hero, receiving orders to capture him. However, before anyone could get closer, his figure seemed to disappear into thin air. Joshua turned pale in surprise, realizing that the enemy had literally disappeared before their eyes. The next second, Mike appeared again, this time next to him, and a powerful kick fell on Joshua, causing him to lose his balance. Mike warned that if he continued to spread lies, the next blow would be much harder. Then Roger slammed his palm down on the table, his patience running out, and demanded an explanation from Bennett. Bennett laid out the situation and formally confirmed that Mike had indeed wounded the man sent by the High family. However, according to him, he had already settled this matter. He assured that the engagement between young Master High and Emily remained in force. Inside, Bennett felt satisfied. He was sure that Mike had made himself a dangerous enemy, and then he called the head of the High family. A group of people from this family entered the arena, with their leader, Walter, walking in front. He politely said that he had only come to pick up one person and hoped that the UN family would not interfere. Then Roger, without further ado, let them go ahead. Along with the patriarch, the young Master Jiraiya, who was ranked 47th on the list of contenders for the title of Master of Martial Arts, also appeared. He carefully examined the hero, And then one of the guards confirmed that it was this man who had wounded their comrade. At that very moment, Walter ordered him to be seized and brought to their clan for trial, but Jiraiya decided to speak first. He walked into the arena with confidence, believing that such a fight would be an excellent opportunity for him to demonstrate his strength. One of his men tried to warn him that the enemy was strong, but he only waved it off dismissively. Mike didn't show the slightest interest in his title when Jiraiya approached. He simply hit him in the chest with his palm. The young master's body instantly soared into the air and flew out of the arena with a roar. Walter cried out his son's name in fear. He then immediately ordered the elders of the High family to intervene. But at that moment, powerful spiritual energy gushed out from the hero's body and spread across the arena like a whirlwind. The elders of the High family who had rushed forward froze in utter terror. In an instant, they were thrown back by this force and fell to the ground one after another. Mike then looked at them with disdain and noted that the High family's strength seemed to be limited to this. Jiraiya still couldn't believe what was happening. The thought that a true master of martial arts stood before him seemed incredible. Mike then turned to the patriarch and asked if he was going to continue trying to deal with him. However, there was no answer, and then the old man was also thrown out of the arena. Mike was left standing alone in the center of the court. And then he announced that he was here and ready to accept anyone who dared to challenge him. There was absolute silence in the arena. No one dared even move. Walter gradually began to guess the identity of this man. There were only 2 young martial arts masters in the country. He cautiously asked if this man was Wu Ji, and Mike confirmed it. The Yuan family members were shocked. They could hardly believe that the legendary young martial artist standing before them. Caleb was also stunned. The thought of becoming a sworn brother to such a powerful man seemed almost unreal to him. Walter immediately lowered his head in a deep bow. He admitted his mistake and begged for mercy. However, resentment still simmered in Jiraiya's heart. He couldn't accept the fact that the Yuan family had managed to secure the support of such a person. Mike simply noted that in the world of martial arts, might is always right, and he simply acts by the same rules. After that, he announced that Emily was his adopted sister and that she did not want to marry a member of the High family. Bennett, meanwhile, was horrified by what he heard. After all, if Emily became Wu Ji's adopted sister and Caleb was related to him, then power in the Yuan family would inevitably pass to Caleb. Roger made his decision without hesitation and announced that Caleb would become the new heir to the family. However, Caleb's reaction was unexpected. He refused this position, and his words caused an explosion of indignation in Bennett. But Caleb remained calm, admitting that he had initially only participated in the power struggle to protect his sister. He no longer wanted to live in a family where family feelings gave way to cold calculation. He would prefer to leave with his sister and live near their adoptive father. Bennett was so angry that he was speechless for a while. But Roger, on the contrary, accepted his grandson's decision calmly. He only asked him to take care of his adoptive father and assured him that the Yuan family would find another heir. When everything was over, the protagonist finally left the arena. Later, at the Longqian villa, Mike again asked Caleb and Emily if they were sure of their decision. But the brother and sister responded with complete confidence. For them, life next to their adoptive father seemed much warmer and more real. Uncle Mu was deeply touched by their words. He had long considered them his children and was sincerely glad that they could now live together. Then Mike, holding his hand, quietly said that he had once helped his mother and himself in a difficult moment. Now he wanted to repay this kindness at least a little and offered to pass on to them a special cultivation technique. Mike explained that this technique is called true immortal guidance. After an hour of training, the results were already beginning to show, and a faint spiritual energy gradually appeared around Emily. When she finished the workout, her face was shining with joy, and she felt an extraordinary lightness and strength in her body. She hugged the hero with delight, sincerely admiring the technique. Caleb, too, understood what a precious gift this practice was. He wanted to express his gratitude, but Mike stopped him, saying only that they needed to train hard and take care of their third uncle. The old man watched them with a gentle smile, thinking how nice it was to see young people full of life. But soon Mike raised another question. He said that he was able to cure the third uncle's leg. The old man replied that, according to the doctor, the tissues had already become necrotic, so the only option left was to install a prosthesis. However, Mike objected, clarifying that this was not about prosthetics, but about the complete restoration of the lost limb. Hearing this, Caleb was surprised and asked in disbelief whether technology had really reached such a level. Uncle Moo intervened in the conversation and asked if this was true and where Mike had acquired such an amazing skill. In response, Mike calmly explained that this was not a medical technology at all, but an opportunity related to spiritual herbs. Emily asked curiously what the grass looked like, and Mike asked for paper and writing utensils. The girl immediately agreed to help, and soon a brush, ink, and a sheet of paper lay in front of him. He quickly drew a blue flower, after which Emily asked, puzzled, what kind of plant it was. Mike explained that it was what was called the flower of life, and noted that its name was quite simple and self-explanatory. The uncle, having carefully examined the drawing, noticed that the flower clearly did not look ordinary, and most likely, it would be extremely difficult to find. Then he suggested that it was worth looking for him in the underwater distance. Mike was surprised and asked for more details. Then Uncle said that the distance was located in the sea to the east of the capital and was an ancient city that once sank underwater. Craftsmen flocked to this city in search of rare opportunities, but along with the chance of success comes mortal danger. Many die, but some manage to obtain rare resources and become significantly stronger. After hearing this, Mike finally decided to go there and declared that he must definitely visit this ancient city. He then warned Caleb to get ready, as they would be leaving together the next day. His uncle asked him with concern if he really intended to take the risk, but Mike assured him that everything would be fine. He added that first he needed to make a call and tell his mother the good news. Meanwhile, at the Yu family home, the phone rang in Molly's room while she was in the shower. Hearing him, she wondered who could be calling. And then suddenly Molly, picking up the phone, happily realized that it was her second brother. Answering the call, she asked with a slight resentment in her voice what had made him get in touch after such a long time. In response, Mike asked how she was doing and asked where their mother was so he could tell her the good news. The girl reported that her mother had gone out to unwind and asked what had happened. Then Mike said that he had already arrived in the capital and was now with his third uncle. Hearing this, she was surprised, since it was he who her mother often spoke about, and asked how he was feeling. Then Mike asked me to tell his mother that the third uncle was now okay, and that after finishing their business they would return home together. After finishing the conversation, Molly thought about how important it was for him to return unharmed. The next day, Mike and Caleb arrived at the entrance to the cave, where there was a stone gate guarded by guards. Caleb explained that this was the entrance to the ancient underwater city. One of the guards pulled the lever and the gate opened, after which they headed inside. Along the way, Caleb told us that the owner of the city calls himself Elder Darius and has powers that have reached the level of a saint. Soon they found themselves in a gloomy but lively ancient city. Despite the large number of people, an unusual silence reigned around. Caleb explained that this was a safe zone where no one dared to disturb the peace, but beyond it were dangerous secret areas. At some point, the merchant began to call out to passers-by, offering rare items obtained in places where only 1 in 10 survives. Mike took one of the items and asked the price. The seller said that it was the main treasure of his shop and it was worth 10 million. After examining the item, Mike realized it was fake jade and concluded that the city was indeed full of hidden dangers. Caleb quietly confirmed his guess, adding that most of the goods on the street stalls were fake. Then he suggested going to the sales area, where more reliable things were sold. They headed towards the trading house and soon found themselves at its entrance. Inside, Mike noticed many things related to cultivators and concluded that this city preserved the legacy of an ancient civilization. Caleb handed him a list of rare herbs available for sale, and the prices listed in the hundreds of millions per unit immediately shocked Mike. Considering that he only had 500,000, he was momentarily at a loss. Caleb explained that if there are insufficient funds, a task with a reward can be posted, but the reward amount must exceed 1 billion. Then Mike had an idea and asked if there was anything he could sell here. Having received an affirmative answer, he went to the appraiser and handed over the jade bracelet, asking him to determine its value. The employee carefully examined the item and initially noted that the jade itself, although high quality, was not of particular value. Then Mike explained that he was endowed with magical powers. When in danger, he created a protective barrier that could withstand 10 attacks. Upon hearing this, the employee became interested and admitted that with such properties, the item could be sold for more than 100 million. After that, Mike asked how much a martial arts master-level cultivation technique would cost. The employee was shocked by this question and explained that such things are practically priceless. However, the hero insisted on a specific estimate, and then the girl said that such technology could cost no less than 78 billion. Caleb was shocked to realize the scale of the sums involved. Martial arts master-level techniques were truly incredibly expensive. The employee explained that if the client intended to put equipment of this level up for auction, it would take them several days. This way, they can spread the word and attract as many buyers as possible, which will allow them to achieve the highest possible price. After this, she invited Mike to go further, explaining that the appraiser was in the reception area. Upon entering, they saw a seated man, whom the employee introduced as the elder of the black market trading house. She added that the guest could now hand over the equipment to him for evaluation, and then Mike asked for paper and a brush. After about a minute, the elder finished studying the written sheets and recognized that it was indeed the Wuzhen technique in front of him. However, he immediately noted that it looked incomplete and, in all likelihood, should have a continuation. Mike replied that he got it by accident, although he thought to himself that it was just one of the simplest techniques. In the end, the old man decided that the auction would take place in 3 days and invited him to attend the auction. After leaving the trading house, Caleb asked where they were going next, since there was still time before the auction. Mike replied that there were many secret lands located around the ancient city and suggested exploring them for opportunities. However, Caleb remembered that there was a similar place within the city, and it was there that the biggest opportunity in the entire city lay. This immediately piqued Mike's interest, and Caleb led him to a complex of 5 tall towers. He explained that these were testing towers, each of which tested different aspects: spiritual power, cultivation level, and soul power. Those who manage to climb above the 7th floor can leave their name on a stone slab, and the rewards increase with each level. He also said that on the 7th level of the left tower, the name of a famous master from the capital is written. Caleb mentioned Farrell from the Huang Fu family, the most outstanding fighter. He even set a record by reaching the 8th level of the right tower. Mike, noticing 2 more towers behind him, inquired about their purpose, but Caleb replied that the time for their opening had not yet come. At this moment, the attention of those around them was drawn to the glow of one of the levels. The spectators were discussing that someone had already reached level 5. Suddenly, a merchant approached Mike and began offering him a special medicine that could increase his chances of passing the tower. However, Mike didn't pay any attention to him. Meanwhile, the crowd began to buzz again. Someone had already reached the 6th level. Caleb, watching this, called out to Mike in confusion, but Mike decided to try the test himself. As he approached the entrance and felt a powerful energy inside, Mike noted that he did not feel anything particularly unusual. Once inside, he saw a space resembling a galaxy and realized that he was in a tower that tested the strength of the soul. Without hesitation, he reached out to the glowing core, and the space around him instantly changed. Suddenly, the hero found himself in front of a large spiral staircase. At that moment, he realized that the test was about strengthening the soul and testing his inner resolve. He immediately called Shelley, inviting her to take part as well. The girl immediately appeared in front of him and asked with interest what this place was. Mike noted to himself that she had already reached the initial stage of chai purification and was approaching the intermediate level. Then he asked her if she felt anything special. Shelley admitted that her soul wavered for a moment, but then it seemed to begin to thicken. Mike noted with a slight chuckle that she seemed to be able to feel something after all. The hero explained how useful this place was and suggested a competition to see who could climb higher. Shelley immediately perked up and asked about the reward, and Mike initially brushed it off, noting that he was doing it for her own benefit. But in the end, he agreed and promised to fulfill one of her wishes if she won. The girl immediately and enthusiastically accepted the conditions, declaring that cheating was not allowed. After that, she immediately rushed forward. At this time, Caleb noticed representatives of the Mu, Yan, and Huang Fu families and realized that the heads of all the major clans had gathered in the ancient city. The crowd began to shout again. Someone had reached the 7th level. At this moment, Jacques, the protector of the Martial Arts Alliance, turned to Daniel, Mue's second uncle, with congratulations. He modestly replied that the young man's talent was still inferior to Farrell's, although Jacques noted to himself that this sounded like feigned modesty. Meanwhile, the merchant who had previously offered medicines was surprised to notice that 2 people had risen to level 5 at once. Literally a second later, he saw that they had risen another floor. Inside the tower, Shelley caught up with Mike and excitedly declared that she was really enjoying what was happening. He tapped her lightly on the head, reminding her that this was just the beginning and urging her not to get distracted. The girl, grimacing, replied that she was not going to give in to him and would definitely win. Mike, in turn, became more attentive, feeling that this tower was far from as simple as it seemed at first glance. However, He also understood that if he managed to complete it completely, the rewards and benefits would be truly significant. Outside the tower, they had no idea what a commotion they had caused among the crowd. First, level 6 caught fire, then almost immediately level 7. Jacques did not hide his delight and noted with enthusiasm that two more unrivaled geniuses had appeared in their world. Caleb was perplexed. He was sure that his adopted brother was capable of such a thing, but he could not understand who the second person was. Meanwhile, inside the tower, on the 7th level, in front of the barrier gate, Mike and Shelley calmly walked through the formation. Soon they found themselves inside, where there was already another person. Shelley asked in surprise who it was. It soon became clear that this was the son of the true dragon from the Mu family, Mui, an advanced level master. Mike himself, noticing him, changed his expression slightly. Shelley asked worriedly what had happened, but he just waved her off, saying that it was nothing special. At that moment, two scrolls appeared in front of them, and Shelley joyfully exclaimed that this was a reward. Mike took one of them and assumed that in front of him was the very art of great prediction. Shelley, opening her scroll, was at a loss. The thing is that she didn't understand anything at all and asked the hero to explain. Mike then explained that it was a fairly simple divination technique that could predict the good and bad fortune of ordinary people. Hearing this, Shelley threw the scroll away in disappointment, declaring that it was too boring and useless. She then flew up to Mui and offered to stealthily attack the enemy, but the hero refused, noting that he did not consider him a threat. Shelley remarked that she had the impression that he disliked her, but Mike countered that she had simply misunderstood the situation. At this time, outside the tower, there was a noise again. The crowd was delighted, discussing that someone had reached level 9, equal to the genius feral. Jacques, without hesitation, congratulated Daniel, believing that he was his nephew, and he politely accepted the congratulations. However, inside the 7th level, that same Mui already felt that he had reached the limit and could no longer advance further. Jacques noted that this was a missed opportunity, and Daniel added that, despite everything, reaching level 7 already makes him a genius. When the man who came out appeared in front of everyone, those present were amazed. It really was him. People were puzzled as to how this was possible, and Daniel was still reeling from the shock. At that moment, Mui himself began to think that everyone was looking at him with such attention because of his outstanding result. Even without reaching the 8th level, he was still one of the few who conquered the 7th. He decided that those around him admired him, and he confidently approached the elders and greeted them. However, a glow on the tower soon caught his attention, and he froze, seeing that the 8th level was still active. Daniel hastened to explain that everyone thought he was the one who had reached this height, but it turned out that this was not so. Surprised whispers began to emanate from the crowd, and Mui felt irritated and even humiliated, not understanding who could surpass him. At that moment, another level, the 9th, caught fire. Elder Darius, who was watching from afar, could not contain his emotions. The man had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. He instantly moved to the tower to see for himself what was happening. Inside level 9, Mike asked Shelley with concern about her condition. The girl was breathing heavily from fatigue, but not wanting to admit weakness, she declared that it was nothing to her and she could get up again. Mike, not missing the opportunity to tease her, remarked that she shouldn't slap her chest so hard, otherwise there would be nothing left anyway. Shelley immediately blushed with anger, but he merely suggested they continue on their way, hinting that there might be useful equipment ahead. Shelley, still seething with indignation, suddenly stopped. Then she checked herself surreptitiously, doubting his words. The girl hurried to catch up with the hero, asking questions about whether there really was something valuable ahead. Outside, meanwhile, the 10th level caught fire. Jacques couldn't believe that anyone could reach such a height. Seeing Darius on the roof of the tower, people realized that even the ruler of the ancient city had personally come to observe what was happening. Inside the tower, Shelley noted with displeasure that there was nothing interesting on this level either. But Mike suggested moving on. At that moment, an elderly man appeared in front of them, and Mike cautiously asked who he was. He calmly introduced himself as Darius, the ruler of the underground ancient city. He assured the guys that he had no hostile intentions and only wanted to see those who had managed to reach level 10. Shelley felt that the old man's aura seemed familiar and even pleasant to her, and she shared this feeling. Darius, meanwhile, pointed to a stone slab and told them to leave their names there, explaining, he also promised to hide all this commotion because the current world is still too weak to accept such high achievements. Mike, understanding his intentions, agreed and left his name, deciding that hiding such power was indeed wiser. The words left by the hero immediately appeared on the stone slab. Meanwhile, Shelley also wrote down her name. Darius then suggested that they continue the test, noting that the higher they climbed, the greater the rewards would be. Shelley quietly confided to Mike that the old man was staring at her in a way that made her skin crawl. Darius noted to himself that in front of him was an immortal deity and a spiritual cultivator, which made the situation even more unusual. 10 minutes later, having climbed to the 12th floor, Mike discovered that the higher he climbed, the more difficult the path became. At this moment, a stream of true ki wrapped around him like a ribbon. The hero immediately realized that this was a technique for developing the soul, and its essence was directly poured into consciousness. Looking at the spiral staircase ahead, the young man felt a strong sense of anticipation. Meanwhile, Shelley, exhausted from fatigue, sank to the ground and sighed with relief, glad that she had finally passed the test. However, she soon noticed an old man nearby and fearfully asked what he wanted. Darius leaned over, carefully examining the girl, and noted with approval that she was quite nice. Hearing this, Shelley thought with irritation that he was acting as if he was choosing meat at the market. Not wanting to stay near the strange old man any longer, she hurried to catch up with Mike, complaining that he had left her alone. Meanwhile, the hero looked ahead wearily, trying to understand why they couldn't move on. Shelley didn't understand anything either. Suddenly, the darkness in front of them cleared and Darius appeared. He announced that the 13th floor was the final destination. At that very moment, the space around them expanded, and they found themselves right there. The old man did not hide his admiration, and noted that it was impressive to achieve such a result in such a short time of cultivation. Shelley asked suspiciously what he was really up to. Darius answered evasively and mysteriously noted that he was interested in what was inside the Tower of Souls. Meanwhile, Mike thought that for now, his limit was about the 15th floor, because the tower itself was clearly not as simple as it seemed. Suddenly, Shelley ran up behind him, called out loudly, and hid behind him in fear. She said that the old man wanted to take her as an apprentice. Darius confirmed her words and stated that in his entire life he had never met anyone like her. According to him, the girl perfectly meets his requirements, so he wants to accept her as a student. However, Mike objected that she was just a ghost, and Shelley immediately added that she was, in fact, dead. Then the old man released several streams of aura. Upon seeing them, the hero immediately realized that in front of him was a cultivator of the ghostly path. Darius acknowledged this and again invited the girl to become his student. But Shelley firmly shook her head and refused, saying that she wanted to stay close to Mike and didn't need a mentor. The hero tried to gently persuade her, explaining that the old man was following the same path and could teach her a lot, and she would advance much further. However, Shelley did not want this and even promised not to cause any more trouble and asked not to drive her away. Then Mike politely informed the old man that the girl did not agree. Darius did not insist, and only said that he would then send her outside. Shelley, having escaped great trouble, immediately smiled happily and hastened to refuse any offers of help. Meanwhile, outside, Jacques suddenly realized that after so many years, someone had finally managed to rise so high. But Moy was overcome with indignation, because all this was going to someone else, and he decided that he could not just sit and put up with this. So he turned to Daniel and said he wanted to challenge the left tower. He approved of his decision and noted that true genius is manifested in the ability to conquer the highest levels of challenges. Hearing this, the guy headed towards the tower, his actions immediately attracting the attention of those around him. People began to say that the son of the true dragon was going to challenge the left tower. Soon a stone stele appeared, on which names flashed, and upon seeing them, the crowd was surprised. Both names belonged to people with the same surname. Meanwhile, the son of the true dragon had already reached the 5th floor. Daniel noted approvingly that this was a very good result, and Jacques reminded him that the left tower was extremely difficult. If he can reach level 7, he will receive recognition from the master and become the second person whose name appears on the right stele. Meanwhile, Mike went outside. Daniel was surprised to notice that he was alone and asked his name. Jacques also intervened and asked where the second person was. The hero introduced himself as Mike and explained that his sister Shelley had become ill, so the ruler of the ancient city had taken her in. Hearing this, Daniel was amazed and noted that they really were brother and sister. Then he quietly asked Jacques, who was standing next to him, if this reminded him of anything. He remembered that the previous head of the divine calculation sect, Li Feng, bore this surname, just like the golden-tongued prophet. Jacques suggested that perhaps they were the adopted children of some great personality. Then Daniel decided that when Moy came out, he would definitely ask him to ask the prophet about this. At that moment, the light from the sixth floor flashed on, and soon everyone noticed that Mike was also heading towards the same tower where Moy was. People began to whisper that this genius had also entered the left tower and seemed to be going to compete with the son of the true dragon. Jacques wondered if the man really had some kind of score to settle with Mike, but Daniel immediately dismissed the idea. He stated that this was impossible, since Mui had always been on good terms with the Seer's sect. Meanwhile, on the first level of the Spirit Tower, a book fell in front of the hero, accompanied by instructions to read it and answer questions. Mike looked at the object lying at his feet in surprise, and to everyone's amazement, it soon reached level 5. The hero did not expect that the test of this tower would be connected with the memorization of medical knowledge. However, looking at the book in his hands, he noted with interest that it was a collection of spiritual medicinal herbs. As he turned the pages, he became increasingly surprised, because the book mentioned such rare plants as the flower of rebirth. Meanwhile, Caleb noticed that his adopted brother had stopped at the 5th level and began to wonder if something had happened inside the tower. However, it soon became clear that something important had happened on the 8th floor. The son of a true dragon had managed to surpass Farrell's record. At this moment, Moy himself came out and immediately reported his result to the second uncle. Daniel patted his nephew on the shoulder with pride, praising him for a job well done. Jacques added that to achieve such a thing at such a young age is a sign of true genius. In response, Mike noted that his elders overestimated him. He relaxed after his initial successes and therefore performed worse than he could have. However, Daniel felt that this was more than enough to be proud of, emphasizing that such achievements at his age are already extremely impressive. Meanwhile, Moy curiously inquired about what was happening to the right tower, since he had not seen anyone entering it. Jacques explained that a brother and sister pair had gone there, but the girl had been taken away because she was feeling unwell, and Mike had already reached the 5th floor. Moy felt something was wrong, given his abilities. He could have reached the 10th floor, and his stopping on the 5th floor seemed strange. Someone behind him immediately noticed that Mike's talent was still significantly inferior to Mui's, and perhaps the 5th floor was the limit for him. These words restored the boy's confidence, and he thought with disdain that even the genius Farrell had been surpassed by him. He stated that if Mike could climb to the 10th floor of the right tower, then the 7th floor of the left tower should not be a problem for him. At that moment, Caleb joyfully pointed to the level that had burst into flames, announcing that the 7th floor was on fire. Moy looked up in amazement. Then Jacques wondered with interest who exactly did this and whose light it was. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor, Mike was holding the book Fundamentals of Alchemy in his hands. He noted that he had already become a great master of alchemy on the Purple Star, so he did not need to study this material. As soon as he had grasped the contents, the book disappeared. Outside, Moy froze, unable to believe what was happening. Mike had indeed risen higher. Everywhere there were admiring voices, asserting that a genius understands another genius best. When asked what level Mike could reach, Moy replied that with his talent, he could reach about the same level. At the same time, he noticed a strange expression on Daniel's face and wondered why he was looking at him like that. When it became clear that Mike had reached the 8th floor, everyone was amazed. Moy was confused and, trying to remain calm, assumed that the 9th floor would not be an obstacle for him either. However, deep down, he desperately hoped that he would stop. At this moment, the head of the Yan family, who was in charge of the underground city, abruptly ordered Mike to be silent. Almost immediately, a message sounded that someone was already on the 9th floor. Then Jacques added fuel to the fire by again asking himself who this master was. Moy was so angry that he could hardly contain himself. Then he decided to get even at any cost and go to the middle tower. Moy vowed to surpass his rival. Once on the 13th floor of the left tower, Mike realized that its difficulty was comparable to the right one, and he could not move further. The tower had 20 floors in total, and Darius previously said that he was able to conquer them at the age of 30. Then the hero decided to finish for now and return here after he had improved his skills. When Mike came out, those around him noted his result with admiration. He immediately asked if the son of the true Moy had gone to the middle tower. One of the spectators told him that he was already on the 4th floor. Having thanked him for the information, the hero moved on. Meanwhile, the head of the Yan family noticed that Mu Yi was under serious pressure. Inside the tower, the hero encountered a phantom radiating spiritual power at the peak level of a venerable martial artist. The test of the middle tower was combat power. The tower automatically created an enemy of the corresponding level. Victory over him allowed one to move on. Mike realized that the tower had assessed him as a great master, although in fact, he was only at the peak of his spiritual stage. Then he decided to first test the true power of the phantom. Mike hit him with his palm and heard a loud explosion. He soon realized that the enemy only had the brute force of his level, but was unable to adapt. Therefore, it can be overcome relatively easily. Accelerating, he dealt with the enemy in 2 minutes and reached the 4th floor. However, Mui's voice suddenly rang out, shouting that he would not allow his opponent to surpass him. He had a hard time accepting what was happening, not believing that Mike could move so quickly. Mui couldn't understand how this was possible, especially considering that even Farrell had difficulty climbing. He convinced himself that it was impossible and that he could not be stronger than him. The guy decided to reach the 7th floor at any cost and prove his superiority as the best genius. Outside, Jacques noticed that someone had already reached the 6th floor and wondered who it was, Mike or Mui. Suddenly, Darius appeared in front of them, carrying Mui by the collar, and reported that he had reached the 4th floor, but his will was unstable. Losing his mind, Mui began screaming madly, claiming that he was the greatest genius and that Mike could not compare to him. Jacques' face turned dark, and he realized that Mui had been completely overwhelmed by Mike and had lost control of himself. At that moment, the next floor of the tower caught fire. Daniel, burning with rage and hatred, wondered who this Mike really was. Inside the tower, Mike stopped in front of 2 books. One of them was called Divine Art of Tempering the Body, and its author was listed as a certain peerless master god. Mike picked up the book and chuckled when he noticed that the author called himself a god master, which he found quite funny. He began to turn the pages with interest. However, after seeing several lines marked with exclamation marks, I decided that what was written did not look very convincing. Mike chuckled, thinking that both the author of the book and the person taking notes were quite interesting people. Meanwhile, outside the tower, Caleb was saying with complete confidence that his adopted brother would definitely reach the 7th floor. When the next level lit up, the crowd immediately shouted that it was already the 7th floor, and many began to admire Mike's achievement. Jacques even suggested that perhaps this person would become the first in history to manage to climb to the 10th floor in all 3 towers. Mike, examining the enemies, noticed that with each new floor not only their number increased, but also their strength increased. When he reached the 15th floor, there were already more than 20 phantom puppets in front of him, and they were acting in a coordinated manner. Their combined power even surpassed the mid-stage chi refining level. Mike found himself completely surrounded and quickly realized that there was no way to win in this situation, so he admitted defeat. At that moment, Darius appeared nearby and noted that for his age, this was already a very respectable result. He added that if one day Mike could pass all the tests of the 3 towers, then the entire ancient capital would belong to him. Mike's result soon also appeared on a stone stele. When Caleb saw him, he couldn't hide his delight, calling Mike an incredible person. When he came outside, Jacques and many others immediately rushed to greet him. Daniel, watching what was happening, was seething with hatred in his soul. He decided that this young man could not be allowed to stay alive. Then Jacques politely asked Mike what force he was from and who was able to raise such an amazing genius. Mike replied that he had nothing to hide. He said that he did not belong to any sect and was an ordinary wandering cultivator. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. To reach such a level by relying on one's own strength meant possessing extraordinary talent. Soon, representatives of various families began vying with each other to invite him to join them. One of the Ning family members offered him the position of honorary elder of their clan and promised him 1/10 of the family's allowance. Soon, other families began to make offers, but Mike noticed among them a man from the Zhou family, Josh. Hearing this name, Mike couldn't help but recall the events of his past life, when he accidentally insulted the young master of the Zhou family. As a result, he took cruel revenge. His mother was killed, his sister was driven to suicide, and all his close friends were subjected to reprisals. Now, having received a second chance after being reborn, Mike vowed that this time he would not let these people get away with it. Meanwhile, Josh continued to persuade him, asking what he thought about the proposal. Another person added that Huang Fu's family is willing to invest all its resources in his development and betroth him to the pearl of their family. Jacques, seeing such competition, also decided to intervene and offered an even higher post, the position of head of a military alliance. Mike was slightly surprised and asked if he was really being offered the position of union leader. Jacques confirmed this and said that with his talent, it was enough to just agree, and the future position of the head of the alliance would be his. Mike politely thanked everyone for their generous offers, but explained that he was used to freedom and did not want to join any family yet. After this, he said goodbye and left the meeting, and those around him wished him luck and reminded him not to forget their suggestions. Caleb hurried after him and excitedly said that he was incredible and that he had never seen anything like it. Mike encouraged him and said that if he perfected the Immortal's writing, he too could reach that level. Caleb happily asked if it was true, and the hero confirmed his words once again. However, at that moment, a cold aura suddenly spread around, and Mike immediately sensed an ambush. He clenched his fist, gathering spiritual energy, as the enemy attempted to deal him a fatal blow. It turned out to be Daniel, who decided to kill the hero on the sly. Mike responded without hesitation. When the first attack failed to produce results, Daniel retreated abruptly. Jacques immediately stood in front of Mike and sternly asked Daniel why he had ambushed him. He assumed that he was simply angry because Moy was unable to defeat him in the tower, and therefore decided to get rid of his rival. But Daniel denied this and claimed that he was not that petty. According to him, Mike allegedly interfered with Moy's test in the battle tower, causing the latter's mind to go into chaos. He called Mike a treacherous youth and said that he had to destroy him to save the city's future from the threat. Jacques replied that these were merely malicious accusations and asked if he had any evidence. Daniel, however, stated that evidence was not needed, since with Mui's talent, he could not have stopped before the 6th floor if he had not been stopped. Even Jacques was momentarily speechless. Mike then shamed the man, saying that he was simply shifting his own incompetence onto others. He added that if he really wanted to kill him, he could try. These words made Daniel even more angry. He furiously shouted that Mike was seeking death himself and rushed towards him with an attack. However, Mike took his taunt lightly, declaring that he had no intention of showing mercy to such trash. Daniel delivered a powerful blow, but it only hit the air. He stood there dumbfounded, trying to figure out where his opponent had disappeared to. The next moment, Mike suddenly appeared behind him and sharply hit him with his knee. Then the hero brought his palm down on his face with a powerful slap. The blow was so strong that Daniel was forcefully pressed into the ground. Then Mike asked him if he wanted to continue the fight. Daniel still couldn't believe what was happening. He muttered in shock that it was impossible. Seeing this, Jacques froze for a moment, anxiety flashing through his thoughts. It seemed that everything was happening exactly as he feared. He even thought that he would have to intervene if Mike couldn't cope. But now it became clear that this was not necessary at all. Mike then declared that since the opponent had no more moves, it was now his turn to attack. Daniel, whose face was already very swollen, managed to squeeze out a few words, but did not manage to finish. At that moment, Darius came out of the tower, asking who dared to behave so brazenly in the ancient city. Jacques immediately turned pale, realizing that this was the ruler of the ancient city. Daniel, on the other hand, felt a surge of hope and hastened to remind them that fighting was forbidden in the ancient city. But Mike hit him. The old man stepped forward and asked what had happened. Mike calmly explained that the man had ambushed him, so he simply fought back. Jacques was amazed that he said it so directly and without the slightest fear. Daniel, however, folded his arms smugly, expecting a harsh punishment to follow. However, things didn't go as he had expected. Darius only told Mike to be more careful next time when he hits people. Both Jacques and Daniel were stunned by this answer. The old man then added that later Daniel would have to go to the city lord's residence and hand over the treasure as compensation. Daniel was forced to humbly agree. After this, all those present respectfully saw off the ruler of the city. When it was all over, Mike lightly touched Caleb's shoulder, indicating it was time to go, and they headed away. On the way, Caleb, without hiding his curiosity, asked what kind of relationship he had with the ruler of the ancient city. But Mike replied that he was thinking too much, and that he didn't really have any relationship with him. On the way, he noticed rows of shops and asked who owned them. Caleb explained that these were the Huangfu family's shops. Almost all the major families in the capital had shops here where they sold raw ores. Rarest treasures may be hidden inside such stones, and if someone is lucky enough to find one, they could become rich overnight. Mike listened to this with interest. It seemed to him that all this was reminiscent of the secret palaces that he had once seen on the Purple Star. However, Caleb added that it is not that simple. The fact is that large families have long hired specialists to evaluate stones. Those in which the probability of finding treasure is high are open during mining, and the rejected ones end up on the shelves. Caleb then wistfully remarked that it would be great to have his own shop of this kind. Then Mike asked what conditions needed to be met to open a store here. Caleb said that if they submitted an application, there would be no problems, and suggested that they go straight to the city lord's residence. On the way, he explained that there were two ways to get money: sell the treasure or go through the 7th floor of the battle tower. He was confident that after Mike passed the 7th floor of the battle tower, it would be easy for him to get a shop. Then they entered the main hall of the residence of the city ruler. The great manager of the estate, Baihe, personally came out to meet them, and he greeted the hero with a respectful smile. Caleb was extremely surprised, because this old man was usually known for his cold character and never showed such courtesy. Mike then said that he would like to apply to open a shop in the ancient city. However, Baihe immediately took an item out of his sleeve and said that the city lord had already prepared everything in advance. He handed Mike the golden key to shop number 1 on Qingyun Street, as well as a second key to a shop in the east of the city. According to the manager, the city ruler ordered that all of this be handed over to him. Then Mike asked if he needed to give him any treasure in exchange. Baihe, with a friendly smile, replied that there was no need for that. Caleb's mouth literally dropped open in amazement when he realized they were getting all of this for free. He exclaimed excitedly that his adopted brother was now truly rich. Mike didn't understand his reaction at first, but Caleb quickly explained that businesses in the ancient city were worth astronomical amounts of money. So far, only one potions master has managed to buy an ordinary house here, and to do so, he needed money that he saved for more than 10 years. After cultivating in that house for only 3 months, he managed to make a breakthrough and reach the Wuzun level. After that, he turned the house into a hostel where about 10 people could live and began charging 30 million for 1 day of stay. Mike was shocked to hear this incredible amount, and Caleb added that after 10 days of stay, the price doubles. He also revealed the main secret: that house was just an ordinary dwelling, and what Mike received was a real mansion, more or less. In addition, he now has his own shop, although shops here are usually only rented out, not sold. Now Mike finally realized that they were truly incredibly lucky. He suggested going there first and then inviting a few more people to join them. Soon they arrived at the Longqian estate on the mountain. Sunlight flooded the villa on the slope, and they teleported straight into the courtyard. Seeing his younger sister carrying a tray of food, Caleb asked what she was doing. Hearing a familiar voice, Emily turned around and happily said that Mike and his brother were back. She said that a guest from the military union had come to see them and wanted to see Mike, and that her father was currently receiving him in the hall. At that time, Uncle Moo was sitting in the pavilion, receiving Mr. Lucas. Mike entered there and greeted the third uncle. Emily also entered the hall and told her father that Mike and his brother had already returned. When Mike entered, he immediately recognized the guest. It turned out to be Lucas, who immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. Uncle carefully observed the man's manner of speech and behavior. From the way he held himself, it was clear that he was a true master. Mike asked Lucas if everything was okay with his sister, and he replied that she was currently under the protection of the Liu family masters. Moreover, his grandson Cole was transferred to the same university and now constantly monitors her safety. However, he added that Miss Moo doesn't like being watched all the time, so Cole has to keep his distance. Hearing this, Mike breathed a sigh of relief and realized that the situation was under control. Lucas then said that after hearing about the exploits of the alliance leader in Jiangnan, he hoped to one day get the chance to become his disciple. But Mike didn't make any promises yet and replied that they could talk about it later when the right opportunity arose. Mike then decided to introduce those present to each other. He explained to his uncle that this was Elder Lucas from the military alliance, and he told Lucas that the man opposite was his Uncle Moo, the master of Longqian. After this, he said that he had invited Elder Lucas specifically to look after the estate. Lucas immediately replied that he obeyed the orders of the alliance leader and would never dare to disobey. Moreover, he has already notified his man to send people to help, and they should arrive very soon. After some time, Mike arrived in the underground ancient city to a shop on Qingyun Street. There he immediately gave orders to the elders Zhang and Li to put everything in order here, and at the same time to study how trade was conducted in the shops. Mike told them to get down to business, and he decided to go to some other stores. When he entered one of them, Jacques immediately greeted him from behind the counter. Mike explained that he had come to ask for help. Then Jacques kindly invited him to step aside and talk in a more relaxed atmosphere. The man handed Mike a cup of tea and then asked if he really wanted to go with them to the secret kingdom. Mike confirmed this and explained that he was planning to open a store, but he didn't have a source of goods yet. He heard that the Battle Alliance expedition team was considered the most experienced in the entire ancient city, so he asked for help. Jacques warned that the secret kingdom was dangerous, so he suggested that Mike simply sell the War Alliance's goods at a reduced price. However, Mike explained that he was still confident in his ability to avoid danger, but had simply never been to secret worlds before. Jacques agreed, but put forward a condition. Mike could join, but if the team encountered danger, he would have to help. Mike immediately agreed, and after that, Jacques took him to the courtyard. The team was just resting there, having just returned that morning from the previous expedition. Then he called Captain Madeline and introduced them to each other. He explained that this was Mike, and that she was the team captain and had been considered the most experienced person in the group for many years. Then Mike stepped forward and greeted her. Jacques explained that young Master Mike was a friend of the military union and he wished to go and explore the secret area. He asked the girl to take him as a member of her team. However, Madeline, looking at him carefully, immediately asked what he knew about the secret kingdom. Mike answered honestly that he knew practically nothing. She was surprised when she heard this. Then the girl asked sharply if he was just going to go to certain death. Seeing that the conversation was starting to get heated, Jacques quickly intervened and tried to calm her down, because Mike was capable of standing up for himself. Madeline cut him off sharply and declared that if Mike could withstand 3 strokes of her whip, she would allow him to join the team. But if he can't do it, then let him go and not interfere. Jacques tried to reason with her, but Mike took the floor and said that it was only about 3 strikes. Moreover, he added that if she managed to hurt him even once, he himself would admit defeat. Madeline found this statement arrogant and asked who he thought he was. Meanwhile, behind her, the crew members were whispering, saying that the captain was clearly angry and that this guy would definitely be in trouble. Soon, Madeline struck the first blow, the whip whistling quickly through the air. However, Mike deftly dodged to the side. After a short exchange of movements, Madeline suddenly felt a strange sensation. This man was clearly not so simple. After completing the test, she suddenly admitted defeat and announced that she was accepting him onto the team. Mike then thanked her politely and said that he was counting on her care as captain. When he and Jacques left, he explained that the captain had a straightforward character and she had only acted for his own safety. But Mike replied that he understood this and would not be offended by such a trifle. Jacques then invited him to attend an auction in the city manor that evening, where a Wu Zun level cultivation technique would be on display. The hero agreed and thanked him, especially since he knew that it was the equipment he had prepared that would be put up for auction. When night fell, representatives of all the major families gathered in the auction house of the underground ancient city. Jacques noted that the heads of almost all the great clans were present here, which meant that the fight for the Wu Zun technique would be fierce. Mike, hearing this, asked curiously whether such techniques were so rare. Jacques explained that most techniques are related to the 5 elements, while Wu Zun level techniques without attributes are extremely rare. Moreover, this technique has already been verified by the city government. It is truly an outstanding technique without attribute. With such a book, any cultivator will greatly increase their chances of breaking through to the Wu Zun level. Mike was secretly surprised and thought that he hadn't expected that a technique he had once jotted down in passing would cause such a stir. Meanwhile, Jacques exclaimed that he could not even imagine what kind of fool would dare to put such a precious thing up for auction. Meanwhile, the auctioneer announced that the bidding was beginning. The first lot was a jade pendant with a starting price of 10 million. Representatives of large families immediately began to raise their bids, and soon someone placed a bet of 400 million on the lot. Jacques explained that he was a potion master from the capital, the only person who had managed to acquire property in the underground city. Mike nodded and noted that he now understood who they were talking about. The auctioneer then introduced the next lot, several pieces of ore that had a high probability of containing rare treasures. Jacques asked the hero if he had caught his eye, but he only replied thoughtfully that it would be better to wait a little. Finally, the auctioneer excitedly announced the most anticipated moment of the evening. It's time for the final lot, the true treasure of today's auction, an outstanding Wu Zun level cultivation technique. As soon as the figure of 5 billion was announced, representatives of various families began to fiercely raise the stakes. Then the potion master from the imperial capital offered 10 billion. Jacques also picked up the sign and noticed that all the big families had already placed their bets, so it was time for him to intervene. He announced the price, 6 spiritual stones, and then Mike was noticeably surprised and immediately asked about the spiritual stones. Jacques explained that the energy crystals inside these stones are mined from secret worlds. There are low, medium, and high-quality spiritual stones, and all of them are extremely rare. One such stone is worth at least 2 billion, but almost no one exchanges them for money, so their real value is even higher. Hearing this, Mike decided that they could be obtained, which only strengthened his idea that a journey to the secret kingdom was necessary. Meanwhile, the price continued to rise and soon reached 15 billion. The auctioneer asked if there were any more bids, so the potions master intervened again and offered 20 billion. When no one else responded, the gavel came down with a heavy thud on the table and the lot was sold. A surprised buzz erupted in the hall. A single piece of equipment was valued at 20 billion. After the auction ended, the auctioneer announced that the price for Mike's equipment, after deducting 5%, was 18 billion. Mike accepted the card and thanked her. The girl replied that she would be glad if he contacted them again in the future. As he left the auction house, Mike mentally calculated how best to spend the funds he had received. With that kind of money, he would be able to set up a shop and then go to the secret kingdom to get hold of some truly valuable things there. The next day, the expedition team had already gathered at the entrance to the ancient city, but Madeline was worried about whether Mike had shown up. Soon she was informed that he was already here, but seeing that he came in ordinary clothes, she asked why he had not put on his equipment. Then Mike replied that he didn't need it. Hearing this, Madeline flushed and angrily declared that entering the secret kingdom without equipment was pure madness. One of the expedition members named Chelsea tried to smooth things over by noting that the captain was simply worried about him. In response, Mike simply sighed and admitted that he understood this, but he simply didn't have any equipment. Hearing this, Chelsea muttered in amazement that she couldn't believe that anyone could be so poor. Then Madeline ordered Morty to give him a set of equipment. He brought the equipment and asked the newcomer's name. While Mike was putting on the armor, he introduced himself by his name, and Morty responded by saying that everyone usually calls him Strongman. Then he quietly added that one shouldn't pay attention to the captain's character, because she simply doesn't want the newbies to die. Mike then asked curiously why they continued to do such dangerous work. Hearing this, Morty's face darkened slightly, and he admitted that everyone involved in this matter has their own reasons. At that moment, Madeline came up and asked the hero if he was ready. He replied that he was ready. But just at that moment, someone's voice was heard from behind. One guy called out to the captain and noticed that they had met again. Soon, another expedition team approached them. One of the men mockingly greeted Chelsea and remarked that he had not seen her for a long time. However, she didn't even deign to glance at him. Morty quietly explained to Mike that this team, led by Parker, is one of the strongest, so no one on their team wants to mess with him. Parker, meanwhile, made a sarcastic reference to a dead man, then asked if Chelsea was still angry. Chelsea was furious at these words. However, Madeline abruptly intervened in the quarrel and ordered the man to shut his mouth. However, Parker only continued to mock them. He asked the commander if she wanted to try to shut him up herself. Then Chelsea couldn't take it anymore. She pulled out her sword and pointed it at him, demanding that he try her blade. He only egged her on, saying that she should attack and that anyone who doesn't fight is a coward. Seeing the situation quickly escalating, Mike stepped in and tried to calm everyone down, noting that he was only deliberately provoking them. Parker immediately pointed at him and loudly asked if he was a newcomer. Mike confirmed this and asked what he meant by that. Parker stated that the new recruits in the Battle Alliance expedition team had a very high mortality rate and asked if he was afraid. However, Mike replied that it all depended on who you followed. Hearing this, Parker felt like he was being mocked and was momentarily speechless. Morty laughed out loud and remarked that Mike had said it well. Chelsea immediately added that it was better to follow the dog than him. Madeline, however, ignored the squabble, saying that there was no point in wasting time on empty arguments. One of Parker's team members swore in irritation and muttered that the newcomer was too arrogant and wished him to die inside. Morty just snorted and headed towards the entrance to the secret kingdom with his team. Meanwhile, Parker had a cunning thought. He thought that the death of one person in the secret kingdom would go unnoticed. He decided to follow them and ordered his group to go through the same gate. At the same time, he thought that these two women who dared to speak to him like that would still be kneeling before him. Inside the secret kingdom of the underground ancient city, Madeline walked ahead and carefully examined the area. She warned that the area smelled of man-eating trees, so no one should leave the group, especially Mike. Morty and Chelsea offered to protect Mike almost simultaneously, but he refused and said that it was not necessary. Then Morty gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder and assured him that as long as he was around, There was nothing to worry about. However, noticing the hero's calm, he still asked if he really didn't understand how dangerous the secret kingdom was. Then he pointed to some branches nearby and suggested that they take a closer look. Strange trap flowers grew beneath them, waiting for prey. At that moment, the snake hiding in the tree was instantly captured by the flower, after which the plant swallowed it. Morty explained that this is why in the secret kingdom you can't mindlessly touch plants and animals or eat anything. Soon, Isaac noticed a faint glow ahead and asked the captain what it could be. Madeline examined the place and said that it was glowing grass. Then she ordered to collect it completely and leave nothing behind. The team members took out special boxes for storing herbs and began carefully collecting the plants. Then Chelsea noticed with surprise that Mike wasn't picking up grass and asked why. He replied that this was his first visit to the secret kingdom, so he preferred to simply observe. There was no need to share the spoils with him. Hearing this, the girl was very surprised, because he was refusing a very useful resource. Chelsea explained that glowing grass was considered a luxury resource among the ancient city's craftsmen. Without listening to Mike's words, she shoved the entire box of herbs into the hero's backpack. The girl explained that if you dry it and burn it, it helps in cultivation, and one plant can be worth tens of thousands. Meanwhile, Morty called out to them from afar and told them to hurry, because there were still many such plants on the earth. Mike just sighed quietly to himself, thinking that he didn't really consider the herb to be anything particularly valuable. After a couple of minutes, the assembly was completed, and the team informed the captain that everything was ready and they could continue on their way. However, at that moment, Mike suddenly asked everyone to stop. Madeline and the others immediately became wary, after which she asked what had happened. Then Mike pointed to one of the trees nearby and explained that its flowers were called six-petaled tree flowers. According to him, if sold outside the secret kingdom, each flower could be worth tens of millions. Madeline frowned, as there was no record of such a plant in the expedition team's handbook. However, Morty's eyes lit up when he heard about tens of millions, and he began to persuade the captain to check the hero's words. Nevertheless, Madeline remained wary. She asked the hero how he knew about him and what his confidence was based on. She emphasized that even an experienced expedition team relies on their reference book, and he had never been to the secret kingdom before. Then Mike replied that he could not reveal the source of his knowledge, but he was completely sure that he was telling the truth. To dispel doubts, he offered to pick the flower himself first. He stated that if no one wanted to buy him, he would buy them from the team for 30 million each. These words convinced Morty, and he declared that he believed him. Chelsea was also impressed by Mike's knowledge and said she didn't expect him to be so knowledgeable. She was the first to pick a few flowers, assuring the captain that since Jacques had entrusted this man to them, he was definitely not a simple newcomer. Then Madeline took one of the flowers that Chelsea handed her, and at that moment her eyes met Mike's. She suddenly felt awkward, as if she had made a mistake in her first impression of him, after which she ordered everyone to pick flowers. Morty, meanwhile, shared his premonition that with Mike on the team, their loot would be especially rich this time. Chelsea also put her complete trust in him and said that they were now counting on his help in finding rare resources. After a while, the group approached a stone mountain, and Mike again signaled to stop. Chelsea asked curiously if he had found anything else. Then he pointed to the cave and explained that jasmine grew inside, a rare plant that could cure almost any disease. Morty was shocked and asked if it was true. Madeline immediately decided to act and declared that she would get up and pick the plant herself. She added that since Mike had discovered it, he would definitely get his share. Mike tried to warn that it wasn't that, but that the grass was guarded by a dangerous animal and everyone should be careful. As Chelsea began to climb the cliff, the others prepared to distract the beast. One of the team members threw a stone towards the cave to lure the predator out. Soon a roar was heard from the depths, and a huge python slid out. Morty immediately ordered everyone to get ready, and on his signal, to lure the snake out of the cave and then immediately scatter. As soon as the python noticed them, the team began to retreat. The next moment, Morty nimbly climbed down the rope. With the python distracted, Chelsea began to climb towards the jasmine. It seemed that all she had to do was reach out and pick the flower. However, she suddenly felt danger. Another giant python burst out of the cave. The girl barely managed to dodge his attack. But at that moment, her rope broke, and she was left hanging, desperately clinging to the rock. From below, Madeline called out to her in panic, and a huge python was already writhing on the cliff in front of her. Realizing her situation, Chelsea felt like she was on the brink of death. Chelsea's hand slipped and she fell down, desperately calling for help. At that moment, Mike instantly rushed forward. The hero managed to catch her, and she ended up in his arms. Opening her eyes, the girl asked in surprise if everything had stopped. Then the hero landed softly and asked with concern if she was okay. The girl, still clinging to him, stuttered and hastened to answer that she was fine and not hurt. However, at that moment, a loud roar was heard from above, and the python quickly rushed down. Then Madeline snapped her whip without hesitation, instantly stopping the threat, after which her whip tightly wrapped around the snake's neck. Only then was she able to ask her comrades if everything was okay with them. Meanwhile, the rope suddenly broke and she screamed, warning of danger. The next moment, Mike suddenly rushed forward straight towards the python's open mouth. Suddenly, a powerful blow was heard, echoing across the rocks, and in literally an instant, the hero forcefully threw the snake against the stone wall. At the same time, another snake took advantage of the moment, broke free, and crawled along the cliff towards the group of warriors. Those seized with horror began to call for help. However, the very next moment the hero released his weapon towards the monster. Eventually, Mike's throwing sword hit its target and pierced the monster's head. After this, Morty breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that they were saved. Isaac recognized the one who delivered the finishing blow, noting that it was Mike. In addition, the hero managed to catch the spiritual grass that had just fallen. Chelsea, without hiding his admiration, began to praise him, calling him incredible. Then Madeline, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired about Mike's strength level, wondering if he was among the top 5. In response, the hero calmly stated that he does not pay attention to such ratings and does not know his place, after which he handed the grass to the girl. Isaac then noticed that Mike was clearly hiding his true strength. Madeline then invited the team to weigh in on the idea of giving Morty the weed. Since no one objected, Morty was moved to tears and began thanking the captain and everyone else, comparing them to his family. However, Madeline interrupted him, saying that she did not have such an adult son and that he should not talk nonsense. Meanwhile, Parker's group also reached the entrance to the secret kingdom. One of them reported that they were unable to find any traces. However, the leader explained that Madeline was very cautious, and with the addition of a new member to the team, they would certainly choose the usual route. The subordinate immediately began to flatter, admiring his boss's insight, after which he ordered them to move straight to the mine. Soon, Madeline's team approached the right place, and she explained that in front of them was the first mine of the secret kingdom, from where the ores were extracted. She pointed to the mechanical puppets, explaining that the mined ore could be placed inside them and sent to the exit of the secret kingdom, with 1 unit of ore providing 1 such transfer. After this, the squad went inside, and Mike, watching discreetly, noticed that the ore here looked quite ordinary. He even wondered if the one used for special purposes was different. At this point, Morty stepped forward and offered to help the newcomer, explaining that it was his first visit and he might not know how to mine ore. He offered to follow him, assuring them that he was the best miner on the team and had an excellent understanding of choosing good stones. Mike politely agreed and thanked him, to which Morty replied that there was no need for gratitude between brothers. Suddenly he noticed something ahead, froze, and then joyfully shouted that he had found the right ore. He quickly dug up a large piece and showed it to Mike. Morty explained that such spherical stones sell well and are in high demand. However, the next moment Mike unexpectedly crushed this piece, which greatly surprised those around him, because it turned out to be empty inside. Morty didn't immediately come to his senses, not believing what was happening. Chelsea, however, noted with regret that it turned out to be a useless find. Isaac added that if the stone had been left whole, it could have been sold profitably. But now it was just 2 pieces of useless rock. However, the hero remained unperturbed and continued to squeeze the fragments until they crumbled, and eventually a yellow stone appeared inside. Then Morty exclaimed in amazement that it was a spiritual stone. Sawyer and Isaac couldn't hide their admiration, noting that Mike had managed to restore it to its original state. Chelsea said she had never seen anyone do it that way and asked how the hero knew he was inside. In response, the hero modestly stated that he was simply lucky, then handed over the find and suggested continuing on his way. Then, following Madeline, he remembered the auction and wondered why there was no ore worth billions to be found here. In response, Morty pointed forward and explained that the deposits were deeper, after which he enthusiastically asked if he wanted to go down further. However, Chelsea immediately objected with alarm, noting that despite the value of the ore below, it was extremely dangerous. Seeing Mike's intention to go further, Madeline hastened to stop him, but he calmly assured her that he only wanted to look around. In the end, she agreed, but warned him that she trusted him as a reasonable person and asked him to be careful. Chelsea was still worried, though, and asked what to do if something happened. However, she was interrupted by the remark that Mike did not seem like another reckless person. In the end, the girl gave in and asked him to be extremely careful. Having descended below, the hero checked the situation and was convinced that there were indeed many more spiritual stones here than above. However, he noted that his technology is primarily aimed at development rather than ore mining, so efficiency remains low. Then he decided to try another method and called Shelley, asking her to come out. The girl appeared, stretched, and asked with displeasure why she had been called. Mike explained that he wanted her to help scout out the area. Looking around, Shelley became frightened by the darkness and declared that she was scared, trying to slip away. However, the hero quickly stopped her and insisted that she use her ability to find treasure. She noticed that it was pitch dark and she couldn't see anything, to which Mike calmly explained that they should go deeper. The hero explained that this was a secret kingdom of an underground ancient city, and the place they were now in was a mine. Then Shelley suddenly noticed something and stopped Mike, stating that there was a light ahead. She pointed to the wall and explained that the source was right behind it. Then the hero, without hesitation, extended his hand through the barrier, checking it. After this, I began to excavate this place and soon reached the spiritual stones. Among them, he noticed a large purple stone and stopped to examine it, realizing that such a specimen could be worth billions. Shelley proudly hinted at her usefulness, but Mike only grudgingly acknowledged her contribution, adding that at least she wasn't useless. The girl was dissatisfied with this answer and began to get indignant, reproaching him for not being able to praise her properly. She also accused him of flirting with two other girls while she was in the Jade pendant. At that moment, there was a dull thud, and a beast with blood-red eyes appeared in front of them, staring at them. Mike tried to justify himself by explaining that he had simply joined the team to explore the secret kingdom. However, Shelley didn't believe it, considering it too much of a coincidence. Only then did the hero notice the presence of the creature and warn of the danger. But at that very moment, the beast rushed at him with great speed and forcefully slammed him into the wall. Shelley, seeing the cloud of dust, called out to him worriedly. However, Mike calmly replied that he was fine, while holding the beast with one hand and marveling at its strength. The creature struggled furiously, trying to break free. Shelley even began to worry about Mike's life. However, the hero squeezed it so tightly that it almost suffocated. Meanwhile, from above, Chelsea asked what had happened and if he was okay. Then Mike reminded Shelley to go back into the vase. After this, the hero carefully examined the captured animal and decided that it could be useful, so he did not release it. Upstairs, Chelsea began to worry about the lack of sound and wondered if something might have happened to him. However, the next moment Mike rose sharply upward, and the powerful flow of air from his movement threw her back. Appearing before everyone, he announced that he had returned, which caused surprise because he was holding a strange creature in his hand. Morty explained that it was a thunder sable, then asked how Mike managed to catch it. The hero calmly replied that he simply strangled it. This statement caused shock among those around, because according to legend, only a great master of martial arts is capable of dealing with such a creature. Mike had to laugh it off and claim he was joking, explaining that he heard a noise in the cave, went to check it out, and just found the creature. The others began to discuss the prey, speculating that the creature had probably encountered something stronger and died. Madeline noted that such a find was incredibly valuable, since in the city, rulers' residence, such things are considered priceless. However, she then urged everyone not to be distracted, ordering them to quickly load the ore and prepare for their return. A short time later, the group had already left the cave, and Madeline summed up, noting that today's gathering had been successful and everyone had worked well. At this point, Mike asked a question, wondering if the other secret realms were like this one. In response, she explained that there are 12 such places, each with its own characteristics, and the richer the resources, the higher the level of danger. One day, the Huangfu family sent out a squad of their strongest masters, but even they were defeated at level 9 and forced to retreat. Later, the major forces jointly conducted a survey and upon returning, officially warned everyone not to enter the Ninth Kingdom. Hearing this, Mike concluded that the deeper levels must contain particularly valuable resources. Then the hero decided that he too should explore more dangerous places for resources. However, at that moment, Chelsea noticed that Sawyer was missing and asked where he had gone. Madeline also looked around and assumed that he could not have gone far, but suddenly something nearby caught her attention. They found Sawyer lying unconscious and coughing up blood. Seeing this, Madeline angrily demanded to know who did it. Suddenly, a voice came from the bushes in response. After this, Parker appeared and shamelessly admitted that it was his doing. Chelsea immediately reached for her sword, preparing for battle. Then the enemy greeted them mockingly and asked if they liked his gift. Morty, unable to contain his rage, rushed forward with the intention of killing him. However, at that very moment his legs were engulfed in flames. He immediately realized that it was a poisonous fire. Parker began to threaten, explaining that the substance was created from a third-level being and was capable of burning anyone who touched it. He suggested that they behave sensibly, hinting that he could then spare their lives. In response, Chelsea contemptuously called him a scoundrel, and Madeline asked if he was behind the disappearance of other teams into the secret kingdom. Parker confirmed this, stating that they were the ones behind it, and added that since they were trying to deceive him, they would die a little later. After this, Parker finally lost patience and ordered his men to open fire, ordering them to kill the men and leave the women. However, Parker suddenly ordered a stop, not understanding why the opponents were still not defeated. At that moment, seeing Mike calmly walking straight through the fiery poison, he froze in horror, not believing his eyes. Then, seeing the bullets lying in Mike's palm, Parker was completely confused and realized in a panic that Mike was able to catch them with his bare hands. At that moment, the bullets began to fall down one after another like rain slipping out of his palm. The hero himself said in a cold tone that nothing is impossible in this world. Despite what he saw, Parker quickly gave the order to continue shooting, declaring that he would not believe that Mike could not die. In response, Chelsea, outraged by their actions, spoke out harshly, calling them scoundrels. Meanwhile, Morty, watching what was happening, concluded that Mike was probably using his own spiritual power. Chelsea, who was standing nearby, also felt this pressure and guessed that in front of them, perhaps, was the real warrior Wuzun. Meanwhile, Mike calmly directed all the stopped bullets back at their owners, and the flames on the other side went out completely. Soon, piercing screams were heard, and it became clear that many of the opponents were wounded. Chelsea then announced with relief that they were saved, and Madeline, wasting no time, added that it was now their turn to act. With these words, her whip cut through the air, and she ordered an attack, demanding that the enemies be punished, that Sawyer be avenged with their lives. As a result, the situation quickly changed, and no trace remained of the opponent's previous self-confidence. Parker, beaten half to death and covered in bruises, began to desperately beg for mercy, admitting his guilt and begging to be released. However, Madeline refused, stating that she understood perfectly well who was behind everything that was happening and did not intend to spare him. However, at that moment, Mike stepped forward and stopped her, noticing that Parker had some object in his hand. He, noticing this, only grinned and stated that even if they understood everything, it would not change anything. After that, he put forward a condition. Either they let him go or he activates the device, and then everyone will die together. Upon seeing the object, Madeline immediately recognized it as a sound bomb used in the 7th-level secret realms. She explained that this device was capable of destroying ferocious beasts, but if it were used here, it would cause a large-scale invasion of monsters. Mike then calmly asked if the device needed to be pressed to activate it. Then, having received confirmation, he instantly tore off the leaf and threw it, turning it into a sharp weapon. The leaf pierced Parker's wrist precisely, causing him to cry out in pain. The bomb eventually fell out of his hand and landed on the ground. Taking advantage of this moment, Morty immediately rushed forward and unleashed a series of kicks on his opponent. After that, he delivered a powerful punch to the face. The blow knocked Parker unconscious. However, just as Morty was about to finish him off with his sword, he noticed a strange smile on his opponent's face. The man immediately suspected something was wrong, and at that moment a characteristic sound signal was heard. It soon became clear to everyone that Parker had another device. Chelsea immediately understood the situation and informed him that he had a second bomb in reserve. Parker, having come to his senses, declared with obvious satisfaction that they would die together anyway. Madeline immediately gave the order to focus on the rescue, stating that the bomb had already been activated and there was no more time. She ordered everyone to run to the exit with all their might, and she herself was going to cover the retreat. Chelsea, uneasy about this decision, objected, not wanting to leave her, but she insisted. At that moment, their path was blocked by a pack of animals, which rushed straight at them with a roar. Madeline stated that Mike is the strongest among them, so they are willing to sacrifice themselves to give him a chance to get out. Morty supported her, noting that as the master, he had the best chance of surviving, even if the entire team died. Meanwhile, Chelsea also began to speak her final words, asking for a message to be passed on to her father. However, Mike abruptly interrupted them, saying that there was no point in being so pessimistic and no one said that they would definitely die. After this, he created a protective barrier around the group and calmly ordered everyone to remain inside without doing anything. Parker, watching this, mockingly stated that resistance was futile and they would die anyway. Meanwhile, the pack of animals had already approached. Upon seeing them, the team was horrified, recognizing them as demonic wolves of the secret kingdom. Madeline tried again to convince Mike to run away, claiming that he couldn't handle them. Parker only gloated, confident that no one would survive. In response, Mike calmly stepped forward alone and headed towards the pack. Parker was shocked by how much this guy overestimated himself and apparently already imagined himself a god. But the hero did not listen to him. Instead, he rushed towards the ferocious pack of wolves. The next moment, a powerful surge of spiritual power burst out, resulting in the first wave of wolves being completely destroyed. The remaining animals began to growl even more furiously. However, the hero, having assessed their strength, came to the conclusion that there was no longer any need to hold back. Then his spiritual energy, like sharp blades, tore the entire pack apart, and in a matter of moments, not a single wolf remained alive. Seeing this, Chelsea was finally convinced that Mike had reached the level of a martial artist, and Morty, horrified, admitted that his strength was incredible. At that moment, the Wolf King howled on the hill. Madeline pointed at him, explaining that he was the one who controlled the pack, and if he was destroyed, the others would scatter. However, Mike merely dismissed this and did not pay any attention to her words. Meanwhile, the remnants of the flock continued to descend the mountain. However, they were all destroyed before they could get close. Soon, only one Wolf King remained. Chelsea noted this with surprise, and Morty did not hide his admiration for what was happening. Parker was horrified by how easily the protagonist dealt with the demonic wolves. Soon, the Wolf King was also killed by an energy blast straight to the torso. Chelsea watched in fascination as Mike masterfully used his powers. Parker, still not losing hope, tried to convince himself that this was only the first wave and that much stronger beasts would appear later. Soon, indeed, a roar was heard, and new, more powerful creatures began to emerge from the forest. Morty, seeing their number, became scared and began to doubt whether Mike would be able to cope with such a number of opponents. However, the hero himself considered what was happening to be just a hindrance. At the same time, the hero noted that the equipment hinders his movement. After that, he took it off. At that moment, the giant elephant tried to crush him by slamming his foot down on the ground. The impact caused the ground to crack under his feet. At that moment, those around him screamed in horror, thinking that he was dead. Morty was ready to rush into the epicenter of the battle to save the hero. However, the next moment Mike suddenly appeared. He grabbed the elephant's trunk tightly. Using only physical force, he held it down. Taking advantage of the moment, the hero forcefully threw the huge demonic beast towards the pack. The elephant's enormous body rushed through the crowd of animals, carrying away an entire line of creatures. Seeing this, everyone present was shocked to the depths of their souls, because at that moment Mike no longer looked like a man, but like the devil himself. Then the animals continued to advance wave after wave, and it seemed that there would be no end to it. A huge crowd of monsters surrounded Mike, raising thick clouds of dust around him. However, the very next moment they were thrown to the sides as if they weighed nothing. The hero stood alone against the entire horde, and each of his blows sent the demonic beasts back into the ground. Morty, watching this, could not hide his amazement. His jaw literally dropped, and he admitted that Mike's strength was simply incredible. Chelsea, for her part, still couldn't come to her senses and continued to doubt whether he was really only at the Wuzoon level. However, she soon noticed that new animals continued to arrive. Whole flocks of giant birds appeared in the sky. They spread their wings and quickly headed downwards. At that moment, Mike entered into close combat with the birds. As soon as one of them saw him, a cold gleam flashed in its eyes. He said that he did not intend to spare anyone, after which his spiritual power fell upon the flock, instantly crushing it. Meanwhile, Parker, watching what was happening from below, was overcome with horror and came to the conclusion that the person in front of him was no longer human. However, at that moment, he was suddenly attacked from behind. Morty didn't miss the opportunity and reminded him that in the confusion he almost forgot about him, after which he continued the massacre. Soon, Mike's figure slowly sank to the ground, and Madeline, still not having recovered from what she had seen, tried to address him. But the hero interrupted her, pointing out that now was not the time to ask questions and that they should first sort out the bodies in the situation. Morty later noted with regret that they would not be able to transport all the mined ore, as they did not expect to encounter something like this. At this point, Mike turned to Madeline to help him transport the ore. Hearing this, Morty immediately perked up, however. Madeline was puzzled, because they only had one large puppet, and to use it, they needed a spirit stone for each shipment. Then Mike suggested carrying the ore by hand, explaining that for such skilled miners, several hundred kilograms should not be a problem. Morty, hearing this, sighed and admitted that only a person with such power could afford such a method of transportation. Chelsea nudged him, reminding him that it was time to move, and Morty himself remarked that he wished he could go to the secret kingdom with Mike every time. However, Chelsea also made no secret of her hopes for this. When the work was completed, Madeline noted with satisfaction that the catch was quite significant. At the same time, she stated that she would not forget what happened and would definitely report it to the Union of Martial Arts Masters. After that, she told Mike that they needed to go back to deliver the ore and said goodbye to him. Then Madeline turned around and gave the command to her people to pack up and prepare for the return. Left alone, Mike took stock of the team and noted that while they were not particularly strong, they had principles. At this moment, Elders Lee and Zhang approached him and addressed him as the leader of the alliance. He ordered them to transport all the ore to the store. However, noticing that they were wearing masks, he was surprised and asked the reason. They explained that they had only recently arrived here, and that if they acted openly, they would be quickly kicked out, and that they had already been seen with another family. Mike thought for a moment, not understanding the problem with revealing their identities, since otherwise they would be kicked out sooner or later anyway. Zhang then removed his mask and remarked that after delivering a huge amount of ore, they would be able to open a store at any time. However, Mike decided to take his time and postpone the opening for a few days, after which he sent them back to await further instructions. His words left the elders puzzled, as they did not fully understand his plans. Meanwhile, on the shopping street of the underground city, someone noticed Mike entering one of the stores. The guy was surprised to recognize him as the very genius who set the record in the ancient tower. The shop owner greeted him and offered him any goods, but Mike immediately declared that he wanted to play a gambling game with stones. The owner let him inside, but thought that he had come into his hands on his own. Meanwhile, Mike began to pick out stones one by one, pointing at them and demanding that they be opened. One of the visitors, noticing what was happening, asked in surprise whether someone had decided to play with useless stones again. He asked if he was a newbie. However, Mike did not answer and only demanded that a master be called to open the stones. When he turned around, those present recognized him, and a wave of surprise swept through the hall. Mike meanwhile ordered the foreman to start work immediately. However, the shop owner tried to stop him, explaining that the stones he had chosen were ordinary rubbish and had no value. At the same time, he thought contemptuously that in front of him was not an experienced player at all, but only a newbie who was trying to appear confident. The visitors began to laugh, noting that even a famous genius could make a fool of himself. However, Mike remained unperturbed and stated that he still wanted to buy the stones, offering to name the price. His words sparked a new wave of discussion. People began to doubt his sanity, wondering how a genius could behave so stupidly. The shop owner tried to dissuade him again, saying that he did not want to deceive the customer since these stones were useless. However, he himself had already begun to doubt whether it was really that legendary genius standing before him. However, Mike remained absolutely confident and declared that, despite the appearance of the stones, there was treasure hidden inside them. After this, he asked whether they would be opened or not, and people continued to discuss his actions, believing that he was acting recklessly. At that moment, a man with a false gold tooth came out to him and said that these dark stones were empty, there was nothing in them. Then Mike said that he should trust his instincts. He knew that there were definitely precious stones there. However, the man sharply responded that the question was not about that, but about what exactly he was going to bet on. In response, the hero proposed making a bet. He explained that everything was very simple. They were arguing whether there was something valuable inside these black stones. The interlocutor stated with confidence that inside such stones one can usually find only sand, weeds, and other useless vegetation. The hero then declared that he was willing to bet that the contents of these stones would be worth 1,000 times their original price. His opponent, hearing this, mockingly noted that the minimum bet in such games starts at six-figure sums. He then asked about the terms of the bet, and Mike calmly replied that the loser would have to run naked down Qingyun Street. Meanwhile, the shop owner began to calculate the cost, determining that one stone was worth 200,000 and five, a million. He was still not convinced and decided that Mike was just pretending to be confident, while in reality he was trying to lose. After this, the stones were moved to the center of the yard, and the master clarified how they should be cut. Mike indicated that they should start from the middle. Then the master began to prepare, sharpening his tools, and soon struck the stone. With a loud sound, it split, but there was nothing inside. The spectators immediately began to talk among themselves, noting that there weren't even any weeds inside, although they had expected at least some kind of result. Nevertheless, Mike calmly ordered to continue. The master tried to dissuade him, saying that based on his many years of experience, these stones had no value. At this time, the hero's opponent reminded him of the bet. However, Mike did not hesitate to declare that the stone could be cut further. The master, although he had doubts, decided to try again, hoping to see Mike fail, and continued working. Soon, the stone was cut into many pieces, and the spectators noted that their number reached 40, which seemed impossible. However, Mike again ordered to continue, which completely shocked the master. He couldn't stand it and declared that this was madness, that 40 pieces wouldn't make anything, and that these were ordinary stones that couldn't be cut endlessly. The man with the gold tooth added mockingly that from now on it would just be a pile of gravel, and there was no point in torturing the master. The other visitors supported him, noting that Mike was, after all, a famous person and that he shouldn't bring himself to such shame. However, Mike decided to act on his own. He noted that for a master, the highest achievement is to extract a treasure from a useless stone. The next moment, with one blow of his palm, he smashed the stone. Suddenly, everyone froze in shock. The master was astonished when spiritual stones flew out from the fragments and soared into the air. Then Mike calmly gathered them into a fist, noting that the master had missed his chance to prove himself. Seeing this, the people around exclaimed in surprise, recognizing the find as low-level spiritual stones, and there were two of them at once. The shop owner was stunned and did not understand what was happening. Meanwhile, Mike pointed to a large rock nearby and sharply demanded to sell it, offering to name the price. Those present were also surprised by this. The shop owner hastened to explain that it was an ordinary stone that had been there before the premises were rented and had no value. However, Mike interrupted him and demanded to know the price, not wanting to listen to excuses. The owner, understanding the situation, refused, stating that the stone was not in the assortment and had no assessment, so it could not be sold. At this point, other people intervened, reminding him that they had previously charged him $1 million for the 5 black stones, despite their uselessness. People accused the owner of trying to keep the stone for himself, fearing that Mike would succeed again. They began to say that such a respected person could not be refused a purchase, and that the shop should not violate its own rules. Gradually, the crowd began to put pressure on the owner, threatening to complain to the city authorities and take away his business if he did not agree. Finally, unable to withstand the pressure, he agreed to sell the stone, but named an inflated price of $10 million. Some customers were outraged, saying that this looked like robbery, but Mike simply ordered them to pay for the purchase. After this, he decided to open the stone himself, noting that this required certain skills. He then used his technique and hit the stone. After this, cracks appeared on its surface. Soon, an unusual aroma began to spread throughout the hall, and someone remarked that the appearance of a smell when opening a stone meant the presence of treasure. When Mike pulled out the contents, everyone froze at the sight of a strange, fruit-like object. Even Mike himself was surprised and realized that this was the result of life extension. It is capable of increasing life expectancy by at least 10 years. Realizing this, his opponent fell into despair, realizing that he was facing a true master. The shop owner could hardly contain his emotions and congratulated Mike on his lucky find, although he knew inside that he had lost a huge amount of money. At that moment, another man entered the shop, attracted by the noise, and asked what was going on. The owner, noticing him, immediately became frightened and hastily bowed, and he, pretending to be a fool, asked if they had found treasure here. The owner responded by saying that Mike had done it, and upon hearing that name, the man who had entered froze for a moment. After that, he asked with surprise what he was doing in the shop with stones. Mike replied directly that he had heard that the Mu family's shop had collected countless treasures, and he had decided to see for himself. In response, Daniel sarcastically asked if the great genius was satisfied with the Mu family's stones. Mike then picked up the item he had found, showing it off, and declared that he was generally pleased, as he had essentially gotten it for next to nothing. However, he added that there were no truly valuable things there. Hearing this, people, knowing his power, immediately accepted his words as truth and began to claim that Mike's judgments could not be wrong. Daniel, hearing such talk, flared up and sharply declared that no one should spread false rumors here. However, Mike did not enter into an argument. He only noted that if his words were considered rumors, then they could simply ignore them. After that, he turned around and headed for the exit, and some of the visitors followed him. Daniel then shouted his name in anger, but the shop owner quickly intervened and tried to calm him down, asking him not to act rashly. In response, he angrily hit him and declared that he did not consider himself incapable of dealing with some boy. After this, he accused everyone around him of being useless and ordered that all the stones and decorative rocks be immediately collected and opened right now. Meanwhile, the protagonist's comrade stood at the entrance to the Lee Mu family's shop on Qingyun Street. Morty and Chelsea discussed the scale of Mike's business with surprise, admitting they didn't expect him to be so rich. At that moment, Zhang came out to them and invited them inside, explaining that the leader of the alliance was in the courtyard where they were opening the stones. Madeline looked around and asked why there was nothing for sale in the store, to which Zhang replied that the goods were already completely sold out. The old man explained that they had replenished their supplies at noon, but in less than 2 hours everything was sold out. Then Madeline asked why there were so many people left in the store in that case. Morty immediately understood the reason and explained that they all came for the gambling game with stones. Chelsea told the commander that such a shop could not be found anywhere else. They even sold combat techniques for the Wuzhen warriors here. At that moment, Mike called them to him. He asked if they had conveyed the order about the joint security group to everyone. Madeline confirmed that the order had been carried out and added that from now on their team would only serve Li Mu's shop. After this, Mike laid out the terms in detail. He offered everyone an annual reward of 50 million. He also promised to give him an artifact of his own making, capable of withstanding an attack at the level of a martial arts master. Madeline assessed him carefully and noted that the man who had been approved by the alliance leader was truly generous. Morty and Chelsea, in turn, looked at Mike silently, at a loss for words. Then he asked directly if they were satisfied with the conditions. His voice brought them out of their reverie, and Chelsea admitted to herself that she had initially thought of him as just another newcomer. However, now she realized that he was a reliable person who could be relied upon, and she was glad that he remained the same. After this, they hastened to respond that the proposed conditions were more than worthy, and that working with him would ensure them a stable future. Meanwhile, a large crowd had gathered at the entrance to the shop. Among these people, Madeline recognized representatives of the Zhou and Yan families. One of them stated that they had come to discuss business with Mike, while dismissively addressing the others. In response, Joseph sharply retorted, stating that Mike was the person he respected most, and he would not allow anyone to insult him. Mike, noticing him, remembered that it was Joseph from the Shu family and wondered why he was here. In response, the opponent mockingly suggested that he take care of himself first, humiliating him for the lack of an arm. Chelsea was outraged by these words, but Mike stopped her, assuring her that he would not be the loser. At the same time, he noted that during this time, Joseph had become much stronger. Joseph soon drew his sword and declared that he would take those words back. After this, he quickly attacked the impudent young man. His opponent didn't even have time to react before he received the first blow. Immediately after this, he received a second blow. From such power, the impudent man staggered and flew far to the side. He fell to the ground and rolled around in great pain. The spectators were amazed by the speed of his attacks, while he stood calmly to the side, maintaining an impassive expression on his face. The man was shocked at how fast Joseph's blade was. The victim immediately tried to accuse him of an unfair attack. However, Joseph replied that no one was obliged to give the opponent the first move. These words finally drove his opponent crazy. After this, he ordered him to close his mouth, took out his sword, and rushed to attack. Eventually, their fight continued, and the blows of swords rang out across the street. Even though Joseph had only one arm, he moved with ease and confidence. With his perfect parries, he completely overwhelmed his opponent. Then he chose the right moment and attacked the man straight in the chest. He flew back again, but then returned to the fight, shouting that he would kill Joseph. Immediately after that, he pointed his weapon at him. However, Joseph's attacks became faster and his voice became mocking. He kept pointing out his opponent's slowness, and then the impudent young man realized that he was starting to lose. At some point, Joseph's blow hit its target. The next moment, his opponent screamed in pain, clutching his arm. Seeing this, those around him were shocked, realizing that Joseph had effectively rendered him incapable of fighting. At this point, Mike stepped forward and declared that they had dared to cause trouble right at his door, clearly not taking him seriously. The hero recalled that he himself taught Joseph sword techniques, so he could not forget, and added that this man was his subordinate. However, at this point, one woman intervened, who sarcastically remarked that the great genius Mike knew how to stage a show. Her appearance caused surprise among those around her. It was an elegant woman in a long green dress. Then the hero, with a grin, asked her to state her name. The girl immediately introduced herself as Evelyn from the Mu family. People around began to admire her beauty, noting that she was the wife of the Mu family's second master. Mike, despite his polite tone, noted that this woman had significant influence in the Mu family. In response, she feigned modesty and stated that she was flattered by his knowledge. However, Mike noticed that there was indeed a lot of talk about her. Rumor has it that the men of the Mu family are not very capable, and it is the woman from another family who is actually in control of the situation. However, Evelyn noticed with a slight smile that Mike was joking because she was just a weak woman who made a small contribution to the family's affairs. Mike doubted her words and noted that if we were talking about serious business, then a woman could hardly make key decisions. Then she responded with feigned offense that he was behaving too harshly and aggressively. Evelyn said that she only came to settle the conflict, but in the end, all his anger fell on her, which is not becoming for him at all. These words made a strong impression on those around her, and many were literally enchanted by her image, admiring her beauty. Even Chelsea noted that she skillfully feigned pity and admitted that few men could resist such behavior. Mike, not succumbing to this influence, calmly asked how she proposed to resolve the situation. Then Evelyn began by congratulating him on his successful business, but added that it was too much to ruin the reputation of other shops. She stressed that now the shops of the three great families are forced to close, and hundreds of people are left without a livelihood. After these words, the crowd supported her, starting to accuse Mike of going too far and actually depriving them of their earnings. In conclusion, Evelyn expressed confidence that he did not mean for the situation to come to this. She assumed there was a misunderstanding. Madeline, watching this, was impressed by how cleverly Evelyn shifted all the responsibility onto Mike in just a few sentences. At this point, the insolent man intervened and accused him of deliberately arranging everything so that Joseph would injure his hand. Chelsea couldn't stand it any longer and snapped back that this was going too far, reminding him that he was the one who had insulted Joseph first. However, the opponent continued to insist, declaring that he was telling the truth and claimed that the game with the stones had been planned in advance. At that moment, Mike interrupted him, but he only chuckled and asked if he had touched a nerve. Mike then pointed out their hypocrisy directly, saying that they were simply jealous of his store's success and were trying to find any excuse. Evelyn intervened again, trying to smooth things over and suggested stopping the bickering, noting that arguing would not lead to a solution. She offered to calmly discuss the problem and act as a mediator to finally resolve the conflict. After that, I turned to Mike and asked if he agreed. The crowd immediately supported her, considering it a reasonable proposal, and began to praise her as a worthy representative of the Mu family. At this time, she was confident that a combination of soft and hard pressure would force Mike to agree. However, he suddenly declared that his affairs were none of their concern. In Mike's opinion, his problem clearly shouldn't be solved by Evelyn. This answer took her by surprise. Even Joseph and Chelsea were surprised by his firmness. Evelyn's comrade literally turned purple with anger and accused Mike of lacking shame. Evelyn, however, once again assumed the image of a weak woman and stated that she only wanted to apologize, not understanding why he continued to attack her. The hero then noted that customers come to him not because of his actions, but because their shops simply do not have decent goods. Secondly, their closure, bankruptcy, or employee problems have nothing to do with him. Such shops should not exist at all. The man tried to object, accusing him of unfair competition. However, Mike asked her directly if she considered herself the one making decisions in the underground city. He suggested that in case of dissatisfaction, they should contact the city mayor. After this, the crowd's opinion began to change, and people remembered that the city ruler always acts fairly. So if Mike was really guilty, he would have been punished by now. Chelsea took advantage of the moment to warn her opponent that if he continued to slander, the matter could lead to an investigation. This made him think and feel fear, because in this case, his family might not protect him. Evelyn tried to intervene again, urging everyone to remain calm and not escalate the situation into open conflict. However, Mike stated that she was making another mistake by interfering in the affairs between him and the Mu family, even though she had no right to do so. He then added with obvious contempt that if she wanted to act as the elder, she was not worthy of it. The hero suggested that the heads of the three great families speak with him, after which he would decide whether it was worth talking to them at all. These words drove her into a corner, and she tried to scare him by saying that the power of the three great families was much greater than he thought. However, the crowd continued to admire her, believing that even in such a situation she cared for him, comparing her to the embodiment of mercy. At the same time, some began to criticize Mike for his lack of tact towards the woman. Listening to this, he only grinned, considering such words ridiculous. Chelsea, watching the situation, began to worry that he would lose his temper and hit Evelyn. Madeline also understood that in such a case, public opinion would immediately turn against him. Meanwhile, Evelyn herself was counting on this and provoking him, expecting him to strike. After this, the three great families will have a legitimate reason to intervene. As Mike approached, she feigned fear and asked what he was going to do. At the same time, the woman was preparing to end her game. Instead, however, he asked if she was trying to threaten him. At that moment, her face turned pale. Her body seemed to turn to stone and she began to tremble. Mike then quietly whispered in her ear that neither the Yan family nor the Mu family would be able to protect her if he really decided to take action. He also said that her pretense was not working on him, so she should not waste her energy. These words completely threw her off balance, and she tried to understand who he really was. Eventually, her legs gave way and she sank to the ground, after which Mike announced that Li Mu's shop would hold its first auction in 4 days. There, in addition to the already known life extension pill, a breakthrough pill will also be presented. The protagonist's words caused quite a stir, and thus the news about the life-extending pill was confirmed. Meanwhile, Chelsea approached Madeline with interest, trying to find out if she had ever seen such a product. The crowd began to roar again, as the idea that a single pill could instantly elevate a person to the Wuzun level seemed unbelievable. At this moment, the scoundrel asked about Evelyn's condition. However, feeling tired, she only ordered that the conversation be stopped and that they return back first. Mike then vowed that this was just the beginning, and that in time he would personally destroy the Mu family. When only Joseph remained nearby, the hero finally asked why his interlocutor had appeared in the underground ancient city. In response, he handed him a letter. He explained that a girl named Lily had asked him to convey this. After reading the sincere message, the protagonist approvingly noted that he had arrived on time, since the ability to protect oneself was now the most important thing. Then the young man admitted that he had personal reasons for coming, after which the hero immediately understood that they were talking about blade technique. He noted that during a recent fight, his technique had already achieved success, and asked how long he had been stuck at this level. Joseph confirmed that the difficulties were not only related to technology, but also to his combat level. He then demonstrated his power, and thus spiritual energy burst forth, enveloping his body in flames. Seeing this, those around him felt a powerful aura and were amazed to realize that he had reached the level of a half-step martial master. Morty then noted that even this level already makes a person a genius, since many people are forever stuck at the highest rank. Mike calmly explained that for others it was almost unattainable, but for him it was all a matter of chance, since he lacked combat experience. After this, Joseph politely greeted the captain, expressing his willingness to cooperate, and she, in turn, happily accepted him into the crew. He modestly replied that he expected to learn a lot from them. Meanwhile, the day of the shop's opening arrived, and Zhang, wearing a mask, took center stage and announced the start of the first auction of Li Mu's shop. At the same time, many noted that in other places they use young girls as auctioneers, but here an older man performed. Soon, Elder Lee reported to Mike that the underground city had never been so lively. The breakthrough pill had caused quite a stir. The hero calmly noted that this was natural, since ancient times many of the strongest warriors had gotten stuck on the last step. He was then informed that the heads of the Yan and Zhou families were also present and wanted to meet him after the auction. Moreover, among them was Evelyn, whose audacity surprised the hero because she still dared to appear in public. It also became known that she came specifically for the pill, and had already sold off a significant portion of the Mu family's assets. Then Mike chuckled, realizing that she was pinning her hopes on an external object, and began to think out a plan, deciding to deprive her of everything. Meanwhile, the first lot, a life extension pill that increases life expectancy by 15 years, was already presented on stage. The initial bid was $2 billion, and then the price rose rapidly, reaching ever higher levels. And then suddenly one of the richest participants did not offer $7 billion. After this, the others gave up the fight, and the hero was surprised why no one continued bargaining. However, Elder Li explained to him that this man represented the Huang Fu family and no one dared to confront them. In the end, the lot was sold. Zhang then introduced the main auction item, the level breakthrough pill, setting the starting price at $6 billion. A fierce battle soon began, and the stakes quickly rose to enormous sums. And then suddenly Evelyn raised the price to $15 billion. However, her rival Jacques raised the stakes even higher. The woman, unwilling to give in, continued bargaining, declaring her intention to get the pill at any cost. At that moment, Mike realized that the time was right and instructed his assistant to convey a special message to one of the elders. After this, the elder agreed to act according to the proposal. Meanwhile, trading continued and the price reached new heights. Jacques raised the bid to a record high, and the auctioneer announced the current amount and asked if there would be any new bids. At this moment, Elder Li had already approached Jacques, saying that he had a message from the head of the military union. The man leaned towards him and whispered something in his ear, which surprised Jacques. After listening to everything, he declared that if it really could not be avoided, then he would certainly fulfill his request. Elder Li assured him that he had personally had the opportunity to see for himself the cunning and foresight of the Dong family. However, Evelyn's face turned pale with fear, and she noted with alarm that the price was already rapidly approaching $30 billion. This was far beyond her expectations. She didn't expect this old man to bargain with her so fiercely. At this moment, Zhang announced a bet of $24.5 billion, starting the first countdown. Then the girl became lost in thought, remembering how a member of her family had previously been humiliated by Mike while trying to capture the tower. This led to a deviation in cultivation and made the breakthrough to the martial lord level even more unattainable. Now, as she understood, only a breakthrough pill could change the situation. Meanwhile, the second countdown sounded, and Jacques, waiting for the moment, hesitated. He remembered Mike's words about how if he could get her to overpay, he would essentially get the pill for free. When Zhang announced the third countdown and asked for new bids, Evelyn, overcome with irritation, nevertheless raised the price to $25 billion. Then a look of satisfaction crossed Jacques' face as it became clear that the plan had worked. The girl, gritting her teeth, finally confirmed the bid. Even the auctioneer was surprised that the bidding continued at such a level. Soon, he announced the sale with open joy, noting that it was an extremely profitable deal. The crowd, as expected, expressed admiration for the Mu family's generosity, considering them to be truly rich and extravagant. Zhang announced that the pill had been sold to Evelyn for $25 billion, and then concluded the auction, inviting guests to visit the shop more often. His attempt to add some lightness caused more awkwardness than approval among those present. After the auction ended, people began to discuss what had happened, noting Evelyn's generosity and at the same time envying Mike's position. Meanwhile, influential figures of the ancient city had gathered in the reception hall of Li Mu's shop. When Mike finally showed up, he politely apologized for the wait and inquired about the reason for the urgent meeting. Evelyn, however, expressed dissatisfaction with his delay. At the same time, the other participants mockingly remarked that even the head of the fighting union did not behave so arrogantly. The girl herself watched with interest to see how long he could maintain his confidence. Having taken the main place, the hero calmly explained that his shop was extremely busy, so he could not afford to spend his time idle. In response, one of those present asked whether he was afraid that, by provoking the three great families, he would be expelled from the capital. A representative of the Zhou family also expressed bewilderment, claiming that their family had never harmed him. Evelyn tried to soften the situation by suggesting that Mike's actions might have been an accident caused by the close proximity of the shops. Mike himself calmly confirmed that he had acted intentionally, smiling at Evelyn's attempts to once again play the role of peacemaker and sow discord. Then one of the men could not stand it any longer and stated outright that the unification of the three great families would be a crushing blow to him. Another participant supported the threat, emphasizing that in another place the hero would not even have the right to speak to them. And then a cold aura began to emanate from Mike. Then he, demonstratively raising his cup of tea, noted with irony how terrifying they were. After this, he declared that in this case he would destroy their shops every day as long as they continued to operate. These words infuriated his interlocutors, but he calmly confirmed the seriousness of his intentions. Then one of them started making threats against his loved ones, hinting that he had family and friends outside the city. At that moment, the hero's anger flared up and he squeezed the cup in his hand. After this, he sharply asked if this meant a threat. His opponents didn't even hide it and said that they were indeed threatening Mike. Then he declared without hesitation that any attack on his loved ones would result in death for those responsible. After this, tensions rose sharply. One of the opponents used spiritual energy to throw a cup towards Mike, testing his reaction. The hero calmly watched the object fly. At the very last moment, he easily intercepted it. After that, he ordered his ally to pour tea for the head of the Yan family. Then, as if demonstrating a technique, he sent the cup back. The liquid within it turned into sharp water blades, but the attack was partially repelled. However, the shrapnel still reached its target, hitting one of the men directly in the face. At this moment, the enemy realized Mike's strength. He quickly realized that prolonging the conflict was dangerous. Then Evelyn hastened to intervene, calling on everyone to calm down and reminding them that any issues could be resolved. Realizing that it would not be possible to achieve what they wanted by force, one of the men suggested forgetting previous differences and moving on to negotiations. Evelyn asked what price would have to be paid to stop the pressure. However, Mike replied that everything depended on their behavior, after which he was offered 100 billion from each family. However, the hero chuckled, noting that such an approach only demonstrated the habit of great families to solve everything with money. Then Evelyn increased the offer to 300 billion from each side, trying to show seriousness of intentions. However, Mike noted that after recent auction spending, such a sum looks unconvincing and is even less than his shop's income. After this, he asked them to leave the premises, citing that he was busy. In the end, his interlocutors had no choice but to give in, suggesting that the protagonist name the price himself. Mike immediately outlined the conditions, declaring that each family must pay 300 billion, and that any amount less than this was non-negotiable. Hearing this, everyone present was shocked. One of the men, Elliot, was the first to object, saying that it was impossible. He accused the hero of outright robbery, deciding that he had gone crazy because of money. However, Mike calmly pointed at it and added another 100,000 on top, explaining that this was the cost of the broken cup. Elliot was stunned, not understanding how something like this could cost that much money. At the same time, Evelyn felt humiliated, noting that this was not the issue at all. Mike gestured for them to leave the room, as without agreement the conversation was pointless, and ordered Joseph to show the guests out. However, the second man, Benjamin, gritting his teeth, stopped them and agreed. However, he noted that it was impossible to collect such a sum immediately, so he suggested first drawing up a promissory note. Mike accepted this condition and ordered paper and writing materials to be brought. After this, Joseph immediately carried out the order. Meanwhile, Benjamin decided to take advantage of the situation. A murderous aura flashed across his fan as he prepared for a sneak attack. However, Mike immediately noticed this and warned him, asking if he was afraid of the ruler of the ancient city. In response, he coldly stated that by the time he arrived, only a corpse would remain before him. After that, he unfolded the fan, which turned into sharp blades and rushed forward, but Mike deftly dodged the attack. Elliot confidently noted that against two martial masters, he would not be able to escape even with wings, and immediately attacked the hero with his foot. However, Mike moved to the side and the attack missed. At this moment, Benjamin rushed forward waving his fan. He stated that he was willing to pay the price for the consequences for the sake of his life. Nevertheless, the hero calmly dodged all the fatal blows. At the same time, Elliot attacked again. However, this time too, Mike remained completely unharmed. The next moment, he suddenly disappeared from sight. Noticing this, the opponents tried to prevent him from leaving. Elliot's spiritual energy took the form of a dragon's claw. At the same time, the tip of Benjamin's fan revealed a hidden blade. The next moment, both attacks rushed towards the target at the same time. The men were sure that he would not be able to escape. However, Mike calmly gathered his energy and declared that they were the ones who should run away. After that, both attacks collided with his defense and were repelled. Then they realized that it was a body defense technique in front of them. Mike then went on the offensive, reminding them that they had dared to threaten his family and friends and would now reap the consequences of their actions. He remarked contemptuously that the three great families were behaving like rats hiding in the dark. At that moment, a powerful aura enveloped his body, and his opponents felt its power with amazement. Without wasting any time, the hero struck, falling upon Benjamin. After that, the second blow fell on Elliot. As a result, both were thrown back, crashed into the wall, and left deep dents in it, after which they collapsed to the ground. Benjamin was seriously injured and began coughing up blood. However, even in this state, he continued to threaten, claiming that if they were killed, the three great families would not leave it unanswered. At the same time, Evelyn tried to convince him to stop, warning him about the power of the three great families and how dangerous they were. However, the hero did not pay attention to her words and said that the head of her family should speak, not her. Just as he was about to strike again, a third party intervened. With his hand, he stopped the main character's deadly attack. It was the city's ruler, Darius, who reminded them that fighting was prohibited in the ancient city. Seeing him, Elliot, covered in blood, perceived him as a savior and asked for help. At the same time, Benjamin was also amazed by his appearance. Darius rebuked them sternly, reminding them of the city's rules. Mike calmly explained that they were the ones who broke the agreement first and launched the attack, and he was only defending himself. However, Evelyn tried to present everything differently, pretending that she was speaking fairly and counting on the ruler's decision. But Mike immediately exposed her, pointing out that they were trying to kill him to avoid paying the debt, calling into question their words about justice. On his orders, Joseph produced a promissory note. Seeing 3 clear fingerprints, the opponents were speechless. Benjamin tried to deny it, claiming the document was fake. However, Darius took it, examined it carefully, and confirmed that the prints were real. Then he quickly began to beg for mercy and claim that they had not signed anything. However, the bishop did not let him finish and hit him in the face, demanding an explanation. At that moment, the man did not know what to do at that moment because he was completely exposed. Realizing that the situation was hopeless, Evelyn hastily declared that everything that had happened was a misunderstanding. Moreover, she promised to pay off the debt within 3 days. Hearing this, Darius stopped, noting that if this was truly a misunderstanding, then there was no point in raising the issue any further. After these words, he left the room, but ordered the men not to disturb the local peaceful atmosphere. After he left, Benjamin reflected that before he could say a word, the head of the ancient city had already taken Mike's side. Evelyn was very angry because her ally acted like a real idiot. Mike asked them with a grin if 3 great families couldn't provide such a small amount of money. Benjamin, not hiding his anger, left the room, threatening that their family would not let this go without consequences. Evelyn, however, maintained her outward calm, thinking that there was still a lot of time ahead. The hero then turned to Harvey, who was hiding outside, and ordered him to come out, noticing that he had been hiding for too long. The man noted that Mike was the first to dare to expel the 3 great families, and explained that he had arrived on the orders of the head of the union. However, due to the outbreak of the disaster in Miaojiang, the leader had already left there, so now Mike has to attend the genius banquet in the capital. Soon, the hero arrived at the Imperial Hotel and, looking at the building in front of him, realized that the entrance was open only to the most prominent figures of the capital. This means that only a select few will be able to get inside. Peter came out to meet him and thus immediately greeted him, asking if Mike was also invited to the banquet. Mike recognized him as Peter from Jiangnan Province, a genius ranked among the candidates for martial masters, distinguished by his talent. Then the hero came closer and greeted him, noting that he had no invitation. In response, Peter offered to go in together, explaining that this would be enough, and adding that with his power it was simply impossible not to consider him a genius. After this, the 2 of them entered the banquet hall of geniuses. Peter chose a quiet spot, suggesting that they sit where no one would disturb them. However, Mike's appearance immediately sparked discussion, and those around him began to mockingly guess where this redneck came from. They noted with disdain that he was trying to become a phoenix, being a nobody. Peter, having a keen ear, heard all this and asked who exactly they were calling a redneck. In response, one of the men made an arrogant remark to them. He said that people without support are obviously provincials, and if they are not that, then what are they? Then Peter noted that the capital's representatives themselves did not want to sit next to them, calling them disenfranchised people from the provinces. However, one man objected, pointing out that Wu Ji, who had caused a stir in Beizhou, was absent precisely because he had no influence. In response, Peter reminded him that Wu Ji had instantly destroyed 2 of the Jian family's martial lords. However, this only drew ridicule, since in the opponent's opinion, defeating two opponents is not something outstanding. This attitude infuriated Peter, but he was only told that in the capital that man would be a nobody. He then countered that they relied on force, not insults, and Mike, seeing the tension in the situation, advised them to calm down. At that moment, Jordan arrived in the room and acted as a mediator, suggesting that everyone calm down and end the conflict. He was the young master of the Zhou family, ranked third in the Wuzhen candidate rankings, and was the organizer of the banquet. However, one of those present stated that Marcel was inferior to Wuji, to which Peter only snorted, claiming the opposite. Then Mike stepped in and decided to introduce them, pointing out that Peter was ranked ninth. In response, the guy grinned and noted that he seemed to be a fan of Wuji and offered to fight him, being seventh in the ranking. Peter was not intimidated and accepted the challenge, declaring that the loser would be considered a redneck. However, at that moment, Mike stopped them and suggested that he go out himself instead, deciding to test the enemy's strength. Then the opponent, rolling up his sleeves, declared that he was ready to fight both of them at once, intending to show what a true genius of the capital is. In response, Mike met the attack calmly, understanding that in a duel of geniuses it was necessary to act without hesitation. The enemy rushed forward, but Peter, covering his face with a fan, had already decided that the outcome was obvious. As expected, everything ended instantly. With one blow, Mike sent his opponent flying. It, spinning in the air, flew over the astonished guests. Then the insolent man collapsed to the ground, cracking the floor beneath him. Those present were dumbfounded, watching this spectacle, not believing their eyes. Jordan, amazed by what he saw, cautiously inquired about Mike's identity, noting that he was not in the rankings. In response, the hero ironically introduced himself as an unknown person from the distant province of Beizhou. These words caused even more surprise. Those around him began to realize that they were facing a top 3 talent. Realizing this, Jordan did not drag out the situation. He declared that what had happened could be considered just a warm-up. After this, he invited everyone to take their seats, since the banquet would soon begin. After this, Peter curiously asked why, with such strength, Mike was not included in the ranking. In response, he calmly replied, pouring a glass of wine, that he preferred to remain in the shadows. Hearing this, Peter was amazed, realizing that for him, sending a man flying with one blow was modesty. At this moment, there was a stir in the room as new guests, Vivienne and Marcel, arrived. The crowd immediately came to life, and one of the fans even confessed his love for the girl. Meanwhile, Shelley jealously asked Mike if the girl was beautiful, and he answered affirmatively without hesitation. Vivienne, the young mistress of the Huangfu family, was ranked second, and Marcel, the second young master of the same family, was ranked first. Shelley began to reproach Mike again, accusing him of paying attention to every woman. The girl said that if it weren't for her, he would have lost his head long ago. But Mike abruptly interrupted her, declaring that he didn't have a single woman. After this, Vivienne, sensing a strange presence, turned her attention in their direction. Shelley, in turn, resentfully noted that he could look at her and not at others, but the hero replied that there was nothing special about her. These words only increased her irritation, and at that moment Vivienne headed straight towards Mike. The hero watched her approach carefully, realizing that the situation could become complicated. At the same time, her expression turned cold, and she demanded to know what exactly he had just said. Shelley, frightened by her impressive aura, immediately hid in Mike's arms and thus complained that she was scared. Then the hero hastened to explain that it was just a misunderstanding, adding that he was not talking about her at all, but about another flat and stupid one. Marcel tried to smooth things over by explaining to his sister that the man had recently arrived from Beizhou and meant no harm. However, the girl just waved her hand in irritation, saying that it didn't concern her. Shelley, seeing how his words were ignored, couldn't help but laugh, which irritated Mike. He sharply ordered her to shut up. Vivienne, hearing this, decided that the words were addressed specifically to her, and noted with displeasure that she was now being ordered to remain silent. Mike was momentarily confused, then quickly stood up and tried to explain, claiming that he had not been talking about her but about another person. However, the girl had already decided to teach him a lesson and suggested that they go outside to fight. The protagonist immediately refused, declaring that he would not fight with her. And then Vivienne pointed to Marcel standing next to her and invited him to fight. Marcel, in turn, tried to calm his sister, promising that he would deal with it himself. At the same time, Jordan noted with a grin that Mike would have to face the #1 candidate in the rankings. Marcel invited him to come out and have a light duel. This will help his sister cool down. Otherwise, the consequences could be much more unpleasant. However, Mike again refused, to which Marcel lowered his stance and offered to fight, promising to act more gently. In response, the hero calmly noted that this was not the issue at all, but that he could accidentally injure him. These words immediately stunned everyone present, since such confidence seemed excessive. Vivienne, interested in what was happening, noted that it was rare to meet such strong opponents, and ordered Marcel to conduct the fight. He then invited Mike into the arena, declaring that he was the first person who dared to speak to him like that, and offered to demonstrate his strength. After both men took to the stage, the referee announced the start of the fight and called on the spectators to watch closely. Marcel, being polite, offered Mike a 3-move advantage and allowed him to attack first. Then the hero, without further ado, casually released a blow of sword energy. Marcel instantly activated his defensive technique. The next moment, a shield appeared in front of him. However, Mike's punch penetrated it without difficulty. He watched in amazement as the energy passed through his body. However, she did not harm him. Mike himself lazily noted that there was not a single worthy opponent among those present. Despite this, Marcel, on the contrary, was delighted, recognizing Mike's strength and noting that he had finally met a worthy opponent. Vivienne watched carefully, thinking, trying to figure out who was in front of her, while noting that he was clearly not using his full strength. Then Mike calmly introduced himself, saying that he was from an ancient city. Upon hearing this, those around him immediately recognized him and began to discuss him. Peter realized at that moment that the name was indeed familiar to him, and he realized that it was the same person in front of him. Marcel, hearing this, became even more inspired. He stated that he had long wanted to meet Wuji, and now he finally got the opportunity. He was glad that he had finally met a worthy opponent. At that moment, Shelley appeared again and whispered suggestively that Marcel was clearly showing a special interest in him. Vivienne, in turn, noted with surprise that it was indeed Mike in front of her. After this, Marcel became even more insistent in demanding a full-fledged duel. However, the hero calmly noted that there was no enmity between them, no reason to fight. While Marcel spoke enthusiastically about fighting at the height of his powers, Mike continued to refuse. But then Marcel decided to use his sister as an argument. He hinted that if he won, he could become his relative. These words caused a sharp reaction in Jordan. He turned pale with anger, and Vivienne herself flushed with shame and anger. However, Marcel explained that he was only helping her choose a worthy husband and asked if she was interested in Mike. The protagonist, in turn, remained completely indifferent, while Vivienne, remembering his words about being flat and stupid, blushed. Nevertheless, Marcel continued to praise his sister, listing her virtues and wondering how one could not be interested in her. Vivienne, despite her irritation, still decided to play along, believing that this might force him to agree to a fight. At the same time, Marcel noted with relief that the plan had worked. In the end, Mike, seeing no other way out, agreed, saying that if he wanted to fight so much, he would not refuse. Marcel immediately became animated, and thus his spiritual energy flared up like a flame, enveloping his body. He noted that he was obliged to use all his force in the face of such an enemy. Vivienne, watching this, decided that such a fight could be beneficial for him, since he becomes stronger precisely in battles. Then his energy began to rapidly increase, forming the image of a golden dragon. Spectators admired the power of his aura, calling him a true dragon among equals. After that, Marcel struck, infusing it with the power of the Imperial Supreme Fist, which was capable of shaking the world. Vivienne understood that this was one of the most powerful techniques of their family, and even high-level masters were hesitant to accept it directly. However, Mike, unlike the others, remained completely calm as he watched the approaching attack. The next moment, the entire scene exploded with a deafening roar. Vivienne was momentarily speechless, her eyes filled with genuine shock as she couldn't believe what was happening. Before her eyes, Mike stopped Marcel's blow with one hand. He frowned and could not utter a word. At this moment, the hero himself calmly noted that it was now his turn. Marcel is still recovering from the shock. He realized that his unique fist technique was capable of breaking through even the defensive energy of a master at the initial stage of martial master. Despite this, he continued to strengthen his defense by activating techniques. At the same time, he himself felt that every time Mike showed strength, a powerful aura of spiritual energy formed around him. As he watched the attack approach, he realized with alarm that it might be about to attack with full force. The next moment, Mike's blow broke through the opponent's defense. He passed through it and also broke through the wall behind him, after which Marcel was thrown outside into the garden. Those remaining in the room froze in horror, realizing how powerful the blow was and began to doubt their understanding of Mike's level of strength. Peter, watching this, felt his legs give way and he fell, realizing that Mike's strength had increased to an incredible level. Meanwhile, the others cautiously peered into the hole that had formed in the wall, trying to see what was happening outside. And then they noticed with surprise that Marcel was still okay, albeit with a little disheveled hair. Nevertheless, he maintained the appearance of calm, struck a striking pose, and loudly pronounced Mike's name, trying to maintain his composure. Then he returned to the hall again and admitted that his opponent was really strong and did not disappoint him. He noted that although he was now inferior in strength, he still could not cause him any serious harm. Mike noted that he had only used a fraction of his strength in the last blow, and wondered how Marcel would react if he knew about it. At that moment, Vivian admitted that Mike from the ancient city really lived up to his reputation. Marcel, hearing her words, only smiled, which made the girl suspect that he was up to something again. Then he suddenly announced that Mike had passed his test and that he had no objections to him becoming his son-in-law. These words caused Vivian great embarrassment, and she quickly intervened, ordering him to be silent. However, he continued to insist, claiming that this was serious, and reminded her that she was no longer so young, and such opportunities did not come along often. People were shocked at how lucky Mike was, because marrying a member of the Huang Fu family could have saved him from many difficulties. Shelley, watching this, teased Mike with interest, reminding him that Vivian had previously stated that her chosen one should be stronger than her. At this point, Jordan asked if he was Wu Ji as he came from the north, and the hero calmly confirmed this. Peter, hearing this, dropped his fan, realizing that Mike and his idol Wu Ji were standing right in front of him. Vivian, in turn, seriously asked who he really was, and then Mike explained that that was his real name. Marcel, hearing this, became even more delighted and asked if he would be able to cope with his numerous enemies. He noted that although she believed in his strength, he should not provoke the great families, as they had hidden trump cards. Vivian asked him if he had any cultivation methods, and Mike admitted that he had a technique that could make a breakthrough. Hearing this, Vivian was amazed that he was able to determine her condition so easily. Marcel happily hugged him by the shoulders, offering to sell the equipment and assuring him that the Huangfu family would generously repay him for such a service. However, Mike calmly refused, stating that it was not necessary, and offered to trade if they had the flower of rebirth. Marcel admitted that he had never seen anything like this, but their family kept many rare herbs and invited Mike to visit their residence. Vivienne then ordered the Huangfu family to pay for all the expenses of today's event, since they had to leave. The remaining guests began to discuss what had happened, and one of the servants asked whether the event should continue. However, Jordan ordered everyone to disband as no one was in the mood to continue. He noted to himself that no one expected Mike to be a Wuji, but he noted that the three great families were not so simple. When the group arrived at the Huangfu family residence, Shelley admired the luxurious architecture. Shelley, amazed by what she saw, noted that this truly corresponded to the status of the strongest family in the capital. Vivian invited the guests to sit down, asking them to wait a little, explaining that she would go check the family treasure records. Meanwhile, Mike calmly took a cup of tea and took a sip, but soon noticed that Marcel was staring at him. Marcel, without hiding his interest, noted that the more he looked at him, the more convinced he became that he was ideally suited to the role of his son-in-law. Mike immediately rejected this, explaining that he had no such intentions towards Vivian, and the girl herself was unlikely to agree. However, Marcel said that they could simply see things through to the end, and then she would have no choice but to marry him. Then Mike asked him directly if it was really that serious and asked what exactly he saw in him. In response, Marcel stated that this was the first person he really liked. Mike was strong and had many treasures. The hero tried to object, noting that all of this was just rumors and that in fact, he did not have that many resources. However, Yixing, who was standing nearby, overheard the conversation and concluded that Mike from the ancient city and Mike from the north were one and the same person. Seeing him respectfully fold his fists in greeting, Mike also stood up and responded in kind. Marcel introduced him as his second cousin, after which it became clear that he was Huangfu Yixing, Changlong's younger brother. He noted that he had heard that Mike had defeated Marcel, to which the hero modestly replied that he was only slightly superior to him. Yixing was pleased and praised him, after which he suddenly declared that he fully approved of his candidacy as the son-in-law of the Huangfu family. These words left Mike completely confused, as he did not understand when exactly he began to be seen as such. At this point, other family members began to gather around. They wanted to see their future son-in-law with their own eyes. The men rushed towards him, vying with each other, not allowing their own relatives to go ahead. They began to examine him, assessing his appearance and overall impression, coming to the conclusion that he was quite suitable. Seeing how completely confused the hero was, Shelley couldn't help but laugh, noting how stupid he looked in this situation. Meanwhile, the head of the family and the great martial lord appeared, who, after examining Mike, was also satisfied. After that, he hurriedly took Eason away. The three elders disappeared as quickly as they appeared, leaving Mike completely bewildered. Shelley, watching what was happening, noticed that the old men were clearly up to something and decided to follow them. At that moment, Shelley returned with news, saying that they were in the garden discussing a plan to do something against him. Then Mike decided to sort things out himself and headed to where the three old men were already discussing the details. They concluded that Mike was not only rich, but also an alchemist, recalling that the longevity pill was made by him. The head of the family noted that if this marriage were to take place, the family would receive enormous benefits. However, Changlong, Vivian, and Marcel's father expressed doubt, pointing out that if the girl found out about such a decision, she would definitely cause a scandal. Then the second great-uncle suggested using a special means, hinting at the possibility of coercion. Changlong initially objected, emphasizing that the family should not resort to such questionable methods. However then, having given in to persuasion, he unexpectedly declared that one dose would not be enough. He stated with a serious expression that they would need at least two. After these words, the old men laughed, approving of his foresight. At that moment, a cough was heard behind them, and Eason, turning around, noticed Mike and Marcel. Mike, upon hearing their plan, was speechless, amazed that they had actually decided to do such a thing. Changlong quickly turned the conversation into a joke. He accused the others of saying too much after drinking and told them to go and rest. The others immediately played along, pretending that they had simply had too much to drink and started to go crazy. After that, he tried to smooth things over by hinting to Mike that such opportunities should not be missed. At the same time, Marcel awkwardly added that everything said was just empty talk and should not be taken seriously. At that moment, Vivian returned, reporting that she had found the necessary herb, but noticing the strange behavior of those around her, she asked what was going on. Then Marcel told the truth, admitting that the elders were planning to use questionable methods against them. Hearing this, Vivian became furious, declaring that they had crossed all boundaries, while Marcel had already said goodbye to the elders. Soon cries for mercy were heard from afar, and Mike, watching this, only sighed. After that, he asked if Vivian really had problems with marriage, since, in his opinion, there should be many people willing to marry her. Marcel admitted that the problem was in the prophecy, according to which, if his sister did not marry, she would not live longer than 24 years. Mike noted that one cannot blindly believe such things, but Marcel explained that this sect did not get its name by chance. Mike, in turn, recalled that he himself climbed to the 7th level of the tower and had never seen anything like it. However, Marcel admitted that although he had encountered this, he could not understand the essence. Vivian soon returned, claiming to have sorted out the situation. At the same time, one of the elders, looking rather battered, hastened to assure Mike that everything that had been said earlier was just a joke. Mike took it calmly, saying that it didn't matter, after which Eason apologized, and they began to get ready to leave. Vivian finally warned them not to repeat such actions again. However, the elders didn't seem to have completely given up on their plans. Yixing still doubted whether he should give up on his plans. Vivienne, standing behind them, called out to them in bewilderment, asking what they were talking about so animatedly. The two old men immediately pretended that nothing was happening, began to joke and change the subject to the weather. However, a second later, the entire company quickly scattered, and Vivian only sighed with relief. Finally, silence reigned around. Marcel, smiling slightly, explained that the sweeter her sister smiled, the worse it was for the second grandfather and the others. Remembering something important, Vivian turned to Mike and said that she had not been able to find the plant he needed and offered to discuss another condition. Marcel said that the master should come to them the next day and they could ask him if he knew anything about this plant. He explained that he was talking about Master Chen, who was famous throughout the capital, called the Master Apothecary, and was held in great respect. Mike remembered the man and recognized that he was very talented, so he agreed to come back the next day. At that moment, an elderly man appeared and called out to them in greeting. Vivienne and Marcel immediately addressed him with respect. The girl asked why he went out on his own, since he should have been resting. Mike immediately felt that this seemingly weak old man was actually a Martial Saint-level master. The old man looked at him carefully and asked who this young man was. Mike introduced himself politely and expressed his respect for the old man. Vivienne added that it was Wu Ji. The old man was surprised and jokingly said that he had already been caught as the son-in-law of the Huang Fu family. Vivienne immediately became embarrassed and tried to stop him, but he only continued, saying that he had heard from her father that Mike was the only one who met her requirements. At this point, Mike changed the subject and asked the old man directly if he had been poisoned in the past. The old man was surprised by his insight and confirmed that he had indeed been seriously poisoned many years ago. Marcel said that it happened during the war when he was injured by a poison from the borderlands created by the master of the Five Poison sect. As a result, the old man became blind and paralyzed below the waist, effectively becoming a helpless man awaiting death. Vivienne hastened to console him, reminding him that Master Chen prepared medicine for him every day, and there was hope for his recovery. The old man then invited Mike to stay the night, emphasizing that since the family was asking for help, they were obliged to show sincere hospitality. At night, while in the guest room, the hero continued to cultivate his technique. He felt that he was just one step away from entering the late stage of chi refining. Shelley was sleeping next to him, and Mike noted with a slight smile how carefree she looked. And then suddenly he heard a noise. Immediately becoming wary, Mike directed his perception outward and quickly assessed the situation outside the window. He couldn't help but admit, these people were incredibly persistent. Even after Vivienne had already taught them a lesson, they did not give up on their plans. 4 people crept in the darkness, trying to act quietly. They didn't know that Mike had already moved to a tree branch directly above them and was watching everything from above. At that moment, a leaf quietly fell from the tree, and one of the old men became alert, sensing something was wrong. But Marcel immediately sarcastically remarked that it was simply his imagination. For this, he immediately received a slap on the back of the head and was reminded that it was his sister's future that was at stake. They were going to slip Mike some kind of potion that had side effects. In the worst case, a person could lose his mind. But in their opinion, it wasn't scary, especially if it was about Mike himself. From above, Mike noted with irony that by their logic, turning into an idiot was perfectly normal. Meanwhile, the conspirators continued to discuss the details. They decided that the best way to do this would be to force him to drink the potion directly, and if necessary, to stun him first. One of them even suggested simply hitting Mike with a stick. It was at this moment that Vivienne suddenly appeared behind them and asked what exactly they were doing. Her father, foolishly, immediately revealed the whole plan, but upon realizing who was standing behind him, he instantly turned pale. Vivienne was furious, saying that they should be ashamed because they were adults and they were trying to get a young man who could be their grandson drunk. One of the old men, in a panic, began to ask why she was not held back. Vivienne replied that whoever was supposed to be watching her was probably sleeping peacefully right on the road. Then Changlong tried to get out of it by claiming that they had come to burn down the estate, pretending to be murderers. But Vivienne immediately stopped this ridiculous lie. She then took out a small bag of powder and reminded them that this was the very drug they were so proud of. However, she immediately added that she had long ago replaced it with ordinary flower pollen. Hearing this, the conspirators were completely at a loss. Vivienne said that since they claimed that this powder made people obey orders, she would test it on them themselves. The 4 people present, overcome with fear, simultaneously screamed, realizing that their situation had become hopeless. Changlong, in turn, angrily noted that she was ready to go even against her own father, and doubted her humanity. Vivienne merely waved her hand casually and ordered everyone to freeze, resulting in the 3 elders and the younger brother obediently freezing in place. Then the girl took out her phone, turned on some upbeat music and ordered them to perform a group dance. As a result, all 4 began to move extremely constrainedly, trying to get into rhythm. Watching this scene, Mike was completely stunned and thought that there were truly strange individuals gathered in front of him. However, Vivienne herself was superior to them all and was clearly not someone to be messed with. Then Mike hurried over to her and tried to convince her to stop. However, Vivian refused, explaining that they needed to learn a lesson and threatening to make the recording public if such antics were repeated. 2 hours later, the four men were lying on the ground, completely exhausted, and Mike noticed that the drug's effect had worn off. Yixing, overcome with shame, broke down and burst into tears, deciding that his reputation was ruined and he would no longer be able to appear in public. In response, Vivian noted that it was still too early and suggested that everyone go back to sleep. However, the hero objected, expressing concern that after waking up they might try to poison him again. Then the girl, slightly embarrassed, invited him to spend the night in her room. Later, already in the room, she handed him a blanket, explaining that he would have to sleep on the floor, but added that there was a wool carpet there. Mike, feeling awkward, wanted to refuse at first, but then he stayed. At some point, he reached into the closet for his things. However, the girl misunderstood his intentions and, frightened, hit him, accusing him of inappropriate behavior. As a result, the hero awkwardly retreated to the closet and, finding himself in an even more awkward situation, recalled that he hadn't even been given a pillow. Vivienne, realizing what had happened, awkwardly noted that she had acted too hastily. A few minutes later, she apologized more quietly, admitting that she had meant no harm. Meanwhile, the hero, applying ice to his swollen cheek, replied that everything was fine. The girl was surprised that he still hadn't gone to bed. However, he assured her that everything would pass by the morning and that he would not create problems for her, after which he advised her to go to bed. However, Vivian herself, having covered her head with the blanket, could not fall asleep for a long time, experiencing confusion and resistance to the thought of a future marriage. Suddenly, she heard Mike muttering something in his sleep. Intrigued, the girl listened and realized that he was saying phrases related to cultivation techniques. Gradually, she realized that this was a very valuable practice and decided to remember every word. At the same time, Mike himself noted that this technique may suit her, but its success will depend solely on her understanding. When the girl tried to record what she heard, she found that she didn't know how to write down some of the hieroglyphs. Realizing this, the hero only reacted with some helplessness, noting that she was in many ways similar to another person he knew. The next morning, the first rays of dawn woke the girl. When Vivian woke up, she noticed a neatly folded blanket on the floor and assumed that Mike had already left. However, then her attention was drawn to a letter on the table. The girl quickly realized that it was written entirely in his hand. Then she decided that she would definitely remember what happened. Later, at the family residence, Marcel asked Mike how the night had gone and tried to find out if anything unusual had happened. He, in turn, replied that he slept until the morning and did not notice anything. Upon hearing this, the guy felt obvious relief. Soon, Vivian approached them and greeted the hero. Marcel then tried to find out if something had happened between them, noticing the young man's slightly swollen face. However, the girl, embarrassed, hastened to assure that nothing had happened. Nevertheless, Marcel did not believe her and demanded proof. At that moment, a guest arrived at the estate, and an invitation was heard from outside to come inside. Master Chen, who arrived, immediately expressed dissatisfaction, noting that the cold wind was harmful to the elderly man. In addition, he pointed out that the medicine he had previously purchased had proven useless, and the old man's condition had only worsened. Then Changlong intervened in the conversation, trying to smooth things over, and reminded him of the master's previous words about the possibility of recovery. After this, the master announced that he had a powerful remedy with a 30% chance of cleansing the body. However, there is a risk that the drug and poison will cause a fatal reaction at the same time. Changlong refused to accept such a dangerous option and asked how much time was left when using conventional means. At this moment, Yixing opened the door and announced that the old gentleman had heard the entire conversation and was asking everyone to come in. Soon, everyone gathered at the patient's bedside. The old man, barely speaking, said that he had already made his decision and did not wish to discuss it any further. Changlong tried to object, hoping to find a solution in the remaining time. However, Vivian, unable to contain her emotions, burst into tears. Then the older man gently reassured her, reminding her that he had experienced many trials and was not afraid of what was happening. In the end, Isin supported the decision of the head of the family. Chen, standing at his bedside, promised to make every effort to save him. Having received consent, he took out the medicine and warned that its effect would be extremely strong and would appear immediately after taking it. The old man, without hesitation, drank the medicine immediately. After this, spiritual energy instantly flared up in his body. At this moment, Yixing felt a powerful vibration and hopefully assumed that the treatment might have worked. However, a moment later, the old man spat out blood, and Vivienne, overcome with alarm, screamed. Meanwhile, Master Chen quickly realized that the attempt had failed. He supported the patient, still clutching the rest of the potion in his hands. However, it was already too late. The old man was on the verge. Then the doctor admitted that the poison had suddenly become active and there was no longer a chance. Despite this, Changlong still clung to his last hope, recalling that they had sensed the movement of spiritual energy earlier. At this point, Mike suggested trying it himself. Without wasting any time, the protagonist concentrated the healing energy. Then he struck the old man's chest with his palm. Master Chen was astonished when he saw that the patient had regained consciousness, and he could not hide his surprise as he tried to understand how this had happened. The hero then explained that the surge of poison had caused cardiac arrest, provoked by the potion itself. Having received the bottle in his hands, he examined it and noted with obvious disdain that it was just a failed nirvana pill. The hero stated that she had no chance of success from the start. Hearing this, Master Chen felt insulted and sharply objected, demanding an explanation. At the same time, Yixing, remembering the rumors about Mike's abilities in alchemy, respectfully asked if there was a way to save the old master. Then Changlong and Marcel simultaneously expressed their willingness to pay any price for help, sincerely asking for intervention. Upon hearing the young man's name, Master Chen was shocked to learn that it was the same Mike from the ancient city. Meanwhile, the hero wrote down the recipe, noting that there was nothing complicated about detoxification, and that all he needed to do was prepare the appropriate pill. However, Master Chen did not believe his words and reminded him that he himself had been involved in treatment for a long time, fully understanding the complexity of the poison. In response, Mike simply handed him a list of herbs and told him to find them urgently, adding that he could cure both the patient's blindness and paralysis. These words hurt the doctor's pride, who objected that the treatment was not as simple as it seemed. However, the hero interrupted him, explaining that he was not a doctor, but was well versed in alchemy. Soon, all the necessary ingredients were already on the table. Then Mike began to create the pill. With a short cry, he raised the cauldron into the air. After this, the herbs began to merge into a flame in his hand. Yixing, smelling the rich aroma, could not hide his admiration. At the same time, Master Chen was literally stunned when he saw true alchemy for the first time. A moment later, a golden pill appeared in the hero's hands, and he immediately ordered it to be given to the old man. Vivian followed the instructions without delay. After this, Mike advised the patient to immediately direct the energy and even out his breathing to clear the meridians. Old Maverick followed these instructions strictly. Within 20 minutes, his body was filled with an unprecedented feeling of lightness. Changlong, amazed by the result, admitted that the old man was indeed healed, and Vivian could not hold back her tears of joy. Meanwhile, the old man himself, having come to his senses, joyfully assured everyone that everything was fine with him. Seeing his clear gaze, Marcel realized that he had regained his sight and received confirmation of this. The old man, in turn, expressed gratitude to Mike not only for getting rid of the poison, but also for healing his eyes and paralysis. Overcome with emotion, Marcel rushed to hug the hero, which clearly irritated him. Yixing asked if this pill had a name, but the hero modestly replied that it was just a common antidote. Hearing this, Changlong was genuinely shocked, not understanding how such a powerful effect could be achieved with an ordinary pill. Master Chen, in turn, tried to explain the situation. However, the hero noted that such compositions are considered basic formulas, and even the nirvana pill is considered only one of them. Maverick then intervened, emphasizing that without Master Chen's help, he would not have lasted so long, and promised to thank both of them generously. However, Mike politely declined the thanks, only reminding him that the Huangfu family now owed him 2 favors. Meanwhile, Marcel, not missing the opportunity to joke, hinted that something had clearly happened between his sister and Mike. In response, the girl, blushing with embarrassment, sharply threw a pillow at him, urging him to behave more seriously. After this, Maverick read the cultivation technique that Mike had passed on, and his amazement only grew. He realized that this was a saint-level technique. The old man admitted that the family's debt to Mike had become even greater. Chen was shocked, not understanding how such a young man could possess such strength, alchemical skills, and such techniques. At this point, Changlong, seeing no other way to repay the help provided, hinted at the possibility of marrying Vivian to Mike. However, the girl, embarrassed to the extreme, tried to stop her father. However, Mike himself got ahead of him. He stated that he had no intention of accepting Vivian as his wife. These words hurt the girl deeply, and she flared up with anger, while Changlong froze in confusion, not having time to say anything. Eventually, Vivian, unable to bear the chain of events, fell into despair, deciding that she was not good enough and that no one needed her even for free. Then Maverick took the floor again and declared that from now on, all of Mike's affairs would become the affairs of the Huangfu family, and they would always support him. The very next day, Mike went to the Age of Luxury, appearing there in the company of two beauties. Upon arriving, he noticed a familiar face and immediately approached Chelsea. The hero asked what she was doing here. Mike assumed that she was working part-time at the establishment due to a lack of funds. He asked if what she had earned from that expedition was not enough for her. However, Chelsea was quick to dismiss this suggestion and said that her affairs were none of others' business, asking them not to interfere. Mike took out his phone and, taking advantage of the situation, threatened to tell the captain that she was working part-time at such a place. Hearing this, the girl immediately became frightened and began to beg him not to do this. Then the hero demanded to explain why she was there. After some hesitation, Chelsea began her sad story. It turned out that her family belonged to a side branch of an influential family from the capital. She had a younger sister, who caught the attention of the second heir of the Zhou family, Roman, during the celebration of the head of the family's birthday. Then the head of the family proposed marriage, but the girl's father, knowing Roman's bad reputation, politely refused. It was this decision that led to tragedy. Roman killed her father and kidnapped her sister, who, unable to bear it, committed suicide. In concluding her story, Chelsea admitted that she hated this family and intended to take revenge. After listening to her, Mike felt a strange feeling, as if this story was already familiar to him. Noticing how his face darkened, Chelsea was surprised to ask the reason for such a change in his mood. However, the hero only pulled her along with him and declared that they would wait for Roman here. He added that even without her, he still would not have been able to avoid meeting him. Hearing this, Chelsea was surprised to realize that Mike also had a score to settle with this man. Soon, Roman actually showed up. As soon as he entered, he ordered the manager to bring him all the best girls. However, the owner of the establishment said that everyone was already occupied by another guest and pointed in Mike's direction. Roman, looking at him with contempt, demanded that he give up the girls to him. The female workers present immediately became tense. However, the hero reminded them to stay put, hinting that otherwise they would lose their earnings. At that moment, Roman noticed Chelsea and, having assessed her appearance, decided that it would be enough to take her alone. However, Mike immediately stopped this attempt, saying that he would not allow anyone to encroach on his companion. In response, Roman arrogantly declared that he was not afraid of anyone and was ready to do anything. Then the hero asked with a grin whether he was deliberately provoking him. Roman's henchman immediately said that Mike was lucky that Mr. Zhou was even bothering with him. Hearing this, the hero suddenly stood up. The next moment, a powerful pressure spread throughout the hall. Mike grabbed his opponent by the neck and threw him aside. After this, he asked what he could now counter him with. Roman had never experienced such humiliation before, so, overcome with rage, he promised to deal with the offender. His companion also intervened, threatening and attempting to attack Mike in revenge for his master. However, before he could even touch Mike, he immediately stopped. The self-confident guy received a severe injury to his arm and screamed in pain. The next moment, he flew back to his master. Roman, lying on the floor, demanded an explanation, but the hero noted that it was now clear why he was so arrogant. Realizing that force was not enough, the enemy began to threaten to support his family, assuring them that his relatives would definitely take revenge. Mike remained unperturbed and stated that he was willing to wait right there, and eventually quite a bit of time passed, but no one showed up. Then the hero, stepping on Roman's head, asked where his help was. After that, he turned to Chelsea and asked what she wanted to do with him. The girl suggested that she first take him to a separate room. Those around watched the scene, discussing who this man was who dared to challenge such an influential family. Meanwhile, back in the club's utility room, Chelsea worriedly asked what they should do next. However, Mike replied that he does not act under the influence of emotions and has thought everything through in advance. Despite the severe beatings, Roman continued to laugh and threaten, assuring that when his family arrived, death awaited them all. In response, the hero only ordered him to shut up and kicked him in the spine, causing him even more pain. At that moment, Chelsea pulled out a knife and, turning to him, revealed her identity. She claimed that she was the sister of the dead girl and had come to take revenge. Frightened, Roman tried to justify himself, claiming that what happened had nothing to do with him, but Chelsea was adamant. However, Mike stopped her, noting that a quick death would be too light a punishment for him. Hearing this, the prisoner became completely frightened and began to threaten, mentioning his family. However, these words only strengthened the girl's determination. Chelsea said she had nothing to fear, as there was no one left in her family anyway. She finally struck, and his scream echoed throughout the room. And then suddenly the door swung open. Roman's older brother Jordan burst inside, demanding an explanation. Mike admitted that he was the one who beat up his relative. Seeing this, the newcomer was initially taken aback, but almost immediately moved on to threats. At that moment, Roman's voice came from the corner, begging for help. But before his brother could finish speaking, Mike rushed forward and hit him, knocking him down. He then abruptly cut off any attempts by Jordan to speak, saying that he had no intention of listening to threats. At that moment, the man realized that all this was not a terrible dream, but reality. Roman again tried to hide behind the family name, warning of the consequences. However, the hero remained completely calm and stated that he was ready to see how it all ended. Meanwhile, Jordan, noticing his brother's condition, worriedly asked what was wrong with him, but he could barely speak due to the pain. Soon, another man entered the room, who, recognizing Mike, noted that in front of them was the one who had previously defeated the representatives of the three great families. Benjamin suggested that his actions were tantamount to a declaration of war, and he demanded to know who dared to challenge the Joe clan. Jordan immediately recognized the person who entered and told the others that it was Mike. At that moment, Roman, with tears in his eyes, began to beg his father to avenge him, complaining that he had been seriously injured. Upon hearing this, Benjamin became furious, literally went berserk, and declared that Mike had crossed all boundaries. Meanwhile, young Master Jan also urged his father to deal with the enemy immediately. Soon, Elliot loudly declared that Mike could not count on victory, even with the Northern Union behind him. However, the hero himself did not attach any importance to this entire group from the very beginning, and only replied that he did not see any problem in it. Then Benjamin ordered his men to attack, deciding that since Mike had come himself, he would not be allowed to leave. Several fighters rushed forward but were instantly defeated. After that, Mike asked who allowed them to touch him in the first place. Unable to bear it any longer, Benjamin decided to enter the battle personally and rushed forward with a cry. However, the hero, observing this, noted with obvious bewilderment that he did not understand where he got such confidence from. After that, he sent him flying with one blow. Luckily for him, his bodyguards managed to catch him in the air. Meanwhile, Elliot gave the signal for a joint attack, and several masters entered the battle at once. Benjamin, feeling supported, smugly declared that they had failed to deal with Mike in the ancient city, but now he would definitely not leave. Suddenly, Chelsea asked the hero to be careful, as all the warriors from the Zhou and Yan families had reached the Wuzhen level. Hearing this, Mike only sighed heavily, then released spiritual energy. The next moment, a dragon's roar was heard, and rays of light cut through the space, scattering opponents in different directions. The observers were shocked and could not understand what kind of technology it was. But Benjamin again encouraged his people, declaring that Mike must die here and now, especially since the head of the family was already approaching. However, Mike asked with disdain whether this was all that the Zhou and Yan families were capable of. At that moment, two warriors tried to attack him from behind, reproaching him for his insolence. In response, the hero noted that after the defeat of the younger ones, the older ones immediately come to the rescue. Then both elders declared that he did not understand his situation and that he should be severely punished for the injuries he had inflicted on their grandson. Mike just chuckled, noting that there were only two Wuzun warriors in front of him. Hearing this, Miguel decided to personally teach him a lesson and was about to attack. But then Marcel suddenly intervened, calling on everyone to stop. The elder of the Yan family immediately asked what he was doing there. The guy casually put his arm around Mike's shoulder and declared that he was under the protection of the Huangfu family. Hearing this, Miguel doubted whether he had the right to speak on behalf of the entire family. At that moment, a commanding voice was heard, confirming his words. The appearance of three influential figures of the family at once astonished everyone present. Miguel asked if the Huangfu family was really ready to quarrel with two great clans at once over one person. However, Changlong replied that for his sake, they were ready to enter into conflict with any force. The old man also added that even being the strongest family, no one has the right to do whatever they want. After this, Changlong reported important news. His father had fully recovered. This news greatly shocked his opponents, as it had previously been believed that Maverick was already dying. However, Miguel, unwilling to back down, stated that Mike had injured his grandson for no reason, and the Yan family would not let this go. But in the end, Roman's grandfather decided to back down, declaring that he would remember this day and leave everything as it was for now. However, Roman, not wanting to give up, continued to beg for revenge, clinging to his grandfather. Marcel, observing this, remarked with contempt that they were simply leaving like cowards. Only then did Mike have the opportunity to ask how they had ended up there in the first place. Changlong explained that they had received information about the flower of rebirth, so Marcel went to look for it. Yixing, in turn, gave Mike some sincere advice, noting that even having reached the level of a saint, one cannot consider oneself invincible. Changlong supported him, adding that there were still outstanding masters and forces in the world that did not interfere in people's affairs. Mike thanked them for the warning and promised to be more careful, then asked for details about the flower of rebirth. Marcel said that on the outskirts of the capital, a flower called the Blue Spirit had recently bloomed, which, according to the description, matched the one he was looking for. Hearing this, Mike realized that they were talking about one plant. Then he turned to Chelsea and assured her that Roman would be punished. The hero explained that he would be heading to the outskirts of the capital. He was pleased, as the flower of rebirth could help restore his third uncle's leg. Meanwhile, Changlong suggested that Marcel go with Mike. However, he refused, citing the need for preparation. At the same time, the name of an important person flashed through his thoughts: Sarah. Later, at the Zhou family residence in the capital, they were already discussing the recent events. A member of the Zhou family noted that he did not expect the Huangfu family to intervene and admitted that they underestimated Mike. Benjamin, in turn, suggested that she come up with a way to get rid of him, promising a significant portion of the family's assets in exchange. After hearing this, Evelyn suggested taking advantage of Mike's support from the Huangfu family and turning the situation against them. Upon hearing this, Benjamin immediately understood the plan and noted that it was about events on the outskirts of the capital, recognizing the plan as very successful. Evelyn added that she had heard that immediately after Mike left the age of luxury, he headed straight to the outskirts of the capital. Meanwhile, noticing Mike's silence, Shelley asked why he wasn't talking to her. Then she reminded him that her patience had its limits. Shelley suddenly imagined the scene where Mike was hugging Chelsea and Vivian and came to the conclusion that all men were probably equally unreliable. Mike then noticed with a hint of irritation that Shelley was slacking off and asked if she could do some cultivation. However, the girl refused to leave him, explaining that she did not know what he was doing behind her back, and therefore she was obliged to keep an eye on him. At this moment, a powerful murderous aura suddenly rushed out from afar. Shelley was confused and didn't understand what was happening. Almost immediately, 2 attacks fell upon Mike from 2 sides. When a powerful explosion thundered, he heard a cold voice with the intent to kill him. The 2 old men from the Yan and Zhou families watching the flames assumed that by joining forces they had already dealt with the young man. However, as soon as a figure emerged from the flames in front of them, they were shocked, not understanding how this was possible. Mike remarked with disdain that they were behaving like annoying flies, since they had not dared to act in the capital, but had still followed him here. Then his opponents declared that now, outside the imperial capital, no one could help him. The protagonist noted that, apparently, they were really determined to kill him. In turn, Miguel threatened that if the Huangfu family had not protected him earlier, he would have dealt with him long ago. Then the second man, Jose, called for arms and declared that the great families of the capital were a force that could not be provoked. Mike then asked if there was anyone else on the list or if only the 2 of them knew about it. Without wasting any more words, Miguel attacked him, confident that if he were killed here, no one, including the Huangfu family, would know anything. However, Mike easily dodged the blow, which was exactly what he had planned. After this, he noted that in that case, their death would also remain a secret. By the time Miguel recognized the technique, it was too late. He realized that it was a palm piercing the clouds. The next moment, a blow like a giant golden palm fell upon him and pinned him to the ground, leaving behind only a skeleton. Seeing this, Jose turned pale and wondered in horror who this young man really was. After this, I decided to retreat and think about a new strategy. However, before leaving, he released a poisonous gas, hoping that it would be able to delay the enemy at least for a moment. He was sure that his staff contained a strong poison, which, although it did not kill, was able to slow down the enemy. However, Mike was already hot on his heels, completely destroying his confidence. In despair, the old man did not understand how this was possible. But soon the second blow overtook him, and he shared the fate of his comrade. Meanwhile, Shelley looked out to see what had happened and noticed that both old men were completely useless. Frightened, the girl quickly ran up and hugged him from behind, reproaching him for frightening her again. When dawn came, Shelley noticed with weariness that he had crossed 2 mountains and had been searching for something all night, and she asked if he was tired. Soon they stopped in front of the gate, and the girl pointed to the villa ahead. She noted that the place looked abandoned, although it was unexpected that such a building was located there. At that moment, the man opened the door and asked them to wait a little, adding that his young master was inviting them inside. Shelley followed Mike and couldn't hide her admiration, noting that the yard looked very elegant. Upon seeing the guest, the young blonde man, River, noted that he had long heard of the great name of Mr. Wuji and was glad to finally meet him. In response, Mike politely remarked that his interlocutor had very refined taste, although life in such solitude was probably quite lonely. River introduced himself, adding that due to the decline of his family he was forced to live here in seclusion, and also handed him a book with illustrations of herbs. Meanwhile, Shelley chuckled softly, noticing the nickname River had been given, which was associated with male weakness. However, River himself, noticing this, explained that he was only a weak man, which is why his enemies in the capital gave him such a humorous name. Hearing this, Mike frowned and was surprised that he was able to see Shelley. In response, the interlocutor explained that since childhood he has been able to distinguish between the worlds of yin and yang and has no evil intentions. Moreover, he knew the purpose of Mr. Wuji's visit. He wanted to research the medicinal plants in the area. However, he admitted that their materials on this matter were incomplete, so Wuji could live here for a while first and wait. Mike was very grateful to River but did not want to inconvenience him, but the man insisted. Then, looking Mike over carefully, he reflected on how much he had changed over the years. Later, the servant served tea and said that a man named Wuji had commissioned people from the Northern Alliance to investigate him. However, River replied that he didn't care, and also noted that Wuji's real name was Mike, and that he had a serious background. He is part of a distinguished duo along with Marcel, although he was previously considered a loser who was expelled from the Mu family. Then River sensed a change and noted that a change of power could soon occur in the imperial capital. He then reminded her that tomorrow was the anniversary of the young lady's death and that Marcel should arrive soon. Meanwhile, in the living room, Mike ended the call on the comm, after which he noticed Shelley sitting outside with a gloomy expression on her face. He asked her if she was afraid of anything, and the girl admitted that she found the man a little scary. Then Mike explained that his soul was stronger, so fear was quite natural, but suddenly he felt a strange aura. At that very moment, an object flew rapidly into the room, which he intercepted with his hand. It turned out to be a dagger with a letter tied to it. Untying it, he saw that inside was what he was looking for, the flower of rebirth. Immediately after this, he jumped out of the window, and Shelley, noticing this, called out to Mike, asking where he was going. Mike, meanwhile, had gone deep into the mountains on the outskirts. The letter said that if he wanted to get the blue spirit, he had to hurry. Hearing this, the protagonist quickened his pace. However, almost immediately, a hidden weapon flew past him. The opponent standing opposite him clearly knew his name and, as if to clarify, turned to him. Mike cautiously asked who he was. In response, the stranger picked up a stone and mockingly noted that he had taken the bait. The stone flew rapidly towards Mike. However, the hero easily caught him and ordered him to stop. However, the man had already managed to escape, shouting that all Mike could do was wait for death. And then the hero realized that it was a suicide bomber. At that moment, Huang Fu's brother and sister appeared nearby, and Marcel asked his sister in surprise. Then, noticing Mike next to the coffin, he became even more surprised and asked what he was doing there. Running closer and seeing the decomposing body, the young man recognized his beloved Sarah in horror. He couldn't believe what had happened and desperately sank down to the coffin. Unable to contain himself, Marcel blamed Mike, asking if he had done it. After this, he immediately fell into despair and began to blame himself, admitting that he could not protect her and therefore deserved to die. His cry of despair echoed through the forest, frightening the birds. He then declared that in 3 days, at the Divine Martial Arts Arena in the Imperial capital, he and Mike would fight to the death. Vivian asked sternly if he understood what he was saying. However, Marcel had already lost his composure and ordered everyone to leave. After that, he carefully closed the coffin lid. The man picked it up and, turning to Sarah, promised to take her home. The servant, observing what was happening, asked River's opinion. At the same time, Marcel continued to blame him, claiming that if he had not insisted on being buried here, this would not have happened. River only silently accepted his words. As he left with the coffin, Marcel only said that their showdown did not end there. After this, Mike handed River the stone he had found earlier and asked if he blamed him. In response, the interlocutor noted that it was none of his business, so there was no reason to blame him, and added that the body was preserved with the help of a pearl. But since there was no point in it now, he threw it away, noting that if Marcel was losing his mind over something like this, then his limit ended there. Mike then asked if anyone knew who did it. River named 3 families, Mu, Yan, and Zhou. Meanwhile, the servant noted with concern that it was already late and the dew was heavy, so Mr. Wuji should go back and rest. After this, River ordered that when Wuji began to take revenge, their family would fully support him against the 3 great clans. River added that these families act as if his kind has no protection, but he will do everything to ensure that there is no place left for them to live. When everyone had left, only Vivian remained next to Mike, and he curiously asked why she hadn't left yet. The girl, in turn, asked him not to go out to the duel in the Divine Arena. In response, the hero distantly noted that he would restrain himself. Then Vivian suddenly hugged him and admitted that she didn't want either of them to get hurt. However, Mike firmly stated that this conflict between him and Marcel did not require her sacrifice. The girl tried to object, reminding him of the consequences of a duel in the arena. But before she could finish speaking, he hit her on the back of the head. Having lost consciousness, she went limp, and the hero carefully picked her up. Meanwhile, at the Zhou family villa, Benjamin laughed smugly, noting that Evelyn was indeed a brilliant strategist. Elliot, in turn, laughed out loud, explaining that initially they only wanted to pit Huang Fu's family against Mike. The fight card already listed a fight between Mike and Marcel, and the men noted with satisfaction that this was an excellent outcome. Evelyn was pleased with the result, noting that a duel in the arena, where life and death are decided, was an outcome she herself did not expect. Elliot agreed, adding that trading one suicide bomber for Mike's life was more than profitable. Benjamin, not stingy with praise, noted that Evelyn combines beauty and talent, since she managed to play even this outstanding duet. Meanwhile, Mike carried Vivian into the room and laid her on the bed. Shelley, watching this, noticed that he could not forget this girl. Even unconscious, Vivian continued to worry, quietly saying the names of Mike and Marcel. The next morning, the servant hunter asked if River was going to go and watch the fight between Marcel and Wuji. However, he replied that the outcome had already been decided, so there was no need to go. Meanwhile, a huge crowd had already gathered at the arena in the capital, and there were no empty seats left. When Marcel appeared, people began to wonder why his opponent had not arrived yet. However, soon the one everyone was waiting for finally appeared. A powerful, blazing aura could be felt behind the main character. The 2 enormous forces collided, causing the spectators to gasp in admiration, with Marseille being the first to declare that he was no longer the man he once was. In response, the hero suggested starting the fight, reminding her that he had promised Vivian to restrain himself. Meanwhile, Benjamin discussed what was happening on the sidelines, noting that over the past 3 days, Marcel had managed to break through in his technique. At this point, Marcel attacked first, declaring that he was not going to show leniency. However, Mike deftly dodged the blow and mockingly asked if that was all he could do. Then Marcel, having finally made up his mind, struck again, asking the same question. Gathering all his spiritual power into his fist, he released an attack. She was like a flaming stream rushing straight towards Mike. At that moment, the pillars in the arena began to light up one after another, and the spectators noticed that the stronger the fighter, the more pillars lit up. The rising dust hid what was happening from the eyes of the spectators, and Marcel himself. However, Mike soon dispelled it and appeared in front of everyone. He noticed that Marcel's talent did not seem to be that outstanding. Losing his composure, Marcel declared that Mike had desecrated the grave of the person dearest to him, and he would not be able to forgive it. Then, moving on to his power, he released a powerful aura that covered his entire body. When the remaining pillars also lit up, one of the spectators noted with shock that all the pillars in the arena had lit up. At this moment, Marcel used the three-headed Golden Dragon Imperial Fist technique. In response, Mike used the massive palm of the Great Path to defend himself. 5 giant palms closed around him, completely blocking any attacks. Meanwhile, dust was flying all over the arena, and Elliot noted with bewilderment that Mike's defense seemed incredibly strong. Marcel, watching this, wondered why the enemy was only defending and not going on the attack. After that, I decided to test its limits with the following technique. Having made his decision, he soared into the sky. Vivian realized that this was one of the Huangfu family's highest techniques and anxiously asked if her brother was really going to kill Mike. The next moment, the sword turned into countless blades that fell down like pouring rain. In response, Mike formed an invisible shield, the body of a flawless saint, and completely blocked the attack. As soon as the blades collided with his aura, they instantly crumbled. Marcel was shocked, not understanding how this was possible, since he was using an average-level technique. At that moment, he realized that he was not Mike's opponent, and bitterly admitted that even after the breakthrough, he was still inferior to him. Benjamin noted with horror that all the pillars were on fire, meaning that they were facing a force of the Wuzun level, but Mike still gained the upper hand. Marcel, gathering his courage, asked to wait because Mike had never attacked yet, so he would like to see his true strength. Then the hero came closer, deciding to fulfill his request. Soon his body rose into the air, and lightning began to writhe around him. With a serious expression on his face, he concentrated his power into one palm. After that, he brought it down. Seeing this, Marcel panicked and tried to dodge, realizing that the attack was too powerful. As a result, he had to take cover behind a pole. However, even he couldn't withstand it and fell apart. Marcel realized in horror that even the residual wave of the impact had the destructive power of a great master. At this point, debris began to fall everywhere, and Benjamin ordered his men to retreat. However, not everyone managed to avoid the blow. One of them ended up crushed by a huge rock. Elliot cursed in irritation, not understanding why giant pieces of debris were flying straight towards them. Spectators everywhere expressed shock at the sight of the completely destroyed arena, noting that it was the first time they had seen the arena in such a state. Marcel, despite the defeat, stated that Mike was much stronger than him. However, he will never give up his desire to surpass it. After this, he admitted defeat, adding that he was not his opponent today. Elliot, watching what was happening, was stunned and did not understand why he suddenly gave up. Meanwhile, the crowd burst into enthusiastic shouts, admiring the spectacle of the fight. Vivian, in turn, breathed a sigh of relief. Changlong, standing to the side, quietly asked his comrade whether his poison was capable of dealing with an opponent of the Wuzun level. Then Mike, frowning, reminded Marcel that he was going to fight him to the death. However, he abruptly changed his position, stating that he now understood that Mike was not involved in the desecration of Sarah's grave. Marcel explained that he had challenged him to the arena to spur his own breakthrough, and that defeating him was his obsession. Afterwards, he invited Mike to return with him to the Huangfu family, adding that he had a valuable gift for him. Elliot, watching this, thought with irritation that he could not allow their plan to fail and hastened to intervene. He called out to them sharply and asked them to stop. Then Marcel asked what the head of the Yan family wanted to say. Elliot stated that they were breaking tradition, as this arena is usually where matters of life and death are decided. However, Marcel objected, asking who had said that a fight in this arena had to end in death. Benjamin intervened, stating that it was an unspoken rule known to everyone. Mike then turned to the Alliance Protector, asking if such a rule existed. Jacques immediately denied this, saying that he had never heard of such a thing. Then Benjamin frowned and reminded him that he had been a member of the Alliance for a long time and should know such things. At that moment, the head of the Alliance, Ryder, suddenly appeared and confirmed that no such rules existed. Jacques immediately greeted him respectfully. Elliot was surprised by his appearance because he thought he was on the southern border. Ryder explained that the arena was only used to resolve conflicts, and there was never an obligation to fight to the death. He added that the winner had already been determined, and the parties had voluntarily reconciled, so the Alliance would not interfere. He then asked if anyone had any objections. Elliot still wanted to object to him. However, Benjamin stopped him, reminding him that they had a backup plan, and that the unification of two great families would create serious difficulties. After this, Benjamin respectfully said goodbye, agreeing with the decision. Ryder declared the match over, ordering everyone to disperse, and the crowd unanimously supported him. Later, in the Huang Fu family's living room, Marcel handed Mike the rebirth flower and invited him to take a look at it. He explained that old Maverick, having learned about the search for Mike, asked his hermit friend in the mountains to help with the search. Mike thanked him, happy that he would now be able to restore his third uncle's leg. After that, he said goodbye as he was about to leave, and Marcel wished him good luck. However, Maverick asked him to stay. Then, looking at his grandson's battered face, he asked if he had fought with Mike again. Marcel denied this, explaining that it was the work of his sister, who was afraid that he was going to fight to the death. After that, he approached Mike and, with a bit of humor, complained that his face was very swollen, and now he was embarrassed to show it to people. Then Marcel pointed to the wound on his neck. In response, the hero irritably asked what this had to do with him. At this point, Maverick intervened in the conversation and remarked that he was planning to take them with him and visit the three great families that night. Noticing Marcel lick the corner of his lip and the cut suddenly disappearing, Mike realized it was just ketchup. After that, he hit him, accusing him of just pretending and playing on his feelings. Maverick then changed the subject and said that the Huang Fu family had already begun commercial pressure on the three great families. After this, he asked Marcel for his opinion, and he replied that they should be finished off while they were weakened. Maverick then turned to his grandson, asking which family to start with, and Marcel stated that the Zhou family should be the first. Meanwhile, in the Zhou family's living room, Evelyn was furious, noting that she didn't expect Mike and Marcel to resist the provocation. She acknowledged that it was respectable that even after the desecration of a loved one's grave, Mike managed to maintain his composure. At that moment, Benjamin answered the phone and walked away, and Elliot noted that he didn't understand who exactly had called the head of the martial arts alliance. Evelyn added that, according to her information, after the competition, the head of the alliance had already left for the southern border. The man chuckled and stated that the next time he came back, it would only be to take Mike's body. Benjamin then broke the important news that the Zhou family's business in the capital had been attacked by the Huang Fu family and had suffered serious losses. Evelyn noted with surprise that this was impossible, since their actions were carefully hidden. However, at that moment the phone vibrated, and after reading the message, Elliot and Evelyn's faces turned pale. It turned out that the Yang family's businesses had also suffered heavy losses, just like the Mu family's businesses. Benjamin couldn't believe that the Huang Fu family alone was capable of dealing such a blow to three great clans at once. Elliot lost his composure and smashed the phone in frustration, complaining that the problems were not going away. Benjamin then suggested that other forces were likely involved, possibly including the Northern Alliance. Soon he noticed another message, after which his face changed dramatically. The news reported that the economic enterprises of the three great families of the imperial capital suffered losses amounting to tens of billions. Elliot stated that he needed to return urgently and take care of family affairs, suggesting that they act the following night. Meanwhile, within the imperial capital, Mike asked Maverick how he knew about the involvement of the three families. In response, he explained that during the search of the bodies of the killed mercenaries, a note from Benjamin was found with an exact indication of the time and place. However, he added that they carried out the attacks within the Northern Alliance's influence and asked if Mike was responsible for the rest. Mike replied that he could only act within his sphere of influence, after which Maverick realized that someone else was helping them. They soon arrived at the place, and Marcel was surprised to notice that there was no light anywhere, despite the fact that the family was on the verge of bankruptcy. Then Maverick ordered his grandson to knock, but Marcel struck like an imperial fist, and the noise alarmed everyone inside. Then Marcel went inside and ordered the servant to call the head of the family immediately. Meanwhile, Benjamin discussed moving assets outside the capital and a plan to unite with the Yan and Mu families to strike at Huang Fu. However, at that moment, a servant ran in and reported that the gate had been destroyed by three unknown persons. Benjamin slammed the table in anger and stood up, demanding to know who dared to do such a thing, adding that he was already angry. Hearing that the uninvited guests were also demanding that he leave himself, his face became even gloomier, and he decided to deal with the uninvited guests personally. Outside, Marcel suddenly noticed hidden weapons flying and warned of the danger. At that moment, Maverick hit him in the back with his palm, protecting his grandson. The old man immediately reproached him for his carelessness. The servants, realizing the level of threat, shouted that it was an aura field. They immediately rushed to call the head of the family. When Benjamin came out, he angrily scolded everyone for the noise, after which he looked at those who had arrived with contempt. Noticing Mike and Marcel, he asked if they were teaming up to attack his family. Then, noticing Maverick, he suggested that perhaps the old head of the Huangfu family had returned. But Jordan said that there was still no contact with him. Then Benjamin politely folded his hands and asked who this elder was and why they attacked his family. In response, Maverick introduced himself as Marcel's grandfather. Hearing this, the father and son were shocked to realize that the people in front of them were representatives of the Huangfu family. Marcel recalled that he had previously spoken about the restoration of his great-grandfather. At that moment, Benjamin remembered a familiar name and, with horror, assumed that the punishing sage Maverick was in front of him. Jordan immediately bowed respectfully, expressing the hope that the elder would show generosity and spare them. Maverick replied that he was not going to act without reason. He added that since the conspiracy was directed against Mike and Marcel, they should resolve the issue themselves. Benjamin tried to soften the situation, saying that it was better to settle the feud than to make it worse. However, at that moment, Mike struck with his palm, declaring that he was completely satisfied with this and that he was not afraid of anything. Seeing Benjamin get hit, Jordan screamed in horror at his father. He could no longer restrain himself and, overcome with rage, ordered an attack. At that moment, Marcel rushed forward, declaring that he could handle it himself. He unleashed a series of rapid strikes from his imperial fist. Afterwards, watching his opponents fall one after another, he noted with disdain that it was too boring. Jordan couldn't bear such humiliation. However, Mike intervened, saying that Marcel was his opponent. Then Jordan wearily asked him what he wanted. In response, Marcel blocked his path and declared that he would be his rival, reminding him that he had always wanted to marry his sister. He then offered a deal that if Jordan could beat him, he would get a chance to win, and he was even willing to give him a head start. Jordan felt insulted and stated that Marcel should not underestimate the Zhou family. However, he easily dodged the attack and noted that the person occupying third place in the preliminary rankings was hardly worthy of his sister. Without taking his hands out of his pockets, he raised his leg and kicked his opponent, wondering if he considered himself worthy. Meanwhile, Mike pulled Roman out from inside, who screamed in panic, asking to be let go and saved. Seeing this, Jordan became indignant and turned to Mike, declaring that his brother was not a master, but the hero only threw Roman away. He had barely landed when he received a blow to the knee. Mike then jumped up and kicked him again, sending him straight onto the prone Benjamin. He quickly lifted his son up, crying out his name in despair. Seeing Roman bleeding, the man became indescribably furious. He then took an object out of his clothes and, looking at Mike with fury, declared that now he was finished. He said that it was not only the Huangfu family that possessed the martial arts saint. Crushing the token, he loudly called out to his ancestor, declaring that the Zhou family was on the brink of life and death. At that moment, Maverick stood in front of Mike and Marcel, ordering them to stay behind, as the token contained Ushin's aura. Soon, a powerful aura filled the space. The next moment, the ancestor of the Zhou family, Cairo, appeared before them. He menacingly demanded an explanation, asking who dared to attack his family. Jordan exclaimed with relief that it was an ancestor and was delighted at his appearance. Mike frowned and asked if it was really the Ushin warrior in front of him, to which Maverick confirmed it and declared that he would take him on. Cairo, assessing Maverick, noted with mockery that he should have been in the grave long ago, but, as it turned out, he had recovered. In response, Maverick pointed out that his interlocutor was still alive, and then Cairo asked directly if he had brought people to destroy the Zhou family. Maverick explained that it was the Zhou family that first plotted against Huangfu, and he merely brought the youth to seek justice. However, Cairo released a oppressive aura and noted that even without it, the destruction that had been wreaked on their residence was already too great. However, Maverick showed no fear and stated that he would not mind fighting him for even 300 rounds. Cairo then demanded that after they had taken revenge, they take their people and immediately leave the Zhou family's territory. Otherwise, a war would start. However, Benjamin was dissatisfied with this outcome and began to convince his ancestor not to let Mike go. He noted that he had already reached the level of Wushin and would become a serious threat in the future. Then Cairo pointed to Mike and suggested a compromise: leave him and the others go. In response, Maverick stated that he did not obey such orders, and if anyone wanted to touch Mike, they would have to go through him first. In the end, Cairo decided to kill Mike at any cost. A moment later, the two strongest opponents collided with each other. Maverick ordered Mike and Marcel to retreat. Marcel himself, realizing the difference in power, advised Mike to leave. Meanwhile, Cairo provoked his opponent by suggesting that they take to the air and fight there. Maverick followed him, using the three-headed golden dragon technique. The blow lit up the night sky, and Cairo blocked it with difficulty. However, Maverick gave him no respite, pursuing and delivering chain attacks, not allowing him to escape. A fierce battle unfolded in the sky. At that moment, Cairo felt the situation was getting tense. After that, he flew out of the epicenter of the battle, but his opponent immediately rushed after him. Below, Benjamin, as if anticipating the outcome, mockingly turned to Mike, declaring that he should now be afraid. He stated that it was Mike who forced the Joe family's ancestor out of seclusion, and therefore he was doomed. Marcel, on the contrary, confidently stated that even the martial arts saint of the Joe family would not be able to cope with his great-grandfather. However, Benjamin countered that even a sage could not protect Mike forever unless he decided to hide in the Huangfu family for the rest of his life. However, Mike promised that he was not going to run away, and upon hearing this, Benjamin stated that all he could do then was wait for death. He added that he did not understand where he got such self-confidence from, because a martial arts saint was incomparable to a Wushan warrior. However, Mike reminded him that their ancestor was now missing, and only then did Benjamin truly feel fear. He began to retreat in panic, begging not to come closer, and then desperately called to his ancestor for help. Meanwhile, Mike concentrated spiritual power in his palm, remembering how in a past life Roman killed his mother and brought his sister to her death. These memories filled him with determination, and he prepared to draw the summoned sword. Jordan, in fear, threatened that if Mike dared to kill him and his father, the ancestor of the Joe family would not leave him alive. Benjamin, on the contrary, felt relieved, deciding that his ancestor was already returning. However, at this time, Cairo himself was busy fighting Maverick, who did not allow him to retreat. Meanwhile, Benjamin became cheerful again, saying that now that the Huangfu family saint was busy, no one would be able to protect Mike. At that moment, Cairo used a palm strike, threatening to destroy Mike if he dared to touch the Joe family representatives. Marcel quickly dodged and shouted at the hero to retreat. However, he, on the contrary, tightly gripped the sword in his hand and threw it at the target. Seeing this, Cairo was surprised and mockingly remarked that Mike, being only at the level of Wuzun, would not be able to withstand Wushan's attack. The sacred sword quickly pierced Cairo's protective shield, causing him to scream in panic, not understanding how this was possible. Meanwhile, Mike had already grabbed Benjamin. Then he threw it aside with a grin, calling out to Marcel and offering to catch it. However, he didn't have time to react, and only watched as father and son crashed into the ground with all their might. Cairo became furious and demanded that they be handed over immediately. In response, Mike mockingly suggested that he come and pick them up himself. He added ironically that, being the great Wushan, he was supposedly not capable of handling two youths. The hero then looked at his opponent in the air and, deciding to teach him a lesson, rushed forward. Clenching his fist, he waited for the right moment and with one blow struck Cairo right in the stomach. He was surprised to realize the force of the attack, which was enough to seriously injure him. Mike stood confidently on the ground. Marcel couldn't believe his eyes, wondering why the martial arts saint looked so weak. Trying to save face, Cairo declared that the saint could not yield to Wu Zong and attributed the incident to his own carelessness. Then Mike asked again if it was really just a sloppy mistake. At that moment, Marcel noticed that Mike was taking off his outerwear and asked in surprise what he was going to do. However, the next moment Mike disappeared right before his eyes, which left him in shock. Meanwhile, Cairo deftly dodged the kick. After this, he contemptuously called his opponent a fool and declared that since he was seeking death, he was ready to fulfill his wish. He counterattacked with a punch, but Mike intercepted his arm and dismissively remarked that he was talking too much. Immediately after this, Cairo was thrown to the ground with great force, and Mike ordered him to get down. The fall was so powerful that the ground beneath it cracked. Meanwhile, Mike descended from the sky again and, as if intending to finish off his opponent, kicked him downwards. Marcel, not knowing how to explain it, only noted that it would be okay if Maverick was a little late. Below, Cairo was in extreme pain, and unable to bear it, he screamed. He then summoned a long sword and noted with irritation that strength in itself meant nothing. The old man released a powerful aura and attacked with killing intent. Marcel anxiously warned Mike to be careful. At the same time, Benjamin, observing this, confidently declared that the ancestor of the Joe family had finally lost his temper, and now Mike would not survive. Jordan added that if Marcel had stayed away from Mike earlier, they might have let him go. But it was too late now. Meanwhile, Benjamin showed his phone and said that he had already notified the Yan and Mu families and they would arrive soon. However, Marcel, tired of his conversations, simply kicked him, forcing him to shut up. Meanwhile, Cairo, having lost sight of Mike, took to the air to get a better look, believing that he was hiding. At that moment, Mike stood among the rubble, waving his sword and mockingly challenging his opponent to fight again. Cairo used a technique that cuts through the sky, to which Mike responded that it worked perfectly and deflected the attack. After that, he quickly rushed upwards towards the enemy. He noted with disdain that such a reception could hardly be called something serious. Having received a powerful blow, Cairo was frightened by the enemy's speed. A second kick from Mike immediately followed. After this, Cairo collapsed among the rubble of the courtyard, realizing that this was no ordinary warrior Wuzun in front of him. Marcel, watching this, was horrified, not understanding since when Wuzun was able to suppress the Wushan warrior so much. Meanwhile, Cairo stood up, preparing to use his strongest technique. Mike asked if he still had a trump card. In response, Cairo angrily announced the fire dragon technique, warning that touching it meant death. A fiery dragon swirled in a whirlwind of energy, and Jordan smugly remarked that in front of Wushan, any Wuzun was just an ant. Marcel, on the other hand, noted that the situation was becoming critical as the Zhou family's ancestor had fully revealed his power. At that moment, a purple light flashed in Mike's eyes, and he, finding what was happening ridiculous, delivered a direct blow with his palm. However, contrary to expectations, Cairo suddenly retreated and fled. Seeing this, Benjamin and Jordan, who had been laughing just a moment before, immediately found themselves in a humiliating position because their ancestor had simply run away. Marcel was amazed because this was his strongest technique. Mike approached them and asked if they had any other funds since the Holy Zhou family had left them. Benjamin, despite this, continued to believe that as long as the ancestor was alive, the family could be reborn. Then Mike pointed at them and said they wouldn't get that chance again. Two streams of spiritual energy rushed towards their foreheads. As a result, the father and son fell in horror, dying instantly. After this, Marcel looked closely at Mike's hand and asked to show it. He asked in bewilderment what he was doing. Marcel sighed and admitted that he was beginning to doubt whether he was human at all, as his power was too great. In response, Mike noted that perhaps there were people like Marcel somewhere, and that people like himself were not at all uncommon. Marcel misunderstood him and assumed he was talking about hidden sects, but Mike didn't pursue the topic further. The hero then looked up at the sky and noted that the spiritual energy on Earth was growing stronger, and that a golden age of martial arts was perhaps approaching. At that moment, Maverick finally broke free from captivity and, hurrying towards them, declared that he had come to save them. However, looking around, he did not see any of the enemies and began to call out to Cairo, offering to continue the fight. Marcel called out to him, indicating that they were here. Maverick, noticing them unharmed, anxiously inquired if Cairo had harmed them and was surprised by his absence. In response, Marcel reported that the Zhou family saint had been completely suppressed by Mike, adding that his combat power was truly terrifying. The old man, not believing what he heard, hit his grandson, deciding that he was lying, and declared that if he was going to lie, then at least lie convincingly. At that moment, Mike stepped forward and explained that just as Cairo was about to attack, he was struck by lightning and escaped. Maverick found this explanation more plausible and agreed, noting that this was exactly what he thought. The old man then declared that since the Zhou family was finished, there were still 2 families ahead that they would have to visit that night. However, at that moment, a man stepped forward and asked where exactly they were going to go. Elliot and his men appeared before the heroes, and Marcel explained that before his death, Benjamin managed to summon the Yan and Mu families. Maverick, hearing this, was even glad, noting that they themselves had walked right into a trap. Elliot, on the other hand, stated that the 3 great families had united and asked if they really thought they could destroy them. Marcel reminded Maverick to be careful and not fall for the tricks of the holy martial arts of the Yan and Mu families. Mike, meanwhile, quickly assessed the enemy's strength and noted that only people from the Yan family were present. Hearing this, Marcel became inspired and declared that in this case he would be able to handle everyone himself. Elliot took it as a joke and mockingly asked him if he really thought that being a great family was that simple. Then Maverick stopped his grandson, urging him not to act rashly. Mike intervened in the conversation and asked if this was the full strength of the Yan family. In response, Elliot stated that this would be more than enough to deal with them. The hero stated that even though Elliot was furious, he still shouldn't be so ignorant. Mike was the first to rush into the attack, noticing that his opponent's confidence bordered on stupidity, and immediately hit Elliot. The Yan family's people accused him of a cowardly attack, claiming that such actions were considered shameful in the martial arts world. But Mike replied with contempt that he had not heard such accusations when their old head of the family had attacked him from behind. Then Elder Yan, Murphy, asked gloomily if he knew where the previous leader had disappeared to. In response, Mike stated that he had died without leaving even a trace and offered to send him after him. The angry old man immediately ordered his men to attack the impudent youth. Mike stepped on Elliot again, causing him to spit out blood. Immediately after that, he threw it aside like a bag of trash. Murphy immediately screamed and vowed revenge, declaring that since Mike had already killed 2 heads of the Yan family, he must die. However, Mike confronted the 2 elders alone, beating them up. The hero noticed that he had heard similar threats too many times that evening. Soon, both men were beaten half to death and were unable to resist. Marcel noted with annoyance that Mike had once again handled everything on his own. Looking at the enemies lying everywhere, Maverick was stunned by what was happening. One of the elders, despite the defeat, stubbornly declared that even if the Huangfu family was strong, the time of its demise was near. Then Maverick quickly warned the boys to retreat. Marcel noted that they did not have a warrior, Ushen, and they allowed themselves to say such things. But the old man reminded them that every family had its own trump card. Mike understood what they were talking about and asked if they were talking about the same short sword. Maverick confirmed that it was an ancient divine weapon. Marcel was amazed and concluded that in such a case, the great venerable one with such a weapon could surpass the saint. Murphy, hearing this, chuckled and noted that it was too late to be afraid. Maverick immediately prepared to defend himself. He erected a shield and warned that despite having a weapon, their level only allowed them to use it for 10 minutes. However, Murphy rushed forward without fear. The old man tried to stop him, ordering Mike and Marcel to retreat. After that, he used a powerful fist technique. However, the enemy had already unleashed a powerful sword strike on him and declared that Maverick's aura field was incapable of stopping the Yan family's ancient weapon. Marcel worriedly inquired about the old man's condition, to which he replied that everything was fine and suggested they stall for time. And then Mike caught an important detail and noted that this weapon requires life energy. However, Maverick hastened to stop him, fearing that he would act rashly, and ordered him to retreat immediately. Murphy scornfully declared that since Mike had come to his death, he should take the blow, and the hero himself activated his aura protection. Maverick rushed forward to cover him. However, the clash of forces caused a powerful explosion, which left the grandfather and grandson barely able to stand on their feet. The protagonist chuckled, thinking that was enough. At that moment, Murphy stood there in amazement, unable to understand how Mike had been able to withstand the blow. He couldn't believe that an ordinary person could resist an ancient divine weapon. Marcel was also amazed to realize that Mike was even capable of blocking such attacks. Murphy declared that whoever he was, he would see how many more blows he could take, and he struck again. However, Mike decided to take advantage of the moment and test the strength of his body as a flawless saint who had reached the initial level. In the end, the blow failed to penetrate his defense. Another collision caused another explosion, but Mike remained completely unharmed. He noted that the ancient weapon's power was comparable to that of a high saint, and his defense could barely cope with it. Murphy, seeing that his opponent was unharmed, became furious. He asked why he remained unharmed after a direct hit. At that moment, the space in front of him suddenly became empty, and he felt danger, realizing that the enemy had disappeared. Before he could react, he realized the situation was critical. Mike instantly appeared behind him and dealt a fatal blow. Mike didn't let anyone escape. With one movement of his hand, he began to deal with his opponents, dealing with them one by one. Streams of spiritual power fell down like meteorites, and the entire courtyard exploded with a deafening roar. Marcel, seeing this, was shocked to the depths of his soul and admitted that the situation was extremely dangerous. Maverick stood in amazement as he watched Mike's power. He noted that he instantly destroyed more than 10 people and was still able to withstand the blow of an ancient divine weapon. Afterwards, Mike picked up the sword, felt its nature, and came to the conclusion that it was indeed a relic from the cultivation world of an ancient civilization. Mike asked how durable such artifacts were, and Maverick stated that even advanced technology could not harm him. Hearing this, Mike decided to test its strength and remembered that he still had a fragment of the sword destroyed in the Viceroy's residence. The hero ran the shard along the blade of the sword and explained that it was just a piece of the blade, and there was nothing special about it except its sharpness. However, the next moment the sword blade broke, Mike, seeing this, realized that this fragment was an artifact of a higher level. Marcel was shocked by what he saw and could not believe that in front of him was an object that was capable of destroying the ancient weapon. Then he suddenly noticed that all the Yan family members had died, but the Mu family people had still not appeared. Maverick added that when they arrived at the Mu family residence, he and Marcel would follow Mike's instructions. The old man explained that after the events at the hotel, the Huangfu family launched an investigation, and it was likely that the Mu family and Evelyn also found out the truth. Mike suggested that they go and meet the Mu family masters in person, and the three of them soon arrived there. One of the servants came out and asked their names and the purpose of their visit in order to report. In response, he was ordered to call all the family's masters with the message that someone had come to cause trouble. At that moment, a powerful stream of energy from a palm strike rushed behind the servant. Maverick sharply ordered him to hurry. The frightened servant screamed for help, claiming that someone was trying to break in. Soon all the masters inside the residence ran outside, indignantly asking who dared to commit such insolence. Marcel, having examined them, noted with irritation that among them there was not a single master of the level of a martial arts master. After that, he easily dealt with one of them and sarcastically asked if they had really gathered here for a joke. The victim screamed in pain, demanding to be released and cursing, after which he ordered the young lady to be called. At that moment, Evelyn came out to them, and the others immediately perked up, declaring that now no one would dare to cause trouble here. Evelyn stepped forward and greeted the guests, noting that she had not expected such an honorable visit and apologizing for the servant's rudeness. However, Marcel immediately exposed her pretense and declared that they had come to settle scores. Despite this, she continued to play her role. Marcel then accused her of conspiring with the Yan and Zhou families to pit the Huangfu and Mike families against each other, as well as destroying his wife's body. In response, she again feigned innocence, declaring that she could be accused of anything if she wanted. His anger reached its limit and he was momentarily speechless. Then Evelyn again tried to pass it off as a misunderstanding. Maverick intervened and warned her that being too clever would lead to nothing good. He introduced himself as a punishing sage and declared that if he wanted to kill her on the spot, no one from the Mu family would dare to oppose him. These words made her confidence waver, as she had been told earlier that the Huangfu family saint had been defeated. Marcel noted with a grin that the situation was not what she expected, and reported that the elite of the Zhou and Yan families had already been destroyed. After that, he asked if they should get rid of her right now, but Mike stopped him, deciding to keep her alive for now. Maverick complied and warned Evelyn to be careful. In response, she thanked him for his generosity and mentioned that her family had connections with influential people. The old man, hearing this, noticed that her words had a hidden meaning. At this moment, Mike stepped forward and mockingly asked if the head of the Mu family had helped her. Evelyn replied that he had gone to the ritual with the main students, and if Mike wanted to meet him, he would have to wait. Then he leaned closer and quietly told her that he had returned and could not help but come to her. Realizing his identity, Evelyn changed her tone. She noted with a cold smile that it was good that he had returned. Perhaps they would be able to accept him again. Mike pretended not to pay any attention to it and stated that it seemed like they had come at the wrong time, suggesting that they leave. Marcel, walking alongside, was surprised by this decision and asked why he was just letting her go, since they hadn't dealt with the Mu family yet. However, at that moment, Evelyn declared that it was he who killed his brother and father, and that he would have to pay for it by leaving the capital in humiliation. In the Huangfu family's living room, Maverick stated that if Mike had any plans to deal with the Mu family, their family would support him. Mike was genuinely grateful for this and replied that he appreciated the help, but that he had urgent matters to attend to now, so he had to take his leave. Marcel asked if he was tired and wanted to rest until dawn, but Mike refused, explaining that he was in a hurry. Considering how the elders outside were looking at him as if he were prey, he himself did not dare to linger. Marcel said goodbye to him and wished him luck, and Isin watched him go with obvious regret. The next morning, Caleb's phone rang at the Longqian estate. He answered the phone and said that his brother was already at the gate, after which he hurried out. Emily was surprised to learn that it was Mike. Seeing how she joyfully ran to greet him, Uncle Moo only shook his head, thinking to himself about this girl. Emily's eyes lit up when she saw Mike return. She ran up and hugged him tightly, greeting him joyfully. He finally greeted everyone and turned to the third uncle, saying that he had returned, after which he noticed that there were only 3 people at home. Caleb explained that Lucas was guarding the Longqian estate. All the people the Moo family had sent to monitor their adoptive father had already been driven away. At that moment, Lucas came out and reminded everyone of his presence, asking, slightly offended, if Mike had forgotten about him so quickly. Mike immediately remembered and reproached himself for his absent-mindedness, thanking him. Uncle Moo then inquired about the news, saying that he heard that Mike had defeated the Zhao and Yan families and had even reached the Wuzhen level. Mike confirmed that this was true and suggested that they go inside to talk. After listening to his story, the third uncle was extremely proud, repeating that it was wonderful and that Mike was truly an outstanding warrior. Then Mike told him the good news. He had found a spiritual medicine that could heal his leg. The man asked hopefully if this remedy could really regrow his leg. Mike asked Lucas to prepare food and ordered that no one was to disturb him and his third uncle for the next 5 days. The hero confidently assured his uncle that he should simply trust him, and at that moment there was a knock on the door. Caleb walked up and curiously asked who it was, noting that there were few houses in the area and he had not seen this person before. The old man introduced himself, saying that his surname was Moo and his first name was Philip, and that he had come to visit his brother. The name sounded familiar to Caleb, and he assumed it was a relative of their adoptive father, but noted that he hadn't seen him before. He added that his brother's orders were that no one should be disturbed, but his intuition told him that this old man did not seem like a bad person. At that moment, Lucas stated that the alliance leader had given orders not to accept anyone, and that people with the surname Moo were not welcome here. He assessed his opponent to himself, noting that although he was a great master, his kui and blood were weakened. Meanwhile, in the secret room of the estate, Mike handed the item to his uncle and explained that it was a regeneration pill that needed to be taken. Mike warned that after taking the medicine, he would go into a deep sleep for several days, and when he woke up, his leg would be restored. 10 minutes after taking it, my uncle felt the effect. The pill began to work very quickly. His face distorted and his body began to twitch convulsively. Mike immediately realized that there was a problem. His uncle's cultivation level was too low to withstand such a powerful force. He quickly moved into action, first lightly touching his severed leg. Afterwards, the hero touched his chest. Finally, he touched his stomach to control the power of the medicine and direct it to the injured limb. He then used ginseng from other medicine boxes. He sped up the energy processing process so that blood and flesh could be restored faster. All the medicinal power was directed into the uncle's body. On the 6th day, Mike noticed that the process was taking a day longer than he expected and decided to check the result. He touched the regrown leg and confirmed that the bones and tendons were in order and that the QE and blood were circulating normally. This meant that everything went well. Outside, Emily was waiting for them, worried why they hadn't come out yet. Since it was already the 6th day, she hoped that nothing had happened to them. Inside, when his uncle finally woke up, Mike happily told him that everything had gone well. He had not yet fully realized what was happening, but looking at his leg, he realized that it had really grown back. Mike advised him not to rush, and his uncle took a few steps carefully, rejoicing and thanking him, saying that this was a real miracle. Caleb, seeing this, was overjoyed and noted that it was all thanks to Mike. Then he remembered that a certain old man, Philip, had already come here several times and was waiting outside again today. But Lucas did not let him in. Hearing this name, the uncle became alarmed and asked to be taken immediately to the guest. Mike told Caleb to help his uncle out, since his leg had just recovered and he was not yet used to it, and he himself went to look for a crutch. Outside, Philip continued to ask why they weren't letting him in, insisting that he had no ill intentions, but Lucas stood firm. At that moment, Caleb called him and informed him that his adoptive father had given him permission to let the old man in. Only after that did Lucas allow him to enter. Emily carefully brought her uncle a new pair of shoes and noted that she had told him in advance that these boots would definitely come in handy. At that moment, a voice came from behind, and Moo, turning around, involuntarily exclaimed, recognizing his father. Philip, in turn, stared at him in amazement, not believing his eyes, especially noticing his leg. Then Moo explained that his leg had fully recovered and invited his father to sit down. The old man, still not having recovered from his surprise, asked whether medicine had really reached such a level and where exactly the treatment was carried out. However, Mu immediately explained that this had nothing to do with medicine, specifying that Mike had cured him in recent days with the help of an unusual plant. Hearing this, the old man asked to call Mike, and Mu said that he was there and instructed Caleb to go get him. However, when he returned to the secret room, he suddenly discovered that Mike was not there, but instead noticed a note. It stated that this was a crutch for the third uncle, and Mike himself was forced to urgently go to the residence in the ancient city. Meanwhile, in the city, people having noticed Mike began to whisper, discussing that this is the same Wuji that was rumored. At this point, Madeline was actively giving out instructions, ordering the items to be sorted. They needed to hurry, as some of them had to be delivered to the store the next day. Chelsea, looking around, was surprised by the number of boxes and asked why there were 13 boxes of empty stones. They explained to her that the boss had already found a spiritual stone among such, which is why now many people come to the store for gambling. At that moment, noticing Mike, Madeline immediately perked up and happily greeted him, noting that he had returned. After looking around at the mess, Mike asked why everything was piled up right there and if the store didn't have a warehouse. Morty replied that there were significantly more people wanting to join their team, which increased efficiency and made the warehouse overflowing. Mike suggested expanding the warehouse in the future and improving the area by adding plants, as the clutter was looking unsightly. Madeline reported that 2 people had come to town earlier, looking for Mike and wanting to join their team. However, they were refused, and now they are working for Elders Zhang and Lee. Mike said that he understood, told everyone to continue working. Meanwhile, Chelsea hesitated, but she still made up her mind, and plucking up her courage, took him by the hand, asking about the events in the capital. In response, Mike informed her that Roman had died and that Joe's family had been destroyed along with him, so she no longer had anything to worry about. Hearing this, she breathed a sigh of relief and thanked him. As she watched him leave, she wondered about his high status and who could possibly match it. However, at that moment, a group of people appeared and created a scandal, claiming that they had been sold a useless product. The situation quickly escalated, with one of the men claiming he had been sold an ordinary chrysanthemum for 5 million, accusing the store of deception. Moreover, he began to spread rumors, claiming that the store was passing off such plants as medicinal ones, supposedly cleansing the liver. Mike noted that such plants do indeed have similar properties. Then he came up to him and asked who he was and for what purpose he came with wildflowers to blackmail the store. Upon seeing him, Joseph and Sydney immediately felt relieved and greeted him joyfully. Meanwhile, the man insisted that he had purchased the goods there and even claimed to have surveillance footage. Mike said that every customer in their store is given a receipt, and if the item was actually purchased there, he must present it. The man was unable to present the receipt and tried to avoid answering by rudely asking who was standing in front of him, demanding to see the manager. In response, Mike slapped him without further ado and asked him to guess who he was. He, clutching his face, was stunned, because in the ancient city, few people dared to do such a thing. One of his men immediately began to threaten, declaring that influential people in the city would punish them for this. However, Mike pushed him away with a blow, sending him to the side. After this, he warned that he could not only hit, but also kill if necessary. He advised them to leave, telling his master to stop these stupid provocations. When things calmed down a bit, Sydney was pleased to note that a lot of time had passed, but Mike remained the same. The girl said with admiration that she intended to gain Mike's attention honestly. Then Mike asked them point blank what they were doing here, having come from the northern region. Noah explained that their grandfather had sent them to gain experience by following Mike, but they hadn't expected him to leave town right away. At the same time, Sydney, a little embarrassed, noted that with Wuji's technology, they and the team would not be in danger when exploring secret worlds. In response, Mike introduced Joseph, emphasizing that these people understand pharmacology and protection and could be useful to the team. After that, he asked where Elders Zhang and Lee were. They told him that the store receives 2 deliveries a day, and they were most likely in the warehouse doing inventory right now. Then Mike invited everyone who wanted to go with him and look at the treasures in other stores. Soon, the whole company headed to the Mu family's gambling yard in the ancient city. Upon reaching the place, Joseph loudly demanded that they clear the way. As soon as the workers noticed Mike, panic broke out among them, and someone rushed to call the second owner. Meanwhile, Mike selected a whole pile of stones and, pointing to them, declared that he would take these ones. The stonecutter was momentarily confused, But Mike immediately hurried him and demanded that he start work, adding that he had little time and needed to call the manager urgently. At that moment, Daniel appeared and shouted in irritation, accusing Mike of trying to ruin their yard, declaring that he would not sell him a single stone. In response, Mike noted that if there was something valuable inside, he would make money and they would have nothing to lose by simply offering to name the price. However, Daniel refused, explaining that he was sure that the selected stones contained valuables and would never sell them. Then Mike reproached him with a grin, hinting that such a large family as the Mu family was behaving inappropriately if they were afraid to sell the stones. Under pressure, Daniel finally named a price, $20 million for each low-grade stone and $200 million for the high-grade one. After they left, the owner, pleased with himself, ordered the stones Mike had chosen to be collected, being sure that something valuable was hidden in them. However, when all the stones were cut, it turned out that there was nothing inside. Realizing he had been deceived, Daniel slammed the table in anger and ordered all patrons to leave the premises immediately. As they left the yard, people began to mock the store, noting that selling such stones for $200,000 was pure madness. Daniel was shaking with anger and swore that Mike had now become his mortal enemy. Meanwhile, Mike was already in a narrow alley. There he called Joseph. He handed him the item, saying that the owner of the Joe family shop had asked him to pass it on. He also added that representatives of that store announced that they had severed all ties with the Joe family in the capital and would no longer cause problems. In addition, they are willing to give away half of their annual profits. Hearing this, Mike was pleased, noting that they had assessed the situation correctly. At that moment, Sydney came up and addressed him. Mike asked her if she had any news. She reported that on the way they saw the Yan family's store closing. Sydney reported that customers were literally running out of there. Moreover, the gates were then closed and a notice about the closure was posted on them. Intrigued, Mike asked what exactly it said and learned that the store was temporarily closing. He realized that this was their way of trying to avoid conflict, and Sydney added that it was a typical strategy to scare some to keep others away. Mike came to the conclusion that Evelyn was behind everything, having decided not to engage in open combat, but simply to minimize losses. At that moment, his phone rang, and when he answered, he heard the voice of his third uncle. He asked him to return urgently, as his grandfather wanted to see him. Mike immediately gave Joseph instructions, telling him that he needed to leave for a while and leaving the two friends under his protection. Returning to Longqian Manor, he received a letter from Lucas, sent by a certain young Master River. The letter said that the tall tree would be broken by the wind, and representatives of the four sects had already paid attention to it. Hearing this, Lucas suggested that he return to the Northern Alliance where he could be protected. However, Mike refused, saying that he would deal with problems as they arose. Noticing two suitcases at the entrance, he was surprised and asked if they really had guests. At that moment, a voice came from inside. Entering, Mike suddenly froze when he saw his mother and his sister, Molly. They greeted him joyfully. Clarissa then introduced the older man to him as his grandfather Philip, and Mike immediately asked why everyone was there. The elderly man replied that he himself had ordered them to be brought here. Hearing this, Mike reacted coldly, asking what it meant. Seeing his mood, Molly called out to him worriedly. Then the old man, looking at him with sadness, admitted that he had little time left and only 2 wishes. He wants to see Moo's leg recover, which it already has thanks to Mike, and bring the whole family back to their home. He admitted that it was his mistakes that led to them having to leave their home and suffer for many years. He then revealed that during a recent ritual, the Mu family had offended a dangerous man named Mike, who was connected to the Huang Fu family. Hearing this, Mike frowned, realizing that Evelyn had not revealed his identity. Philip decided to use the remaining time to try to restore the family and announced that a banquet would take place the following day. Mu expressed concern about the haste of such a decision, but the old man firmly stated that his decision was final and he would already prepare everything, promising to send people for them. Afterwards, Mu walked him out, and Clarissa anxiously asked Mike if it was true that he still held a grudge against his grandfather. She carefully added that she was not trying to persuade him, but wanted him to understand that there were different people in the Mu family, and not all of them were bad. However, deep down, the hero understood that Mu had been poisoned by a very strong poison, and as he himself had said, he did not have long left. Mike then turned to his sister, asking how they were doing, and she sadly admitted that they had been very worried about him. At that moment, Mike firmly decided for himself that in this life he would definitely protect them both and would not allow anyone to hurt them. The next day, in the Mu family's dining hall in the capital, Philip announced that he wanted to introduce several new family members today. Meanwhile, Evelyn tried to persuade the child to eat, but he was capricious and pushed the food away. At that moment, someone recognized the people who entered and noted with surprise that it was Moo and Clarissa, wondering what they were doing there. Daniel, noticing Mike, immediately recognized him and turned to Philip with a question about how this was possible, how this man could be part of the Moo family. In response, the old man explained that these two were Moo's children. This statement came as a real shock, as it turned out that Mike also belonged to the Moo family. Moreover, he was immediately recognized as a child born under the star of misfortune. But Philip declared that all this was just slander. After this, discussions began among the guests. Some worried that the return of these people could cause problems with other families. At this point, Philip's second son, Morgan, declared that if the Moo family were to abandon their relatives, they would perish. Daniel objected, saying that sacrifices were permissible for the sake of the family's future, to which Morgan replied that in that case, they should sacrifice themselves. The situation was getting tense, and then Philip stopped the argument, declaring that his decision was final, after which he suggested they eat first. However, Daniel insisted that he say everything at once. In response, the old man gloomily noted that after his words, they might lose their appetite. Meanwhile, Evelyn continued to care for the child, carefully feeding him food. However, the boy suddenly took a sip and splashed out the water. It landed right on Clarissa's clothes. Evelyn was glad that her plan worked, but outwardly she feigned confusion and apologized, explaining that the children did not understand what they were doing. Mike, watching this, asked if they were talking about a child. The boy immediately hid behind his mother, frightened and declaring that he was afraid because he looked too menacing. Philip made a remark about his upbringing, but Daniel tried to smooth things over by saying that there was no point in arguing over such a trifle. Clarissa also did not attach any importance to this and asked Mike not to interfere, reminding him that they needed to wait for the old man's decisions. However, Evelyn continued to act, again carefully offering the child food. At that moment, she noticed Mike's actions and froze. Mike, without saying a word, picked up the plate of food and poured it right on her. Evelyn screamed in indignation and demanded an explanation, but immediately checked to see if everything was okay with her child. Clarissa looked at her son in surprise. In response, he leaned towards her and noticed that he, too, was essentially a child. These words touched her, and she warmly replied that for her, he would always remain a good boy. Philip supported the situation, saying that it was just a childish quarrel, and suggested moving on to discussion. Evelyn, suppressing her irritation, asked permission to change her clothes, and they allowed her to do so, telling her to tidy herself up. As she left, she thought with irritation that she would see how Mike would cope with what happened next. Meanwhile, Morgan raised his cup and turned to Mike, noting that he really lived up to the rumors about his intelligence. Mike, not recognizing him, asked who he was, and Clarissa quietly explained that he was his second uncle. Mike reacted with restraint, noticing that he seemed to know a lot. At that moment, he also realized that this man was Evelyn's husband. He, in turn, explained with some awkwardness that everything was being done for the sake of strengthening the Moo family. Evelyn soon returned and brought a guest with her, saying that he had been waiting for a long time. The girl offered to invite him to the table. Philip initially objected, reminding them that it was a family dinner. But Daniel stood up and greeted the guest, declaring that he was not a stranger. It turned out that this was the so-called Golden Oracle named Larson, a former student of the sect of predictions. He noticed that it seemed like he was already recognized and introduced himself. After this, Daniel suggested that Philip get down to business. He stood up and announced that he had gathered everyone for one simple reason: to separate the family. These words shocked everyone. Daniel demanded an explanation sharply. Morgan was also stunned. However, the old man stated that the Moo family's strength had long since weakened and was, in fact, already on the verge of collapse. Daniel immediately objected, stating that the family's future was tied to Mui, the son of a true dragon, and therefore talking about weakness was absurd. To this, Morgan mockingly noted that he was not worth a hair compared to a real genius. Unwilling to listen to any arguments, Philip finally announced his decision. All the Moo family's assets would be divided equally between the two branches. Daniel was furious, accusing him of inaction and of destroying the family by bringing back a loser and now dividing up the property. At this point, Larson intervened and declared that Evelyn, who had served the family for so many years, should receive no less than 90%. These words made Philip cough up blood, and Morgan immediately noted with concern that the damned poison was making itself felt again. At that moment, Mike stood up from his seat, and Evelyn asked with a grin if he was going to solve everything by force. She reminded him that the Golden Oracle was present today, but Mike simply walked up and punched Larson in the face. Larson, clutching his cheek, couldn't believe what had happened, but Mike replied that there was nothing he wouldn't dare do. Hearing Mike's name, Philip realized that it was the right person in front of him, and then he realized that it was he who had been insulted by the Mu family. After this, Mike stated that since his grandfather had decided to divide the property, then that would be the case. But 90% would go to them, and they would only get 10. Larson frowned and accused him of arrogance, reminding him that without Evelyn, the Mu family would not have reached its current position. He then created a sound formation and announced that today he, as the Golden Oracle, would fulfill the will of heaven. Larson declared that he would save the Mu family from this disaster. In response, Mike stated that in that case they would take everything, and the rest would be better off just disappearing. Larson immediately rushed forward, declaring that Mike was the one who had to disappear. Two seals instantly rushed towards him, but he gathered spiritual energy with one hand and easily blocked them, and the attack that Larson was so proud of was destroyed in an instant. After this, Mike mockingly remarked that the famous Golden Oracle from the Prediction sect was not able to withstand even one blow. Realizing he couldn't cope, Larson tried to resort to threats, talking about karma and retribution. Philip warned Mike that Larson belonged to one of the 4 great hidden sects and advised him not to go too far. However, Mike recalled that he had been slandered, called unhappy, and his entire family had been humiliated, so there was nowhere to retreat. Larson still maintained his arrogance and stated that creating enemies among the hidden sects would not end well for him. In response, Mike contemptuously declared that he didn't care about these sects and was about to strike. But at that moment, Evelyn rushed forward trying to stop him. Larson stated that in the eyes of the hidden sects, Mike is just an ant. Then Mike clarified whether there really are so many masters in these sects. Larson confirmed, adding that he wouldn't have survived even one punch from a real expert. To this, Mike asked why Larson himself was so weak. He hesitantly admitted that he was just a student, to which the hero remarked that some student dared to threaten him. Just as he was about to act, Moy suddenly rushed forward and stood in front of Evelyn, declaring that he dare not touch his mother. Mike asked if he really dared to stop him. Seeing him tremble, Mike chuckled and remarked that the so-called son of a true dragon didn't look very impressive. Then he threw it back with a light movement of his hand, noting that it couldn't withstand even one blow. Larson, unable to bear it any longer, shouted that if Mike touched them, he would destroy his entire family. In response, Mike mockingly asked why he was protecting them like that, as if Moy was his son. These words struck a chord with Larson. And then suddenly Morgan jumped up and unexpectedly admitted that it was true. Moy did not belong to the Mu clan at all. Philip was shocked by this confession. Meanwhile, Mike was already preparing to act, and asked if there was anyone else who wanted to stop him. Then, with a slight movement, he threw Larson aside. But he, despite everything, continued to threaten, promising to kill him. After this, Mike turned to his second uncle, hinting that it was time to deal with his woman. When he approached Evelyn, she tried to beg him, but he hit her in the face. Morgan announced that he would officially divorce her from that day on, ordering her and her son to leave the Mu family. Larson couldn't bear it and shouted that he would kill Morgan and not leave him even a place for a grave. However, Mike reminded the second uncle that this was, after all, the Golden Oracle in front of him, and asked if he was afraid of him. He replied bitterly that 20 years of humiliation must be paid for today, and he was not afraid. These words evoked a slight sympathy in Mike. As Morgan approached, Larson became visibly frightened and began threatening the man. Morgan asked him what he was going to do with it. Larson then asked Morgan if he really wanted to become an enemy of the fortune-telling cult. In response, he put all the pain he had accumulated over the years into the blow and ordered him to shut up. After this blow, Larson finally fell silent. Mike asked his second uncle how he was feeling, and he admitted that he felt both relieved and bitter. The fact is that the man he had feared for 20 years turned out to be so insignificant. He also noted that in this world, only force decides. Mike, looking at Morgan, noticed that he had managed to endure this for so long and still maintain his composure, which meant he had potential. Noticing the child hiding under the table, he asked whose it was. The second uncle replied that it was not his and ordered him to be taken away. Mike then asked curiously how it was that after so many years of marriage, he and Evelyn had not had a single child of their own. Morgan explained that he thought she was dirty and never touched her again. After this, Philip announced that there was enough talk and ordered everyone to be taken out. As Larson was being dragged outside, he shouted that after the old man's death, the Mu family would belong to them again. In response, Philip stated that he had originally intended to leave their branch 30% of the property, but now realized that this would have been a mistake. He also accused Daniel of being narrow-minded, arrogant, and helping outsiders bring the Mu family to the brink of destruction. As Larson was thrown out the door, he, consumed with anger, vowed to destroy Mike's reputation and tear him apart. At the same time, Morgan was still worried that if they were not killed now, it would lead to endless problems in the future. Philip then said that Mike should focus on training, and then he would definitely surpass the masters of the hidden sects in the future. In response, Mike noted that he saw no reason to fear them, since nothing prevented the Mu family from becoming as powerful as the hidden sects. The hero explained that, of course, he would pass on the techniques to them, and would even be able to help everyone break through to the level of Ushin. Philip exclaimed that the heavens were on their side, speculating that in 100 years, the Mu family might reach the level of hidden sects. However, Mike objected that 100 years was too long, since he could create a master much faster with the help of pills. Hearing this, the old man couldn't help but feel sad and remarked that he probably wouldn't live to see the day when the Mu family flourished again. Then Mike confidently declared that his grandfather should not be sad, since he would cure him of the poison and make some breakthrough pills. Meanwhile, Clarissa admitted that although she doesn't fully understand what is being discussed, she's still incredibly proud of her son. Immediately after this, Mike decided to act, noting that there was no time to waste, because the poison in his grandfather's body could manifest itself that night. He knew that the Mu family would not be able to resist the Oracle sect, which meant they needed to strengthen themselves as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, in Longshan, Abby eagerly awaited his return, wondering why he hadn't returned yet. At that moment, her phone suddenly vibrated. A message came from Molly that she had seen Mike. Abby then quickly responded, asking how her brother was doing and when he planned to return to Longshan. In response, Molly suggested that she call him herself, and then Abby thought about how she couldn't bring herself to call Mike. Meanwhile, tension reigned in the Yan family hall, and Daniel was seething with anger, outraged by Philip's actions and finding them unacceptable. At this moment, one of the people asked what they should do now, when suddenly a servant reported a message from the Mu family. Daniel asked irritably what other trick the old man had in mind. Afterwards, I read a letter that said that, given their previous connections, their branches would retain 10% of the family's assets. The letter also included a list of property and an invitation to come and sign the agreement. However, others were dissatisfied with this distribution, complaining that it was clearly not enough for everyone. Then Daniel tried to calm them down, but in response, someone accused him of intending to take everything for himself. The next second, the letter was snatched from his hands and the situation spiraled out of control. Everyone started shouting that the assets belonged to him. The crowd descended into chaos, people pushing and literally trampling each other in the struggle for a share. Daniel himself found himself on the ground, cursing everyone from anger and powerlessness. Meanwhile, Abby was already talking to Mike on the phone. She was full of joy, as she had agreed that he would personally teach her. After that, she said goodnight and hung up, and Mike only sighed slightly, surprised by her energy. At that moment, a subordinate approached him and reported that everything had happened as he had predicted. Those people had already begun to fight for 10%. Soon, Philip approached them and inquired about Daniel's condition, to which the servant reported that he, unable to bear his anger, had lost consciousness. The old man simply waved it off indifferently, declaring that it was his own fault, and let the servant go. After this, Mike felt changes and reported that the poison had already been removed from his grandfather and second uncle. Philip added that he wanted to hand over the post of head of the family to Mike, but he refused because he already occupies the position of leader of the alliance. Morgan was surprised by this decision, but Mike explained that the second uncle was reasonable and calm, and therefore better suited for the role of leader. Morgan then solemnly accepted this responsibility, promising to do everything possible for the family, which greatly pleased Philip. The old man immediately ordered preparations for the ceremony of transfer of power, but Morgan expressed concerns that the Oracle's people might interfere. However, Mike replied that they wouldn't dare, adding that he would help them break through to the level of Wu Sheng and Wu Jun in the coming days. Hearing this, Philip was shocked, not believing that such a thing was possible in such a short time. Meanwhile, News reports indicated that a dam had burst due to the sudden rise in water levels, leaving hundreds of people missing. The announcer then mentioned that on the night of November 25th, lightning struck a 1,000-year-old temple on the outskirts of the capital, causing a forest fire. Hearing this, Shelley curiously asked Mike why so many strange things were happening lately. In response, he calmly sipped his tea and replied that it was worth continuing to observe, and then everything would become clear. Meanwhile, the announcer explained that, according to the calculations of the Golden Oracle, it was established that all these disasters were caused by a demon. The second presenter then asked if this meant that the Star of Disaster had reappeared in the world. The expert confirmed that she had indeed returned, stating that she was Mike from the Moo family, but urged people not to panic. Shelley was furious at this, outraged that Mike had been slandered while he had remained completely calm. However, Mike himself only indifferently noted that he saw no reason to be angry, since he had been slandered for more than half a month. At that moment, Abby called him, saying that news about him had spread throughout the city and invited him to come back. At that moment, a servant entered the room and reported that the head of the family asked Mike to go into the living room. Meanwhile, in the Moo family's living room, they were discussing possible measures and trying to persuade him to go into temporary hiding. Lucas supported this idea, saying that it was better to avoid a direct attack for now and wait for the right moment to return. When Mike walked in and saw everyone gathered, he asked what was going on. Jacques, noticing him, noticeably perked up. Philip approached him, explaining that news about him was already everywhere, and so they were discussing how to send him to a safe place. However, Mike replied that they could say whatever they wanted, he was not going to go anywhere. Jacques tried to dissuade him, reminding him that the leader of the alliance had urgently returned for his sake, so that he would not commit any rash acts. At this point, Marcel assumed that Mike already had a plan. However, he lazily replied that there was no plan. He was just waiting for events to develop. These words shocked everyone. Lucas then declared his allegiance, revealing that the Northern Alliance army was already stationed outside the capital and awaiting his orders. After this, Mike added that right now he needs the help of everyone present. Marcel immediately prepared to listen to instructions. Mike ordered the evacuation of all ordinary residents located near the Moo family residence. He also asked his grandfather to instruct his second uncle to remove from the family anyone who did not want to be drawn into what was happening. Hearing this, Jacques indignantly remarked that such a just man was being called a demon, and called his opponents blind. Mike then briefly told everyone to disperse and get down to business, noting that there was little time left. Sometime later, around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Shelley looked with irritation at Mike, who was lying peacefully in the yard while the others worked. However, he replied that everyone was already worried, and being busy helped them take their minds off things, but she noted that he was simply being lazy. At that moment, a servant approached them and informed them that someone at the gate insisted on meeting Mike. He thought that perhaps it had already begun, but the servant clarified that it was a woman. Hearing this, Mike was surprised, reminding them that the Moo family had announced a temporary ban on receiving guests. However, the servant explained that the stranger was not amenable to persuasion, and the men could not stop her. Then Mike's expression turned serious, and he went to find out who dared to behave like that. At the entrance to the main house of the Moo family residence, Abby had already made a scene, complaining that she was not allowed to see Mike. Approaching her, Mike asked what she was doing there and introduced her to the others as his friend. After this, he ordered everyone to disperse. Abby noted with displeasure that she had come a long way from Longxian, and he had left her waiting at the gate. Then Shelley watched her with curiosity, trying to figure out what family she came from. Meanwhile, Abby demanded that Mike help her with her luggage, and when the hero dragged the suitcase, he asked why she had come. The girl sarcastically replied that because of his vague words, she had to come herself to sort everything out. After this, Mike tried to send her back, saying that the capital was not safe now. However, she objected, reminding him that they were going to arrest him or even kill him, and asked him to stop playing the hero. In response, the hero confidently replied that he would not die, but she still insisted that she would not leave if he stayed. Then Mike said seriously that she was the first friend he had truly acknowledged, and therefore he did not want to put her in danger. However, Abby sadly asked if he really thought she was useless, adding that she also knew martial arts and could help. Shelley supported her, noting that she would not be a burden. In the end, Mike was forced to agree, promising to prepare a room for her. Abby was delighted to hear this, but he immediately set the condition that she was obliged to obey him and not act independently. Then, entering the courtyard of the residence, Mike asked his mother to look after his girlfriend for a few days. Abby peeked out shyly and introduced herself, and the woman greeted her cheerfully. After this, Clarissa took Mike aside and quietly asked how many girls he was planning to marry. He was confused, not understanding what she was getting at, but she began to list them. Abby herself was extremely surprised that the hero's mother was behaving so strangely. Clarissa explained that she and Molly had been close since childhood, and according to her uncle, he had been close with Vivian, and now there was Abby. At that moment, Shelley intervened, reminding everyone of her presence, and the woman recounted, having already received 4 candidates. Mike just sighed helplessly, explaining that one of them was his sister and the rest were just friends. At that moment, a servant entered the room and reported that the warriors had already arrived along with the elite of the Huangfu family. Mike was surprised by such speed. Another servant said, "A protector from the Martial Alliance and a commander from the Northern Alliance have also arrived with their experts." Hearing this, Clarissa suggested that she and Molly could leave the capital, as she didn't want anything to happen to him. However, Mike reassured her that he would be fine. He added that he would not only pay off the 20-year-old debt, but also prove to everyone that he is the true son of the dragon. Meanwhile, Abby, standing behind him, enthusiastically announced that she would help him too. However, Molly immediately stopped her, grabbing her hand and noticing that she would only become a burden. The girl objected, pointing out that Vivian had come too, but Molly immediately cooled her ardor, reminding her that she had already reached the level of Wuzun, while Abby herself was still a newbie in martial arts. At this time, Hunter reported to his master River that the Alliance army intended to protect Wuji was already ready. The troops sent to destroy the ominous star have just moved out. He then asked anxiously whether Mike would be able to survive this ordeal, as the army forces posed a serious threat. River then handed over the letter with instructions to give it to Mike at the most critical moment, adding that he would need help. Meanwhile, the loudspeaker announced that it was now 5 o'clock in the evening, and the punitive army had already arrived at the gates of Mu's residence. The prophet's people were determined and declared that the ominous star had committed grave sins. Today they will fulfill the will of heaven, kill him, and restore order in the capital and throughout the world. Among those present were people such as the head of the Min family, Evelyn Larson, and also the ancestor of the Min family, Marco. Marco, seeing the enemy, noticed that there was not a single Ushin among them, wondering if they were underestimating the army too much. However, Mike replied with disdain that the 3 of them were enough to deal with them. After this, Jacques introduced the opponents, pointing out that the man with glasses was the head of the Ming family, and the one holding the huge sword was their Wu Shen. Hearing this, Mike remarked that they would not leave here alive today, but they should not be too cruel, because there was a shortage of masters in the world. Roger stated that the army had gathered here under the leadership of their ancestor, and even if Mike, the incarnation of the demon, was not able to escape. In response, Mike merely stated that he offered to come and kill him, adding that if someone turned out to be stronger, he would give up his head himself. These words enraged Roger, and he declared that he himself could not win, but when the ancestor captured Mike, he would destroy him. Larson, in turn, added that if he had been more ruthless then and killed Mike, the disaster would not have happened. Evelyn added fuel to the fire by claiming that the man was bloodthirsty and, despite the lack of conflict, had destroyed the Yan and Zhou families. After this, the crowd shouted in unison, calling for the killing of the ominous star and the protection of the world. Jacques and Marcel then stood in front, declaring that if anyone wanted to touch Mike, they would have to go through the Huangfu family and the Alliance first. Marco was surprised and asked if the Alliance had also lost the ability to distinguish good from evil. At that moment, one of Mike's supporters shouted insults at his opponents, but Mike only waved his hand. The next second, there was a deafening explosion. People retreated from the epicenter in fear. Those who were nearby were left standing in charred clothes. They froze and did not dare to utter a word. Then Roger screamed that Mike had killed a man again, accusing him of every possible sin and demanding his death. Mike rushed towards them and asked if he really deserved to die. Marco, seeing him approaching, became wary and ordered everyone to move aside. However, Mike's target was Roger. Having grabbed him, he heard cries to let him go, and the prisoner himself tried to remind him that he was from the Ming family. In response to this, a cold smile appeared on Mike's face, and he declared that he had come today to kill the people of the Ming family. After this, Roger pierced his body with one blow. Jacques tried to stop him and asked for mercy. He explained that there was currently a battle going on at the border, and the forces were already weakened due to the losses of the Yan and Zhou families, so further losses were undesirable. However, Mike fearlessly replied that if that was all there was to it, then the defender should not worry. Then Marco, in a rage, threatened that since Mike dared to kill a man, he would personally carry out the will of heaven. His huge sword glowed with a terrifying thirst for blood. Marco arrogantly declared that his bloodthirsty blade had not tasted human blood for a long time. After this, he pronounced the verdict, declaring that Mike would certainly die today. However, at that moment, Maverick intervened in the fight, declaring that he would protect this guy. He instantly attacked Marco, unleashing a powerful palm strike, warning him not to intimidate Mike. In response, he swung his sword furiously, and the palm strike missed, crashing onto the wall behind him. When Maverick landed, the wall behind him cracked open, but Marco barely managed to stay on his feet, leaning on his sword. Marcel asked anxiously if everything was all right, and Maverick cursed, noticing that the enemy had even used his bloodthirsty blade. Seeing that cracks had appeared on the weapon, Marcel was amazed and asked why he had chosen such a weapon. In response, Maverick explained that due to the large number of them, he was unable to choose and simply took the one he was used to. At this point, Marco spoke up, stating that he knew Maverick would show up and had therefore prepared in advance. He added that his weapon was an advanced ancient artifact that must be sprinkled with blood after being removed. Suddenly noticing what Mike was holding, he was surprised and asked what it was. In response, the hero explained that it was just a piece of scrap metal that could absorb blood, and therefore it was foolish to consider it something valuable. At that moment, the fragment, driven by Mike's spiritual power, flew forward rapidly. Marco blocked the attack with his blade in disdain. He declared that the pitiful piece of metal was no match for his ancient weapon. Then he raised his saber, intending to finish off his enemy. However, as soon as he swung, he discovered that his weapon had already been cut in half. Marco was shocked and looked at the broken blade in confusion, realizing that his saber had been destroyed by a simple piece of iron. Mike immediately took advantage of this opportunity. Left without a weapon, Marco felt fear and tried to retreat, asking what he wanted and ordering him not to come closer. But Mike had already rushed forward and struck, and Marco's protective barrier buckled, cracked, and reflected some of the force. He still tried to act confident and stated that he had mastered the technique of the protective heart and that Mike's power would not be able to penetrate it. In response, Mike only grinned and suggested that they watch carefully as he destroyed this shell. Marco was overcome with panic, although he tried to calm himself down, convincing himself that the enemy had not reached a higher level. But as he watched Mike's clenched fist, he realized that the power in it exceeded his own. When the blow hit the barrier, Marco's eyes widened in pain. He didn't expect that. Being the master of his generation, he would find himself in such a position, and asked who Mike really was. He mockingly reminded that he was called a calamity demon, and that this is what explains his strength. Marco agreed that only a demon could possess such power, but warned that there were many stronger people in the world. However, he didn't have time to finish. Mike instantly finished him off. The crowd behind them watched in horror as the Ming family's ancestor was killed, unable to believe that even a Wuxian-level master was powerless. Jacques panicked and asked why Mike had done this, reminding him that evidence of his innocence had already been found and that allies were on their way there. Larson, trying to maintain the appearance of righteousness, declared that Mike was acting illegally since he dared to kill a master of such a level. He called on everyone to unite, assuring that evil could not defeat good if we act together. Larson himself hoped that he would continue to kill, because then his sins would become even more serious. Mike noted with disdain that they were all deluded and unable to distinguish truth from lies. He added that some disciple of the prophet's sect dared to accuse him, the governor of Jingzhou province. At that moment, people began to approach from afar. The governor of Ji province watched the light in the sky and the energy forming, realizing that another ruler had appeared. His disciple, Ryder, noticed that everything was happening in the area around the Mu family residence. Then they sped up to prevent any unexpected events. Soon, Mike's dragon energy unfolded in the sky. Even Marcel and his grandfather were amazed to realize how high his status was. Larson continued to convince the crowd that it was just an illusion. But people had already begun to tremble with fear, realizing that they were facing a ruler. Mike held up the sign that proved his identity and asked if the disciple of the hidden cult would dare deny his status. Evelyn, not understanding what was happening, asked what this title meant, but Larson evasively stated that it was all just a trick. At that moment, new figures appeared, loudly refuting his words. Mike was surprised to recognize the leader of the Alliance and his companion. The former ruler knelt down, and the current leader of the Alliance followed his example, paying respect to the ruler of Jingzhou. And then the attackers, in fear, admitted their guilt and stated that they had been misled by false accusations. Marcel, still not understanding, asked who the governors were, and they explained to him that since ancient times they had protected the country from demons. Ryder stated that the governor was the guardian of the country and could not possibly be a demon, and threatened to declare war on those who continued to resist. The crowd immediately shifted the blame to Larson, accusing him of cheating. Evelyn tried to defend him, reminding him that he was a true disciple of the Prophet sect and its future leader. However, the governor of Ji province replied that he was not an heir at all, but merely an exile who had been rejected by the sect itself. But Evelyn refused to believe the old man, saying that he was simply slandering the sect. Wanting to confirm what he had said, he took out a token and said that he was the governor of Ji province. He also added that he visited the Prophet's sect and learned that Larson was expelled 10 years ago for harassing the daughter of the sect's leader. At that moment, Lucas walked up and handed Mike a letter, explaining that it had just been delivered and that it was from the Kujun mansion. After reading the letter, Mike suggested that Chief Ryder also read the contents and read it out loud. Ryder said the letter stated that on the night of November 25th, Larson damaged the lightning protection system of an ancient temple on the outskirts of the capital. Larson immediately countered by saying that even if his reputation was ruined, it was all just talk, and he had done nothing of the sort. Ryder continued, stating that Larson sent men to the dam, applied a chemical to its base, and eventually caused the dam to collapse. This information caused the crowd to become furious, and people began shouting accusations, calling them scoundrels. People were outraged that they had to insult the governor and the Martial Arts Alliance, and they began throwing weapons at Larson. In response, he deployed the barrier and admitted that Mike was indeed strong, but he stated that he would not be able to live in peace. He will sacrifice the rest of his life to use the secret art of the prophet to change his fate and condemn him to loneliness. Mike replied that he was standing right in front of him, and if he was truly able to change his fate, he would let him leave alive today. At the same time, he thought that a mortal dared to interfere with the fate of a boundless heavenly venerable, and this looked simply ridiculous. Larson, meanwhile, activated the technique for understanding celestial secrets. He wanted to look into Mike's past and present lives, wanting to understand what fate had made him so strong. Powerful waves of energy rose up around the barrier, and the people outside began to run away in panic. Larson then focused his gaze on the protagonist and activated his all-seeing eyes. At first, it seemed to him that everything was going easily, and he even smugly thought that he had penetrated the enemy's mind without any difficulty. However, looking around, he suddenly became confused, realizing that he was not on Earth at all. At that moment, a monster rushed at him from behind. But Larson still tried to maintain his composure and decided to delve deeper into Mike's mind. And suddenly he heard a familiar voice. Larson also recognized the divine palm technique. The blow caught him and he was knocked off his feet. Ryder worriedly asked the ruler if he was okay, to which he replied that he was not hurt. However, Larson was still in shock and asked who Mike really was. Mike replied that he had already seen everything. Evelyn, coming closer, noted with disappointment that Larson had lost again. After that, she picked up the knife and accused him of deceiving her for more than 10 years. He tried to justify himself by reminding her of the fame and fortune she could achieve. But Evelyn, without listening, plunged the knife into his chest. Then, pulling it out with hatred, she declared that she hated him and immediately after that committed suicide. The others, seeing this, breathed a sigh of relief, noting that this despicable couple was dead and peace would finally reign in the capital. Morgan quietly remarked that one can be smart for a moment, but a fool for life. Those present then turned to Mike for mercy, admitting that they had been deceived by the villains and had acted in ignorance. The governor of Ji province intervened and noted that if the killings continued, there would be no masters left in China. After this, Mike replied with satisfaction that he did not intend to continue the pursuit. He thanked the ruler and the head of the alliance for their assistance, and also expressed his gratitude to the Huangfu family. Mike also noted that he shouldn't be addressed so formally, otherwise there would be a distance between them. At that moment, Ryder received an urgent message from the border. The Western detachment was attacked by an evil cult. the battle was extremely fierce. The messenger reported that the protector of Wuji and all the masters of the alliance were killed. Jacques was shocked and couldn't believe it, because he was an advanced venerable master. Ryder immediately clarified whether the martial arts saint had participated in the battle on behalf of the evil cults, and received confirmation of this. Several cults, including the Five Poisons cult and the Dead Moon cult, united and officially declared war on the martial arts world. Ryder then announced that the meeting was over for the day and urged everyone to closely monitor Alliance news and be prepared for battle. Meanwhile, River, having learned of Mike's victory, noted that he did not disappoint, although he admitted that he did not expect to see him as a ruler. Hunter, however, expressed doubt that they could rely on a man with so many personalities. However, River replied that their goals coincided, and added that with the emergence of the ruler and the hidden sects, a great era of martial arts would come. He warned the servant that once the war began, hidden sects would definitely intervene and urged him to be careful. In the elite tea capital, the ruler of Ji province invited Mike to tea, and he politely accepted. During the conversation, the ruler mentioned that he was acquainted with the former ruler of Jing province and inquired about his fate. Mike sadly reported that he had died in a collision with a flying Jiang Shi. The ruler expressed regret, noting that he dedicated his life to the country and people and was a modest and worthy man. However, he added that by finding a successor like Mike, he could consider his mission fulfilled. The hero asked if it was really so difficult to find a successor, and the old man said that many rare qualities were needed for this. Mike asked the ruler of Ji province what the hidden sects were and who was stronger, the rulers or they. The ruler explained that the 4 ancient hidden sects actually originated from small cultivation schools. They existed after the weakening of the power of heaven and earth, and only inherited the methods of cultivation. He added that these sects are located in mountains rich in spiritual energy, so they look down on the world of ordinary masters. He also noted that the provincial rulers were the heirs of Emperor Yu, and their tokens were artifacts. Mike then asked if they had a chance of winning if they had to face hidden cults. In response, the ruler noted that there was no need to worry about the recent incident with the prophet's sect, since he had brought trouble upon himself. He also recalled that there is a non-interference agreement between hidden sects and China. However, Mike noted that, according to Rivera's information, he was already being watched by representatives of hidden sects with evil intentions. The governor of Ji province, as if remembering something important, added that he had heard about his clashes with representatives of evil cults. After thinking for a bit, the hero listed that they were talking about the He Huang sect, the Dead Spirit sect, and the Five Poisons cult. After this, the old man advised him not to leave the capital in the coming days, since an order for mobilization might soon come. During his practice, Mike realized that breaking through to the late stage of ki purification was difficult due to a lack of spiritual energy. Although he is capable of fighting against advanced Wushan warriors, without a breakthrough, his strength may not be enough against stronger opponents. At this moment, news came from the Miaozan border. The leader of the alliance was wounded and retreated, and several families in that region had already been destroyed. Mike was surprised, as the leader of the alliance was a peak great venerable, and wondered how he couldn't even retreat safely. He then ordered that everyone be notified to arrive at the border of the city of 2 rivers within 24 hours. He himself had already arrived at the border of this city. The hero noted that this was the closest point to the province, allowing him to shorten the route through the mountains and reach the Miaozan border more quickly. However, he was bothered by the fact that Abby had followed him and called out to him, asking why he was standing there. Mike responded irritably that she hadn't even reached the entry level and shouldn't have come with them, reminding them that war wasn't a game. She complained in response that since she was not strong, he should teach her, since he had previously promised to personally teach her martial arts. Shelley, unhappy with the situation, noted that the girl had already been through this journey with them and asked how he was going to send her back. Mike sighed and said there was no way out, and gave her a jade pendant, explaining that it was capable of withstanding a full blow from Wuzun. At that moment, a familiar voice was heard and someone called out to Mike and Shelley. Hearing him, Shelley immediately flew up, happy to meet him after a long separation. Lily happily noted that she missed her, and Shelley noticed that she had grown up. The girl began to beg for mercy when she was hugged tightly. Abby, watching this, asked who it was and if everything was okay with her. Sydney also joined the team, announcing her arrival. Then Lucas reported that all subordinates from the Northern Union were already there. Mike ordered that everyone be given jade pendants that could protect against a fatal blow. Abby, hearing this, realized that she was not the only one who had received such a pendant, which caused her joy to fade a little. 2 days later, Abby was in an ancient town on the border of Miaojiang. She noted with weariness that they had been walking for 2 days already and had not met a single person. Lily was also exhausted like the rest of the team. Then Joseph suggested taking a break since everyone was tired. Mike stopped at an inn and announced that they would spend the night there and continue their journey in the morning. Having entered inside, he carefully examined the situation, and although he did not find any obvious threat, he nevertheless decided not to let his guard down. After checking all the rooms, he made sure that they were safe. However, the hero suddenly heard laughter and became wary, sensing the familiar aura of the Heihuang sect, which he thought he had already destroyed. At that moment, someone opened the door and rushed inside. Elder Wan Ping, one of the surviving members of the Heihuang sect, looked around and noted that he did not expect to see so many beautiful women here. Joseph immediately drew his sword and demanded to be identified, but the three intruders declared that he had no right to ask questions. Then Sydney demanded to know who they were and where they came from, but they only stared at her with a lustful expression and invited her to go with them, saying that they liked such daring girls. Hearing this, Cole became enraged and declared that they were dealing with scum seeking death. After this, one of Wan Ping's subordinates suggested beating the opponents half to death and forcing them to watch what was happening. At this time, Cole rushed forward and struck his opponent, and Sydney warned that if anyone came closer, she would intervene. However, the man already perceived her as easy prey and stated that the girls would be better off going with them to avoid pain. Mike watched from above and encouraged Lily, telling her not to be afraid and assuring her that she could win. Hearing this, the girl felt a surge of strength and resolutely stepped forward, ordering the others to retreat. But the enemy only noted with contempt that such a fragile girl could not fight him. Suddenly the man froze, noticing the strange snowflakes. At that moment, Lily used an icy palm. Her attack emitted a piercing cold that made even those around her involuntarily shrink. Soon, a powerful frosty aura covered the opponents, and the group of men found themselves caught in an icy whirlwind. They couldn't believe what was happening, amazed at how strong the girl turned out to be. An angry Wan Ping began to curse and ordered his men to rise immediately, but quickly realized that their level was insufficient. Joseph then asked if that was enough for them, to which Wan Ping replied that even geniuses could not defeat a master of his level. With these words, he quickly headed towards Mike, deciding that the young man on the second floor was the leader. In the blink of an eye, he was behind the hero, grabbed him by the neck and threatened that if the others did not surrender, he would break his neck. Hearing this, Joseph and Cole visibly tensed. Abby and Sydney let out alarmed cries. The blue-haired girl was surprised, considering the old man reckless. Wan Ping, in turn, threatened to kill the young man immediately, although in his thoughts he had already decided that such an opponent could not be left alive. The next moment he tightened his grip, intending to finish him off. However, a cold smile appeared on the hero's face, as his neck turned out to be incredibly strong. Wan Ping was shocked that he couldn't break it. Then Mike counterattacked, grabbing his opponent by the hair and slamming him hard into the ground. The impact was so powerful that the corridor shook and cracked. As a result, part of the inn was destroyed by the energy surge. One of the subordinates, pale with fear, watched this and realized in horror that the elder had died. Mike, ignoring him, noted with contempt that he had overestimated his strength. He asked if their sect still had any masters left. The frightened man honestly admitted that this was the last, strongest representative of their sect. After this, the hero dealt with him, declaring that such evil organizations should not exist. The survivors began to beg for mercy, admitting their crimes and expressing remorse. However, Mike ordered them to be destroyed, and his subordinates immediately carried out the order, and soon cries for help were heard. Abby, frightened by what was happening, hesitantly noted that they were sorry and asked why they weren't given a chance. The hero then explained that there was no mercy to be shown to villains, and if she couldn't accept such rules, she would be sent back. The next day, as they passed through the forests of the Miaozan borderland, the subordinates discussed the hero's endurance with admiration. At the same time, Sydney, looking at Abby, who was hanging on Mike's back, noted with envy that she would like to be carried too. Meanwhile, the people from the Great Spirit sect discussed them, noting that such young fighters were acting too overconfidently. Lily noticed these conversations and reported them to Mike, and Cole pointed them out and demanded that he repeat what he had said. In response, they arrogantly declared that although their strength was small, they were capable of dealing with everyone at once. After assessing their auras, Mike concluded that they were representatives of a hidden sect and that both were at the peak of the mid-level masters. Cole, eager to test their strength, was the first to attack. However, his blow was easily stopped, and his opponent scornfully remarked that he overestimated himself. Thrown back, the young man realized that he was facing a high-level master. Then Mike asked directly which force they belonged to. They introduced themselves as guests of a certain organization on Immortal Mountain and continued to mock, calling what they saw a disappointment. In response, the hero instructed Joseph to test their abilities, who immediately agreed and entered the battle. One of the opponents noted that the young man's technique was very strong. However, his companion scornfully declared that such an opponent was not even worth testing and decided to personally teach him a lesson. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Joseph's sword fell upon him, causing him to be surprised. Joseph, noticing that the enemy was hiding behind the defense, said that he shouldn't be so nervous. After that, he struck another blow, firmly declaring that they could not lose. Realizing it was time to stop, the elder of the Horan sect intervened and suggested that they stop the fight. Then he politely asked the young man's name and his affiliation with the sect. Joseph introduced himself and noted that he was not a member of any sect. Then the elder invited him to become his disciple and join their organization. However, he politely declined, explaining that he already had a place where he belonged and he did not intend to leave it. Hearing this, the old man was very surprised and assumed that his interlocutor belonged to a hidden sect, but Joseph denied this. Then the elder continued to insist and added that if the young man followed him, his future would become much brighter. And then Mike intervened, noting that it was not very worthy to lure his people away. Then the hero instructed Joseph to keep an eye on Abby. In response, Corin stated with contempt that before him was only a rich young gentleman who was not capable of raising such a genius. After this, he regretfully noted that this was a missed opportunity and ordered his disciples to seize the young man. However, Mike attacked them with his divine palm, warning his opponent not to be so overconfident. The impact was so powerful that the two disciples immediately fell to their knees and panicked and turned to the elder for help. Then Corin assumed a fighting stance and declared that he would test his opponent's strength himself, adding that he should not complain later. Soon, their spiritual energies collided with enormous force. And then Mike realized that in front of him was a master at the peak of the highest level of martial saints. After this, the elder noted that the hero was not his rival and asked if he still intended to interfere with him. In response, Mike took out his token and showed it. Seeing the engraved symbol, Corin was momentarily confused, realizing that in front of him was a man who could not be insulted. He eventually retreated in irritation with his men, ordering them to leave, and soon the three disappeared as quickly as they had appeared. This battle only strengthened the hero's resolve, and he began to think about how he needed to break through to the late stage of chi refining as quickly as possible. After this, Mike led the group further and noted that they would soon reach the camp of the combined forces of the Fighting Union. However, the calm did not last long, as suddenly a hail of arrows fell upon them. The hero immediately raised a protective barrier and warned everyone to be careful. The stream of arrows turned out to be very dense, and only after it ended did 3 people come forward and begin a conversation. One of them noted with surprise that such a strong young man was found in the fighting world, and Mike asked who they were. And then the man, who introduced himself as Feng, a high-level master, announced that they were 3 warriors from the Rakshana sect. Losing his patience, Mike quickly attacked and sent the most talkative opponent to the ground with 1 blow. After this, Feng ordered to open fire immediately. He noted that there was no point in playing with them anymore. Each arrow was equipped with an explosive talisman. At that moment, the enemies rushed forward, deciding that such a talented enemy must be destroyed. However, Mike's true Kui was as sharp as a blade, and he easily cut through the arrows. After this, he stepped on the body of the defeated enemy and arrogantly asked how far away the camp of the United Forces was from here. Meanwhile, Ryder was taking a preliminary casualty count and noted with a heavy sigh that more than 20 people had died that day. Maverick explained that the poison was different from the previous ones. They were trapped on the mountain, but their medical team could not find a solution quickly. At that moment, a battle cry was heard, and Maverick noted with alarm that the enemy had launched a new attack. He immediately gave the order to gather all those who were still able to fight and stop the enemy, after which he himself went into battle. Soon he appeared before the enemies and attacked them with a powerful blow from the Emperor's world-shaking fist. The opponents deftly dodged this powerful attack, and a cloud of dust rose beneath them. Then Chester, the leader of the Five Poisons sect, appeared before the old man and mockingly stated that Maverick alone could not save the entire Union. Maverick replied that the destruction of the combined forces was just an empty dream of an evil alliance. In response, Chester summoned a huge python, deciding to test its strength. The snake used the Jade ring technique, opened its mouth, and rushed forward, as if intending to devour the enemy. However, Maverick barely managed to dodge. The people below screamed in alarm, and their fighting spirit plummeted. They began to fear that even the demon-slaying saint might die, meaning they were all in danger of dying. They rushed to him, asking if everything was okay, but Maverick reassured them, saying that he was fine and would not die. After this, he instructed the Alliance leader to find a way to break through and get the others out. However, Chester summoned a two-headed python and proudly declared that they would not be able to escape. The beast rushed towards the three people below, but at that moment his path was blocked by a stream of fire. Chester immediately asked who dared to intervene. At that moment, Mike appeared, standing majestically on the dragon's head. When people saw him, their spirits rose, as if they had seen a savior. Chester clarified whether it was really the same person in front of him and asked if he had encountered the battle saints of the evil alliance. Mike replied that he had confronted them and destroyed them. Immediately after this, the hero went on the attack, deciding to demonstrate his strength. The enemy could not believe what was happening and declared that a representative of the fighting union dared to kill people from their organization. However, Mike's blow instantly destroyed his defense, causing him to feel fear. At that moment, the head of the Five Poisons sect, Shalao, appeared. He put up a defense in time and saved Chester. Then Shalao, having assessed the situation, declared that since he was the ruler, he would personally kill him today in order to get rid of this problem forever. Noticing the destruction caused by the enemy's attack, the protagonist tensed up, noting that there was a Wuxian-level master in front of him. At this moment, the ruler of the state of Ji took a step forward and thereby blocked the attack. The blow was stopped, however, and then the enemy recognized him as the ruler of the state of Ji. The old man remarked that he had appeared just in time, adding that without his intervention, the enemy might have killed their unrivaled genius. Meanwhile, Shalao decided to retreat, concluding that this was enough for today, but next time he would certainly take their lives. When the opponents left the battlefield, the ruler warned the young man that he had now become the target of the masters of the sinister alliance. The hero thanked him, but then remembered that on the way here he had encountered representatives of a hidden sect. Returning to his tent, the young man began cultivating using the demonic core while thinking. By absorbing the streams of demonic power, the hero soon achieved the desired result, moving on to the late stage of ki purification. His body had also strengthened a little, meaning that the next time he met the masters of the hidden sects, he would be able to resist them. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Five Poisons sect, Valerie was becoming increasingly filled with hatred towards Mike. At the meeting, Chester declared that such a powerful ruler of the Jingzhou state posed a serious threat. A few hours later, Valerie entered the hall and bowed respectfully, then greeted the patriarch and the elders. Then old man Shalao asked her opinion, reminding her that she had already fought with this enemy. The girl, in turn, noted that the man was extremely incomprehensible, and even the holy son of their sect might prove no match for him. Chester cursed, noting that the rulers of the 9 regions had not yet gathered together, and now was not the time to attract unnecessary attention. Then the girl volunteered to act first, assuring that she would test the enemy's strength herself. In response, Shalao reminded them that they were masters of poisons and that, according to rumors, the ruler of the state of Jingzhou was able to neutralize her poisons. However, Valerie confidently stated that even if he could cope with one poison, she had hundreds and thousands of others. Meanwhile, at the medical camp, Ryder discussed the situation with the ruler, asking if there was a way to save the infected. However, he admitted that this was the first time he had encountered such poison, so all that remained was to wait for the arrival of the other rulers. Ryder confirmed that this poison was created by a junior representative of the Five Poisons sect. He clarified that he was talking about a priestess with a talent for studying poisons, and added that he was already planning to send a squad to eliminate her. At this point, the protagonist joined the conversation. The writer explained the situation, noting that their forces had suffered heavy losses. The ruler then added that people were dying from poison every day, and they might have to retreat from Mount Taiping. Hearing this, the young man was surprised, wondering why he had not been told about this before. After this, he decided that there was no time to waste and declared his intention to immediately neutralize the poison, recalling the name of Saint Valerie of the Five Poisons sect. The elder expressed doubt, since the hero had not yet seen the poison itself. However, he took out a pill and explained that it was capable of neutralizing any poison. Ryder then remembered the incident where a demon-slaying saint suffered from poison for decades, but was cured thanks to a pill. After this, the protagonist ordered the pill to be dissolved in water and given to the patients to drink, specifying that the effect would appear within half an hour. He then glanced at the alchemical furnace and ordered that the ingredients be delivered immediately to prepare a large batch of antidotes. Later, in the tent, Shelley approached him, expressing her dissatisfaction with the fact that he spent the whole day practicing alchemy and did not pay attention to her. After that, she started to act up, asking to play with her. Suddenly, a pleasant aroma filled the air, which attracted the girl's attention. Suddenly, Vivian entered the tent and greeted the hero. He was surprised by her appearance, while Shelley felt something strange in her behavior. Vivienne, hiding her face under a veil, approached him and behaved unusually playfully, hinting that she wanted to tease him. Then she asked him if he liked her today, but the hero remained cold. Then she slightly lifted his chin and continued to provoke him, as if trying to get a reaction. Shelley, confused by what was happening, assumed that the stranger was trying to seduce him and was surprised by such strange behavior. Meanwhile, the protagonist demanded to know the purpose of the visit. In response, the girl pretended to be disappointed, as if her feelings were not mutual. She pulled her dress down to her waist, and her behavior became increasingly revealing. The girl practically stripped naked and then asked Mike if he didn't like her. However, it soon became clear that it was not Vivian in front of him at all, but Valerie in disguise, who had stolen the girl's image. She then said that her words were just a game, behind which completely different intentions were hidden. Meanwhile, Shelley quickly closed the hero's eyes, thereby forcing him not to look at the naked girl. However, the main character had already figured out what was happening and therefore said that there was no point in continuing this performance. He explained that he realized the substitution when she entered, because he knows the real Vivian, and it was impossible to deceive him with such a clumsy game. Meanwhile, the real Vivian, who was behind the door, sighed with relief, realizing that the hero immediately understood the truth. However, his next remarks almost surprised her, as he sarcastically remarked on the discrepancy in her appearance. After this, Valerie, having lost all desire to pretend, said directly that he had already guessed her identity. In response, the protagonist called her the Saint of the Five Poisons sect and noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. The girl doubted his masculinity, reminding him that he had previously not even reacted to the frank behavior of another girl. However, the young man answered directly that if it were the real Vivian in front of him, he might have shown interest. Valerie became furious, reminding him that it was he who forced her to experience a state of apparent death and thereby shortened her lifespan. The hero, not wanting to waste time on unnecessary conversations, asked the purpose of her visit, and the girl replied that she had come for his token. Hearing this, he was surprised and wondered why she needed this item, but she only evasively hinted that everything would become clear later. At this point, Vivian could no longer stand aside and burst inside, outraged by such shameless statements. The protagonist, in turn, was confused because he did not understand what had caused her anger. However, the girl had already turned to Valerie, stating that she was behaving extremely shamelessly, daring to take on her appearance for evil intentions. In response, Valerie only reacted mockingly to her words, doubting her strength, and then Vivienne, unable to restrain herself, hit her in the face. However, even this did not stop her opponent, who continued to mock her. Watching what was happening, the protagonist assessed the strength of his opponent, noting that she had already reached a high level of Wuzun. Before leaving, Valerie stated that despite the difference in strength, he would not be able to kill her, and promised that they would meet again. Seeing her escape, Mike immediately gave chase. However, he soon realized that the creature Valerie had raised had not only regained its power, but had also grown significantly in size. Nevertheless, he ordered Vivian to stay put. He himself, having climbed onto the true dragon, rushed after his opponent. The girl, in turn, called out to him with concern, urging him to be careful. The hero himself understood that he had not yet reached the stage of core formation and was not capable of staying in the air for long. This means that once the Dragon Kui and the token's power are exhausted, he will not be able to continue the pursuit. He eventually had to abandon the dragon and land on a cliff, deciding that he would have to go back and come up with a different plan. However, at that moment, Valerie's voice was heard from behind, saying that she was not going to let him go after such a long chase. Turning around, the protagonist saw a fierce Xiao Hong. The monster lowered its head and stared at him, and then Valerie ordered the creature to tear the enemy apart and not allow him to escape. As the monster attacked, Mike realized its nature, noting that it looked very much like a fully grown purple star demon seed. He understood that his strength was comparable to the warrior Wushin, and leaving him alive was extremely dangerous. Having come to this conclusion, the hero decided to immediately destroy the enemy and, activating his flawless holy body, delivered a powerful blow. From this blow, the entire surface of the cliff burst into flames. However, Xiao Hong remained completely unharmed. This greatly surprised the young man. After this, the creature gathered a stream of fire and brought it down on him. Valerie was also shocked to realize that her opponent had become even stronger. Even Xiao Hong's most powerful attack was unable to harm him. At the same time, the protagonist understood that the power of the dragon key and the token of the ruler of the state originated from the ancient true dragon. He wondered how such dark creatures could even withstand such power. A powerful dragon chi quickly wrapped around Xiao Hong's body, squeezing him from all sides. At that moment, Valerie, seeing the explosion below, cried out in alarm, worried about her pet. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued to collect spiritual energy. At the same time, Valerie, having made sure that the creature remained unharmed, sighed with relief and said that it was not so easy to kill her. As the young man was about to deliver the next blow, a protective barrier suddenly rose in front of his opponent. Mike realized with surprise that this was a core formation level artifact. Valerie, in turn, was forced to reconsider his strength, noting that his power truly exceeded her expectations. In response, the hero only snorted, releasing an attack in the form of sharp blades. Sensing danger, the girl immediately gave the order to retreat, and as she was leaving, she admitted that she had not expected to see such a valuable artifact on him. She added that this time she couldn't handle him, but next time she would make him fall to his knees and beg for mercy. Mike, not taking her threat seriously, said that she didn't have the slightest chance of doing so. Valerie pointed out that he shouldn't think he was invincible because there were things in this world that he wasn't even worthy of facing. The protagonist, who doesn't like omissions, immediately wondered who exactly they were talking about. However, the girl only said that he was not worthy of knowing this, adding that even the current war was just a child's play in the eyes of that man. The hero thought for a moment, coming to the conclusion that the restoration of her appearance and strength was probably directly related to the immortal cultivator. Before leaving, Valerie challenged him, stating that he could never imagine the true power of a dragon. The protagonist understood that this battle was only the beginning, and his current level of ki purification was still insufficient. Returning to the Fighting Alliance camp, Maverick anxiously asked what had happened and if he was injured. Mike explained that the 5 Poison Sect's saint had tried to kill him for the Jingzhou state ruler's token, but he had managed to drive her away. Maverick, in turn, admitted that the situation is becoming increasingly complicated, as the sinister alliance is full of cunning plans. Vivienne explained that she and Marcel were ambushed by 3 geniuses of the Rakshasa sect, resulting in him being seriously injured. Meanwhile, the protagonist already had his own plan, and he noted that the 3 geniuses of the Rakshasa sect did not pose a serious threat. He explained that with the correct use of stances, martial artists are even capable of killing Wuzun warriors. Maverick was amazed, because in martial arts, each stage represents a virtually insurmountable gap. However, Mike noted that they had little time, so he would only be able to prepare a low-level position. The next morning, everyone gathered together, and the hero announced that the position of the 7 solar swords was the basic diagram. However, the warriors were skeptical of the plan, as the idea that the masters could defeat the warrior Wuzun seemed incredible to them. Then the hero suggested that they test everything in practice, instructing the elite fighters to form a formation. Soon, one of the mid-level masters of the Venerable, known for his protection, volunteered to test the strength of Cole and Sydney. He was confident that even those equal to him in level were not capable of breaking through his protective barrier. As the fight began, Cole's powerful spell was aimed straight at him. The fighter, turning pale, tried to defend himself by activating the barrier. The man was horrified by how strong the fighting spirit of this guy was. However, the devastating attack destroyed his defense with just 1 blow. Admitting defeat, he voluntarily retreated, declaring that his defenses were completely destroyed. The other observers were amazed at what they saw, since the position actually allowed for victory. To sum it up, the protagonist noted that the position of the seven solar swords is equally effective in both attack and defense. The ruler highly praised this technology, emphasizing its exceptional value and the need to implement it as soon as possible. Everyone present was inspired, realizing that they had finally found a way to resist the sinister alliance. The ruler then decided to wait for the start of the great battle, intending to achieve a decisive victory. 10 days later, Shilao, based on the information he received, reported that the ruler of the Qingguo state had developed a sword position. After that, he suggested that Chester lead the attack while he took care of the main character. Meanwhile, in the territory of Miaojiang, the elite fighters were already ready for battle, and one of them gave the order to form up. In response, Chester released his poisonous creatures, saying that they also had their own trump cards. Poisonous spiders fell from above, causing panic among the warriors. At this point, Ryder gave the order to the combined forces of the fighting alliance to go on the defensive. However, cries for help soon began to ring out as the enemy opened their mouths and began to spew fire, burning their enemies. Almost simultaneously, a group of zombies rushed forward and began to bite people, and the battlefield was filled with desperate screams. Lord G realized that this was a technique of the corpse manipulation sect, turning corpses into machines that were immune to weapons. The protagonist, in turn, explained that the power of Dragon Qi is the perfect counterbalance to such entities. Meanwhile, the sect representatives stood to the side, watching what was happening and discussing what they saw. One of them noted that every few decades, righteous and evil sects again enter into a deadly confrontation. Another countered by mentioning that a young ruler, only about 20 years old, had appeared in the martial arts world. And yet, he is already able to compete with the best disciples of their sect, and perhaps has the potential to achieve immortality. However, the man was skeptical, recalling that over the past 400 years, only one celestial being had existed. Meanwhile, in the camp of the Fighting Union, the main character single-handedly held back the onslaught of the enemy. Suddenly, one of them stepped forward, declaring that he had come to avenge the three geniuses of his Rakshasa sect who had died at his hand. At that moment, the hero thought about how, after the battle, Abby would bring them a basket of zongzi and invite everyone to have a snack. The hero will then instruct Joseph to help distribute food to the others. Meanwhile, a group of captured opponents, including Old Man Shilao and Chester, will be tied to poles. They will drool, begging for at least one piece, but the hero, of course, will not fulfill their requests. Upon seeing the enemy, he assumed that the sinister alliance still had hidden powers and decided to use a division strategy. To this end, he deliberately began to retreat, provoking the enemy, who, in turn, mockingly reproached him for cowardice. When the hero suddenly stopped, the enemy decided that he had surrendered. However, Mike only chuckled in response. The next moment, a powerful wave of spiritual power crashed down on the impudent man. He was barely able to hold it back, shocked that the force of the blow exceeded the level of an ordinary mid-ranked Saint Master. After that, a blow from the palm of the hand threw him straight into the trunk of a tree. The stunned enemy had difficulty comprehending what was happening, realizing that it was all part of a pre-planned plan. Then the protagonist called Shelley. She immediately appeared, having received orders to knock out the enemy. The girl, with a playful expression on her face, asked if he was the one they were talking about. After that, she used the soul attack technique and with just one blow deprived the high-ranking warrior of consciousness. The protagonist was pleased, noting that her technique had improved, and wondered how else he could exploit this situation. Suddenly, he noticed movement to the side and cautiously called out to the stranger. However, when he saw who it was, he was surprised to recognize the kid, and from his gestures, he realized that she was simply bored alone. He immediately came up with a new plan and decided not to send such a rare creature straight into battle, so as not to put it in danger. Having lifted the fallen enemy, he showed him to the kid. The hero then demonstrated how he should act. The mountain spirit immediately repeated the hero's actions and slammed the man into the ground. After this, the hero handed him a club and ordered him to watch carefully so that he did not come to his senses, and if necessary, to stun him again. He then set off with Shelley to pursue new targets, determined to capture several more opponents. Shelley asked why he chose only venerable masters. The hero explained that capturing the holy masters would cause too much commotion, while the venerable ones would be easier to deal with. When he returned, he saw that the kid had already driven 3 captives into the ground like stakes, and so he instructed him to continue watching them. Meanwhile, Chester began to notice something was wrong, wondering why their powers were gradually diminishing and where the masters were disappearing to. At first, Shalao's interlocutor assumed that they were simply distracted by other fights. However, it soon became obvious that their numbers were indeed decreasing. While they were trying to figure out what was happening, a messenger arrived with a report saying that the ruler of Jingzhou was incapacitating their masters. Shalao still didn't understand the enemy's true intentions and wondered what the protagonist was pursuing. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, Vivienne, fighting the enemy, heard a call. She turned around and tried to understand what was happening. The protagonist called her to him, declaring that he needed her. Then the girl, having cleared the way, headed towards him. Gathering chi in his palms, he noticed that there was no point in wasting his strength on such a weak opponent. After this, the hero delivered a powerful blow. One attack from him instantly knocked the enemy to the ground. Marcel was amazed by what he saw and noted with surprise that he seemed to have come not just to fight, but to demonstrate his strength. After that, she asked if the enemy was alive. However, at that moment, the young man approached Vivienne from behind and reminded her that he really did have business with her. Noticing that the girl was silent, he could not understand the reason for her behavior and wondered how he could have offended her since she was ignoring him. Marcel, noticing their strange and somewhat suspicious behavior, turned to them with obvious irritation. He said that when the sects are fighting a life-or-death battle, they behave too casually. The protagonist asked Vivienne where her second cousin was, adding that he needed to discuss a matter with him. However, the girl, clearly not trusting his words, immediately suspected something was wrong and began to question him about his real intentions. Meanwhile, Marcel, not wanting to drag out the conversation, put a friendly arm around the young man's shoulders and offered to personally escort him home. After that, I immediately headed to the right place. Vivienne only became more angry and decided to follow them, intending to find out what exactly the hero was planning. As they approached, Marcel called out loudly to the elder, informing him that the ruler of Jingzhou wanted to see him. At that moment, the old man was busy with a fierce battle and therefore expressed dissatisfaction. He noted that the young man was making too much noise and was completely oblivious to what was happening around him. However, having finished the battle and dealt with the enemy, he nevertheless approached them and respectfully greeted the main character. The young man responded with due respect and immediately got down to business, asking how strong his sleeping powder was. The old man confirmed that the remedy was capable of knocking out even a holy master, but he did not forget to mention the side effects. Meanwhile, the young man asked with some anticipation whether the elder had taken the powder with him. The old man, after a little hesitation, nevertheless admitted that he had taken with him a small amount, which was kept in the tent. Having received the necessary thing, the protagonist immediately thanked him and without delay went to get the powder. He soon returned, carrying 2 bags, and noticed the opponents lying unconscious. Mike asked Baby if he had overdone it, reminding him that they were only supposed to be stunned, not killed. He then decided to conduct a check and, pointing to one of the captives, noted that he was still in normal condition. After this, he ordered the kid to open his mouth. The mountain spirit, without further ado, rushed towards the man and opened his mouth wide with his hands. As soon as the powder was inside, he jumped up sharply and his body began to react. Then, while partially remaining conscious, he began to become confused in his thoughts. He asked incoherent questions about himself and what was happening around him. The protagonist, taking advantage of this, first tried to convince him that he was his father. However, despite his confusion, he did not accept this and expressed doubt. Then the young man changed his approach and claimed that he was his teacher who saved him from death. However, even this did not immediately convince the prisoner. Seeing this, the hero snapped his fingers. With one deft movement, Mike forced him to take another dose of powder. After this, he directly informed him that he had given him a poison, the effects of which could only be contained by regular intake of an antidote. In this way, he forced the enemy to obey him. Maverick, who had been watching from behind cover, was clearly puzzled and stepped forward to ask why the enemy was being held back. Mike explained that they didn't have enough craftsmen to hold their positions, so he had to use these methods. At that moment, he felt that they were being watched and realized that the disappearance of the experts had not gone unnoticed. After this, he decided to immediately return to the battlefield. Before leaving, he gave the prisoner a new name, Iron Egg, and ordered him to follow him. Finding himself back on the battlefield, the protagonist and his allies carefully surveyed the situation. After this, he gave the order to attack everyone wearing enemy clothing. The subordinate carried out the order. The man immediately rushed forward. He grabbed one of his own allies by the throat, which caused a great shock to those around him. The young man explained that he was now completely submissive to him thanks to the means he had used. Meanwhile, the victim desperately tried to explain that they were on the same side, but the captive no longer perceived what was happening. Shalao was extremely surprised to see what was happening, not understanding what was happening, and Chester watched in shock as his ally attacked his own. Soon the subordinate sensed the presence of stronger opponents. The Iron Egg was about to attack them. However, the protagonist stopped him and ordered him to focus on weaker targets at the foot of the mountain. At the same time, Shalao put up a protective barrier in front of himself and Chester. Meanwhile, Maverick hurried to the ruler of G to inform him that now was the most opportune moment for a decisive attack. After hearing the report, the ruler immediately rejoiced and ordered all forces to gather and go on the attack. Shalao, realizing that the situation was getting out of control, ordered a retreat, realizing that the enemy had managed to turn his forces against him. Lord G, in turn, gave the order to pursue the enemy, not allowing him to escape. Meanwhile, Chester anxiously suggested that their plan was to lure the enemy into the canyon, to which he received a positive answer. At Yixiantian Canyon, Lord G declared that the area was almost a closed space with only one entrance. Nevertheless, he ordered one of his subordinates to occupy the entrance, while he and the rest of his forces headed inside the canyon. After the squad entered, the old man immediately warned everyone to be extremely careful and not to leave the group. Meanwhile, deep in the cave, two giant snakes were already waiting, intending to lure everyone into a pre-prepared trap. After this, Shalao's voice was heard, declaring that he intended to save this last trump card for the ruler of the 9 provinces. Faced with a huge swarm of poisonous creatures filling the sky, King Ji immediately ordered everyone to be careful. Shalao, despite this, remained confident of victory, declaring that even without one of them, this place would become a grave for them. After this, he ordered the sacred beasts to attack. The first poisonous snake spat venom straight towards Maverick. However, the attack was stopped by a protective barrier created by Lord G. The old man, realizing the seriousness of the situation, urgently ordered the punishing sage to lead the main forces and break out. However, Shalao blocked their way, declaring that none of them would be able to leave today. Ruler G entered into a fierce confrontation with him, restraining him, and ordered the hero, along with Maverick, to also leave this place. However, Mike was not going to retreat alone and assessed his own strength, coming to the conclusion that it would not be difficult to cope with them. Seeing him step forward, Lord G anxiously tried to stop him. However, it was too late. The main character chose a giant centipede as his first target. With just one blow, he destroyed her, cutting her body into pieces. King Ji was astonished to realize that he was able to instantly destroy the sacred beast. Shalao, in turn, experienced extreme pain and rage, after which he roared and attacked, vowing to avenge his centipede. However, his blow was stopped by the protagonist's shield. King Ji immediately gave orders that he would restrain the old man himself, and that the hero should destroy the remaining sacred beasts. At that moment, the young man felt a strange movement, as if something had come to life. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a huge poisonous snake rushed towards him, and the old man quickly warned him of the danger. However, the hero only delivered a kick. He instantly threw the snake away, demonstrating that the enemy had overestimated his strength. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a crack from which a strange glow was emanating, and he wondered what it could be. Meanwhile, Shalao furiously demanded that he be released, but he firmly stated that as long as he was alive, he would not allow him to take a single step forward. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet began to shake violently, and Maverick noted with alarm that the intensity of the fighting had probably caused an earthquake. The protagonist approached the crack and felt a powerful flow of hot spiritual energy rising from the depths of the earth. After this, I noted with surprise that something unusual was happening. Observing the life force, he came to the conclusion that some kind of rebirth was taking place, and perhaps a real miracle had happened. At this moment, something strange appeared behind him, and the tremors even reached the outer part of the mountain, alarming the masters of the hidden sects. They immediately realized that such a powerful phenomenon could mean only one thing: the appearance of a mysterious palace. Seeing the pillar of light rising into the sky, many rushed there, wanting to get their share. The protagonist was surprised to realize that in front of him was the palace of the cultivator's treasures, and it was these ruins that their enemies were looking for. One of those present, unable to bear it, rushed forward to the newly appeared palace, hoping to get his hands on the treasures. Others tried to stop him, but it was too late. Lightning struck from the main gate with such force that it instantly destroyed him. Mike noted that in front of him was a palace protective wall that even a primordial immortal cultivator couldn't penetrate. He then approached the more knowledgeable King Ji to learn the history of the mysterious palace and its owner. The old man said that Damien was the greatest martial arts genius of the last 400 years. He was born into an ordinary family and did not possess any outstanding abilities. But he had a sister with a truly unique talent. She who, at a young age, caused a celestial phenomenon that attracted the attention of the four hidden sects. They came to take her as a student, but their rule required a complete renunciation of worldly connections. The girl did not accept this, and in the end, not wanting to obey, she chose death. After witnessing his sister's death, Damien vowed revenge on the hidden cults, but his family, fearing the consequences, exiled him. After that, he disappeared for 20 years. However, when he returned, he had already become a legendary holy master and forced the hidden sects to bow before him. Later, rumors spread that he had broken through to the level of a martial arts god and had become immortal. He left Earth, leaving behind only this palace to search for a successor. Mike, after listening to the story, became thoughtful, trying to understand how one could achieve immortality in just a few hundred years. At that moment, representatives of the hidden sects arrived, and one of the elders confirmed that this was the very same mysterious palace in front of them. Another noted that it was protected by a barrier, but since it was meant to select a successor, the protection should wear off over time. In connection with this, it was decided to wait, and the elder strictly ordered that no one should spread information about the appearance of the palace. Lord Ji, observing the group, noted that, apparently, the disciples of the four hidden sects had come down from the mountains specifically to search for him. Mike was the first to leave the place, informing Lord Ji that he was going to leave for a short while. Having found a suitable place, he began to prepare for a breakthrough, feeling that with the appearance of the mysterious palace, the energy in the area became more intense. However, a stranger suddenly approached him and addressed him, asking whether it was indeed the ruler of Jingzhou in front of him. The stranger introduced himself as the prince's heir, Gabriel, and noted with surprise that Mike was only in the late stages of Chai purification. Shelley, catching his thoughts, quietly remarked that this man seemed extremely dangerous and possessed considerable strength. The stranger, looking at the hero's companion with obvious interest, noted that he did not expect to see such an unusual companion. Gabriel even noted with regret that she did not have a physical body, otherwise she could well have joined his harem. Mike, not wanting to drag out the conversation, immediately assumed that he had come on behalf of the Holy Maiden of the Five Poison sect. Gabriel, however, said that she wanted to take revenge on her own, and his real goal was the mysterious palace. After this, he stated that he had changed his mind and now wanted to settle the conflict, and also offered to join him. Mike reacted to this with obvious disdain, pointing out that he had no intention of following a man who had not achieved immortality. These words visibly hurt Gabriel, who, containing his irritation, declared that his ascent to immortality was only a matter of time. However, Mike retorted that he was only slightly superior to him, being at the stage of chi refining, and therefore had no reason to be arrogant. The stranger was surprised, because no one had dared to resist before, and noted that Mike was able to awaken the spirit of competition in him. He stated that he would definitely get him under his control, and added that he would force him to obey at the next meeting. Shelley, noticing something strange, noted with bewilderment that the stranger's behavior seemed suspicious to her. Mike replied that she was overthinking things, but he understood that the trip to the mysterious palace would be far from simple. Shelley, noticing his silence, became impatient, demanding an answer, but he only suggested that they go back. Shelley hurried after him, complaining about his cold attitude, while at the same time reproaching him with some resentment for his indifference. As she approached, Mike pushed her away and remarked that she should first gain a physical body before saying such things. Shelley, in turn, promised that when she could materialize, she would definitely give her body a more attractive shape. Meanwhile, when Mike returned, Maverick immediately informed the ruler of G about his appearance. The hero, seeing them, was surprised that they were still there, despite the fact that the palace had already opened. Lord G explained that disciples of the four hidden sects had already gathered at the site, and that they were all extremely hostile towards him. However, Mike, confident in his abilities, refused the offer and stated that he would act independently. Lord G only helplessly noted that it was impossible to convince him. Meanwhile, Chester turned anxiously to the elder, reminding him that the palace was already open and asking if they were going to enter. The old man, watching the flow of people, remained calm and suggested not to rush, deciding to let others scout out the situation first. However, his interlocutor stated that there was nothing to fear, since this was their territory, and anyone who disobeyed would be destroyed. Shalao, on the other hand, remained extremely cautious and emphasized that this time it was necessary to conserve strength and avoid unnecessary clashes. He reminded them that they had two goals: the palace treasures and the ruler of Jingzhou. But the blonde noted that he did not pose a threat. However, the old man warned him that he should not underestimate the enemy and that in case of a meeting he must first give a signal. However, he only chuckled, considering the others to be overly cautious. He stated that he would deal with the enemy himself. Chester asked what they should do next, to which Shalao replied that all they had to do was follow him. Meanwhile, the mountain spirit was in Abby's arms. Suddenly, the signal to assemble sounded, and the forces began to flow together. Seeing the protagonists return, Abby immediately threw the spirit aside and hurried to greet him, noting that he had finally returned. After making sure everyone was present, Mike gave the order, emphasizing that the mysterious palace contained both treasures and dangers. However, those around her began to talk about Abby, questioning why a girl who was not a martial artist was even going with them. Abby, hearing this, turned sadly to the protagonist, trying to understand whether she really shouldn't enter. He explained that the selection of a successor depends not on the level of cultivation, but on talent. And since she has the potential, there are no barriers to entry. After this, the group entered the palace. Finding themselves in complete darkness, Mike called out to the girl, trying to calm her down. He suggested that the entrance was a random transport position, causing all the participants to be scattered to different locations. Without sensing Shelley's presence, he realized that even she had been transported to another location. From this, he concluded that Damien's true strength probably reached at least the level of a divine soul. After that, he decided to go outside first and look around, and they found themselves in a picturesque mountainous area full of greenery. Mike immediately noted that the palace located on the top of the mountain was probably the real center of this place. Abby, however, was lost in her own daydreams, imagining that they were there together, as if on a date. At that moment, the mountain spirit was running away from the pursuer who was trying to grab him. When the creature leaped towards the hero, the old man pursuing it immediately declared that he had discovered the spirit first, accusing it of trying to take the prey. Mike asked if he was the one who had inflicted the wounds on the creature. He suggested that one of the powerful masters might be in front of him. The old man directly stated that even if this was the case, he would not allow the spirit to be taken away, intending to absorb it to strengthen his own power. Mike refused him, explaining that the previous ruler of Jingzhou had entrusted him with his care, and therefore no one had the right to harm him. The old man, not wanting to retreat, rushed forward, claiming that the mountain spirit did not belong to anyone and that he would achieve his goal even at the cost of his life. Abby, hiding to the side, anxiously warned the protagonist about the danger. However, with just one blow, he threw the enemy far back, leaving a deep furrow on the ground. Mike picked up the small creature and asked if it had seen anyone from their group, but received a denial in response. After this, he decided to continue his way up, realizing that everyone was separated. As he continued to search for allies, he came across a group of hidden sect disciples who were searching for something. The mountain spirit pointed to the Tianing grass, thereby attracting the protagonist's attention. The students immediately noticed them, and upon seeing the find, they were shocked to realize that it was the very same ruler of Jingzhou in front of them. One of them sharply demanded the hero to stop. After that, Mike asked what was going on and whether the plant belonged to them. They claimed to have discovered it first and smelled the grass, but they simply did not have time to find the exact location. Mike stated that he considered this plant his own and saw no reason to give in. He knew perfectly well that the Tianing grass had no smell. One of the students, unable to restrain himself, began to threaten, warning him not to behave arrogantly. However, the senior student was more reserved and suggested not arguing, noting that the treasures go to the strongest. But his attention was drawn to the mountain spirit, and he remembered that this was one of the greatest treasures for which one could receive a huge reward. However, they still left, and Mike was surprised, since representatives of hidden sects usually do not retreat so easily. However, he decided not to dwell on this and focused on processing the Tianing herb. He informed Abby that after the pill was created, she would have to take it. The girl, reacting capriciously, initially refused, declaring that she was not going to eat it. Nevertheless, he completed the processing and handed her the finished pill, explaining that it would improve her abilities and speed up her development. Abby, however, was more concerned about whether she would be able to catch up with the other girls after this, and Mike replied that it was possible. Realizing the difference between them, the girl decided that she should become useful and stop being a burden. After swallowing the pill, she immediately began to absorb the energy of the herb, and Mike helped her. He noted with surprise that the effect was very strong. Her level has almost reached the advanced level of a martial artist. When the process was complete, her face turned unusually red. Mike noticed this and asked if everything was okay, suspecting that the strength of the medicine might have been too strong. Unable to bear it any longer, the girl rushed to him, complaining of a high fever. He immediately understood the reason, noting that her mind was unstable, causing a deviation in ki. The mountain spirit watched what was happening with surprise. Abby tackled him to the ground, still complaining about the heat, and Mike knew that suppressing the effect could lead to injury. After thinking about the situation, he ordered the little spirit to bring water from the nearest stream. Meanwhile, the hero warned Abby that failure to control her mind could lead to a dangerous deviation. Just when the situation was getting out of control, a bucket of water was poured on her, which instantly brought her back to her senses. Coming to her senses, she tried in confusion to understand what had happened. Mike reminded her once again that mental instability was extremely dangerous and required special care. Hearing this, the girl became very embarrassed and, confused, said that she did not want to cause him trouble at all. Mike told her to stay put, focus on her breathing and bring her internal energy into order. Meanwhile, the mountain spirit, noticing something ahead, began to move about animatedly. Then the hero immediately realized that he felt Lily's aura. The creature broke free from his hands and ran forward, leading the way, and soon they saw a girl surrounded by a group of people. Abby was surprised to see that it was Lily, while Mike also became thoughtful, realizing that they were dealing with representatives of the Aura of Peace sect. One of the girls tried to convince Lily to join their sect, emphasizing her innate body and potential in cultivation. The interlocutor continued to persuade her, claiming that there was nothing valuable in the mortal world and that it was full of hypocrisy. Lily countered by noting that despite its flaws, there was also much beauty in this world that made life worth living. Another woman noted that the girl probably already had someone she was attached to. The elder one intervened and sharply condemned such feelings, declaring that there was no true love in this world. Lily, in turn, defended the protagonist, emphasizing that he was different from the others. After this, the old woman struck the ground with her staff and declared that she would not allow such a talented man to remain in the mortal world. At that moment, Mike appeared nearby and called out to Lily, getting her attention. Seeing him, the girl was delighted and immediately ran up to him. At the same time, the elder gave the order to her student to return her back. She, having submitted, stepped forward and introduced herself as the leading disciple of the sect. She explained that Lily possessed an exceptional talent that their sect was capable of cultivating, adding that for the sake of her future, she should be handed over to them. Mike did not interfere, emphasizing that the decision should remain with Lily herself, and she herself stated that she did not want to join this sect. He merely confirmed her choice, noting that she was not going to back down from her decision, but his interlocutor did not back down. Mike replied that despite everything, if the girl herself does not want it, he will not force her. Then the elder intervened again and demanded that she be released, insisting that the girl follow them. Abby, watching this, could no longer contain herself and indignantly noted their unreasonable behavior. The hero's expression darkened, and he firmly said that Lily would not go with them, asking if they really didn't understand simple words. The elder, leaning on her staff, released a powerful aura and abruptly declared that regardless of his consent, they would take the girl. But Mike, not feeling any fear of her, replied that in that case they should prepare for death. Lily anxiously asked if he could handle the hidden sect masters. However, Mike assured her that he was capable of defeating them. He then intercepted his opponent's staff, causing her anger. After this, with a slight mockery, he let him go, and at the same moment the old woman was thrown back by his force. The others were shocked to realize that even a high-level master could not resist him. One of the students immediately realized that the older one had begun to act with the intent to kill. The old woman, overcome with rage, attacked. However, Mike, irritated by her behavior, released his power. The old woman was shocked before she could do anything. She tried to understand who he really was. Lily then asked him to stop, noting that she had not been harmed. Mike, however, warned the sect members that if there was a repeat provocation, the consequences would be fatal. The elder, harboring a grudge against him, admitted that he was stronger than her, but doubted whether he could resist the head of the sect and the senior mentor. Another student suggested leaving everything as is and reminded them of past events that are no longer acceptable to talk about. As they continued on their way, Lily admired the protagonist's strength, but he modestly replied that the path of cultivation was endless. Recalling his opponents, he noted that there were individuals whose strength was greater than his, and he wondered what other threats might arise. At that moment, Shelley appeared from hiding, announcing that she had finally found everyone, and Lily happily greeted her. However, Abby couldn't see her and asked in confusion who she was talking to. Mike immediately asked if anything had happened to her, and Shelley replied that everything was fine. Abby, hearing the conversation, began to get nervous, not understanding who they were talking to, and assumed that they were talking about a ghost. Lily confirmed this with a smile, which frightened the girl even more. Mike explained that once she embarked on the path of cultivation, she would have to get used to such things, including zombies and monsters. Abby's face instantly turned pale at these words, while Shelley, mischievously extending her hand, tried to scare her even more. At that moment, Abby immediately felt her heart sink into her heels. However, Mike stopped this by telling the ghost girl to appear and stop teasing the girl. Shelley then materialized and introduced herself, while Abby struggled to say hello back. Suddenly, Shelley remembered something important and said that there was a tall building ahead where she had seen many martial arts masters. Mike, hearing this, suggested going there. However, before this, he decided to act cautiously and ordered the mountain spirit to be disguised to avoid unnecessary attention. A voice was heard in front of the testing area, noting that almost all the outstanding young geniuses had already gathered. At that moment, Mike appeared, and those present immediately paid attention to him, noting that even the ruler of Jingzhou had arrived. Then Marcel called out to him, and Mike, in turn, explained that he had just arrived and did not yet understand what was happening. Then Marcel pointed to the stele ahead and explained that it was meant to test talent. He needed to put his hand on it and pour energy into it. After this, upon reaching the required level, you can receive a divine weapon protected by a barrier. Mike realized that this was a test created by Damien, and the sword on the stele was probably his personal weapon. Mike then asked what talent level was needed to obtain the weapon, and Marcel explained that level 4 was enough. However, the first to receive the rewards were the disciples of the 4 hidden sects, each of whom possessed the 5th level of talent. He also singled out Joseph from the Northern Alliance, who had also reached the 5th level and was not inferior to the representatives of the hidden forces. In addition, he mentioned the 5 poisons cult Saint Son Anthony, whose talent had reached the 6th level. After this, Marcel explained that his own talent is approximately 6.5 levels. The spear he received is second only to the sword of the battle god. He then added that only Mike remained, who had not yet been tested, and everyone was waiting for his result. Without thinking, Mike flew up onto the platform and decided to test himself. At this point, Anthony noted with a sneer that the demonstration could turn into a disgrace if the result was low. Others, on the other hand, were discussing whether he would be able to reach the 7th level and obtain the martial god sword, although some doubted it. However, there were also those who objected, reminding that among those present there were people from the same world. They admitted that even the 7th level might not reflect his true potential. Soon, the stele began to vibrate strongly, and someone noticed with surprise that the talent level had reached the 7th mark. Anthony, watching this, became furious, considering the result unfair since he himself only received the 6th level. However, Marcel noticed that the energy continued to increase and warned that the stele might not withstand it. The next moment, the stone slab exploded, revealing the item hidden inside. Mike took it, and the appearance of a sword appeared before everyone. After assessing it, he noted that it was an excellent weapon and wondered how it compared to the fragments of the iron sword. Meanwhile, some still could not come to terms with what they had seen, claiming that he remained just a descendant of the mortal world. Coming down with the sword, Mike asked if there were other treasures in the mysterious palace. Marcel confirmed that there were many of them, including rare divine herbs in the medicinal garden. After that, Mike suggested heading there, and they left the site together. Fumin, who was watching them, noticed that a mountain spirit was hiding among Mike's companions and concluded that it brought good luck. He also decided that after the elders arrived, all the treasures would eventually end up in their hands. Meanwhile, Anthony blocked Mike's path and addressed him, saying that he was showing too much superiority over the others. Marcel immediately stood in front of Mike, trying to stop the conflict. However, the enemy ignored him, saying that he had no right to interfere. When tensions rose, Mike stopped Marcel. Anthony then challenged him, offering brutal terms of the fight, in which the loser would have to lose a limb. His subordinates tried to dissuade him, reminding him that he was no rival to Mike. However, this only hurt his pride, and he dealt cruelly with one of them, forbidding him to give him advice. Despite the provocations, Mike refused the fight, stating that he was not interested. This further angered the enemy, who began to insult and provoke him, calling him a coward. Finally, losing patience, Anthony attacked himself, deciding to force him into a fight. Marcel tried to warn Mike, but he remained completely calm. He paid no attention to Anthony, who was flying straight towards him and shouting all sorts of threats as he flew. In one movement, he threw his opponent back with a powerful slap. As a result, the impudent blonde flew back and fell on the grass upside down. Anthony, clutching his face, became furious. Without further ado, he attacked the hero again. But Mike still remained completely calm. He stopped him without any difficulty and kicked him away. This blow completely destroyed the enemy's ability to resist. Those around him were shocked that all of his meridians had been destroyed with just one blow. At that moment, an explosion occurred in the distance. Mike realized that it was the protective barrier of the medicinal garden that the Saint-level masters were trying to destroy that was at work. Meanwhile, in the garden, Maverick tried to break through the barrier using a yellow rank fist technique, but soon admitted that it was useless. Others insisted on continuing the attempt, hoping to seize the treasure. But Shalao advised them not to rush and wait until the barrier was opened for them. When Mike arrived, he was immediately asked about the result of the test. In response, he reported that he received the sword of the battle god. Hearing this, one of the elders happily noted that he was indeed the hope of the righteous path. At this moment, Old Man Shalao received a message that the Holy Sun had been crippled by the ruler of Jingzhou. After this, he furiously ordered that he be brought to him immediately and handed over to the members of the Evil Alliance so that they could begin preparations. He then walked up to Mike and explained that the sword of the god of war was Damien's personal weapon. After this, he suggested to the ruler of Jingzhou to try to destroy their military position with his help. Meanwhile, King Ji glanced at Shalao and thought that he had deliberately attracted the attention of everyone present. Mike then pulled out a sword from his spatial ring and noted that he could probably try using it. He then immediately struck the shield, but other than a cloud of dust, no changes occurred, which, however, did not surprise him. After this, Old Man Shalao declared that as everyone could see, it had been useless. However, he added that because Mike was not a sword master, the weapon's power was weakened, and offered to hand the sword over to him. However, the hero refused, smiling, considering such a proposal ridiculous. Then the old man began to pretend that he was acting for the common good, loudly accusing the young man of arrogance. At this point, Marcel mockingly remarked that he had too high an opinion of himself, and that it was unlikely that anyone would trust such a person. Elder Hao then intervened, calling for an end to the argument and adding that young people should show respect to their elders. However, Lord Ji spoke out in Mike's defense, noting that good and evil cannot coexist. However, Elder Moyne objected that now everyone is in the same boat, and therefore there is no point in continuing to divide people into good and evil. Elder Hao supported him, adding that as a representative of the sect, he was trustworthy and again offered to hand over the sword to them. However, Mike refused without changing his position. Moyne also tried to convince him, saying that given his status as an elder of a hidden sect, he would not encroach on the property of a junior. However, the hero firmly repeated his refusal and suggested using any other methods if they had them. In the end, Elder Hao was forced to retreat, declaring that since they were not giving him the sword, there was nothing more to discuss. However, Moai continued to reproach Mike from the sidelines, calling him selfish and a disgrace to the title of ruler. At this point, King Ji tried to bring him to his senses, warning him that there were too many opponents against them. However, the hero replied that it did not matter, after which he suggested that they continue discussing ways to destroy the combat position. Then Mike snapped his fingers and looked at his hand, where power began to gather. He noted that there are countless positions on the purple star, and this one is only one of the lowest levels. After that, he touched the shield and went completely inside. This caused a strong reaction and surprise among those around him. One of the men noticed a huge number of divine herbs and noted that he would only need to take one specimen. However, people watching Mike were surprised to notice that he was throwing away herbs when he could have given them to others. Meanwhile, Elder Howe became worried and turned to Mike, urging him to stop and not be overly greedy. However, the young man replied with contempt that their sect was worthless and not even worthy of his annoyance. These words made Moyne very displeased, and he asked with irritation if he understood what he was saying. In response, Mike simply added that they shouldn't even think about taking even one leaf from this garden. Moyne continued to argue with him, stating that they should not think that they would not dare to attack just because of his status as a ruler. However, the hero only provoked him, suggesting that he stop empty talk and move on to action. Mike then took out one of the herbs and, demonstrating it, turned to Elder Howe, inquiring about its quality. The old man noted that this herb can prolong life by several decades and is truly valuable. However, Mike mockingly explained that he only wanted to broaden his horizons a little and was not going to give him anything. Howe then declared that Mike was seeking death himself and promised to make him pay, despite the protection of Lord Jai. At this time, King Ji thought that if the two hidden sects joined forces, their chances of victory would be extremely slim. At that moment, a man's voice was heard, who declared that if Mike gave him 90% of all the herbs, he would eliminate any enemy. Moyne was outraged by such insolence and asked who he thought he was to decide who to kill. In response, the stranger declared that he was the Holy Tiger of the Northwest. It was a formidable man named Logan. Hearing this name, those around him remembered that he supposedly died from poison 50 years ago, and were surprised that he appeared here. Meanwhile, Logan turned to Mike again, repeating his offer. However, the hero, having collected all the herbs in his spatial ring, again refused. Then the man's face darkened, and he declared that he would definitely regret his decision. At this point, Ryder turned to his mentor and asked what they should do next, since Logan was at Ocean Peak. Meanwhile, noticing that Mike was about to leave, those around him began to worry. They called for everyone to attack him together in order to kill him and take all the divine herbs. However, the hero only swung his sword, after which several people fell to the ground unconscious. Seeing this, Har called for Mike to be killed in order to obtain both the divine herbs and this peerless weapon. Then one of the disciples rushed forward and, addressing the ruler of Jingzhou, demanded that he show respect to the hidden sect. However, Mike did not engage in long conversations and pierced him with one blow of his sword. After that, he grabbed me by the neck. The hero asked with disdain whether such a man deserved his respect. At this moment, Hao rushed forward, trying to support his student, and angrily declared that the ruler had gone too far. Then Mike swung his sword again, and the old man quickly closed his eyes, protecting himself and his student. However, the difference in strength was too great, and Hao was thrown back. At that moment, he realized that the situation was unfavorable and he needed to urgently find a way to suppress Mike. Meanwhile, Mike's divine palm strike dispersed the dust and smoke, rushing towards the enemy who was trying to dodge. The old man panicked, realizing that he would not be able to avoid the attack. However, at that moment, something suddenly blocked the path of the blow. Then Mike asked who had interfered. When the smoke cleared, Logan's sword became visible. After that, he stated emotionlessly that Hao had once saved his life, and therefore he would not allow him to be killed. Behind him, Hao sighed in relief, realizing that they had a chance. Then, noticing Abby, the old man realized that she was Mike's weakness. After that, he grabbed her by the neck and threatened that Mike should drop the sword of the god of war and surrender. Otherwise, he would kill the girl. However, the next moment Mike teleported behind Hao and asked if he was trying to threaten him. Then Logan's sword intervened in the fight again, but this time it was instantly broken in half. In response, he put forward a condition, stating that Mike must hand over all the divine herbs and let Hao go. However, the hero did not attach any importance to these words and rejected such a demand. At this point, Logan egged on the others, declaring that anyone who wanted to obtain the divine herbs could try to take them. Seeing the group of masters rushing towards Mike, Abby screamed in alarm, trying to stop him. However, just as the opponents were about to reach their goal, Mike gave the command to Shelley. After that, she understood the intention and attacked Hao from behind, using the soul technique. At the same time, Logan struck, demanding that the divine herbs be handed over to him. Feeling a mortal threat from behind, Hao managed to react. At the same time, Logan's blow hit the ground with great force. Seeing his opponent dodge, Logan mockingly remarked that the great lord of Jingzhou was no longer capable of anything. Meanwhile, Mike realized he needed to get back to the herb garden as soon as possible and regroup. Logan, however, had no intention of letting him go, outraged that Mike had dared to snatch the man right from under his nose. At that moment, the hero realized that if the next blow hit its target, Abby would die, and therefore he would have to take it upon himself. Then Logan used the white tiger releases claws technique and hit Mike in the back. Seeing blood on the grass, Abby worriedly inquired about his condition. However, despite her attempts to call him, Mike did not respond for some time. Howe noted with annoyance that Mike had managed to hide inside the barrier, and if he remained there, they would not be able to get anything. However, Logan remained calm, wondering if he could really escape. After this, Shalao gave the order to surround everyone without exception. Then, noticing that Nathan was not taking any action, Logan asked the reason with bewilderment. However, he noted that using friends and family as threats to obtain treasure was disgusting behavior. At this moment, another man quickly intervened, trying to smooth things over by introducing himself as an elder of the Valley of Carefree. However, Nathan continued, stating that such actions were unworthy of a master and that such people did not deserve respect. These words hurt Logan's pride, after which he struck with his palm, indignant at who he was to judge him. However, Lord G intercepted the red-haired man, preventing him from falling. He then ordered Logan to be arrested and brought to the people of the military union. Meanwhile, Abby was in despair and, feeling a strong sense of guilt, begged Mike to wake up, admitting that it was her fault. She swore that she would return to normal life, become a good university student, and stop causing him problems. At this point, Mike came to his senses, having heard everything that was said, and quietly responded. Seeing that he had woken up, Abby felt great joy and immediately asked about his condition. In response, the hero reassured her, stating that he was fine and was gradually recovering. However, the girl repeatedly repeated her apologies, to which Mike gently replied that she was not to blame for anything. At this point, Logan, noticing that Mike had come to his senses, demanded that he immediately bring out all the divine herbs. In response, the hero noted that there was no need to rush, and added that after such a powerful blow, he would hardly be able to even stand normally. Logan then stated that since Mike couldn't fight, he was giving him 4 hours to recover. At this moment, Howe pointed to Lily and Joseph and asked Logan to hand them over to him on behalf of the sect leader. Logan agreed to consider it, but at that moment, another woman intervened. She asked them to wait, stating that the girl was a potential disciple of their inner sect, and therefore they could not give her away. Howe was surprised to hear this, but she confirmed that the girl had high talent and intelligence, and therefore they only needed her. She also noted that the ruler of Jingzhou was not an ordinary person, and it was better not to become his enemy. In the end, Howe agreed, but stated that he would take what was in her hands, explaining that it was a pet raised by the head of his sect. Logan concluded by telling them not to worry, as he was only interested in the divine herbs. At this point, the crowd began to vie with each other to put forward their own demands. Shalao stated that they and the Evil Alliance have no special demands, but when the time comes to kill, they want to do it personally. In turn, Anthony loudly declared that he would first have fun with the woman of the ruler of Jingzhou and then torture her to death. Meanwhile, in a small grove, Valerie called her little bird back. Having received the necessary information, she reported to Gabriel that the ruler of Jingzhou was seriously wounded. In response, he noted that given his demeanor, it was only natural that he would sooner or later run into trouble. He added that first they would find Damien's legacy, and then, when Mike was on the brink of despair, they would appear and save him. Meanwhile, Mike himself sat cross-legged, preparing to cultivate, as the garden was filled with spiritual energy. At this point, Abby turned to him, asking about his condition, to which he replied that he had been trying to heal for an hour. Hearing this, Shelley began to worry and fearfully assumed that he might actually be dying. However, Mike hastened to reassure her, saying that he was fine and she shouldn't worry. Meanwhile, Shelley, knowing his character well, realized that those outside would soon be in trouble. At this moment, Logan shouted at the ruler of Jingzhou, demanding that he immediately bring out the divine herbs if he was still alive. Then Mike demonstratively dropped to the ground and noted that he shouldn't joke, since he couldn't even get up. Seeing him absorbing the spiritual herb in his hand, one of the people present shouted in anger, asking what he was doing. Mike noted that it would take too long to recover this way, and the effect of these 2 herbs was too weak. After finishing, he directed his energy towards improving the immortal ascension technique. The hero realized that he had already reached the peak of perfection of the chi purification stage, and that he only lacked spiritual energy. Meanwhile, outside, Logan began to lose patience and demanded that they stop eating the grass, threatening to kill 2 people. Then the hero agreed. However, by this time he had already successfully achieved the complete perfection of the chi refining stage. He felt his flawless saint body begin to change, absorbing the spiritual energy of the world on its own. Abby asked again, concerned about his condition. However, Logan continued to press, demanding that they hurry up and not waste time. Then Mike raised his sword and told the girl to stay put, promising to come back for her after he dealt with this. Sensing his intention, Logan noted that he had recovered and was going to fight back. However, Mike denied this, saying that he was not going to simply resist. He declared that he intended to defeat them all. He then swung his sword towards Logan, leaving a deep, long furrow in the ground. In an instant, old Shalao was cut in half, and his disciple screamed in horror, turning to his ancestor. Seeing this, Logan worriedly wondered if Mike had reached the level of a supreme martial saint. The hero's next target was Chester. Then the hero aimed a blow with his palm, intending to take his life. However, Logan immediately intervened, reproaching him for being overconfident. After that, he launched a palm strike towards him, but Mike instantly appeared next to him like lightning. After that, he mockingly asked what happened. At the same time, the attack passed through Chester's body. He then mockingly noted that perhaps the enemy was already getting old and his eyesight was failing. Hao was shocked by what was happening and could not believe what he saw, while Moyne shouted, calling on everyone to unite. At that moment, another man waved his fan and released an attack. He furiously ordered the hero to die, raining down flames from the sky. However, Mike's dragon had already entangled this attack. Suddenly, the token in his hands began to fill with spiritual power. King Ji recognized the item and noted that it was the golden dragon plate, which only a legendary master could summon. After this, Mike handed the old man a bottle of pills, ordering him to distribute the healing remedies to everyone present. He noted that he was inattentive and drew them into what was happening, but now the opponents must pay for everything they did. Immediately after these words, he rushed into the attack. His first sword strike was aimed at the elder who attacked him, who fell without even having time to react. Another man accused him, saying he had dared to kill a member of a hidden sect. However, Mike easily kicked him away. Immediately after that, he headed to the next target. At this moment, old men Hao and Moyne turned pale with fear and began calling Logan for help. Meanwhile, Mike's expression turned gloomy and he pierced both of them with one blow of his sword. After that, he stopped, gathering his strength, and then jumped into the air, aiming at Logan. He shouted in rage, asking if the hero really despised them so much, to which Mike replied that his turn was still ahead. Logan then arrogantly vowed that if he didn't kill him today, he would leave the world of martial arts and change his name. In response, Mike began to recite the immortal ascension technique. Hearing this, Logan was shocked and couldn't believe that this was a technique of uniting a person and a sword. After that, sword blows rained down on him, raising a thick cloud of dust. Logan soon collapsed to the ground, exhausted, realizing that this power had already surpassed Wushin's level. Mike then approached him and delivered his verdict, stating that Logan, as Wushin, had abused his power and must die for it. However, he tried to use his last trump card, declaring that he was the guardian saint of China and therefore could not be killed. Hearing this, Mike's expression darkened and he asked if he really was the keeper. Logan then tried to prove his point by suggesting that they ask Lord Ji, who he said knew the truth. In response, he confirmed that this was true, explaining that during a time of great chaos, martial arts masters from abroad invaded the country. The state then made many promises to convince several Ushins to fight against them, granting them the title of guardian saints. He acknowledged that their contribution was significant, but they subsequently exploited the situation for their own gain. In the end, Mike came to the conclusion that since this was the case, Logan still deserved to die. Then he cried out in despair that he could not be killed, since the golden age of martial arts and a time of turmoil were coming. However, immediately after this, Mike cut him in half with his sword, after which there was a moment of silence. The hero then noted that he was capable of taking on this responsibility and not only protecting, but also destroying every single enemy. Meanwhile, King Ji thought that the old Wushengs considered themselves the greatest. But now the world belongs to the younger generation. After this, Mike approached him, informing him that some members of the evil alliance had taken advantage of the situation and escaped. In response, the old man noted with concern that most of the evil alliance's strongest masters had already been destroyed. After this, he explained that he is not afraid of hidden sects, but he fears that they could use his family as a threat. Mike then said that he needed someone to inform the Mu family to temporarily take refuge in the residence of the ancient underground saints. Hearing this, Marcel noticeably perked up and asked if Mike really had a house in the underground ancient city. Then, Lord G guessed that his achievement clearly surpassed the level of the 10th floor of the third tower. After this, Mike invited everyone present, suggesting that after finishing their business, they come to his home to rest. Marcel assured him that he didn't have to worry and even hugged his leg, promising that their Huangfu family would do their best. King Ji explained that there was a supreme leader above all the rulers who controlled them, and he intended to turn to him for help. After this, the girl from the sect offered her help, stating that their sect was ready to accept people. She clarified that they were talking about female martial artists from the northern underworld, whom they would provide protection to. Mike then politely folded his hands in gratitude and thanked him for the offer. After this, he turned to the others, saying that he needed to enter the herb garden to collect spiritual plants. When he returns, each battle saint from the righteous factions will be able to obtain one herb. Mike backed up his words, assuring them that as the ruler of Jingzhou, he was not joking. Meanwhile, Valerie, having received the news, reported it to her master. She told Gabriel that the evil alliance had been completely destroyed by the ruler of Jingzhou. In response, he noted that this was not surprising for the person he chose, since he was able to turn the situation around. He added that this makes him an even more suitable candidate for the role of subordinate. Meanwhile, Valerie vowed to personally kill the ruler of Jingzhou to avenge the fallen members of the evil alliance. At this time, Joseph began distributing herbs to those present, and they accepted them with joy. At the same time, he announced that everyone should line up since everyone would get one spiritual herb and there would be enough resources for everyone. Nathan then approached Mike and introduced himself, explaining that he was kidnapped as a child by the Carefree Valley cult. Upon hearing this, Mike asked him if he would like to join the Northern Union. Nathan agreed and thanked him for the opportunity. Mike then handed him the spiritual herb, noting that it was a gift in honor of his entry. After that, Mike said that after distributing the herbs, he and Joseph should lead the people of the Northern Union away. After this, the hero arrived at the main hall of the Northern John Palace. Lily, who was nearby, noted with admiration how majestic the place looked. Suddenly, a long spear appeared in front of them, and at the same time, a serious voice came from behind, warning them to be careful. Mike immediately realized who was standing behind him and noted that Marcel had been following him the whole time, asking what he wanted. In response, he shrugged and explained that his sister had come to this palace after testing her talent, and he was looking for her. Mike then asked him point blank if he was satisfied with the weapon he had received. Marcel honestly admitted that the spear itself is good, but he does not like to use such weapons and prefers swords. He added that Mike's sword of the god of war was much more impressive, and therefore he would like to obtain it. However, Mike cut him off abruptly, saying that was out of the question. However, Marcel did not give up and reminded him of the fragment of the iron sword, asking which one was stronger than his sword. In response, Mike thoughtfully noted that he didn't know since he had received this fragment in Jingzhou Prefecture. At that moment, Vivian noticed them, suggesting that they go inside and take a look, as there were many valuable things there. Marcel immediately ran towards her, while Mike, holding the fragment of the sword in his hands, thought about which of the two artifacts was stronger. He decided to test it by making a light scratch. However, at that moment, his face turned pale as he discovered that the sword was leaking ki, and its strength had significantly decreased. Realizing this, Mike wondered about the origin of the iron fragment, which was capable of damaging even the sword of the god of war. At that moment, Marcel's cry was heard from behind, calling him to come and look, since there was an alchemical furnace there. Then Mike immediately headed towards it and, finding himself in the center of the main hall, saw an alchemical furnace, and behind it a huge statue. After examining it, Mike noted that it appeared to be a statue of Damien, which had quite an imposing presence. However, Marcel, not paying any attention to the statue, called him again, suggesting that he pay attention specifically to the alchemical furnace. At this moment, Lord G entered and noted that this furnace was protected by a barrier, and destroying it would not be an easy task. Then Mike reached out and tried to break the protection installed on it. After this, having successfully dealt with it, he explained that it turned out to be quite simple. At that moment, a pleasant aroma spread from within, and Marcel, having smelled it, noticed that the smell was surprisingly good. Mike then turned to Lord G and asked him if he knew anything about the weapons used by the ancient rulers. In response, the old man explained that each of the rulers had their own divine weapon, and Mike then showed him a fragment of the sword. Lord G suggested that if he was not mistaken, this material might belong to the legendary Dragon Emperor's sword. Hearing this, Mike was surprised and noted that the name sounded quite impressive. The old man then began to explain that the Dragon Emperor's sword was a weapon that had existed even before the era of the Martial Emperor. According to legend, this sword was forged by the Emperor of Man himself and served as a special artifact of the human race, securing its destiny. The swords later passed into the hands of the Martial Emperor, who placed them in several special places in China. After that, he asked where exactly Mike found this fragment. In response, the hero explained that he discovered it in Jingzhou Prefecture. Lord Ji noted that all 7 swords had long since disappeared, and he did not expect Mike to be able to obtain one of them, even if it was destroyed. He also added that according to legend, if you collect all 7 swords, you can summon a divine dragon. Hearing this, Mike was shocked and asked incredulously if he was joking, since he was talking about summoning a divine dragon. At this point, Marcel made a new discovery and called the others, saying that there was a huge pill in the furnace. However, there is some kind of restriction below that prevents him from touching her. Mike then suggested trying to figure it out and understood the nature of this limitation, noting that the pill had already acquired ki. He then said its name, the Great Luck Pill, and Marcel curiously asked what it meant. Mike explained that this pill was at a higher level than the others, and in the current era, it was almost impossible to create something similar. However, it still lacks the final step to become a true heavenly pill. The hero added that he needed to complete the process for Damien, essentially re-perfecting the pill. However, at that moment, Mike's expression changed dramatically. He saw lightning strike from the sky and hit the alchemical furnace, which reacted to it. He then thought that, according to theory, only divine-level pills were capable of attracting heavenly lightning. He then realized that this lightning was not ordinary, but was aimed at destroying the pill itself. After the heavenly lightning strike destroyed everything around, only thick smoke and dust remained. Then Mike asked with concern if everything was okay with the others, and Marcel said that everything was okay with him. At the same time, King Ji asked in bewilderment what exactly had just happened and where such power had come from. Mike noted that he had touched upon a taboo, and since this heavenly pill could not be completed, they should explore the depths of the palace. At the same time, the hero wondered whether the world itself forbade the existence of a force that exceeds the heavenly level. Meanwhile, outside, Valerie sensed something was happening and wondered if someone had touched something unusual. However, Gabriel stopped her, ordering her to ignore it and focus on destroying the barrier. At that moment, they encountered Mike's group, and the hero thought that they were truly destined to meet as enemies. Then Gabriel started the conversation by noting how much he had come so far in such a short time. He then looked at Lily carefully, noting her natural icy body, outstanding appearance and temperament. After that, he decided that he was truly chosen by fate, since he could get such a talented subordinate as Mike. Lily was disgusted by his behavior and quietly complained to Mike that she found the man frightening. However, before the conversation could continue, Gabriel threatened them, stating that from now on this girl would become his concubine. At that moment, one of his men reported that the door opened by itself. Gabriel then suggested that the Heritage Palace had sensed the arrival of the heir, and therefore opened automatically. Marcel asked Mike if this meant they would have to wait for him to leave before going inside. However, Mike replied that they could also enter, adding that since it was Damien's legacy, everyone would see something different inside. As he continued walking, he explained that the possibility of receiving the inheritance would depend on whether they could pass the tests. After passing through the gate, Mike found himself in a completely different world and noted that apparently an illusion was being used here for testing. Then he walked over to the table where the book with the yellow cover lay, picked it up, and read the title, Damien's Autobiography. After reading this, Mike thought about how Damien was a lot like himself, as his life had also changed on Phoenix Mountain. The book said that after a lucky break, the author became a Kuai purification practitioner, but attracted a heavenly disaster. At that moment, a voice came from behind him, declaring that this legacy was not meant for him. Then he turned around and said Damien's name, to which Damien replied that he was only a part of his soul and not his true body. After this, Mike asked where his real body was, and Damien replied that, having read the autobiography, he should already understand this. There are many secrets hidden in this world, and his body went to look for answers. and his task is to guard the palace and find a worthy heir. Upon hearing this, Mike stated that he had many questions about both the world and Phoenix Mountain. However, Damien politely declined, explaining that he had only inherited part of the memories and power, and therefore could not give an answer. He added that perhaps Mike himself knows more, since there is an almost ancient soul inside him. After a short pause, Damien made his decision and stated that for this reason, Mike was not fit to inherit his legacy. After that, with one wave of his hand, Damien transported them to the rest of the heroes who stood motionless. Seeing this, Mike asked if they were in an illusion, to which he received an affirmative answer. Damien then began to look around at those present, starting with Gabriel, noting that he seemed to be the most suitable candidate. However, he does not intend to choose him, because this man is overly self-confident and even dares to call himself the chosen one. His gaze then fell on Lily, and he noted that her body made her suitable for cultivation, but not for his techniques. When he looked at Marcel, he said that despite his lower cultivation level, this youth had a calm character. He eventually declared that he was choosing him as his successor, but warned Mike not to try to create the pill again. Hearing this, Mike wondered if this meant that the laws of the world limited strength to the immortal stage at most. At this point, Gabriel, freed from his stupor, immediately began to be indignant, declaring that he had not received the inheritance. After that, he looked at Mike and suggested that he could have received the inheritance. However, at this moment, Marcel intervened in his monologue. He stated that it was he who received the inheritance and passed the test. Then Gabriel turned to him with arrogance and demanded that he tell him his name and pass on Damien's legacy to him. He added that in that case, he might allow him to become his servant. He then noted with displeasure that if Damien were alive, he would want to ask him questions personally. He believed that such an insignificant person as Marcel had no right to receive such a legacy. At this point, Mike noticed that such behavior was completely inconsistent with the status of the so-called chosen one of destiny. In response, Gabriel turned to him and declared that he would soon become one of his men, and therefore he was now ready to forgive him for his insolence. Then Mike pointed to his head with a smile and remarked that he thought some people looked like they had a fish in their head. At first, Gabriel didn't get the hint. However, Mike's next words stunned him, as he stated outright that his head was simply filled with water. Gabriel laughed and noted that he was wrong, since in order to subjugate others, one must demonstrate absolute strength. In response, Mike stated that he did not quite understand what he meant by absolute power. At this time, nearby, Valerie, leaning against the wall, watched their squabble, feeling hidden satisfaction. She hoped the conflict would lead to Gabriel brutally beating Mike, after which she would have a chance to intervene. Gabriel said that Mike had managed to achieve complete perfection in such a short period of time, so he was very interested in him. He wanted Mike to tell him everything he knew about his heritage. The hero realized that this guy wanted to attack him with a Yuandan-level magic weapon. But Mike wasn't at all scared. Gabriel pointed his sword at him, but Mike instantly broke it in half. Gabriel asked what kind of object it was that could destroy the artifact, but Mike stated that it was just a piece of metal. Hearing this, Gabriel became even more furious, noting that he would definitely force him to kneel and submit to fate. However, before he could complete his attack, Mike had already appeared behind him and irritably ridiculed his words about submission. This made Gabriel turn around in amazement. However, at that very moment, Mike delivered a powerful blow, sending him straight into the opposite wall. Seeing this, Valerie was shocked, not understanding how this was possible. Meanwhile, Gabriel struggled to his feet, not believing what had happened. Mike noted that he was thinking too superficially since he did not understand that even at the stage of key purification, he could be defeated. He added that he remains an ordinary person with superficial cultivation and has no right to call himself the chosen one of destiny. However, Gabriel continued to smile smugly and stated that one blow does not mean victory. After this, he began to gather strength in his hand and rushed into the attack with fury, intending to kill the enemy. Meanwhile, Valerie, watching what was happening from the side, thought that this was the full power of her young master. She wondered if the ruler of Jingzhou would be destroyed by this blow. Gradually, the smoke began to clear, and it became clear that the figure was still standing inside. It turned out that this man was Mike, and he noted with a contemptuous grin that this was all his opponent was capable of. Meanwhile, Gabriel, trembling with weakness, with difficulty asked the question of who was in front of him and how he could be stronger than him. In response, Mike stated that he did not deserve to know who he was, but that he would have to pay for his ignorant arrogance today. At that moment, a voice was heard calling for a stop. Marseille raised his head and, seeing Damien, hesitated. Then he folded his hands in a welcoming gesture and turned to Mike, stating that he had a request. In response, Mike also folded his hands and respectfully invited him to speak. Then Damien, taking a step forward, explained that it was just a matter of having a short conversation with this man. Meanwhile, Gabriel's face turned purple. He looked at Damien and asked who he was, demanding that he stay away. Then he gently extended his hand and declared that he was Damien and he had come to save him. Upon hearing this, Gabriel could not hide his shock and noted with confusion that he did not expect to see him alive in the palace. Damien confirmed this, adding that the young man was his chosen heir and that Gabriel apparently considered him unworthy. Then he replied with contempt that his talent was unsurpassed. He had also passed the test and was much stronger than this worthless fellow. Damien glanced at Mike and agreed with a slight smile that Marcel's cultivation level was indeed lower. Hearing this, Gabriel exclaimed smugly, deciding that he had changed his mind and was going to pass on the inheritance to him. However, before he could finish speaking, Damien, in one movement, pressed his palm against his face and threw him away. The next moment, Gabriel was already on the ground. At the same time, Marcel was shocked by such a sharp turn of events. Damien then stated that his disciple's cultivation level was low only because his talent had not yet been revealed. Then energy began to gather in his hand, and he added that despite Gabriel's high level of power, he was not worthy of his attention. With these words, he sharply clenched his fist, and golden chains appeared in the air. Seeing them, Gabriel was confused and asked what they were. However, at that very moment, one of his wrists was shackled. Shocked by what was happening, he looked at his other hand and saw that it was also shackled, after which he was completely sealed inside. Meanwhile, Mike noticed that it was a sealing barrier and Damien intended to leave him here to die. Then Damien stated that since he considered his student weaker than himself, then in the future they would be given the opportunity to fight. He then turned to Marcel and informed him that he would seal Gabriel away for 2 years, after which he would no longer interfere in their feud. Hearing this, Marcel asked him again in horror about the deadline, realizing that in 2 years he would have to rise to the level of a martial saint. Then Damien turned to Mike, offering to save this man at least a little dignity. In response, the hero agreed. Meanwhile, Gabriel shouted in rage that if he was not released, his elders would come for them, and the John Palace would never know peace. Hearing this, Damien only chuckled and remarked that he would destroy anyone who dared to come. Gabriel finally lost his temper and screamed, accusing Damien of using him as a stepping stone to elevate his student. Meanwhile, Valerie, hiding behind a column, was silently seething with anger, thinking that this time the ruler of Jingzhou was just lucky. Mike, however, possessing keen perception, had long since noticed her presence and quietly snorted. Then Marcel, looking at his palm, thoughtfully admitted that he doubted whether he could become stronger than Gabriel in 2 years. Mike put his hand on his shoulder and confidently supported him, noting that with Damien's support this was entirely possible. At that moment, Marcel suddenly asked that the next time Mike fought the Great Spirit, he take him with him. In response, Mike took out his sword and handed it to Marcel, explaining that he would help him and giving him the sword of the god of war. Hearing this, Marcel could not believe his ears and thanked him with difficulty. The hero then reminded them that the journey to the John Palace was over and they should return. Meanwhile, in the Miaozan Valley, looking up at the full moon, the old man noted with surprise that they had spent so much time in the palace. Mike explained that the John Palace was a type of barrier, so the time difference with the outside world was natural. At this point, Ryder reported to the hero that all members of the Evil Alliance had been captured, and Gabriel of the 5 Venoms had also been captured. Lord G reminded him that he needed to be closely monitored as he was the only remaining sect master. But the calm atmosphere was suddenly broken, and Mike, sensing something was wrong, became very wary. The old man also noticed what was happening and hastened to calm him down, noting that it was one of his own. The next moment, the beam of light turned into a human figure, and Lord G immediately greeted the new arrival. Mike then quickly folded his hands in a welcoming gesture and respectfully addressed the ruler of the Shuzhou region, Andrew. Then King Ji asked where the other rulers were and whether they had arrived together. However, after this question, Andrew's face immediately darkened, and he said that they separated, but he would explain everything later. After some time, the old man admitted that the decree of the ruler of Jingzhou suddenly disappeared, so he decided to check the situation here first. He also added that the other rulers went in different directions to find the missing decree. Andrew slammed his hand on the table and noted that it was extremely strange that the decree had simply vanished without a trace on its way to the Miaojiang border. At this point, Mike noticed that without the ruler himself, such a decree was just a useless piece of metal. The old man looked at him doubtfully and suggested that an evil alliance might be involved. However, Mike countered, noting that this was unlikely since the top of the evil alliance had already been destroyed. However, he stated that the Holy Maiden of the Five Poison sect had always sought to obtain the Jingzhou decree. Meanwhile, King Ji thoughtfully noted that one person suddenly came to mind. Hearing this, Andrew frowned and asked if he was talking about that same man, to which he directly confirmed his guess. Mike, interested, tilted his head slightly and asked who they were talking about. Then King Ji began to tell the story of events 250 years ago, when the great demon Kungan, the ancestor of all evil cults, existed. According to rumors, his mother used the dark arts, devouring human hearts, to give birth to him. According to legend, Kungan received the legacy of an ancient demon and cultivated it using human blood, rapidly growing stronger. At that time, the evil cults had not yet united, but the mountains of corpses only increased his madness, and eventually he achieved the Tao through murder. He tried to invade China, and they ended up having to use the power of the ruler's decrees to seal him in Mount Taiping. Andrew added that there is a legend that if all 9 decrees of the rulers are collected, Kungan will be able to break the seal. Lord Ji noted that fortunately, Lord Jingzhou's decree was still with them, and the evil alliance would not be able to achieve their goal. However, the hero's expression changed abruptly, and he declared that his Jingzhou decree had disappeared. Hearing this, Old Man Ji and Andrew simultaneously exclaimed in horror. Then the second one immediately turned to the ruler Ji and asked if he had his decree with him. He also quickly reached into his sleeve, but cursed in panic when he discovered the loss. Mike asked in bewilderment how someone could steal the decrees right from them without them noticing. Andrew stroked his chin thoughtfully and noted that one person came to mind, the ancestor of the ghost sect. Hearing this, Lord Ji turned his head in shock, mentioning the 5 ghost movement technique. Mike added that he had also encountered a ghost cult, but he did not know the origin of this man. Then the ruler Ji explained that Augustus did not participate in this battle, and therefore it was very likely that he was the one who stole the decrees. Andrew explained that the technique was Augustus's unique secret art, allowing him to cultivate small spirits. Hearing this, Mike understood everything and noted that they had been too careless in thinking that after the fall of the evil alliance there were no more threats. After a short pause, King Ji declared that it was now clear to him that the war between the righteous and evil forces had been a diversionary tactic. At the same time, the real goal was to free the sealed demon Kungan. At that moment, Andrew suddenly pointed to the side and shouted for everyone to look there. There was a red piece of cloth with bloody writing hanging on the wall. A glimmer of light flickered across the fabric, and Mike concentrated, feeling a barely perceptible thread of ghostly chai. It turned out that the little spirit was clinging tightly to the fabric. However, Mike quickly suppressed it, noting that it was just an ordinary ghost. Before he disappeared, he even grinned. Mike noted that the ancestor of the ghost sect was behind this, and it looked like another tough battle lay ahead. Lord Ji agreed with him and confirmed that the enemy's goal was to free the human demon Kungan. Andrew added that it was necessary to find the location of the seal as soon as possible before the enemy and return the decrees of the 9 provinces. Meanwhile, in the secret hall of Mount Taiping, in a dimly lit cave, a man in black robes stood in front of a stone table. He looked closely at his fingers, engulfed in green flame. He noted with a cold smile that the enemy had managed to destroy his ghostly aura, which spoke of considerable strength. He then turned to Valerie and noticed that the ruler of Jingzhou was indeed as she had said. Valerie confirmed this, adding that she was only able to escape because she was not with her ancestors at that moment. However, he did not attach much importance to this and stated that he had already collected all the decrees of the rulers of the 9 provinces. However, Valerie expressed doubt, noting that the disappearance of the decrees had probably already become known, and their enemies would try to interfere. Meanwhile, at Mount Taiping, Mike approached Lord Ji, noting that such searches were taking too much time. The old man noted that there was a dense evil energy around and assumed that they were already close to the sealing site. Soon, one of the students, noticing something in the bushes, called out to them loudly. Pushing the branches aside, he discovered a path covered in yellow liquid. Lord Ji, looking at the rock, felt a strong concentration of evil energy and suggested checking this place. Following the clues, they reached a point where it was empty except for a stone table with a bunch of candles. The old man suggested that this was where Kungan's seal had been previously located, and suggested setting up an ambush to destroy the enemies when they appeared. However, Mike, touching one of the candles, noticed that the edge was still soft, which meant that the candles had been extinguished quite recently. Realizing this, he realized that this whole scene was a recent creation and they were trapped. At that moment, a force flared up behind them. Then King Ji shouted in panic that they had been deceived. Turning to the opposite rock, they saw a man and a woman busy with some activity. Meanwhile, observing the situation, Augustus laughed with mad delight, declaring that the evil ancestor was about to be released. Lord Ji and a group of people tried to stop him, but he turned around and noted with mockery that all 9 rulers had come to the press themselves, having succumbed to his trick. Andrew rushed forward in anger, but Ji stopped him, as the seal had not yet been broken and its protection remained a priority. Hearing this, Augustus only laughed louder and declared that they no longer had a chance, because with the release of their ancestor, the whole world would come to an end. Decrees, shrouded in evil energy, suddenly rose into the air. Then Mike rushed forward and grabbed them. As soon as he touched them, he immediately pulled his hand back and took all 9 decrees. August didn't stop him and just smiled slyly as the mountaintop began to tremble behind him. Lord Ji breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the decrees had been returned and passed them on to the others, noting that the seal had not yet been broken. At that moment, Kungan appeared out of nowhere and with a mad laugh declared that such a weak seal would not be able to hold him. An invisible pressure fell upon Mike. Then he turned around in shock. The hero saw how energy of the immortal level was erupting from afar, from the top of the mountain. The red light rose into the sky and Kungan landed on the ground. Upon seeing him, Augustus respectfully knelt down and introduced himself as the elder of the ghost sect, greeting the evil ancestor. He looked at him arrogantly and asked if he had freed him. Having received confirmation, Kungan praised him. However, he suddenly grabbed him by the head, declaring that he would sacrifice him for the sake of the sect. The next moment, he literally sucked out his essence and blood. After this, he threw the lifeless body off the cliff, noting that he had not tasted fresh flesh for a long time. Valerie, watching this, trembled with horror and began to beg for mercy. She summoned her demon, and Kungan looked at it and noted that it showed great potential, so he would not kill her. He ordered her to tell how long he had been sealed, and the girl, not daring to lie, answered that 250 years had passed. Hearing this, he frowned and asked with irritation if they were really that useless. Valerie quickly pointed to Mike and his companions, explaining that they had exceeded all expectations and were the cause of the evil alliance's downfall. This intrigued Kungan, and he licked his lips, noting that among these insignificant rulers there was someone of Ushin's stature. Lord Ji immediately gave the order for everyone to unite, line up in position under Mike's leadership and gather their energy. Soon, a golden dragon appeared behind them. On command, he immediately rushed forward. The golden dragon spewed flames towards Kungan. However, he rushed towards them with a mad laugh, declaring that they would not be able to seal him again with such a pitiful force. He vowed to tear them apart, finally destroying the line of rulers of the 9 provinces. Mike rushed forward, while the elders continually encouraged everyone, calling on them to hold on and not give in to him. Kungan's blow was indeed incredibly powerful and sent everyone flying back. But fortunately, Mike was still standing firmly in place. He turned around worriedly and asked his elders if they could hold on any longer. The rulers and the others struggled to their feet and replied that they were fine and could not afford to fall. At that moment, Mike threw a small bottle to the old man, who asked in surprise if these were really pills. Mike explained that they would help him recover quickly and encouraged him to continue the fight. After they took the pills, Lord Ji turned to the others and suggested that they form a battle position again. Kungan, seeing that Mike was not attacking or giving up, mockingly stated that he still had not given up and that he was ready to play with him. At this moment, Dragon Ki began to gather above the crowd. Mike then exclaimed that the Dragon Emperor's sword absorbed Dragon Ki. Then the hero asked the elders to direct all their power into him. Andrew expressed doubt that he could handle it alone, but Lord Ji reminded him that this sword fragment was the source of Dragon Ki. Although it was only a fragment, the Dragon Ki energy contained within it was many times more powerful than the power of all 9 decrees combined. However, Kungan disdainfully stated that even if Mike approached the level of an immortal, he would still remain an ant to him. The next moment, he brought down a giant palm, trying to crush it. But Mike didn't let that happen. A powerful light pierced his palm and it instantly exploded. Taking advantage of this, Mike rushed forward and single-handedly engaged Kungan in a direct confrontation. He only became even more angry, declaring that in front of him must be the heir of the ancient Taoist line of this generation. However, before he could finish speaking, the hero attacked him. A powerful explosion thundered in the sky, and the elders below watched the events with alarm. At that moment, Mike came downstairs. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw that he had emerged from the battle completely unharmed. Kungan was not so lucky. A deep, long wound appeared on his body. However, this did not diminish his arrogance in the least. He noted in surprise that he was wounded, after which he released an endless power of devouring. He then ordered her to destroy the enemy, his expression becoming even more ferocious. A giant palm appeared in front of the hero, then a huge skull. This force was terrifying, but it was no match for Mike. He swung his sword and split the skull in half. The collision sent up a thick cloud of smoke, and King Ji exclaimed in amazement at what kind of power this was. However, Mike understood that he could not drag out the fight and that he needed to finish it with a decisive blow. A plan had already formed in his head. The next attack must hit a vital point. He rushed forward again and struck Kungan directly. The blow was successful, but Mike himself was so exhausted that he coughed up blood. Luckily, when he started to fall, he was caught. Marcel asked him worriedly how he was feeling, and Mike replied that he was still holding up, although the thought of the worst outcome had already flashed through his head. Meanwhile, Kungan, despite his wounds, rushed into the attack again, declaring that it was interesting and now he would kill Mike. Marcel supported Mike, feeling terrified of this aura of an ancient great demon. Then Mike, having regained his strength a little, pushed him away and warned him that he would not be able to withstand even one blow, so he should retreat. At that moment, Kungan fell from above, intending to kill them both. He noted with disdain that the pathetic fighting venerable dared to interfere in the fight. However, his attack was suddenly stopped by an unknown force, instantly dispersing it. This surprised Kungan, and he loudly demanded that the one who had interrupted them identify himself. Marcel was also amazed as he looked at the back of the man standing in front of him. Mike guessed that it was teacher Damien. Then Marcel hastened to warn him to be careful, and Kungan, having lost some of his confidence, asked who he was. He calmly replied that his name was Damien, and that he was a newly ascended cultivator who had appeared 50 years after his sealing. Kungan asked with displeasure if he had really come to confront him. Damien directly replied that if he had not been busy creating the palace formations, he would have come earlier. However, he said he would not allow it to destroy China. With these words, he drew his sword and rushed into the attack. Kungan noted that it seemed he had finally met a worthy opponent, although he still called it all child's play. But before he could finish speaking, Damien's sword had already cut off one of his hands. He stared at his severed hand and wondered how this was possible if they were both at the immortal stage. However, before he could do anything, Damien delivered another fatal blow, hitting him right in the chest. As he was dying, Kungan tried to ask who he was. In response, he calmly repeated that he had been telling the truth from the very beginning, that he was just an ordinary cultivator. As soon as he finished speaking, Kungan crumbled to dust, and Mike and Marcel sat watching as the master achieved victory. Marcel couldn't contain his delight and began to shake the hero vigorously, saying that the master was simply incredible. Meanwhile, Valerie and her pet, hiding nearby, were gripped by horror. These two, realizing that even the evil ancestor had died and that only they remained from the entire sect, immediately tried to escape. However, Damien wasn't going to let them go that easily. He just waved his hand and both were instantly defeated. Marcel's eyes filled with admiration, and he noted that the master looked incredibly cool. Damien picked up the sword and asked how he had managed to bring the weapon to such a state. Not understanding whether this was praise or reproach, Marcel hastened to shift the responsibility onto Mike, clarifying that it was not he who broke the sword. Damien didn't have high hopes for his student, so he just waved him off, saying that he would take the sword to the palace for reforging. At that moment, the ruler of Ji approached them. He thanked Damien and asked what he was going to do with the demon's body. In response, Damien suggested that if this was a concern, the body could simply be destroyed. However, strangely enough, the body showed no signs of decay. This seemed suspicious to Damien. Then Mike suggested that I try it myself. Under the influence of a powerful demonic force, the demon's body began to slowly rise into the air. Someone screamed, pointing to what was happening. Mike wondered if he was trying to be reborn. All this made him increasingly suspicious, especially considering that this creature had once broken through to the heavenly level. Under the pressure of the force, the body of the bloody ancestor began to dry out. Then, a moment later, it burst out of the bloody mass and let out a roar that echoed throughout the area. Marcel was scared and asked what they should do now, but Damien advised them not to act rashly and just watch. He watched what was happening closely and felt a completely different aura, different from Kungan's, filled with danger. The bloody ancestor seemed to declare that everything was finally over, that heaven and earth were awakening again. At that moment, a powerful energy fell from the sky, dispersing the demonic power around him. However, he did not show the slightest fear, declaring that all the people of the 9 provinces were just pitiful ants who were not worth fearing. Moreover, the bloody ancestor laughed and declared that he would first destroy this seal and allow all the spirits to awaken. The energy in the sky crashed down like a storm, turning into a powerful stream. However, the bloody ancestor was confused. He couldn't understand why, despite the seal being weakened, it still possessed such enormous power. Damien remarked that he was overestimating himself and that China's ancestors could not be compared to such a disgusting creature. However, the bloody ancestor declared that they could only wait, because once the seal completely disappeared, no one would be able to protect this land. At this point, Marcel, unable to bear it, asked what kind of creature it was and why it ran away. Based on what he saw, Damien guessed that it was most likely something created by an ancient evil cultivator during the Thunder Trial. However, he himself was deep in thought, because the clouds had not yet dispersed, and several multicolored sources of power appeared in the sky. Damien realized almost immediately that it was related to the 9 heavenly 7-colored lotus and the glimpse of heaven through eternity. He explained that this was a kind of prophecy and that the celestial phenomenon probably indicated that it was beginning to come true. After that, he turned around and said that it was time for them to go as there was still much work ahead. Mike realized that the only way to learn the truth about ancient times was to keep moving forward. At this time, the man with the box in his hands enthusiastically announced to everyone that they should hurry up, as they were getting ready to go home. And Mike couldn't stop thinking. He assumed that thanks to the protection of the demonic seed, Valerie would hardly die so easily. Abby suddenly approached him, saying that she would no longer return with him to the capital and wanted to go back to Dragon Mountain. The hero said that if she returned to Dragon Mountain and the hidden sect tried to use her, he would not be able to protect her in the capital. At this point, King Ji noted that the girl did not belong to the world of martial arts, so it would be better for her to return home. Abby suddenly grabbed his sleeve, tears beginning to well up in her eyes. She admitted that if she stayed with him, she would only become a burden, so she wanted to return home. Mike was silent for a moment without answering, but then he finally agreed, saying that he would send an escort with her so that he could rest easy. At that moment, Marcel ran up to them, breathing heavily, and seeing his condition, Mike asked in bewilderment what had happened. Marcel reported with alarm that his sister had disappeared. She had gone out in the morning and had not returned yet, and it was impossible to contact her. Mike immediately ordered the search to continue and announced that he would go and comb the Miaozan forest with the people of the Northern Union. On the way, he asked if anything unusual had happened today. The man said that in the morning he had seen something red in the mountains. Hearing this, Mike immediately understood what had happened. Valerie was not dead. Then he clarified in which direction it had flown away. Marcel pointed to a distant mountain range and added that the creature had flown unsteadily, and then he had lost sight of it. Before he even finished speaking, Mike's figure had already disappeared and he had instantly taken off. At that moment, his heart was full of doubts, because the odds were not on her side. How could Vivian resist a master of such a level? Making his way through the treetops, Mike saw Vivian lying in front of him. He immediately ran up to her. Marcel hurried after him, breathing heavily. Seeing the monster lying motionless, he was shocked, asking how this creature died and where his sister was. Mike quickly made a decision, offering to take her back first and discuss everything later when she woke up. Soon, they found themselves in the camp of the combined forces of the Martial Arts Alliance. After some time of unconsciousness, Vivian finally came to her senses and asked where she was. Marcel grabbed her hand and, barely holding back tears of joy, exclaimed that she had finally woken up, after which he asked what had happened. Vivian said that she went for a walk in the morning, but was attacked and captured by a monster from the 5 Venoms, and later lost consciousness. After listening to her, Marcel also reported the news that the monster was dead, and added that the master was probably the one who saved her. Mike watched her for a long time but did not notice anything unusual, although this only increased his suspicions. With these thoughts, he turned around and was about to leave, saying that since she had been found, they should rest, and he was returning to the capital. The story moves to the Qingping residence of the underground ancient city. Mike came inside and said that he was back. Philip had been waiting for him outside for some time, and Molly also looked out happily to greet him. Philip was extremely proud of Mike's accomplishments and noted that he had distinguished himself in the great war between the righteous and dark forces. To this, Mike calmly replied that being forced to live in seclusion in this underground city was not a reason for pride. Mike said that the war was already over, and now he would help his grandfather break through to the Wushan level and his two uncles to the Great Warrior level. He replied that they were counting on him and added that when the time came, Mike would be able to focus on fighting secret sects. After that, Mike gently patted his sister on the head and said that he wanted to teach her cultivation so that she could protect herself. However, Molly refused, explaining that she was already satisfied with being part of this family and did not want to enter the world of fighting and killing. Then she suddenly turned away and declared that if she disappeared one day, there was no point in looking for her. It would mean that she was tired of this world. Mike tried to stop her, but Philip said that everything would be fine, after which he asked about Mike's future plans. Given the difficult situation, Mike replied that everyone should remain in the ancient city and rest peacefully, and he would organize everything himself. Philip felt deep guilt and admitted that he had failed to protect his family, but Mike reassured him, saying that the past was in the past. Then he said goodbye and said that everyone should rest early, but he had business at the city ruler's residence. As Mike sat drinking tea, Darius, stroking his beard, said that everything was very good, and Shelley stood nearby, puzzled. Darius declared that a new great era had begun in which all spirits would fight for supremacy, and such talent could not be wasted. Shelley looked at Mike and narrowed her eyes, thinking that this heartless guy seemed to want to trade her for a house. Darius continued that if she agreed to become his apprentice, he would grant her 2 wishes. Hearing this, she was surprised, but agreed, adding that she wanted to become stronger and also asked for a big house. The old man immediately threw Mike a bunch of keys and offered to choose any house, and promised the girl peace of mind next to him. Mike stood up without hesitation, folded his hands in gratitude, and said that he was handing her over to the care of the city lord. Watching him leave, Shelley yelled at him to make sure to pick her up after he dealt with the secret cults. Darius told her that he was an unusual person, and if she wanted to stay close to him, studying with him was the right choice. Sometime later, in the living room of the Mu family's home in the capital, Mike invited Maverick to sit down and apologized for the wait. The old man took out the letter, put it on the table, and said that he only came to deliver it from River and also to express his support for the Huangfu family. Mike took the letter and, slightly puzzled, began to read it, repeating River's name. After reading the letter, Mike noted that everything was laid out in such detail that one could not help but wonder who this person really was. After that, he turned to Maverick and asked which faction in China had the most powerful intelligence network. The old man immediately responded, reminding them of the Epical Trading Network, also known as the Black Market, with branches scattered throughout the world. Mike wondered if River was connected to the Chinese black market, and seeing his expression, Maverick asked him what he suspected. Mike recalled that the Zhang family was once one of the most influential in the capital. River's younger sister, Sarah, was Marcel's childhood sweetheart, and they were already engaged. Marcel wanted to join the Huozhan sect in his youth, but was rejected and ridiculed, and was extremely depressed for a long time. Not wanting to see him suffer, Sarah tried to help him, but in the end, not only was she unsuccessful, but she was also beaten and thrown off the mountain. When River tried to avenge his sister, his legs were broken by the Huozhan people, and then the Zhang family was completely wiped out by them. Maverick explained that after Sarah's death, Marcel was depressed, and after the destruction of his family, he completely abandoned revenge. Mike wondered what Lord Ji had said about the agreement between the hidden sects in China, forbidding them from attacking without reason. The old man explained that the Hurang sect then claimed that the Zhang family had stolen their secret books, presenting false evidence. Hearing this, Mike slammed the table and indignantly noted that hidden sects were truly vile and shameless. Maverick added that this time, both River and the Huangfu family are willing to do everything possible to help him confront the hidden cults. In response, Mike stood up and thanked him respectfully. At that moment, a servant ran into the room, announcing that representatives of the hidden sects had already entered the mortal world. He clarified that one Wushan and 5 masters from the Huran sect were at the Ming family residence, where a large banquet was currently taking place. Mike analyzed the situation and came to the conclusion that they were busy expanding their influence in the secular world, and clearly did not consider him a threat. After that, he decided to personally go to the Ming family. Maverick supported his decision and said that he would return to the Huangfu family. Meanwhile, the action moved to the Ming family residence, where the representatives of the Huron sect were enjoying refreshments. The head of the Ming family bowed obsequiously before them, smiling flatteringly and saying that he had prepared wine and food for them. Ushin stroked his beard and noted with satisfaction that he was very attentive, promising to put in a good word for him in the sect. Hearing this, the head of the Min family clapped his hands joyfully and ordered the dancers to be brought in. Immediately after this, the music started playing, and a fair-haired, blue-eyed woman appeared in the hall and winked coquettishly. After this, a group of dancers began to perform in front of the immortal masters. One of the disciples accompanying them couldn't take his eyes off the girls. It was Abel, the second disciple of the Huron sect. He watched the dance with lust, his body trembling, and he noted that the beauties of the mundane world were truly beautiful. The head of the Min family leaned towards him and whispered that these dancers were specially trained for them. Taking the hint, Abel praised him, noting that he knew their tastes very well. The head of the Min family immediately ordered the women to leave and get ready, and one of them, passing by Abel, winked at him. Afterwards, the head of the Ming family mentioned that he had heard that the masters from the mountain had defeated many experts in China. In response, the old man arrogantly stated that worldly fighters were too weak and could not compare to cultivators. At that moment, familiar footsteps were heard outside. Suddenly, a sudden surge of spiritual energy blew the main doors open and Mike appeared on the threshold. After this, he greeted everyone with a contemptuous smile. The head of the Ming family immediately ran forward, pointed at him and indignantly demanded to know who he was. Mike turned to him and reminded him that he was the same expert he had already met, adding that he was currently living quite well. The eyes of the head of the Ming family widened in horror, and he stuttered out that it was that same Mike. The head of the Ming family quickly replied that the person in front of them was the ruler of Jingzhou, and it was he who had destroyed Logan and the sect members. Upon hearing this, Abel scornfully declared that he had won only by pure chance and was at best at the master level. Mike immediately challenged him to try it himself, declaring that if he could move it even an inch, he would admit defeat. After that, the hero called Joseph, and when he entered, he introduced him as a mid-level master from the Northern Alliance. He declared that all 5 masters could attack him, and if they managed to win, he would personally bring his head to the gates of their sect. The master did not like such arrogance, and he gave an order, saying that since he was so confident in himself, they should not hold back. After receiving permission, Abel stood up and introduced himself as the second disciple of the Huran sect, and after killing Mike, he would become the senior disciple. They immediately surrounded Joseph, declaring that 5 against 1, he didn't have a single chance. However, he replied that if they had the courage, let them attack. Even before he took the first step, the 5 masters from the sect had already begun to use the joint technique. In response, Joseph made a spectacular swing of his blade, and with one blow sent all 5 of them flying, causing them to cough up blood. After that, he mockingly stated that if this was all they could do, then next time he would not hold back. Humiliated and beaten, Abel turned purple with rage, and he snapped back that they had simply been careless. Immediately after that, the 5 of them rushed to attack at the same time, using the windsword technique. Joseph instantly responded with his tyrant blade technique, and a bright light flashed at the moment of impact. But he didn't stop there. He followed up with a strike, releasing a powerful crosswave of energy that raised a cloud of dust. Abel took a direct hit and blood immediately sprayed out of his mouth. Arnold, watching from the side, was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. The scene was truly incredible. Joseph had destroyed all 5 of the Huran sect's masters with a single blade. Moreover, he also mockingly noted that none of them were worthy opponents. Mike said that if he wanted a worthy opponent, he could go to the underground city and find Marcel. Meanwhile, the elder spoke, but his voice trembled slightly. He stated that today, Mike had killed important disciples of their sect again, and threatened that the head of the sect would not leave it unanswered. As he passed by Mike, he added that in a month their sect would come for him personally and advised him to prepare for death. After that, he turned to the head of the Min family and said goodbye, saying that he was leaving and that they would meet again. He quickly replied that the Min family had not wanted such a tragedy to happen and begged that they not be blamed. Arnold jumped into the air and assured that their sect could distinguish between truth and lies. However, at that moment, a hand fell on his shoulder. Mike released his aura and quietly asked if he had given him permission to leave. After that, he slammed him straight into the courtyard of the Ming family's residence with a single blow of his palm, raising a cloud of dust. When the dust cleared, Arnold lay motionless on the ground, and the head of the Ming family was so frightened that he couldn't utter a word. Mike left, thinking that the hidden cults weren't just looking to take advantage of the martial arts boom to expand their influence. The story moved to the Mu family's living room, where a servant reported that the Chinese authorities had declared their non-interference with hidden sects. Mike replied that he could go, and the ruler Ji, who was sitting next to him, spoke up, explaining that he had just wanted to discuss this. He said that the three great sects had sealed the dragon vein and threatened the authorities, demanding that they not protect Mike, otherwise they would destroy the vein. Mike replied that he understood their decision and had already come up with a way to deal with hidden sects. Hearing this, the old man could not stand it and declared that now was not the time to be stubborn. In response, Mike laid a pile of spiritual stones on the table and told him not to worry, because he had spared no expense for this fight. Lord Ji asked with some disdain what benefit a few spiritual stones could bring. A whole month had passed since that day. Mike was lying in the yard, sunbathing and snoring peacefully. At that moment, voices were heard from the house. Someone was asking why the ruler of the 9 provinces had not yet arrived. Lord Ji replied that he himself had forbidden him to come, and then asked about the supreme master of the Huangfu family. Maverick, clearly displeased, replied that he didn't come either because Mike didn't let him, saying only an introduction. At this point, one man remarked that it was already strange enough for a man to dress up like that, without the need to throw flowers around. Another man, Enzo, immediately objected that his crude sense of taste was clearly not befitting the title of a fighting god. At that moment, another man flew up, trying to smooth things over and suggested ending the argument. 3 immortals stood on the roofs of 3 different courtyards, and he said that there was no point in embarrassing yourself in front of that guy down below. Noticing their appearance, Mike looked up, noting that this time the newcomers at least looked respectable. The first was Jesse, the great elder of the Huran sect, who noticed that this guy had a good character. The second was Zachary, the great elder of the Seer sect, who stated that Mike dared to kill so many people from the hidden sects. Mike replied that if they wanted to fight, let them fight, and wondered why there were so many unnecessary words. The third was Enzo, the great elder of the Valley of Serenity, who noted that it was an honor for Mike to die at their hands today. Immediately after these words, he waved his fan and a blue blade of wind fell down. However, Mike extended his hand and gently intercepted the flow of wind, and arcs of lightning flashed in his palm. He looked up and chuckled, noticing that this was a rather weak level for a battle god. At that moment, Jesse waved his hand, summoned a sword, and said that it was the fruit of his many years of cultivation. With these words, he released the fall of the destroying sword. The huge sword rushed straight towards the place where Mike was sitting. At the moment of contact with the ground, a powerful explosion occurred, scattering debris in all directions. After this attack, Jesse was noticeably tired, but he still confidently repeated that this was the result of his long years of practice. However, his wide eyes reflected the figure of Mike, who was completely unharmed and hovering in the air. Raising one finger in disdain, he declared that such a trick would not deter him. Meanwhile, Zachary took out his astrological plate and, performing the technique with one hand, shouted at Mike not to get cocky. A stream of spiritual energy, covered in special runes, erupted from the plate and swirled around Mike's body. But Mike noticed that the Oracle sect had a very bad memory, and with one movement he destroyed the spell. Lightning flashed with a blinding light, and the plate shattered into pieces. At that moment, the reverse force hit Zachary. He grabbed his hand and looked forward in bewilderment, not understanding how this was possible. Then Mike sank down onto the cracked earth amidst swirling dust. He mockingly stated that the level of his soul was not something they could damage. Enzo stood there in complete confusion, realizing that Mike had even managed to turn the Oracle sect's treasure against its owner. Jesse added that since even the Oracle's treasure backfired, it meant Mike's soul had long since surpassed the level of a battle god. Immediately after, the 3 great elders of the 3 hidden sects simultaneously descended down to fight him. Mike, looking at them, remained calm and noted that it was good that they finally came down. At that very moment, his figure blurred and disappeared, and at the same time, spiritual stones of different colors scattered in different directions. After that, a mysterious white fog appeared, and only then did the three elders vaguely realize that they had entered a formation. In the center of the territory of the four academies, a purple mist rose, enveloping everything around, and above it, a network of stones began to glow. However, Elder Jesse fiercely attacked the stone network, continuously releasing streams of sword ki. At the same time, Bond said that all these spiritual stones are an illusion, trying to understand where Mike was hiding. Zachary did the calculation and replied that there was no need to rush, as he had already determined that it was just an illusory array. However, at that moment, a dense network of lightning appeared over the array, and Jesse noted that Mike should stop these little tricks. But as soon as he finished speaking, several powerful bolts of lightning fell down, charring their bodies. A piece of Enzo's fan broke off and fell to the ground, and he immediately turned around and accused Zachary, reminding him that he had claimed it was an illusion. Zachary's face darkened, and he swore in rage that he would not rest until he killed Mike. After that, he stood in the center of the circle, formed seals with his hands, and declared that today he would use the forbidden art of the Oracle sect. In response, Mike's face appeared in the sky, and in a cold voice he remarked that it was too much trouble. He immediately attacked Zachary right in the shoulder and threw him back. Despite the wound, a mysterious smile appeared on the man's face. He thought that everything had gone perfectly and the enemy had fallen into a trap. He then shouted to the others that he now knew the location of the ruler of Jingzhou. Hearing this, Jesse gripped his sword, his spiritual energy flaring up, and he commanded to use the strongest attacks to destroy Mike. The three great elders simultaneously unleashed their most powerful attacks in the direction Zachary pointed. The entire area was illuminated by a bright blue light, within which Mike's figure was dimly visible. Enzo exclaimed in surprise, trying to understand what kind of massif it was and why water appeared in it. Mike declared that this was the end of it. As soon as he said this, 3 streams of water rushed forward and hit the 3 elders. They were instantly soaked through, and Enzo screamed in rage, reproaching Mike for only being capable of such petty tricks. In response, Mike noted that he would then show something more impressive, and with these words he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The array instantly changed. The curtain of water turned into a wall of flame, and the heat emanating from it made the elders break out in a sweat. Enzo frowned, trying to understand the nature of this array and wondering what kind of technology it was. From the outside, the Mu family estate looked like it was being continuously bombarded. Maverick, sitting inside and watching what was happening, noticed that this was the long-lost 5 elements destruction array. Mike himself, observing the array, reflected that more than half of the spiritual stones had already been used up. Jesse asked what they should do now, and Zachary replied that they had no choice, as maintaining such an array required energy. Enzo suggested that the weak point of the array was above them, suggesting that they all climb up together and break through it. At that moment, Mike walked right into the array and mockingly asked if they were really planning to run away already. He then extended 2 fingers, controlling the array, and added that he would even help them. With these words, the ground beneath the feet of the 3 elders began to crack. His dark figure rose from the cracks, surrounded by powerful flames and thick smoke. The elders hovered in mid-air, and Zachary furiously shouted at Mike to wait, reminding him that he could wait 10 years for revenge. Lord G noticed that Mike had managed to drive them away with the array, but that trick wouldn't work next time. Then Mike turned to him and replied that there was no need to worry, as they would need at least a month to recover. Maverick looked at him and asked if he, already knowing the power of the 3 hidden sects, really intended to destroy them in a month. Mike confirmed that this is exactly what he would do, adding that he was going to go into seclusion, but before that he had 2 more matters to resolve. Soon after, River was sitting in a chair, reading a book and thinking about how the Lord of Jingzhou had truly come into the spotlight. He then noted with a smile that the heir to the greatest figure in China was now standing next to him. Mike, upon hearing this, replied that his level meant nothing. In response, River noted that he had made the right choice, because Mike was not only strong, but also had an outstanding mind. Mike crossed his arms and looked at him, saying that he owed him for the information he had provided. River immediately replied that it was his duty, and then expressed his desire to fight alongside him to destroy the Haran sect. Mike extended his fist and agreed to the alliance, stating that they would first destroy the hidden cults. They exchanged fist bumps, thus cementing their alliance. River then took out several small boxes and opened them, revealing that inside were numerous spirit stones. He explained that he knew about Mike's upcoming seclusion and hoped that these stones would help him, adding that they were already useless for him. The hero noticed that with so many stones, his chances of breaking through to the next level increased significantly. After that, Mike went to the mysterious water cave, and he and G floated on a wooden raft. The ruler reported that this dragon vein was over 10,000 years old, and although it was no longer as strong, it was still strong enough to protect China. Hearing this, Mike looked around carefully and realized that it was not surprising that the local creatures had spiritual energy. After some time, the raft moored to a stone bank. In front of them stood a huge gate. A faint blue spiritual energy was seeping out from the crack in the gate. Feeling it, Mike chuckled softly, noting the purity of this dragon energy. Looking inside, he saw an azure true dragon, bound by magical artifacts and talismans. He gently touched his face, and the dragon's eyes immediately lit up, responding to his condition. Mike noted that this dragon vein was on the verge of gaining consciousness, but its body was heavily eaten away by time. Lord G added that this was the work of the Oracle sect, which sealed the dragon vein. Mike looked at the talismans and realized that they had used a sealing array to bind the dragon's head and hide part of its aura. He waved his hand dismissively and stated that the Oracle sect simply did not have the strength to seal the dragon vein. At that moment, an invisible power began to emanate from the true dragon unconsciously. G, looking at this, declared that these bastards dared to deceive them. The hidden sects had become a real tumor for the peace and prosperity of China. Suddenly, Mike extended his hand into the void and declared that he was going to enter into solitary cultivation right there for a whole month. He then took out a bottle and handed it to G, asking him to give these pills to the Mu family to help his grandfather and uncle make a breakthrough. He agreed and assured that he would do everything, but asked if Mike would be able to withstand the solitary practice in such a place. In response, Mike confirmed that there was a huge amount of spiritual energy concentrated here, which was perfect for him. Hearing this, the old man noticeably calmed down, after which he turned around and left, not wanting to interfere. After that, only Mike remained in the cave with the dragon vein, and spiritual energy began to shine in his palm. He quietly said that this time he intended to directly break through to the Yuandan stage, after which he would become invincible in China. With these words, they slowly closed. A whole month has passed since then. Marcel, brandishing his sword, declared with a smile that Joseph would not defeat him this time. In response, Joseph acknowledged that after receiving the inheritance of the arts, Marcel had rapidly risen to the level of a high saint. After the fight, Marcel patted him on the shoulder and added that with such a blade, he no longer had to fear even an opponent of the level of a saint. At that moment, a man suddenly appeared and loudly demanded that the ruler of Jingzhou come out and meet his death. It turned out that these were the same 3 elders who came a month ago, and Zachary was holding the Mu family servant hostage. Without thinking, Marcel and Joseph took a fighting stance and refused to obey. In response, Jesse praised their audacity and immediately released a stream of energy, commanding them to die. Marcel immediately activated the Godsword array, and Joseph asked if they could contact the ruler of Jiangzhou. However, Marcel replied that there was no connection and they would have to hold out on their own. After this, he loudly accused the representatives of hidden sects of abusing their power and deserving death. However, Enzo only smirked arrogantly and declared that this was exactly what they did best. After that, he used the burning sky strike technique. This strike seemed to tear apart space and fell straight onto Joseph's barrier. Having taken the brunt of the blow, Joseph was seriously injured and the defense itself was destroyed. When the dust settled, only Marcel was left standing, albeit in extremely grave condition, but still holding on. He said that he was able to continue and would not allow the enemies to take a single step forward. One of the attackers again demanded to know where the ruler of Jingzhou was. However, Marcel, kneeling among the destruction, remained silent, while behind him Joseph had already lost consciousness. At that moment, the protagonist burst into the battle, striking with a palm filled with spiritual energy, using the cloud palm technique. Seeing the giant palm, the 3 opponents experienced genuine fear. Zachary noted in horror the incredible power of the blow. The attack came down with a deafening roar, destroying everything around. Immediately after this, Mike approached his comrades. Seeing him, Marcel said with relief that he was finally back. Mike handed him a pill, telling him to stop pretending because he was quite capable of handling the god's legacy. Marcel replied that he was fine and asked to check on Joseph. However, Mike insisted that he take the pill, adding that Joseph would need time to recover. After that, he helped Joseph up and directly transferred his internal energy to him. A moment later, he came to his senses and admitted that he had failed him, but Mike only noted that his meridians were seriously damaged. Mike then asked why they were here at all, since they were supposed to be in an underground city. Marcel explained that they had heard about a possible attack by hidden sects on the Mu family estate and decided to come to the rescue. After that, Mike extended his hand to him and invited him to go to the mountain gates of the hidden sects. Marcel enthusiastically accepted the offer, squeezing his hand and declaring that they would cause a real rout there. Before leaving, the hero created a protective circle of spiritual energy around Joseph and told him to stay inside. Joseph obediently agreed and wished them luck. Later, while moving through the forest, Marcel asked Mike if he had managed to break through to the level of the martial arts god, and he replied that he had not yet. He noted to himself that he had already reached the limit of the Yuandan stage and did not need to break through further. Soon he noticed the governor of Ji province. He also paid attention to him and noted that he unexpectedly met him here. One of the soldiers asked whether it was worth starting the attack, but the ruler ordered to take his time and wait for coordination with Mike. Meanwhile, below there was an entire army with heavy weapons, including tanks, armored vehicles, and equipped soldiers. After some time, the heroes arrived at the Oracle sect, where a tall tower stood out among the many buildings. First, Mike shut the mouth of one of the sect disciples, and then ordered him to inform the sect master about the arrival of the ruler of Jinju. He then threw it straight into the sect's territory, ordering it to be told that everyone should leave immediately. Having fallen inside, it caused a commotion among the elders, who in panic began to find out what was happening. After this, it was quickly realized that the ruler of Jinzhou had arrived with the intention of revenge. Soon they hurried outside, where Mike and Marcel were already waiting for them. Marcel, looking at the tower rising before them, wondered what to do next and whether it was worth dragging the head of the sect out. In response, Mike immediately stated that if he didn't come out himself, he would simply destroy this place. The next moment, a ball of purple flame burst into flame in his hand, instantly engulfing the tower, the fire spreading rapidly. Observing this from the side, Ruler Ji noted that the sect of soothsayers was clearly out of luck. After this, he ordered the missile squad to strike at the coordinates of the violet flame. The people remaining in the building saw with horror how the shells were rapidly approaching them. The sect's disciples hastily coordinated, forming a defensive great array. The missiles hit the barrier and cracks gradually began to appear on it. Marcel, raising his head, noticed with alarm that it seemed they were going to destroy them along with the sect. In response, Mike grabbed him by the shoulder and ordered him to stay close, warning that everything was about to explode. Then he pulled him sharply by the collar and dragged him away with force, causing him to involuntarily cry out. Once safe, Marcel was stunned and reminded that the head of the sect had never shown up. However, Mike, holding him in the air and looking down, assumed that he had either escaped or had already died. After assessing the battlefield, the hero explained that among the 4 hidden sects, only the great elders reached the level of demigod. After this, Mike immediately suggested going to the Valley of Carefree, and Marcel, hearing this, agreed. Soon they found themselves at the stone wall of the valley, and Marseille noted that there was no further passage. However, Mike clenched his fist, which began to glow, and ordered him to step back. With a grin, he gave the order to open the passage, and the next moment a powerful explosion was heard, destroying the entrance. Soon the head of the Valley of Carefree, Nash, appeared and demanded to know the names of those who had arrived. One of the students showed a wanted poster and said that in front of them was the ruler of Jinzhou, who was wanted by 3 hidden sects. Hearing this, the old man opened his fan and mockingly declared that the enemy had walked into a trap himself and promised that he would die today. He then stood upon the stone and proclaimed that the power of heaven and earth within the mountain gates was subject to him. Streams of spiritual energy and black smoke began to converge behind him. After this, Nash turned to the ancestors of the valley and summoned a divine beast, and a huge white tiger appeared in front of Mike. After assessing it, the hero noted that it was a core-stage demonic beast and that its lineage must be quite unusual. In response, the tiger stated that this was none of a mortal's business, and then Mike noticed that in front of him was a demon cultivator who could speak. He offered him to become his riding animal, hinting that he would be better off agreeing, but the white tiger immediately attacked him. At that moment, Mike appeared behind him and, preparing a blow, again offered to follow him. Without waiting for an answer, he delivered a powerful blow filled with lightning straight into the beast's head, knocking it to the ground. The head of the sect, watching this, was so amazed that he could not immediately find words. Seeing Mike standing on the sect's beast, he indignantly declared that he had no right to treat their divine being like that. Mike's eyes flashed menacingly in response, and he asked if that was okay with him. Then his eyes filled with a bloody light, and he directed spiritual energy into his hands, declaring that in this case, everyone would die together. With these words, he created a sea of purple flame and directed it straight at the people of the Valley of Carefree. Desperate cries and pleas for help were heard throughout the valley. Marcel noted that sects that he had not even dared to encounter before were destroyed in just a short time. Mike himself turned around and suggested leaving, adding that their next step would be a visit to the head of the Great Spirit sect. The scene soon shifted to the sect, where Mike, Marcel, Lord G, River, and the soldiers were already outside. King G, surveying the area, noticed that the sect did not correspond to either the mountain or its name. River added that the mountain contains a complex illusory massif that will be difficult to overcome. However, Mike stated that such an array was no problem for him, and with one wave of his hand he dispersed the spiritual power. Looking inside, Marcel noticed that there was no one there, and assumed that the cult had already learned about the destruction of the other two. Mike noted that 2 days had already passed, so this was not surprising, after which the group prepared to climb the stairs. River sadly noted that this was where Sarah had died. The cult had nailed her to this stone and left her body for all to see. Marcel, filled with indignation, immediately declared that there was no point in waiting and that it would be better to simply break in by force. However, Mike stopped him, putting his hand on his shoulder, and said that there was no need to rush. He then raised his other hand, and a golden barrier instantly appeared in front of them. After watching for a while, Mike explained that there was a protective mountain range in front of them. At that moment, Marcel smashed the stone stele and noted with irritation that the opponents seemed to be planning to hide inside. Suddenly, there was the sound of hurried footsteps from above, and Mike looked up and pointed to the top of the stairs where the man was. He addressed Mike as the ruler of Jinzhou, introducing himself as Otto, the chief elder of the Great Spirit sect. He stated that he wanted to apologize, adding that they guarantee the absence of conflicts and offer to forget past grievances. In response, Mike, clenching his fists, noted that apologies alone would not be enough and that everything was not so simple. Then the elder tried to object, saying that in fact it was the hero who had been killing members of their sect all this time. Otto noted that despite this, they recognized his strength and were ready to make peace, which in itself was an act of generosity. He then added that that girl Sarah had allegedly tried to steal their technology in the past, so her death was not unfounded. After this, Otto grabbed the kneeling student by the neck and offered a deal, stating that they were willing to hand over the culprit. He threw it to the ground, declaring that it was now in their possession. Marcel, looking at him, asked if he had any last words. The student admitted that he was the one who killed the girl with his own hands many years ago and is now ready to accept any punishment. Despite his fear, he smiled bitterly and said that he had no regrets, as he considered himself a hero of the sect. In response, Marcel threw him aside with one blow, contemptuously noting that he was no hero at all. Otto, watching the death of his student, declared that now that the culprit had been killed, there were no more obstacles to reconciliation. Then Marcel turned to Mike and insistently asked him not to agree to this. At the same time, River added that once they regain their strength, such people will not keep their promises. Ruler G also supported this opinion, noting that their special forces had already arrived and there was no retreat now. After listening to everyone, Mike stated that he had no intention of putting up with such conditions, while simultaneously sensing a weak aura on the top of the mountain. Otto, unable to bear it any longer, shouted at the hero not to go too far and asked if he really thought they were afraid of him. He then ordered his students to attack Mike. Marcel immediately rushed forward, declaring that he had been waiting for this for a long time. River also gave orders to his men. Lord G waved his hand and ordered them to take cover and prepare for an attack. Meanwhile, Mike remained in place, keeping his hands in his pockets and looking intently at the top of the mountain. He concentrated, sensing the changes, and quietly noted that his opponent was about to make a move. At the same moment, special forces opened fire on the sect's students. Those who saw the stream of bullets falling on them were horrified, but suddenly a cry was heard ordering them to stop. The next moment, a barrier appeared, completely stopping the barrage of bullets, and the students noted how dangerous it was. Lord Ji, feeling the power, declared that it was at the level of a martial god, and Marcel noted the incredible pressure. Otto also looked up and reported that this was their ancestor, who had long ago reached the level of a battle god and was protected by a barrier. The students, delighted by his appearance, began to joyfully shout that their ancestor was invincible. At the top of the mountain sat a man in the lotus position, channeling spiritual energy. He took control of the bullets, which then rushed back towards Mike's group. Lord G tried to stop them with his astral barrier, but he reluctantly admitted that he could only slow them down. Then Mike immediately took a step forward and ordered the bullets to go back. At that moment, they turned around and flew back towards the sect, even injuring the elder. He spat out blood and cried out in despair, asking his ancestor to save him. A calm voice came from the top, noting that Mike's abilities were impressive and even the masters could not compare to him. The enemy at the top declared that if he was not destroyed today, the sect would truly perish. However, Mike continued to attack and replied that this was impossible, since all members of this sect would die today. Then the ancestor, Raphael, raised one hand to the sky, gathering a stream of spiritual energy, and declared that his opponent was too arrogant. In response, Mike noted that there was no point in talking about arrogance to someone whose legs had already turned to stone and who was unable to move. After this, Raphael used a sword technique, intending to teach a lesson in respect for elders. At the same time, Mike raised his hand and responded with a cloud-reversing palm strike. The next moment, their attacks collided, causing a deafening roar that shook the earth. Raphael couldn't help but smile, clearly pleased with what was happening. However, a sudden voice behind him made him jump in surprise. As he was informed that his time was up, he asked in confusion how this was possible. Mike replied that hidden cults had tried to sow chaos in China and therefore no longer had the right to exist. Immediately after these words, the hero threw Raphael off the top of the building. River, watching this, looked up with a glimmer of joy. At the same time, the enemy himself, falling to his knees, wondered in shock how such a man could exist. Mike clenched his fist and before striking, he said that nothing was impossible in this world, after which a powerful explosion shook the mountain gate. Meanwhile, Marcel, brandishing his sword, declared that their ancestor of the battle god was already dead, meaning the sect was doomed to fall today. With these words, he immediately rushed forward and ordered the destruction of the enemies. Somewhere inside the mountain gate, a man covered in tattoos took off his shirt and noted with bitterness that even Raphael had failed. He then raised his hand, bit it until it bled, and began to perform the ritual, letting the blood flow down. He said that he would use his flesh and blood as a vessel and the essence of his soul as a sacrifice to call upon the eternal descent of the righteous God. With a loud cry, he completed the spell, and at that moment, a strange, blood-red column of light fell from the sky. Mike looked up and thought that a being called a god must have at least great power. At that moment, a loud voice came from above, threatening the ruler of Jinzhou that he would regret his actions. Mike immediately understood who was in front of him. It was indeed the great god. Meanwhile, scarlet rings of light began to spread above the sect's gates, and then a dense network of lightning filled the space. River frowned, wondering if this was really a god. However, Mike noted that this was just a cultivator who had been receiving worship from the sect for a long time and had absorbed the power of their faith. Marcel asked if they could defeat such an opponent, to which River replied that his strength was comparable to a peak martial god. Meanwhile, the great god looked down at the kneeling disciples, who in unison offered him their respects. After this, he noted that the power of heaven and earth had not yet fully recovered and asked why he had been summoned. One of the people below reported that the call was an extreme measure, since the sect was on the brink of life and death. In response, the great god cursed sharply, declaring that in such an era, to be on the brink of destruction was a sign of utter futility. Lord G, watching this, wondered who this sect ancestor really was. Meanwhile, the great god asked if the task he had given them many years ago had been completed. Hearing this conversation, King Ji began to guess what was going on and suggested that they might be looking for a special child. He explained that several years ago he heard about a search for a certain special child that had been going on for a very long time. He then suggested that perhaps this was about preparing a sacrificial ritual. After this, King Ji remarked with disdain that these people had disgraced the very name of the sect and were in fact nothing more than an evil cult. Marcel supported him, declaring that such people were villains in human form and none of them should be left alive. At that moment, a spatial rift opened behind them, and someone's voice noted that they had not seen the Great Spirit for a long time. He turned around and was surprised to recognize his interlocutor as his bloody ancestor, noting that he had thought him already dead. In response, he mockingly stated that if Hao was alive, then he certainly couldn't die. Marcel, recognizing him, exclaimed in surprise that this was the same bloody baby from Mount Taiping. Meanwhile, the bloody ancestor approached and noted that only a few of the great demons of the past remained. Afterwards, he turned to the great god, declaring that he had heard of his existence through the faith of mortals and decided to verify it personally. Hearing this, the great god noted that before him was a body comparable to a top-level cultivator. He asked if he really expected to swallow him up right on his territory, calling him greedy. In response, the bloody ancestor instantly rushed down, proposing to test who would be faster. Both opponents rushed forward at the same time, confident that the target was already in their hands. However, the next moment a golden barrier appeared in front of him, blocking their path. Both demons were thrown back, simultaneously demanding to know who had interfered. Suddenly, Marcel exclaimed, recognizing his master. The great god, looking down, asked who he was and why he had never seen him before. In response, Damien stated that he had been waiting for their appearance for a long time, and noted that both opponents were demons harming China. He only looked down mockingly and recognized him as the same young battle god from the past. After this, Damien moved forward, stating that at the moment the enemy's strength was low and it would not be difficult to destroy him. Meanwhile, Mike, clutching his chest, felt increasing discomfort and realized that he could no longer contain this state. The reason was that the Jinzhou token was hot and causing pain, so he quickly took it out. Seeing this, Lord Ji exclaimed in surprise that this was the Jinzhou command token, which had already been restored. Soon, a golden spiritual energy appeared around the hero, lifting him above the ground. The blood ancestor, noticing this, immediately became wary and recognized pure dragon qi mixed with demon-destroying energy. Damien turned to Mike and asked for help, to which he agreed and immediately transferred his spiritual power to him. Then the Emperor formed a seal in front of his chest. Soon he was able to summon the intent of the demon-slaying sword. He then waved his hand and the attack shot forward, taking the form of a true dragon filled with pure dragon qi. Feeling threatened, the bloody ancestor became nervous and declared that he urgently needed to attend to other matters, after which he decided to retreat. Hearing this, the great god looked at him with displeasure and noted with contempt that he was afraid. He also added mockingly that once his level reached the top, none of them would be able to escape. At that moment, an explosion was heard in the sky and a huge wave of light appeared. Marcel covered his face with his hand and asked in bewilderment if they were dead. Then Mike came closer and replied that this was not so. Damien explained that the enemy had used a secret technique to escape, which would prevent them from recovering for at least 5 years. He then looked at those present and added that they needed to speed up their development. King Ji declared that the demons must be destroyed, as such a demonic path must be eradicated completely. Having received permission, Marcel's expression immediately changed and he rushed forward to deal with them. Watching this, Mike became a little worried and wondered if he would turn down a dark path. However, Damien, observing the actions of his student, replied that this would not happen, since it was only a manifestation of his internal knot. He added that although Marcel may not be able to match Mike in the future, he will still surpass many. Meanwhile, Marcel stopped in front of the statue of the great god and, filled with pain and hatred, began to speak. After this, he burst into mad laughter, and behind him there was a sea of blood and many bodies. Then, with one blow of his sword, he cut the statue in two and, without looking back, left. It flashed through his mind that his youthful love Sarah had been so tender and beautiful. Tears of pain streamed down Marcel's face, and as he looked into the distance, he realized that the old hatred no longer remained in his heart. However, having stopped, he still shouted that he hated everything that had happened. River closed his eyes at this time and sighed with relief, noting that everything was finally over. Lord Ji looked at Mike and asked if the same thing should be done to the prosperous world sect. At this point, Marcel suggested returning to practice, noting that the great god was still alive, meaning his feud with the sect was not over. The story moved to an underground ancient city, to a training room where a golden guardian doll was practicing its strikes. Shelley deftly dodged the attacks and counterattacked. Darius watched this, noting that she was a true genius of ghost cultivation, having managed to reach the peak of key refinement in just a month. At this time, outside, a young envoy with a letter in his hand loudly announced that the three great hidden sects had been destroyed. He also reported that the heir of the Mu family from the imperial capital, the son of a true dragon, had defeated them. At that moment, Mike happened to pass by, and people joyfully shouted that a second martial god had appeared in the Chinese martial arts world. The story then returned to the underground city, where Darius watched Shelley's training in the courtyard of the estate. Suddenly, they both suddenly felt something and simultaneously opened their eyes, looking towards the entrance. At that moment, Mike appeared and announced his arrival. Upon seeing him, Shelley immediately ran up and hugged him, joyfully declaring that he had finally come for her. He supported her with one arm and then thanked Darius, expressing the hope that Shelley had not caused him any trouble. The old man replied that there were no problems, but complained that such a talent did not want to become his student. After this, he feigned sadness and declared that he had no one to pass on his legacy to. Shelley, in return, winked at him with a smile and thanked him for his concern over the past month. Darius then noted that she had already reached the peak of chi purification and advised her to return to him to form the core. He then turned his gaze to Mike and noted that his aura was at the Tao level, although his cultivation was still at the peak of chi refining. He assumed that he was practicing the art of immortal ascension, and Mike asked him directly if he knew about this art. The old man explained that the first stage allows one to immediately rise from the peak of chi purification to the summit of the Tao core level. However, to achieve this, it is necessary to suppress development for a long time, enduring enormous pressure, which makes this path inaccessible to the majority. After this, Mike continued his questioning and asked if he knew about Phoenix Mountain. The old man thought for a moment, closed his eyes and admitted that he remembered only vaguely, since he was already old and could not remember exactly. However, he added that there were probably 5 emperors there. Then, looking at the 3 huge towers in the distance, he suggested that the underground ancient city and that place were connected. He also mentioned that a phenomenon called the celestial thread was approaching, and Mike asked him to explain what it meant. Darius replied that the universe was vast and filled with countless life forms, but only a few managed to survive. He then added sadly that when the heavenly seal was broken, their death would be almost inevitable. After hearing all this, Mike folded his hands in a respectful bow and expressed understanding, thanking his elder for his instructions. With the restoration of spiritual energy, the world of martial arts gradually became known to the general public. At that moment, a voice came from the radio, announcing that the structure of the battle world had undergone changes, and ancient families had begun to emerge into the light. At this time, the ruler Ji entered the room and confidently declared that with the presence of such young people, China would not perish. Seeing him, Mike immediately turned off the radio and greeted the guest. The old man replied that he had come specifically to hand him the banner. After this, he took out a tapestry with the inscription Hero of China and added that the government officially awarded him the title of Protector. Mike accepted the banner but remarked that he did not attach any importance to such formalities, assuming that the visit had another purpose. King Ji honestly confirmed this and noted that the era of universal martial arts had already arrived. He explained that cultivation would now be available to everyone and anyone would be able to develop. He added that this could change the world order, so the government plans to establish a martial arts academy in the capital. Moreover, the old man offered Mike to teach there. Hearing this, the hero thought gloomily, remembering how in his past life his students had constantly caused him trouble. He came to the conclusion that he would not want to take on such a responsibility if it were not for the need to continue the legacy of Tao. Noticing his silence, the ruler turned to him again. Mike replied that his school accepts 1 student per generation, and he already has a successor, so he will not accept new students. Then the old man offered to at least give instructions, noting that even his presence at the academy would already be inspiring. After this, Mike agreed, deciding that as a ruler he had an obligation to contribute to the development of the country. Mike thought about how much the world had changed since his rebirth and asked how someone he knew was living now. At that moment, Marcel approached him and asked if it was true that he was going to teach in the capital. Mike explained that he would only come occasionally, while Marcel proudly declared that he was the senior instructor. After that, he began to boast, imagining how his appearance would make him popular among the female students. The hero ignored these words, started watering the flowers, and only indifferently noted that he could think whatever he liked. Marcel, without relenting, carelessly declared that family matters were none of his concern since his sister handled them. He admitted that he himself finds it strange and even feels uncomfortable about it. Sensing something was wrong, Mike immediately asked for more details. Then Marcel said that his sister had changed a lot, had stopped leading her previous lifestyle and was now taking care of the family affairs. The strangest thing is that she still behaves kindly towards him, but at the same time seems like a stranger to him. After hearing this, Mike put down the watering can and suggested going to the Huangfu family to personally sort out the situation. Soon, the hero arrived at the Huangfu family's office, where the elder noted that everything was going well. He added mysteriously that Vivian had changed a lot, so she shouldn't get too emotional when she met him. After that, he said that he understood the situation and was going to leave. At that moment, Vivian entered the room and, turning to Mike, asked if he had been looking for her. She greeted him with a little shyness and asked how he was doing. Mike replied that he was fine and explained that he had come to see how she was feeling after what had happened earlier. Vivian thanked him for his concern and said that she was doing well. However, the hero noticed the changes and asked directly why she had changed so much and whether something had happened. After this, her hands involuntarily clenched, her lips trembled, and she, after a slight hesitation, replied that in fact everything was not so simple. Vivian explained that after that incident, her consciousness was in darkness for a long time, and during this time she rethought a lot of things. After this, she confessed that a person from a fortune-telling sect once predicted her death if she did not get married before the age of 24. In response, Mike reminded her that she had not previously believed in fate, and that the person who had made this prediction was, in fact, a fraud. Vivian admitted that after everything that happened, she had no choice but to believe the prediction. Mike immediately stood up and said that the old Vivian, who never bowed to fate, was better than the current one. After this, the girl directly asked him if he was ready to marry her. She added that if he agreed, she would be able to return to her former self and continue to fight fate. Outside, an elder watching the proceedings gave an approving thumbs up, noting that it was going to be an interesting spectacle. But Mike replied that, given her situation, she had enough men willing to marry and she shouldn't pin her hopes on him. With these words, he opened the door and headed towards the exit. Seeing this, Marcel was confused that everything ended too quickly. Meanwhile, Mike was thinking that the girl was not the real Vivian, and the entire Huangfu family gave off a strange feeling. He asked Shelley if she noticed anything, and she responded with displeasure that he was using her as a tool to meet girls. But she still reported that there was something on Vivian that was isolating the aura of her soul, and even the scriptures were not able to recognize it. At that moment, Marcel came up to him and, clapping him on the shoulder, mockingly asked if he was really that stupid. Then he, playfully assuming a threatening look, tried to tease him, hinting that he might have come there for his sake. In response, Mike hit him without further ado. At the same time, a mysterious woman in a light veil appeared nearby with a jug of wine. Mike immediately stopped her. Marcel, rubbing his head, asked in bewilderment what was going on, and then the hero asked who she was. The boy explained that this was his sister's personal maid, who had a tragic past, and her face and voice were disfigured by a fire. After that, Vivian took her in about a month ago and took care of her. Marcel added that she was just an ordinary person. Watching her leave, Mike finally declared that she was the real Vivian. Marcel couldn't believe what he heard, believing that his sister, although she had changed, had not changed that much. Mike then suggested that he come to the Mu family's house at night to find out the truth, and warned him not to tell anyone from the Huangfu family about it. At night, his dark figure slipped out of the window. Soon, the protagonist's hand carefully reached out to the sleeping girl in the veil. Marcel doubtfully asked Mike if he was sure, since she had not only changed, but had completely lost her fighting skills. Mike took off her veil and replied that he himself felt something was wrong, which is why he came to him. At that moment, Mike's hand accidentally touched her cheek, causing her to wake up abruptly. Frightened, the girl tried to run away. However, she suddenly tripped and fell to the floor. Mike called out to her, asking what she was trying to hide from. The girl silently knelt down in front of them. Marcel sat down, looked at her carefully, and asked if she really was his sister. He noted that she silently endured such suffering. Marcel, overcome with emotion, shouted that his sister had never been like that. Then the real Vivienne, in tears and trembling with fear, pointed forward. But Marcel did not understand her gesture. Mike explained that she was talking about a man who had threatened her, promising her family's safety only if she returned. After that, he took a step forward, trying to calm her down, and assured her that as long as he was around, no one could harm the Huangfu family. He invited her to stay temporarily at the Mu family's house and promised that once he found out who was behind this, he would make the culprit disappear. A few days later, in the Huangfu family's living room, Marcel was still hesitant and asked if Mike was sure of his plan. Glancing at his smiling sister, he noted that he couldn't delay, otherwise the deception might be revealed. Smiling and sipping tea, Mike explained that Nathan was a student at Carefree Valley. In addition to his high level of cultivation, he's also an expert in the art of disguise and transformation. Then Mike turned to her and asked if she had managed to get the things she needed. Nathan took out a necklace and a jade pendant. Marcel asked what it was, and the hero replied that these were artifacts of one of their acquaintances. Mike took the jade pendant and said that now it was time to act to deprive the enemy of the ability to resist. Marcel, still not understanding which acquaintance he was talking about, saw a mysterious smile appear on Mike's lips. Later, in Vivian's bedroom at Huang Fu's house, the girl sat taking something out of a drawer. Suddenly, 3 men burst into the room, and Valerie mockingly asked if Mike had finally shown interest in the girl. Mike, standing at the door, ordered her to stop pretending, saying it was pointless. Coming closer, he asked her directly why she needed to pretend to be Vivian and act under his nose. The woman, no longer hiding her disgust, declared that her appearance was completely fixed, and the Huang Fu family trusted her unconditionally. Then she looked at the real Vivian behind him, and Mike, curious, asked what her real purpose was. Standing up, she asked what the advantage of martial arts masters was and whether they could be stronger than the state. After that, she revealed her plan, claiming that the Huang Fu family had connections in politics and occupied high positions. If she joins forces with them, she can take another step and eventually gain control of China. Marcel immediately lost his composure, jumped forward, pointed his finger at her, and declared that she should not even hope for success. In response, Valerie reminded him that his sister had once said the same words, but that had not stopped her from living to this day. Then she took a deep breath, clearly preparing to carry out the next stage of her plan. At that very moment, her piercing cry for help echoed throughout the Huangfu estate, claiming that she was under attack. Hearing this cry, the elders of the Huangfu family were shocked, and Changlong, recognizing his daughter's voice, frowned. Meanwhile, Valerie herself, with a triumphant smile, declared that she would now make Mike completely lose the trust of the Huangfu family. Marcel, watching what was happening, could not resist and asked in bewilderment if she had gone crazy. At that moment, Vivian's father and the elder burst into the room, loudly demanding an explanation and asking who dared to offend her. Seeing them, Valerie began to pretend to cry, and through her sobs declared that Mike had burst into her room with ill intentions. Both men were shocked by what they heard, but their facial expressions were not what she expected. And then a look of bewilderment flashed in her eyes. Frank narrowed his eyes at Mike and accused him with feigned fury, saying that he was behaving like a lustful animal. Seeing this, Valerie smiled contentedly, happy with how the situation was turning out, and thought that Marcel also could not be left alive. However, the next moment, Changlong suddenly spoke up and declared that there was no other way out. After this, he gave the order to immediately decorate the estate with lanterns and festive ribbons, preparing everything for the wedding within an hour. He then told his son to notify the Mu family, invite Mike's relatives, as well as high-ranking members of the Martial Arts Alliance. Frank, hearing this, laughed joyfully and remarked that this was even better, since it saved him unnecessary trouble. After this, he added with relief that the potent remedy he had prepared could no longer be used. Changlong, looking at his daughter's confused expression, announced that this was a great joyful event and that her marriage was finally decided. Valerie, unable to bear it any longer, slammed her palm on the table and shouted in rage that she did not agree to this marriage. Changlong, clearly not understanding what was happening, asked what the problem was and whether he had not played his role as a father well enough. In response, Valerie furiously declared that she had no intention of marrying a man whom she considered a monster in human form. Changlong tried to reason with her, reminding her that she had previously shown interest in Mike herself, and added that they were only helping her. However, she was no longer listening. She abruptly walked past him, muttering irritably that she was tired of what had been happening over the past few days. At this point, Mike declared that this was enough, that by using someone else's face, she was insulting the family, and added that she had already achieved her goal. Valerie, without hiding her smile, replied that even if that was the case, Now that everyone was gathered in one place, she would be able to destroy them. Changlong, standing behind her, asked in confusion who she really was. Then Marcel immediately explained that it was Valerie, the Holy Virgin of the Five Venoms cult, at which time Mike had already rushed to the attack. However, at the moment of impact, his attack was stopped by a green sphere. Valerie stated that he would not be able to kill her, adding that the power of the being she possessed had already surpassed the level of a battle god. Mike replied that despite the abundance of artifacts and endless intrigues, she had never succeeded. Immediately after these words, his purple spiritual energy destroyed the green sphere, and a powerful blow threw Valerie back, slamming her into the wall. Realizing the danger, she began to look around in panic, realizing that the situation was getting out of control. However, at that moment, Mike took out a jade pendant and, showing it, asked if this was what she was looking for. Seeing the pendant, she turned pale and stuttered as she asked when he had managed to take it, after which she suddenly realized that her plan had been exposed. Wasting no time, she rushed towards the real Vivian, deciding that if she captured her, she could maintain control of the situation. She was confident that thanks to her unique technique, no one could stop her, and she had already extended her hand, convinced that success was near. However, just as her hand was about to touch the target, the veil gently lifted and Nathan's mocking smile appeared before her. He instantly grabbed her wrist, and Valerie was stunned and didn't have time to react. The next moment, Nathan delivered a powerful punch right to her face, causing her to spit out blood in pain. The force of the impact was so great that Valerie was thrown upward. She broke through the ceiling and flew outside the building. After some time, everyone present came out into the yard and saw her lying on the ground in a pitiful state. At this point, Nathan revealed her true face and mockingly asked if she was the only one allowed to impersonate others. Mike showed her the jade pendant and explained that it was the one she had been counting on, hiding a real demonic embryo inside. Without a second's hesitation, he crushed the artifact right before her eyes. Seeing this, Valerie fell into despair, but it was too late. At that moment, Mike extended 2 fingers and pointed them straight towards her forehead, intending to finish everything off completely. The hero declared that he was tired of letting her hide for so long. Immediately after these words, a stream of spiritual energy burst from his fingers and pierced her head. After this, Valerie's body instantly dissipated into a cloud of black smoke. At this point, Changlong noted that ever since they returned from the Miaojiang border, they had felt like something was wrong with Vivian. Marcel added that her father and second uncle were very kind to her, and even said that they were going to arrange a wedding within an hour. He hastened to justify himself, explaining that given the cunning of this demoness, they had to put pressure on her to force her to show weakness. Suddenly, a crystal appeared in the black smoke, and then Mike asked if she was still alive. In her crystal form, Valerie stubbornly replied that if the heavens did not want her to die, then one day she would repay him 100-fold. She stated that with the rebirth of heaven and earth, rulers had long since lost the ability to protect the country. She added that evil forces will not stand idle and allow him to become stronger. As soon as she finished speaking, the hero reached out, crushed the crystal, and noted that since she had said everything she wanted, she could die. Then Mike turned around and ordered that Vivian be brought in, as everything here was already finished. Looking at the fragments of the jade pendant, he thought that, as far as he remembered, the demon was one step away from turning into a demonic spirit. Clenching his fist, he decided that as long as he was here, he would never allow this to happen. Then, a month later, leaflets with Marcel's picture were distributed everywhere on the way to the academy. When his fans saw him on TV, they immediately became delighted, shouting that they wanted to have children with him. At this time, Mike approached them and watched with some weariness as they literally idolized him. On the other hand, Vivian walked holding his hand, and seeing the popularity of her younger brother, she felt joy. Mike looked at her and asked if she was really that happy just to be near him. The girl replied that she was happy, because before it seemed to her that her life would be wasted. In response, he encouraged her, noting that he had passed on a cultivation technique to her, and that the changes in her appearance and strength were only temporary. At that moment, some guy squeezed between them and noticed that he was certainly handsome, although being an idol was tiring. He then struck a celebrity pose and added that as soon as he appeared, beauties pounced on him like hungry wolves. A passerby, noticing his outfit, mockingly declared that he had put on too many clothes in the heat and was still pretending to be Marcel. In response, he immediately tore off his jacket and indignantly shouted at him to look carefully, because he was Marcel. Seeing this, the man apologized in fear, and Marcel smugly noted that it was good that he realized his mistake. He then struck a confident pose and declared that the difficulties of life as a national idol were beyond the understanding of mere mortals. However, at that moment, the crowd behind him suddenly gasped in horror. He turned around and froze, muttering that it was impossible. The next second, a figure rushed towards him like a whirlwind, shouting for everyone to make way. It turned out to be an impressive woman with pink hair who declared that Marcel belonged to her. Then, pouting, she admitted that she was his most devoted fan. Luckily, he reacted in time and jumped to the side, dodging her. After this, the young man started running, crying for Mike's help. After this, the story moved to the capital's Academy of Military Valor, which was a huge campus. G looked up and noted that he thought the hero wouldn't come to today's recruitment meeting. In response, Mike, accompanied by Vivian, immediately explained that since he had agreed to be an instructor, he should come and watch. Then the old man invited them to sit down and, handing them a cup of tea, noted that the era of universal martial arts had arrived too quickly. Therefore, the Academy's infrastructure has not yet been fully prepared, and if they have any wishes, they can voice them. Martial arts are spreading all over the world, so the government decided to make Marseille the symbol of martial arts. In response, Mike noted that he did not mind, since he was not interested in public attention. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and Marcel burst inside, indignantly declaring that they had no conscience since they left him alone. Vivienne, noticing that her brother was covered in lipstick marks, introduced him as an idol who had just been caressed by his fans. She then turned to Marcel and asked if he liked the attention. He awkwardly replied that it was better not to remember this, because for this he had sacrificed his innocence and even his first kiss. At this point, G turned to Vivienne, asking if she would like to become a teacher at the academy. Hearing this, the girl was confused and, pointing to herself, noted that she was only a mid-ranking martial arts master. The old man explained that he knew about her difficulties, but given her origin and quite a decent level of strength, she could teach students. Mike added that Lily is also a mid-ranking master, but her thinking and combat experience are significantly inferior to Vivian's. Meanwhile, Marcel supported this idea, stating that the two of them, along with Mike, were an unrivaled duo. Hearing all these words, the girl became lost in thought, wondering why she had become so weak and indecisive. G interrupted her thoughts, noting that the academy would not force her, however. If she wanted to in the future, she could always join. At this point, Vivian announced that she was accepting the teaching position, emphasizing that she was ready to pass on her knowledge to newcomers. Hearing this, the old man announced with satisfaction that the decision had been made and suggested that everyone go to the recruitment site. The scene then moved to the recruitment point in front of the academy campus. There were practically no people at Mike and Vivian's table. The hero was yawning boredly, and the girl was sitting motionless. A crowd had gathered at Marcel's, but he advised them to think carefully, since he only taught classes on Mondays and Saturdays. However, the fans, as if possessed, ignored his words and declared that he was the most handsome and they chose him. Two girls on the side, watching this, assumed that it was no longer possible to get to him. Then one of them suggested finding another mentor. She then pointed to Vivienne, remembering that she was Marcel's sister, and suggested that she too must be strong. However, her friend brushed it off, saying that she was not interested and that she would rather get Marcel's autograph. The girl noted that she was completely dazzled by his appearance and wondered who to choose. After that, her gaze stopped on Mike and she decided to turn to him. Coming up, she slammed her palm on the table and loudly declared that she wanted him to become her teacher. Mike, remaining indifferent, cleaned his ear and noted that someone had come to see him after all. He replied that he didn't take students, and if she wanted to attend classes, she could simply fill out an application, and that his lectures were held once a month. The girl hit the table again and refused. Then, looking intently at him, repeated that she wanted to become his student. Upon hearing her, everyone immediately turned their attention to her, and her friend tried to dissuade her, reminding her that choosing a mentor is a serious matter. At this time, Mike carefully assessed the girl, noting her excellent constitution and high potential. A student approached her and advised her to choose Marcel, claiming that the unknown self-taught man was not trustworthy. However, the girl firmly refused, stating that she had already made her choice and did not intend to change it. Seeing her determination, Mike only sighed. He closed his eyes and agreed to accept her as his personal student, calling her stubborn. He then handed her the book as a gift. However, her friend immediately snatched it away and noticed that the academy had already given them cultivation techniques, doubting the reliability of this one. In response, Mike noted that his technique was a little better. As it turned out, the girl had the fundamentals of higher principles in her hands. After that, he stood up, took a bottle of water, and reminded the student that the first lecture would be tomorrow and she should come. Her friend sarcastically remarked that her new mentor only knows how to brag, but no one would come to his lecture anyway. However, the girl herself, looking after him, trembled slightly. She then loudly declared that this was her teacher and that he demanded respect. After that, clutching the book to her chest, she left, declaring that even if no one came, she would still be there. The next morning, the girl came to the classroom as told. She opened the door and saw Mike wiping the board alone. Looking around, she asked in surprise why there was no one there. The hero only replied that he had only reported this to the director and had not yet had time to notify the others. At that moment, her friends came up and noticed that the place was empty, while the neighboring Marcel auditorium was overcrowded. The girl objected that it was just the lack of an ad, but the guy just chuckled, calling her stubborn. At this point, Mike cleared his throat and announced that it was time to begin the lesson. However, suddenly the entire academy building shook, which surprised him slightly. Then the purple-haired student suggested that perhaps it was an earthquake. The door swung open and the headmaster rushed inside, stopping in his tracks and loudly demanding an explanation from Mike. He was unhappy that he started the lesson without any prior notice. Marcel then rushed into the room, indignantly noting that they had checked the entire class schedule but still hadn't found him. Ryder squeezed in behind him, asking if the class had already started and offering to urgently gather the hundreds of people waiting below. Marcel quickly took a seat, declaring that he should have the center seat in the front row at Brother Mike's lecture. Suddenly, a small but strong hand fell on his shoulder. Noticing how his sister was ordering him to give up her seat with her eyes, he immediately obeyed. By this time, everyone had already sat down, and even the head of the school had taken a seat, ready to listen. The three new students, who had recently been mocking the teacher, now stood as if petrified. Ryder noted that this was the first time he had seen something like this, as all the teachers and influential figures in the capital had gathered to listen to the lecture. One of the students raised his hand and asked about the teacher's cultivation level and whether he was capable of fighting on par with Marcel. Hearing this, Marcel turned around sharply and became indignant, demanding that he not be compared to Mike. He loudly declared that such a comparison was insulting to Mike, since he himself was not capable of competing with him. The students listened to this in complete confusion, but he continued, noticing that such words only put him in an awkward light. At this moment, one of the students remembered that the very same young god of martial arts who had destroyed the three hidden sects was standing before them. After these words, the other student's face turned pale, and he tried to understand whether this man was really that same Mike. The young man's thoughts became confused when he realized that the legendary master was standing before him. Marcel proudly confirmed this, extending his hand towards the protagonist and calling him his brother. After this, he enthusiastically suggested starting the lecture, noting that everyone was already gathered. Then Mike took the chalk and began the lesson, announcing that today he would talk about the basics of martial arts. However, one of the listeners immediately suggested moving on to more advanced topics, and many supported this idea. The hero then smiled and declared that in that case he would explain the secrets of cultivating techniques from the boundless true scripture. Time passed unnoticed, and he had already managed to convey a significant amount of knowledge, while everyone listened with full attention. Suddenly there was a sound of someone banging on a table, and one of the students again loudly expressed his dissatisfaction, declaring that he did not understand anything. He suspiciously assumed that the teacher was simply talking incoherently. Ryder immediately turned around sharply and scolded him that the reason for the misunderstanding was simply due to insufficient training. Meanwhile, Mike drank water, listening to the alliance leader point out that one should not blame others for one's own weakness. The hero just smiled after hearing this, then told the student to apologize and soon finished the lesson. Immediately after this, his student, Grace, hurriedly ran up to him, asking him to wait, and followed him. Meanwhile, everyone present stood up and bowed in unison, expressing gratitude for the lecture and seeing him off. The girl watched this scene in surprise, amazed by what was happening. However, the hero called her to follow him, and she quickly responded, hurrying after him. Grace, overcome with emotion, admitted that she felt like she had found a treasure. In response, he silently threw her a bottle of pills. Opening it, the girl smelled a rich aroma and doubtfully wondered about the authenticity of the contents. Mike explained that they should be used with cultivation techniques, and then in 2 months she would be able to reach the level of a great master. However, he immediately clarified that in reality, such a period is even considered slow. At that moment, the teachers called out to them, asking Mike for autographs and begging him to accept them as students. Then Lord G gestured that they had better leave, after which he gave important information about the upcoming tournament. He explained that the title of martial arts emperor is of great importance and is connected to the honor of the country. Mike clarified whether this offer meant taking part in the tournament. The old man did not answer immediately, but first led them aside to hide from the pursuing crowd of fans. After this, he explained that they did not want to reveal his identity yet, since the ancient elders could be pursuing other goals. The old man explained that foreign cultivators differed from local ones, and representatives of some clans were capable of living for hundreds of years. He then added that Marcel would act as a representative, and Mike was invited to accompany the team as support. G noted that they would set out from the capital in September, first heading north and then turning east toward Penglai Island. Soon it was time to travel, and then the moment came for the first stop on the way south, the city of Beizhou in Jinhu. Lily, waving her hand joyfully, called out to the protagonist, and after the meeting they went to his room. As soon as they entered, the girl immediately reported that the mountain spirit had been in a deep sleep since the day before yesterday. Mike smiled and explained that it had to do with the upcoming transposition. Shelley, meanwhile, joyfully ran up to Lily and, hugging her, cheerfully asked if she missed her. She replied with a beaming smile that she thought about everyone every day. Shelley's sly gaze slid over her, and she offered to take over her body for a while to check if she was eating well. Remembering her past experience, Lily instantly blushed and refused, saying that she would not fall for such tricks again. Then, frightened, she turned to the protagonist for help, asking him to stop Shelley. He immediately called Shelley to him, and upon hearing this, the spirit only mischievously stuck out her tongue and grimaced. At this moment, the mountain spirit's eyes suddenly opened wide. All the guys immediately gathered around, watching what was happening. Someone noted that the awakening happened at the right time. Then Mike came closer and picked up the creature in his arms to examine it. After examining him, he noticed that the transposition had only slightly enlarged his body, probably due to his age. Lily came closer and asked if, since he had brought so many young masters with him, it meant that he would soon leave again. The hero gently stroked her head and explained that he had important business and that tomorrow he would have to go south. While Lily clung to him, Shelley came up and tapped her on the head, noting that this journey was dangerous and that she should stay home. With tears in her eyes, Lily retorted that if Shelley could go with him, then she wanted to go too. After that, she hugged his hand even tighter, continuing to ask him to take her with him. However, before he could answer, a loud voice came from outside, asking if the Lord of Jingzhou was there. Axel from the Su family entered the room, looking extremely worried, and reported that Abby had been kidnapped by the Ma family. He explained that the Ma family was originally hidden, but with the advent of the era of universal martial arts, it quickly rose to prominence. After hearing this, Mike immediately asked where Ma's family was, intending to get Abby back. Axel said his daughter was at the Lee family's home in Longshan, adding that the conflict began because of young Master Donald. After this, the hero said that he would deal with the situation and asked to wait for good news, instructing the chairman to look after his students. That same night, Mike set out on his journey alone. By morning, he arrived at the luxurious villa of the Lee family. However, there he was stopped by a small obstacle. Two strong men blocked the entrance, preventing him from passing, and Mike asked if they were hired by the Lee family. One of them replied with disdain that the Lee family was not worthy of hiring the Ma family's craftsmen. Mike frowned, his gaze turning cold, and he said that their attempt to stop him was futile. His aura instantly frightened the guards, causing them to wonder who he was. However, he didn't waste time talking and simply walked inside, and under the pressure of his strength, both men fell to their knees. After passing through the gate, he encountered another group of fighters, whose leader angrily demanded to know how he had gotten inside. Mike ignored the question and immediately asked about the whereabouts of Abby and Alice. The man in sunglasses, enraged, declared that he was seeking death himself. However, before he could even begin the attack, he was thrown back. With one wave of his hand, Mike easily dealt with all of his opponents. Their leader's glasses even cracked from fear. He tried in panic to find out who was in front of him. But at that moment, figures appeared nearby, slowly approaching the scene. These turned out to be the same two girls the hero was looking for, and when they saw him, They simultaneously called him by name. Alice was delighted to see him, and her father, Liam, informed her that the Ma family was holding them at the estate, waiting until noon to pick up the girl. Mike asked why they hadn't contacted him, and then turned to Abby, pointing out that she had even changed her number without notifying him. Hearing this, the girl pretended not to care, but in her heart she wondered whether there was any point in contacting him at all. Seeing how tense her friend was, Alice tried to smooth things over by noticing that there was no signal. Then Mike sighed heavily and said that if she got into trouble again, she should definitely tell him, because they were friends. Alice forced a smile and nodded, agreeing that this was how it would be from now on. It was about 10 in the morning, and two expensive cars had just pulled up in front of a large villa. Mike suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their way, and Donald indignantly shouted where the Ma family masters were. Hearing this, Mike replied that they were dead. Then Donald became furious, deciding that he had dared to speak out against their family and was clearly seeking death. Mike just thought with disdain that they were just Ma's family and there was nothing special about them. The enraged man ordered his men to grab him, and a group of subordinates immediately got out of the cars. But Mike didn't even waste any words and simply took a deep breath. After that, he exhaled sharply in their direction, scattering the Ma family masters in all directions. Among them, a bald old man stood out who seemed stronger than the others. He rushed forward, intending to test his opponent. Seeing his new opponent, Mike stretched lazily, hinting that he was sleepy and wanted to finish as soon as possible. The bald old man rushed to attack, but Mike had already seen through his movements and dodged with amazing ease. Then, not content with just defending himself, he caught his opponent off guard, grabbed him by the arm, and slammed him hard into the ground. Having dealt with these opponents, he turned to young Master Ma, saying that it was now his turn. Before he could react, Mike waved his hand and Donald flew into the air. Mike then threw him hard onto the hood of the car, while tightening the rope around his neck. Even when he was on the brink of death, Donald continued to curse and threaten. But Mike completely ignored his words and only tightened the rope, not allowing him to continue. At that moment, the elder of the Ma family came out to them, and seeing the savior, Donald hurried to him and began to complain about Mike. However, in response, he received a powerful slap in the face and was asked if he realized his mistake. Donald tried to justify himself in confusion, claiming that it all started with Mike and that he had humiliated both him and the Ma family. But in response, he received another slap in the face, and the elder again demanded that he admit his mistake. After this, he kicked his grandson, forcing him to his knees. He then folded his hands and apologized to Mike, explaining that his grandson had been rude and expressing his hope for forgiveness. Seeing his grandfather's behavior, Donald bowed his head in apology, although in his heart he furiously cursed Mike, vowing to take revenge someday. As the Ma family elder intervened, Mike pointed out that problems within the family should be resolved by the family. Back at the Lee family residence, Mike invited Liam to join the Northern Alliance. Hearing this, he was delighted and thanked him, realizing that joining the Union would provide the family with protection and free it from external pressure. Mike then took out a jade pendant and handed it to Alice, explaining that it was an artifact that could withstand the attack of a battle saint. After that, after some hesitation, she asked to teach her the cultivation technique, as she wanted to master martial arts. But Mike politely declined, explaining that he was currently busy and could not teach personally, but suggested that they contact him if necessary. Abby stood to the side, watching their conversation, looking depressed. Suddenly, Mike took her hand and placed the same jade pendant into her palm. He explained that he would be able to protect her. He also added that she should visit the Northern Union more often, where there are many masters who can help her develop faster. Abby just nodded quietly in response. After finishing all his business, Mike said goodbye to everyone and left. The father and daughter from the Lee family happily saw him off. At the same time, Abby turned away silently, clutching the pendant tightly, experiencing mixed feelings of resentment. She called him a fool, not understanding why he had appeared again and disturbed her peace, while continuing to show concern for her. Then she looked at the hero's retreating figure and quietly wondered how she could forget him. Meanwhile, in Taiju, Grace was already waiting for Mike, and upon seeing him, the girl immediately began to reproach him, because he left without telling her anything. Lily was also nearby, looking at them and wondering why Grace would go with Mike and she wouldn't. However, her jealousy apparently did not go unnoticed by Shelley, who immediately sensed this mood. Taking advantage of the moment, the girl added that if Lily allowed her to take possession of her, then perhaps Mike would agree to take her with him. However, such a thing was out of the question, so Shelley had to say goodbye to the girl and leave. Lily watched the car speed away, hoping that Mike and Shelley would finish their business soon and return to her. She fought back tears, admitting to herself that she would miss them very much. The scene then shifts to a luxury yacht speeding across the sea. The hero thought about how, while passing through Mount Taiping, he discovered not only the overlap of spaces, but also the disappearance of the palace. Therefore, he did not understand whether the fusion of modern civilization and the world of immortals would be a blessing or a curse. Meanwhile, Shelley curiously inquired about when she would be able to obtain a physical body. Mike then explained that it would take a maximum of 2 years, and once she could split the soul, she would be able to create a body. Moreover, the hero promised that by that time he would collect the best treasures to create the perfect body for her. Hearing this, Shelley happily added that she would like to change her figure a little. After an overnight journey, they arrived at their destination, where representatives of the Huangfu family were waiting for them at the pier. Marcel, noticing them from afar, was pleased to note that they had finally arrived, and Vivian asked why they had taken so long. Marcel began to tease his sister, noting that she was so worried that if they hadn't shown up, she would have gone swimming after them. In response, the girl immediately pinched his cheek, saying that he shouldn't have opened his mouth. At that moment, a scream was heard, attracting everyone's attention. It turned out that the goldfish had escaped from the aquarium, and then she accidentally bumped into Grace, who immediately caught her and admiringly noted how beautiful she was. The seller decided to take advantage of the moment and hinted that since the girl liked the fish so much, her boyfriend could buy it for her. Hearing this, Grace sheepishly objected, explaining that there was no such relationship between them. However, Mike did not explain anything and simply paid for the fish, deciding to buy it for his student. After this, the group moved on. Grace, in turn, decided to show off her purchase to Vivian, inviting her to look at the fish. They then arrived at a large hotel, where the owner personally came out to greet them and invited them inside. However, even before they had time to sit down at the table, Marcel began to complain of hunger and suggested that they order quickly. At this time, several people nearby noticed Grace and began to talk about her, noting that she looked very cute. However, their conversation soon turned into outright ridicule. They began commenting on her appearance and thinking about how they could humiliate her in battle. These words made Grace feel extremely uncomfortable. Her mood worsened, and she withdrew. Noticing this, Mike slammed his hand down on the table, causing several pairs of sticks to fly into the air. Then the hero, using his power, directed them straight towards the offenders. One of them managed to draw his sword. Moreover, he was even able to cut the sticks flying towards them. As it turned out, these people were representatives of the Eastern Empire. After this, the three simultaneously attacked the hero, directing powerful blows in his direction. In response, the hero simply extended his hand and created a whirlwind that absorbed their attacks, and then threw them back with even greater force. The blows were so fast that the opponents did not even have time to understand anything and ended up on the ground. One of the attackers angrily wondered who their opponent was. At this moment, representatives of the Western Empire approached the scene and noted the hero's level of combat skill. Mike then replied that he was merely responsible for supplying the delegation of martial artists. He added that if they were unable to defeat even him, then they should return to their homeland as soon as possible so as not to disgrace themselves further. Meanwhile, 2 days flew by unnoticed. Delegations flocked to the city in a continuous stream. This was Grace's first visit to this place, so she was genuinely amazed by the number of people who had come from all over. The hero looked around at those around him, thinking that even those who are not participating in the competition may have hidden goals. Among the crowd, his attention was drawn to a mysterious man in a hooded cloak. Then, the leader of the Rider Alliance excitedly announced the official opening of the first World Martial Arts Tournament. Mike glanced at the suspicious individuals, thinking that any attempts to cause trouble would not go unpunished. At that very moment, a group of people flew across the sky, and the hero immediately recognized them as representatives of the Blood Clan. This left him wondering why they were here at all. So, out of curiosity, he mounted a golden dragon and followed them, intending to find out their goals. After some time of flight, the group also landed. Then Mike noticed that they were on a ship with a white skull on the nose. An impressive tower towered on the ship, from which a sharp female laugh was heard. She said that according to the legends of the Eastern Immortals, there is a fruit of the Tao of the Supreme Being, for which everyone is ready to fight. Then the man with the scar on his face suggested that they temporarily put aside their differences and focus on obtaining this fruit. However, at that moment, a beam of light suddenly descended from the tower, and an immortal standing on a white skull rushed down. He loudly declared that foreign beings were not allowed to cause trouble in China. In response, one of the opponents noted with surprise that even after so many years, the Taoists of the sect still retained continuity. Then the man, without entering into further conversation, used the Five Thunders technique, instantly turning one of the enemies to ashes. After that, he invited the others to try their hand. The girl licked her lips and replied that she was very excited by this enticing aroma of blood. The next moment, the villains rushed to attack at the same time, trying to overwhelm him with numbers. When the situation became critical, someone suddenly grabbed the magician and carried him away, dodging the fatal blows. Mike couldn't stand by and intervened, simultaneously blocking the attacks and noting that the opponents should be ashamed to attack the Taoist. Then, clenching his fist, he released the force, and the attackers were instantly impaled by the spikes, dying on the spot. Afterwards, the Taoist introduced himself as Elian, the current heir of the Cloudgate sect, who was tasked with guarding this place. He explained that a great creature's Tao fruit had recently appeared in the Tower of Immortals, and too many people were hunting for it. Elian explained that it contains unlimited power and allows one to reach the highest level of development in an instant. The hero then declared that he would immediately report this, asking Elian to continue guarding. However, he asked one more question regarding how to find the ghost ship in the Tower of Immortals in the future. In response, the Taoist took out a vessel with water from the River of Ghosts and explained that the ship would appear on its own, sensing its aura. Mike then took the item and left the place. 3 more days passed after this, and a loud cry was heard in the huge mansion that the opponents were using dishonest methods. Then King Ji asked if there was a solution, but Marcel suggested using force and attacking immediately. Nathan noted that the opponents are surrendering to their own, but are fighting with all their might against the Chinese representatives, clearly trying to wear them down. Vivian then suggested using the same tactics in response, saving energy in order to win and retain the title within China. However, Mike got hold of special pills that could quickly restore strength and bring the body into perfect condition. Hearing this, those present were delighted and expressed gratitude for his help. The final day of the first World Martial Arts Tournament soon arrived, and the arena was packed with spectators. The host announced the next fight, which would pit a warrior nicknamed the Pink Tornado against the Hellblade. Immediately after the performance, the contestant nicknamed Hellblade raised his hand and announced his defeat. The next fight was then announced, with the winner, Pink Tornado, set to face Blessed Deliverance. However, even before the host had time to finish his performance, this participant also immediately declared his defeat. Grace noted that such behavior appears extremely shameless, especially considering that it has been happening from the very beginning. However, Mike remained completely calm and listened attentively to what was happening. Soon, the most anticipated moment of the tournament arrived. The decisive battle between the Master of China, Marcel, and the representative of the Eastern Empire. As soon as the command to start was given, Marcel immediately rushed forward, striking and racing past his opponent. He won the victory in an instant, without even allowing him to draw his weapon. The host delightedly noted that the fight ended as quickly as the previous ones, and declared Marcel the winner of the tournament. At this time, Mike, who was among the spectators, nodded approvingly, expressing his support. Marcel himself was very happy with this outcome. However, suddenly a man in a cloak entered the arena and offered to duel him if Marcel had enough courage. Grace, seeing this, noted that this man did not participate in the tournament, but decided to appear only after Marcel won the title. Meanwhile, Mike just watched what was happening, noting that the enemy had finally revealed himself. Without waiting for an answer, the stranger continued his provocations, hinting at possible fear on Marcel's part. However, he only said with a grin that his fears were not connected with the enemy, but with his weakness. Immediately after that, he attacked swiftly, delivering a horizontal blow. However, as it turned out, he only cut through his opponent's outer clothing. While Marcel was momentarily focused on the torn clothes, a shadow appeared at his feet, from which a withered hand suddenly extended. By the time he noticed the danger, the attack was already too close. Even though he managed to dodge, his back was still hit. Then the dark figure fully revealed itself, saying that the so-called greatest master of the world was nothing special. Coming closer, the enemy spoke with contempt about the masters of China. After this, he turned around, leaving further reprisals to his subordinates. One of them, armed with a sword, immediately rushed forward, intending to crush Marcel. He, in turn, jumped up and took the blow, blocking it with his sword, after which he suddenly disappeared from the enemy's field of vision. Then Marcel straightened up and declared with dignity that his opponents were unworthy of defeating the master of China. At that moment, his body was engulfed in flames of vital energy, and the empty bottle of medicine he had received from Mike fell at his feet. The young man's fighting spirit soared, and he expressed his readiness to continue the fight. Meanwhile, Grace was restless, demanding that Mike intervene and teach his opponents a lesson, but there was no answer. The girl turned around and looked at him in bewilderment. Afterwards, he quietly explained that if he interfered now, it could be used against them and would make the tournament hosts look bad. Although Grace understood his reasons, it was becoming increasingly difficult for her to watch what was happening. At this time in the arena, Marcel was already seriously injured. His vital energy was exhausted, and he began to lose strength. One of his opponents approached him and contemptuously declared that all efforts were useless and that the masters of China were worthless. However, Marcel was not going to give up. He rose with difficulty and firmly said that the master of China never retreats. These words only provoked the enemy. He immediately prepared for a new attack, pointing the blade straight at Marcel's head. Seeing this, King Ji reacted with alarm, realizing the mortal danger. Grace also noted with alarm that the situation was becoming critical and tried to appeal to Mike, but did not have time to finish. At that moment, she discovered that he was no longer there. Meanwhile, a powerful gust of wind arose in the arena, and the sword-wielding opponent suddenly disappeared before the eyes of his comrades. Through the veil of dust, the figure of a man holding someone by the hair was barely visible, suddenly intervening in the course of events. The man named Levi looked extremely pathetic. His clothes were torn and his face was covered in bruises and swelling. At that moment, Mike noticed that in front of him were just pathetic worms who decided to humiliate a martial arts master. Then, with a darkened face, he quietly asked where their shame and dignity were. However, Levi boldly objected, declaring that in a fight only strength was important, and age did not matter. This was exactly what Mike had expected, and that's why a deadly spark flashed in his eyes. After this, he suddenly rushed forward and delivered a blow that shook the entire arena with a loud roar. The head of the foreign masters, observing this, noted that the strongest swordsman in Japan was almost beaten to death by this young master. Meanwhile, Levi, beaten half to death, could no longer even stand. After this, Mike approached the leader and asked if he was the one who had recently called Chinese martial arts masters trash. The old man confirmed this, stating that garbage remains garbage under any circumstances. However, he didn't have time to finish because Mike immediately showed what this trash was capable of. After the brutal blow, he began to cough up blood and with difficulty squeezed out a question about how the enemy could be so strong. Mike didn't go into much detail, just repeated his own words about how in a fight only strength matters, not age. Then, looking at the defeated enemy at his feet, he asked whether this could be considered a mockery of the old and weak. Having dealt with the old ones, he turned his attention to the two young warriors and, turning around, gave them a murderous look. He spread his arms and announced that it was now their turn. The knight and the witch broke out in a cold sweat, as they already understood how it would all end. In the stands, the Chinese spectators were absolutely delighted, discussing that they were probably looking at the country's top master. While they were discussing what was happening, 3 warriors suddenly appeared behind them. By this point, all of Japan's representatives in the arena had already been defeated, and the outcome for those remaining was obvious. Soon, masters from other empires also rose to the stage, surrounding the hero, but he suggested that they all attack together. One old man with a staff agreed and warned that they should not be blamed for their numerical superiority. After this, he raised his staff and began a spell, calling upon the power of the elements. The knights nearby also did not lag behind. One of them thrust his sword into the ground and proclaimed that he would cleanse all evil. The werewolves bared their teeth, ready to pounce at any moment. Despite the chaos, Mike only smiled slightly. He looked around at all his opponents with a cold gaze, not missing a single one. Left alone against the mages, werewolves, and warriors, he created a purple whirlwind that scattered them to the sides. After this, Grace enthusiastically recounted to Marcel what had happened. She described the fight in detail, proudly noting that Teacher Mike had defeated everyone. She also added with a smile that it was he who then carried it to the hotel. At that moment, Mike came up with water and asked how he was feeling. Marcel nodded and assured him that he was fine. He noted that although he could not defeat foreign cultivators like Mike, he still managed to maintain his dignity as a Chinese master. In response, Mike smiled and said that with this understanding, he would soon become a Martial Saint-level master. However, in the midst of their conversation, Lord G ran in and announced that a ghost ship had appeared. Hearing this, Mike was surprised, and the old man immediately added that all the remaining foreign cultivators on the island were already heading there. Then Mike quickly announced that he was leaving the rest of the tournament to them, and rolling up his sleeves, got ready to act. Before leaving, he reminded his students to stay in the hotel and not go anywhere. However, Vivian, seeing him leaving, grabbed her sword and followed him, deciding to go together. Now we are transported to the ghost ship, where the tower was emitting a blinding golden light that spread in all directions. Many people flocked to the ship, discussing the appearance of the fruit of the great Tao and urging each other to quickly obtain it. Meanwhile, Elian was tied up and tried to say something, but his voice was muffled and no one paid attention to him. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar face among the crowd. It turned out to be Mike, and then he secretly signaled to him to pretend not to recognize him. Meanwhile, the golden core at the top of the tower continued to emit light, and some masters had already begun to climb up. Soon, several of them reached the top. One of them was faster than the others and almost reached the red-hot divine pill, declaring that it belonged to him. Downstairs, Vivian anxiously asked Mike what he was thinking and quickly urged him to act quickly and get her. However, Mike responded quite calmly, noting that there was no need to rush and that the others should have a little fun first. Meanwhile, the man who touched the treasure felt something was wrong, and the next moment blood splashed onto the base of the core. Another enemy rose up, killed him with one blow of his sword and shouted for everyone to get out, because they were not worthy of this. After this, he laughed smugly, declaring that the golden core now belonged to him. However, it soon became clear that this was just an illusion. At the same time, a real cannonball suddenly fell from the top of the tower and rushed down towards the main entrance, which greatly surprised Elian. The villains on the roof, noticing this, quickly shouted, pointing down, noting that the cannonball was flying straight towards that guy. Consumed by greed, they jumped down like madmen, deciding to kill Mike and take the core for themselves. Mike himself remained unperturbed, watching as the golden core rapidly approached him. Focusing his gaze on the supreme divine pill, he was about to grab it. But suddenly someone from behind threw a spear, trying to pierce his hand and shouting at him to leave the Tao fruit. Mike instantly grabbed the spear and gripped it tightly, and when the attacker rushed forward, he turned and hit him with his elbow. As a result, he received a heavy blow to the face, spat out blood, and immediately lost consciousness. However, due to the suddenness of the incident, Mike accidentally dropped the golden core, which was immediately taken advantage of by a rogue. Realizing that a fierce fight was about to break out, Mike told Vivian to hide first. Mike, soaring upward, brought down a powerful force on them, noting that they were overestimating themselves. His energy formed a huge whirlwind that swept away all opponents. However, that same guy took advantage of the moment again and quietly crept up to the golden core while Mike dealt with the rest. He had already reached out his hand to the floating core, smugly declaring that it was his. But at that moment, a cube suddenly appeared, protecting the core, and he froze in bewilderment. Then Mike, controlling the cube, noted that it was late. The scoundrel responded by demanding that the cannonball be handed over. However, Mike mockingly asked what would happen if he refused. This answer enraged the enemy, and he drew his sword and prepared to attack. Its power seemed capable of cutting the ship in half. However, Mike met the attack without fear, dismissively noting that it was a child's play. Their forces collided, creating a huge wave of energy. The man was eventually thrown back, amazed at how a simple warrior could possess such power. After that, Mike stopped paying attention to him, focusing on the golden core that burst out of the cube and flew away again. Soaring high into the sky, it shone with a dazzling light, like the sun. However, these rays began to pierce the ship's hull, and the crowd fell into panic, realizing that the ghost ship was quickly sinking. Without thinking, Mike grabbed the tied-up Elian, then picked up Vivian, who was hiding in the corner, and all three jumped off the ship. Looking back at the slowly sinking ship, he wondered if people were really willing to risk their lives for the golden core. Meanwhile, the man, completely driven mad by greed, remained on the ship. He finally grabbed the core and joyfully shouted that he was the chosen one. However, his joy was short-lived as a terrifying aura suddenly descended upon him, blurring his figure. After this, the ship itself was completely destroyed. Amidst the rubble, a vague silhouette suddenly appeared, a skeleton with deep black eye sockets. He said that he had waited in this world for 1,000 years. Raising his hand, he declared that he had traveled through time and space, crossed the boundaries of yin and yang, to await a worthy successor. The great fruit of Tao shone in the air. Then he, hearing the call, flew into the skeleton's hand. Having absorbed this power, he turned to leave, saying that an eternal form is born in a mortal body. Seeing this, Vivian asked if they should pursue him, but Mike replied that they should not, since this was the choice of the Tao fruit itself. However, the other masters did not share his calmness and rushed in pursuit of the skeleton. He remained standing on the water without saying a word. He then released a burst of flame, driving away all his pursuers, and then walked away into the distance. Mike noted that this was even better than if the Tao fruit had gone to foreign cultivators, and then suggested that they return. The next day, his group gathered at the pier to rest, and he inquired how many people had not yet left the island. Lord G replied that there were less than 10 of them left. Most of the foreign cultivators had already left the island early in the morning. But Marcel assured them that there was no need to worry. They were already being watched, and although they had suffered losses, the enemy had also received nothing. However, at that moment, a scream was heard, and Joseph and Nathan panicked and reported that Grace and the other students had been kidnapped. Mike, however, immediately pressed for details, asking if the attackers had any distinguishing features. In response, he was told that it was impossible to determine this, since the man was wearing a mask, and his strength was truly terrifying. At that moment, Mike received a call, and the voice on the other end said that there was a black market behind it. Marcel asked if he himself was the head of China's black market, but Mike clarified whether he was talking about the city of Baidicheng. King Ji understood that the city was located on an archipelago in the middle of the ocean and was the supreme headquarters of the global black market. River also revealed that Baidicheng intends to use these talented young people for a crazy experiment. He warned that Baidicheng was a force that neither the Chinese government nor the black market itself could afford to conflict with. However, Mike responded that if someone dared to act on Chinese territory, then he must be prepared for the consequences. After finishing the conversation, Mike turned to the others and began to discuss the plan of action. Soon, a luxurious ship was prepared for them, and King Ji reminded them that the city of Baidicheng possessed incredible power. But Mike confidently assured him that there was no need to worry, since even Emperor Bai himself would hardly be able to do anything to him. However, the old man noted that it was not he who worried him, but the possible conflict between him and Baidicheng, which could lead to global chaos. Then Mike, with a slight smile, promised not to destroy the city of Baidicheng. Soon the ship weighed anchor and everyone went out on deck to enjoy the sea view. Shelley admitted that this was her first trip abroad, to which Mike replied that it was his first too. Looking into the distance, he added that it was not a problem since a cultivator's memory was superior to that of an ordinary person. Therefore, learning several languages in a short time will not be difficult, especially since Vivian is nearby. Hearing this, Shelley suddenly pulled him inside, informing him that the restaurant had been booked for him and it would be impolite to be late. However, as he walked, he suddenly felt danger approaching. A thick, ominous aura enveloped them, and a frightened Shelley clutched his hand tightly, admitting that she was scared. Mike and she watched as the purple energy gathered into a vortex, which soon formed into a tall figure. The creature asked what kind of entity he was, noting that it was able to see through gods and deities but could not recognize him. Suddenly, a shining golden pill appeared in the creature's palm. It tossed it to Mike, adding hesitantly that this entity had awakened and was different from the others. Mike watched the pill spin around him, confused. Suddenly, he noticed that 6 more of the same golden pills had appeared on the creature's chest. The creature explained that this power had the same source as him, and that within him was the soul of an ancient dragon. Hearing this, Mike frowned and wondered whether it was the Jingzhou decree or the Dragon Emperor's sword. The creature then announced that its mission was almost complete, and the golden pill had a chance to continue its destiny. With these words, the pill instantly flew into Mike's chest. Suddenly, a flash of golden light flashed across the deck. A moment later, he looked back and noted with surprise that the creature had disappeared. Meanwhile, Vivienne, dressed in a magnificent red dress, was already waiting for him. Mike was about to enter, but he was stopped at the entrance, asked about the availability of a reservation. Seeing Mike, Vivienne immediately waved to him and called him to her. The hero, smiling awkwardly, approached her, scratched the back of his head, and asked how long she had been waiting. However, Vivienne only quickly handed him the menu and said that she had just arrived. Mike raised his hand and said that anything would do for him. At that moment, a message arrived on his phone that turned out to be quite alarming. It said his location had been exposed, and information about him was being spread on a foreign black market forum. Vivian, noticing his expression, asked what happened. Then Mike handed her the phone. She read out loud that Grace and the others were being held on the Nanfang continent, meaning they only had a few days. However, the girl admitted that she was worried and admitted the thought of a possible trap aimed specifically against him. But Mike just chuckled, noting that if his opponents were willing to go that far to eliminate him, then he should come. Vivian could only smile awkwardly, since the logic of strong people seemed very strange to her. The hero then asked if there was anything special about the Nanfang continent. She explained that overall it is no different from other continents, but it is where the largest number of Chinese people live. Mike then wondered if it could be a coincidence, but almost immediately came to the conclusion that there was a deeper purpose behind it. Soon they arrived at a luxurious mansion. There they were met by a man in a suit who introduced himself as a manager named Tony and informed them that the house was ready. Vivienne explained that this was the Huangfu family's closest overseas property to the Nanfang continent and suggested that they stay there for the night. However, Mike suddenly caught a suspicious sound, so he looked back and quietly noted that they were being followed. After this, he sharply demanded that his opponents come out of hiding, and then a group of people in black rushed forward, shouting threats and intending to kill him at any cost. There were not 2 or 3 of them, but a whole crowd that quickly surrounded the hero. However, the very next second this group was completely defeated. Almost immediately, there was a powerful explosion. Then Mike emerged from the cloud of dust, while enemy remains were scattered all around him. Seeing this, Tony, who was standing next to Vivian, was horrified, began to stutter and could barely stand on his feet. Then the girl glanced at him and remarked that with the support of the Huangfu family, he had nothing to fear. However, the manager was still drenched in sweat and trembling with fear. Soon he could not bear it any longer, turned around and running away shouted that the hero had killed the heavenly masters, which meant that the saint would not leave this unanswered. At that moment, a sound came from the room, and Vivienne, turning around, noticed a broken window. Then she thought with concern that Mike was still inside and hurried to him. Running into the room and opening the door, the girl saw that the hero was sitting with his eyes closed and a tense expression on his face. She asked what had happened, and then the hero said that he intended to go into solitude that night and asked her to guard him. In response, Vivian confidently agreed, deciding that even at the cost of her own life, she would not allow anything to happen to him. Night gradually fell, but the room remained silent. However, suddenly a girl, Vivian's subordinate, appeared at the window. She reported that the students were being held on the outskirts of the city, and the Blue Flag Empire was gathering an army to evacuate its citizens. After listening to her, Vivian replied that she understood, after which she immediately disappeared. Left alone, the girl began to check the condition of the pill inside Mike's body and came to the conclusion that all this was not without reason. Suddenly, the silence of the night was broken by the howl of a wolf, and it instantly caught her attention. Then Vivian quickly flew up onto the roof. There, a werewolf appeared in front of her, arrogantly demanding that she give way. Since the girl did not back down, he perceived her as a nuisance. However, the next second she attacked, piercing his chest, receiving a fatal blow, the beast howled in pain. After this, she threw his body off the roof, adding that underestimating a woman is a bad idea. Vivian then returned to the room covered in blood and thought she should change her clothes before doing the rest. However, she understood that she could not leave Mike for long since he was in a critical stage of breakthrough. By morning, the sky began to brighten, and soon she noticed that the hero had already come to his senses and thanked her for the night's protection. Vivian responded with a little embarrassment, smiling and noting that there was no need to be so formal since he had once saved her life. Then she got straight to the point and suggested discussing everything over food, adding that she had received news. After this, the girl seriously emphasized that they were preparing to bomb Nanfang. Upon hearing this, Mike could not hide his surprise and noted that there were still more than 10,000 Chinese workers there who would also die. Vivian then explained that the authorities had already announced the presence of some unknown creatures on the continent, blaming them for the recent deaths. At the same time, the government completely ignores the responsibility and lives of millions of people. Mike slammed the table and angrily remarked that his opponents were willing to sacrifice tens of thousands of lives to deal with him alone. He then asked to clarify the exact location of the army and its firepower, and the girl pointed to the right place on the map. After that, Mike asked what was known about Grace and the others, and Vivian then pointed out another place. Then the hero immediately headed for the exit, announcing that he would go save Grace and that she should gather the people and lead all the workers to the square. However, the girl noted that open opposition to the government on foreign soil could lead to serious consequences. In response, Mike squeezed her hand and confidently said that everything would be under control and that the opponents would definitely pay for what they had done. Meanwhile, the action moved to an abandoned factory on the Nanfang continent. There, the hero threw aside one of the opponents. He then directed his energy towards the locked door with the code. Mike literally blew it up, quickly destroying the barrier and leaving a large hole in the wall. Inside the iron cage, Grace and her classmates immediately perked up, shouting joyfully that the teacher had come to save them. At this, the fair-haired student grabbed the bars in amazement, not understanding where this man got such strength from. The next second, the girl ran up to Mike and hugged him tightly, unable to hold back her tears. At the same time, the hero gently stroked her head and tried to calm her down, saying that now they had nothing to fear and they were safe. Meanwhile, workers had already gathered in the square at Vivian's request. She tried to persuade people to remain calm, guaranteeing their safety on behalf of the Huangfu family and urging them to trust her. At that moment, a little boy with a dirty face pressed himself against her and quietly asked if they would die. It was then that Mike appeared, immediately calming everyone down, after which a powerful purple barrier appeared around the square. The hero explained that while he was here, no one would die, and at that very moment the shelling began. The shells fell like a meteor shower, continuously hitting the protective field. This continued for several hours, but soon the shelling stopped and silence reigned in the square again. Then the people inside the barrier shouted joyfully, realizing that they were still alive. The boy remarked with admiration at how amazing Mike was. After this, the hero, holding the spiritual stones in his hand, explained to Vivian that they would be able to maintain the barrier by providing it with energy. Then he announced that he would be leaving for a short while. After Mike left, Grace asked Vivian where the teacher was going, and she replied that he had to deal with the situation. At the same time, she thought about the fact that in order to protect people, he was actually taking on the role of executioner. Meanwhile, Mike, having risen into the air, quickly discovered the place from which the shelling was being carried out. Having spotted the enemy positions, he headed straight towards the tanks, deciding that the time had come to settle the score. As soon as he approached, the commander gave the order to open fire. Several shots immediately followed at the hero. After a series of loud explosions, the space was filled with blinding light. However, soon, when the smoke began to clear, Mike asked who gave the order to destroy the Chinese workers. Seeing him unharmed, the commander could not hide his horror, not understanding how he had survived the artillery strike. Then the hero, barely containing his anger, again demanded an answer to the same question. In response, the commander contemptuously declared that some cultivator had no right to cause unrest on the territory of a great empire. After that, raising his hands to the sky, he began to praise her power and threatened that Mike would become just another victim. However, the hero said that since the enemy himself was seeking death, he was ready to immediately send him straight to hell. Immediately after these words, the commander's weapon shattered into pieces, and he, overcome with rage and fear, tried to resist. However, his body trembled and his gaze froze at one point. Despite this, he opened fire, claiming that no one could resist the power of the Blue Flag Empire. However, Mike stopped the bullets with one movement of his hand, causing them to fall to the ground. After this, he recalled that it was they who launched the attack first. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, the commander broke out in a cold sweat. He even attempted suicide, declaring that he should not be touched. However, Mike immediately intervened, channeling spiritual energy into his hand and causing him to cry out in pain, causing the weapon to fall out. The hero then took control of the pistol and pointed it at the commander himself. Seeing the barrel pointed at his forehead again, the enemy turned pale, and soon a shot rang out, echoing throughout the forest. Meanwhile, in the square, people were anxiously discussing what was happening, noting that the shelling had stopped and the shooting had died down. Soon, the figure of the hero appeared in the distance, returning along the road. Seeing him, Vivian immediately ran to meet him, hugged him tightly, and said with relief that she was glad he was back. After this, the barrier gradually dissipated. The crowd erupted in joyful cheers, praising Mike and the people of China. Later, the situation at the airport returned to normal. Grace said goodbye to the teacher, asking him to come back quickly. At the same time, he said that he understood everything. At that moment, Vivian quietly noted that they were now effectively in open conflict with the Blue Flag Empire. However, Mike reassured her, explaining that as long as the workers and students were safe, he had nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, messages began appearing continuously on his phone, informing him that he was about to be arrested. However, the situation in China remains unstable and they do not have the resources yet, so they should proceed with caution for a while. Vivienne, trying to hide her true feelings, said that she would follow him anywhere and intended to be by his side in life and in death. Then the hero simply thanked her, to which Vivienne reacted with slight disappointment, expecting a more emotional reaction. They soon arrived in Lolia d'Azur, where they walked hand in hand along the beach. Mike enjoyed the fresh air with a smile and thought that it would be nice if this moment could last forever. At the same time, Vivian, beaming with joy, thanked him for coming to the sea with her. At the same time, in another country, 13 bodies were found in a park, and police officer Pete urgently reported it, requesting support from the White House. The president of the Blue Flag Empire stated that it was necessary to remove this master from China at any cost, otherwise the country would lose face. After seeing the broadcast of Mike and Vivian strolling along the beach, he immediately ordered the use of Class A laser weapons. Almost immediately, fighter jets appeared in the sky, and Vivian, looking up, noted with irony that the freedom here was quite peculiar. The next moment, a beam of light struck from the plane, crashing down onto the ground in a bright flash, causing them to quickly seek shelter. When everything died down, a huge crater remained at the site of the impact. Vivian, stuck in the sand, began to sneeze, and Mike frowned, acknowledging the force of the attack. At the same time, the girl reproachfully noted that it was his own fault, since he had destroyed their masters with one blow. After this, Mike enthusiastically noted that the weapon was still pretty good, since it was able to hit him even with full protection. He said with a sneer that he was curious to see what they would do next. Meanwhile, the president became furious and ordered that it be destroyed at any cost, using all available resources. Then one of the employees reported that to eliminate such an enemy, at the very least, an intercontinental missile would be required. 3 days later, the subordinate reported that, despite numerous attempts, it had not been possible to lure Mike out of populated areas. At that moment, an explosion sounded over the president's head, and he had to duck, covering his head with his hands. The White House was attacked. Mike appeared through the thick smoke, sword in hand, and quickly appeared in front of him. Seeing him, the president screamed in horror. His subordinates turned pale and froze in confusion. The soldiers immediately rushed forward and opened fire, trying to protect the head of state. However, Mike created a barrier with a wave of his hand and said that no matter how many people came, they would all die. As a result, the ricocheting bullets hit the soldiers themselves, and they instantly fell. Realizing the situation, the president gritted his teeth and ordered the others not to enter. After that, frowning, he tried to figure out what Mike wanted and how he got inside. Then the hero, pointing his sword at him, remarked that he only wanted to see that very influential man who was so eager to kill him. Mike noted with mockery that the head of a great power turned out to be too cowardly. After this, he broke the glass window and, leaving, threw out a warning that he would return. That same evening, the hero went to a bar with his girlfriend. There, a waitress approached Mike and Vivian. She placed 2 glasses of wine in front of them, inviting them to enjoy the drinks. They clinked glasses, and Vivian noted with enthusiasm how eventful the day had been. Meanwhile, behind their backs, people were discussing the news, surprised that the president apologized to the master from China. Hearing these conversations, Vivian couldn't help but smile, feeling proud of Mike. The next day, the president and his aide stopped at the door of room 286 and knocked. After this, Mike, yawning, came out with an arrogant look and asked if they knew what time it was. At this moment, the president of the Blue Flag Empire personally bowed and respectfully stated that he had come to apologize. He also offered to organize a ceremonial send-off, but Mike noted that he was quite satisfied with the local situation. The president then handed him the map, offering compensation on the condition that he would not appear on the territory of the empire for 30 years. At that moment, Vivian looked out from the next room, recording what was happening on her phone. After this, she came up to him and, showing the recording, asked whether the president was going to retract his words. He looked at her and confirmed that the empire always keeps its promises. After this, he respectfully invited Mike to go forward, secretly thinking that he was finally getting rid of such a dangerous man. At first, they walked behind him in silence, holding hands, but Vivian still looked up at Mike from time to time. The girl turned around and was about to say something when a purple energy appeared behind her and instantly pulled her inside. Then Mike suddenly reached forward and managed to grab her wrist, and Vivian screamed in panic, turning to him. After this, the hero himself soon found himself drawn into this space. When everything around became quiet, the president looked at the empty corridor. Meanwhile, Mike and Vivian found themselves in another dimension, with him still holding her hand tightly. The next moment, their palms clenched even tighter, and they began to fall rapidly downwards. The hero then suggested that they had finally reached the right place, after which he reminded them to stick to the plan. Upon landing, Mike immediately headed towards the familiar figure ahead. At the same time, as if sensing his approach, he greeted him as the ruler of Jingzhou. The man then extended his hand and explained that he had been waiting for this meeting for a long time, so he had to resort to a little trick. In response, Mike simply put his hands in his pockets and abruptly suggested getting down to business without further ado. At that moment, the interlocutor instantly moved behind Vivian and stated that he wanted to ask the ruler for help. The girl didn't even dare breathe at that moment, stealing a glance at Mike and realizing that she hadn't had time to react. The hero himself darkened, confirming that the person standing before him was Emperor Bai, whose power could not be underestimated. The man then opened his palm, summoning the 9 provinces ruler token, which surprised Mike. After this, he confirmed that he was the 18th generation ruler of Jingzhou. He began to talk about the past, recalling the fierce battle during the war against the 12 great demons. He then fought the demon Wu Dao and managed to destroy him, but he himself was seriously injured. On the brink of death, he was forced to seal himself with spiritual energy and drifted through the sea in this state until he was rescued. For 400 years, he tried to combine science and martial arts, resulting in the creation of the White Emperor's city. All his actions are aimed at the benefit of the Chinese people, to save them from disasters and humiliation. After this, he lifted his clothes and revealed a turquoise jade stone on his chest, noting that his strength was running out. The man then took them outside the city and explained in detail that the White Imperial City was capable of movement. He pointed to the robots and explained that China's ancestors had set a limitation that allowed cultivators to only reach the Yuandan stage. Due to the depletion of his life force, his body is supported only by medication and technology, which are no longer sufficient. He explained that their genes were different from those of ordinary people, and if successful, he would be able to extend their life. Since Mike freed these people, he now places his hopes only on him. The man then asked for help to live a few more years in order to pass on his scientific achievements to future generations. In response, the hero restrainedly noted that he understood his position, which caused joy in his interlocutor, since he thought he had received consent. Mike then confirmed that if it was about protecting China, he would not refuse. A week later, they found themselves in the laboratory of the White Imperial City. Vivienne, watching Mike as he prepared to enter, anxiously advised him to be careful. When the hero entered, the man inside told him to lie down on the installation. After this, he explained that he would administer an anesthetic that enhances physical capabilities and has no side effects. However, at this point, he revealed his true intentions and admitted that he intended to use Mike to continue his existence. He declared that he was the demon Wu Dao, striving for eternal life. Throwing off his cloak, he revealed a shining stone. At that very moment, scarlet spiritual energy burst out from the mechanical body's chest, taking on a humanoid form. Just when he was sure of success, the door swung open and Vivian burst into the room, ordering him to stop. She folded her fingers and used a soul attack technique, simultaneously summoning Shelley, who appeared behind her. The next moment, their combined energy rushed towards the enemy, but he quickly dodged it. However, his mechanical body was completely destroyed. Watching the flying debris, the enemy froze for a moment. At the same time, Vivienne, controlling the energy, said with a slight mockery that he had already left his body and would not be able to return back. Filled with rage, he rushed to ask questions, trying to understand where everything had gone wrong. Seeing the enemy's condition, Mike asked at what point he realized that the person in front of him was not the ruler of the 9 provinces. He probably thought that by controlling the dark spirits of the world he knew everything, but such self-confidence is a serious mistake. In response, he only laughed, admitting that his identity had been revealed from the very beginning, and noted that Mike turned out to be an excellent actor. However, the next moment his gaze took on a bloody hue, and he declared that it was naive to think that he could be destroyed. With these words, he waved his hand, causing a blazing flame, and gave the order to his 100,000-strong army. However, there was a deathly silence in response, which at first surprised him. Then he repeated the order even louder, but the result remained the same. Only the gusts of wind passed by, putting him in an extremely ridiculous position. At this, he frowned and demanded to know what exactly Mike had been doing for 7 days in Baidacheng City. In response, the hero simply spread his hands carelessly, reminding that he had been invited there on a tour. Hearing this, the enemy rushed into the attack with even greater fury, claiming that even without the help of the army, he could easily destroy him. His body emitted an aura of death, and he said that the hero was about to die. Despite the impending danger, Mike remained calm and only smiled slightly. At this moment, it became clear that Vivian had managed to move him behind the enemy's back. However, she herself was damaged by the energy surge and lost consciousness, which is why the hero picked her up in his arms. Seeing this, the enemy shouted, trying to stop them, and followed them, insisting that it was impossible to defeat him within the borders of Baidacheng. Meanwhile, Mike noticed a spatial gate ahead and realized that the exit was closing. So he had to entrust Shelley with taking care of Vivian. After this, he carefully lowered the girl and abruptly changed direction to distract the pursuer. However, the enemy ignored the girls and focused on Mike. He was rapidly catching up with him, demanding that he voluntarily give up his body. Suddenly, the hero stopped, turned around, and delivered a powerful blow, forcing the enemy to retreat. After that, their energies collided. A strange black silhouette appeared within the purple spiritual power, and soon 2 more figures appeared, River and Damien. One of them stood up and greeted the enemy, which surprised him. He recognized them as the Dragon Emperor of China and a Qi master at the peak of the Tao stage. Despite this, he noted with disdain that even though he had been deceived by 2 youths, it did not change anything. In response, Mike gestured to move on to the decisive fight. Damien then raised his fist filled with golden spiritual energy, while River activated the soul field technique. Mike himself also put in his purple energy, and the next moment his battle cry was heard. The result was a cross-shaped cage that bound the enemy as if with chains. Their powers crashed down on him, causing him to scream in pain. Realizing the inevitability of defeat, the enemy shouted out a threat that he would not allow them to leave unpunished. However, immediately after this, he was absorbed by a powerful blow, causing a destructive explosion. After the battle, pieces of his armor scattered in the air, and the 3 warriors silently looked at the sky. Then River noted with relief that this time it was really over. Mike confirmed that his original spirit had been destroyed and he was probably permanently dead. However, at that very moment, the hero suddenly began coughing up blood. An iron hand of the enemy appeared from his chest, squeezing his heart. His voice was in the air again, and it was clear that he had penetrated Mike's body, squeezing his beating heart. Then he triumphantly declared that he had finally achieved his goal. However, Mike still remained calm. He said he still had some trump cards up his sleeve. After this, raising his hands, the demon declared that the body now belonged to him. But the next moment, a blinding golden light flashed, forcing him to cover his eyes. The golden core inside Mike was emitting powerful energy, and the heat became unbearable. His opponent broke out in sweat and fell to his knees, not understanding what was happening. Soon he began to be drawn into the core. Despite his desperate attempts to resist, he found himself completely engulfed, screaming for help. Outside, Shelley called out anxiously for Mike. However, the masters reassured her, explaining that everything was fine with him, since the protection of the golden core would not allow the enemy's soul to cause harm. After some time, the hero opened his eyes, and Shelley was pleased to note that he had come to his senses, inquiring about his condition. In response, Mike looked at his spiritual energy and noted that everything was fine, and his golden core had become a little stronger. After this, Damien picked up the soul-suppressing cauldron, noting that he did not know how the enemy had gotten it. However, it must now be returned to its rightful owner. Now the story moves to the Huangfu family residence. Outside the room, 2 people secretly watched Mike care for Vivian, discussing whether they would have a grandson or a granddaughter. At the same time, one of them suggested that their future son-in-law was interested in the girl, which meant that the wedding could take place soon. Meanwhile, Vivian gradually came to her senses. Opening her eyes, she saw Mike sitting next to her, who told her that she had finally woken up. Mike admitted his mistake and explained that the drug administered by the enemy contained a large amount of inhibitors. He tried to apologize for allowing what had happened, but Vivian immediately interrupted him, saying that he didn't need to apologize to her. Then the girl suddenly extended her thin hand, and Mike hastily took her trembling palms in his. After that, he looked at her and gently asked her not to move, reminding her that she needed to rest now. In response, she nodded slightly and quietly admitted that she was actually glad that she was able to help him in some way at the moment of his danger. At that moment, the door suddenly swung open and an elder rushed in, declaring that it was a great honor for their family to be able to help. After that, he gave Mike a thumbs up and began to encourage him, assuring him that he already knew everything about what had happened. Afterwards, Vivienne explained that the Ouyang family had secretly colluded with the Blue Flag Empire to harm Mike. In turn, the man noted that harming a person who is dear to their family is tantamount to an attack on them. Then he ordered that refreshments be brought, and soon several golden trays with dishes appeared before them. He spread his arms and explained that he had prepared all of this specifically, given what they had been through. The dishes included braised fugu fish in a vibrant sweet and sour sauce, ginseng roots, and fried deer antlers with celery. However, this strange combination of food only left Mike confused. Then the hero quickly took out his phone, headed for the door, and having come up with an excuse, said that he needed to answer a call. As soon as he stepped outside, he actually received a call and was informed that something strange had happened to the students rescued from the Empire. The action soon moved to the academy, where Grace, now with cat ears and a tail, confusedly tried to address the teacher. Seeing her state, Mike frowned and demanded to know how she got to this point. Then the girl, shrugging her shoulders, admitted that the changes began immediately after returning from the Blue Flag Empire. After this, Lord G explained that the other students had been injected with the drug and had still not regained consciousness. Then Mike decided to first check the status of the flight and, folding his fingers, directed spiritual energy to her forehead. However, something suddenly alerted him and he abruptly pulled his hand back. At this moment, the hero began to sweat and noted that the power of the demonic beast inside her was too great. He then demanded to know where she went after returning to the academy, what she did, and where this energy in her body came from. Hearing this, Grace blushed with fear and began to tremble all over. Mike stated that since she refused to strengthen the foundation and chose dangerous methods, from that day on she was no longer his student. Then the girl, in a panic, grabbed the hem of his clothes and, breaking into a scream, began to beg him not to leave her, admitting her mistake. Afterwards, she explained that on her way back, she passed through the Kunshu Mountains, where she discovered many anomalies and strange creatures. She also met an expedition organized by China and decided to follow them. Hearing this, Lord G noted that the entire expedition had perished, but the girl objected that the bodies did not correspond to the composition of the group. She then confessed that at that moment she was threatened by unknown creatures who forced her to eat a certain fruit, promising freedom and power. Having no choice, she did it, after which her body began to change and her cultivation level began to rise rapidly. The girl added that she tried to return and find the expedition, but was no longer able to find the mountains. She decided to return to the academy first, hoping to figure everything out later. But Grace soon found herself losing control of her power, and her body was gradually taking on animal-like features. After listening to her, Mike asked if she was avoiding him, claiming that he had no way to help. At the same time, he reproached her for not reporting such a serious incident and explained that this force was using her as a vessel. Mike reminded them that he had previously taught them to beware of illusions, and as the most talented student in the academy, she should understand such basics. He finally declared that a cultivator who was unable to rid himself of illusions was no different from a beast, no matter how strong he became. Lord G, trying to soften the situation, noted that Grace was a rare talent and had no malicious intent. However, Mike countered that it was precisely because geniuses gain power so easily that they required timely discipline. As soon as he finished speaking, Mike took out a vial, explaining that he had discovered a spatial overlap on Mount Taiping last time. However, Grace snatched the bottle from his hands almost instantly and declared that she wanted to go with him. She explained that since she had received a power that was not hers, she wanted to use it when it was really needed. Soon after, the two of them were already walking along the green, sun-drenched meadow at the foot of Mount Kunshu. However, unexpectedly, the hero stepped on the paw of a dog lying right on the road. She immediately jumped up, bared her sharp fangs, and began to swear loudly, indignantly declaring that he must be blind. Hearing this, Grace was so scared that she immediately covered her eyes with her hands and screamed that they were finished and that they would be bitten. Meanwhile, the dog, standing on its hind legs, continued to indignantly shout that he had insulted it. But at that moment, a bright purple energy burst forward. Seeing this, the dog instantly fell silent and his eyes widened in horror. The next second, he was thrown high into the sky by Mike's powerful spiritual force. A moment later, the dog fell to the ground with a dull thud. Despite the wounds and the huge bump on his head, he admired Mike's strength, noting that he was incredibly strong. However, he did not give up and hurried to catch up with them, happily spinning around Mike's feet and chatting incessantly. He began to address him as a great immortal, asking if he was interested in why he could speak. Mike kicked him and asked him point blank how well he knew the place. The dog grinned slyly and evasively replied that he knew everything. Hearing this, Grace pulled Mike's hand with displeasure and said that this was meaningless chatter, suggesting that they move on. Soon they went deeper into the forest, and after some time they reached a cave. The dog ran forward and pointed at a golden object from which weak streams of spiritual energy emanated. He explained that it was a heavenly-level spiritual fruit guarded by the demonic beast, the golden eagle, and that the fruit was almost ripe. Seeing no reaction from Mike, he puffed out his chest and proudly asked if he was scared. However, Mike already held the spiritual fruit in his hand and asked if it was true that consuming it turned a being into a demon king. Without saying a word, Mike took a bite and calmly noted that the taste was quite normal, although a little sweet. The dog ran away in terror, not forgetting to mutter at the end that he was not only stronger than him, but also much braver. Suddenly, a golden eagle appeared, spreading its wings and threateningly declaring that the man had stolen its fruit and must die. However, at that moment, his face turned pale as he sensed Mike's spiritual power. Without thinking, he turned sharply and flew away hastily, muttering that a smart person knows when to retreat. Already flying away, he admitted in a panic that people were too scary. The dog, hiding behind a rock, only then dared to stick his head out and noted that everything was over before it had barely begun. At that moment, Mike turned to him and ordered him to be taken to the other demon kings. The dog shuddered in fear, but then immediately obeyed, wagging its tail vigorously. He chuckled nervously and gestured towards the road, but deep down he was determined to send Mike straight to his death. After some time, they left the forest and came out into the open. The dog pointed to a mountain peak floating in the air and explained that an immortal vine with fruits grew on it. At its foot, there was a huge round cave, where powerful beings had indeed already gathered. The dog, with a sly grin, asked what Mike was going to do next. However, before he could finish speaking, he instantly disappeared. The girl and the dog looked down at the same time, and the dog swore quietly, amazed at his speed and determination. At this point, Mike was already hovering above the cave, asking the demons if they really were causing trouble in China. In response, one of the demon kings with 2 mouths and 4 eyes laughed loudly and declared that the age of humans was coming to an end. Mike only smirked contemptuously in response. Then, without wasting time on unnecessary conversations, he immediately rushed forward. In an instant, the overconfident demon king was defeated, his body shattered into pieces. Mike landed on the ground, pointed his sword forward and asked what they thought of humans now. Another demon king, seething with rage, shouted that he acknowledged his power but reminded him that there were 25 of them here, and they were not so simple. The other demon kings did not hesitate, each opening their mouths wide, gathering spiritual energy. The next moment, a powerful stream of attacks fell upon Mike, the energy intertwining to form a dense network that surrounded him. However, Mike didn't even move. He simply stood there, letting his spiritual power block one wave of attacks after another. One of the demon kings, not believing his eyes, screamed in horror that he was single-handedly repelling so many attacks. At the same time, on the cliff, the dog was quietly creeping towards the sacred fruit. He was grinning smugly, considering the others to be fools. With a greedy gleam in his eyes, he extended his paw, preparing to seize the prey. But just at that moment, the demons, pursuing Mike, reached the cliff. The dog had already managed to grab the fruit when suddenly, in the midst of the chaos, cries were heard that someone was stealing the sacred fruit. Several demonic beasts immediately stood in front of Mike, growling furiously that a human dared to steal the sacred fruit of their clan. Meanwhile, the dog took advantage of the moment and began to run away, chewing the fruit as he went and not forgetting to mock the others. After a while, Mike and Grace were already flying on the sword, quickly rushing past the waterfall. The girl held on to him tightly and asked worriedly where they were going in such a hurry. Mike replied that they needed to pick up the fruit. Soon they landed in an unfamiliar place, and Mike said that they had arrived. He watched thoughtfully as the dog bathed in the stream and muttered contentedly to himself that both demons and humans were equally stupid. He smiled smugly, imagining how he would eat the fruit, be transformed, and roam the world freely, unmatched. Mike, watching this, frowned and quietly said that this damn dog dared to steal the fruit. He extended 2 fingers forward, gathering a powerful stream of purple spiritual energy, and declared that he would teach him to be a good dog. At that very moment, a giant hammer appeared in the sky and, taking aim, fell straight on the dog's head. The impact was so powerful that the water in the stream seemed to evaporate and a deep crater formed on the ground. The dog was stunned and struggled to get out onto the shore, staggering and complaining that he didn't understand who did it. Grace couldn't help but giggle and offered to teach the dog a lesson herself. Covering her mouth, she acted out the scene, addressing him as a dog deity, and with a deft movement snatched the sacred fruit from him. She then tricked him by claiming that he had actually helped her get the fetus back. The dog was forced to laugh awkwardly and agree. Mike gave him a cold look and added that if he found out who dared to set him up, he would skin him alive. The dog quickly agreed, although inside he was seething with anger, realizing how much effort he had wasted. Suddenly, he noticed that Mike was completely unharmed. Then he scratched his head and asked hesitantly about those 25 demon kings. Mike indifferently replied that they were dead. These words struck the dog as if he were struck by lightning, and he realized how strong his opponent was. Standing in front of them, he suddenly became wary. Mike showed him a piece of paper and demanded to tell him the truth about the people depicted on it. The dog froze and then suddenly screamed, and Grace immediately asked if he had seen them. But he began to deny it in fear, claiming that he knew nothing and would not say a word. Then Mike raised the hammer again, threatening him, and the dog immediately gave in, declaring that he would tell everything. He said that people who encounter monsters capture them to study them, and when the beasts gain intelligence, they begin to copy their behavior. After some time, Mike contacted Marcel and Lord G to inform them of what was happening. Grace, stroking her cat ears, wondered if she herself was one of those victims. Mike confirmed that although the 25 demon kings were dead, their subordinates were still hiding in the mountains, waiting for the right moment. G said that the government had already explored these places, but did not find any mutated creatures, which meant that they had learned to hide. Ultimately, Mike concluded that humanity needed to prepare in advance and, if necessary, destroy the threat. Jai suggested immediately notifying the authorities and calling an emergency meeting, as well as involving the martial arts world. Marcel added that he would send out notices to all known mountains in China. Meanwhile, as dusk gradually fell upon the earth, the dog raised his head and announced that the gates of purgatory would soon open. At this point, Mike asked from behind what exactly this gate was. Then the dog explained that in the animal world, the law of the jungle operates, where the strongest survives and only the strongest enjoys the glory of victory. He added that with the onset of night, a fierce battle for a place in this world breaks out every time. However, now all animals are fighting not just for territory, but for survival, giving all their strength. In the end, the winner becomes king, although kings are always alone. Hearing this, Grace thought about it and realized that this was why she had been unable to enter the mountain after dark last time. The dog confirmed this and strongly advised them to leave this place before dark. However, Mike declared that he would not go anywhere and would stay, which made the dog tremble all over, mentally lamenting that he did not understand anything. Soon he was tied to a post and gagged, but even so he continued to scream with all his might not to be dragged into this. Meanwhile, Mike raised 2 fingers and created a dark purple shield. He then slowly placed the sacred fruit into his mouth, thinking that it had the power to make a person a demon emperor. As soon as he swallowed the fruit, boundless energy burst out of Mike's body, and he was mentally amazed at its scale. Spiritual power began to converge, forming a raging purple flame that shot into the sky. Taking advantage of the moment, Mike sat in the lotus position and thought that this was enough to break through to the late stage of Yuandan. After some time, he opened his eyes, realizing that his flawless holy body had completely formed. After this, he turned to the dog and asked where he could find more sacred fruits. The dog merely reminded him that the sacred fruits were not cabbage, and he should think about how to survive this night. Soon morning came, and our 3 heroes stood among the corpses of animals. Although Grace had some minor scratches, she was encouraged to notice that she had grown in strength greatly overnight. Then the girl looked at her animal hands and asked with anxiety if she would become a complete animal. Mike warned that the power inside her came from an ancient era, and if she continued to cleanse it, she could end up in danger. Then the dog offered a solution, advising to use the divine heritage, since its development could solve the problem. He explained that the so-called divine heritage is the fruit of the Tao, nurtured by the ancient gods and containing the laws of heaven and earth. These fruits contain the essence, will, and even the legacy of the ancient gods. After eating the sacred fruit, the mutation of the body can be controlled by establishing a connection with the inner essence. Grace, confused, asked if animalization had much of an effect on the body, to which the dog replied that it all depended on the person. For some, it becomes a way of fighting, while others prefer to hide it, and he pointed to Mike as an example. He looked at the dog as if he was about to beat him again, which sent a chill down the dog's spine. He quickly shrugged his shoulders and justified himself by saying that he had only heard about it, and whether to believe it or not was their business. Soon it started raining again. Grace continued to sit in the lotus position, quietly cultivating. After a while, she gave a soft cry and her cat ears disappeared, as did the tail behind her. The girl jumped up, spun around joyfully, and announced that the ears and tail were indeed gone. The dog, lying on the ground, laughed smugly and declared that he, as a noble creature, had principles. Suddenly, a snowflake appeared in the air and the rain stopped. Grace looked up curiously and asked what was going on. Mike also looked up, watching the snowflakes fall. He clenched his fists and closed his eyes, feeling the changes around him, and his aura changed. The dog instinctively looked up at the sky, wondering why the blue birds had appeared, assuming that a god was about to appear in the Kungsu Mountains. At that moment, 2 birds flew over them. Mike thought about the purple star. Beings revered as gods are supreme, existing between heaven and earth, one with the world and not subject to laws. He became extremely curious about what the gods of the earth might be like if they existed. Then he decided to follow the birds. They followed them to the top of the mountain, disappearing into the clouds, where the sky was painted in a crimson light. The 2 birds circled each other, chirping, and soon a dazzling golden ring burst from their bodies. Cold sweat broke out on the dog's muzzle, and he muttered that it was appearing. Grace, both shocked and frightened, grabbed Mike's hand and quietly asked what it was. Mike assumed it was some kind of structure, but the dog laughed and explained that it was a traveling palace of the gods. Mike was surprised to find that he really couldn't get up, and eventually had to give up the attempt. He decided to himself that if everything was really as that dog said, then it would be better not to try to force his way into this palace. Countless animals gathered around, and they all watched the strange light together. The dog quietly whispered that the heavenly palace had opened, and continued to chatter non-stop, mentioning the cloudy heavenly palace. Mike looked at it curiously and asked if this was really the heavenly palace of the Lady of the West. Mike wondered if the Queen of the West really existed. Then perhaps other deities from Chinese legends were real too. Meanwhile, the dog lowered his head and said that Mount Kungsu was about to fall into chaos. He explained that the palace was not a place for heritage and that it did not welcome outsiders, so breaking the seal would be extremely difficult. Mike immediately took out his phone and took a few more photos. After that, I posted this fantastic landscape in the general chat to find out what others thought. He wondered if the times of chaos had really come so quickly. At this point, the dog had already drawn a sign on the ground and suggested going to take a closer look. Mike hesitated, suspecting him of ill intentions, and then the dog reproached him for his mistrust, because he had been following them all this time. Grace stuck out her tongue and teased him, saying that didn't necessarily mean trust. Then the dog suddenly fell to his knees, cried, and began to beg them. He promised to behave well and even steal some more immortal medicine. Seeing this, Mike finally agreed. He said that they would go see what the mobile palace of God looked like. The dog whispered that it was time to go then, but inwardly he chuckled slyly, thinking that he wouldn't let this guy get an advantage. Then the hero folded his hands, closed his eyes, and began to mutter something, causing a bright glow. Suddenly, Mike opened his eyes and spoke loudly to reveal everything. The pentagram drawn on the ground immediately began to move. A hum was heard, and some kind of force rushed downwards. Grace and Mike looked in amazement at the thick white fog in front of them, which gradually dissipated. In front of them was an extremely strange place, surrounded by rotating orange-red vortices. Grace, Mike, and the dog walked inside cautiously. Soon after, this energy also disappeared. Our heroes found themselves in a small cave, and the dog impatiently squeezed inside. At the same time, Mike tried for a long time to crawl through the narrow hole, but he couldn't get through. Meanwhile, the dog was already walking forward with an important air, smiling and saying that they were almost there. Soon they stopped in front of the palace. The dog exclaimed in admiration that, as expected of him, he was truly majestic. Suddenly, Mike grabbed him by the scruff of the neck, causing him to yelp and start screaming, demanding that he let go. Then Mike threw him forward with force. The dog didn't have time to react and only managed to scream that he would come back before crashing into a huge chest, making a loud sound. The impact sent him flying back towards Mike, and Grace asked curiously how he had managed to fall from there. With a loud bang, he fell to the ground headfirst again, just like before. Despite this, the dog remained confident and asked if it was cool, but Grace couldn't help but laugh. This made him very angry. He shouted that she was laughing in vain, because he looked impressive and even cooler than that guy. Mike asked if it was true, and upon hearing this, the dog froze, and then quickly began to justify himself, saying that he was just joking. He quickly hid behind the Jade statue, noting that Mike appeared and disappeared like a ghost. At that moment, he accidentally touched the statue and it suddenly began to glow. At this time, Grace picked up a blade of grass and noticed that the spiritual grass near the wall was growing very thickly. Obeying instinct, the dog immediately ran up and jumped, opening his mouth wide to grab the grass. He clamped it tightly between his teeth, then returned behind the statue and began chewing loudly. When he finished, he swallowed it, and a golden light passed down his throat, stopping in his stomach area before disappearing. The dog licked his paws contentedly and noted that even the ordinary jade spiritual grass in the palace had miraculous properties. Grace suddenly realized what this meant and asked if they had become rich. She bent down, trying to pull out a few more stems, but she was surprised that she was unsuccessful. The dog noted that he realized only after entering here that all the spiritual grass here was sealed, and they were just lucky with that stem. At that moment, several dots appeared in the air, becoming brighter and brighter, and in this radiance, the figure of a woman began to form. It was Xiaoji, who was sent to the mortal world to help the emperor fulfill his destiny. A moment later, she looked at the two people in front of her in bewilderment and asked who they were and why they were looking at her like that. Mike assumed she was Iris, and she admitted it, adding that she also had another name, Isabel. Iris placed her hand on her chest and explained that she was both Iris and Isabel, and both names belonged to her. Mike froze for a few seconds, not knowing how to address her. The dog intervened, noticing that the Queen of the West's surname was not Xuan, and she asked why everyone was allowed to take their father's surname, but she was not. This confused the dog even more, as it turned out that the goddess Iris had her father's surname, Xuan. Then Mike intervened and asked who her father was. She smiled softly and replied that his name was Damien. He frowned in surprise and asked again, because they were talking about an ancient deity, the Queen of the West, the revered ruler of Kungshu. Mike wondered how a deity from thousands of years ago could be connected to Damien, who lived only 300 years ago. He explained that he knew the elder Damien, born 300 years ago, while she was the daughter of the Queen of the West from ancient times. Iris tugged at the edge of his sleeve and asked him if he knew her father, then asked him to take her out of here to find him. But Mike put forward the condition that first she must answer his question, and only then he would think about her request. Iris's eyes lit up and she happily agreed, beginning to tell her story. She was the daughter of the Queen of the West, but in ancient times a great catastrophe occurred, after which she was reborn as the daughter of Damien. Mike asked in bewilderment that if she had already become Damien's daughter, then why did she appear here in the form of a statue? Iris replied that she didn't know, but she understood that she hadn't seen her parents for a long time and asked for help to find them quickly. Mike found himself in a difficult position, but still agreed, promising to help if she really was the daughter of the elder Damien. Then Iris blinked playfully and noted that he couldn't call her sister because she was already over 100 years old. And then Grace couldn't stand it any longer, stepped forward and suggested calling her Isabel, and she immediately agreed. Then the dog came to Iris's feet, amazed that the daughter of a great ancient deity had been reborn in the mortal world after thousands of years. Before he could finish speaking, Mike grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and warned him not to get so close to people. The dog howled, asking if he could be allowed to save face in front of the beautiful woman. Then Mike unceremoniously let him go, and he slammed face first into the ground. Meanwhile, he noticed that Iris was happily picking flowers. The dog immediately had some mischievous thoughts, and in a sweet voice he asked her to pick some flowers for him, and the girl agreed. After some time, Iris returned with a large bouquet and asked if it was enough, but the dog asked to collect more. Seeing this, Grace scolded the shameless dog. Mike, however, thought about the fact that Iris had already been reborn and wondered if the same thing had happened to the other gods. Iris, holding a blooming orange flower in her hands, bent down and handed it to the dog, saying that she had picked it from the wall. He admired its beauty, noting that even one blade of grass from the heavenly palace was worth 1,000 treasures in the mortal world. The dog happily declared that he had finally received a spirit plant, and if he had a few more, it would be perfect. Iris naively agreed and said that she would go and pick some more. As soon as she left, the dog began to rub his paws, drooling and rejoicing at his wealth. Iris soon returned with another flower and explained with a smile that she had found it in the peach garden of immortality. She said that its effect was very strong, so it should be used immediately after collection, and the beast immediately ate the flower. Suddenly he felt extremely ill. The dog groaned in pain, noticing that something was wrong with him. His face turned suddenly pale and he let out a few groans. After examining his body, he screamed in horror that his chest had suddenly grown larger. He quickly grabbed the leaves to cover himself and asked the girl in a trembling voice what she had done to him. Iris giggled, reproaching him for not being so greedy, because everything here was treasure and he wanted to take it all at once. Overwhelmed with shame, the dog hurried to bury himself in a hole to hide from the shame, and, almost crying, said that it was all his own fault. Half an hour later, the dog lay in the hole he had dug, whining pitifully that his fate was too cruel and that he no longer wanted to live. Seeing this, Iris wondered if she had gone too far, but Grace reassured her, noting that he simply needed a lesson. At that moment, a cunning glimmer flashed in the dog's eyes again, and he continued to roll on the ground. He lamented that his heroic reputation had been destroyed, and now only 10 spiritual herbs could console his heart. Then, after thinking for a while, he added that only 20 high-quality spiritual herbs could heal his soul. Iris replied that it was impossible now because the seal had not yet been removed. But when the seal was opened, she would give him the treasure. Hearing this, the dog's eyes instantly lit up and his tongue lolled out, and he asked hopefully if it was true. Then Mike couldn't take it anymore, picked him up and sternly warned him that he had had enough. He then said that since the seal had not yet been opened, there was no point in them staying here and it was time to leave. Iris immediately asked if they would be able to see her father when they left here, and also inquired whether the outside world had changed much. Then Mike decided to check something and asked if she had heard of the so-called eternal and shining. Iris explained that it was just a metaphor, with many worlds overlapping and all the creatures struggling to survive below the abyss. This border is like a narrow space between two rocks, where only a narrow strip of sky is visible from below. Mike understood that in this era of prosperity and chaos, everyone would have to survive among dangers from all sides. He then asked if she knew where the other gods were, but Iris shook her head and replied that everyone had their own path. She added that in ancient times there was a great war, and some could have died, while others may be waiting for the right era. Then Mike looked at the glowing object in his hand, lost in thought about the mysteries of antiquity. At that moment, a portal appeared in the air and his sword appeared next to him. The hero turned to Iris and asked if she recognized him. She immediately replied that it was the sword of the Dragon Emperor, forged from the bones of a true dragon and carrying within it the fate of China. Mike noticed that the sword was incomplete and 6 of its parts were missing. But Iris calmed him down, saying that it was not scary. The main thing was to take care of it, because the sword was eternal and the rest of the parts would appear at the right time. She then enthusiastically suggested leaving the heavenly palace since it was no longer needed and going in search of her father. After that, they went to the Kunsu mountain range. Iris happily breathed in the fresh air, saying that she had not felt it for a long time. She curiously asked Mike where her father was now, but he honestly answered that he did not know where the elder Damien was. He then added that he had a new student in the capital and they could go there to try to contact him. Suddenly the earth shook and a huge crack appeared in it. Seeing the ground ripping apart, the dog screamed, not understanding what was happening, and Grace assumed it was powerful tremors. Suddenly, a deafening sound was heard in the air. Iris assessed the situation and said that things were really getting out of control and that the predictions had been inaccurate. She explained that it was an ancient divine artifact that was about to appear, and that the human world was on the brink of a great upheaval. Fantastic green energy began to emanate from the cracks. Soon, a strange object, similar to a tree, began to grow from the ground. Seeing how fast it was growing, Mike and his comrades were terrified. The tree's roots began to go deep into the ground, and its branches rapidly grew in all directions. Mike realized that this was the Jianmu tree, which is shaped like an ox, a tree mentioned in ancient texts. Iris recognized it as the divine Jianmu tree, its appearance signifying that the golden era of cultivation had already entered its middle stage. Her pupils dilated to their maximum, and Iris concluded that this meant that other phenomena were likely to appear soon. At that moment, the earth began to shake violently again, as if something was awakening. As expected, the monsters that had been sleeping for an entire era began to awaken. They let out a roar, as if calling to each other. Several other monsters, hearing this call, crawled out from underground. One of them roared, ordering them to enter his body, after which it absorbed all of their energy. Mike concluded that Jianmu had brought with him a dense spiritual energy, and for Earth this was nothing less than a disaster. Floating in the air, he ordered the dog, Grace and Iris to stop the demonic beasts and prevent them from leaving the mountains and entering the human world. Mike looked up at the tree trunk and stated that he was going to create space to stop Jianmu's growth. Watching him rush upward, the dog only cursed, amazed at his determination. After a while, Mike broke through the crown and climbed to the very top, feeling how the tree was growing at an insane speed. He raised 2 cubes in his hands, forming a seal. Immediately after this, Mike created a formation without delay. The tree was immediately crushed by the cube. Mike decided that this should hold it back for a while. But suddenly dark clouds gathered behind him, and suddenly several bolts of lightning struck down. He had a bad feeling. He turned around, but before he could react, one of the lightning bolts struck him directly. Seeing this, Grace screamed in horror. The dog tried to calm her down, assuring her that he was a strong guy. Then Iris looked up and also added that he would be fine. She watched as lightning coiled around Mike and explained that he was not only suppressing Jianmu, but also breaking through, passing the test. Iris smiled, noting that she hadn't expected the bloodline the Emperor left behind to be so distinguished. Suddenly, Mike's body collapsed. At the same time, the overwhelming cube and Jianmu gradually disappeared. Grace and Iris rushed forward, calling for Mike. The girls looked at each other helplessly when they saw that he was lying unconscious. Grace asked if he would be okay, but Iris reassured her that he just needed a few days of rest. At this point, Lord G intervened, explaining that they had arrived immediately after receiving the message but were still late. Marcel thought to himself that only a few days had passed, and his brother Mike already had another beauty. Iris breathed a sigh of relief, noting that the ruler of Jingzhou had single-handedly stopped the resurgence of spiritual energy, preventing a catastrophe. She then recognized the man lying unconscious below and said that it was Prince Ao from the Dragon Palace. He was in this state because of the energy, but he is not a demonic beast, and it would be good to bring him back to their side. She then asked curiously if they knew where the heir Damien was, since they were Mike's friends. Marcel was surprised and asked if she knew his teacher. Iris confirmed this and asked if they knew his whereabouts. However, Marcel replied that he did not know this. Then Grace interrupted them, suggesting that they take Mike back first. Marcel agreed and said that he would take them, and Lord G replied that they could leave the place to them. 3 days later, at the Mu family's residence in the capital, the dog and Mike lay lazily on the carpet, enjoying the rare quiet days. The hero promised to help Iris meet her father and suggested that if she didn't want to wait, she could go with him to the underground city. Hearing this, Iris was surprised by the mention of an underground ancient city. Soon our heroes arrived in the underground city, and the girl noted that she did not expect that this city was so well preserved. Then the hero asked if she knew the origin of this city. The dog laughed smugly, declaring that the atmosphere of great historical change here was still impressive. However, Mike frowned and cut him off abruptly, advising him to go and chat nonsense at the market. The dog said he was just joking and explained that, in fact, this underground ancient city was a fragment of the highest ancient treasure. Hearing this, Mike understood why Darius was talking to him like that, assuming it was because of his personality. Suddenly, Darius came closer and noted that he felt an ancient aura, but he did not expect that a goddess from the heavenly palace would appear here. Then the old man looked down at the dog and asked about its origin. Mike just chuckled and said that in front of them was just a shameless dog with a hard fate. Hearing this, the dog collapsed to the ground and burst into tears, complaining that the world was cruel and there were only bad people around. At that moment, Shelley noticed Mike on the trail and called out to him. She reproached him for being heartless and leaving her alone for such a long time, not realizing how bored she was. Darius reminded her that he was still there and asked her to watch her behavior because there were other people around. And suddenly, Shelley noticed the people around her. Iris noticed her and waved her hand in a friendly manner. However, Shelley sarcastically noted that Mike had not returned from his trip alone, again hinting that he was behaving like a womanizer. After this, she became demonstratively upset, lamenting that Mike had broken her heart. She even asked the master to teach him a lesson. Darius, however, pretended not to have anything to do with it, stating that he would not interfere. Shelley continued her game, complaining that even the master was not helping her. Mike watched this, realizing that she was playing no worse than the dog, and told her to stop pretending. In response, she was indignant, noting that they had not seen each other for so long and his tongue was still as sharp. Then she spread her arms and invited him to see for himself what had changed in her. Mike praised her, noting that she had already reached the late stage of Dao Dan, and in such a short time, which was truly impressive. Darius added that it was now necessary to collect materials for the formation of her physical body as soon as possible. Mike said that this was just in time, because during his trip to the Kunshu Mountains, he found a lot of useful things that could come in handy. Shelley was delighted to hear this and said that he was the best, and Darius just sighed, noting that she had said something different just recently. She smiled and replied that it had nothing to do with the present moment. However, Shelley was still fixated on one thing. When her body was being shaped, she wanted her breasts to be bigger. Mike sighed and agreed, jokingly promising to make it the size of a watermelon. At that moment, Iris's attention was drawn to a man in the distance. She noticed that this was a descendant of the ancients from Yuanyang. Hearing this, Samuel turned around in confusion. Mike followed his gaze and asked Iris what happened. She explained that he belonged to an ancient lineage of the 8 great gods, who were also renowned sages of China. Mike was surprised and asked again if they were talking about the same 8 great gods. At that moment, Samuel approached them and politely introduced himself, adding that he was from the secret world of Kunshu and asked who was in front of him. Iris gave a false name and said she was a woman from the mortal world, and Mike also gave a false name. Samuel expressed his admiration, noting that his cultivation was truly profound and that he did not expect such a genius to appear in the world. Shelley immediately noticed that he constantly spoke of the mortal world with disdain and asked what he was doing here then. Samuel hastened to explain, saying that she had misunderstood him and that he had not meant anything bad. He added that they inherited the will of their ancestors to protect China and appeared now only because the seal was destroyed. He explained that they had come to help, and then asked Mike if he had encountered representatives of these races. Mike replied that he had indeed met them in the Kungshu Mountains, but had already destroyed them, and Samuel noted with relief that this was good. He then announced that he was going to Mount Bailing to eliminate the remaining enemies and invited Mike to join him. He politely declined, and Samuel did not insist, but said that if fate permitted, they would meet again. At that moment, a message came on the hero's phone. Marcel wrote that there was news about the master, and he asked him to go to Mount Joko. Soon, Mike, Iris, and the dog arrived at the right place. The dog, out of breath, cursed, asking why Mike was running so fast as if he was rushing to be reborn. The hero explained that Marcel had asked Damien for help, so there was no time to waste. Moreover, they had a chance to reunite Iris with her father. After this, he directed his message into some object and sent it forward. The dog following behind was amazed and couldn't believe his eyes, wondering how this was even possible. Then, in an instant, Damien appeared in front of him. The hero, folding his hands in a welcoming gesture, greeted him politely. At this moment, Damien reported that he had found traces of Hao Zhan and the bloody baby on the mountain. However, Iris then asked in bewilderment why her father did not recognize her, since only 100 years had passed. In response, the man stated that he had never met her before and asked why she addressed him like that. These words momentarily shocked the girl. Then Mike suspiciously asked if he really didn't remember Iris. However, Damien apologized and explained that despite the feeling of closeness, he had no memories of her or that name. After this, he offered to turn to his true body. However, Iris stated that she could not be mistaken about her own father. The girl sadly noted that she clearly felt that the double had no memories of her or her mother. Mike tried to object, emphasizing that as far as he knew, Damien's double was not a heartless or unfaithful person. However, Iris remembered that even before she woke up, her father had always avoided her and her mother, and she wondered why he was with her mother at all. However, Mike continued to insist that there was more to the story and challenged her to find out the whole truth. Mike gathered spiritual energy in his palm and decided to help, offering the girl to extend her hand. When their palms touched, the dog noted that a huge amount of heavenly spiritual fruits were used for this. Meanwhile, Mike, sparing no resources, explained that he was going to show her everything with his own eyes. He then pointed two fingers at Iris's forehead and transferred spiritual energy to her. At that moment, the image of Damien clearly appeared in the girl's mind, and she recognized scenes from the time she spent with her father. Mike explained that using the spirit fruits, they could activate her bloodline and extract fragments of her father's past. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Damien's true body looked at its double, realizing that all that remained was to split the soul. However, he hesitated because he did not want to part with these memories. In the end, he decided to keep everything that connected him with them. After this, both figures disappeared. Iris then felt a huge sense of relief and thanked Mike, realizing that neither she nor her mother had been a burden to him. Returning to reality, she hugged Mike, thanking him again. Damien's double then approached her and apologized, explaining that his real body probably had reasons for acting the way it did. After this, the double changed the subject and suggested discussing the bloody baby. Mike, thinking about the situation, clarified that the great god and the baby had come here to awaken the rest of the demon lords. The double confirmed this, adding that traces of 12 more great demons dormant on Mount Joku had been discovered. Moreover, with the appearance of the ancient artifact, they were able to recover with the help of spiritual fruits and have already awakened some of their powers. If they are not stopped now, it will lead to disaster for China, but Mike stated that he can destroy the demons in one blow. However, the double objected, reminding them that previously they had only barely managed to wound them, but now there were more opponents. He noted that he could not handle a group of demon lords. Despite this, Mike continued to insist on his own. Then, to prove his strength, he gathered spiritual energy that enveloped his entire body and declared that he was now able to defeat them. Seeing this, the double was amazed and realized that she had reached the highest level of the Tao. After this, he admitted that their chances of winning had increased significantly and noted that his students still strive to surpass him. Mike, in turn, added that Marcel has outstanding talent and will definitely achieve great success in the future. Meanwhile, in one of the valleys of Mount Joku, the bloody ancestor approached the coffin located inside the massif. The burning god realized that before them was a jade blood coffin, created by saturating jade with human blood. The bloody ancestor noted with approval that the fifth had chosen an excellent coffin, while the god added that he would certainly create the same for himself. The demon reflected that the seal would soon be removed, and with the appearance of the ancient artifact, such treasures would become commonplace. They both came to the conclusion that the brothers would soon be reunited and would be able to control the entire world. At that moment, a giant hand with an eye in its palm suddenly burst out of Damien's mirror. Damien's double was surprised to realize that they had been discovered. In response, the unknown creature stated that they were noticed while climbing the mountain, since hiding is all they are capable of. After that, it offered to play a new game, giving them 10 seconds to escape. Then Mike suddenly appeared and with one swing of his sword cut off the giant hand and noted that the enemy was talking too much. He then said that he and the dog had already installed the spiritual stones, so now they could go looking for them. Meanwhile, the burning god, looking at his palm, noticed with irritation that the opponents had still managed to escape. The blood ancestor asked if it was worth pursuing them, but the god stated that there was no need, since they were already here. Damien said that the enemies had discovered him, but had deliberately pretended not to notice, emphasizing their overconfidence. The burning god, remembering their previous clash, noted that they had only managed to wound them because their strength had not yet recovered. The blood ancestor supported him, stating that now that their power had returned, they would be able to destroy their opponents without any difficulty. In response, Mike scornfully suggested that he make a move immediately and not waste time on empty talk. The enemy then began making hand seals and stated that even before death they continued to act arrogantly. After that, he promised to teach them a lesson and kill them all right there. At that moment, a wave of scarlet blood spread around them. Damien's double frowned, recognizing this as the blood prison technique, a special technique that suppressed the power of a cultivator. He noted that only a demon with truly monstrous sins could reach such a level. However, Mike hastened to calm him down, suggesting that he simply observe what was happening. Meanwhile, the bloody ancestor mockingly suggested that they were frightened and could not even answer. Mike, in turn, noted with disgust that the smell of blood and hatred was too strong here. He added that it was hard to imagine how many people they had killed, so their deaths would not cause regret. The enraged demon roared, declaring that their hypocrisy only irritated him. He then spat out something that turned into a giant hand that rushed forward to attack. Mike quickly backed away, dodging the blow. After that, he blew out thick smoke with a grin. It immediately began to thicken and entangle this hand. The bloody ancestor, watching this, wondered if this was an ancient secret art of the rulers. However, he stated that the destruction of his bloody palm must have required a huge expenditure of energy. After that, he took out the vessel. He instantly grew in size and tried to grab Mike. Damien's double worriedly warned him to be careful. However, seeing that he remained calm and was not drawn into the vessel, the opponents were amazed. Mike suggested trying again, adding that using such a treasure against him would be extremely presumptuous. The next moment, he took out his own artifact, a huge sphere, which rushed towards the blood ancestor and captured his treasure. After this, Mike noted with disdain that the enemy, it turned out, relied only on this vessel. In front of everyone, he destroyed it, causing the demon to cry out in pain. The blazing god behind him reminded his ally that he had yet to defeat an enemy of the initial Tao level. The bloody ancestor countered that he was not holding back at all, and emphasized that Mike, despite his level, was extremely unusual. The burning god, however, did not attach much importance to this, noting that a ruler cannot help but have hidden techniques. Mike, meanwhile, picked at his ear with irritation and asked if they were finished. In response, both demons simultaneously shouted that they were not going to stand on ceremony. After this, their powers merged into a huge wave of energy directed at Mike. However, despite the many times superiority of strength, he only took one breath and dispersed the attack with one blow. He clapped his hands, saying it all felt like he was fighting bugs. Rings of his powerful energy immediately began to spread around Mike. The blood ancestor was shocked, not understanding how this was possible, because in all these years no one had reached the limit of the Tao. The burning god remembered with disbelief that just recently he had barely reached the initial level. He wondered how he had managed to rise so high in such a short time. The bloody ancestor noted that according to legends, only great beings and future gods are capable of reaching the highest limit. He suggested that Mike might have such potential. At that moment, the coffin below began to shake violently. Damien's double's face instantly became tense as he realized that the creature inside was about to awaken. However, Mike confidently stated that he could handle this opponent as well. Damien remembered how Marcel had once vowed to surpass him, and noted with irony that the younger generation was becoming increasingly self-confident. Soon, the coffin suddenly rose into the air, but Mike cut it in half with one move. A demon emerged from the rubble and, turning to the brothers, declared that they had prepared a luxurious gift for him upon awakening. He promised to remember it. The creature then noted that Mike's life force seemed quite attractive to him. Hearing this, his brothers became gloomy and did not know what to answer. However, the demon, paying no attention, slowly walked towards Mike, intending to arrange a feast of flesh and blood. They hastened to stop him, warning him that this was not his prey. However, he, as if maddened by hunger, rushed forward, declaring that he could not refuse such a gift. He added that delay leads to defeat, and decisiveness to death. Both demons turned pale, trying to warn him. But before they could finish speaking, the head of the newly awakened demon had already fallen to the ground. His soul turned to his brothers in bewilderment, not understanding what had happened. The blazing god chided him, reminding him that they had warned him that it was impossible to capture a top-tier Tao cultivator. Hearing this, the demon's soul shuddered with horror. Meanwhile, Mike waved at them casually with a friendly smile. Realizing that the person in front of him was a top-level cultivator, the demon was completely shocked. At the same time, the burning god only sarcastically remarked that it was his own fault, since he did not listen to the warnings. He noted in despair that now the fifth was left only as a soul, and their already small family had become even weaker. The blood ancestor, in turn, could not restrain himself and admitted with annoyance that at the level of the Tao limit, the enemy was invincible. The soul of the fifth was also at a loss, realizing that this time they would not be able to escape. At that moment, Mike announced that a locking array had been installed here and warned them not to even think about escaping. Hearing this, Damien's double immediately formed a seal and activated the formation. As a result, 3 brothers ended up inside. Then, countless swords fell from the sky. It was the Abyssal Palace sword array. After this, the doppelganger ordered Mike to also activate his array to prevent the demons from escaping. The hero immediately tried to follow the instructions, but suddenly discovered that his array had disappeared. Then the hero decided to try again, but the surrounding environment did not change, and nothing happened. Meanwhile, the blood ancestor inquired what other tricks he was going to use. Mike quickly took out his token, realizing that he could not let his enemies know about the array's disappearance under any circumstances. He then stated that, of course, everything was already prepared, and at that very moment, a stream of Dragon Key energy began to swirl around him. The burning god, seeing this, exclaimed that this was a deadly array that would summon heavenly lightning and guarantee death. Meanwhile, Mike, feigning mercy, offered them 10 seconds to run. After this, he immediately set off in pursuit, together with Damien's double. He called out to the demons, asking where they were going to hide, while the three brothers ran away in fear. The blazing god bitterly noted that they had once roamed freely everywhere, but now they were being pursued by some Tao-level cultivator. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Mike suddenly appeared in front of them. The blood ancestor, trying to remain calm, stated that if it weren't for the heavenly seal, he would have killed him many times already. But Mike reacted to this with indifference. Then, without waiting for the end of the sentence, he cut it in two, casually asking whether this was really so. Seeing this, the burning god cried out in despair. However, at that moment, Damien's double appeared from behind, struck him, and remarked that he should think about his own fate. Soon the demon's body was pierced by fragments of the weapon, and as he died, he cursed them, promising eternal suffering. Meanwhile, the soul of the blood ancestor had already been restored, and he came to the realization that there was no escaping his fate. In the end, he decided to risk everything and escape from the array, preferring this to death at Mike's hands. However, having broken through, he was amazed to find that he remained completely unharmed. The burning god also quickly realized that they had been deceived and angrily declared that there was no locking array here. He threatened Mike that on the day the heavenly seal was removed, he would definitely die. With these words, the three demons disappeared like a gust of wind, leaving Damien's double completely bewildered. The hero noted that the array had indeed been installed, but for some unknown reason it had disappeared. He added that, judging by the recent battle, the demons themselves did not know about this. Meanwhile, the dog, drenched in sweat, quietly tried to escape but was stopped in time. Mike, frowning, hit him on the head and demanded to know what exactly had happened. The dog, pretending to be a fool, declared that he was just a cute little animal and didn't know anything. Then Mike used the reverse flow technique and penetrated his memories. In one of them, he saw how the dog, taking advantage of the moment, went after their treasures. He secretly took the spiritual stone and carefully put it into his mouth, then swallowed it. Seeing this, Mike immediately understood the reason for the disappearance of the array and accused it of eating the stone. The dog realized that his situation had become extremely dangerous and decided that this time he could not escape punishment. Then Iris lit a flame with her fingertip, and the dog looked anxiously at the grill and asked why there was a fire. Then Mike stated outright that they would be eating fried dog today. The dog, confused, asked if it was really serious. The hero asked how exactly he wanted to be fried. Mike frowned and added that he wasn't joking at all. However, the dog noticed that he had only eaten a few spirit stones, wondering why he was so stingy about it. Iris immediately objected, explaining that it wasn't just the stones, as they were intended for the Massif. But now, because of him, 3 demons have escaped, and if they harm the innocent, the dog will become an accomplice. The dog said that he would help catch them, and Mike, interested, asked how he would do it. When the moon emerged from behind the clouds, he began to read the spell, calling upon the spirits of heaven and earth. A stream of air burst from his mouth, after which a strangely shaped vessel appeared. The others exclaimed in surprise, calling him a chamber pot, which greatly offended the dog. He indignantly declared that it was a divine artifact, and added with irritation that such words were an insult. Not wanting to argue any further, he decided to demonstrate the power of the artifact. He continued the spell, commanding his treasure to act. After the second line, 3 strange beasts appeared from the vessel and flew off in different directions. They quickly penetrated the dark forest and immediately discovered the souls of demons. The burning god, horrified, asked what it was, but the bloody ancestor, unwilling to investigate, ordered them to flee. But before they could escape, one of them was bitten by a dog, and soon the same fate befell the others. Before they could get far, the 3 demons were captured and brought back. After this, they were drawn inside the vessel. Then the dog patted his treasure with relief, While Mike was skeptical about what was happening, the dog suggested that they see for themselves, and soon the voices of demons were heard from inside the vessel, asking in confusion where they were. Iris noted with surprise that she had not known about such a powerful artifact, and asked why the dog had not used it before. The dog then declared that the artifact could not be used just any time, as countless amounts of effort and treasure had gone into its creation. At the same time, in his soul, he could barely contain his despair, realizing that in just a few minutes he had almost completely exhausted his energy. Meanwhile, Iris curiously asked if this artifact was really capable of catching anyone. The girl remarked that she did not believe his boasting, suggesting that those 3 demons might have been too weak. These words hurt the dog, and he indignantly declared that he had never deceived her. After this, he offered to name any name so that he could prove his words. Then Iris, without hesitation, called out Ting Feng's name, and the dog, without hesitation, agreed and began to cast the supreme spell. However, the very next moment he realized that he had acted rashly, because the goddess Iris could not name an ordinary person. A giant whirlwind suddenly appeared ahead, rapidly contracting towards the center, and the dog's face turned pale with horror. Breaking out in a cold sweat, he anxiously asked who this man really was. Iris then explained that Ting Feng was a god from the heavenly palace and belonged to the highest deities. Upon hearing this, Damien's double was amazed, noting that he had actually summoned a higher god. Meanwhile, the dog's vessel began to shake violently, and he realized that this time things were really bad. He realized that his treasure was destroyed, as all his energy had returned with the summoned deity to the heavenly palace. The dog howled in despair that he had suffered a double loss and reproached Iris that the deity's imprisonment would bring down heaven's wrath upon them. However, the girl did not show an ounce of regret and replied that it was his own fault, calling him a gluttonous dog. The dog, still indignant, declared that although he was a dog, they were no better, and then demanded that his artifact be returned to him. Meanwhile, Mike turned his attention to his belly and noted with a grin that, apparently, he had a lot of treasures stored inside. The dog hastened to deny this and added that even if there had been, the resources would only have been enough for 2 uses of the artifact. At this point, Damien's double intervened and remarked that if they lacked heavenly treasures, there were plenty of them on Mount Tiger. He said he had discovered traces of another race, most of which were still in hibernation, and offered to take advantage of this. He explained that their auras were extremely powerful, at least on a spiritual level. Lost in thought, Mike recalled the words of the successor of the Qingyun sect, that Tiger Mountain is the ancient sacred source of Taoism. He also remembered that there was a peak there where the intertwining vines formed 2 huge vessels. Damien's double confirmed this, adding that it was in these artifacts that traces of another race were discovered. Hearing this, the dog perked up and enthusiastically supported the idea, declaring that they needed to go there as soon as possible. Soon, Mike rose into the air on his sword, taking the dog and Iris with him, while Damien's double followed behind. However, the speed of the flight frightened the dog, and he closed his eyes and grabbed the handle, begging to fly slower because he was afraid of heights. Iris took the opportunity to tease him, noting that flying on a sword would not relieve his fear, and suggested that they fly even faster. The dog, having resigned himself, hastened to refuse, assuring that he could manage without it. Meanwhile, Mike was distracted by his phone, where he saw messages from Molly and his mother, as well as several missed calls. He noted that at least he was not forgotten. Molly wrote asking when he would be back, and he replied asking what had happened. He then called Clarissa back, who asked when he would be home. Mike explained that he was in the mountains without communication and still had some business to complete, then asked what had happened. The mother said that Molly had been acting strangely and saying strange things lately, which had made her worry. Then Mike tried to calm her down, assuring her that everything was fine, and promised to return in a few days. Clarissa, hearing this, felt relieved and asked him to take care of himself, and he replied that he was no longer a child. Immediately after the conversation, he received a message from Molly in which she admitted that she missed him. These words took him by surprise, and he thought for a moment before starting to type a reply. But in the end, the hero deleted the unnecessary, leaving only a short message asking him to wait. He then called her, telling her that he would be back in a few days. The girl specified exactly how many days. However, Mike could not give a precise answer, explaining that everything depends on the circumstances. At that moment, her eyes filled with tears, but she held back and only briefly replied that she understood. Not noticing her condition, Mike tried to joke, asking if she missed him. However, the girl only asked him to return quickly, adding that she wanted to discuss something with him in person. Mike tried to talk again, asking what gift he should bring her and mentioned the new computer. However, there was no answer, and the hero looked at the screen in bewilderment. He then put the phone away, deciding that he had to get back to his mother and Molly as soon as possible. Mike thought regretfully about his past behavior and promised himself never to be a burden to them again. Meanwhile, the group had already reached the territory of Mount Tigris. There they were met by Elian, who greeted Mike as an old friend, and Damien curiously asked how they knew each other. In response, Elian explained that during the Battle of the Wrath of the Eight Immortals, it was thanks to Mike's help that he was able to maintain his reputation. Hearing that Mike intended to go to Tiger Mountain, Elian reported that the Qingyun sect had also arrived to provide assistance. However, Elian then got straight to the point, noting that now was not the time for formalities, as time was extremely limited. He clarified that 8 representatives of a different race live on Tiger Mountain and have been under the immortal gourd for a long time. Iris added that the overwhelming gourd, according to legend, is capable of containing the entire world of cultivators. Hearing this, Mike wondered how comparable this pumpkin was to the one that existed on the Purple Star. After this, he led the group forward, offering to inspect everything personally. They soon arrived at a building where Iris was admiring a sign about an immortal suppressing pumpkin. The majestic aura made a strong impression on her, and she noted that it was truly a rare sight. However, Mike did not waste any time and stated that he would first check the artifact himself. After that, he flew straight to the giant pumpkin, noting that it fully lived up to its name. Then the hero slowly extended his hand towards the pumpkin. However, his palm passed through it, and then he realized that this pumpkin was completely identical to the one on the Purple Star. Damien explained that other emperors were unable to obtain this artifact, as only the Chosen One is capable of bringing it out of its ephemeral state. Mike then noted with relief that apparently he was not the Chosen One, after which he suggested moving on. However, suddenly the small stones underfoot began to vibrate, and a weak wave passed through the ground. The dog who had just landed jumped up in fright and anxiously asked what was going on. The next moment, a huge monkey-like monster appeared in front of them, and they stared at it in amazement. Mike immediately struck, but the beast did not attack, but on the contrary, dropped to one knee and bowed respectfully. After this, a cloud of smoke rose around. The creature returned to its small original form, saying that by order of the Emperor, it had been waiting here for a long time. The dog, still in shock, began to curse, declaring that he had been scared to death. Then he jumped up suddenly, intending to demonstrate his strength and attack the monkey. However, he remained absolutely calm. The beast stepped on his paws, simultaneously pulling hard on his ears, completely immobilizing him. Iris, watching this, couldn't help but laugh, noticing that finally someone had been found who was capable of putting him in his place. At that moment, Mike noticed movement in one of the remote rooms. And then suddenly a powerful wave of energy rushed straight towards him. He only managed to note that the trouble started too early. However, suddenly someone's dark shadow rushed forward, blocking the path of this attack. The dog, overcome with fear, fell to the ground and covered his head. At the same time, the warrior monkey rushed forward, protecting Mike. With a few heavy blows, he dispersed the oncoming attack. He then sternly demanded that his opponents identify themselves. In front of them, the heroes saw a small group of people in cloaks. They heard a scornful female voice mocking Mike for having to rely on a monkey. After this, the woman noted that they met again. Elian was stunned, as he recognized her as one of the creatures he had encountered before and did not understand how she ended up here. He stepped forward, offering his help, but the monkey also stated that the Tiger Mountain Demon Clan was ready to fight alongside Mike. However, he refused, confidently declaring that he could handle it on his own. Elian nevertheless declared that he was ready to follow him even at the cost of his own life, and the monkey supported him. The hero noted that he understood their willingness to take risks, but at the same time emphasized that he did not need help. Mike then pointed to 3 of his comrades who were busy playing, adding that it would be better to follow their example. The dog screamed that he had just been beaten by 4 twos. He immediately began to complain, claiming that he still had cards left. Elian, watching what was happening, wondered in confusion if this meant that Mike was simply looking down on them. At that moment, a cry was heard again. The dog had suffered another defeat. Then the lion from the opposing team, losing patience, rushed forward, intending to teach Mike a lesson. He attacked him from above, wanting to test his strength. However, his blow was stopped without difficulty. After this, Mike noted that there was no need to rush so much, and especially not to attack from behind. Meanwhile, a new group of opponents arrived on the battlefield, and they all declared that Mike would not leave here alive. The hero looked at the crowd with disgust and wondered why they were all attacking at once. After this, he dispersed most of the enemies with one movement. The Bull King noted in bewilderment that he did not understand where he got such strength from. Catgirl Lucy also couldn't believe it, remembering that he was much weaker when they last met. Then she looked closely at his aura and realized with horror that she was at the limit of the Tao level. Mike allowed his opponents to prepare their techniques and offered them to use everything they had left. Then Lucy took out the artifact and explained that normal attacks were pointless, and the only thing left to do was use the magical treasure. After that, she activated the Soul Collection bell. The artifact instantly grew larger and fell upon the hero. Mike watched this closely, noting that such things really do exist. After that, he shattered the artifact into many pieces with one blow, adding that it was slightly interesting. The three remaining opponents turned pale with horror, not understanding how a person could possess such power. At that moment, Iris opened her umbrella while continuing to play cards, encouraging the others and urging them to walk faster. Meanwhile, the dog suddenly remembered something and told Mike that the opponents were going to visit his family. Hearing this, Mike froze for a moment, looked down at the enemies, and noted that this time they would not be able to escape. After this, he called his allies and declared that it was now their turn to act. Hearing the request, Iris immediately let go of her umbrella, and it flew towards the hero. Damien said with a smile that he, too, could not stay away from such a good cause. Suddenly, a strange green aura enveloped the entire area, and Mike addressed the enemies, declaring that they could not escape. He summoned his sword, determined to show them his true power. Countless blades immediately rained down on them from the sky, and Mike added that his family was fine and there was nothing to worry about. Lucy's face turned pale when she saw this attack. A powerful stream of energy crashed down on them, and Elian, watching this, noted with admiration how strong Mike was. He remembered their first meeting at the Ferry of the Eight Immortals and realized how vast the difference had become between them. Meanwhile, the dog tried to start a conversation with the monkey, urging him to hit him, which caused him confusion. Then he suddenly rushed forward, licking his lips and aiming for the soul of the Bull King, wondering how anyone could have forgotten about him. He opened his mouth wide, intending to feast on his prey. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not catch up with the target. Mike, watching this, only sighed and noted that the enemy had escaped again, after which he decided to calm down first. When night fell, the moans of a dog were heard from one of the rooms. As it turned out, he had overeaten spiritual energy. Mike noticed that even in this state, he continued to make noise. The dog, sticking out his bloated belly, stubbornly replied that he was fine and that he just hadn't digested the food yet. Mike, cultivating nearby, chided him for his greed, reminding him that he shouldn't have absorbed the energy of every monster in a row. At that moment, his phone received a new message. Apparently something had happened to his sister Molly.